Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Please Slay the Demon. Young Master right here on GMT Recap. The story begins with loud voices. Warlord, come here quickly. Darling, slow down a bit, slow down, perform one more dance. Alright, young master, please come upstairs. A reminder was heard. Hong Er, get up and greet the guest. Hong Er immediately sprang up, revealing her enormous chest. The wealthy lady outside carefully introduced. Young master, this is Hong Er's private chamber. The servant will step back now, so as not to interrupt young master's pleasure. The male character turned away and said. With the help of the guide, Chu Liang threw open the door and introduced himself. Hello, I am Chu Liang. Hong Er, hearing this from inside, responded. Oh my, young master is truly interesting. The servant heard the messenger's words. Young master desires to see me in a disheveled state, just waking up with no preparation. This way, everything will be more thrilling. I originally thought young master was the type to bully others, but before even seeing him, he greeted me first. That made me feel more at ease. So, young master wants to enjoy the fresh scent under this powdered air, When Hong Er saw Chu Liang's appearance, she stared without blinking and said. Hee, so young master is this handsome? I, a mere servant, just woke up and came to greet you. Chu Liang sat at the table, a little flustered, and responded. Your name is truly wonderful, graceful. Hong Er no longer sat on the bed, she gradually moved closer, her voice soft and delicate. As long as the young master likes it, that's enough. Hong Er slipped into Chu Liang's embrace and said, this servant can feel that you're a bit tense. Is this your first time here, young master? Chu Liang quickly responded, actually, before, my elder never allowed me to come, saying that I was still too young. Hong Er drew even closer to Chu Liang, her gaze and gestures growing more unusual. How old are you this year, young master? Chu Liang mumbled, 17. As soon as Hong Er heard his age, she chuckled, so the young master isn't even of age to hold an official position yet. Well, to the other ladies here, you might seem a bit young, but to me, you're just right. Young master, why not try with sister Hong Er? You're no longer a child. Chu Liang replied, actually, I've tried it before, just in smaller places near home. But someone as experienced as you, this is the first time I've encountered. Hong Er stretched and flaunted her figure. Oh my, so you're a naughty younger brother. Then, big sister must take it upon herself to teach you a thing or two, for all the little girls who have been mistreated. Chu Liang scratched his head and softly responded, alright, then, if I say anything wrong later, I hope you will forgive me. And I also hope you'll cooperate a little. Thank you in advance. Hong Er turned away, pouting in feigned anger. Young master is so annoying. I've tried so hard, and yet you still act like this. Hong Er gently poured a glass, and as she lifted it, she provocatively teased Chu Liang, young master, can you be a bit more open-minded and share a drink with this humble servant? Afterward, I guarantee I'll help you gain some experience. Receiving this invitation, Chu Liang quickly approached, visibly excited. Alright, I'll come over. Miss Hong, as for helping me ascend, that's absolutely impossible. But I can guarantee that I will help you ascend. Hearing this, Hong Er let out a satisfied laugh. This little brat sure talks big, so confident about your own skills, Chu Liang patted his chest and declared. Although my skills may not be perfected yet, I'm willing to try using some tools to assist. Hong Er was puzzled. Tools? She thought for a moment, realizing she had no experience in this area. How strange, this little brat is quite wicked. I smiled wryly and muttered. Well, I haven't tried it yet. Could it be that the setup in the room isn't effective? The only ones who can't come to me are those who would leap up to join me, like madmen wanting to do that with me, right? Why did he leave? Let's just treat it as enriching my experience. Hong Er made a judgment about Chu Liang, unable to recognize the genuine appearance of the young master, who seemed so playful despite it all. "Young master, what props have you brought? Let me see." Chu Liang nodded in agreement. "All right, I will bring it out for you to see." Chu Liang slowly reached into his body to pull something out. After a while, he still hadn't found it. He tried his best to pull the item out. What he eventually retrieved was "Win People Over with Virtue." Chu Liang slammed the object down on the table, as if he had finally found it. This was the first time Hong Er had seen such a strange prop. She thought to herself, "Win people over with virtue, what on earth is this? How do you use it? Are you trying to play some twisted game? I'm not worthy of you." Hong Er's words made Chu Liang stop for a moment, his face turning grim. "Sure enough, you won't accept this prop." Hong Er directly rejected, "How could I accept it?" Chu Liang deliberately changed the subject. "Look outside, there's a wild Yucha man over there." Little Hong Er quickly looked outside, curious. Taking advantage of the distraction, our side raised a brick high and swung it straight into Hong Er's chubby body. She never expected this. Her body swayed, and the green aura spread uncontrollably around her. Hong Er's face turned pale from pain, and her eyes blazed with fury as she screamed. "How dare you trick me?" While stumbling on the ground, she declared, "If it's like this, I won't pretend anymore." Hong Er's arm completely turned jet black, her whole body grew larger and was shrouded in a dark hue. "Today, I'll make you, a rotten bastard who loves to sneak around, reincarnate." Chu Liang became increasingly tense in response to Hong Er's vague words. He retorted, "I'm not sneaking around. This is the first time I've come to demon slaying on my own. Miss Jiju is also the biggest monster I've ever encountered, and I had to use props to deal with her." Hong Er scrunched her face, criticizing him. "You rotten scholar, not only did you sneak attack me, but your illogical nonsense is just as bad. If I don't crush you, heaven and earth will be destroyed. How dare you twist my words like that?" Chu Liang responded calmly. "Scholar, sorry, but you're mistaken." The vastness of my arm emitted a deep golden light, and the words declared, "Do you know Shu Mountain Sword Exchange? Someone informed me that recently, monsters have been pretending to set up brothels and secretly harming people. I've been sent by the mountain gate to exterminate demons and ghosts." In that state, Chu Liang solemnly proclaimed, "I am a disciple of the Shu Shan sect. Chu Liang, sent by the mountain gate to exterminate demons." The monster Hong Er was still confidently challenging Chu Liang, saying, "I don't care who you are, whether you're from the Tushuan or Guashan sect, let's see if I don't defeat you." However, halfway through, little Hong Er suddenly hesitated in her actions and realized something. "Wait a minute. He said he's from the Shushan sect, and the legend of the Shushan sect is incredibly well known." After remembering, she recalled that the specialty of the Shushan sect was exterminating evil spirits and demons. It seemed that he would eradicate her completely, so the only thing she could do now was to set a trap for him first. Seeing Chu Liang as a major threat, Hong Er proceeded with her plan to lay a trap. A net of white thread traps surrounded Chu Liang's body. In the midst of the chaos, she quickly ran, seizing the opportunity to escape. However, all her intentions were noticed by Chu Liang. He muttered to himself, "You think this trap alone can catch me?" Chu Liang countered with his sword technique, his arm pulling the powerful magical force towards the position of little Hong Er. She spat out blood in pain. Hong Er's body seemed unable to handle any of the developments around her, and she didn't expect such a tragic end. "What? After 100 years of hard cultivation, I finally transformed, and it's been less than a year since I entered the territory of the human race, and this is how I end?" Hong Er's body completely disintegrated, just like the supernatural powers of Chu Liang that caused it. The people outside the room were suddenly thrown into chaos as Hong Er soared out, her flying speed so intense that the entire floor was torn apart. Hong Er's strange body crashed to the ground, causing everyone nearby to groan in frustration as they were thrown across the floor. Everyone asked the same question. What just fell down? Beneath her was a pile of human bones. Here is the monster. A heap of bones was entangled around Hong Er's body, and those around her were too scared to speak. Here, hurry up and report to the authorities. This monster seems to be the leader here. How many people must have been harmed to accumulate so many bones? Brother, consider yourself lucky. Tonight, aren't you supposed to wait for this female monster? The man suddenly declared forcefully. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like I have a surge of inner energy. I won't dare go up again. Miss Hao, don't be afraid, tonight I'll take you home. The scene above was filled with curiosity and excitement. Hurry down and check, something happened downstairs. Meanwhile, those downstairs were staring at the hole and calling out. Good heavens, TSK TSK. A golden shadow appeared, and the thought continued to resurface. Why hasn't my soul dissipated? Why do I keep rising? Even though my cultivation is gone, it seems that my life force still remains. The golden figure's expression changed, and a dreamy voice rose. Is it here? His arm swung to capture the golden shadow. Little cutie, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Little Gold recoiled in fear, her thoughts taking form. Hick, wah, this old man actually wants to devour my soul? How unreasonable. Don't, please don't. Chu Liang gathered the soul, and the demon-slaying reward didn't run away either. He sat down on the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had fought directly with a great demon of his own level. After the task was done, he felt a little tired. The spider was only good at misleading others, hiding in the crowd and making it hard to escape. It turned out the tool Chu Liang brought was the demon-revealing mirror, a treasured item capable of revealing the true form of monsters when used with demon-revealing gold. He chuckled softly, muttering to himself, thankfully, I got this demon-revealing mirror from the White Tower last time. With this treasure, demon slaying is even easier. Now that the soul of this spider demon is in my hands, it's time to think about the next step. The hidden eye of God is my favorite part. Chu Liang lifted his foot, using his spatial awareness to perceive everything around him. From where did the White Tower suddenly appear empty? Standing before the tower, Chu Liang felt a sense of nostalgia. Every time he arrived here, he felt a little anticipation. Without wasting any more time, he stepped forward and entered. The scene inside was quite strange, almost like being separated into different compartments. As Chu Liang walked, he muttered, this time I'm collecting a third-level herbal demon. I wonder what good things will emerge after it's refined. Chu Liang appeared lost in thought. The monster that couldn't shapeshift last time can still be trained. The demon-revealing mirror will reveal its secrets. Faced with such a crucial decision, the fatigued expression on Chu Liang's face tightened, seeming to age him by a decade. He muttered to himself, this time, there must be some kind of treasure revealed, right? Chu Liang pursed his lips tightly, his eyes lighting up in anticipation. It was here. His arm reached out and touched it. The light within radiated with an intense glow, and the iron frame seemed to shift along with it. The process unfolding inside was incredibly complex, and Chu Liang focused all his attention on observing. Streams of energy slowly escaped, converging into a spherical shape. The object that appeared caused Chu Liang's eyes to widen in disbelief. Demon binding rope? The user manual when facing an enemy read, activate it using your energy. The demon binding rope will automatically bind the enemy, rendering them unable to fight. At the same time, binding their hands will break their mentality, even unlocking hidden personalities and unleashing great strength. Holding the rope in his hands, Chu Liang's face lit up with joy, tears welling up in his eyes. Not bad, this really is a fine magical item. At this moment, Chu Liang was thoroughly satisfied. With the demon-revealing mirror to reveal treasures and the demon-binding rope to assist, capturing monsters in the future would undoubtedly be much smoother. Where did the sound of the letter come from? Sensing this, Chu Liang pondered. It seemed like there was some movement outside. He tightly closed his eyes, focusing deeply before opening them again, the sound incessantly reminding him, the letter from the sect, the letter from the sect. Shu Liang carefully unfolded the paper crane, and the information inside was urgent. If you have finished your task, hurry to where I need you. The master has something urgent. Immediately, Shu Liang thought of Tianshou. While reading the letter, he began to imagine, the Grandmaster had been drinking for 20 hours straight. A high-level book addict, unable to function without alcohol or books, would he really have the energy to write such a long letter? A bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Shu Liang gradually moved outside. A few servants clasped their hands together and said, "Thank you, young hero, for eliminating the demon. Please take care, this shop is no more, it's dead. Please leave quickly." Shu Liang left and calmly responded, "No need for formalities, I take my leave. My thoughts are still not settled. The process of demon slaying inevitably involves some losses, but it is not my fault. The Grandmaster urgently requested my presence, and I could not refuse." When he arrived at Lungkong Shushan, he was stopped by two others. "Please show the sect's token from outside the Grandmaster's room. Our house has been in an uproar. Grandmaster, the disciple has returned. Is there something you need from me?" However, when he entered the room, Shu Liang froze and gasped for breath. A beautiful body lay stretched out on the bed. Shu Liang sighed in exasperation, thinking to himself, the old man really doesn't care about his image at all. Well, it's too late to regret now. Shu Liang was gradually moving. He was in Liang, a member of the sword cultivators of Mount Shu, on his way back to the mountain gate. As he walked, Shu Liang mumbled, "Leisurely clouds and the sun's shadow, the traveler's star transforms through the autumn. I don't know why I've been in this world for half a year already." Memories gradually flooded Shu Liang's mind. Half a year ago, he was just a high school graduate from Nation H. Half a year ago, everything was still peaceful. Shu Liang sat on a chair, breathing heavily. The sound echoed faintly. "It's early in the morning, where is the third laureate of our province rushing off to now?" Upon hearing this, Shu Liang turned his head awkwardly. "Mom, don't joke around. Didn't we already have the survey yesterday? I just want to meet some friends today." His mother, upon hearing this, supported him, and before he left, she didn't forget to remind him. "All right, be careful on the road." "I know, Mom." At that time, Shu Liang had even warned his mother. "My friends are treating me to dinner tonight, don't wait for me to come home and eat." On that fateful day, Shu Liang never expected that with just a touch, his mother would no longer be able to wait for him to come home for dinner. What was even stranger was that his soul had ended up in an even stranger world. In this world, demons are causing chaos, and the power of the gods and demons of Tong Tian reigns supreme. Fortunately, the strength of the 9 heavens and 10 earths gods from various immortal sects has managed to suppress them, thus preserving peace for the people. Shu Liang was still very angry at the driver who had caused him to acquire such a great grudge. While floating in the air, he couldn't help but complain, saying, "How long do I have to keep flying?" After some time soaring through the skies, the ground collided with Shu Liang. A certain figure appeared, with blood splattering from various parts of the body, terrified. As soon as Shu Liang saw this, he silently shouted, "I want to fight now, I want to fight now." Finally, fate arranged for the two to crash violently into each other. Their gazes locked in deep contemplation, piercing through one another. The impact, combined with a series of chaotic events above and below, converged together. A sound of ting echoed, subduing everything. The bloodied young man began to regain his senses. His eyes slowly opened. In his opponent's identity, Mian kept shouting non-stop, "What kind of strange clothing is this? Did I not kill Chu Lian?" However, Shu Liang furrowed his brows in thought, then suddenly realized, wait a minute, thinking carefully about it, this is really strange. How could such a large truck appear in such a narrow alley in front of my house? How powerful was the impact to send me through time and space like this? Did I surpass the speed of light? A leap through the universe, such immense energy, and you're not helping humanity create a new era but instead crashing into me? Shu Liang was furious, his eyes full of burning hatred. Suddenly, Shu Liang's face contorted into ugly expressions, and his gestures, along with a series of confusing actions, unfolded. Shu Liang's gaze tried to calm himself as he analyzed the situation. His head throbbed, almost as if it were going to explode, his eyes tightly squeezed shut, and his mouth kept muttering predictions. Is this Shu Liang's memory? So, it turns out that when he was young, Shu Liang's family was killed by a monster. This monster was huge and powerful, capable of taking a human's life with just one of its arms. Not only was it brutal, but its eyes and facial expressions were also terrifying, its mouth twitching and its beard rustling as it seemed to listen for something. As Shu Liang sat huddled in a corner, the monster rushed out to scare him senseless. It had found its prey. The boy was crying, unable to hold back the tears, his face frozen as he observed. The smallness and vulnerability of Shu Liang at that time made the monster go wild with excitement, shouting, "This little fresh meat looks so delicious." Its mouth opened wide, several meters across, and it howled, unable to contain itself. It had to eat it, it was definitely going to be delicious. Suddenly, in that life-threatening moment, Shu Liang froze, panic seizing him. A massive arm appeared, surrounded by thousands of flames. In that very instant, just as the monster was about to devour him, Shu Liang was saved by the timely intervention of the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster's arm extended with an inviting gesture. "Don't be scared, little one. It's all right now." Shu Liang had been saved from the danger zone, but tears and snot continued to flow uncontrollably. The Grandmaster smiled softly and reassured him. All right, you're safe now, be good." Even though the Grandmaster tried to comfort him with kind words, Shu Liang kept crying. The sound of his sobs echoed. The Grandmaster spoke to the boy. All right, little one, I see that you have potential in cultivation. If you wish, you can follow me and practice with me at the mountain gate." Shu Liang, upon hearing the invitation, quickly stopped crying. His face and posture now showed a fierce determination. From then on, Shu Liang began his cultivation under the Grandmaster. 1 hour was not enough. From a young age, Shu Liang had been disciplined in his practice. The Grandmaster couldn't stop praising him. "Very good, for someone so small, you're already so skilled." Shu Liang admired himself, and it seemed like he realized that the flow of qi had grown stronger. Despite being a self-proclaimed unrivaled master like the Grandmaster, even he couldn't offer too much help on the path of cultivation. The Grandmaster left with a few words of advice. "I need to go out for a few days to take care of some matters. You, little brat, should ease up on your training a bit and take care of your health." Shu Liang, with a serious expression, replied. "Grandmaster, while you're out, be sure to be careful with your sword and look after the safety of others. I'll continue my training and return to restore my energy." While Shu Liang continued to desperately cultivate in an attempt to quickly achieve supernatural powers and descend the mountain to eliminate demons, he forcefully broke into a new realm. However, his haste led to an unstable foundation in his cultivation, and his breakthrough could not be handled properly, which ultimately resulted in the risk of internal chaos, potentially leading to his fall into madness. The breakthrough failed, his soul quickly dissipated, and blood splattered all around his body. Letting out a breath, I realized that Shu Liang had already passed away before I arrived. It was not because I had hit him. After exhaling, I was immediately drawn into a state of panic, because I suddenly realized that this world was one where demons and monsters roamed freely. Even in my memory, the image of Shu Liang's parents and loved ones, cruelly killed by demons, still lingered vividly before my eyes. As a time traveler like me, this was a heavy blow. However, growing up in Nation H, I quickly understood that fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Therefore, in order to have enough firepower, I must become stronger. Shu Liang assessed, I have the talent for cultivation, and with the Shushan sect, one of the top immortal schools, this is quite a good starting point. Even more strangely, after putting on the robes, I discovered that my soul had undergone some changes. This white tower, which did not exist in the memories of my previous life, seems to have come into being with me. When I saw the white tower, my mind automatically absorbed a great deal of knowledge. For example, after defeating the monster, the White Tower will have treasures as rewards, along with some important information. For the first time, I had the experience of knowledge being forced into my head, beyond my imagination. The only things I remembered were demon slaying and White Tower alchemy, with the reward being the knowledge related to the White Tower. At the beginning, I didn't dare to seek out larger monsters. I stayed in the villages around Shushan, searching a few graveyards or mass graves or something to kill lantern monsters. Lantern monsters, a type of evil worship, are the souls of the dead, attached to lanterns, transforming into fire demons. They fly around in the dark of night, teasing the living. If struck, these lantern monsters will automatically dissipate. As for those who are hit, they will fall ill for a while. For cultivators, it could be said that it doesn't take much effort. Weak and small, they are endearing to others. The reward for refining a lantern monster is only energy condensation pills to aid cultivation. Although I didn't have much hope for them, if the number was large enough, they could still accelerate the cultivation process. Once, by chance, I encountered a stone statue crystal that was stable and had a very solid defense. During the battle, I used the energy condensation pills to make them into green pills. Thanks to that, I successfully defeated it. After refining the stone crystal, the White Tower surprised me for the first time, a magical treasure as a reward. The demon revealing mirror is a magical artifact that, when directed at a person in front of you, reveals their true form if they are a monster. If they are not a monster, the person will feel intense pain. This effect is effective depending on the degree of clarity, making it easy to distinguish between true and false. The ability to win people over with virtue is truly miraculous. Elixirs, magical artifacts, divine powers, and cultivation methods, these are all treasures in the cultivation world. If one is a disciple of Shushan, they must complete missions on behalf of their sect to exchange for resources and treasures. However, I only need to kill demons to acquire them. Furthermore, the level of the monster I defeat determines the tier of the treasures I obtain, and my combat strength increases significantly as well. Therefore, I am currently in a closed logical loop. Because I fear monsters, I kill monsters, completely freeing myself from the panic and unease I felt when I first arrived. From another perspective, Shu Liang exclaimed, "Another lovely day." Since I crossed over to this world, I have come to understand a part of Chu Liang's will. Returning to the present time, Shu Liang looked around and assessed the situation, flying around in a final loop before returning. Shushan sect, Yujian Peak, Shu Liang moved gently, gazing at the scenery below. Even after he landed, the air and surroundings remained strangely still. As he walked, Shu Liang murmured to himself, "It's extremely rare for Grandmaster to write a 23-character long letter to announce a meeting. Looks like this is serious." Shu Liang's footsteps gradually drew closer, then suddenly came to a halt. He scratched his head in thought, adjusting his attire to show respect for the formality of the meeting. After a moment of tidying up, Shu Liang's appearance became even more handsome and charismatic than ever. As soon as he entered, Shu Liang couldn't help but speak loudly, "Grandmaster, the disciple has returned." The Grandmaster in the room hurriedly responded, "Is there something you need, disciple?" Upon entering, Shu Liang saw the Grandmaster lying on the bed, looking quite alluring. This was none other than Feng Yujian, the Grandmaster of Shushan's 36 Peaks. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Has the day already broken?" The atmosphere between the two was awkward, the mood sinking. The Grandmaster spoke curiously, "Xiao Chu, why have you come here?" Shu Liang replied, "Grandmaster sent a paper crane, calling for me to return quickly." The Grandmaster, still half asleep, muttered, "Oh, that matter? I remember now. Didn't eldest son have a high-level meeting yesterday? He mentioned needing to prepare for the 11th annual Shushan sect conference. You know, the one where a leader will be chosen from among the disciples here." Shu Liang nodded, "I know, Grandmaster." The Grandmaster continued, "Well, let me speak plainly. I don't care about what everyone discussed in the meeting. But when it comes to that old man Wang Xianling, I really can't stand watching him act so pompous." "So what did Zhang Yan say?" The position of the disciple at the top of Shushan should belong to someone from the Yufeng sword. I truly despise that. That old man actually thinks that among the 36 peaks of Yushan, his jade sword is the best, doesn't he? Shu Liang could only listen but didn't quite understand the whole situation. He still insisted, of course, I'm not convinced, and after arguing a bit, made a bet. If the disciple of Yu Jianfeng wins, I will hand over the golden spirit blood jade to him. Upon hearing this, Shu Liang couldn't stay calm. The Grandmaster added a condition, but if a disciple from Yu Jianfeng manages to take the leader's position, he must give up the position for me. Shu Liang thought it over while nodding. Indeed, I've only just reached this level. The Grandmaster gave him a glance and continued, I came to you to ask. Who do you think from Yu Jianfeng we should send to participate in the Shushan sect conference? Shu Liang's eyes narrowed, and he responded softly, Grandmaster, there is only one disciple in Yu Jianfeng, and that's me. The Grandmaster clapped his hands in admiration, good, you're stepping forward, Master fully supports you. Shu Liang was extremely anxious, I've only reached level 3, how could I possibly fight against those at levels 4 or 5? The Grandmaster remained cheerful and said with a sigh, you can voluntarily enter the contest, compete for the position of the top disciple with Yu Jianfeng, Master will be very pleased. Shu Liang's face stiffened upon hearing about the upcoming battle. He had to express his concerns. Grandmaster Yu Jianfeng always held the greatest advantage, with hundreds of disciples, among whom several had already reached the golden core stage. The likelihood of one of them claiming the top position was extremely high. As for his side, he looked at himself with hesitation. He was so small compared to everything else, and his disciple had only just broken through to the divine realm a few days ago. Shu Liang couldn't understand what the Grandmaster was thinking. The top disciple position had always been the face of Shushan with every generation, and the competition for it was fierce beyond words. The one who hovers at the top, however, is the one with the greatest strength and influence among the 36 experts. The 4 elders, unable to become sect leader, leave the others as the first candidates for the position. Grandmaster wants someone as weak and insignificant as me to fight against those disciples and compete for the top spot? Shu Liang glanced back at his master, who was surrounded by judgments. Even the female phoenix, Shushan's most notorious, can fight when drunk, with a fiery temper. She had initially relied on her own strength to attain the position of Master Feng, but the sect leader of Shushan never dared entrust any disciples to her. Fearing that the wrong person might be chosen, in the end, she took matters into her own hands and descended the mountain to carry out righteous deeds, eventually finding Shu Liang, who had the potential for cultivation. The people around them had nothing more to say. It was only when I started the guidance that I realized teaching a disciple wasn't easy. After that, I didn't take on any more disciples. Upon reflecting, I realized that the Grandmaster's logic wasn't exactly ordinary. The Grandmaster kept reassuring Shu Liang, don't put too much pressure on yourself, there's still over half a year left. Just prepare well. When the time comes, if you truly want that position, Master will not treat you unfairly. Upon hearing this, Shu Liang felt a little moved. The Grandmaster's decisive words are indeed powerful. You even dared to wager our only precious treasure with others. The Grandmaster frowned and declared, if you really earn the top position, then when the time comes, no matter what you want to do, Master will do everything in his power to assist you. Upon hearing the word assist, Shu Liang couldn't help but glance at the Grandmaster's chest, his eyes focused and intent. That massive chest kept creeping into Shu Liang's mind. The Grandmaster noticed the surreptitious action and shouted angrily, you brat, have some nerve. What I meant was, you dare to eye it? Shu Liang, scared, quickly denied and explained, no, Grandmaster, you heard wrong. Shu Liang had no choice but to justify himself. Disciple meant to say that the Grandmaster has forced a treasure like the golden spirit blood jade into the equation, so I must certainly prepare well and ensure success. It's just that this is indeed quite difficult, and if I fail, I hope Grandmaster will not blame me. Grandmaster knew she had misunderstood Shu Liang's gaze, and she awkwardly scratched her head. Oh, so you're looking at the jade? Well, that's fine then. After talking for a while, she cleared her throat. Anyway, just do a little of that thing. If you become the leader, Master will also become one of the Master's phone and can gain many resources from the sect. By then, wouldn't it be great if we split things 3 ways? Let's settle on that. After hearing her instructions, Shu Liang slowly backed away. Disciple respectfully takes his leave. As Chu Liang left the room, the sound of Master's laughter still echoed in his ears. The laughter didn't stop for a moment, carrying a maddening tone that was hard to understand. Shu Liang stopped caring about it. What truly piqued his curiosity was whether he could advance enough in half a year to challenge the peak of the Golden Core realm. With the divine artifact, the White Tower, and the ability to accept missions to slay demons, he could really put his energy into giving it a shot. Now, he needed to head to the Sword Exchange Pavilion to submit the mission he had completed yesterday. Shu Liang moved along, knowing that within the Shushan sect, all the cultivation resources of a disciple were exchanged through the missions in the Sword Exchange Pavilion. As he walked quickly, the wind continuously hit Shu Liang's face. The scenery here was somewhat unfamiliar, and the road had a refined, almost elegant feel to it. Finally, Shu Liang set foot on the summit of Tongtian, one of the 36 peaks of Shushan. This was the location of the Palace of Infinity, where the sect leader resided. Beneath the Palace of Infinity were numerous gates of the sect, places where people from Shushan frequented the most. The scene that Shu Liang saw was the Sword Exchange Pavilion. He hadn't expected that the Sword Exchange Pavilion was also located here. Its name originated from the internal practice of Shushan, where Su swords were commonly exchanged. She saw Chu Liang from afar and immediately spoke, greeting him with a Taoist tone and formal gestures, welcoming him to the Sword Exchange Pavilion. These are the Su swords as rewards for the tasks that junior brother has completed. Upon receiving the rewards, Shu Liang joyfully responded. Thank you, senior sister. There is a truth revealed in the cultivation world. Pills, talismans, and magical treasures cannot be measured in currency. The most common method is to convert spirit stones into items that represent the value of such objects. Shushan internally uses spirit stone coins as currency within the sect. In the early days, spirit stones were rounded and cut into 2 pieces, called small spirit stones. However, because they were easy to counterfeit, they were refined into higher-priced spirit stones. Now, this has been optimized further into the shape of a sword, known as the Su sword. On the second floor of the Sword Exchange Pavilion, after completing the tasks and receiving the rewards, Shu Liang began searching for new tasks. He immediately went up to the second floor. This was where the most powerful elder stewards resided, facilitating the handling of troublesome matters and the care of difficult disciples. To avoid those bad rumors, Shushan Phoenix Empress had sought to stir up trouble. Our home hasn't even entered yet and is already calling out. Old Shen, sorry to trouble you again. Old Shen recognized the voice and laughed. Ha, is that Xiao Chu? The steward elder can't avoid having to soothe his mind, taking care of the only disciple of Jian Feng. He is quite happy to greet and respond to Chu Liang. What's the fuss? Come sit down. You've returned so quickly, it seems the first mission to eliminate the demons went smoothly, huh? Shu Liang cupped his hands and responded, thanks to your help, it was relatively smooth. I finished the mission today and came to greet you. Old Shen eagerly called out, come here. Alright, don't be in a rush to leave, come play around with me. Shu Liang's eyes squinted with a smile, alright, last time I ruined the mood by winning against Old Shen, it seems you're still not satisfied. Old Shen indeed had not forgotten their rivalry. I've been thinking about it a lot since returning, and I've come up with a way to defeat you. Watch my move. Shu Liang made a gesture, are we still going by the same rules as last time? If the disciple wins again, you'll have to reveal some insider news to me. Old Shen agreed, let's do it. Time flew by, and half an hour later, Old Shen's face grew darker and darker. Chu Liang, on the other hand, laughed joyfully, Old Shen, this is indeed the outcome. His head ached, and he let out a long, deep sigh. Chu Liang, while playing chess, seemed as if some powerful force was guiding his moves. The old man, stroking his beard, spoke. You've already put a smile on your face, and now you're pretending to be innocent. Each move on this chessboard is like a sharp blade, it's the decisive move. Old man here can't compare to the likes of you young ones. After hearing Old Shen's words, Shu Liang responded. It's just that this disciple has had a bit of good luck. Didn't I also find myself in a tough spot several times before? Finally, Old Shen relented and got to the point. Alright, you've come here not just to greet me, but to discuss a task, haven't you? Shu Liang scratched his face and said. There are so many missions in the Divine Will realm, hundreds of them, and I can't decide which one to choose, so I came to see you. Old Shen thought for a moment before replying. Let me think. There's one related to extermination that seems promising. Ah, found it. Old Shen waved his arm, and an item appeared, glowing brightly. It moved down onto the table. How about this? Shu Liang immediately accepted the valuable item. Its name was Formation Pearl of Exorcism, dispelling evil. There was one thing that was certain: in the cultivation world, levels were divided into the 3 realms in 9 stages, with the 3 realms being the heavenly realm, the earthly realm, and the human realm. In which, the celestial officials cultivate themselves from the body, focus on the breath, divine medicine, and the earthly officials cultivate external materials such as the elixir, the 5 elements, and the Dharma body. The celestial officials who cultivate the great Tao focus on inquiring into the Tao, and the heavenly source penetrates the mysteries. A circular motion of light swirls into itself. Taoism and Buddhism, the 3 teachings, immortals, demons, heterodox sects, and cultivation systems are numerous, yet they are all fundamentally similar. Confucianism, body refining in the Jianghu, the Shushan sect requires labor to exchange for resources. Though it may seem harsh, in order to properly train disciples, the mountain gate still protects them well. Not only do the disciples of the Divine Will realm not have the privilege to leave the mountain for missions, they can only remain within the mountain gate performing trivial tasks such as caring for and raising spirit beasts, or managing the steward's duties. However, the Divine Will realm, while traveling in the Jianghu, can be heard of everywhere, yet the experts at the Shushan sect are only those with the qualifications to go down the mountain and eliminate demons. Though both involve going down the mountain to slay demons, there is a significant difference. The most famous among the disciples who can go outside to cultivate are undoubtedly the schemes of the wealthy families. This city doesn't have many wild mountains, and it's unlikely that any great demons would appear. The danger level seems low. Once here in this bustling city, aside from eliminating demons, one can also enjoy a little leisure. The wealthy families have acted with great generosity, entrusting the task and paying the fee for Mountain Gate. Once the work is completed, there are rewards as well. But all of these are given to the demon slayers, who also have a small bag full of rewards, amidst the noise in this place. Quickly, call the master to come and pick up the young master. The master has arrived, please wait a moment. Old Shen helped me choose, just like this. Shu Liang, upon arriving, immediately received attention. Young Hero Chu, thank you for your hard work. Shu Liang responded carefully. I am merely serving the people. Yuanming Outer Division led Shu Liang and introduced. Young hero, please follow this way, we can talk as we go. Delicious tea is being poured. The tea is served, please enjoy, young master. A beautiful young woman carried the tea, speaking sweetly. You've been traveling for a long time, please have some tea. Yuanming Outer Division was still focused on Shu Liang. With the young hero of the Shushan sect here, our family can finally be at ease. My family has reassured the others. Please, sir, tell us more about the situation in detail. Yuan Ming sighed before the reward ceremony. My Ming family has been a house of virtue for generations, but recently, for reasons unknown, we have been encountering strange occurrences. The atmosphere around grew heavy, the eerie sound of cawing filled the air. 3 days ago, a strange meowing sound appeared outside the manor, followed by a heart-rending, sorrowful cry, a truly tragic sound. The cat's cry was filled with malice. 2 days ago, that cat appeared in front of our courtyard. The servant in the manor witnessed the creature with their own eyes, its whole body covered in fresh blood. Yesterday, that cat came again to the back courtyard of our house, and both my wife and I were terrified. Yuan Ming's face showed deep concern. Young hero, if we can't drive it away, I'm afraid it will come to our house tonight to kill someone. Shu Liang tried to reassure him as much as possible. Rest assured, Sir Yuan, I will do my best to resolve this matter. He began to ponder deeply, calculating the time. The Yuan Ming outer division was quick in action, and by the second day, they had already gone outside the city to seek help. Those Taoist temples, filled with incense, were either inhabited by practitioners or connected to the immortal sects, otherwise, they wouldn't be that grand. The temple outside the city, in particular, had close ties with the Shushan sect, which is why this task was initially assigned to the Shushan Sword Exchange Pavilion. According to the situation described by Yuan Ming Outer Division, the being that only appeared at night was not a demon but a ghost soul. It was a ghost. A demon, if it had cultivated its form, would have a consciousness similar to a human and would act accordingly. Only ghosts with low cultivation, having died once and lost their soul consciousness, could harbor the anger from their past lives and commit such strange deeds. Like that cat demon, it could very well be the soul of a cat that had just died. Shu Liang spoke again. Has there been any dead cat in the mansion a few days ago? Yuan Ming shook his head. No, the madam has a kind heart and always treats all animals well. The stray cats and dogs around here are always fed by our family. Shu Liang's face remained curious and skeptical. Then, Yuan Ming of the Outer Division, take me to check the situation in the mansion first and prepare for some demon extermination tonight. Yuan Ming clasped his hands in gratitude. All right, that would be great. Thank you for your trouble, young hero. Shu Liang humbly replied. Master Yuan need not be so polite. This is something I should do. It took an entire afternoon to observe the surroundings of the Ming mansion. When dusk fell at the Ming mansion, Yuan Ming was polite. Thank you for your hard work this afternoon, young hero. My wife will arrive soon. When she does, let her meet the immortal. Shu Liang declined, feeling embarrassed. Not at all, Master Yuan, you are too kind. Someone's footsteps were heard approaching quickly. The girl said loudly. Excuse me for my rudeness. Master, the madam says she is feeling unwell, a bit worse than before, and cannot get up at the moment. Please do not be surprised, young hero Chuan Master. Too much concern, Yuan Ming stood up to excuse himself. Young hero Chu, I apologize. I will go check on the madam first. With that, he and the young lady hurried away. Shu Liang sensed. How nice, Yuan Ming and his wife share such deep affection. The maid standing beside confirmed, that's right, the master and his wife have been married for 10 years now, and they are still as sweet as ever. Unfortunately, in recent years, the madam suddenly fell ill, and no treatment could cure her. She wanted to let the master take a concubine to have children, but the master refused. Only a kind and virtuous woman like the madam deserves a person like the master, who values relationships and loyalty. After a while, Yuan Ming returned, sorry to have kept the young hero waiting. Chu Liang, is the madam all right? Is there anything serious? Yuan Ming was tired but still tried to respond, it's fine. It's just that these past few days, evil things have been causing chaos. The madam was frightened, and her health has suffered. But as long as the demons can be driven away, she'll be fine. Upon hearing this, Shu Liang became even more determined. I will do my best. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the wind rushed in, causing everyone to be startled. Yuan Ming confirmed, that evil cat, it's back again. Shu Liang glanced around quickly, assessing the situation. While everyone was in a panic, he dashed outside. He came face to face with the thick, purple demonic aura in the air. The heavy yin energy was present, suggesting the presence of ghosts, but mixed with the demonic wind like this. Unless. Shu Liang looked around again and said, somewhat strangely, you all go hide. Everyone, too frightened, ran off, saying, young hero Chu, we're counting on you. Shu Liang replied, all right, it's pretty fast. Shu Liang was even more certain. With this running speed, it seemed that even if the entire city was overtaken by monsters, they wouldn't face any danger. The scene and the loud noises intensified, and Chu Liang began to sense something unusual. My wings are catching the air currents, the violent gusts are crashing out, directly confronting the dark energy ahead. The legendary demon cat has finally appeared, its pitiful screams echoing. Chu Liang watched with some concern. This thing is a ghost. The resentment has transformed into a demon, but it's just a soul. Meaning, the child who died before being born. Its wrath is 10 times stronger than that of normal demons, and it's also a demon spirit. But a demon spirit turns into a ghost after death. No wonder it's acting so strangely. The wrath soul, the demon soul, each one is an extraordinarily special existence, and what we're facing now are just the wrath soul, and the demon soul. It was already late. The demon cat was growling menacingly, its killing intent rising in waves around it. Its eyes were wide open, darting from left to right, while the sounds from its mouth seemed to never stop. The air here was so oppressive that most people had already fled in fear, leaving only Chu Liang standing, arms crossed, facing the demon cat. As he was preparing to look upward, the demon cat simultaneously leaped down, the dark red-purple energy spreading in a chaotic and incomprehensible swirl. Chu Liang's eyes widened, as if he had discovered something. The sword in his hand was brimming with spiritual power, and his swordsmanship had reached new heights. With fluid movements, Chu Liang prepared to strike. The speed and motion of his sword were strangely captivating, advancing directly toward the position of the demon cat. The cat's eyes were glowing red, seemingly stunned by what it saw before it. The two sources of spiritual power, one from Chu Liang and the other from the demon cat, clashed head-on, the distance and speed closing in on each other. The shape of the cat grew larger as it moved closer to Chu Liang. Despite this, he remained as calm as ever in the face of the creature. Suddenly, a mass of dark energy appeared, and the demon cat darted past Chu Liang. However, his gaze still didn't leave its path, and his arm strained to hold back the cat's legs. The sword, following Chu Liang's movements, maintained its speed and struck the ground. The demon cat, bewildered, watched the sword's motion, beginning to panic. Its body leaped into the air, and the scene became chaotic, accompanied by the sounds of the cat's screams and drops of blood falling onto the earth. The demon cat glared back, a look of intense irritation in its eyes, and its resentment surged to a terrifying level. Purple-colored hidden weapons filled the sky. Chu Liang's gaze remained fixed on the demon cat as he asked, "Not good?" Increasing the muscle in the cat's soul would stimulate the traits of a newborn soul. The more the cat is attacked, the more it is transformed into energy, the more severely wounded it becomes, the stronger its abilities. If the sword cannot kill it, then one must prepare to face an even stronger enemy. The reaction here only appears on the cat, which is speed. Indeed, Chu Liang's prediction was not wrong. The cat had pounced aggressively, becoming faster than ever before. It moved around Chu Liang, forcing him to quickly observe the opponent from every direction. The cat's claws quickly neared Chu Liang's face. Chu Liang's gaze caught this terrifying detail. His arm immediately transformed into something. It was a long, red object. Chu Liang grasped it firmly and spun it rapidly. This unwieldy item was the demon binding rope. The rope swiftly captured the demonic cat inside. After achieving this, Chu Liang gasped in fear. That was too dangerous, not a single mistake could be made. He also thought to himself with some satisfaction. When dealing with powerful enemies like this, the best approach was to maintain control. Luckily, he had obtained this demon binding rope earlier from the White Tower. Although he had the magical artifact, it was still uncertain whether he would be safe. The increasingly narrow distance made it easier to deploy, and it was only then that he performed the risky move to let the cat get close. Had he been slower in releasing the rope, the result would have certainly been the opposite. If he hadn't kept his composure and the distance wasn't enough, the magical artifact could have been dodged by the cat's soul. Chu Liang's arm clenched tightly with determination. No matter what, winning this battle would give him more confidence for the future. With his sword brimming with spiritual power, Shu Liang swung it horizontally, cutting through the body of the cat demon. Just like that, it vanished, leaving behind a sense of triumph and an overwhelming surge of confidence. He looked at his arm and pondered. Compared to the spider demon last time, this cat demon was much harder to deal with. At the same time, a series of footsteps echoed. Everyone cheered. Ah, young Hirochu is amazing at martial arts. Young Hirochu is so powerful, just a few swings and he has defeated this monster. I knew young Hirochu would definitely succeed. Receiving a downpour of praise only made Chu Liang feel even more confident. He thought to himself, the sudden disappearances and appearances of people had become too familiar by now. The next morning, as the sun rose high, a girl entered and said, Good morning, young hero. The master has asked me to invite you to the celebration dinner tonight. Oh, I thought I would help young hero with dressing and washing up, but it looks like you're already awake. Upon hearing this, Chu Liang turned around in surprise. Thank you for your concern, but I can manage on my own. You may carry on with your work, I'll be there shortly. The maid nodded. All right then, I will take my leave. Her steps made Chu Liang watch her walk away, unable to avert his gaze. The mind was deep in thought. Before attending the banquet tonight, there was something that needed to be confirmed. Going to see Lady Ming, you have never shown yourself before. As the scene unfolded in front of the palace, Chu Liang had already arrived at the door. He took a deep breath and knocked repeatedly. There was a curious response from inside. Who's there? Chu Liang answered gently, This is Chu Liang. I heard that the madam's health is not well, so I specially came to inquire about her condition. However, the madam seemed hesitant. Are you the young Hirochu from the Shushan sect? I'm afraid I can't entertain such an esteemed guest. I appreciate your good intentions, but perhaps it's best for you to return now. Chu Liang, curious, thought to himself. Her attitude was quite different from that of the lord of the Yuanming Outer Division. What exactly is Lady Ming hiding? Chu Liang persisted. I heard from the merchant that you've been bedridden for a long time due to illness. I possess some secret methods from Shushan. Perhaps I can help cure the madam's ailment. I am willing to wait here until the madam is available to meet me. The door began to stir, the sound of a cough growing louder, followed by the distinct sound of footsteps. The door creaked open, revealing the madam's hand. She stepped forward with a posture of grace and spoke. Master Chu, you've waited long. The young master invites you in, and from here on, I leave things to you. In the ladies' room, our sorceress was slowly observing everything. The lamp lit by the lady from below cast a glow, filling the room with light that seemed as though it had not been seen in a long time. The glass of water was placed down forcefully onto the table, causing some water to spill out. As the lady poured tea, she expressed, I must admit, I was a little frightened. Last night, young Hirochu helped us with demon slaying, and today I already feel better. You don't need to trouble yourself any further. Hearing this, Chu Liang nodded, that's good. But the cat spirit from last night also had some things it wanted to ask the lady. Upon hearing this, the lady was surprised, and Yen widened her eyes. Oh, young Hirochu, what do you want to ask? My earlier assessment was just a guess. The cat spirit from last night was quite strange. It was both a wrathful soul and a demon spirit, and it also seemed to be the soul of a newborn. That piqued my curiosity. That's why I wanted to understand why it came to the Ming mansion. The lady seemed to avoid the true reason behind what Chu Liang was about to ask. She responded, Does one need a reason to do evil and harm others? Chu Liang nodded, Yes, one does. If it's a wrathful soul, it needs to find the person who caused its death. If it's a newborn, it would most likely be searching for its mother. But this cat has stayed at the Ming mansion for 3 consecutive days without leaving or causing harm to anyone. It seems like you're looking for something. The words of Chu Liang gradually turned the expression of the madam a shade of purple. She countered with a question, looking for what? Her expression was still engrossed, muttering to herself, I'm also thinking, Yuan Ming Outer Division said your family practices virtue and has never harmed animals, so could it be that it's trying to find its mother? Chu Liang's continuous guesses surrounded the madam, but she was a demonic spirit. Was her mother also a demon? Since the cat appeared, there had been one person in the manor who dared not show themselves, and it seemed that person was only the madam. Right after Chu Liang's accusation, the madam let out a laugh. Haha, young hero Chu really knows how to joke. Am I a demon? Chu Liang paid no attention to the accusation and added, whether you are or not, you'll know if you try. Suddenly, the madam slammed her hand on the table and stood up forcefully. Her face was filled with displeasure, her anger rising. A demonic presence manifested, or it was someone of a high cultivation level using supernatural abilities to reveal themselves. Chu Liang broke into a slight sweat, trying to calm her down. What is that, Lady Ming? If not, let's sit down and continue talking. The continuous thoughts surged through his mind. The manifestation of anger could either be someone with high cultivation using their divine power to show their form, or it could be from a person of relatively lower cultivation. Alternatively, it could be a special magical artifact like the demon revealing mirror, which was extremely rare. Perhaps there was only one in the imperial palace in the human world, and Shushan's sect did indeed possess one, but... The gaze and face of the lady remained tightly furrowed, her expression deep in thought to the extreme. Will the Shushan sect allow a disciple like me to take the demon revealing mirror out on my travels? The lady asked Chu Liang. Do you have the demon revealing mirror? Chu Liang immediately shook his head, denying it. No, it's something similar. Both of them suddenly fell silent, staring at each other in confusion. No sound could disturb this direct confrontation. At the same time, both of them shouted loudly, trying to distract each other. Look over there, what's that? As soon as Chu Liang spoke, he felt that his plan had been seen through, sweat immediately streaming down his face. The young lady too had the same reaction, her face showing no trace of amusement. Once again, they both fell into a state of silence, unable to speak a word. The lady lowered her head and forced a smile. Very well, since it's come to this, I won't waste any more words. Since you entered the room, I've been burning the poison essence in this candle. The purple light that is spreading throughout this room, carried by the scent of the candle, surrounds the body and fills the vastness of my home. If you want the antidote, then leave Ming Mansion quietly and stop meddling. Although Chu Liang was aware of this, he still calmly responded. Lady Ming, if I dared to come, I naturally prepared in advance. Before I entered to meet you, I had already sensed it with every breath I took. I feared that you might be preparing something before I entered, so it won't have any effect on me. When the lady was caught, her expression changed, and in her mind, she complained, I thought I had been very careful, but where did this young man come from with such sharp eyes? Everything was wearing her out, making her think constantly. The lady shouted loudly, Young hero Chu, I have never harmed anyone, I only wish to live peacefully with my husband. If you have completed your task, could you leave now as if nothing happened? Chu Liang replied, his tone firm, Madam, it would not be appropriate for me to just leave like this. The lady gradually bent her body, unable to yield any longer. She made her move. Young hero Chu, why do you have to force me? Indeed, the prediction of my fate was correct. She was attacking ruthlessly, a powerful force of energy surging toward Chu Liang. However, he remained calm, his hand gathering golden spiritual energy, swirling around him. The battle between the two escalated, the sound of swords and blades clashing echoing in the room. The lady's purple spiritual power was released in a steady and dense stream, but Chu Liang leaned back and sliced through it in one sweep. Realizing things weren't going well, she felt her own spiritual power being controlled, causing her great discomfort. Chu Liang quickly wrapped the opponent's purple spiritual power around his sword, pulling it up and dragging her, making it impossible for her to react in time. The spiritual power gradually weakened. Although Chu Liang tried his best, he could only pull the thread of spiritual power, unable to sever it. A retaliatory strike landed directly on the lady's face. The battle situation was still extremely intense, and neither side showed any signs of wanting to stop. Her large, heavy legs advanced ruthlessly, her eyes glaring with annoyance, her body moving relentlessly forward. No matter how aggressive the opponent was, Chu Liang remained calm, his gaze tightly locked in opposition. The woman had already prepared her move, waiting for the right moment to strike Chu Liang's face. However, he was no fool. He dodged lightly as the lady fell forward. The red thread in Chu Liang's hand was now about to make its appearance. Chu Liang made use of every movement of the thread, sending it hurtling forward. This time, the target was the lady's waist. As she turned her head to check, she froze in terror, her mouth opening in fear. The lady tried to twist and turn with all her might to dodge the strike. Yet, Chu Liang's move remained poised, ready to strike at any moment. She sensed that things were going awry and anxiously shouted in panic. "This isn't good, this thread is too strange." The thread wrapped tightly around her twisting body. Not only that, but it also became unbearably hot, lifting her body high before dropping her down painfully. The lady was upset, reproaching without words. You. What do you want to do?" Chu Liang's gaze darkened, as if he did not want to respond. That very expression also terrified the lady. She spoke, calling out, "Kill me." Chu Liang replied, wait a moment. "My lady, I didn't mean that." The lady's tears streamed down, her voice trembling. "You don't want to kill me? Then what do you want? I thought you were a disciple of the righteous sect, but now it seems. I never expected this." At that moment, Yuan Ming rushed in. "Lady, was there a disturbance just now? Are you all right?" He saw the ropes and froze in shock, especially when he saw the savior of his family tying his wife. He couldn't believe it. "Lady, young hero Chu, am I interrupting something?" Chu Liang immediately affirmed, "No, you're arriving at just the right time." Yuan Ming, stepping in, gaped in disbelief. "You too, what's going on?" "It seems I arrived at the wrong time. As long as the lady is happy, I can accept it." Chu Liang stood still, confused by what the other person was saying. Was he denying it? Yuan Ming looked up. Do you want the two of us, husband and wife?" Chu Liang stood in a tense situation, shouting, "Enough, everyone, quiet down for a moment. Yuan Ming Outer Division, I truly didn't mean it like this. Here, this rope, take it in your hand, and please help Lady Ming stand up first." Yuan Ming Outer Division followed the command, helping his wife to her feet, muttering, "Young hero Chu, although I don't know what exactly happened, could you please untie my wife first?" Chu Liang tried to explain, "Yuan Ming Outer Division, please listen to me first, the truth will be revealed later. The rope tied around Lady Ming's body cannot be undone right now, because Lady Ming is a demon." Yuan Ming Outer Division could hardly believe his ears, repeating the words, "Is Our Lady a monster?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible, don't slander her," Chu Liang said as he reached into his own body, muttering, "Yuan Ming Outer Division, if you don't believe me, I can show you a way to reveal her true form." Hearing this, Lady Ming immediately refused in fear, "No need." She pulled away from her husband's embrace and apologized, "Dear, actually, I've always been too afraid to tell you the truth." Yuan Ming Outer Division stared in disbelief, unable to accept what was happening right in front of him. Dark energy was swirling around the woman he had trusted all these years, and she had finally admitted that she was indeed a demon. The face of Yuan Ming Outer Division was filled with torment and anguish, scarred and twisted. He still tried to hold his wife tightly. How could this be? "You are so gentle and kind-hearted. Even if you love me, you wouldn't care." The lady's gaze lifted, her voice soft. "Who says that love always leads to evil? My parents and elder brother and I once lived in a mountain outside the city. Even though it was love, we never dared to harm anyone. We lived this way for nearly 100 years, until one day I met you." "That's right, it was you. You definitely don't remember. Who would remember saving a cat on the mountain over 20 years ago?" After hearing the lady's story, Yuan Ming Outer Division gradually recalled the cat trap that year it was her. The lady continued to explain. At that time, I had not yet perfected my cultivation, and often encountered wild wolves on the mountain. Every time I fought them, it was hard to escape. One day, when I was running near the forest, I was caught in a trap set by humans. I thought I would never see my parents and elder brother again when a young man passing by saved me. Yuanming Outer Division helped his wife up, his gaze filled with joy and nostalgia. I remember, when I was young, one day I wasn't in the mood to study, so I skipped school. I often went to the mountain to play and saved a very cute cat. I wanted to take it home to my sister, but as soon as I removed the trap, it ran away. The lady added. After that, I focused on my cultivation. 10 years later, I was able to transform. This is when one truly understands the art of becoming a person. Even my elder brother doesn't dare to tell me. I was eager to enter the city to have some fun, not expecting to meet you under the rain. You have grown up, but you still look the same as before. Yuanming Outer Division tightly held his wife's shoulders and expressed, I thought that was our first meeting, but I didn't know it was the second. After that, it felt like entering Mystic Dream, where we fell in love and eventually married. I truly couldn't believe it. Life could be so happy for a human being, until the day I carried the child. Yuanming Outer Division was surprised, as if he had never known his wife. Could she really be pregnant? She replied affirmatively, husband, of course, I can. I just didn't dare, because I have no way to perform the transformation technique. I am carrying a demon child. Once this child is born, my identity will be exposed. That's why I secretly went to my mother's house. The wife's face was covered in sweat as she recalled. In fact, she had secretly entered the mountains and lost the child. Yuanming Outer Division embraced his wife tightly and reassured her, my lady, so what if you are a demon? I've told you many times that it doesn't matter to me. Over the years, our bond has grown so deep. It's not just because you are a demon that it could be considered an obstacle. Hearing her husband's heartfelt words, the wife couldn't stop sobbing. Husband, in this lifetime, if I can have 10 years of fate with you, I will be content. But it seems our fate is only meant to go this far. I never expected our child to become a vengeful spirit, and it is because of this that my secret has been exposed. Upon reflection, this must be karmic retribution. The lady approached Chu Liang's position and said, you may kill or chop me as you please. Yuanming Outer Division shouted to stop her, no, madam, you're mistaken. If there is any karmic retribution, let me bear it on your behalf. Yuanming Outer Division knelt close to Chu Liang and pleaded, young hero Chu, I am willing to offer all my wealth to you in exchange for sparing the lives of my wife and me. Please, I beg you, spare my wife. Chu Liang observed the scene, deep in thought. It was never easy for a demon to survive in the human world. A single strike to kill a demon was entirely reasonable. Moreover, killing the demon could yield valuable rewards from the White Tower. However, if he spared her and took Yuanming Outer Division's wealth, it would also be a good choice. For a mortal, accumulating such wealth over generations was no small feat. But in such a situation, no matter the choice, it was a difficult one. Yet, Chu Liang's expression darkened. He sighed deeply and looked into the teary eyes of Yuanming Outer Division and his wife. In his mind, he silently thought, forget it, using over a decade of time in exchange for a lifetime, I am willing. Has Chu Liang turned into some kind of sorcerer? I told you from the very beginning that you misunderstood. Do I look like some great sage who enjoys beating snakes, with a dragon tattoo on my chest and great majestic heavenly dragon coming out of my mouth? The Yuanming Outer Division looked bewildered, and even the lady seemed just as confused. The binding light around her slowly faded away. Chu Liang explained, using the demon binding rope was the last resort. I couldn't explain to the lady why I was here while detoxifying the man at the same time. You've all heard clearly, if Lady Ning truly hasn't harmed anyone, then both of you should follow me back to the mountain gate. Bringing you along isn't to hurt you, it's to request a title conferment for Lady Ming. Chu Liang suddenly asked in return, Madam, do you really want the Yuanming Outer Division and your husband to lose everything? That question left the couple momentarily frozen. Chu Liang added, "If you return with me to Shushan, I will request a title conferment for you." The lady's eyes lit up with joy. "A title conferment? I agree, I'm more than willing." "Young hero, are you telling the truth?" Despite the lady's radiant expression, her husband looked stunned and haggard, as though lightning was striking through every part of his body. "Madam, do you no longer need me?" Hearing this, the lady paused in thought. She clenched her fists in anger. Though she didn't know exactly what her husband was thinking, she could feel he had misunderstood something, and that made her furious. Young hero Chu had just mentioned the request for a title. For monsters like us, it's a very normal thing. I have never told my husband about my true identity, so he might not understand these matters clearly. Yuan Ming from the outer division wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, "Ah, I see. Then, madam, please go on." The madam tried to explain, the title request, unlike the stories of monsters hiding from humans in folktales, is not about monsters asking for concealment. Instead, it's an ancient practice where monsters are given a title, and what's better is that it designates a title for benevolent monsters. When the Gua Mansion is in operation, they request that the monster reveal its true form and provide a title, allowing the monster to live freely in the human cities within the kingdom, much like granting it a household registration. Someone patted their shoulder and asked, "Why does your young one look like he wants to run away when seeing us? Give me a valid title already." As for the monsters without titles, they are considered a blemish. "Are you telling me that you don't have a title deed either? Hee, I won't hide it from you anymore. Brother has been with you for some time now, and the trouble earlier with the monster was just to lower your guard. Once a cultivator discovers that a wild demon has infiltrated the human tribe, the monster could be killed. The master was always so cautious before, and I can stay here for a while." The voice from outside the door continued to rise, and the lady would visit whenever it was convenient for her, mainly out of fear of her true identity being discovered. The imperial decree of the demon authority was held only by the human kingdom's royal family and the Nine Heavens Immortal sect. The Nine Heavens Immortal sect stood at the highest echelon, and lesser demons, whose cultivation was inadequate, had no opportunity to approach it actively. In comparison to the Nine Heavens Immortal sect, the Ten Realms Immortal sect, being at a different level, did not have the authority to issue decrees for demons. Speaking of these decrees, for demons, it was a difficult matter. The human kingdom was currently under the rule of a martial dynasty, having been established for 600 years, and was now in its period of prosperous peace. Every demon living within the human city could potentially become a disaster for this period of peace. Those not of our kin would certainly harbor different thoughts, not to mention the demon race like ours. Whether from the royal court or the Nine Heavens Immortal sect, the power to issue such decrees was essentially an acknowledgement of the demon's existence. If the demon caused chaos, the one who issued the decree would bear the consequences. Even if a disciple from the Nine Heavens Immortal sect had the power, they could issue decrees for the more benevolent demons. However, it was rare for them to engage in such troublesome matters. When encountering demons who had not been granted a decree, indifferent to good or evil, they would simply exterminate the demons without hesitation. Fortunately, this time young Hero Chu discovered my true identity, and young Hero Chu was willing to confer a title upon me, which is a great favor to me. This great kindness, little demon cannot repay. I can only bow my head in gratitude to young master and thank young Hero Chu for being willing to help both my wife and me. Chu Liang awkwardly waved it off. "You two don't need to be so polite." The Yuanming Outer Division once again insisted, "Young hero, in order to express our gratitude for saving us, I am willing to offer all the property and assets of the Ming family. Please accept them." Chu Liang declined. "It's better to leave it, there are still many people in your family who need to take care of the business. If you give everything to me, what will Lady Ming and you do? Will you have to live under the open sky?" The lady continued, "My husband is just a mortal, please do not blame him. The worldly things are certainly not of interest to you, but I am willing to offer Xiao Tao and Xiao Lan as your handmaids. They both have much primaline energy, which is very beneficial for dual cultivation. I am confident in the training of these handmaids." I, the demon, had to refuse. "Lady Ming, I am still very young and cannot fully understand what you are saying. Having finished the business at the Ming Mansion, my wife and I returned to the Mountain Gate. The request for Lady Ming's conferment went smoothly, but within the Shushan sect, as a minor disciple, I do not have the authority to confer a title for a monster. This matter requires the Grandmaster to personally handle it. Grandmaster patted his chest, praising me excessively this time for handling the matter of the Ming Mansion. As for the event after the ritual of the appointment, with him overseeing it, even Tong Tianfeng did not dare to be negligent. While cultivating, voices continuously rang out. Not daring, you all work diligently for the sake of the center, don't bother me. Phoenix Empress Uncle Master still reassured the disciple. The disciple would never spoil your plans. After the soul searching and numerous other processes, it was confirmed that Lady Ming had never harmed anyone, was indeed a monster, yet she had no intent of causing chaos. With the procedure completed, Lady Ming successfully obtained the official decree from the Shushan sect and joyfully returned home with him. From then on, she also regularly visited Shushan to pay respects, and even received the technique of travel-based positioning. On another side, Xu Liang entered the small room, lost in the world of his own achievements. The space inside the White Tower gradually manifested before him, a large iron cage imprisoning something. Xu Liang happily murmured. Recently, every demon-slaying mission has grown much more powerful. I never expected that this time, the cat soul transforming into corn could open up such a valuable thing. He pressed a button, and a golden wave of spiritual power emerged. Xu Liang, surprised, held the object in his hand. This was from the Spirit Vine Alchemy Hall. If the talisman was recited, it would summon a protective aura for the cat soul, making the body agile and swift for a full moment. If by habit one unconsciously licks the palm of their hand, it's just a normal occurrence and there's no need to panic. The talisman, this is the first time acquiring such a talisman, and by refining the small spider, one could even open up a magical item. The cat soul is stronger than that spider, why would it open such a one-time use item? Never mind, if it is a one-time use item, its power must be higher. When it's time to use it, it will definitely have a very high effect. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and Xu Liang, puzzled, wondered, what's going on outside? He tightly closed his eyes to focus. Something entered, carrying a basket full of letters. This was the 7-star messenger technique used by the seer sect to announce important news. Xu Liang was surprised and noted, "Huh? The designated monthly magazine from the cultivation world has arrived." In the 9 Heavens Immortal sect, there is a sect called the Heavenly Void Pavilion. The Heavenly Void Pavilion is a school specialized in divination, the sect closest to the heavenly principles in the world. Although not skilled in combat, it is highly respected by great powers and is ranked among the 9 Heavens Immortal sect, which is the clearest proof. This sect is chaotic and noisy. That donkey dared to compete with me for Madam Master, the wise elder. Although this could be predicted, senior brother, be quiet, be careful not to be discovered. The business of Heavenly Void Pavilion is to collect the strange stories that circulate through the martial world of the human realm, and each month, a new issue of the 7-star forecast is released. For centuries, the 7-star forecast from Heavenly Void Pavilion has been well known far and wide. People often talk about it in whispers. I've watched this from when I was young. This 7-star forecast is indeed fascinating. After reading it, my joints don't hurt anymore. From the 9 heavens and 10 earths to the children in the city, everyone was discussing it eagerly. The scroll was gradually lifted and brought to the right spot in front of Xu Liang. He expressed his gratitude. Xu Liang read aloud while muttering, "Let me see what's happening in the moon cultivation realm. Anyway, I'm about to descend the mountain and wander the world, so I can't pay much attention to the movements in the mountain gate. Every victory brings many changes, and there may be specific articles detailing each event to make it easier to follow. Most of the occurrences involve those who are ranked lower. The ones at the top are the treasures of heaven and earth, and in nearly 100 years, few have emerged. Such people are ranked first, and they will forever be the demon-suppressing pagoda, a divine artifact of the human realm. Such a pity. Xu Liang appeared somewhat confused, his face contorted in an unreadable expression, and he silently thought to himself, the tears of the Shushan sect from that era could be recorded in the nine heavens, even standing at the top among the immortal sects, becoming the ones who hold the righteous path of the human realm. All of this exists because of the demon suppressing pagoda. But 500 years ago, due to a catastrophic event, Shushan lost this supreme artifact. This led to the weakening of the sect. Later, up until today, the Ten Realms Immortal sect has gained several layers of advantage and has surpassed Shushan's sect in terms of strength and capability. The criticism of Shushan's sect in the Nine Heavens has grown louder and louder. Forget it, don't think about these things anymore. Let's continue reading the main content. The second record of myriad treasures has appeared, the ancient and peerless seven-star sword, capable of leaving the mountain and crossing the sea, its current power residing in the heavenly void pavilion. Xu Liang, with his scarred face, muttered, so troublesome, the first artifact only has one name. Upon reaching the heavenly void pavilion, the magical powers begin to grow stronger, and the effects increase by several levels. But heavenly void pavilion does not fight for supremacy, nor does it participate in the struggles of the martial world. The seven-star sword has never been used. The record mentions one time it was drawn, during the awakening of a monstrous beast sect a century ago. It attacked the Heavenly Void Pavilion, and that day, at the Heavenly Void Pavilion, a single sword strike was worth hundreds of seven-star swords, suppressing the beast. Another strike, a kind of sword aura, appeared like a rainbow, sweeping away 3 demon cultivators, and with a final movement of the sword, it wiped out 300 demon beasts, completely exterminating the beast sect. Is the omnipotent divine sword truly that terrifying? But according to the legend of the Heavenly Void Pavilion, each time the seven-star sword is used, a tremendous price must be paid. This only made Xu Liang even more curious, racking his brains. There was a secret within, so it naturally wouldn't be written down for outsiders to see. Xu Liang lightly traced a line with his arm, and an item appeared. The record of myriad treasures, third-level heavenly Bagua realm, a scene of the 8 trigrams of heaven, with a profound and wondrous Tao that connects to the divine. It currently belonged to Mist Hidden Immortal Mountain. Mist Hidden Immortal Mountain was one of the 9 heavens, possessing the heavenly Bagua mirror, a legendary ancient artifact from the celestial realm that had drifted down. It was said in the martial world that the reason the heavenly Bagua mirror ranked below the seven-star sword was because the record of myriad treasures was written by the Heavenly Void Pavilion. The treasures of heaven and earth could not be separated too far from real life. Observing these illusory realms held little meaning. With another snap of his fingers, Xu Liang summoned again. Xu Liang's eyes widened as he said, "Wait a minute, this treasure looks familiar. I feel like I've seen it before." He kept muttering to himself. The treasure turned this way and that as he tried to get a better look. Xu Liang seemed on the verge of recognition, and firmly stated, "So it's this one." The record of myriad treasures, 57th level golden spirit blood jade, an ancient divine emperor could transform into or condense a body from it. When worn, it could warm and nourish both body and soul, enhancing one's spiritual and physical form. With extraordinary divine powers, it could augment one's abilities. It currently belonged to the sect master of Shushan. Xu Liang confidently nodded. "All right, no wonder it looks so familiar. Now I remember, I've never actually seen the appearance of golden spirit blood jade before. It's an alluring appearance. Whether it has any potential or not, in my impression, that's the true appearance of golden spirit blood jade. So, the most coveted treasure in the world is actually this close to me? Currently, the record of myriad treasures isn't providing much useful information. Let's check out a few entries from the 9 provinces Wind and Cloud Chronicle first. It seems that the positive energy accumulated since last month is no small matter. As Xu Liang read on, he was left speechless. The Mist-Hidden Immortal Mountain's Grandmaster, 9 Rights Immortal, had emerged from seclusion and fought a fierce battle with Han Lushan. The left and right guardians of the Ming Wang sect had directly killed by Yin Wang, while the purple golden monkey was severely wounded and managed to escape. The Ming Wang sect, as the leaders of the demonic path, had grown stronger in recent years and seemed to be plotting a return. This time, 9 Rights Immortal acted boldly, delivering a powerful blow to the Ming Wang sect. However, it remains to be seen how that mysterious sect leader of the Ming Wang sect would respond. Alright, let's revisit these updates. The 3 tasks in the 10 land sects. Recently, a female disciple named Luo Zhao has appeared. This person operates in the southern region, using ruthless tactics. In just a month, she has massacred 3 evil sects. 3 Absolute Valley was originally based on the 3 unique and supreme positions of the witchcraft Gu Poison, belonging to a neutral faction. Luo Zhao has become so ruthless, it is unclear whether her fellow disciples fear her or not. The 9 Provinces Wind and Cloud Chronicle also has one last piece of information related to Shushan. Shushan's Yujin Feng Master Feng Wang Xianling had just killed a dragon in Donghai the other day, causing danger to the fishing boats. Shushan Yu Jianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as Chu Liang muttered under his breath, "Grandmasters have always been displeased with Yu Jianfeng's leader." I suddenly have an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Chu Liang's premonition had never been wrong. A loud noise accompanied by a fierce burst of light flashed. The master, walking while shouting loudly, said, "I'm going out for a few days, take good care of yourself." Chu Liang observed and assessed the situation. Indeed, with the Grandmaster's temperament, if Wang Xianling made a move, it would be unusual for him to just sit idly by. If not for worrying about the Grandmaster's safety, the ecosystem in Donghai is nothing. The Grandmaster is very powerful. Chu Liang raised his tired arm, and the timing seemed right. It was time to head to the Sword Exchange Pavilion to accept a new mission. A new scene appeared, and Chu Liang moved through the serene landscape, yet his mouth couldn't stop talking. Taking advantage of the time on the road, he continued to read the 7 Stars report from before. Finally, it was time for the most popular martial world anecdote that everyone loved to hear. Compared to the seriousness of 9 Provinces Wind and Cloud Chronicle, this remains a tale of the martial world, yet the story of the Bagua is even more captivating to people. The emperor of the Wu dynasty had inspected the Shanglong library. During this time, he also intended to arrange a marriage contract for his daughter, Princess Jing Yang, and the top disciple of the academy, Zhang Shen. Although Zhang Shen had refused, the reason he gave was, "Your Majesty, matters of the heart will affect one's studies." The Shanglong Library is the premier Confucianism library in the world, supported by the imperial court, and ranks first or second among the 10 land sects. Zhang Shen, as the president of the Shanglong Library, had a future that was wide open, whether he chose to focus on cultivation or join the imperial court. This refusal, however, has made his future a bit more uncertain. Concerns over his daughter's marriage were not only held by the emperor. The fortress master of Thunder Fortress in the 10 land sects also sent out word, offering tenfold the usual rewards to find a husband for his only daughter, Huangling heir. Among the young heroes in the 9 Provinces Wind and Cloud Chronicle, no one dared to accept. The reason no one dared to accept was that Huangling heir had already made a stern declaration: if you wish to marry her, your cultivation level must surpass hers. Would you want to become dragon food on your first day in the martial world? Chu Liang responded with a judgmental remark, "Oh, this Huangling heir truly has a strong personality." Are there any rumors about Shushan in the martial world as well? This month, Zhang Xianzi from Shushan, Zhang Yubai, was captured and is spending the night with Feng Chaoyang of the Tianwang sect at the Jiangnan Moon Pavilion. Suspicions of a romantic relationship arose. While the Heavenly Void Pavilion didn't fabricate any stories to stir up trouble, could the two of them not be subject to speculation before they officially confirmed their relationship? The noise was incessant. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhang Jiang could never be taken away by that vile person from the Tianwang sect. Zhang Xianzi, please save us, leave your love behind at Shushan sect. Another humble girl spoke up. You all like Zhang Xianzi, but there's no need to lower Feng Chaoyang's reputation. He's someone who works hard and is virtuous, he's an ideal figure in the mortal world. Exactly. He became the strongest force of the Tianwang sect at just 19 years old. How can you all compete with that? When will you ever catch up to someone else's half? As Chu Liang moved, he thought to himself, this might just be the dissonance between people who are fundamentally different from each other. I feel like they're too noisy. I'll go buy some necessary supplies first and then change tasks at the sword exchange pavilion. Shu Liang only had a mere 20 coins on him, not enough to purchase any secret scrolls from the Guardian Hall. As for the flying sword from the sword transmission hall, it wasn't worth mentioning. In the blink of an eye, Shu Liang stood before the Elixir Cauldron Hall. To him, this was the only place where he had enough money to use, there was no other choice. Shu Liang's hand was full of money, having spent 20 coins he had worked so hard to earn. The humble girl handed it over. Thank you for your consideration, this is the medicine from Junior Brother. Thank you, sister. Shu Liang pondered. He had bought 4 spirit-gathering pills, which he urgently needed for the Divine Will realm. Although his sword coins were all spent, he could still use them on the sword's edge. These pills would provide vital support, and soon he would be able to break through to the intermediate stage of the Divine Will realm. Compared to other disciples, he could trade all his sword coins for pills. This was quite a good deal. The steps in completing the demon-slaying mission could not be delayed. With the White Tower in hand, he had to make good use of it. For a while, Shu Liang wandered around the main hall of the Sword Exchange Pavilion in confusion. He walked back and forth, his mind constantly considering whether this mission was worth the effort that Old Shin had invested in selecting the right tasks. At certain moments, it seemed that he might face some difficulties. The task board for the Divine Will realm was indeed overwhelming. The voices echoed in Shu Liang's ears, offering lucrative rewards for tasks like picking the Jade Essence flower. One task was particularly enticing, lacking one person from the Divine Will realm. A Golden Core Stage senior brother was leading the team, ensuring safety. You want to pick the Jade Essence flower? You're short one person from the Divine Will realm. The call attracted Shu Liang's attention. The announcer spoke continuously, you may pass by and ignore it, but you cannot make the wrong choice. The team mission is to gather the Jade Essence flower. Our team is harmonious and luxurious, offering generous treatment. Brothers in arms, please come and have a look. Shu Liang tried to imagine the Jade Essence flower, his face contorting in confusion. The surrounding chatter grew louder and more persistent. The mission is to pick the Jade Essence flower, a flower with a human face. We have a senior brother at the Golden Core Stage leading the team. The trip to Jinnan Mountain will last for 3 days, but we are still short one companion in the Divine Will realm. Once we have gathered enough people, we will set off immediately. Shu Liang felt a bit perplexed, wondering, Jinnan Mountain, huh? 14 missions with a large number of people, there are usually wild beasts, demon binding ropes, and slaying hundreds of demons. The more people required to complete the mission, the harder it becomes. The higher the difficulty, the more monsters there will be. The more monsters, that means it's a mission with many monsters, which means this is a good mission. Shu Liang was getting very excited about this new mission. I want to join this mission with them. He stepped forward and said, hello, everyone, may I join this mission? The others began to take notice of Shu Liang. Their eyes were fixed on him as they thought, this junior brother has a sharp eye. He managed to gather enough people so quickly. A senior brother ran over, grabbed Shu Liang's hand, and said enthusiastically, welcome, welcome. At a glance, I can tell this brother in arms has experience. It's great that you've decided to join us. Upon receiving this warm welcome, Shu Liang had his own thoughts. Although he didn't know these fellow disciples well, everyone seemed very enthusiastic. Even though the disciples of Shu Shan were as close as family, with no distance between them, the whole team gathered and began distributing. Come on, everyone, take your mission tokens. The senior brother kept throwing his arm around Shu Liang's shoulder and reminded him. The mission's been assigned. Now, let's go and analyze as we walk. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Lin Bei. How do the brothers in arms here prefer to address each other? Shu Liang turned his head and introduced himself. Lin senior brother, I am Shu Liang. Shu Liang bowed to the senior brothers and junior sisters, asking how everyone preferred to address one another. Another figure responded with an introduction. "Junior brother, you're too polite. I'm Fong Ding. If you don't mind, you can call me Fong Senior Brother. The person next to me is Sister TZ Ching, she's our treasure. The person behind me is Lu Rin Junior Brother. Although we and Chu Junior Brother don't belong to the same sect, we're all disciples of Shu Shan, so there's no need for any distance between us." Lin Senior Brother continued to drape his arm around Chu Liang and pulled him along. "Now that we've all introduced ourselves, let's head out." After walking for a while, they finally arrived at Yujian Feng. Lin's Senior Brother asked, "By the way, Chu Junior Brother, we are all disciples of Yujian Feng, but I don't know where you're from?" Shu Liang replied, "I am a disciple of Yujian Feng." At that moment, a strange black aura suddenly emanated from the surroundings, and everyone who had been moving froze in place. Lu Rin's Senior Brother began sweating profusely, while Lin's Senior Brother's eyes widened in shock. The little sister who was with them couldn't hide the emotions on her face either. Fong's Senior Brother stood frozen for a few seconds. There was one truth that the disciples of Shu Shan were as close as family, but Yujian Feng was the one exception. The five sword cultivation peaks of Shu Shan had always been interconnected, but for a time, the two masters of Feng were at odds like fire and water. The leader of Yujian Feng, Wang Xianling, was the head of Zhu Feng, a person with a stubborn and willful character, taking matters into his own hands. The Phoenix Empress of Yujian Feng was a young woman of exceptional talent, who had never been one to easily bow to others. These two, whenever they met, could never avoid a confrontation. Before anything, the two grandmasters needed to clarify the matter. A disciple of Yujian Feng would naturally comply. Especially recently, the bet between Wang Xianling and the Phoenix Empress had spread throughout Shu Shan, and Yujian Feng was bound to become the enemy of all Yujian Feng disciples. Everyone felt awkward when caught in a difficult situation, but only Lin's Senior Brother remained calm, thinking things through in his mind. If I were to suddenly back off, that wouldn't really make sense. I had been so enthusiastic about Yujian Feng's little cat before, so suddenly changing my attitude now wouldn't be quite appropriate, right? With hundreds of fellow disciples at Shu Shan, why did I have to face this sword wind today? Lin's Senior Brother's laugh rang out loudly. Shu Liang froze, not understanding what the person next to him was preparing to do. Despite the shock of the other brothers in arms, Lin's Senior Brother continued his conversation with Chu Liang as usual. "I heard that Yujian Feng only has one disciple. And now we meet again today. Well, it's really quite the coincidence." "Yes, truly a coincidence." Lin's Senior Brother even looked back and spoke as if to remind the other brothers in arms. "Anyway, we've already taken on the mission. We should set off early." The others murmured in agreement. Lin Junior Brother made a good point. The mission tokens had already been received, and they couldn't back out now. It seemed there was really no other option left. Fong's Senior Brother muttered to himself, "Forget it." Although the little sister still refuses to accept it, Yujian Feng has such great animosity toward us. Fong Brother then calmed down. "Su's sister, this mission will be a bit troublesome, but it's just something we'll have to deal with." Su's sister stubbornly retorted, "Who knows, maybe Yujian Feng's Senior Brother isn't such a good person after all." They all stepped forward at the same time, but the air was cold, gloomy, and unbearably bleak. Senior Brother Lin was afraid Chu Liang might be lost in thought, so he tried to calm him down. Chu Junior Brother, we are all close comrades in arms of Hai Feng, as you know. So, it's inevitable that the reactions from the Senior Brother and Junior Sister might be like this, but even so, Chu Liang didn't mind too much. It's fine, Chu Liang replied. As long as there's a monster to fight, it's good enough." Mr. Lin began to steer the conversation toward an analysis. Chu Junior Brother is right. We are all disciples of Shu Shan, and our true duty is to exterminate evil and protect the principles of the Tao. Now, let me explain the details of the mission and everyone's role. First is our team leader, Fong's Senior Brother, who is at the early stage of the Golden Core level. With Fang's senior brother leading this mission, safety is definitely guaranteed. After hearing this, Shu Liang muttered with curiosity, "Golden core stage, huh?" Now that I think about it, Fang's senior brother's swordsmanship, both his bracelet and sword, are quite different from ours. It seems really powerful. Mr. Lin immediately responded, "A senior brother at the Golden Core stage must be incredibly powerful. Just being in the divine will realm is already a level above us, but that's the boundary between humans and the earth. Most cultivators spend their entire lives without breaking through that level. We're still far from the Golden Core stage. Besides, Su Ziqing, the little girl, we are all accompanying her here because this is her first time coming down the mountain for a mission. Her brother, the great senior brother of Yu Jianfeng, Ciz Yang, is currently in seclusion, so it's us who brought her down the mountain." Shu Liang was stunned when he heard the name Ciz Yang. This name was already well known. Shu Shan had been weakening in recent years, but the number of outstanding disciples in the sect couldn't compare to the other sects in the Nine Heavens Immortal sect. If we talk about our generation, the most influential figures, the ones with the most fame, are Jiang Yubai and Ciz Yang, those two. Lin's senior brother laughed heartily. To be mentioned alongside someone as famous as Jiang Yubai, senior brother of our Yu Jianfeng, we must have some reputation. But speaking of it, all the disciples in the early stage of Divine Will Realm and Shu Shan sect, like Su Ziqing, our first task is always to find senior brothers and senior sisters with more experience to lead the team and complete the mission. And Chu Junior brother, you're the only cat in Yu Jianfeng, right? On your first mission, did you go looking for a senior brother or senior sister to guide you? Shu Liang answered, still dazed. "Ha! I've always completed the missions alone, eliminating demons." Lin's senior brother widened his eyes, incredulous at what he had just heard. Alone? Completing a demon extermination mission alone? That's not normal. Shu Liang awkwardly scratched his head. Isn't it normal to do it alone? Then I must be normal, right? Mr. Lin still insisted. First, you should do the mission in a group. Only when you reach the middle or late stage of Divine Will Realm can you start doing missions solo. Shu Liang stood there, lost in thought. It seemed there was some logic to it. Taking on a task alone was not only strange but also time-consuming, and there weren't many tasks available. If he wanted to take on more tasks, especially ones involving monster slaying, he would need to form a team for long-term collaboration. It seemed that next time, he would need to join a group in order to take on more missions. Mr. Lin turned to ask a question. It seems like junior brother Chu still has a lot of questions about team missions. Well, if we have the chance, we can continue working together next time. Shu Liang declined. This incident was just a coincidence. If you come looking for me again next time, aren't you afraid that senior brother and junior brother in the sect will end up beating you to death? Mr. Lin shook his head. It won't go that far. I, Lin Bei, simply enjoy making new friends. Mr. Lin then remembered something and said, I almost forgot to introduce the rest of the group. Lu Ren, like us, is at the early stage of the body and mind realm. As for the rest of the team members, that's the basic introduction. The location for our mission this time will be outside the Jinnan mountain range. Though there will be some monsters guarding the area, with Fang's senior brother leading us, the process shouldn't be too difficult. We'll just have to coordinate with Fang's senior brother when the time comes. Then came the goal of this mission, to venture deeper into the outskirts of the mountain range and, if possible, gather the jade essence flowers that were currently in bloom. Above is the general situation of this mission. As for the specific action plan, we can discuss it on the way. Shu Liang received the detailed instructions and replied, Thank you, Senior Brother Lin, for the explanation. I have understood most of the mission details. Is this a wilderness forest with many monsters living in it? Quite remarkable. The scene shifts to the edge of the Tong Tian Peak. Su's sister is doing something that causes her spiritual power to rise, flinging her arms, causing light to erupt. The burst of light is so powerful that it affects the surroundings. A bird is flying closer, getting nearer and nearer to the group. The bird's feet land heavily, shaking the ground. The sound of its call is full of cuteness, cuckoo. Chu Liang, witnessing this, was stunned and speechless. They are all at the early stage of divine sense realm. Right now, I'm so broke that I can't even afford 2 coins. This little girl can actually raise such a big spirit beast, truly impressive. Su's sister climbed onto the bird and called out, Fong senior brother, Lu senior brother, Lin senior brother, hurry up, we're setting off. Su's sister turned her head sharply and thought to herself, that nasty Eugene phone, I won't bother calling you up. Su's sister's gaze locked onto Chu Liang, causing him to think, this rich little girl keeps looking at me like this, I might want to sit on that convenient bird mount after all. Mr. Lin, with his hospitable demeanor, spoke, Chu junior brother, over here, please. And so, everyone continued moving. The next destination was Mount Jinnan, as they set off down the demon-slaying mountain. The 12 of them were lost in thought as they made their way forward. During the long flight, as far as the sword was concerned, even though their speed was fast, when in high spirits, standing atop the mountain and swinging their swords was both agile and graceful. Though it was flying with the sword, to ordinary onlookers, it still appeared quite beautiful. However, the person involved was both tired and cold, looking rather disheveled. At this moment, if there were something to nourish them with, it would indeed be a real blessing. Mr. Lin suddenly turned his head and spoke, Shubro, we are almost at the edge of Mount Jinnan now. This mountain lies at the border between the southern region and central Earth, stretching 800 meters in length. If you look down from above, you'll see that it divides into 2 areas. Among them, the towering mountains, deep valleys, and vast forests are expansive, with no telling how many evil spirits and strange monsters reside there. Even the strongest dare not venture deep inside. But don't worry, Shubro. This time, we're heading to a location just outside the Jinnan area. A small corner of the forest, it isn't really all that dangerous. It is believed that the human-faced jade flower here is actually a pair of flowers that grow side by side. A senior from Shushan encountered it before, but at that time, it had not yet matured, and they couldn't pick it, so they left this task to the Sword Exchange Pavilion. It looks like, with the flowering season arriving today, it's up to us to complete this mission. Chu Lian listened for a while and became somewhat frustrated. He thought to himself, senior brother Lin is a bit too loud. It's been giving me a headache. It seems like ever since I met him, he has been talking non-stop. It feels like if he stops, he would get uncomfortable. My mind is starting to feel like it's about to explode. Could it be? Mr. Lin's voice still didn't stop, and it was so gentle that Chu Liang's ears felt like they were about to split. In the end, he concluded, senior brother Lin doesn't seem like a particularly enthusiastic person, he's just someone who talks a lot. Alright then, the 3 people in front of him could sit so far apart. Could it be that they aren't isolating me, but isolating Lin Bei instead? Half an hour later, everyone had safely landed. Senior brother Fong began to speak. Everyone, there are many monsters inside Jinnan Mountain. We must absolutely avoid flying too high. From here on, we will be walking into the mountain. This forest is full of tricky plants and there are many miasmas during the day, so we need to hold our breath and move forward. For now, our vital energy will not be replenished, so we must control ourselves when taking action. I need to preserve my cultivation level. Therefore, the task of clearing the path ahead will be handled by Lu Ren, Lin Bei, and Chu Liang, with each of you taking turns. Any objections? Lin Bei suddenly fell silent, deep in thought. Although this forest has many miasmas, those who have reached the divine will realm should have no problem dealing with it as their blood and energy flow smoothly. A long period without breathing is not a problem, but if one cannot exchange air, they cannot replenish their vital essence. In such cases, everyone's vital energy becomes restricted and very precious. However, if one encounters cunning herbs or obstacles on the path, someone must take the initiative to clear the way. Fong's senior brother is the one with the highest cultivation level, and he needs to preserve his vital essence to deal with any unexpected situations. He cannot afford to waste his energy on minor issues along the way. Su's sister, on the other hand, has the weakest cultivation level and is descending the mountain for the first time, so she will certainly be protected in the middle. The task of clearing the way will be shared among the three of us. Fong's senior brother's arrangement is reasonable and justifiable. Suddenly, Zhu Liang spoke up loudly, "Everyone, I have some thoughts about the plan to clear the way." Fong brother frowned when he saw Zhu Liang had an opinion. Lu Ren thought to himself, feeling uneasy about Yu Jianfeng. Could it be that this Yu Jianfeng intends to suggest something insidious? Zhu Liang admits that the task of clearing the way and eliminating the evil is something I can handle on my own. There is no need for any changes. Everyone else present froze. They had not expected that in this deep forest, where demonic cultivators and evil creatures were rampant, and where vital essence could not be replenished, they would still be unsure of the dangers that might lie ahead. Logically speaking, no one could predict what unexpected risks might arise. The more vital essence one preserved, the greater the chances of escaping danger. To avoid the situation where there is no way to face danger, everyone certainly wants to shirk the task of opening the way, which would waste vital energy. Fong's senior brother turned his head and said, "From now on, the three of you will take turns opening the way. Any objections?" At that moment, Mr. Lin continued to ponder. Indeed, Fong's senior brother's decision for the three to take turns seemed the fairest. When junior brother Chu voiced his objections, Mr. Lin had thought that he wanted to find a way to shirk the task or perhaps drag Fong's senior brother and Su's sister along. But unexpectedly, his fellow junior brother, with his bright eyes and smiling face, voluntarily took the task upon himself. After all, he was only at the early stage of the divine will realm, just like me. Lin's senior brother felt deeply ashamed for having such evil thoughts about his fellow disciple. Mr. Lin extended his arm as he spoke, "Senior brother, this is no joke. Moreover, we don't even know how long the journey will take. If you run out of vital energy, continuing to collect the jade essence flower won't be beneficial to us. We should still take turns." Zhu Liang reassured him, "It's all right, I know. If my vital energy really runs low, I will let others take over." Zhu Liang clasped his hands together and said, "Fellow disciples, my cultivation level is limited, and I may not be able to assist much. Let me handle this task a bit more." All the gazes and expressions of everyone froze in shock. No one expected this bold move. Fong's senior brother turned his head, and his voice echoed, "If you are so determined, then I'll let you lead the way. The sky is already starting to darken, we need to head into the mountains quickly." The sound of footsteps crunching on the grass continued to ring out. Fong's senior brother gave instructions, "Zhu junior brother, remember, once your internal energy drops by half, you must switch places. If you wait until it's all used up, it will be too late." Zhu Liang obediently responded, "Fong's senior brother, don't worry, I understand." Su's sister began to feel conflicted. Previously, she had harbored a prejudice against Yu Jianfeng's senior brother because Master always cared for and looked after her. When she broke through to the divine sense realm, Grandmaster even specially gave her Dabai as a gift. Grandmaster was the most important family to her. Earlier, she had heard that Yu Jianfeng had always been dissatisfied with Grandmaster, so when she heard that Chu's senior brother was a disciple of the Phoenix Empress, she started to secretly consider him an enemy. When he got onto Dabai's back, she felt a bit uncomfortable and deliberately sat ahead of him to isolate him. But this senior brother Yu Jianfeng took the initiative to take on tasks for everyone, clearly trying to improve his relationship with them. Su's sister was lost in thought, then sighed, realizing it really wasn't right to isolate him like that earlier. Although everyone had their own thoughts, Zhu Liang was still overjoyed. "Ha, all the monsters on the road will be mine now. This is like seizing the opportunity to level up on my own." Su's sister began to pay attention to Zhu Liang. Her thoughts kept resurfacing, and suddenly, she realized that Chu's senior brother looked very handsome even when he was quiet. The smile he had earlier was also beautiful, and just by looking at him, she could tell he was definitely a good person. It was at that very moment that Su's sister made up her mind, she wanted to help senior brother. Her voice then called out, "Chu's senior brother, I have 3 energy condensation pills. You should keep them and use them. Energy condensation pills could quickly replenish one's inner energy. They were very useful in situations like this. But the main function of the energy condensation pill was to increase one's cultivation level after taking it. Since there was no way to continue cultivating here, using the pill would be a waste of the essence in it. For this reason, Xu Liang reached out to decline Su's sister this. However, before Xu Liang could finish his sentence, he was unexpectedly caught off guard. Su's sister cried, sobbing as she spoke. "Senior brother, I'm sorry for how I treated you before. Hiccups, if you won't accept it, what should I do?" Too embarrassed, Xu Liang had no choice but to accept. "Alright, really, thank you very much, junior sister." The little sister smiled shyly. Hee, it's nothing, I still have plenty more." Xu Liang's arm began to emanate spiritual power. He was truly curious, in an unusual way. Why has their attitude toward me suddenly changed like this? Forget it, don't think about it anymore. The bird that shows its head can snatch more food, and the pathfinder can slay monsters. The story continues in the Jinnan Mountains. The scenery was unusually serene. Light filtered through the leaves, as everyone moved deeper inside, surrounded by spiritual power. Xu Liang led the way, but his thoughts were still occupied, his divine sense expanding. The five of them gradually moved into a new realm. The light of spiritual power continued to infiltrate deeper within. Xu Liang's gaze shifted to a resolute expression. Everyone was filled with fear. "Be careful!" A monster suddenly charged at them from above. A creature that emitted a fragrance, preparing to envelop everything around them. Xu Liang warned everyone to stay alert. In this critical moment, he thrust his sword straight up, piercing the creature's body. Thick purple spiritual power emerged, pouring down relentlessly. Su's sister's body was caught in the spiritual power, her eyes filled with discomfort as she quickly dodged. The group continued moving deeper, but more monsters appeared, moving with swift agility. The body of the plant monster moved at a terrifying speed, and the spiritual power shifted so fast that they could barely track it. Xu Liang walked while pondering, has only half an hour passed? It seems like I've already eliminated no less than 10 of these flower demons. This place is indeed dangerous. If I hadn't activated my divine sense, I'm afraid I would have been devoured by these flower demons right on the spot. In the end, Xu Liang had to remind everyone, let's take a rest for a while. Xu Liang responded to Su's sister, junior sister is fine, right? You got wet from them, didn't you? Su's sister smiled and replied, it's alright, it's just a little bit. Fong's senior brother stepped forward to calm everyone down. Although it was Chu junior brother who had single-handedly forged the way earlier, the junior brothers and junior sisters had also quickly deployed their divine senses. Although others had saved energy and inner chi, their spirits had still been drained, and they were very fatigued. For cultivators, the three core energies divine sense, spirit, and inner chi are all essential. Everyone, withdraw your divine senses and rest for a while. During this time, I'll keep watch. Mr. Lin anxiously inquired, Shu bro, are you alright? Xu Liang responded, thanks to the energy condensation pill that Su's sister provided, I'm not in too bad a condition. Alright, Lin's senior brother, I need to meditate now. His words were a polite hint to Lin's senior brother to leave. While meditating, Xu Liang silently thought, Su's sister didn't hesitate to use an energy condensation pill. Even though I've used it too, it doesn't have much of an effect on me. At that moment, he entered the Mind Sea, briefly catching sight of the White Tower here, where countless lantern beasts could be found. The light inside grew increasingly intense, with blinding golden rays bursting outward. In Xu Liang's hand was myriad flower powder, an antidote to the body refining myriad flower essence pill. Half of it would heal internal injuries, and the other half would accelerate the healing of external wounds. It could neutralize 100 poisons. When using myriad flower powder, a fragrance would linger on the body. Last week it was glazed scent, this week it was rose, and next week would be heather. The scent remained for a long time. At this moment, outside, Su's sister seemed to have encountered trouble. The young girl, who was fond of cleanliness, didn't want to meditate on the dirty ground. Due to her weak cultivation, she had to conserve her energy until the very last moment before using it. She couldn't do much on the road, only idly playing with rocks in frustration. She didn't need to meditate, so Sue's sister began to explore her surroundings. As she sat, the sound of rustling suddenly came from somewhere. The noise startled her, sparking the question. "What's over there?" The rustling sound didn't stop, it echoed, growing louder and then softer, filling her with fear. Her eyes couldn't stay calm, she was utterly tense. A pitch-black monster jumped up with a loud, resonating cry. It was exactly like a terrified, shabby toad, and Sue's sister used her entire body to dodge. She successfully dodged because she was afraid of getting dirty. So terrifying, so horrible, Sue's sister silently reasoned, because it's not a superior monster, the divine consciousness didn't detect it. It scared me just now, and suddenly my legs went weak. Fong brother anxiously shouted, "Junior sister." At this moment, Chu Liang was in the midst of his refining process, and no sound could disturb him. Sue's sister's eyes widened in confusion. Several plant monsters were rampaging, tightly grabbing onto Sue's sister's leg. The monster tightened its grip on Sue's sister's leg. Fong brother, witnessing everything, fearfully clenched his hands. "Junior sister." His arm waved, sending waves of light. But sure enough, this power was extraordinary. It pierced through everything and reached the location where the little sister was in danger. The plant monster vanished right before our eyes. It was quickly awakened in the White Tower, and thoughts started to emerge. What's going on? It's so noisy outside. Junior sister, hurry and use the life-generating art. What happened to Sue's sister? Chu Liang, bewildered, his face seeming to age with his questions. What's happening? Could it be that Junior sister was ambushed, prompting Fong's senior brother to act? Is it really the powerful golden core intervening? This is truly terrifying. Sue's sister's arm was gradually channeling spiritual power, her mouth muttering the life rejuvenation art. The little sister thought to herself, a small wound like this shouldn't be difficult to heal, but the wound is getting more bruised, with no sign of healing. This is too terrifying. The little sister cried out, "What's happening? This is it, I've been poisoned by this flower demon." Fong's senior brother and the others looked at the little sister in surprise. Fong's senior brother spoke up, "What is this? The green vine flower demon in this forest is not poisonous, it must have mutated into the purple vine flower demon just now." Mr. Lin, afraid, rummaged through his things. "This is bad, the antidotes we prepared are for dealing with the miasma in the forest. Damn it, the purple vine flower demon is so rare, we didn't prepare an antidote for this. At this point, there's only one way." Fong's senior brother, curious, asked, "Lin junior brother, do you have a plan?" Lin junior brother spoke with authority, "Ziqing sister, you will seal your own blood and energy to slow down the poison spread, and I will channel my power to help extract the poison from your body." Fong's senior brother dismissively waved it off, "Nonsense, your cultivation level and junior sisters aren't far apart. If you try to force the poison out, what if you get poisoned too?" Fong brother confidently stepped forward and declared, "My cultivation level is higher. I will do it." The little sister, a bit frightened, had tears welling up in her eyes. Lu Ren began to enter the fray, shouting, "Fong's senior brother's responsibility is huge, it can't be put in danger. Lin junior brother's cultivation level is low, he shouldn't act recklessly." The three of them simultaneously raised their voices, "Junior brothers, this is very difficult, it's better if I don't do it. In the beginning, I was the one who proposed the idea, so it's still better for me to do it." The little sister was frightened and shrank back, sobbing. At that moment, she should have raised her hand. "Everyone, let me ask again," with the angry gaze of the three brothers in arms. "What are you going to do?" Chu Liang shook his head, No, everyone misunderstood, what I meant was, I have an antidote. Perhaps it can help Sue's sister cure the flower demon poison." These words made the little girl's eyes light up. "Chu's senior brother," Chu Liang added, "although it's not a specific antidote for the flower demon poison, I think it might still be effective." Mr. Lin suddenly reacted strongly. Wait a minute, this isn't a special antidote, there could be danger. Junior sister, you should decide whether to take this medicine or let me suck it out. The junior sister, frightened, ran around and then firmly said, I'll take the medicine. She took the antidote and thanked him repeatedly. That's great, thank you, Chu's senior brother. How should I use this medicine? Chu Liang carefully instructed, have to drink, have to apply. Su's sister's eyes brightened. All right, thank you very much, Chu's senior brother. Too many thanks. Chu Liang felt embarrassed and didn't want to trouble anyone. Junior sister needn't be so polite. Mr. Lin, where did you run from? If you can't help in difficulties, you can't be at peace either. If I can't help you with sucking out the poison, how about I help you apply some medicine? She refused flatly. No, just pour the medicine into your mouth and apply it to the wound on your leg yourself. The life rejuvenation art was simultaneously activated within her, and the bruises on her legs gradually healed. Su's sister closed her eyes and sensed. She seemed to smell something. A fresh fragrance filled the air, and her whole body felt light and comfortable. But the fragrance soon became more intense, as if she was surrounded by it. The scent grew stronger and stronger, almost as if it were trapping her. However, she was startled when she felt something was off. This strange fragrance was somewhat foul and also a bit pungent. This strange smell, when attached to her, made it so she could hardly breathe. After a while, junior sister, who had just awakened from the strange fragrance, Su Ziqing, was confused in her mind. What had happened just now? She was almost overwhelmed by that strange smell. Chu Liang approached to ask. Su's sister, you're awake? It seems that my medicine has already taken effect. Her gaze lifted, speaking almost unconsciously. Senior brother Chu said. On senior brother Chu Liang's body, he quickly transformed into the handsome stoneflower in Su Ziqing's eyes. Chu Liang's words rose like an overbearing CEO. Su's sister, are you all right? How do you feel right now? Su's sister blushed, thinking. Could it be? Could it be? Do I smell like senior brother T? Oh my, what am I thinking? My heart is racing. They looked at each other, both lost in unspoken thoughts. Well, I guess I was wrong. Senior brother Chu and I must both have the scent of some kind of flower pollen. Chu Liang agreed and replied. Su's sister, why are you so strange? Could it be that my fragrance has a problem? If that's really the case, then we're in trouble. Chu Liang pressed Su's sister and kept asking. Su's sister, what's wrong with you? Answer me, how do you feel right now? Don't scare me. The little sister pushed Chu Liang away. Chu's senior brother, I'm fine, I feel very good right now. This little sister was still shy, covering her face with both hands and lost in thought. Su Ziqing, stop overthinking, calm down, you must calm down. She turned to him, speaking softly. Senior brother Chu, thank you for the antidote. I don't even know how to thank you enough. Chu Liang reassured, no need to be polite, you gave me the energy condensation pill, I'll give you the myriad flower powder. It's only fair. Su's sister's gaze was confused. Chu's senior brother, how can your energy condensation pill and myriad flower powder be compared? Chu Liang explained, we are both fellow disciples, and also friends. Why do we need to calculate things so clearly? Su's sister blushed and asked, are we friends? Hee, alright then, from now on we are friends. The conversation between the two remained as trivial as ever. Mr. Lin then spoke up, Chu bro, weren't we dragged over here from the sword exchange pavilion? And yet you still have the antidote on you. Chu Liang justified, just prepared a little. Brother Fang then spoke to calm everyone down, alright, everyone, if the junior sister is fine now, let's continue on our way. Everyone once again looked on in confusion as Chu Liang led the way with his clear voice, rest assured, everyone, I will continue to lead the way. People's thoughts on Chu Liang grew increasingly complex. Brother-in-arms Yu Jianfeng wasn't bad either, whenever there was a monster, he fought it, and whenever there was medicine, he handed it out. The scene with Chu Liang shifted half an hour later. Our bright one walked ahead, his head heavy with perplexing thoughts. It was truly disappointing. The entire stretch of road had only two little flower demons. The forest seemed dark and mysterious, with only the sound of footsteps from the group echoing through the air. The sky was gradually changing its hue, and Chu Liang remained unfazed, leading the way as everyone moved forward. Fang brother spoke up, "Everyone, we are very close to our destination. Time is limited, we must speed up." It was his urging words that prompted the group to quicken their pace. The scene that unfolded before them was dark and oppressive, with a purple light creeping everywhere. Mr. Lin, deep in thought, was worried. In such a deep place, the echoes must be loud. Sure enough, a boss single shout caused the echoes to deepen, rising higher and higher. Mr. Lin, realizing the mistake, covered his face in distress. It's ruined, I didn't pay attention." This is how we attract the attention of the monsters around here. Fang brother, curious, spoke again. "According to the directions, the jade essence flower is not far from the valley ahead. Although there are no flower demons outside, we might still encounter danger. Everyone, stay alert." Immediately, everyone began to move downward. The space below felt even quieter. The further Chu Liang went, the more he sensed that it was too quiet here. In this desolate place, there was a scene of stone formations, and everything within seemed to belong to the domain of powerful monsters. Light poured down from somewhere onto this dark place, and a flicker of light glimmered up from beneath the ground. Indeed, it was a demon emerging, its large body towering. Everyone stood frozen, staring at this creature. Fang brother believed we had found our target, and instructed everyone to prepare for action. In unison, they shouted, "Understood." Even Chu Liang, with determination, spoke up, "Fang brother, please give the orders." The most dangerous phase of the journey officially began. The demon that emerged from the ground made everyone wary, observing closely. Mr. Lin, his face darkened, spoke in a trembling voice, "Oh no, it's coming this way." Fang's senior brother quickly reassured everyone, "Please, do not panic. This creature is not like the flower demon. Its habits are also different from those of ordinary plants. It is simply more sensitive to surrounding disturbances." At that moment, night had just begun to fall. When night fully descended, and the moonlight bathed it, that was when this flower would bloom. Before that, we must proceed with caution. Chu Liang, his face contorted in thought, pondered carefully. The jade essence flower's features had already been explained during the journey here. This plant was extraordinary, and if picked at the wrong time, it would lose its spiritual essence. It could only be harvested when it had fully matured, absorbing enough moonlight to bloom. Only then would it retain its spiritual essence. Although no one knew exactly what it would look like when it bloomed, given the current situation, it would surely take protective actions as it blossomed, causing those who looked at it to fall into an illusion. Therefore, to successfully harvest this flower, it was best to act as a group. When the human-faced jade essence flower just bloomed, it was mandatory to place a bronze mirror in front of the flower. Only then could the illusionary magic of the jade essence flower cause it to fall unconscious. Another person would then proceed to pluck the flower. While the two of them were plucking the flower, the others formed the three talisman sword formation, guarding against the nearby monsters, protecting the area. A voice was heard, reminding everyone, "The time has come. Everyone, begin acting according to the plan." Lu Ren was in charge of the mirror, Lin Bei was in charge of plucking the flower. Junior sister found a spot for defense, and Chu junior brother would stand beside junior sister, finding a suitable position to defend. Fang senior brother raised his voice, "I will guard the position of heaven's will," firmly holding the three directions of heaven, earth, and humanity, observing the situation to assist everyone as needed. "Now, everyone, focus and prepare with all your strength, waiting for the right moment." The spiritual power around the tree began to emanate more and more intensely. As Fang's senior brother spoke, the moonlight shone on the flower. Everyone focused, responding to the surrounding monsters with strategic movements. Lin Bei and Lu Ren concentrated fully, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Shu Liang acted while also calculating. There was movement. The first wave of attacks was approaching. Had the Huaji hydroelectric facility monsters already started to attack? Sister Su seemed to be rapidly approaching something. A giant tiger, with its growls and roars, charged straight toward the position of the little girl. Su's sister, in a state of panic, suddenly noticed something and her eyes widened in realization. She quickly regained her composure and faced the beast, drawing her sword and striking out with incredible speed. The blazing sword of Fong's senior brother also began to move toward the target. Junior sister, I'm here to help you. Both swords simultaneously aimed at the target, their lights blazing with fiery intensity. Shu Liang, witnessing it firsthand, couldn't help but marvel. To think that one could witness a golden core cultivator making a move, he couldn't help but feel impressed. Yet, there was still a sense of regret in his heart. Such a waste. How great would it have been if I could land the final blow on the tiger trying to steal the jade essence flower? Fong's senior brother spoke up to remind him. Shu junior brother, no need to sigh. I've just been practicing diligently. With a little more time, you'll reach a cultivation level like mine. Upon hearing this, Shu Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought to himself. Fong's senior brother probably thinks that my sigh was because I feel inferior after seeing his cultivation level. Shu Liang lowered his gaze before finally responding. Ah, yes, Fong's senior brother is absolutely right. Lin's senior brother spoke, his voice alert. Everyone, pay attention. More and more monsters are appearing. Indeed, these creatures were incredibly savage, and they were even attacking our home. Shu Liang's eyes lit up with joy. The items in my experience bag are finally coming in handy, increasing the power by threefold. Fong brother suddenly made his move. Shu junior brother, don't be afraid, I'm here to help you. Fong brother's sword went straight for the monsters, while Shu Liang also took action, his sword technique enhanced by 3 parts of power. Shu Liang, confident in his move, executed his strike, the two swords clashing violently. His sword moved in a strange direction, pausing for a moment before shooting forward. Fong brother remained focused, launching his wind and thunder sword of annihilation. Shu Liang, however, felt extremely confused at that moment. It seems like I've been outpaced by his chop. Fong brother had completely overshadowed Shu Liang, leaving him to calm himself. This could simply be seen as a situation where both sides, after going through ups and downs, formed a harmonious bond. In the dreamlike night of flowers and bamboo, the bride was captured by bandits. It was painful, so painfully so. Everyone was slowly being surrounded by the monsters, the atmosphere around them thick with an almost suffocating aura. Fong brother's sword slowly retracted, his arm raised as he declared, Wind Thunder Sword Art. In the midst of his pain, Shu Liang still struggled to turn and strike with his sword. The scene was chaotic, blades and swords flying uncontrollably through the sky. Su's sister is still doing her best to fend off the rampaging monsters. The monsters were driven away so aggressively that her legs could no longer run any further. After Fong's senior brother launched his move, he struck a pose like a supermodel, his face full of confidence as he looked on. In his mind, Fong brother thought, how about that? Your senior brother led the team successfully, don't you all want to compliment me? Shu Liang, on the other hand, thought, helping Su's sister kill the monsters is fine, but why did he have to steal my monster? Little sister was thinking, this is my first time facing such a tense situation. Fong brother still stood in that pose, waiting for a compliment. Why hasn't anyone praised me yet? Shu Liang, feeling disheartened, sighed and thought to himself, I thought we'd be able to kill a lot of monsters this time, but it looks like there's no fun to be had after all. Fong brother felt so embarrassed that he began to silently plead, Su's sister, come help me out here. However, little sister was still lost in her thoughts. No, I need to carefully reconsider what just happened. The atmosphere right now was completely different from what Fong's senior brother had imagined. It was far too awkward. He raised his voice and said, Ziqing sister, Shu junior brother, as long as you both train hard, you can achieve the same results in the future. After speaking, Fong brother asked himself, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Should I leave a little chance for junior brother and junior sister to shine?" Suddenly, Mr. Lin spoke up, "Everyone, pay attention, the jade essence flower has bloomed." This information turned out to be accurate. The bronze mirror charm was fully utilized, and the petals of the flower had opened up from the sides. A human-faced blossom blinked its eyes and looked around. The flower reflected in the mirror had a distorted face, its mouth twisted in a strange grimace. Chu Liang rushed forward, driven by his competitive spirit. This was the moment. If they could defeat the flower demon, this mission would be completed. However, things were far from that simple. Something terrifying appeared from somewhere. A look of fearful curiosity appeared in his eyes. "What the hell is this thing? Don't touch me, I'll block it." The group was struck by a wave of shock and fear. "This is too dangerous. What kind of evil creature is this? We nearly lost a person." The monster this time was hideous beyond belief. Fong brother immediately recognized it as a human-faced sprite. "This is bad. Why did we have to encounter this? We need to deal with it quickly." The human-faced sprite was a nightmare in appearance, crazily dodging the sword strikes. Its face and teeth remained unperturbed, as if nothing unusual was happening. The tree trunk had been severed, yet the demon remained undaunted, clinging to its body, relentlessly pursuing. Slaying the demon showed no signs of slowing down. Fong brother hated this creature to his very core. The shout echoed, "The monster must not escape." His arm lifted with the surge of energy, and the prison sword appeared, moving swiftly forward. The distance between it and the demon was closing fast. The human demon finally felt fear, as the heat of the sword distorted its face. Fong's senior brother has assessed the situation and reminded everyone, "My sword energy is holding it in place. Take this opportunity and strike it down together." Receiving the signal from Fong's senior brother, everyone drew their swords and rushed toward the climbing demon. The demon's face and expression were always hard to read. It was gradually changing. Chu Liang was curious. Why has it become translucent? This is too strange. The sword-like invisibility directly went into stealth mode. Fong's senior brother was helpless as he saw the creature attempt to escape. The monster must not leave. Fong's senior brother was still determined not to let the opponent go. "Monster, don't think you can just run away like that." Despite the obstruction, the monster continued to race forward. Fong's senior brother was resolute in his pursuit, his eyes fixed in intense focus. Before leaving, he reminded everyone, "There's danger ahead. Let me chase it down, you all stay here and defend." Chu Liang's gaze was filled with confusion and concern. Things didn't seem promising. Given Fong's senior brother's strength, dealing with these monsters was as easy as cutting melons. Right now, there is truly no need for people like us to chase after monsters by ourselves. The sword that Fong's senior brother uses for training is famous for its speed and powerful strikes, but it has had no effect on this monster. It even took the flower right in front of us, which shows that this thing is even stronger than the lightning sword. Not only is it swift, but it can even break free from the seal, and the sword's spiritual power doesn't seem to cause any harm. With such an unusual monster, whether Fong's senior brother can catch up is hard to say. If he can't, is there anything on me that could help? Fong's senior brother's pursuit hadn't stopped yet. As he moved, he left behind a powerful surge of energy, smashing through anything it touched. In his mind, he realized the situation was more difficult than expected. These weren't ordinary stones. Continuing like this wasn't the way. These rocks were blocking his path, and he couldn't catch up to it at all. The distance between them kept growing, and suddenly, the rocks were exerting more force. This isn't good. I need to close the gap quickly. There's light ahead, we're almost at the cave entrance. The monster was still persistent, determined to run without looking back. The chase was becoming more intense. Fong's senior brother unleashed a technique, his spiritual power flaring brightly as he spoke. "Monster, where do you think you're going? Behold my sword." The sword shot forward with a sharp whistle, intensifying the monster's fear as its limbs clung desperately, unwilling to let go. Fong brother watched the monster, his eyes filled with hatred. "Damn it, beast, you won't escape. Charge at it, I swear this time, Fong brother's sword will take that monster's life." While shifting positions, he kept thinking, "Damn it, this guy's face is too slippery. If we were outside the cave, I wouldn't be in such a passive position." Suddenly, something shot by at high speed. Fong brother squinted, staring intently. He drove the sword firmly into the tree trunk and looked upward, his curiosity growing deeper. "Where is the Demon King? Damn it, that beast has already run too far." The monster's body was large and green. Fong brother followed its body and thrust his sword, shifting as he moved. His steps became increasingly agile, his body landing swiftly on the ground. "I'm done for, I can't keep up. This monster is indeed very nimble, moving as though it has no bones." After chasing for a while, Fong brother grew tired. "My thunder sword aura is fast, but it's not flexible enough. It's not suited for use in such a rugged and complicated environment. This is really annoying." The whispering voice continued to echo, sometimes faint, sometimes clear. "Fong brother understands, I simply have no way to break this seal. A person at the Golden Core stage leads the team but still fails. I wonder how the Grandmaster will view me after I return." Thinking of senior brother Yang and sister Zi Qing, when this crossed his mind, brother Fong couldn't help but feel displeased. At the same time, a swirl of black engulfed everything. Brother Fong was curious and thought, "What is this thing? It seems like spiritual power is overflowing from our side." His movement speed was astounding, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Chu Liang had officially made his move. "I just spared a monster called the human-faced sprite. It's a rare creature in the mountains, which appeared during the blooming of the jade essence flower, and coincidentally, this monster snatched it away. This creature can evolve into a new form known as the human-faced sprite. The defining characteristic of this monster is its unparalleled agility and speed. It has been guarding the valley for a long time. For those of us who dare to disturb it in search of the jade essence flower, it naturally harbors a deep grudge and will do everything to wipe us out. However, senior brother Fong's cultivation level is far superior to the monsters here. In an instant, all the monsters attempting to steal the jade essence flower were killed. The only thing it could do was snatch the flower and make a quick escape. If it were to return to its lair and refine this flower, its cultivation level would increase several times. By then, even the position of the Demon King wouldn't need to be fought for. Fong's senior brother chased behind, shouting continuously, "Monster, don't run!" The monster didn't look back, its face tense, and continued running. Fong brother didn't want to stop for even a second, his voice constantly yelling out. In his haste, Fong brother collided with a rock. The rock was hard, and after the impact, he couldn't keep up. The rock shattered and scattered in all directions. The monster, quick and nimble, paid no attention to the surrounding chaos, its body shifting as it fled. Its form twisted and writhed in the sky. Fong brother, determined, declared loudly from behind, "Monster, see my sword." The monster sensed it and immediately contorted its body, evading the sword. The battle was chaotic, with swords and knives shifting uncontrollably. The monster still tried to reach some designated destination, despite all obstacles. Although Fong's senior brother exerted all his effort, he still couldn't catch up with the monster. The twisting tree trunks, the erratic movements, and the monster's swift, agile body made it easy for it to navigate through dangerous spots. Its feet gradually landed in a safe place, while Fong brother had been struck by the tree trunks and was left battered. The child felt elated, the human was battered, truly aggrieved, wanting to see its smile filled with swift malice and wickedness. The monster still hadn't stopped its series of brutal actions, its eyes widening as it looked ahead. However, after just a brief growl, Chu Liang had already moved to block its path. The speed was so sharp it left the monster dazed. It fearfully retreated, losing ground. It's true that Chu Liang has caught up. It's hard to believe, but that's the reality. To the monster, encountering Chu Liang was like encountering a demon. It was terrified and realized something was wrong. It recognized that it itself was the true demon. I am the strongest demon, nothing can match my speed. But why? Why? This is terrifying. What is that? The closer Chu Liang got, the more afraid the monster became. His presence was terrifying, his smile sinister, and his entire body dark as coal. Chu Liang pursued the monster relentlessly. It was so scared its eyes widened in horror, even the monster was sweating. Chu Liang's appearance this time is truly formidable. He smiled with satisfaction as he observed the changing expressions of the opponent. The monster could no longer keep its composure, its eyes wide in shock. It thought that Chu Liang must be a pervert. A true pervert that even demons fear. 20. Time returned before a cup of tea. We were in a situation where we had decided not to disturb Fong's senior brother, but we should still follow that path to chase after him. Lin's senior brother spoke loudly, yeah, it's me, Fong's senior brother. He's been blocked. It seems Fong's senior brother couldn't catch up with him either. Our mission has failed. Chu Liang was pulling something out of his pocket and thought to himself that things were indeed developing in the worst direction. He slowly approached Mr. Lin and said, Fong's senior brother, it's no good, I can only try a little. Mr. Lin suspiciously examined him and asked, if Fong's senior brother couldn't catch up, could Chu bro really do it? Chu Liang raised a yellow paper and thought silently. If Fong's senior brother had only managed to catch the human-faced sprite, I wouldn't want to waste the only green talisman I got from the White Tower. But if it could increase speed, I hoped it could actually help after use. At the decisive moment, Chu Liang unfolded the talisman and used it, tossing the meowing brick from his arm. His eyes lit up as the talisman activated, and a pink light enveloped his body. Chu Liang has changed slightly. The continuous meowing sound rang out, and it seemed that cat-like spots had appeared on his arm. The same thing was happening under his feet. His entire body was lifted into the air, his eyes closed, savoring every direction he was heading. The light from above gradually appeared, increasing in intensity. Chu Liang's head also began to transform rapidly, with two ears emerging on either side. At that moment, he looked exactly like a real cat. Everyone around had no idea what kind of image was unfolding before their eyes. Neither Su's sister nor Lin's senior brother could understand. Thanks to his cat-like appearance, Chu Liang leapt swiftly from one side to the other, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between him and the others had drastically shifted. From our side, someone turned to look back, thinking in amazement, the energy from this charm is so strong, its effect is better than expected. At this rate, he might just be able to catch up with that monster trying to escape. Chu Liang's graceful form flitted from one tall tree branch to another. Even Fong brother was overtaken by Chu Liang's speed. As the tense moment neared its climax, Chu Liang saw the monster right before his eyes. A sinister smile crept across his face. This time, the monster will be finished. The thrill of the chase made Chu Liang even more excited, and he thought to himself, this feeling of pursuit is exhilarating. This must be the spiritual power of the feline spirit getting a rush from the thrill of the hunt, huh? Fortunately, the effect of this charm only lasted for a brief moment. If it had gone on too long, he might have ended up affected by some undesirable side effects. The monster's dark, wrinkled face came into full view. Chu Liang's smile widened as they faced each other, their eyes locking in direct confrontation. The monster, slightly startled, seemed to flinch at Chu Liang's speed. Chu Liang licked his hand and then pondered for a moment, observing the fear in the monster's expression. It was clear that he couldn't control the bloodthirsty excitement surging through his body. The monster's expression shifted repeatedly, its face twitching with fear, tears beginning to well up. It was terrified. It considered Chu Liang a pervert who was closing in on it. A sword quickly appeared in Chu Liang's hand. He confidently declared, "Behold my sword." Chu Liang unleashed a series of fierce sword strikes against the monster. It moved hastily, darting from one side to the other in fear. Chu Liang could sense the situation. He knew the monster could dodge his attacks but was not retaliating. It seemed that although this monster was incredibly agile, its combat power was not strong. Perhaps its only talents were its ability to instantly blur and dodge attacks, and its sealing abilities. If that's the case, then I'll just have to wait until its blurring state ends before I can take the initiative. The monster's stamina quickly began to recover. Just then, a cord shot out from Chu Liang's arm with force. The monster, frightened by human presence, was indeed a pervert, but it tried to calm itself through battle. I am not afraid. His teeth gritted together in endurance, blaming himself, despising himself, but to die like this. How shameful. We can't accept that. In the end, the body of the monster was still cleaved in two by Chu Liang. On our side, a story was told. In the cultivation world, it is highly taboo to ask others about things like magic weapons, talismans, elixirs, or divine abilities. The reason is simple: cultivation levels are visible. Unless the difference is too vast, it is difficult to keep such things a secret. That person confidently declared, "My cultivation level is one stage higher than yours. Therefore, I advise you not to run and immediately hand over the treasure." Chu Liang added, "Magic weapons, talismans, elixirs, and divine abilities, all these things can be concealed, and at critical moments, they can make up for or even reverse the difference in cultivation levels." Fong brother proudly boasted, "I possess the medieval sword formation and the 18 fragmented secret realms. Now, who's strong and who's weak?" That person retorted, "Heavens, you have no martial virtue. You are clearly a rogue cultivator. How can you have so many powerful magic items? You must have stolen them. I'm going to report this to the Nine Heavens Immortal Sect." Fong brother turned and threw his sword. "Ha, you block my way, obstructing me and demanding to rob me. Now, you still have the audacity to report the origins of my magic items." Although injured, this person still arrogantly shouted, "From the very beginning, I wanted to report you, I really want to expose you, I really want to." Regarding this issue, Chu Liang continuously expressed his opinions on the origins of the magical artifacts, such as those from orthodox sects, and that Shu Shan was slightly better. Many unorthodox cultivators outside the martial world had many dubious treasures, so no matter where one was, hurriedly inquiring about the background of someone's trump card was considered an unpleasant act. Because of this, any talisman that could be used with peace of mind would be connected to the secrets within the White Tower. Chu Liang moved with the monster back. "Everyone, I'm back." Su's sister exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, Chu senior brother, you're so powerful? You didn't say anything earlier." Fong's senior brother was also astonished. "Chu junior brother, how did you do that?" Everyone was confused and curious, asking questions. How did Chu junior brother's technique become so professional? Can you teach me? What technique are you talking about? Oh, the body technique, it's the body technique. In short, it's very suspicious. Chu Liang explained, "I was able to catch up and bring back the jade essence flower of human form, but it's really nothing. I just used a powerful talisman, and once used, it's gone. I'm really sad about it too." After everyone listened, they nodded in understanding, so that's how it is. Fong brother also silently concluded that with Chu junior brother's cultivation level at the early stage of the divine will realm, it was indeed impossible for him to have such a swift body technique. If he had such divine powers earlier, there would have been no need to hide them before. Most likely, it was due to the protective talisman placed at the bottom of the box. Su's sister also nodded. Chu's senior brother is the only disciple of Yu Jianfeng, and all of Grandmaster's resources are with him. It's completely reasonable that he was gifted treasures along with his physique. Lin's senior brother also agreed. The talisman that could enable Chu junior brother, who is still in the early stage of the third realm, to burst forth and surpass the fourth realm is certainly an invaluable one. What kind of treasure could that be? Lu Ren sighed. It's possible that the talisman is his life-saving treasure. The mission to obtain the sword coin is definitely not enough to exchange for a talisman like that. Fong praised Chu Liang. After all, no one could have imagined that when the mission was about to fail, Chu junior brother would step up to help. And Chu Junior brother, you must have endured using such a precious treasure without hesitation just to help everyone complete the mission. Chu Liang awkwardly scratched his face. Why is everyone looking at me like that? What do you want? With his captivating personality, Chu Liang, under the gaze of everyone, had become one of the top 5 outstanding disciples of Shu Shan. The junior sister, with her sparkling eyes, spoke up. Chu senior brother, since you've used such a valuable talisman, I'll give you the reward for this mission. It'll make up for some of your losses, which left Chu Liang surprised and speechless. This isn't quite right, Fong's senior brother intervened to reassure him. Actually, I've put in a lot of effort for everyone. At the very least, I shouldn't let myself be at too much of a loss. I'll also give you part of my share. Mr. Lin, draping his arm over Chu Liang, added, Chu Junior brother, don't refuse anymore. Everyone saw how much effort you've put in. I'll also give you my share from Lu Ren. If you don't accept, it's like you're treating us as strangers. These actions made Chu Liang feel embarrassed. The scene shifted to the next day at Yujian Feng, where the sunlight gradually shone on the grass, and the flowers basking in the light appeared even more vibrant. At Yujian Feng, just outside Chu Liang's room, he stretched his body contentedly. The Grandmaster had been absent for the past 2 days, and the feeling of holding all the power in his hands, of becoming the leader of Yujian Feng, was intoxicating. But even if the Grandmaster returns, I'll still be the Vice Master of Feng. While lying in the sun, he suddenly remembered something very important. His body quickly moved, and with a push of his hand, the door closed completely. Chu Liang's mouth twisted as he muttered, I came back too late last night. After saying goodbye to my fellow disciples, Yujian Feng went straight back to rest and forgot to reward himself. Chu Liang calmly sat in meditation, his whole body lifting into the air. In a new place, he landed his feet in front of the iron gate, his gaze fixed on the monstrous creature inside, its eyes gleaming a bright golden color. Chu Liang sensed something was wrong. His body leaned back, and his arm brushed against the light, quietly thinking to himself, this seems a bit special this time. Chu Liang's 2 arms gradually touched the vast light. The Zhou Tian ghost puppet appeared, and Chu Liang couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Wow, it's so big. Endless thoughts kept surfacing in his mind. This puppet could be used to assist Zhou Tian cultivation. By taking 1 energy condensation pill during the day and 2 at night, he could train all day long. Every increase in cultivation level would be entirely transferred back to the host. Note, this puppet can only be used to assist cultivation. If used for illicit actions, it may pose dangers. Chu Liang's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered something, and he murmured to himself, amazing, endless cultivation assistance for 365 days. A series of images began to form in his mind. He secretly smiled to himself, with such a thing, my cultivation speed will increase many times over. His gaze suddenly fixed on the object before him, and he muttered, but this Zhou Tian ghost puppet is really too outrageous. No, it's not just an increase by several times. In the realms of the 3 views and 9 stages, the 3 major realms of the heavenly view were all about comprehension. Achieving enlightenment in a single moment was worth more than decades of arduous training. In the 3rd rank of the Earth view, the focus was mainly on fighting for resources, with personal cultivation being secondary. But in the lowest realm of the human view 3rd rank, personal cultivation was the most important thing. In the 3rd rank of the human realm, the body refining realm is the practice of physical conditioning, while the Qi condensation realm is the expansion of the Dantian and Qi Si. I am currently focusing on refining my spiritual consciousness in the divine will realm. The cultivation at this stage is primarily based on meditation, contemplation, and circulating qi, which is the practice of operating Zhou Tian. Chu Liang was still deeply focused, but the time for cultivation each day was limited, aside from eating, bathing, and other daily activities. In a day, the maximum time for training was only 8 hours. It was impossible to solely focus on cultivating qi, as there also had to be time for refining one's spiritual abilities. Moreover, disciple Shu Shan also had tasks to complete, with the need to pause missions in exchange for pills and magical treasures to assist in cultivation. With that being said, if one could guarantee 4 to 5 hours of cultivation every day for a year, it could be considered extremely arduous. Furthermore, the recent missions had become more frequent, and on average, there were only 3 to 4 hours available for training. The time for cultivation also needed to be negotiated properly. After thinking for a while, Xu Liang's head felt as if it were about to explode. A long sigh escaped his lips. Being lazy in meditation, there may be no one who can help me cultivate my level, but now it's different. With such a large puppet, I can train for over 12 hours a day. The speed of cultivation can increase 4 to 5 times faster. Most importantly, I can dedicate more time and energy to slaying demons and exterminating evil. Xu Liang's arm reached in and hooked something, finally pulling out a piece of equipment. He made up his mind in his mind, now was the time to start using it. With that, he inserted the energy directly into the doll, activating the heavenly demon lure mechanism, which created an illuminated area. The moment Xu Liang's hand touched the doll, the spiritual power around him flared up, and everything seemed to be enveloped by a powerful aura. While his mind was still busy calculating, he thought to himself, although our cultivation technique in Shushan isn't particularly renowned in the cultivation world, it wins through stability and solid foundations. As long as one practices diligently and reaches the same level, the combined strength of a Shushan disciple always remains at the top. Now, transferring the cultivation technique onto this puppet, waiting for it to start running the technique in synchronization with Xu Liang's own strength. At that point, his cultivation level would double and stabilize, making him stronger than others. Xu Liang officially entered the synchronization process, breathing heavily, his voice sounding as he withdrew his energy. Looking at the doll in front of him, Xu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Looks like it's worked. This tiny form is quite cute. A smile spread across Xu Liang's face, one that wouldn't fade as he thought over the change in the doll's form after the synchronization of the cultivation technique. From the inside out, the doll now resembled him entirely. However, Xu Liang paused for a moment as he suddenly remembered, right, where did I get the instructions for using the Zhou Tian ghost puppet again? Zhou Tian ghost puppet, during the day, absorbs 1 energy condensation pill, and at night, absorbs 2 energy condensation pills, ensuring continuous operation for 12 hours after absorption. Thinking of this, Xu Liang's hand began to tremble slightly. 3 energy condensation pills a day, neither too many nor too few, compared to the hardships of cultivation, it's certainly a significant amount of money for an entire day. It's absolutely critical that the puppet does not stop. If it does, I could always go hunt some lantern monsters to feed you. However, there's something worth noting: this Zhou Tian ghost puppet clearly has no intelligence. 1 pill in the morning, 2 at night. Why is there such a disparity in the number of energy condensation pills consumed at night? Is overtime supposed to come with double the pay? After thinking for a while, Xu Liang's face twisted in frustration. A sigh naturally escaped him, as if he, the worker, could unknowingly control the wages, but really, he was at a loss. Xu Liang once again raised his hand to his chin, scheming in thought. If only it were a real person, then he could reconsider an impossible goal. Suddenly, Xu Liang began to take on 3 roles in his imagination. First, the boss orders, Xiao Chu, the company needs you to help us reach the golden core stage in 3 working days. If you fail, we'll deduct your energy condensation pills. A dissenting opinion arose, with a finger pointed sharply. Protest. Boss, that's not right. You can't impose such pressure on Xiao Chu like this. Aren't you worried about a mental breakdown? Another voice chimed in. Don't worry, leader. Let me explain. The analysis is as follows. Xiao Chu proactively worked overtime to improve his performance and contribute to the company's success due to his work achievements. However, actively working overtime does not mean voluntarily doing so. If Xiao Chu wanted to work overtime on his own initiative, the company would no longer need to pay him extra for overtime. The boss only increases the salary based on the results. Xiao Hong said, that makes sense. If Xiao Chu does not complete his tasks on time, and delays for an additional day, he must compensate the company with 1 energy condensation pill. If he fails to provide it, the company will lose 1 energy condensation pill. In that case, he would owe the company 2 energy condensation pills. This situation indeed made our family sigh. Such a good thing could only be imagined, it should stay within the White Tower for now. After all, we cannot reveal such wealth, especially treasures as precious as this. If it were exposed, someone might snatch it away. The spiritual consciousness returned, and Shu Liang's eyes opened brightly, though his expression remained as thoughtful as before. The space inside the White Tower is truly mystical, and even now I still cannot fully comprehend it. I only know what types of magical tools exist inside, but one can only step in by retrieving something from it. Shu Liang pushed the door open with force. Never mind, why think so much? Let's go out and handle some matters first. The scenery outside was bright, while only Chu Liang remained lost in thought. After completing the mission at Nanyushan town, my fellow disciples at Yujianfeng all praised me. I have truly won. Although I lost a valuable spiritual cat's elixir talisman, it was free after all. But in return, the boastful remarks could dispel all poisons, and there was also a very useful person, the Zhou Tian ghost puppet. It could definitely be said that he was selling blood to earn money, plus he received a lot of compensation from his fellow disciples through tasks, along with his own share, just enough to earn 50 pieces of 50. I had personally completed missions 5 times as much, yet still hadn't held that much money. Suddenly becoming rich, I definitely had to go for a stroll around Tong Tian Feng. The scene quickly shifted to the large square of Tong Tian Feng. Shu Liang quietly walked towards the pill furnace hall. The young lady spoke gently, "This is the elixir that junior brother needs. Senior sister sees that you are still so young, you should still save a bit more." Shu Liang responded, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I can stay open 12 hours a day without closing." Receiving the items in his hands, Shu Liang secretly rejoiced, "So many energy condensation pills, this will be enough to help raise that little brat." After finishing his tasks, Shu Liang moved towards the sword transmission hall. This was his first time entering the sword transmission hall. His steps gradually moved forward, his mind full of thoughts. With these sword coins, I, as a disciple, can enter a prestigious place like the sword transmission hall. No disciple from Shushan can resist the feeling of being surrounded by so many swords in a place like this. These swords look so fine. I wonder how much it would cost to take one down. The sword coins left Chu Liang astounded. The sword was surrounded by a violent spiritual power, forged from materials that included Hongreal steel, with 12 magical circles. It was light and delicate, crafted by the Tao Tai sect, and its selling price was a staggering 300 sword coins. In addition, there is the Ice Frost sword, forged primarily from earth essence bone, with 14 thick and sturdy magical circles. It was crafted by Uncle Swordmaster Xin Chengzi and is priced at 500 sword coins. The Mystic Sun sword is also expensive, made mainly from 1,000-year-old cold iron, with 36 sharp, cold, and ruthless magical circles. Its maker is unknown, and it is priced at 800 sword coins. Shu Liang nodded in appreciation and remarked, "This one is quite impressive, the first one is even more expensive than the second. The wind today is really noisy." Standing here and looking at the swords made Chu Liang remember when he had never been to the sword transmission hall before. It was truly after seeing senior brother Fong's Thundershock sword that he wanted to buy a treasured sword. He had originally thought he could spend a little money, but the prices of these swords were so high that it made him want to laugh. Suddenly, he felt that Shu Shan's returning flying sword was also very useful. Well, it will be enough for a few more years. As usual, a disciple in the divine sense realm, who frequently goes on missions, rarely earns 100 sword coins a month. He also needs to spend money on magical weapons, pills, talismans, and various divine abilities. At this rate, how long will it take for me to buy a sword? Forget it. Although a treasured sword is good, there's no way I can afford one right now. Chu Liang was about to turn around and head home when someone else noticed him. The girl raised her arm and called out, junior brother, please wait." Is this junior brother looking to buy a flying sword of his own? She leaned closely to Chu Liang and asked, "Then, how about this sword? Does it meet your expectations? Shu Liang reluctantly admitted. I was just casually looking, I can't afford it. The humble girl understood the issue and immediately offered advice. Don't worry, just tell me your budget, senior sister will help you out. Shu Liang revealed. I only have less than 50 coins, but the cheapest sword I've seen costs at least 300. The senior sister seemed almost ready to collapse. That's quite a bit short, but it's not impossible. Haha, you've come at the perfect time, our sword transmission hall just launched a new installment plan. Shu Liang was surprised by this sales tactic. Wow, that's clever, even Shushan now has these kinds of schemes. The senior sister kindly explained. It means you can pay 50 sword coins up front, and then pay 10 coins every month. After 50 months, it's fully paid off. Isn't that appealing? Shu Liang quickly did some simple calculations. Pay 50 coins now, owe 250, pay 10 per month, 50 months total, 500 coins. So, basically, it's a 4-year plan with double the interest. That's strange, Shu Liang replied to the senior sister. It does sound tempting, but it's not for me. I'll come back and check next time. The man walked away, muttering to himself. Forget it, I'll just go hunt some monsters, maybe I'll get enough to buy the sword. The senior sister was still trying to hold him back. Don't give up so quickly. But having a sword of your own in this life is so meaningful. A little extra cost doesn't matter. Shu Liang quickly walked out the door. Suddenly, I encountered a familiar figure. Su's sister. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. Shu's senior brother, Su's sister, was overjoyed when she saw Shu Liang. To think that I could meet you here, it really is fate. Shu Liang replied, That's right, are you here to buy a flying sword as well? Su's sister nodded, It's my first time successfully completing a mission outside. Brother, I told you to reward me with a flying sword, so that I could pick one for myself. This left Shu Liang slightly stunned. The reward from the White Tower was something he had to work hard for by fighting monsters, and yet it couldn't compare to the reward from a brother. It was so simple and straightforward, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The little sister, curious, asked. Hey, Shu's senior brother, what kind of sword are you buying? Shu Liang awkwardly shook his head. I haven't bought one yet. The swords here are too expensive, and I don't have enough money. The junior sister was surprised. Ha! Shu's senior brother, do you need my help? She was very enthusiastic, asking with great concern. Then, which sword do you like? I'll give it to you. Hearing the word give, which seemed so heavy, Shu Liang quickly declined. How could I accept that? A precious flying sword like that, how could I possibly take it? In his mind, Shu Liang couldn't help but feel a bit moved. This girl is really kind. For someone so young, she's so loyal and generous. Shushan once had a wise man with the surname Lu, who said, A woman only affects the speed at which I draw my sword, but a wealthy lady can trade me for a good sword. The ancients were never wrong. Su's sister really wanted to do something good for Shu Liang. What's the matter? We're good friends, after all. Shu Liang's arm waved it off. No, I can't accept the reward. Something small like the energy condensation pill is fine, but I can't accept something valuable like a sword. The little sister had no choice but to agree after hearing that. All right then. Once everything was settled, Shu Liang said his farewells. Take your time picking, Su's sister. I'll head back first. The little sister still looked a bit reluctant, asking a question. You still call me Su's sister, but you said we're all friends. So, are you and the others the same? Call me Zi Qing. Shu Liang followed her request. All right, Zi Qing sister. A hand slapped suddenly behind Shu Liang's back. Zi Qing sister, are you in trouble? Zi Lang brother is here to help you. I see someone was talking to you out of the blue. The atmosphere between the three of them instantly became awkward. The guy kept talking loudly. Do you need me to help Ziqing's sister deal with this trouble? Su's sister stood up and spoke. Shang's senior brother, you've misunderstood. This is a friend I just made during the last mission. Upon hearing this, Shang's senior brother laughed. I see now. I was too abrupt. Since I ran into Ziqing's sister here, it really must be fate. Su's sister didn't seem very fond of him but still asked out of politeness. Is that so? Did you come here to buy a sword? The guy answered with a stubborn tone. Actually, I've already led everyone to subdue the Lily River water monster. My father said he wants to reward me with a new sword and that I can choose it myself. Su's sister heard this and only responded indifferently. Ah, well, that's fine. The man, Shang's senior brother, quickly teleported in front of Ziqing and asked. Ziqing's sister, which sword are you planning to buy? The little sister was a little scared and replied. I haven't bought one yet, I'm still looking. He seized the opportunity and continued. Then, which sword do you like? I can gift it to you. Ziqing's gaze turned to him with clear discomfort. How could that be? A sword so valuable, I wouldn't want to trouble Shang's senior brother with such an expense. Shang's senior brother still refused to leave, his words lingering in the little sister's ears. What's wrong with that? Aren't we good friends? The little sister repeated exactly what Chu Liang had said earlier. No, I won't accept a reward. Shang's senior brother was persistent, continuing to ask. Then Ziqing's sister, do you have time today? Let's meet tonight and light a fire together, I can't take it anymore. Ziqing walked away with Chu Liang. If Shang's senior brother has no other matters, I'll be leaving first. Shang's senior brother didn't give up, saying. You still call me Shang's senior brother? How formal, we're friends. You can just call me brother. The little sister stubbornly replied. Got it, Shang's senior brother. Shang's senior brother was a bit embarrassed, his eyes lowered as he sighed. You all say I'm a talented, handsome young man, a carefree, noble figure. But Ziqing, you just ignore me. Is that reasonable? The others around them shouted in unison. That's unreasonable. Absolutely unreasonable. Shang's senior brother, the ugly one, kept asking himself, then why is that? Another person suddenly offered an explanation. Boss, do you think it's possible that Ziqing's sister has someone in her heart? That's why she's been so cold towards you. Shang's senior brother, upon hearing this, nodded unconsciously. Oh, is that so? A fat guy interrupted. Look, the person next to her is very suspicious. Just now, the way she looked at that brat wasn't quite right. Shang's senior brother began to slow down and think, analyzing the situation. During the last mission, after drinking the manhua powder, Su Ziqing's entire body carried the scent of heather. Not only did her gaze seem off, but I also noticed a strange smell on both of them, very similar. Sorry, I can't explain the scent. Shang's senior brother gritted his teeth. He pointed and ordered. Go investigate for me. What's that brat's name? Which sect is he from? I want to see who dares to steal my Ziqing. The others quickly complied. All right, boss, understood. Meanwhile, Su's sister spoke to Chu Liang. That Shang Zilang just now is the son of Shang Master Clash of Wind and Cloud. He usually relies on his father, Master Feng, and puts on an act of being powerful. How about it? I've never liked him, but he loves to hang around me. It's so annoying. After hearing this, Chu Liang nodded, understanding the situation. I see now. He also understood that the Master Feng merchant scripture text of Cloud Crossing Peak was indeed a person listed on the Jiangnan nobleman roster, also quite famous in the martial world. The Shang senior brother from earlier seemed a little different from his father. A certain sound passed through Chu Liang's head. His gaze was surprised as he realized the limited edition version of the Skyward was back. The Grandmaster had returned. He turned to remind his little sister, Ziqing, "It seems that our grandmaster has returned. I'll go ahead first." With that, Chu Liang quickly ascended, eager to meet the grandmaster. Su's sister stood watching with a hint of regret. She had only managed to say a few words before he left. Chu Liang was racing back on his sword, while the grandmaster's figure slowly materialized, his expression grim as he shouted, "Damn, that Penglai group helping my grandson is such a hassle." Chu Liang respectfully clasped his hands and spoke, "Grandmaster, disciple noticed that you have returned, so I specially came to greet you." The grandmaster dropped his angry demeanor and asked, "Nothing's happened these past 2 days, right?" Chu Liang reassured the grandmaster, saying, "Nothing happened. I've just completed another mission, and it went smoothly." "Grandmaster, was your journey also smooth?" The grandmaster, upon hearing this, seemed to grow more irritated, his voice loud as he replied, "Ugh, don't even bring it up. I was over at Donghai, looking for any monsters causing trouble. The group from Penglai Supreme Sect had once again interfered, saying, I ruined the ecosystem in Donghai, so they've been chasing me off. If it weren't for considering the Shushan sect, I would have dealt with that useless immortal sect first." Chu Liang paused for a moment, observing Grandmaster's expressions and words. He thought to himself, Grandmaster's actions are exactly as I expected. Although Grandmaster casually said he was going to find a monster, it's not hard to imagine that his behavior would definitely not be calm. When demons are causing chaos, the queen will help you clear the danger. But when there are no monsters, the queen herself is the danger. Perhaps the instability in Donghai had already attracted the attention of the people from Donglai, which is why they intervened to stop him. Penglai Supreme Immortal is also one of the 9 Heavens Immortal sect, and since their main territory is in Donghai, it's obvious they wouldn't let Grandmaster create havoc there easily. Their actions make sense. Although the actions of Penglai Supreme sect are reasonable, it doesn't stop me from sympathizing with Grandmaster's feelings. Chu Liang raised his arm and shouted loudly, "People from Penglai Supreme sect really don't understand reason." Exactly, Grandmaster suddenly stopped, his gaze suspicious. "You, brat, are acting strange." The conclusion made Chu Liang sweat in fear. Grandmaster, analyzing from his narration, said, "Why are you so obedient this time? Usually, you're not like this. The moment I return, you immediately come to greet me. Do you have something to ask of me?" Chu Liang put on a cute expression and replied, "Isn't it the disciple's duty to welcome Grandmaster? It's just that the disciple also has something he wishes to discuss with you." The Grandmaster's eyes widened as he said, "Go." Chu Liang seized the opportunity to explain, "This mission I've been assigned coincidentally involves accompanying people from Yujianfeng, one of whom is a disciple at the early stage of the Golden Core, with cultivation far superior to mine. He uses a flying sword, and his divine powers are incredibly strong. But he's not even the main force of Yujianfeng. I'm a bit worried about how we'll deal with them when we reach the Fenghui Fushan." The Grandmaster gave his advice, "Don't you still have time to grow stronger? Trust yourself." Upon hearing this, Chu Liang immediately guessed, I knew Grandmaster would say that. At the start, sect leader Shushan didn't want to let Grandmaster accept disciples, and it wasn't just because of your mischievous personality, it was mostly because Grandmaster practices body cultivation. Body cultivators are different from those who cultivate martial arts. They rely on Taoist techniques to strengthen the body, not cultivating martial arts, but only focusing on building a powerful body. The Grandmaster is surrounded by the Crimson Flame Divine Emperor Dharma body, using his body to seek the Tao. His power is undeniably strong. But body cultivation is incredibly rare and requires immense opportunities and a unique set of skills to succeed. What Grandmaster is practicing cannot be easily passed on to a disciple. However, a Shushan disciple, in addition to being taught by Grandmaster, also has access to the Guardian Hall. If you want to learn, Grandmaster still hasn't fully grasped the divine abilities, but you can directly go to the Guardian Hall to buy what you need. Therefore, this time coming to find the Grandmaster, there was only one purpose. Chu Liang spoke up. Disciple still has time to grow stronger, so disciple is thinking about how to increase strength. Apart from working hard and diligently cultivating to raise my cultivation level, the magical techniques and divine powers I know are very few. Therefore, I wish to ask Grandmaster to impart some of your strength and divine powers. When the Grandmaster heard the words divine powers, he seemed to stop and think for a moment, then replied. Disciple, have you not just become strong suddenly? Haven't you recovered yet? Your Grandmaster is a body cultivator, how can I teach you strength? What divine powers are you talking about? Shu Liang continued. Therefore, disciple wants to go to the Guardian Hall and buy some. The Grandmaster instructed. Then go ahead and buy it. Shu Liang didn't give up, still maintaining a sincere attitude, with his hand outstretched, pleading. Disciple is not exactly rolling in money, you see? Could you spare a little, please? The Grandmaster saw this and could only smile bitterly. You rascal, your intentions are as clear as day, huh? You've been coming to me all day just to ask for money, haven't you? Shu Liang defended himself. It's all for the great cause of Grandmaster. The Grandmaster pondered deeply. You need pills and magic tools? Master can think of ways to get some for you, but if you want money, I truly have none. Shu Liang fell back in disbelief. Grandmaster, isn't your monthly salary at Shushan not low? And didn't Master Foam also have extra bonuses from outside? Shu Liang was truly always puzzled. In his memories from his past life, Jian Foam had always been poor. The Grandmaster would even say, Disciple, people like us who cultivate the Tao don't need material things. It's normal if our conditions aren't good. Shu Liang felt like he had grown used to it since he was a child, and didn't think much of it. As he grew older, when he saw the other mountain peaks that were wealthy, he couldn't help but feel strange. Their Grandmaster had real money, constantly taking actions. Today, Grandmaster gave me 30 sword coins as a reward. Let's go eat hot pot. Especially since Jian Foam only had one disciple, there was nothing to speak of in terms of shared resources. If the Grandmaster gave him a little pocket money every month, it would be enough to buy a flying sword. Unfortunately, the Grandmaster was too poor. Even as he was complaining, what could the salary and a little extra from Master Feng's rewards be enough for? The master had not only no money to his name, but was also deeply in debt. Shu Liang asked himself, why is this? The Grandmaster explained, do you think that money could make me drunk enough to be satisfied, that it would be easy to buy things? A gourd of wine alone costs 500 sword coins. Shu Liang finally understood. He had seen the Grandmaster drink since he was little. The man had an insatiable love for wine. It turned out that a gourd of wine cost as much as a sword, which was truly astonishing. This is not wasting wine, this is burning money. The Grandmaster grimaced and explained, everything I say to you is the truth. In short, Master right now has nothing left, except for the external debts. Over the years, I've roamed the world, and apart from the fragrant spirit blood jade, I've never had any weapons or magic treasures. It's all been thanks to my own flesh. Even if you really need money, Master has nothing left to sell. If you want to sell something, the only thing left to sell is this body. Shu Liang looked at the Grandmaster now with nothing but helplessness in his eyes. Shu Liang suggested, Grandmaster, would that be all right? The Grandmaster was furious when he heard that. You really have a big nerve, huh? You dare to interpret my words like that? Shu Liang hurriedly explained in fear, misunderstanding. The Grandmaster decisively chased him away, go. The only thing you'll get from asking for money is a promise from me. Fine, in a few hundred years, Master will consider it. Shu Liang, disappointed, sighed, the plan to ask for money has failed. Looks like from now on, I'll have to rely on myself. If I want a flying sword, magical tools, elixirs, or talismans, I'll have to do it myself, or just give up on buying and wait to fight monsters instead. Suddenly, someone waved and shouted, Shu Senior Brother, you're finally back. Shu Liang immediately inquired, Mr. Lin, why are you waiting for me here? Is there something going on? Mr. Lin ran over and replied, of course. I've just learned of a mission with a very generous reward, and it requires 2 disciples with divine will realm cultivation level, clever, resourceful, and handsome to complete it. I think in all of Shushan, only you and I are the 2 most suitable ones. Zhu Liang asked cautiously. How far do we need to go to complete the mission? Mr. Lin pointed the way. Nanshan Library, Yanjiao City. The scene gradually darkened as night fell, the moon rising high, obscured by shadows. Outside Yanjiao City, near the Nanshan Library. The sound of footsteps echoed through the night, accompanied by voices. Shawan bro, no one dares come near this lake recently. Why did you ask me to meet you here? Isn't this where people go to end their lives? Shawan bro spoke. If you want this matter to end completely, we can only come here. A loud noise broke through the silence of the forest. The group flinched, then shouted in alarm, their eyes scanning the surroundings with suspicion, their faces constantly shifting in response to the sounds and movements in the forest. Curiosity heightened. Who's there? There's nothing in the forest, no movement. The man, terrified, began to frighten himself, trying to calm his nerves and his mind. It's nothing, just the wind blowing. Don't scare yourself like that. He suddenly turned to Shawan, speaking. I don't even know what needs to be ended here. As I see it, this matter has nothing to do with me. When you guys bullied Si Yen, I wasn't involved. At most, I just called her a few ugly names, but she's dead now, what more can be done? Shawan smirked. That's right, you didn't do anything. The man started to get impatient and urged Shawan. Come on, stop beating around the bush. Shawan turned around and asked the same question. Then do you still recognize me? The man staggered backward in shock, his mouth yelling out. Wu Shawan, what exactly do you want to do? If there's nothing going on, I don't want to stay in this damned place with you anymore. At most, I'll move to Yanjiao City tomorrow, no need to keep worrying like this. Shawan continuously spoke as if possessed. Zhang Song, do you really not recognize me? At this point, Zhang Song was completely stunned by what was before him. His body collapsed to the ground in panic, and in front of him was a blood-soaked body, a face drenched in blood, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Si Yen had entered Shawan and was moving his body closer to him. He begged desperately. Spare me, help, please spare me. Zhang Song's steps were erratic as he ran, half alive, his eyes still darting behind him. After running for a while, he was exhausted and stopped to catch his breath, panting heavily. Zhang Song, still feeling self-assured, said, Ha, I escaped. Little did he know, his neck was soon gripped by someone else's hand. His control over his own body was slipping away. What is this? Si Yen, please spare me. His eyes were straining so much that they almost bulged out. Driven to desperation, he pleaded pitifully, please, let me go, save me. Inside Yanjiao City, Zhu Lian was asking questions. Mr. Lin, this mission is so urgent, but I still don't know the specific situation. The Nanshan Library has a ghost, why do we need to go there? Although Yanjiao City was near Shushan, normally, strange incidents were handled by Shushan disciples, while Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism also had their own disciples. Isn't the matter of the library supposed to be handled by Confucianism cultivators? Zhu Liang asked rapidly, making it hard for Mr. Lin to respond. Matters in temples or monasteries are handled by the Buddhist sect. As for the library, naturally, it's managed by Confucianism. We don't need to get involved in that. What we are responsible for is protecting one of the library's students. After walking for a while, they finally arrived, and Mr. Lin pointed out the location. Junior brother Chu, we're here. Mr. Li is the head of a prominent family in Yanjiao City. His only son, Li Ju, is studying at the Nanshan Library. Recently, there have been ghosts in the Shushan Library, and 2 students have been killed. They are worried about their son and invited the Shushan sect to send someone to protect him for a while. Once this incident is resolved, we'll consider the mission complete. Shu Liang slowed down and began to think. Protecting a private individual? Who made such a blunder? Just heard Lin's senior brother say that the mission offers a high reward, so I agreed without asking for more details. It seems like there won't be any demons to fight this time. Mr. Lin also reminded Shu Liang, mentioning that the reward would be calculated on a daily basis as discussed before. Shu Liang nodded. Oh, that works too. Shu Liang even felt that after completing this bodyguard task, buying a flying sword wouldn't be too far off. There are many dealings between the cultivation sects and ordinary people, and offering white gold as tribute is beneficial for the sect, helping to produce many things that cultivators need. The money from the mortal world might be quite surprising to others. People use gold and silver to invite disciples into immortal sects. The Li family is indeed wealthy. The scene gradually changed. A while later, the servants and the head of the family stood in front of the house and spoke. Young heroes of the Shushan sect, everyone has finally arrived. Mr. Lin responded, Mr. Li, no need for formalities, both of us are just juniors from the Shushan sect. I am Lin Bei, and this is Chu Liang, my fellow disciple. Since I am only a few years younger than your father, I will call you uncle. My son and yours are brothers in arms, so Chu bro, don't stand on ceremony, just treat this place like your own home. Chu Liang stood at a distance, silently thinking. Having someone with such incredible diplomatic skills here would certainly reduce the hassle of dealing with so many people. Chu Liang shifted his gaze elsewhere. This person must be the only son of the old Li family. Li Ju appeared to have many concerns. Mr. Lin enthusiastically chatted, Uncle Li, don't worry, I'll protect the kid. I guarantee he'll be safe. From now on, we'll keep a close eye on him. If anyone in Shushan asks, they just need to mention Lin Bei. Uncle Li gave a few instructions. There's actually one more thing. Even though I've invited everyone to protect Li Ju, I need you to do so discreetly, without letting others find out, alright? Mr. Lin was surprised. Not let anyone know? Uncle Li explained, it's because tomorrow I'll help you all enroll, so you can attend Nanshan for your studies. From then on, you'll follow Li Ju closely. Once the studies are finished, you can return to my house, but in the meantime, don't let others see that you're deliberately guarding him, okay? Lin Bei scratched his head, Uncle Li, of course I'll do as you ask, but may I ask why? Uncle Li rubbed his hands together and said, well, this. It seemed like Uncle Li had something difficult to say. This very detail made Chu Liang begin to analyze, hiring people to protect Li Ju, but not wanting anyone to notice what exactly were they planning? Nanshan Library was one of the few prestigious schools in the southwest, where Confucianism and Taoism hadn't yet flourished much. Historically, although there weren't many top scholars, the third laureate had been achieved by a few. Even though after the fall of the third laureate, Nanshan Library lost its former glory, it still remained the top choice for officials and nobles in Yanzhou City. Today, the Nanshan Library welcomed another new student. The teacher introduced. Let's all welcome Chu Liang to join our class, Kanti. Chu Liang, you can choose your seat and sit down for now. Let's start today's lesson. Chu Liang slowly moved inside, his gaze sweeping over and observing Li Ju's seat. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was about to enter but was stopped by the teacher. Book boy, you're not allowed to come in. Stay outside. If you want to study, you can quietly listen from outside, but you're not allowed to speak or disturb us. Lin Bei froze, dazed by his own fate. He truly felt envious of Chu Liang and thought to himself, you have a seat, and I have to stand outside the door. Even though he was standing outside, Lin Bei kept his eyes on Chu Liang inside. Why is it that we both came to the library? You're a student, and I'm just a book boy. Chu Liang responded silently, it's because our temperaments are different. The roles aren't divided by rank. Lin Bei shook his head. I don't understand. Chu Liang had no choice but to give in, trying to calm him down. Alright, being a book boy makes it easier to gather information. Why don't you try asking around with the other book boys? Maybe you'll find more information on this case. Lin Bei reluctantly left. All right, go ahead. Outside, the diplomatic god Lin Bei formed a bookboy group and took the opportunity to gather intel. Meanwhile, Xu Liang felt like he had been transported back to his college days, stretching and muttering to himself. Such nostalgia. It's been so long since I've been to class. At that time, he was also lectured by the teacher to have his brat be a bit more patient. Good at sports, right? Good at playing chess, right? Very skilled at playing games, right? Are you satisfied now? Such an important thing like the exam, and you still only managed to get third place in the entire province. Xu Liang, him? He glanced over at Li Ju, silently thinking. Li Ju doesn't need to worry too much. How about you walk around for a bit and see if you can find someone to talk to? As soon as the idea of striking up a conversation came to mind, a humble girl approached. She asked, "Where are you from, Xu Liang?" Xu Liang answered, "I'm from Xingzhou City." The two started to get acquainted. Xingzhou City? Why did you come to Nanshan Library? Xu Liang explained, because of family reasons, everyone moved here to live, and I had no choice but to follow. She then introduced the place further. Nanshan Library is pretty good, it's ranked among the top 2 in the southwest. Xu Liang began to chat a little, saying that before coming here, he had thought the same, that Nanshan Library probably wouldn't be bad. It was just that after arriving here, he felt a bit uneasy. The humble girl was surprised. Uneasy about what? Xu Liang whispered, "I heard that there have been ghosts causing trouble in the library recently." The news caused the girl to become quiet. She looked left and right, then finally whispered to Xu Liang. "This is true, but don't be scared, only a few bad people." After listening to the story for a while, Xu Liang had identified the clues, especially the wicked individual. She even reminded Xu Liang. "But you mustn't tell anyone that I told you this, otherwise." At that moment, a loud shout rang out. "Li Chunhee, are you being talkative again?" A man ran from somewhere and questioned. "Li Chunhee, your mouth's idle again, isn't it? You just arrived, and if you want to study here in peace, don't go snooping around. Got it?" While this man was speaking aggressively, a powerful voice calling his name appeared from behind. Yan Xiaohu. The name made him freeze, frightened. The beautiful woman behind him appeared, along with a questioning remark. "Why are you being so aggressive?" Yan Xiaohu turned around and whispered. "Mr. Song." Upon the appearance of Mr. Song, he became fearful, sitting obediently like a little puppy, not daring to say a word. Xu Liang was quickly drawn to Mr. Song. A thought flashed through his mind, this must be a teacher in the academy, and he seemed very young. The teacher moved closer, placing a hand on Li Ju's cheek and calling out to him. This quickly made Li Ju's eyes snap open. Mr. Song reminded him. "Wake up. Let's go." At this call, Li Ju appeared somewhat startled and caught off guard. Mr. Song, in a calm and serious tone, said, "We're going to class." As soon as the teacher entered the classroom, Xu Liang observed Li Ju and then focused his mind to listen attentively. Xu Liang suddenly recalled that during the previous lesson, Li Ju had not shown any signs like this. No matter how the teacher called out, they had lost their composure and were lying sprawled over the desks. The voice of lament echoed, "More than half of the class time has passed, students, please regain your focus." Xu Liang was puzzled, as a series of analytical thoughts surged in his mind. Not just Li Ju, but even the others in the previous lesson were not acting like this. With just a soft tone when entering the class, everyone seemed to be roused, far more effective than the hoarse voice of the teacher from the previous lesson. Mr. Song glanced around and then asked, "Is there a new person in our class today?" "Let me introduce myself. I am Song Qingyi, the poetry and literature teacher at the Nanshan Library." Xu Liang stared blankly at the teacher, his mind filled with confusion, thinking to himself that this Mr. Song seemed a bit special. Song Qingyi, though young, was a master of his craft. The lesson, though simple, was also fascinating. In the blink of an eye, it was already time for the lunch break after the lesson. Chu Liang asked Lin Bei, "So, what have you found out?" Lin Bei replied, "I've gathered all the information. That Mr. Song is Song Ching-yi, from Jiangnan, and he only came to the Nanshan Library a few years ago. At 18 or 19, they are no different from us, with no engagement." After hearing Lin Bei's words, Chu Liang could only helplessly pout. He decided not to say anything more and fixed his gaze on Lin Bei. After a while, Lin Bei finally realized where he had gone wrong and gave a somewhat embarrassed smile. Lin Bei then explained further, "That's right, I mainly need to gather more information about the strange incidents." Upon hearing this, Chu Liang couldn't help but feel a little relieved. "Alright, it's good that you finally remembered." Based on his findings, Lin Bei believed that the rumors about ghosts in the Nanshan Library were not entirely unfounded. It was said that a young lady named Si Tu Yen, who had been bullied by others while studying here, had committed suicide at the lake behind the mountain. The name Si Tu Yen suddenly made Chu Liang pause. Lin Bei added, 7 days after Si Tu Yan's death, 2 more student corpses were found behind the mountain. Their deaths were both tragic and heart-wrenching. Now, the students in the academy are all whispering that the ghost of Si Tu Yen has turned into a wrathful spirit, seeking revenge on those who bullied her. After hearing the story, Chu Liang fell into deep thought. If it was indeed a wrathful spirit, it wouldn't be that difficult. But recalling the actions and words of the Li family, both father and son, he still felt something was off. Why was Li Ju so frightened? Could it be that he too had bullied Si Tu Yen in the past? Lin Bei excitedly responded, observing the confused look on his face. Could he really be bullying others? It would be more accurate to say he was the one being bullied. As Chu Liang and Lin Bei moved, a crowd gathered noisily, their voices rising. "Li Ju, what are we doing today?" "You know very well." A group of people surrounded Li Ju, radiating hostility. Li Ju quickly succumbed, pulling out a silver ingot. The leader of the group took the silver, muttering nonsense before letting him go. Lin Bei saw this and turned to Chu Liang. "Go help him." Chu Liang refused, "No need." Lin Bei, still curious, asked, "Aren't you going to intervene?" As they walked, Chu Liang explained, noting the familiar way Li Ju took out the silver. It was likely not the first time he'd been bullied. The bag was swiftly set down on the table. Chu Liang spoke seriously to Lin Bei about the current situation. "If we suddenly step in to help now, it would risk exposing our connection to him. Also, we don't know much about Yen Xiaohu yet. It's better not to get involved in unrelated matters for now, so as not to affect our main objectives." After hearing this, Lin Bei declared, "Fine, as long as they don't touch me, that's fine." But right after this statement, Lin Bei was physically affected by the group, his head unable to stay still for even a moment. A sudden strike came from an arm. Lin Bei was still somewhat confused, thinking to himself that it seemed like someone had just lightly knocked him on the head. This Yen Xiaohu had the audacity to come close and raised his voice. "Newcomer, it's your first day here, and you still don't understand the rules of the Nanshan Library?" Lin Bei, still clueless, asked. "What rules?" The bookboy behind him, speaking loudly with a sense of authority, continued, "If you want to stay safe here, you have to pay a protection fee of 5 silver taels every month. I'll look after you." Lin Bei's mouth hung open after hearing this. 5 silver taels could support an ordinary family for several months. It was not a small amount. His eyes began to darken as he started to think. Though the Nanshan Library was full of young masters and young ladies from wealthy families, there was still a lion waiting to strike. Lin Bei was infuriated, slamming his arm down on the table, causing things to shake. He then declared loudly, 5 coins? You might as well go rob someone." The others, enraged, charged at Lin Bei. "Not satisfied, huh? Is it just smashing the stone table? Stop pretending. Don't you know who our young master is?" Lin Bei's face darkened, his anger rising. "Was it you who hit me on the head just now?" Chu Liang sensed that things were escalating and quickly calmed Lin Bei down, saying, "Stay calm, stay calm." Chu Liang swiftly pulled out some silver from his pocket, speaking softly. "Since it's a rule, then naturally, we must abide by it. I'll pay for the first 2 months in advance, and I hope Xiaohu Bro will take care of me in the future." Yan Xiaohu took the money, threw his arm around Chu Liang's shoulders, and gave him a knowing smile. "You're quite sharp. Don't worry, from now on, you're my brothers in arms here at the Nanshan Library. Speaking of Yan Xiaohu, I guarantee you can walk with your head held high." Chu Liang's eyes brightened, and Two-Faced added, "Xiaohu Bro is quite unruly, but I wonder if he has left the Nanshan Library. Does Xiaohu Bro still offer protection in Yinjiao City?" Xiaohu's book boy quickly responded, "Don't worry about that. I'm the young master of the Black Fox Gang. You can go ask around a bit. Our Black Fox Gang is the headquarters of the Jingbang, you know? We have good relations with our young master, and in Yinjiao City, you can walk with confidence anywhere." After hearing this, Chu Liang cupped his hands and replied, "So you're the young master of the Black Fox Gang. I apologize for the disrespect." Yan Xiaohu, pleased with the flattery, was in an extremely good mood. "You're quite knowledgeable, brat, I like you." Xiaohu left, his voice echoing as he said, "Alright, if anything comes up, just call out for Hu Bro. Hu Bro will take his leave now." Lin Bei scratched his head in confusion. Although these people had cultivation levels, they were at most at the body refining realm. He could easily take care of them with a single wave of his hand. Why were they not making a move? Chu Liang calmly explained, "The situation is unclear, don't add more trouble. The Black Fox Gang seems like a nest of venomous snakes. What if they really bring people from the Jingbang after us? This mission is getting more complicated. It's best to gather more information before we act." Lin Bei leaned on his hand and spoke, "Fine, the mission reward hasn't even been collected, and I've already spent a few silver taels. Chu Liang, just come up with a plan to go back and ask Mr. Li for the money." From what Chu Liang knew, Jingbang, also called the Four Seas Jingbang, was one of the 10 great factions. Moreover, this is a faction, not just the only non-sectarian force in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When compared to other immortal sects, its strength is unimaginable. The Ma Xia Gang spreads across the 4 seas, with its numbers reaching 100,000, engaging in waterway transport, port operations, and many other business activities, making it resemble a giant. If this Black Fox Gang is truly connected to the Jingbang, it's no wonder Yan Xiaohu was exaggerating so much. However, it is still better to check the situation with Li Ju first. The scene shifts to the classroom, just before the afternoon lesson begins. Chu Liang asks, "Are you okay? Does Yan Xiaohu need our help?" Li Ju shakes his head. "No need, I'm used to it by now. You should leave first, don't let others suspect our relationship." Hearing this reminder, Chu Liang quickly moves to leave. At that moment, Li Ju mutters to himself, "I'm fine, anyway, he won't live long." Those words make Chu Liang stop and look back in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Li Ju looks around in fear and shakes his head. "It's nothing." Chu Liang's curiosity truly starts to spark. The afternoon passes without incident. When the afternoon class ends, Lin Bei begins to report to Chu Liang on what he has investigated today. The Black Fox Gang said that the headquarters of the Jingbang is actually just a title, probably to enhance their connections. They've never seen the Jingbang involved in their affairs before. In Yinjiao City, the Black Fox Gang is indeed a large faction, with dozens of cultivators in martial arts within their ranks, but most are at the first stage, though a few branch leaders have reached the second stage. Only the gang leader is a third-rank martial artist. Chu Liang stood in a daze. So that's how it is. In a place like Yinjiao City, a force like that is enough to make waves. After all, the scale and strength of those invited to fight are not the same. For instance, Mr. Li spent a lot of money to invite a 9 heavens god cultivator. They're here for protection, but over time, even he couldn't afford to keep them. Moreover, after the Shushan sect took action, they naturally acted with righteousness, usually handling matters related to demons and evil spirits. They can't help them with other things. A faction that can sustain a dozen or so martial cultivators fighting here and there for an extended period of time, with a third-rank expert providing protection, is certainly not weak, but that's really all there is to it. Shu Liang suddenly looked around carefully, and within a moment, he found what he was looking for. When you mentioned Xiao Hu has arrived. Shu Liang shouted with excitement. Xiao Hu bro. Xiao Hu responded, Xiao Chu, what's going on? He thought to himself that Shu Liang was a smart person, and if he could recruit him as a little brother, that would be great. Shu Liang explained, didn't you ask me to find out about the Black Fox gang? I've gone and found out. Yan Xiaohu broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, so what do you want to do now? Shu Liang said, that's why we want to get our money back. The scene at Nanshan Institute unfolded, with Mr. Song appearing gracefully. Suddenly, she heard a loud and chaotic noise. People were shouting excitedly. Push him. This leg, this punch, it hit the jaw. Mr. Song, walking by, became curious. Were the students fighting? Unable to stand it, she quickly ran over. What's going on? The people fighting inside, stop right now. The students were startled when they saw Mr. Song. She squeezed through the crowd. Those at the front quickly stepped aside, but what exactly was going on inside? The students replied. It's Yan Xiaohu and a new student. Without seeing the situation yet, Mr. Song tried to call out. Yan Xiaohu, stop immediately, don't bully your fellow students. The sound of fighting continued, thud thud. Mr. Song tried her best to push through. Everyone in the front, step aside. The crowd refused to make way, and no matter how much she tried to squeeze, she still couldn't get inside to stop it. Mr. Song, now filled with frustration, her face darkening, her voice sharp and commanding. I warn you for the last time, Yan Xiaohu, if you don't stop, I will have director expel you. Her voice, combined with her powerful expression, made everyone shudder. The students in the crowd quickly stepped aside. However, contrary to Mr. Song's expectations, what she saw before her made her expression change drastically. Yan Xiaohu was the one who had suffered the most severe injury. He was lying on the ground, mumbling, Mr. Song, I stopped as soon as I could. I didn't even dare to switch hands. I was beaten to this state, and you still want to drive me out? In Mr. Song's mind, Yan Xiaohu was a small tyrant in the Nanshan library, always bullying his fellow students. When he first heard that Yan Xiaohu had gotten into a fight with someone, it was hard to avoid thinking that he was the one causing trouble. However, Yan Xiaohu's cultivation level in martial arts and his usual gang of thugs made Mr. Song wonder who could have beaten him to this state. But then Mr. Song noticed that the two thugs kneeling beside him, their heads lowered, were not the ones who had attacked him. Where had the real assailant gone? Not only had they gathered a group to fight in the library, but they had also managed to escape during the chaos? Mr. Song raised his voice and asked, who attacked just now? Whoever did it, step forward. The students who had gathered quickly stepped back. The scene now revealed Chu Liang and Lin Bei. Both of them stood frozen, unsure of how to explain themselves to Mr. Song. Mr. Song frowned and asked again, was it you too? Chu Liang, frightened, took a step back as he thought to himself. How could the students in Nanshan Library be so tacit? After a moment, he finally spoke up, Mr. Song, I'm sorry, this is my first time here. Yan Xiaowu only wanted to charge me 10 silver taels as a protection fee, and I couldn't bear it, so I resisted. I violated the library's rules, and I humbly ask for your punishment. Mr. Song was stunned and confused. The lesson hadn't even been given yet he had already guessed it correctly, and now it seemed impossible to say anything further. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. She spoke loudly, no matter what, you can't hit people in the library. Shu Liang lowered his head and added, I just want to pay and settle this matter. Our book boy was too angry, which is why he fought with the three of them. When we return, I will definitely punish him severely. Shu Liang looked at Lin Bei and signaled him. Lin Bei immediately took on his role. Young master, the slap to my face really hurt, it feels like my bones are broken. We need to go to the clinic right away. Shu Liang showed a worried expression. Is it that serious? Mr. Son, I must quickly take Book Boy for treatment. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Mr. Song nodded in agreement. All right, you all go to the clinic. Before leaving, she turned to Xiaohu and said, tomorrow when you come to school, I will have the director punish you. The others dispersed. Two servants walking beside Yan Xiaohu were noisily discussing. Ah, young master seems to have lost consciousness, stop talking, hurry and take him to the clinic. However, a loud voice rang out. Stop. Lin Bei called to them, come here right now. The two servants, frightened, let go, causing Xiaohu to fall and hit his face. Shu Liang began to lecture. You don't need to worry so much. I just want to talk. Although it was all your fault today, we are not unreasonable people. Shu Liang said to Lin Bei, give me a sword coin. A sword coin quickly appeared. Shu Liang instructed, take this sword coin back and give it to the gang leader. Just tell him it's the money for his son's medicine, and make sure you hand it directly to the gang leader. Shu Liang was feeling quite pleased as he gave instructions to the two servants, saying, hold on to it tightly and make sure to deliver it to your gang leader. Just tell him it's the compensation for his son's medical expenses. Remember, it must be handed directly to the gang leader. The two servants, upon hearing this, kept nodding and responding, yes, yes. After hearing Shu Liang's instructions, the two servants hurried off, almost running in a panic. Shu Liang even mocked them, saying, hey, you've forgotten the young master. They ran for a short distance before realizing they had actually forgotten the young master, and hurried back to catch up with him. Before they left completely, they still managed to nod and say, thank you, thank you. The scene suddenly became awkward, with everyone's gaze fixed on the group dragging the young master back. Someone nearby suddenly asked Shu Liang, Shu bro, why did you give them the sword coin? Shu Liang casually explained, to avoid trouble later. If Yan Xiaohu's father sees the sword coin, he probably won't come after us to cause trouble. The brother-in-arms looked even more surprised, his mouth agape as he curiously asked, oh, then why did you need to take my sword coin? Shu Liang replied nonchalantly, I have my own uses for my money. The scene shifts to another setting. Shu Liang is gradually stepping outside the door, looking a bit pensive as he gazes ahead. Thoughts are running through his mind based on the news he learned yesterday. Li Ju had not been the studious type in the past. However, for some reason, recently, he has been sitting there, seemingly lost in thought, with no clear purpose. Li Ju is sitting absent-mindedly, but as Chu Liang approaches, he immediately notices and is surprised. Young hero Chu, when did you arrive? You didn't say a word. Chu Liang suddenly places a silver coin on the table. He slowly sits down and instructs. This is the money I retrieved for you from Yan Xiaohu. You don't need to give it back today, and you don't need to in the future either. Li Ju, touched by this gesture from Chu Liang, expresses his gratitude. I saw you teach him a lesson today, thank you so much. Chu Liang responds indifferently. It is the duty of a cultivator to uphold justice, but there is one thing I must clarify. Why did you say Yan Xiaohu doesn't have much time left to live? Upon hearing this question, Li Ju is indeed taken aback, his eyes widen in surprise. His expression gradually shifts to one of anxiety, and beads of sweat begin to form on his face, dripping steadily. Chu Liang probes again. Is it because of the swallowtail poison? Li Ju shakes his head in confusion. I don't know. Chu Liang immediately refutes sharply. You know it's because they once bullied the swallowtail poison, and that's why you know. Chu Liang's words strike a chord, leaving Li Ju more unsettled, his lips trembling. Suddenly, Li Ju straightens up and raises his hand to stop him. You don't need to ask anymore. Chu Liang remained determined not to give up, and he was resolute in confronting this issue to the very end. His father invited us to come and protect him, mentioning that he had given Shushan a large sum of money. The longer we stay here, the more you will have to pay back. Resolving these matters quickly will certainly be better for you in the long run. After hearing this advice, Li Ju's face darkened as he fell into deep thought. Shu Liang seized on the other party's mindset and asked again. Let me ask you, was it Si Tuyen who killed the person with her vengeful spirit? Li Ju finally spoke up. Most likely, yes. Shu Liang observed Li Ju's expression and then asked. Then why are you so afraid? Is it because you once bullied her? Li Ju immediately denied it. I didn't, I never did such a thing. Shu Liang, curious about the identity of the others, asked. Then who are those people? Li Ju raised his hand to his face, in a state of tormenting reflection. Gradually, the names were revealed: Zhang Song, Wu Shaoan, Yin Xiaohu, Qinde. Li Ju's head throbbed with pain as he spoke of the past, remembering how these people had once tormented Si Tuyen. As Chu Liang continued his narrative, Li Ju then told us a story. Si Tuyen was an ordinary girl, not beautiful. But she came from a wealthy family, and her life of luxury should have been enough for her to live happily forever. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, Si Tuyen's family house suddenly caught fire. Although she managed to escape with her life, half of her face was severely burned, leaving a hideous scar that could never be healed. Since Si Tuyen's appearance was disfigured, her classmates have been terrified of her looks. Although she used a thin cloth to cover her face and let her long hair fall to conceal half of her left side, it still couldn't hide everything. Some mischievous classmates often mocked her, trying to force her to leave the Nanshan library. Zhang Song called her ugly monster every day, while Wu Shaoan would hit her with paper. Qinde clearly knew that she was terrified of fire after the accident, yet he would often burn dry grass to scare her. Yen Xiaohu took 5 silver taels from her every month. Si Tuyen had once thought about giving up and not going to the library anymore. At that time, Li Ju encouraged her. Those classmates either bullied her or couldn't even bring themselves to look at her, but only Li Ju treated her sincerely. Li Ju, a reserved and taciturn person, and Si Tuyen, who had become weak after her injury, were like two people who shared the same fate. He encouraged Si Tuyen to bravely come to the library, taught her the lessons she had missed, and was the one who stepped forward to help her whenever those bad people bullied her. Although in the end, he became the one who was bullied. Before Si Tuyen's misfortune, their relationship was merely superficial. But when she got hurt, the bond between them grew stronger. Li Ju thought that by being like this, he could help Si Tuyen recover. But he never expected that one day, while they were studying by the lake, he unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up, he discovered that Si Tuyen had tied him up. When he realized the situation, it had already worsened. Si Tuyen drew a knife and aimed it at Li Ju, her gaze terrifyingly intense. In that moment, Si Tuyen spoke. She has already fallen for Li Ju. As long as Li Ju's face bears that scar, turning him into a monster, they can be together forever. Li Ju tried his best to persuade her, but Si Tuyen refused to listen, completely ignoring his words. She only wanted to transform him into a monster, into something as ugly as herself. In that dangerous situation, fortunately, Li Ju fought desperately. In the end, just before her son approached, he managed to break free from the restraints and escape. He pushed Si Tuyen to the ground, calling her insane, then turned and ran, not daring to look back. The next day, the students curiously glanced at the empty spot where Si Tuyen usually sat. That same day, Li Ju learned that Si Tuyen had jumped into the lake to commit suicide. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Li Ju felt confused, his gaze shaken, and his mind was clouded with thoughts. The last words he had spoken, calling her insane, haunted him. Did those words push her to this desperate point? However, 7 days later, the bodies of Wu Shaoan and Zhang Song were found by the lake. People in the library speculated whether it was the vengeful spirit of Si Tuyen coming back for revenge. Li Ju also had the same feeling. Li Ju's thoughts became even more judgmental. It was certain she had definitely returned. All those who had once bullied her would have to pay the price. And as of now, he still didn't know if he had become a target of Si Tuyan's revenge. Li Ju was genuinely scared. After hearing everything, Shu Liang left. The people waiting outside immediately asked as he came out. "How is it?" Shu Liang answered, recounting the situation. After Zhang Song and Wu Shaoan died, Xinda had not come to the library and had been hiding at home. Yan Xiaohu, on the other hand, had been acting recklessly, but only he had been unable to leave for the past 2 days. Shu Liang solemnly speculated. If Si Tuyan has turned into an angry spirit, then wouldn't everything be happening behind the mountain? Shu Liang instructed his senior. "I'll go take a look. You stay here and watch over Li Ju." The senior brother reassured him. "All right, leave this place to me. You go deal with the wrathful spirit, but be careful." After saying that, Shu Liang immediately moved his body, his voice echoing. "Don't worry, Si Tuyan didn't have a cultivation level when he was alive. Even if he turns into a wrathful spirit, he shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Time is of the essence, I'm heading out now." While moving through the sky, Shu Liang was still deeply troubled, his thoughts swirling. The brilliant light of the flying sword shone. If the purpose was to investigate the situation, then it would still be better to use the flying sword for fast travel. It had no special effect otherwise. In an instant, Shu Liang arrived at the small pond area behind the Nanshan Library. He quickly placed his feet on the ground. Shu Liang gradually moved forward, and a faint light emerged. The sounds and the scenery around him were eerily quiet, sending a chill down his spine. Shu Liang couldn't help but quietly think to himself, this was the perfect night for demons to appear. The plan in Shu Liang's mind had already been set. Now, he had to venture deep into the forest, conceal his aura, and quietly wait for the snakes to emerge. Suddenly, a sound echoed from somewhere, and a dark shadow swept by. Shu Liang quickly updated his understanding of the situation. He could sense that someone was nearby. Because of this, Shu Liang hid behind a tree to observe the situation carefully. He made full use of his spiritual sense to assess the surroundings. The light around him shimmered in a mystical way, and Shu Liang gradually realized that it was the silhouette of a woman. As soon as he identified the other party's identity, Shu Liang moved swiftly to approach. However, when he got closer, Shu Liang was utterly stunned. The surroundings were completely empty. There was no sign of a person, nor was there any shadow. Shu Liang landed on the ground in confusion, silently thinking to himself, even if it were a ghost, it couldn't just vanish without reason. There's no trace of any negative energy around here. Shu Liang kept looking around and shaking his head in frustration. This is really strange. At that moment, a sound accompanied by a flash of light shot across above Shu Liang's head, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. Just as expected, a stream of malevolent energy was overpowering the air around them. The current scene had become incredibly oppressive and indescribable. Shu Liang's gaze swept around, uneasy, as a certain light drew closer and attacked him fiercely, its force extremely brutal. Shu Liang jumped in surprise and exclaimed, "Who's there?" In the midst of the confrontation, Shu Liang sensed the technique being used, which was the jade chain. Both sides clashed directly in a fierce battle, with techniques being unleashed continuously. Shu Liang silently assessed that the opponent's cultivation level was roughly on par with his own, but the quality of the jade chain couldn't possibly surpass the flying sword in his hand. Moreover, the surging yang energy earlier was definitely not from any kind of evil creature. In the midst of the tension, Shu Liang suddenly froze in confusion. The woman in front of him revealed her face, and she was stunningly beautiful. Shu Liang was left speechless in astonishment. The woman also recognized him. Shu Liang acknowledged the familiar face. He immediately retracted his technique, preparing to launch another attack. He thought to himself, so it's the female teacher from the day classes, Song Qingyi. But wait, Shu Liang's thoughts took a strange turn. During the day, Song Qingyi's chest didn't seem that large, but at night, it's like it's grown so much. How odd. Qingyi approached Shu Liang's position, withdrawing her stance. Both of them asked at the same time, "Are you a cultivator too?" Right after the simultaneous question, they both froze. Once again, perfectly in sync, they asked in unison, "What are you doing here?" The atmosphere became unbearably awkward. Xing Yi pouted, visibly embarrassed. She reminded Chu Liang, "Don't copy what I say." Chu Liang extended his hand and invited, "Then you speak first." Xing Yi expressed her curiosity. "Earlier, I noticed something odd about you. Where are you from?" To this question, Chu Liang replied without hesitation, "I'm a disciple of Shushan sect. I came to Nanshan Library actually. I was assigned a task to protect a student here." "What about the song master?" Xing Yi expressed her curiosity again. "Earlier, I noticed something odd about you. Where are you from?" By now, Chu Liang understood. So that was it. No wonder the one teaching here was so young. He even cupped his hands respectfully toward Xing Yi and said with deference, "This matter truly isn't something a Shushan disciple should meddle in, but I was entrusted with it by the one who hired me. Loyalty must be upheld." Chu Liang then tried to steer the conversation forward. "Since the song master is already here, you must know all about Si Tu Yen. I've gathered some crucial information, so I came to the lake behind the mountain to investigate." The song master nodded. "Indeed. I've been stationed here every night for the past 2 days, but nothing unusual has happened. Until today, I only saw a shadow sneaking around. That's why I acted against you, hoping you wouldn't blame me." Chu Liang wasn't bothered by it and brushed it off. "It's fine. Since our goal is the same, to resolve this ghost case, shouldn't we share some information?" Xing Yi was curious, "What do you want to know?" Chu Liang replied, "I want to know. The previous song master, weren't you wearing a corset? Why is there such a big difference between day and night?" Songmaster awkwardly responded, "It's like this, because I was afraid it would be impolite to wear it during class, so I." When it came to this issue, Songmaster became even more embarrassed. However, she suddenly got angry. "Why are you asking me about this? If you have nothing to do with the ghost case, then you should leave." Although Chu Liang was scolded, he still mumbled absently, "Sorry, I'm just a bit curious." After discussing irrelevant matters, Chu Liang immediately returned to the main topic. "The question is, you've examined the bodies of the 2 students. Was it really the wrathful spirit that did this?" Elder Song replied, "The death postures were horrific, with heavy yin energy, so it can be confirmed that it was a ghost that killed them." Song Qingyi suddenly paused, thinking, "I always feel that it's not quite like the wrathful spirit, but more like some higher-level ghost." A few speculations emerged. The intelligence of a wrathful spirit isn't high, and its thinking isn't very clear. It only appears in one location. Although the obsession is deep, there won't be any complicated actions like that. The story of luring the 2 students from their house to the lake and then killing them does not resemble something that the wrathful spirit could do, unless it's a coincidental alignment of circumstances. A normal person without a cultivation level would have a very limited soul strength. After death, no matter how strong the wrath, it would only be slightly stronger than the wrathful spirit. If everyone could transform into a ghost, with their strength not being limited, wouldn't they just ascend directly after death? The ghostly beings in higher worlds either continue to level up their cultivation based on certain fortuitous events after becoming ghosts, or they must have had a powerful soul cultivation level in their previous life. It must be like that. Si Tu Yen, a person who had just died recently, of course did not have either of these conditions. Chu Liang turned to confirm with Qing Yi, Si Tu Yen was just an ordinary girl without a cultivation level. She nodded. So it's possible that another ghostly being attacked her, or perhaps a demon cultivator was involved in the ritual as well. Right after this speculation, Xu Liang fell into thought. Some people cultivate the demon path, specifically training to refine the deep wrath of ghostly beings, turning them into tools or weapons for cultivation. The methods are cruel, defying nature, similar to the Ming Wang sect, a notorious demonic sect that relies on wandering souls to practice their techniques. After that, Chu Liang told Song Qingyi a little about Li Ju, but did not mention the matter between Li Ju and Si Tuyen. He only mentioned that there were a few people in the class who could be the next targets for Si Tuyen's revenge. Those names were Chen De and Yan Xiaohu. Song Qingyi replied, "Alright, tomorrow I will look into those too." In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Confucian sect only had 2 schools. One was the Shanglong Library, which was backed by the imperial court and used the entire bureaucratic system as a foundation to nurture talent. The other was the Independent Gentleman's Hall. The Gentleman's Hall of Jiangnan was initially established by several great scholars. At that time, only a few scholars of the current era would gather and exchange knowledge on the Jiangnan Yanwu building. For a period of time, it was a pleasant conversation. Later, someone proposed changing the name of the place to Gentleman's Hall. From then on, Gentleman's Hall became a place to honor Confucianism. Anyone with good character, knowledge, and cultivation could be considered a Confucian gentleman, and their name could be inscribed in the Gentleman's Hall, passed down to future generations, and remembered for eternity. Countless scholars took the Gentleman's Hall as their lifelong goal. Gradually, Gentleman's Hall of Jiangnan also developed heirs, becoming one of the top 10 prestigious schools. Lin Bei gasped and spoke up, "So Song Master is from Gentleman's Hall?" Chu Liang replied, "Yes, as for the matter in the library, it's managed by people from Confucianism, we probably don't need to worry too much about it." Lin Bei nodded repeatedly, muttering to himself, "Alright then, Confucianism, 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 I really like Confucianism." Chu Liang frowned and reminded Lin Bei, "Since Song Master is aware, are you planning to use the jade chain to teach Mr. Lin? But if you play Dongyin, there will be a deduction in funds." The scene shifted to the next day, during the lunch break at the academy. In the adjacent room of the school, Lin Bei suddenly slammed his hand down onto the desk. "Chen Da is dead. Song Master, can you clarify the specific situation? This matter is truly strange." Mr. Song began to explain the situation. "After I finished my morning class, I went to Chen Da's house under the guise of a teacher to visit. The result was utterly surprising. Seeing the desolate and ruined Chen family, the eerie atmosphere there, one could immediately tell that the cause of Chen Da's death was unlike any normal occurrence. According to the family, ever since Zhang Song and Wu Shaoan had died, Chen Da had locked himself in his room and dared not leave. The only time he was seen was when his parents came to bring him food. Last night, Chen Da's father went to deliver food to his son and happened to see his wife bringing in the tray. He felt something was strange. Clearly, it was Mother Chen who asked him to bring food, so why did she suddenly come to deliver it herself? However, when he returned to his room, he discovered something was wrong. Just a moment ago, Mother Chen was lying on the bed, telling him to bring food to their son. Now she was still lying in bed, never having stepped out of the room. Chen Da's father immediately sensed that something was amiss. The shocking nature of the situation made him drop whatever he was holding and flee. He ran straight to Chen Da's room and discovered that Chen Da had been burned to a crisp, lying on the floor. He had been scorched by a fierce fire, yet there was no trace of smoke or fire in the room, nor any signs of ignition. Chen Da had not made any sound or cry for help. In just a moment, he had been consumed by the flames. "Mr. Song, we've already checked it out. The strong aura of Yin is indeed the method of the monster." Chu Liang began to analyze. What Father Chen saw, when Mother Chen entered Chen Da's room, was probably the illusion created by the monster. It can even change its appearance to that of someone else at will. Not many monsters can do that. Lin Bei, somewhat hesitant, remarked, "Disguising oneself as someone else isn't difficult. Many evil spirits can do that, but to change into any person at will is much harder." Immediately after this remark, Chu Liang understood and nodded. Aside from the great Tong Tian gods who can transform in countless ways, there's only one race with this innate ability, such as the Hu clan among monsters or certain demonic entities. Lin Bei suddenly thought of the floral skin demon, and Chu Liang's eyes brightened. Even Mr. Song began to grasp the issue. She nodded and analyzed, "That's right, only a painted skin demon could change into someone else's form at will. The 2 students before must have been deceived by a painted skin demon near the lake. Suddenly, the teacher stopped, lost in thought, pondering, but Si Tu Yen, someone who just died recently, how could they transform into a painted skin demon like this? If it wasn't Si Tu Yen who was attacking, then why were all the victims the ones she wanted to take revenge on? A painted skin demon can change its appearance unpredictably and its movements are erratic, much harder to deal with than a wrathful spirit. Lin Bei raised his voice, speaking loudly, Master Son, don't worry. Our Shu Shan disciples have always taken the responsibility of exorcising evil and protecting righteousness. We will not let those demonic spirits cause any chaos. We will definitely do everything we can to help you. The scene inside the side wing room of the Li residence at night was eerily quiet, with the tea being gradually poured into the cup. Chu Liang quickly took a sip, smiling brightly and saying, "This tea is delicious." Lin Bei rubbed his head anxiously and said in a hurry, "Think of something, Jing Zi. It's because of your wisdom and intelligence that I came to you. Let's complete this mission together." Shu Liang casually flicked his ear and mumbled, "Didn't you agree with Miss Song? Why are you looking for me? Isn't our mission just to keep an eye on Li Ju?" Lin Bei looked confused and asked again, "Don't you want to see her beautiful smile?" Shu Liang replied indifferently, "I just want to fight evil." However, the painted skin demon is a dangerous existence in this world. It must be eradicated as soon as possible. For now, let's not talk about the identity of the painted skin demon. Its actions also follow the path of revenge laid out by Si Tu Yen. If that's the case, all we need to do is protect its target well, and we'll catch it eventually. Shu Liang stood up abruptly and instructed Lin Bei, "You stay here and watch Li Ju. I'll go find Yin Xiaohu." Lin Bei was stunned and raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, why is it you going out? Last night it was me who went out, and I met Miss Song. Tonight, I want to go out again." Shu Liang immediately explained, "That's because I have a way to analyze the painted skin demon." "Do you have one?" Hearing this, Lin Bei slumped in defeat, his entire body collapsing onto the chair. Before Chu Liang left, Lin Bei had told him, "Buy me some late-night snacks when you get back." The scene gradually shifted to the night at Yin Manor. A loud knocking sound was heard at the door. "Please open the door for me." The servant who came to open the door said, "Who is it?" "It's the middle of the night. If there's nothing important, just leave." Shu Liang politely responded, "Is the young master at home? I'm a friend of his, here to check on his injuries." The servant, with a bit of hesitation, replied, "So, the little gentleman is a friend of our young master. You should have said so earlier. My apologies, little gentleman. Today is quite a coincidence, our young master just went out." Suddenly, Shu Liang remembered. After being beaten so badly yesterday, he had assumed the young master would stay home to recover. But it seemed he had gone out to play. His health didn't seem as bad as it appeared. Shu Liang smiled and asked, "May I ask where he went?" The people around whispered amongst themselves, "You must not be close to our young master." Of course, he went to the Taiyu Pavilion. The Taiyu Pavilion is the largest courtesan house in Yanjiao City, where the most distinguished scholars and refined gentlemen gather. The courtesan house in this world is slightly different from the singing hall. The singing hall is where one directly sells their body professionally, and most of the establishments are not large. The locations are secretive, much like the time when Shu Liang captured a spirit spider at the singing hall. It was in a small place on the outskirts. The courtesan house, on the other hand, is more like a place for the arts, larger in scale, and the nature of its gatherings is more lively. To put it simply, many of the young women inside are there to serve drinks and watch performances. Of course, if you want something else, as long as the young woman agrees, it's not impossible. However, the popular courtesans are very hard to come by. No matter how much money you spend, at most you can only get the chance to have a meal with them. To interact more intimately is not that easy. On the stage in the large hall on the first floor of Taiyu Pavilion, several women dressed in silk robes were dancing to the music played by the court musicians. Below, 3 to 5 guests sat with young women, enjoying music and drinking. The second floor is a more luxurious area, with beaded curtains serving as room dividers. The third floor consists of private rooms. Only those who are either generous or shameless come here. Yan Xiaohu, of course, was both generous and shameless. Shu Liang slowly stepped further inside. A young woman ran out with a swaying gait. "Young master, I can tell you're new here. Would you like to go upstairs and call for a lady?" Shu Liang replied, "Hello, I'm here to see someone." "Yan Xiaohu, young master Yan is upstairs, right?" Upon hearing this, the woman's attitude immediately changed. "Oh, you're a friend of young master Yan? Please wait a moment, I'll have someone escort you upstairs." As she glanced at Shu Liang, she couldn't help but think to herself, this man looks really handsome, both elegant and polite. He clearly doesn't seem like someone here to cause trouble. What a pity, if only it had been a few years earlier, when I could still entertain guests, I might have had the chance to meet someone so handsome. On the third floor above, two tall, muscular men were standing guard. The guide whispered in Shu Liang's ear, "Young master, please wait a moment. I will go in and notify him." Shu Liang remained calm. "There's no need. I'll go in myself." Approaching the door, Shu Liang greeted the two large men. "I'm here to see Yan Xiaohu. I'm a schoolmate of his." The two large men spoke in unison. "A schoolmate? Young master said he doesn't want to see anyone." Faced with this situation, Shu Liang had no choice but to become more assertive. "Then I'll have to barge in." Inside, Yan Xiaohu kept asking questions, making the two women beside him uneasy. "Where's Rui? When will she be here?" One of the women responded, "Rui, sister is talking to someone else right now. She'll be here soon." "Please don't worry, young master Yan." Yan Xiaohu became increasingly angry, raising his voice, "I've already spent over 1,000 taels on her, and I still can't get in to see her first?" He clenched his fists, silently furious. Yesterday, he had already been humiliated at Nanshan Academy, and he had felt incredibly upset about it. Now, he came here to relieve his frustration, but instead, he had to wait. He was absolutely livid. However, a louder sound, accompanied by a flash of light, broke through. Shu Liang was charging straight into the room. Yan Xiaohu, angry, asked, "Who's there?" The two muscular men were sprawled on the ground, their voices trembling. "Young master, he kept trying to come in. We couldn't stop him." Xiaohu's face darkened as he tried to figure out who had arrived. His voice remained menacing, "In the territory of Yin City, who dares to lay a hand on Yan Xiaohu?" But when Shu Liang stepped in, his face turned pale, his body drenched in cold sweat, and he looked completely bewildered. Flashback to the previous day, a servant approached and said, "Guild leader, this is the token that person specifically instructed me to deliver to you." At that time, Xiaohu was kneeling on the ground before his father, asking you to take revenge for him. The guild leader's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the item Shu Liang had brought. He furiously slapped his son, "You fool, we can't mess with this person. As for revenge, don't even think about it." Because of the lesson his father taught him, Yan Xiaohu, upon seeing Shu Liang, was unable to suppress his fear and anxiously rubbed his arm. "Chu, brother Chu, is that you?" Shu Liang replied, "I came to visit you, but they told me to leave." Yan Xiaohu, trembling with fear, responded, "They truly have no manners. You too, get out of here quickly." The two girls in the room, still confused about what was happening, wondered, Yan Xiaohu is the most ruthless little tyrant in Yanzhou City, yet why is he so frightened by this handsome young man? Yan Xiaohu, with a trembling hand, kindly arranged, "Brother Chu, please sit here, take the central position." With that, Shu Liang sat down in the spot between the two humble, beautiful girls. The new girl, upon seeing Shu Liang, immediately fell for him. "The young man has such a beautiful smile, he surely isn't a bad person." Suddenly, Shu Liang pointed ahead. Two young ladies outside the door, something seemed strange about them. Taking this opportunity, he struck with a quick blow. In an instant, the two humble girls were lying on the ground, stunned. Yan Xiaohu, bewildered, stepped back in fear, thinking to himself, the Yan family has long been known for its gambling traditions. I've wandered with elders since I was young, and I've seen all sorts of things in the courtesan house, but this brick. This is the first time I've ever seen it. What kind of passion is this? Chu Liang casually rolled the brick in his hand and calmly reassured Xiao Wu. Don't worry, they're fine. They just fainted from dizziness. But you're in danger, aren't you? Xiao Wu didn't understand and asked again, am I really that dangerous? However, Xiao Wu thought to himself, with Chu Liang here, I shouldn't be too dangerous. Chu Liang got to the point, speaking rapidly, Chinde died last night. The only person left who ever bullied Si-Tu Yen is you. Si-Tu Yen might have turned into a painted skin demon, capable of transforming into someone else. Anyone near you could be someone it's transformed into. Yen Xiaohu exclaimed in fear, painted skin demon. Thoughts rushed through his mind. I've heard before about Si-Tu Yen turning into an angry ghost for revenge, but I never took it seriously. I practice martial arts myself and have strong protectors, so even a wrathful spirit wouldn't be able to come to the Black Fox gang to kill. But if it's the painted skin demon from the legends, then killing a low-level martial artist like me would be way too easy. If Chu Liang poses a threat, it's just to beat me up, but if it's a monster, then it's after my life. Yen Xiaowu fearfully kneeled and clung to Chu Liang's legs. Chu bro, can you help me? Chu Liang replied, I'm here to save you. I suspect the painted skin demon has targeted you, so I came to check. I know how to distinguish it. Anyone who approaches you tonight will need to be checked. Yen Xiaohu nodded in agreement. All right, Brother Chu, please check on them quickly. Chu Liang looked at the two girls who were holding their heads, having already checked on both of them. Suddenly, Yen Xiaohu became anxious when he heard knocking from outside the door. A voice called out, come in. A humble girl entered. Young Master Yen, Ru-Yi from our family just happens to have an appointment with an elder official. She was about to enter when you arrived. We can't chase someone out while we're doing business, right? This woman stayed close to Yen Xiaohu, her words flowing endlessly. This is what made you wait. Once Ru-Yi finishes up there, she will come to you immediately. Yen Xiaohu, startled, stood up quickly. You stay there, don't come near me. Chu Liang, still hiding behind, kept a stone in his hand, while the woman kept talking. All right, we've known each other for years, why act like strangers? The young woman kept talking without stopping, even as Chu Liang moved closer. I assure you, in Ru-Yi's heart, there's absolutely only you. 2 days ago when you didn't come, she even secretly called you. Xiao Hu was surprised. Ru-Yi mentioned me? The girl continued to speak dreamily. Just now, I called those two young ladies to your place. Where did they go? How come they've disappeared? There's no sense of decorum. Xiao Hu sweated, trying to assess the situation. You can see them now, he said. Chu Liang was charging forward with a brick. A loud bang resounded. Chu Liang looked at the woman, lost in thought. This was not the little concubine he had gathered together with other women. Once everything settled, he asked, Brother Chu, why do I have to stay here and call the painted skin demon? Wouldn't it be better if I just went home and gathered everyone to protect me? Chu Liang replied, it's possible, as long as you don't go out in the future. There's always 1,000 days for thieves. How could there be 1,000 days to guard against theft? If we don't catch the painted skin demon soon, you will always be in danger. Do you agree? Brother Chu, hearing this, could only helplessly say, then forget it. The sound of a knock on the door came once more, and the servants outside were pushed away roughly. A voice called out, young master, she insists on coming in, we can't stop her. Yen Xiaowu, furious, said, I'm already the little tyrant, and today I still have to rely on brother Xiaochu. I need to see who's here. It turned out to be Mr. Song. Upon entering, she immediately raised her voice, do you not know how dangerous it is? Coming to this chaotic place when Yen Xiaohu was still pulling on that woman. The gentleman stood stunned. What are you two doing here causing harm to others? Yen Xiaohu pointed, it's all Brother Chu who told me to do this. Chu Liang froze, sighing about his teammate. Is it okay? This pot is being flipped pretty quickly. Chu Liang explained, I also wanted to see if the painted skin demon could get close to Yan Xiaowu, that's why I came to protect him. Mr. Song still seemed a bit unconvinced, his gaze drifting over the unconscious figures, and in the end, he seemed to dislike Chu Liang. Chu Liang explained to her, this is all to check whether they are painted skin demons. Passing out is just a minor side effect. Yan Xiaowu waved two servants away, forget it, you two go outside for now. Xiaowu scratched his head and asked, Miss Song, why did you come here? Miss Song replied, I'm like Chu Liang, here to protect you. She inquired with Chu Liang, is your method of checking if they are painted skin demons to beat them up first and see if they change? Chu Liang felt somewhat helpless deep down, but let it go. Since he started descending the mountain to exterminate evil, for some reason, he'd always been seen as a troublesome freak. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside, and the three of them looked out in unison. Chu Liang and Song Qingyi hid behind the curtain, and a girl's voice said, Young Master Yan, isn't today a day off? Aren't you coming to the academy? Xiaowu sweated and looked at Chu Liang, hesitating before answering, it's just that I don't want to go. The girl gently rested her chin on her hand and said, didn't you say that the woman Song from your library, who just arrived, looks a lot like me? And you even mentioned that every day you see her, your heart races whenever she rests her chest on her arms. Why is it that now you're too lazy to even look at her? As expected, men only find something novel for a few days. He was caught off guard, stood up in a panic, and shouted loudly. There's no such thing as talking nonsense like that. Rui, seeing him upset, quickly replied. All right. Rui stood up, worried, and extended her hand saying, oh no, young Master Yan is injured. What happened? Did you get into a fight with someone? He tensed and responded. Well, let's just say that's what happened. A fight, an injury. If you get hit, you get hurt. Anyway, it's still an injury. Rui looked sad and said, it really breaks my heart. I've never seen you hurt before. She raised her finger, furrowing her brows and said, you're so wicked to hurt him. I'll curse him on your behalf. Chu Liang, who overheard this, felt a chill run down his spine, his forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. Xiaowu quickly stood up to intervene. No, please, don't say such things. Rui sat down, pouting and said, Humph, there's no need to go that far. She placed her hand over her chest and continued. Right now, that person must be in a terrible situation. Didn't you say your father would never forgive anyone who laid a finger on you? Either they kneel and apologize, or their entire family is done for. People are so scared just thinking about it. Xiaowu hurriedly waved his hand. That's not the case, our family for 6 generations has always protected the common people. After hearing this, Rui was surprised and furrowed her brows, then exclaimed. Seeing Chu Liang raise the gold block and prepare to strike her on the head, Xiaowu immediately said, it might hurt a little later, just bear with it. Rui raised her hand to cover her mouth, smiling mischievously, you're so annoying, always making fun of me. Without hesitation, Chu Liang struck her with a blow. Rui fainted, and Qingyi reached out to support her. Chu Liang said, is your family wealthy? Qingyi smiled, was your heart racing when you were in school? Xiaowu, embarrassed and sweating, replied, it's not me, I didn't say that. Someone knocked on the door from outside, knock, knock, knock. The group turned and saw 2 subordinates shouting, young master, he's trying to barge in, we couldn't stop him. Xiaowu grimaced in anger, unable to stop it, and pointed while shouting, you guys quickly pack up and leave, don't be bodyguards anymore. Go find a tavern to stand guard, I'm sure business will go well. Lin Bei entered, frowning, Chu Liang, there's a problem. When he saw Song Qingyi, he said, Miss Song is here too? It's getting lively. Chu Liang frowned, why are you here? Lin Bei lowered his head, replying, Li Ju has disappeared. Both Chu Liang and Qing Yi were immediately alarmed. Oh, Li Ju is missing? Lin Bei said. I waited outside the door, but there was no movement inside even after a long while. I found it strange, so I knocked and looked in. The window was wide open, and Li Ju had apparently run off somewhere. Chu Liang extended his hand and asked, Didn't you hear any unusual sounds? He shook his head and said, No, there was absolutely no abnormal aura or sound. I suspect he might have sneaked off on his own, but I don't understand why he would do that. Chu Liang furrowed his brow. Perhaps he has something he's hiding from us. Li Ju could also be the target of C2 Yen, but now that he's disappeared, what should we do? Song Changyi raised her hand and said, I can try. Lin Bei and Chu Liang were both startled upon hearing this, and they simultaneously asked, Miss Song, do you have a way to find Li Ju? Song Changyi replied, Oh, let me use the technique from the magistrate's office. She immediately took out a piece of golden paper from her robes and placed her hand on her chest. Glimmering golden lights appeared. She lifted the golden paper high, and spiritual power spread everywhere. Then, she gently let the paper fall slowly. Qing Yi touched the paper with her finger to write characters, and the words Li Ju appeared on it. She then continued to throw the paper into the air. Yeah! The golden paper began to float in the air. After circling for a while, it flew straight out of the window. She shouted loudly, Follow it! Chu Liang saw Xiao Hu supporting Rui, then pointed his finger and said, That's right, someone must stay behind to keep an eye on him. Lin Bei raised his hand to his chest and said, Let me. Chu Liang responded to Lin Bei, All right. Song Qingyi leapt into the air to follow the golden paper. Chu Liang also leapt and pursued her. Xiao Hu asked, So what should we do now? Lin Bei stood coldly, thinking for a long time, then raised his hand and said, Order food first. Xiao Hu was confused upon hearing this. Lin Bei continued, Then woke them up, let's continue listening to music and watching the dance. Xiao Hu scratched his face, saying, Is that okay? I haven't resolved the danger yet. Lin Bei patted his shoulder, smiling as he said, With me here, you can rest assured. Although the person watching over things earlier also encountered some problems, it wasn't just an ordinary accident. I also hope we can succeed this time. Xiao Hu's eyes welled up with tears after hearing that. At this moment, Song Qingyi and Chu Liang were still chasing after the golden paper. Chu Liang suddenly spoke, Miss Song, your magical tool is really convenient. As long as you know the person's name, is there anyone under the sky who can't be found? Qingyi replied, It's not quite like that. My cultivation level isn't enough. I can only chase it within the range of Yanjiao City. Chu Liang said, That's really impressive. Qingyi replied, Half of this golden sheet is from when I went out to handle some matters. Grandmaster gave it to me for self-defense. It has many useful functions, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. Chu Liang looked at her and thought to himself, Grandmaster is truly kind to her. Then, with a sigh, tears welled up in his eyes. Sigh, why am I so upset? It's just the ideology within the sect. Except for the exceptional people or those who make great contributions, it's very rare for Grandmaster to grant a magic weapon. Other sects may be like that, but don't even mention our poor Eugene Feng. However, it's actually quite normal in other immortal sects. Moreover, the Confucian sect values learning and character. This is especially true in the Gentleman's Hall. Song's cultivation level isn't extraordinary, but in the Gentleman's Hall, her academic knowledge and moral character give her an advantage, earning her the respect of the elders. By this time, the two had flown to the mountain behind the library, where they saw a figure standing by the small lake. Qing Yi said, Li Ju is over there. Chu Liang responded, Oh, let's go see and talk. As they landed, they heard the sound of someone breathing heavily. The person exclaimed, Why? Li Ju sobbed, holding his face and shouting, Why? Why did you kill so many people? It's my fault, I should have let you kill me directly. Why kill others? Chu Liang furrowed his brows and thought, so Li Ju has been hiding something after all. Li Ju held his face and cried out in sobs, "That day, it was you who tied me up and wanted to ruin my face. I was really scared, afraid that in the struggle I might accidentally push you into the lake. At that moment, I was so terrified, I couldn't see anything else, all I wanted was to run straight home. It wasn't until much later that I realized you might have been in danger when you fell into the lake. But when I came back to check on you, I heard that someone had drowned in the lake." He clutched his head and screamed, "I didn't do it on purpose, but I really did cause your death." Li Ju lowered his head, his face on the ground as he said, "These days, I've been living in fear, always running away, but now I don't want to run anymore." He raised his face, tears streaming down, and shouted, "Si Tu Yen, if you really turned into a ghost, come find me, just don't kill anyone else." Shu Liang furrowed his brows again, realizing that Li Ju had directly pushed Si Tu Yen into the lake, not that she had jumped in to commit suicide. No wonder Li Ju had been so terrified. These past few days, he had been constantly blaming himself for the people who had been killed by mistake, fearing that a wrathful spirit would come for his life. It seemed that he had endured an unimaginable psychological torment. Today, it was clear he could no longer bear the mental anguish and had come here. But he had been sitting there alone for such a long time, why was there no movement at all? Li Ju continued, "Either you are not here or you don't want to appear, in that case, I will bear the punishment myself." Immediately, he moved closer to the water's edge and slowly descended into it. Xing Yi and Shu Liang were both startled upon seeing this. Xing Yi exclaimed, "Li Ju seems to want to commit suicide." Li Ju's bodyguard was about to rush forward, but Shu Liang stopped him with a hand, "Wait a moment." At this point, Li Ju had already sunk deeper, his body dripping with sweat, and then, in an instant, he submerged entirely underwater. Xing Yi anxiously shouted, "Shu Liang, let go." At that moment, a stream of dark, purple energy began to spread, and Shu Liang instantly realized it was Yin wind. The dark energy flew directly toward the lake, then dove beneath the water, where Li Ju had sunk. Slowly, this energy began to lift his body above the surface of the water. He collapsed onto the ground. Li Ju clutched his throat, coughing, "Si Tu Yen, how did you?" At this moment, the energy gathered right before him and gradually took shape into a vague figure. Si Tu Yen had manifested. Li Ju sobbed uncontrollably, "Si Tu Yen, you've finally come to meet me." Shu Liang silently thought to himself, the dense, oppressive energy in the air was definitely not the usual wrathful spirit, and the unusual form was enough to reveal the truth. Though he did not know what had happened, or how she had attained such a cultivation level, one thing was clear: Si Tu Yen was indeed a painted skin demon. Li Ju raised his hand and said, "Finally, it's here. Now, I can do anything I want. This way, I will no longer suffer." Si Tu Yen replied, "I do not hate you, and I cannot kill you." Li Ju frowned in sorrow, "But Si Tu Yen," she shouted loudly, "you must go." Li Ju anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" At that moment, her body started trembling. Si Tu Yen hugged her head and screamed loudly, "No, no. You must go." Her eyes suddenly shone brightly. Si Tu Yen hugged her head and shouted again, "You must go." Li Ju stood still, staring at her in confusion for a while before turning and running away. At that moment, Si Tu Yen hugged her face, beginning to calm down. The veil covering her face fluttered and revealed a strange face. She flew towards Li Ju, chasing after him. "Stay," she said. Her hand was about to touch Li Ju's body. Seeing the situation was not good, Song Qingyi quickly rushed over and said, "I will deal with this." She then unleashed a burst of power, Crimson Inch of the Heart, go. Crimson Inch of the Heart, ancient divine artifact. Rose-like divine jade was ranked first among the jade gems. Xing Yi was flying straight towards Si Tu Yen. Just as she was about to reach her, Si Tu Yen dodged, slipping away. Song Qingyi spun around and kicked Si Tu Yen squarely in the stomach, sending her sprawling onto the ground. Si Tu Yen lay motionless on the earth. Suddenly, a sound echoed, "Wait a minute." Li Ju stepped forward to shield her, spreading his arms and saying, "Miss Song, please don't kill Si Tu Yen. She's not a bad person, she's very pitiful." Song Qingyi frowned and shouted loudly, Li Ju, Si Tu Yen is already dead. She's turned into a monster. The only way to help her is to make her dissipate so she can enter the cycle of reincarnation. But if we leave her like this, she will never be able to achieve liberation. Li Ju, hearing this, panicked, AAA. Shu Liang, flustered, thought, this is bad. Then he said, Miss Song isn't lying to you. This is the common understanding in the cultivation world regarding monsters. They must dissipate and enter reincarnation. This is the right thing to do. At that moment, a shadow flickered behind Li Ju, and Si Tu Yen's hand reached out right in front of him, sending a surge of demonic energy flying straight towards Song Qingyi. Song Qingyi, quick on her feet, dodged this sudden attack. A terrible explosion rang out, and amidst the thick black smoke, Song Qingyi dove down and shouted, trying to run? She immediately cast a spell, and a yellow paper appeared in her hand. The paper emitted a light that formed a formation, trapping the entire cloud of black smoke. Qingyi remained silent, as if deep in thought. Shu Liang saw this and thought to himself, even a half page of paper could make the fog dissipate. Can the divine realm use such divine powers? The mist began to gradually fade and eventually vanished completely. At this moment, the black smoke around Li Ju also started to dissipate. Song Qingyi flew swiftly in front of him, stopping and furrowing her brow in concern as she asked, Li Ju, are you all right? She froze, her expression changing. Li Ju was sweating and said, Miss Song, why did you suddenly stop and not continue what you were saying? Is there something wrong? At this moment, two Li Jus appeared before her, both speaking in unison, what's going on? Song Qingyi was stunned, frowning as she exclaimed, two Li Jus. The two looked at each other in shock and said, what is this? Then they both fell backward onto the ground, sitting there trembling. They both looked at Song Qingyi and exclaimed, Miss Song, what is going on? She frowned, her mind in turmoil as she thought, which one is the real one? The two of them quickly sat up, shouting loudly, I am the real one. Shu Liang, standing behind, said, the current situation is a bit complicated. Qingyi turned around and asked, do you have a way to handle this? He looked at the two Li Jus and said, yes, I do. Dealing with situations like this, I have a bit more experience. These two keep trying to clear their names, I am the real one, I'm the real one. Shu Liang began walking toward the two people, then circled behind them, smiling and saying, I have a plan. Li Ju pretended to have never met me. Who among you can say my name? That is the truth. One person stood up and loudly said, you are Chu Liang. The other person froze, sweat pouring down their face, exclaiming, ah. Then they raised their hands in explanation, it's not like that. Shu Liang smiled triumphantly. He immediately slapped the head of the one who had spoken his name. The person's face began to crack, revealing the figure of Si Tu Yen. Shu Liang then tossed the golden lump into the other hand, used his sword control technique, and sent the sword straight towards Si Tu Yen, piercing through her body. Li Ju, standing behind, exclaimed, Si Tu Yen. Hearing her name, Si Tu Yen turned to look at Li Ju. Her body fell to the ground, and seeing this, Li Ju reached out to catch her. Instantly, Si Tu Yen's body shattered and vanished into thin air. Song Qingyi, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brows, then turned to Chu Liang and said, she clearly said your name, how did you know she was fake? Chu Liang replied, I don't know. I just thought that the painted skin demon, every time it hides in the library, never mentioned my name when asking questions. It's just that getting close to it. It's better to throw a brick first, just to be safe. Song Qingyi was left speechless and said, fine, this time, I truly thank you. Shu Liang thought to himself, fortunately, the painted skin demon had finally shed its skin, otherwise, it would have been inconvenient to meddle in matters related to Confucianism. He waved his hand and laughed, saying, everyone here is a practitioner of orthodox cultivation, eliminating demons and slaying monsters has never been a matter of distinction. Then he thought further, in the future, after taking someone's head, people will still thank me. I truly feel embarrassed. Shu Liang stood and looked at Li Ju, who stood in regret next to the ashes of Si Tu Yen. Shu Liang stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. If you feel guilty, then go to the local authorities and confess the truth about the accidental murder. It's easy to find death that way, there's no escaping anything. Upon hearing this, Li Ju was moved and replied, Song Qingyi stood some distance away, watching the two of them. As she recalled everything that had happened earlier, she couldn't help but sigh. So, the three of them stood there aimlessly in the forest. At this moment, somewhere else, a candle went out with a flicker, and a person sat angrily, clenching his fist. He waved his hand, knocking the candle over, and shouted angrily, "Damn it!" The candle fell to the ground, breaking in two. The man held his head and said, "Painted skin demon, it took so much effort to train it. If I had relied on it to gain more than one soul, the next time I gather souls, mine would be first, and I would have had a chance for advancement. And now, it's been killed by someone else so soon." He was infuriated at this moment, slamming his arm down on the table. It was truly detestable. He raised his hand, "Dare to touch my painted skin demon?" At Li Manor in Yanjiao City, Shu Liang was sitting in meditation, floating in the air. MN entered the White Tower. Shu Liang stood in front of the cage imprisoning the illusory image of C2 Yen. He smiled faintly, thinking, it's time to reward myself. Previously, he had wondered if the White Tower was some sort of evil magical weapon that created demons and monsters in exchange for treasures. But after some experimentation, he found that the White Tower did not interfere with the reincarnation or dissolution of souls. Instead, it took golden-hued illusory images, like a seal. The most direct evidence was the painted skin demon in front of him, and the ghost cat from earlier. They were both monsters transformed from beings whose essence was the illusory form of a soul. If they were to be used to refine souls, the forms inside the White Tower would likely resemble their physical appearances. However, that was not the case. What was drawn into the White Tower was only an illusory image without consciousness. Shu Liang slapped his hand, thinking, so, I still categorize the nature of this White Tower as a righteous energy tower, encouraging myself to eliminate demons and destroy evil. After thinking this, MN smiled proudly, rubbing his hands together before pointing directly at the cage imprisoning the illusory image. A golden light emerged from the image inside and flew toward Shu Liang. You held the object in your hand, the soul transference incantation, which could transfer your soul into another body for a short period of time, up to 3 consecutive times. It is recommended to use it with beings of the same species. If the soul enters a different species, it will not be a pleasant experience. Shu Liang looked at the soul transference incantation and sighed, saying, "This reward is a bit disappointing." He thought to himself, this type of jade talisman, strictly speaking, isn't really a charm, is it? Cultivators can use a type of body-specific technique, employing a complex protective method to enter something like this jade talisman. A high-grade white jade talisman like this can retain at least 80% of its energy. Sometimes, this type of jade talisman can work wonders, like a complex spell that produces immediate effects. It can also be used to store certain spells for younger cultivators. Shu Liang stroked the jade talisman and thought, but this type of jade talisman isn't very useful, it's not even worth as much as a white jade talisman from Kong Bai. Shu Liang's eyes lit up. Forget it, I'll just leave this space now. His face looked a bit gloomy. Back in the real world, Lin Bei was standing in front of him, smiling as he said, "You're awake, I've been waiting for you for a while." He then sat down and asked, "How was it?" Shu Liang replied, "It went smoothly, the painted skin demon has been eliminated." Lin Bei laughed and said, "That's good. Things went well on my side too. Yan Xiaohu has accepted me as a sworn brother. From now on, it's all smooth sailing, cultivating the heart and mind to be a better person. Next, we must teach Lin Bei the process of capturing the painted skin demon." Lin Bei frowned and said, "But it's strange, everyone bullied her. Why is C2 Yen not angry at Yan Xiaohu? He was worried and afraid for so long, but in the end, he wasn't even on her revenge list." Shu Liang replied, "It's likely because Yan Xiaohu didn't bully her because of her appearance. Even though he took money from C2 Yen, he took just as much from other people. In this regard, he treated everyone equally, and it is those special treatments that make Si Tu Yin feel hurt. Lin Bei said, "That makes sense." After hearing that, he sighed, "Haze." At this point, it was getting late. In the side yard of Nanshan Academy, Song Qingyi was sitting in meditation. Once done, she stretched and said, Qingyi lay down on the bed, delighted, and said, "Squatting in the library all night, finally I can rest." It was now night, and some sounds came from outside. Song Qingyi, who had fallen into a deep sleep, immediately heard it, sat up, grabbed the clothes hanging nearby, quickly put them on, and rushed out the window. Entering the forest, she saw the figure of a child. Qingyi thought, "A child?" She stepped closer, and the little girl called out, "Little one." Song Qingyi approached, "What's wrong, kid?" The child then smiled a mischievous grin. Qingyi thought, "The ghost disturbance at the library has been dealt with, this child must have gotten lost here, right?" She stepped closer and said, "Don't be afraid, little one, sister is here." Before she could finish her sentence, the child's eyes suddenly lit up. As the ghostly aura surrounded Song Qingyi, the child's face gradually revealed the sinister features beneath. Qingyi thought, "This feeling, as if my soul was struck by a heavy hammer, this is the spell of a monster." The magic wrapped around her, freezing her entire body, and she could no longer move. When she managed to move her hand, she thought, "I can move now, but my body still feels a little numb, I must leave here quickly." Suddenly, hands began to grab her legs from below, followed by more hands crawling all over her body, sending her into a panic. She bit her tongue, drawing blood, and told herself, "Stay calm." Then, she reached behind her and pulled out a jade talisman, thinking, "As long as I can hold on a bit longer, my body will recover." She started sweating and thought, "I'm in trouble, there's cold energy behind me." At that moment, two hands were groping her back. A ghost appeared behind her, gripping her waist, while the other hand reached up to choke her. Song Qingyi shouted loudly, "Who is it?" Then she thought, there must be someone manipulating things from behind. It couldn't be a coincidence that so many monsters appeared at once. A mysterious figure in a cloak stood in front of her, smiling. He said, "So you're the little girl from Gentleman's Hall. You should never touch the fire that I painstakingly cultivated." He raised his hand. "I made a promise to her, to let her stay here and kill 3 enemies. Afterward, she would focus on gathering souls for me. Who would have thought that, just when it was all finished, she would plan to leave with me?" Then he clenched his fist, shouting angrily, "And now, you kill her at this very moment. I'm really furious." In an instant, he flew toward Song Qingyi, saying, "You will pay the price." She furrowed her brow and used the golden contract. The golden light emitted from it forced the man to step back a few paces. This golden contract could control 3 demons, and it was only able to push him back a few steps. He was at least at the golden core stage of cultivation. Song Qingyi thought to herself, and he's a demonic cultivator with sinister methods, making direct confrontation impossible. Without hesitation, she immediately flew off. Fleeing was her top priority. The man ground his teeth when he saw her run away. "What?" He reached into his sleeve and took out a device resembling a slingshot, aiming it at Song Qingyi before launching it. He released his hand, and the projectile flew like lightning toward her. He rushed forward, striking directly at the center of Song Qingyi's chest, causing her to grimace in pain and fall to the ground. She thought that the sensation was even more intense than the demonic technique of the little ghost at this moment, with every fingertip of his being a soul-snatching spell from the evil path. The heavens and earth were the magical tools of the Mingwang sect. This object had no form, no appearance, and was used specifically to capture the soul and spirit of a human. Now that it had struck her, the technique could no longer be used. The man slowly approached Song Qingyi. With just a wave of his hand, he could lift her up, holding her now powerless body, and said, "Come with me." He walked ahead, pulling her along by a chain. She held the yellow paper in her hand and released it, letting it fly off to send a message to Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Bei was enjoying the company of 2 beautiful women in bed. Ha. The 2 girls were undressing Lin Bei, saying, "Young Master Lin's outer coat is mine, and then young Master Lin's inner shirt is mine." Lin Bei was indulging, his cheeks flushed. One of the girls gently raised her hand and said, "Young Master Lin, I'll go ahead." He closed his eyes and said, come on, I can't wait anymore." Immediately, the girl slapped him with a loud smack and started swinging her hands repeatedly, shouting, "Hola, hola, hola," and continued to punch Lin Bei in the face. It made him shed tears. It turned out that he had been hallucinating all this time, using Song Qingyi's golden paper to repeatedly slap his own face. Ha! Ha! What's going on? What's happening? Lin Bei immediately grabbed the paper stuck to his face and held it in place. Hearing his shouting, Zhu Liang ran in to check. Ha! Lin Bei froze, holding the paper up to examine it. What is this? Zhu Liang stepped closer, widening his eyes and said, "Isn't this a magic artifact from Miss Song?" Lin Bei unfolded the paper and saw his own name written on it. He turned to Zhu Liang and asked, "Why did Miss Song send this to find me?" Zhu Liang propped his chin up thoughtfully. After a moment, Lin Bei's eyes widened, and he grinned happily, saying, "She's secretly in love with me." Zhu Liang exclaimed, "She's in danger." The two of them stared blankly at each other, eyes wide. Lin Bei broke into a cold sweat and asked, "How can you be so sure she's in danger?" Zhu Liang said, "It's obvious, isn't it? This is a magic artifact from Gentleman's Hall given to her for personal protection. It's too easy to use, so how could she have taken it outside?" He grabbed Lin Bei's hand and frowned. She must be facing some danger she can't escape from, and this is the only way she could ask for help. Since we're the only two cultivation practitioners near Yanjiao City, she must have come here looking for us. Lin Bei said anxiously, "But if she's in danger, why did she write my name and not yours? She must have at least some feelings for me." Zhu Liang crossed his arms and said, "It's likely because the strokes of your name are fewer." After hearing this, Lin Bei suddenly realized, looking at this handwriting, it really doesn't seem like the usual script Song Qingyi writes. He picked up the piece of paper, and it seemed like the situation at that time was very urgent. Lin Bei handed the paper to Zhu Liang and asked, "Ahem, what should we do now?" Zhu Liang frowned and said, "Song Qingyi is the direct disciple of Gentleman's Hall, and she also has divine artifacts for protection. Someone who can trap her to the point where she can't escape might even possess the strength of the fourth realm. With that in mind, we might as well split up. You go back to Shushan to find reinforcements, and I'll go ahead to find Song Qingyi to see what the situation is." Lin Bei broke into a sweat and said, "You go, but based on what you said, if the enemy really has the strength of the fourth realm, what use is it for you to go alone?" Zhu Liang replied, "It's just to assess the situation first. If it's urgent, at least it'll buy some time. You don't need to go anywhere else, just go directly to Yujian Feng to find my grandmaster. Among the elders at Shushan, no one is less busy than her. If you go looking for someone else, it could waste too much time. She'll still be awake at this hour." Lin Bei thought for a moment. If one person was to return while the other went ahead to save Song Qingyi, it would depend entirely on how dangerous the situation was. He extended his hand and said, "If you're going to find your grandmaster, it's better if you go back to find reinforcements. I'll go see what's going on." Zhu Liang closed his eyes and said, "My cultivation level is higher than yours, it's better if I go." Lin Bei was startled when he heard this. "Oh, aren't we both at the early stage of the divine will realm? Brother!" Zhu Liang immediately circulated his energy, and a dazzling golden light radiated from his body. Then, using the energy of the mid-stage divine will realm, he made Lin Bei panic upon seeing it. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Bei as he thought, "When did I first meet Zhu Liang?" At that time, he had just broken through to the divine will realm not long ago, and my cultivation level was even higher than his back then. He thought, I was already at the mid-stage of the divine will realm, but only a few days had passed. I still have a ways to go before reaching the mid-stage of the divine will realm. Zhu Liang has already broken through, but if he had been in seclusion to cultivate for a while, that would make sense. But these past few days, he and I have clearly been carrying out missions together, eating, resting, going to school, and so on. How could he have had time to cultivate? Lin Bei scratched his chin in confusion and said, "Did your brat secretly practice the sex-forbidden techniques? How else could his cultivation level have increased so rapidly?" Hearing this, Zhu Liang broke out in a cold sweat and thought, with the training dull, one day feels like several days. It's not easy to explain that I broke through a small realm just last night. He then turned around and said with a grin, "Have you ever seen the sunrise over Yinjiao City?" Lin Bei responded, "Your brat's been hiding things from me again, hasn't he?" Zhu Liang pointed his finger at the sky and shouted loudly, "Alright, stop wasting words, let's quickly split up and take action." At this moment, outside Yinjiao City, in a strange house, several dead chickens lay on the ground, their blood spilling and staining the floor. The demon lord was using the blood to write on a wooden board. Song Qingyi, seeing this, furrowed his brow in confusion. He was writing and laughing in a savage manner. Don't rush. It's not every day that I encounter a divine will realm soul. If I can write your soul into the Ming Mansion Tianshu, it will definitely make up for the loss of my painted skin demon. Not to mention, it will double my power. He raised his hand and smiled, saying, "If I used a crude method like this, killing you first and then taking your soul, I would only be able to retain about 80% of your soul's power. Such a waste. But if you just wait patiently a little longer, until I finish preparing the yin-yang soul binding formation and inscribe you into the Ming Mansion Tianshu, then your soul can be preserved intact." The book flew towards Qingyi, who looked at it and frowned, thinking, this is the most malicious magic weapon of the Ming Wang sect's Tianshu mansion. If my soul is written into this book, not only will it add a page to this cursed book, increasing the power of the demon lord, but I will also be trapped inside it, enduring endless suffering. Reincarnation will be nearly impossible. The demon lord gritted his teeth and said, "You are also a cultivator of Confucianism." "I have never encountered one before, but I have heard that the souls of Confucian cultivators are the purest and most enlightened. Train into a monster, even being able to venture out during the day. You were born so beautiful, I can turn you into the seductive Azura, someone who specializes in captivating hearts. No, instead of that, you could be trained into a spirit-devouring ghost, mysterious and elusive, or perhaps something even worse that, just by thinking of it, people would crumble in fear." Upon hearing this, Song Qingyi was terrified. "No, please," she said sadly, and one could see the helplessness in her eyes. She thought to herself, just now, she had used half of a golden sheet to send a message outside. She wondered if they could figure out her intentions, and if there was any way they could come to save her. The demon lord took up the brush. Heaven's power surged, and demonic energy spread everywhere. He raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Nipple body binding, eternal darkness of the underworld." At this moment, the candlelight flickered brightly. He extended his hand, and a small light spot appeared in his palm. "My precious, accept the new life I offer you." Song Qingyi's body shone brightly as she fell backward. In the courtyard of Li Manor, Zhu Liang was using his internal energy to write on a sheet of golden paper. One hand pressed to his chest, while the other continued to write. He wrote Song Qingyi's name on the paper. Zhu Liang thought, writing the target's name with internal energy should make it usable, right? He transferred his internal energy, anxious, but there was no reaction. Is there something missing? Then he understood, after writing the name, he still needed to use his divine sense to sketch the figure of the person. After finishing the incantation, the piece of paper began to move, tick-tack, then flew straight up into the sky. Zhu Liang immediately flew after the piece of paper, thinking, I have to hurry. The paper led him to the place where Song Qingyi was being held. Zhu Liang landed beside a stream, with the thatched house of the demon lord on the opposite side. Seeing the demonic energy spilling out of the house, Zhu Liang furrowed his brows and raised the piece of paper to his ear. Wait a moment, something feels off about this. Zhu Liang then expanded his spiritual sense, a blue light radiating everywhere. He looked directly into the house and saw the person inside. Qingyi was being blinded by a bright light, with someone using their hands to draw her spiritual power into a book. Zhu Liang was startled and thought, this isn't good, the dark energy is moving. The demon lord turned around, and Chu Liang was shocked, thinking, he's noticed my spiritual sense. The demon lord's eyes shone brightly, dissipating Chu Liang's spiritual sense. He released demonic energy around his body and sent a wave of it straight at Chu Liang. Chu Liang frowned and glared. Seeing the situation unfold, he quickly flew away, thinking, lead him here first, just need to stall until Grandmaster arrives. The demon lord, seeing Chu Liang turn and flee, immediately shot forward, chasing after him like lightning. At this moment, the demon lord had caught up to Chu Liang, who turned to look and was alarmed, so fast. You drew your sword and struck directly at the demon lord, who was drawing his own sword. He smirked, snorted, and raised 2 fingers to catch the sword you had thrown. Seeing that the move had no effect, you immediately used your fingers to perform the KHNCH technique. The demon lord raised his arm to block, and a red thread shot out from your body. He was confused upon seeing the thread and casually reached out to grab it, saying, "Is that all you've got?" Immediately, a hand emerged from his body, gripping your throat, and another hand appeared, about to strike your chest. He aimed a deadly blow straight at your heart. You grimaced and muttered, "Ah, I haven't even thought for a moment, and already, I can neither run nor fight. My strength is completely under control." Indeed, the gap between the 3rd and 4th stages is enormous. Trying to fight head-on, the more I resist, the less I can do. Without wasting any time, he brought you back to his house. He laughed and said, "Het, you came to save her, didn't you? And you even brought a buy one get one free divine will realm soul. Truly unexpected." Upon seeing you, Xingyi felt guilty and said, Chu Liang, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this." Chu Liang opened his eyes, struggling to use what little strength he had left to turn his body over. The demon lord raised the book and said with a smile, "Give up, you can't escape. When I take her to Ming Mansion Tianshu, you'll be next. By then, the 2 of you will be together and no longer lonely." He thought to himself, dealing with 2 divine will realm beings is naturally easy, but now the dawn is approaching, and I'm not sure if I'll catch up. I need to make use of every second I have. He stretched out his hand and said, "I won't waste any more words with you. Once I refine you both into the pages, everyone will have time to slowly study it." He pushed the book toward Xingyi and shouted, "Let's go, my precious." Chu Liang grimaced and shouted, "Yin Yanrun." He angrily said, "What are you looking at?" "It's you, Yin Yanrun." The demon lord ignored Chu Liang and turned to Xingyi, "My precious, let's continue." Chu Liang kept shouting, "You little brat, your father is calling you, you little brat." The demon lord angrily turned his head, "Oh." He thought to himself, anyway, he'll be next. Why bother arguing with someone who's about to die? Meanwhile, Xingyi was in pain, tears flowing down her face, AAA. Seeing that the situation was not promising, Chu Liang furrowed his brows and shouted, "Hey Bao, your mother is dead. You are a morally corrupt, miserable wretch, a wolf without a pack, with no kin for 1,000 miles. Your parents must have been blood relatives, right? In your past life, you lived immorally and did vile things, and in this life, you were born as a cursed being, a doomed, airless wretch like you." Upon hearing this, the demon lord became utterly furious. He could no longer hold his temper and shouted in return, "I've tolerated you for long enough. Do you want to die that badly? I'll start with you first. You are a morally corrupt, miserable wretch, a wolf without a pack, with no kin for 1,000 miles. Your parents must have been blood relatives, right? In your past life, you lived immorally and did vile things, and in this life, you were born as a cursed being, a doomed, airless wretch like you." The demon lord, enraged, turned and said, You, which sect do you belong to? How can you be so low in quality?" Chu Liang smiled and replied, "Your father was from the Shushan sect." The demon lord immediately clasped his head and said, "All right, fine. You think that once you're dead, you won't feel anything? I'll make sure your soul is completely absorbed and written into the Ming Mansion Tianshu. After that, I'll use Ghost Firing Path to torture your soul in cycles for 49 days. I want to see if you can still talk so arrogantly after that." He took the book. Shu Liang, who was holding the Master Jade Talisman of Soul Transference behind his back, saw that Shu Liang was about to die trying to help him, and Xing Yi's eyes filled with tears. Don't. A wave of demonic energy spread around. Shu Liang crushed the Master Jade Talisman of Soul Transference and thought, this is the moment. The Soul Transference incantation can, for a short time, swap souls with the target 3 times continuously. Immediately, Shu Liang's soul and that of the Demon Lord swapped places. Shu Liang's soul was now in the body of the Demon Lord, and the spell took effect. Shu Liang thought, that's it, the Soul Transference incantation succeeded. Soul Transference incantation succeeded the first time. The Demon Lord panicked and exclaimed, what's going on? Why is my body here? Why is the book, changing to absorb my soul? It can't be. Soul Transference incantation continued the second time. The Demon Lord screamed, no, this isn't real. His soul was immediately sucked into the book. He thought, I clearly wanted to absorb this brat's soul. Why? I don't understand. Soul Transference incantation continued the third time. The book closed. Xing Yi fell to the ground, and the sinister energy gradually dissipated. She turned to look at Shu Liang, who was lying on the ground, wide-eyed. Terrified, she rushed over, tears in her eyes, and cried out, Shu Liang, Shu Liang. Shu Liang lay there, eyes wide open. Xing Yi ran over, saying, I'm so sorry, it's my fault. The Soul Transference incantation has expired, Shu Liang thought. It seems this person is dead now. Shu Liang's soul began to re-enter his body. So, this is what it feels like to switch bodies with a stranger. He couldn't move, nor could he speak, and his body felt stiff. Shu Liang thought, finally back. He opened his eyes and wondered, what's on my face? Xing Yi was crying uncontrollably, tears and mucus dripping down his face. Young hero Chu, I am at fault, it's all because of me. Shu Liang widened his eyes and said, what? Miss Song, I'm not dead yet. Xing Yi replied, huh? You're all right? Shu Liang answered, She raised her hand to her chest and said, when did I start moving? The soul binding pin is gone now. Shu Liang stood up and walked over to the body of the Demon Lord. He began to feel around the corpse. Xing Yi broke out in a cold sweat and asked, what? What are you doing? Shu Liang answered while searching, looting the body. Xing Yi furrowed her brows and said, I know, but what happened earlier? You were clearly defeated by him, that demonic cultivator, how is he dead now? Shu Liang replied, probably a cultivation deviation, or maybe there was some issue when he performed his divine technique. Xing Yi, filled with fear, thought to herself, even though all the signs indicate that he really is dead, isn't this all a bit too sudden? I have absolutely no idea what happened, why Shu Liang, after just regaining his senses, suddenly rushed to search the corpse. Moreover, he even used the cultivation deviation technique to deceive me. This evil cultivator's death is definitely related to Shu Liang. Is this really a disciple of the Nine Heavens Immortal sect? Completing the divine will and striking down the golden core in secret, it's really shocking. Shu Liang thought to himself, this demonic cultivator looks quite ordinary, with various tools for different purposes. The soul summoning order from Ming Mansion Tianshu that I found on him doesn't match the usual appearance of a demonic cultivator in my imagination. His appearance and his hoarse, aged voice were also unlike what I'd expected. Was it the black robe that concealed his true appearance? Or is there another reason for the change in his voice? Shu Liang stripped the demonic cultivator of his clothes and shoes, then extended his hand, smiling as he said, Miss Song, collect these items. Let's continue on our way. Song Chengyi frowned and waved her hand, no, there's no need. You've already come to save me, and I'm extremely grateful. Whatever we find, you can keep it. Shu Liang quickly gathered everything and put it away. I have so much already, it's really too much. Xing Yi thought to herself, elegant and polite, that's him, speaking forcefully, that's also him. And here, happily poking at corpses, that's also him. It's really hard to figure out who this person truly is. Shu Liang frowned. I must hurry, time is running out for me. Xing Yi exclaimed, Oh, is there another enemy? Shu Liang replied, No, but soon, my grandmaster will arrive here. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The two of them turned around, and a golden gust of wind blew the door open. In the sky, a blinding beam of light shot down, causing the flock of birds to scatter in a panic. The light spread across the entire sky, making the birds below tremble with fear. The light struck the ground with force, creating an explosion. Smoke and fire filled the air. Shu Liang and Xing Yi stood amidst the thick cloud of dust. Xing Yi was dazed. Who am I? Where is this? What happened? At that moment, someone flew out of the smoke, holding a queen in one hand and another person in the other. She landed on the ground and said, The one by the head is Lin Yi. She tossed the person onto the ground, curled up. Phoenix Empress frowned and shouted, Where is the enemy? Shu Liang walked up, overjoyed. Grandmaster, the enemy is dead. Upon hearing this, she took a sip of wine and sighed, Dead, huh? Phoenix Empress blushed deeply and slowly walked toward the corpse. She propped herself up on her hand and said, Indeed, it is dead, then turned to Shu Liang, You two killed a demonic cultivator of the golden core stage. Shu Liang, upon hearing this, was taken aback and said with a smile, This person died under very unusual circumstances, I thought it was just a coincidence. The Phoenix Empress frowned, looking somewhat disagreeable, and replied, Coincidence, you say? Well, never mind, life is unpredictable. Let's just assume it's like the intestines wrapped in the stomach. A small golden core still wants to challenge Yu Jianfeng from Shushan, it's not entirely impossible. If there's nothing else here, I'll go handle other matters. Shu Liang and Xing Yi both cupped their hands and said, Farewell, senior, and best wishes, Grandmaster. Afterward, Xing Yi also left, saying, Young hero Chu, thank you once again. There's no way I can repay this favor. Once I return to the mountain gate, I'll definitely come find you to express my gratitude. Shu Liang waved his hand in farewell. Miss Song, there's no need to be so polite. Now that this matter is settled, after bidding you goodbye, I must return to the mountain gate alone to report. At Shushan Yu Jianfeng, Shu Liang sat in a chair, saying, Finally heading home. After circling the gates of hell, I can finally relax. He then widened his eyes. Right, this time I've captured the demonic cultivator at the golden core stage. I wonder what kind of reward I'll get from White Tower. As long as I slay demons and eradicate evil, I should be able to receive something from White Tower. Isn't this demonic cultivator at the golden core stage a demon? I'm sure I'll be able to get something. Saying this, he entered the demon-slaying tower. This iron cage has nothing inside. Could it be that killing someone doesn't warrant a reward from White Tower? Anyway, the rewards I got before were all thanks to exterminating the evil sect. So, this time, no harvest? Or perhaps it's because of the soul transference incantation. The guy in the black cloak, seriously speaking, basically committed suicide, which is why I didn't get the demon-slaying seal. It's not a big issue though. What kind of ability could be used to verify this? He then withdrew his spiritual sense. This time, there were indeed some gains. From the black-clad man, he had also gotten a few items. He took them out to check. Reaching into his robes, he pulled out the items belonging to the demonic cultivator. So many things. Now, he wondered if there was a way to exchange them for money to buy a flying sword. A jar to seal an evil spirit. The soul summoning order of Ming Mansion Tianshu was laid out before him. Shu Liang opened the jar and began to think. But, rather than trading these things for a sword, could there be a way to release the evil spirits in this jar and kill them all? That way, there might be more reward money? Shu Liang positioned his sword at the jar's lid and thought. After all, handling these monsters on his own wouldn't be feasible, so why not use one strike to destroy them all? If he could send them straight to the cycle of reincarnation, then he could head to the White Tower to claim a reward, possibly making a lot more. Without hesitation, he opened the jar. The demonic energy flowed out from within. But wait, it was empty. He felt disappointed. Perhaps these things were under some kind of restriction. After the master died, the monsters inside would dissipate along with him. If that's the case, then this trip to the library would be for nothing. He wouldn't even get a single benefit from the White Tower? Shu Liang saw a flash of light on the ground. Oh, is there a lump in that coat? Why didn't I notice the spoil of war earlier? Shu Liang immediately stepped forward, flipped it open, and thought, this handheld pouch is quite well hidden. It seems to be a rather valuable item. The pearl inside feels extremely cold to the touch, exuding a faint sense of terror. It must be some kind of demonic magical artifact. I'll ask the Grandmaster what this is when I return and deal with it then. At that moment, the token on the ground started to vibrate. Shu Liang picked it up and thought, is this token also some kind of magical implement? Shu Liang frowned. This token has a slender shape and activated on its own. Shu Liang is already dead, so there shouldn't be too much danger. I'll insert a strand of divine sense to check it out. He then saw a few people in black robes standing there within the spiritual abyss space of 4 individuals. Ah, this token really is a magical tool used for communication, like a phone. A man named Sha said, I've already broken through to the 3rd level of the 5 elemental realm. For the next stage of cultivation, I'll need the mystic nether true water flame or the myriad demonic creatures of the nether sea. Since you're traveling the world, keep an eye out for me. Number 59 clasped his hands and said, Congratulations, son Sha. I will do my utmost to search for it on your behalf. Number 60 said, Congratulations, son Sha. I will give it my all. Sha said, Oh, 58, why has it been so long with no news? Has something happened? Name 59 replied, Another hour has passed. Could 58 have gotten into trouble? Slightly anxious, they immediately called 58. If you've received the message, reply quickly. Shu Liang thought to himself, it seems this Sha person is the leader. So, the previous owner of the token in my hand must have been the 58th member. No news from them. Should I respond? After all, there's no real danger, and it's not like they can come after me with the spiritual abyss to fight. I'll give it a try. Shu Liang replied, Congratulations, son Sha. I will certainly do my best to search. The others echoed in unison, Congratulations, son Sha. We will certainly do our best to search. Shu Liang thought to himself, the more you speak, the more mistakes you might make. It's safest to just follow the previous response and add a little more. At this point, Sha said nothing, and the space fell silent. Shu Liang scratched his head, wondering if the conversation was over. Since this is a secret communication, and demonic cultivators in the real world wouldn't communicate casually, right? Since there was no reply for a while, he decided to set this aside for now and deal with other matters. Just then, the token vibrated. Ah, there's news. A purple light flashed from the token. Sha's voice came through, What were you doing just now? Did you encounter danger? Shu Liang remained silent, unable to understand what number 59 meant. Given his own position, his casual remarks were inevitably prone to mistakes. Let's just speak honestly for now, Shu Liang said. Earlier, after a battle, I captured a cultivator from the Confucianism Divine Will realm. I plan to have her join Ming Mansion Tianshu. The person named Sha immediately extended a hand. A Confucianism Divine Will realm cultivator? Not bad. If she can be cultivated, she could even move around during the day. That would be a great help. Number 59 praised, Impressive. If I were so lucky, that would be wonderful. Sha pointed at number 59 and said, 58 has spent a lot of time in the martial world, with more experience than you two. This is not just luck. Both of you still have much to learn from him. Number 59 quickly responded, yes, yes. Shu Liang thought to himself that Sha's cultivation level had likely reached the third stage of the five elemental realm, making him a significant figure within the Ming Wang sect. As for number 59, he seemed like a typical idle fellow, always available whenever something came up. Number 60, on the other hand, appeared to be a man of few words and did not seem to understand much. After the conversation ended, Shu Liang still had to report this matter to the Grandmaster. He then walked over to where the Grandmaster was and said, "Grandmaster, I have something to report." Shu Liang handed over several spirit pills and said, "These are the magical items I found on the black-clad individual. I'm unsure whether I should keep them." She rested her chin on her hand and said, "Oh, this is the profound Doom Thunder, a type of detonating magic tool. When it explodes, it creates quite a terrifying effect. A golden core stage cultivator has 3 of them. Looks like he kept them as a life-saving treasure. You can also use one of these. Take it to the Sword Exchange Pavilion to exchange for sword coins. You can decide what to do with it yourself." Shu Liang's eyes gleamed as he thought, so that's what it is. The tool used by golden core cultivators to protect their lives must be powerful. Shu Liang then took out a command token and said, "Grandmaster, I have something else to discuss. I'd like to briefly report the conversation I had when I entered the spiritual abyss space earlier. It might also interest you." She picked it up, furrowed her brow, and said, "The ruler is named Sat, accompanied by a group called the One Executioner and 3 envoys, 72 Hooking Fox envoys, 12 Deadly Assassins, and 8 Direction Guidance. This is an internal structure within the Ming Wang sect, a characteristic organization of the Ming Wang sect's Purple Golden Monkey criminal group. The 9 Provinces Wind and Cloud Chronicle mentions that the Purple Golden Monkey, the protector of the Ming Wang sect, was defeated by the 9 Rights Immortal using a great sword." Shu Liang frowned as he thought, Ming Wang sect's Purple Golden Monkey. The Phoenix Empress got out of bed and walked over, patting Shu Liang's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Xiao Chu, you did well this time. The master has another task arranged for you. Are you interested in a covert operation, one that's both thrilling and tense? You'll replace that person in the spiritual abyss space, and try not to expose any flaws." Shu Liang was startled upon hearing this. He broke into a cold sweat and said, "Grandmaster, you want me to act as an undercover agent in the Ming Wang sect?" She picked up the token, but had to say, ordinarily, the soul summoning order was bound to one's soul. If the person had already died, then the soul summoning order should follow along with them. The fact that you can still use it is already strange. Shu Liang reached into his pocket and took out a book. It might be because, although the person is dead, his soul hasn't dissipated. "Grandmaster, take a look, maybe he tried and failed to enter the Ming Mansion Tianshu." The Phoenix Empress frowned, holding the book in her hand. What you're saying seems correct. Such unfortunate situations, like this evil cultivator, are extremely rare. For now, let the Sword Transmission Hall handle the Ming Mansion Tianshu, to release all the innocent souls trapped there, leaving only the soul of this soul summoner. You can pretend to be him in the spiritual abyss space. Try not to reveal your true identity." She continued, "Right now, the Purple Golden Monkey is severely injured and has escaped several times. Not only are the righteous cultivators looking for him, but the situation in the Tao is turning into a massacre of epic proportions. He wouldn't dare return to the Ming Wang sect. He's probably hiding somewhere to heal. If you disguise yourself within his forces, you might even help me track down where he's hiding." When Master received the order for Shang Sima to kill the Purple Golden Monkey, that was when the big reveal happened. From then on, let's see what that old man Wang Xianling can use to compare with me. Shu Liang said excitedly, "Grandmaster, if you kill the right-hand protector of the Ming Wang sect, the reward would surely be substantial, right?" She smiled, squinting her eyes as she patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, but if there's profit, our master-disciple relationship will split at 70-30. You'll definitely get your fair share, huh?" Hearing this, Shu Liang blushed, sweating nervously. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a lavish feast was being set up, and someone spoke up, "Boss, do you want to make it stronger? This is definitely not allowed." The person pursuing Zi Qing raised his hand and said, "What's not allowed? Didn't you all investigate already?" Chu Liang was just a mere cultivator in the early stage of the divine will realm. He crossed his arms, frowning, and said, "I'm already at the peak of the divine will realm, currently cultivating towards the golden core. I'll break through soon, and I'm confident I have a 90% chance of defeating him." The person over there was sweating. "Boss, do you know that Chu Liang is at the divine will realm? His grandmaster is the Phoenix Empress." He didn't seem to care and said, "His grandmaster is the Phoenix Empress, and my father is Master Phone. Should we be afraid of her?" The other person thought for a moment and probably believed that they should be afraid. Then he smiled and said, "If Master Phone were here, perhaps he would respect your father and wouldn't hold anything against the boss. But the Phoenix Empress, she has never given anyone face. If we anger her, who can predict what might happen?" The blonde-haired man froze for a moment. "Then what do you think we should do?" He picked up a few more pieces of tofu and braised pheasant and said, "Boss, we don't need to fear his grandmaster. The thing is, if you go anonymously to his doorstep and tell him not to come near Qing Jr.'s sister, and if he does, there will be a fight. It's unreasonable no matter how you look at it. Let me tell you, it's better for us to act secretly, that way it will be more effective." Shang Zi Liang furrowed his brows. "Act secretly? But I want to warn him. How can that be done secretly?" The other person extended his hand and laughed. "We could use a plan to make him suffer, then send a warning letter. If he continues to get close to Zi Qing's sister, he'll have to face consequences. But we'll still keep our identities hidden. That way, even if his grandmaster wants to intervene, she won't be able to find us. What do you think?" Shang Zi Liang thought for a moment, then said, "All right, so what do you suggest we do to make him suffer? Should we grab all the scraps of meat from the pot?" The other person replied, "I've already thought of that. Do you still remember Bai Zhai, boss?" Shang Zi Liang was taken aback after hearing that. Bai Zhai? Then he smiled broadly. "Good one, very clever. Since we already have a plan, let's eat and drink to our heart's content before taking action." He looked at the pot. "Where's the food?" He turned to Fatty and asked, "Do you know where the food went?" Fatty scratched his head. "I don't know. It feels like we haven't even started eating and it's already gone." Chu Liang, who was standing and focusing on the talisman in his hand, thought to himself, although he had a doll to assist with his cultivation, he shouldn't slack off when he had free time. 2 hours had passed, and the soul command token seemed to have received no new messages. It seemed that whenever there was no sound from that demon's place, the spiritual abyss was also eerily quiet. It made sense when he thought about it. These demonic cultivators usually operated in the dark, cold, and ruthless. They desired only life and death. How could they ever come to a peaceful place for a chat? He noticed a letter on the table and realized that while he had been circulating his energy, someone had sent him a letter. A stone dropped outside, and the letter began to float toward him. Chu Liang saw this and immediately reached out to take it. He held it in his hand, furrowing his brows as he read. "It is a letter from Su's sister, Chu's senior brother, 3/4 into the rooster hour. I will be at Pagoda Summit waiting for you, Ciz Qing." Chu Liang smugly thought to himself, if this letter really is from Su's sister, her handwriting is terrible. The 36 peaks of Shushan actually only have a few peaks with inheritance. If you count the desolate and unowned mountains, there are over 100 peaks stretching across Yunhai. Chu Liang was flying on his sword. This Pagoda Summit was a peak with no residents. 500 years ago, it was the location of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Now that the demon-suppressing pagoda had been lost, few people came here. He landed in a peach orchard and thought, it's probably almost time for the meeting in the letter. Chu Liang held the letter in his hand. Although it was quite strange, the Shushan region itself wasn't dangerous. It wouldn't hurt to check who was behind all this. At that moment, something white and large was approaching. Chu Liang saw it and immediately exclaimed, "That giant creature is charging straight toward me." Shu Liang was startled, and the people who had been standing outside earlier clapped their hands. Well done. The blonde-haired person laughed. Ha ha. Even if the Phoenix Empress is more powerful, would she dare come find Bai Zhai to cause trouble? The person standing beside them, sweating, said, Boss, we still need to be careful. If Bai Zhai discovers our traces, it could be dangerous. The three people who had previously intruded into Xiao Baizai's territory were beaten mercilessly. Thinking of this, the person shrank his head and decided to run away first. Shang Ziliang said, Of course, I know. This brat certainly wouldn't escape Bai Zhai's grasp. Bai Zhai's eyes lit up, and it pounced to attack Chu Liang. The others cheered excitedly, It's here, it's here. The force of Bai Zhai's attack kicked up a cloud of dust. But Bai Zhai wasn't attacking Chu Liang, it was licking his face. The others were startled by this sight and widened their eyes in disappointment. A Chu Liang thought he had been knocked down by some kid and was being licked. Upon seeing Bai Zhai's face, he thought, Huh? Isn't this the divine beast Bai Zhai of our Shushan sect? I've never seen this Bai Zhai before, but why does it look like it recognizes me? Bai Zhai's eyes sparkled. Shu Liang thought that it seemed like it was talking to him. Bai Zhai rubbed its face against Chu Liang. He smiled, thinking that Xiao Baizai was being a bit too enthusiastic. He stood up and petted it. Not responding would be too rude. So he decided to pet it a little to show his friendliness. Bai Zhai happily ran around Chu Liang in circles. After a while, it stopped and lay down on the ground. Shu Liang thought, It can't be that it wants me to ride it, right? If a divine beast allows someone to ride on it, it means it has acknowledged that person. This kid is really a divine beast, yet it looks so unremarkable. He stepped up onto Bai Zhai's back and thought, If Xiao Baizai is this enthusiastic, I shouldn't reject it. Maybe I should give it a try? Chu Liang broke into a sweat as he held onto Bai Zhai's body, his movements slow and cautious. If he had misunderstood its intentions, Xiao Baizai might turn on him, but he could always explain himself. He would just say, I'm only clinging to you, not riding. Bai Zhai happily squinted its eyes and leaped forward. Chu Liang was holding onto it, and Bai Zhai dashed forward at lightning speed, making Chu Liang scream, Too fast, too fast, too fast. Like a rocket, it sped through the peach orchard. Reaching a stream, it plunged straight down and jumped toward a rapidly flowing waterfall. Bai Zhai then leaped high into the air. Chu Liang thought, Is it trying to climb the waterfall? Why does it want to dive into the waterfall like this? Hey! Chu Liang turned pale with fear. At this moment, it had already carried Chu Liang into the heart of the waterfall. You suddenly think there is a cave inside. Bai Zhai leaps and jumps deep into the cave. Chu Liang thinks, there seems to be a crack ahead, and if he goes down, will it be even wider? He keeps leaping non-stop. Seeing something, Chu Liang exclaims in surprise. Ha! Then frowns. It seems there is someone below. At this moment, a beautiful girl is sitting, slurping noodles. She keeps her head down, focused entirely on her bowl of instant noodles. Upon seeing Bai Zhai run in, she is surprised. Bai Zhai, upon seeing her, is overjoyed. Chu Liang, upon seeing her, also stares blankly. She, too, observes him intently. Bai Zhai dashes straight towards the girl. It lands on the ground, squints its eyes in a smile, and says, Hola, before running circles around her. Chu Liang whispers. All right, Xiao Baizai, enough running around. The girl continues to eat her noodles, completely uninterested. After slurping up the last bits, she places the bowl down on the table. Chu Liang clasps his hands and says, Sorry, it was Bai Zhai that let me climb onto its back. Who would have known it would bring me to your place? I apologize for the inconvenience. He then thinks, indeed, it is an inconvenience. Surely no little girl would want to be seen in the middle of slurping noodles like that. Bai Zhai, however, continues to run around in circles. The young lady raised her hand to her mouth and said, It's fine. She then stood up from the chair and lightly coughed into her hand. She glanced at Bai Zhai, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and stop moving. Terrified, he hid behind a rock to avoid her gaze. Chu Liang smiled with squinted eyes and asked, "Senior sister, are you Jiang's sister?" The young lady crossed her arms, frowned, and replied, "No." Chu Liang sweated nervously, thinking to himself, "But I haven't even said who I am yet." The three people who had tried to harm Chu Liang were now absolutely furious. This doesn't make sense. Why? One of them spoke up, "Boss, did you say something?" Because the brat was good looking, Shang Zi Liang angrily slapped him on the head. "Are you saying I'm not as handsome as him?" The man covered his face and said, "Of course not, it's just that Bai Zhai probably doesn't like someone like you." Shang Zi Liang turned to the fatty and asked, "What do you think?" The fatty scratched his head and said, "I'm hungry." Immediately, the man with golden hair kicked him, "Damn it." He held his face and exclaimed, "You two are driving me crazy." Suddenly, a monster descended from the sky, and he was startled. "Ha! Is there some kind of carriage trying to jump down?" Pagoda Peak carried the aura left by the demon-suppressing pagoda, and no beast had ever dared set foot here. What was going on? The man said, "Boss, maybe we should forget about this. What should we do now?" He turned pale and said, "Run first, what should we do if we get hit?" Shang Zi Liang extended his hand and replied, "You should ask it if it dares to. Look at the whole Shu Shan sect, which carriage would dare to land on the head of Shang Zi Liang?" Immediately, the foot of the monster stomped heavily where the three of them had been standing, then it sniffed around. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and it nimbly jumped to another spot. The footprints of the three had been left behind under its feet. Chu Liang clasped his hands and said, "I am Chu Liang, a disciple of Yu Jianfeng." The young woman crossed her arms and said, "I am Jiang Xiaobai. I'm just staying here temporarily. It said it would help protect me. Who knew you'd come along today?" Meanwhile, she is still eating, and if she glances at Bai Zhai, she'll deal with you soon. Chu Liang thought, the person hiding her identity is Jiang Xianzi. At least she should use a name that isn't so similar. At that moment, Bai Zhai swiftly jumped away. Chu Liang, seeing this, was surprised. "Ha! You're leaving so fast, you should at least take me with you." Jiang Xiaobai said, "If Bai Zhai, the divine beast, can trust you and believe in you, then you must have a kind heart. I hope you won't tell anyone about what you saw here today, alright?" Chu Liang extended his hand and said, "Of course, I can." Then he thought, if he mentioned going outside, he might run into Jiang Xianzi, and the crowd of her admirers would likely fill this cave. Jiang Xiaobai extended her hand as well. Thank you then." Chu Liang clasped his hands together, "If there's nothing else, I won't trouble you any longer." At that moment, a terrifying explosion rang out above them. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed her brow. "Oh, there's a strange noise from outside." With that, she gathered her energy and flew off. "You should hide, take good care of yourself." Chu Liang, seeing her power, thought, such a strong aura. Is this the fighting spirit of heaven's proud peak? If Jiang's sister were to face that soul-capturing envoy, she could probably kill him in 3 moves. He suddenly felt that the background of this woman made it hard for others to feel safe. She drew her sword, and at that moment, Bai Zhai was knocked away by that force. Its body tumbled on the ground, then it sat up and howled. The monster that had been standing at the entrance of the cave earlier was now visible. Chu Liang, seeing the creature, broke out in a cold sweat. As far as he knew, Xiaobai Zhe should be at the cultivation level of 5 realms, but now there was a divine beast at the same level of cultivation here, yet it was rolling around on the ground. Bai Zhai gathered its energy, turned, and flew toward the monster to attack. Bai Zhai struck it in the face. After the hit, it jumped back to the ground. The attack had no effect on the monster. In its eyes now, the figure of a person gathering energy was reflected. Jiang Xiaobai was brimming with power, and her sword had already been drawn. The monster's eyes gradually began to shine, and it started to channel a stream of purple energy from its mouth, spitting it straight out. Jiang Shaobai could no longer stand still. She immediately executed the 100 sword technique to form a barrier, countless swords flying out, creating a protective circle. Seeing this, Xu Liang thought, this ancient behemoth is at least an adult-level beast, close to the 6th level of the demon realm. Moreover, its attention is fully focused on Jiang's sister. As a handsome 3rd-level cultivator, there's practically nothing I can do to help Jiang's sister and Xiaobai's. I should try to find a way to reach the higher ground and see if there's a chance to escape. The ancient behemoth stomped its foot hard into the ground, then continued to channel energy from its mouth. Jiang Shaobai quickly retreated, raising her hands in front of her chest to gather energy. She pointed, and the swords flew directly at the monster. The swords struck straight into its mouth. Immediately, the monster bit down fiercely. Jiang Shaobai leaped backward, using the earth-shrinking immortal art. After creating a safe distance, she raised her hand and continued using the heavenly sword technique. A light flashed from the creature's mouth, and its face twisted in pain. Jiang Shaobai's figure also began to fall. As she fell, the sword that had been in the creature's mouth pierced through and out. The ancient behemoth collapsed onto the ground, losing all its strength. After seeing that it was dead, Jiang Shaobai retracted her sword. Xu Liang, observing the situation, thought, a cultivation level at the 4 realms peak can resist a 5 realms beast, and she not only used immortal techniques but also a powerful sword technique. It seems she's still strong enough to cast such a spell immediately. He wiped the sweat off his brow, feeling deep admiration. She knows so many divine abilities. Why do I feel so down? Why did I say that? At this moment, the eyes of the ancient behemoth began to shine again. It lifted its head and let out a loud, terrifying roar, charging straight toward Jiang Shaobai. Seeing this, she quickly used the earth step, shifting her body to dodge the attack. Xu Liang saw the light from outside and exclaimed, "The cave door is opening." He immediately ran out and said, "Jiang's sister, let's go through the door." She turned back and replied, "You go first." At this point, Bai Zhai and Jiang Shaobai had already run far away. Seeing this, the creature turned and began chasing after them. A stream of purple air emerged from its mouth. Jiang Shaobai paused, drew her sword, and said, "You can keep running, I will block them." Her swords began to stab into its mouth. Seeing that things were going wrong, Xu Liang reached into his robe and shouted, "Demon." He took out 3 golden core stage pills, yelling, "Watch out, old man." Then he threw them straight at the head of the ancient behemoth. The 3 pills began to glow, and several eerie faces appeared from them, attacking the ancient behemoth. Immediately, the ancient behemoth was blasted into oblivion, crashing face first to the ground, with something golden flying out of its body. Xu Liang picked it up, sweating, and thought in astonishment, "These things are that powerful? I just wanted to buy Jiang's sister some time to escape, how did I end up with an unexpected harvest?" Bai Zhai giggled, squinting her eyes, and circled around him. Jiang Shaobai anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Xu Liang answered, "I'm fine." "And Jiang's sister?" She raised her hand to her chest and said, "I'm fine too." Xu Liang thought to himself, Jiang's senior sister still seemed very calm. From what she said, this monster wasn't too threatening to her. Truly, she was the genius of this generation from Shushan, using only 2 or 3 moves to deal with a monster of her own level. It seemed even easier than eating spicy food. Moreover, just now senior sister was only relying on the 3-foot sword in her hand to deal with the enemy, without using any other magic treasures. If she were to use all her tricks, the combat strength of that thing would likely be on par with what is described in legends. Jiang Shaobai pointed, "What kind of magic treasure did you just use? Its power is immense, with an extreme cold and sinister evil aura." Xu Liang stretched out her hand and said, "That's something I obtained from a soul envoy at the Ming Wang sect, the Profound Doom Thunder." She said, "I see. I've heard that forging the Profound Doom Thunder is very difficult, and its value isn't low. If you submit it to the Sword Transmission Hall, you could probably exchange it for quite a bit of sword credits." Upon hearing this, Xu Liang clutched her chest in pain. "Who said there wasn't one? Then she remembered when she asked Grandmaster, he disdainfully called it a little toy. Now, thinking back, what Grandmaster called little was actually quite big. Zhang Xiaobai's eyes sparkled as she said, "Then I'll return some of these sword credits to you. You've helped me a lot, I can't let you lose something for nothing." Shu Liang pretended to be strong and said, "It's fine, we're fellow disciples of Shu Shan, no need for that." She crossed her arms and said, "So, you don't even want to accept my thanks?" Shu Liang quickly squinted and smiled, saying, "All right then, instead of returning the sword credits, senior sister, could you teach me one or two of your magical techniques?" Zhang Xiaobai, after hearing this, was momentarily stunned, then snorted and said, "Are you talking about the land as an inch, together with the heavenly sword technique? I don't think you need to be too extravagant." Shu Liang scratched his head awkwardly. "No, just a few simple techniques would be fine. My grandmaster is a body cultivator." Zhang Xiaobai crossed her arms. "So, you are a disciple of Phoenix Empress Master Feng? I admire her style as well." Shu Liang forced a smile. "Huh, you could say that. All right then, come here tomorrow afternoon. I'll be waiting for you. At that time, I'll teach you some divine techniques." Shu Liang happily clasped his hands. "Thank you so much, Zhang sister. But will senior sister still stay here?" She closed her eyes and said, "It's fine. Just, can you not mention anything about this place to anyone after you leave?" Shu Liang asked, "But there was a beast attack within the sect. Shouldn't we report it?" Zhang Xiaobai replied, "I will handle it myself. Today's events are a bit unusual." Shu Liang was taken aback when he heard this. Zhang Xiaobai thought to herself, "My grandmaster has a deep bond with Phoenix Master Feng. This junior brother isn't exactly an outsider. Furthermore, his performance just now wasn't bad for someone at the Divine Will realm, and he was willing to use a magical artifact to help me. If he still has doubts, then telling him a little more wouldn't hurt." After thinking for a moment, she extended her hand and said, "Today, I have encountered a great storm, and it seems only right for me to tell you the details. Bai Zhai is as close to me as a sister, and surely she must be a good person. It's fine to tell you about this. I was born with a unique constitution, the legendary immortal spirit body. When I was young, I made some significant progress in cultivation, but only a little. For demonic creatures, my bloodline naturally has a great attraction. It seems that they devour flesh, and I would see a sudden boost in my power. Even now, I remain cautious and keep a safe distance from the spirit beasts in the mountain gate, always on guard, fearing that any injury or blood spillage might attract the demons." Shu Liang frowned as he thought, wondering if having such a constitution could allow him to attract demonic creatures while hunting monsters. Zhang Xiaobai blushed and said, "As a woman, sometimes it's inevitable to shed a little blood." She noticed Shu Liang listening attentively with his chin resting on his hand, so she continued, "Every month, I go to Pagoda Peak to avoid trouble for a few days. This place once had a divine artifact of our sect, a tower that suppressed the demons. Even after 500 years, no demonic creatures dare step foot here, so it's a peaceful place. Furthermore, with Bai Zhai here to ward off outsiders, I can always rest easy. But today, it suddenly brought you here." Shu Liang broke out in a sweat, thinking that this divine beast didn't seem very smart, so it wasn't surprising if it did some strange things. Zhang Xiaobai crossed her arms and said, "Moreover, the sudden appearance of this gigantic divine beast is strange. Why did it suddenly show up at Pagoda Peak? No demonic beast has ever dared to set foot here. How did it manage to find this cave so precisely?" Shu Liang asked, "Does senior sister mean to say that there are people within the Shushan sect who are targeting you, slandering and framing the disciples?" She can only respond with this, so I request that you remain silent for now. You must report the incident to the Grandmaster first, then devise a long-term plan." Shu Liang replied, "I understand. Is there anything else you want to ask?" Shu Liang spoke up again, "I want to ask, was it true when the Qixing public report mentioned that senior sister had some romantic involvement with Feng Chaoyang of the Tianwang sect?" Zhang Xiaobai frowned in anger, "That's a lie, all of it is nonsense. At that time, I was on a mission in Jiangnan, and with the Drunken Moon Pavilion being so famous, of course I had to go try it. Who would have known that I ran into that Feng Chao Yang on the way? I had already booked a table, but he still wanted to come in. Out of respect for the sect's reputation, I couldn't just force him away, so I had the innkeeper set a table for him. It was as if I invited him to eat, with someone sitting next to me, which was so uncomfortable. Shu Liang thought for a moment and agreed. Even while on a mission, he couldn't forget to swipe his card at a few well-known local shops. This Jiang Xianzi seemed to have a bit of a greedy appetite, but such indulgence wasn't really good for one's health. People who saw her like this would probably never let it go. He extended his hand and said, right, I just remembered. This is news about Jiang Yubai. Isn't senior sister Jiang Xiaobai? She turned her face back and replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I'm very busy. Shu Liang's flying sword soared in the sky, and he sighed, realizing that he was still too weak. The 5th level demon beast he faced, along with Jiang Yubai from the 4th level, had only fought a few exchanges. But even a casual strike from either of them could easily wipe him out. Jiang's sister was able to calmly handle situations where the difference in cultivation was so vast. If it wasn't for his safety, she could have easily killed the demon beast that was beyond her level. Compared to how he had performed before, when facing the person in black, the gap between him and the sect's top talents was still too large. As for the strongest competitors for the position of Xu Shan's disciple, they were Jiang Yubai from Bai Luofeng and Ciz Yang from Yujianfeng. Outside, Jiang Yubai had a slightly larger reputation, belonging to the upper echelons of the martial world. Not only was senior sister a genius cultivator, but her beauty was also exceptional, making it even easier for her to attract attention. Shu Liang continued to sigh, Grandmaster, you and Yujianfeng, the master with whom you have a conflict, should just have your fight and call it a day. Why involve my disciple in the battle? When will justice for the disciple ever be served? Shu Liang had flown back to his location and landed. As soon as he entered, he sat down and pondered, earlier, I unintentionally saved Jiang Yubai and caused the giant lizard to explode. I should reward myself again. Shu Liang entered the White Tower, his first time killing a beast at this level. He looked down, eager to see what the reward would be. It was so exciting. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the monster's spirit body. Shu Liang saw it and felt pleased. It seemed like he was about to receive something amazing this time. A dazzling light descended from the sky, and before him appeared a sword. Shu Liang thought, is this my first flying sword, the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor? He reached out and grasped the sword. He drew the blade. Wait, this is a sword of justice. When facing an enemy who has committed many evil deeds, the bloodlust of the wielder is greatly enhanced. But when facing an ordinary enemy, it is no different from an ordinary sword. Shu Liang thought, although the Crimson Severing of Honor is said to be a precious sword, it only boosts its power when confronting an evil opponent, enhancing the wielder's bloodlust. It's only effective against the greatest villains. The condition for the sword to truly unleash its power is indeed not easy. It's similar to the enemy encountered earlier, only that Soul Envoy is likely the one capable of meeting such a requirement. The area where the sword goes back into its sheath. In other words, for the vast majority, when using it, it's just an ordinary iron sword. A while later, Shu Liang flew to Jiang Xiaobai's location. As he flew in, he couldn't help but wonder, how come I haven't seen Xiaobai Zhe along the way? From inside, a voice could be heard, I just replaced the mattress yesterday, and it's already bitten through again. Do you want another one? Next time, let's see if you deserve a beating. Shu Liang entered and saw Bai Zhai being punished, and thought, this kid Bai Zhai can even destroy the house. He called out, Senior sister, good morning. Jiang Xiaobai turned her face to respond, you're here? You're on time today. Shu Liang saw Bai Zhai had a stone placed on its head and asked, Senior sister, did Bai Zhai get so excited to see Shu Liang that it jumped over? Jiang Xiaobai's eyes became fierce as she looked at it, making Bai Zhai freeze in fear, obediently standing up and leaving the stone on its head. Shu Liang broke out in a sweat and laughed, saying, "What's the big deal? It's still just a kid." Jiang Xiaobai frowned, "If you don't train properly, you'll end up just like it." Bai Zhai's eyes sparkled as it looked at Shu Liang. Shu Liang thought, "Oh, so you want to be brothers in arms and take the punishment together?" He extended his hand and said, "Ah, right, why does the guardian beast of Shushan listen to Jiang's sister like this?" She looked at Bai and said, "Actually, I don't know. When I was very little, Bai Zhai often came to play with me, so it grew up alongside me." "Do you know why it's so close to you?" Shu Liang thought for a moment and said, If it's because of talent, I'm nowhere near senior sister. If it's kindness, then there must be many people like that, right? The only thing I can think of is that it only plays with beautiful people." After saying that, the two of them awkwardly looked at each other. Jiang Xiaobai folded her arms and said, "That's true. Now, close your eyes. Alright, there's not much time left. Let's go inside. Follow me." Up ahead is relatively spacious, suitable for practicing divine abilities. The two walked to a place and stopped. Jiang Xiaobai said, "Let's start right here." She drew a sword and said, "Today, I'm going to teach you the 100-sword technique, do you know it?" Shu Liang's eyes sparkled and he exclaimed, "100-sword technique, wow, that's amazing. Do you want us brothers in arms to take on a punishment together? 100-step ascent to heaven, from heaven to 10,000, if you cultivate to the 10,000 sword technique, it would be on the same level as the heavenly sword technique." Shu Liang then clasped his hands and smiled with squinted eyes, "Sorry to trouble you, Jiang's sister." Jiang Xiaobai placed both hands in front of her chest and said, "Alright, I'll teach you on one side, and demonstrate it for you on the other." She pointed her finger at the sky, and golden light appeared, continuously forming a circle full of characters. Shu Liang blushed. Jiang Xiaobai called out, "Hey, why are you just standing there?" Shu Liang startled, "I'm still listening." She crossed her arms and asked, "Then what did I just say?" "Repeat it for me." "What did I just say?" "Repeat it." Shu Liang, after hearing this, panicked and broke out in a sweat, saying, "Alright." He then recounted the key points and the explanation in detail once more. After he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaobai praised, "Your memory is good. The dual focus martial technique isn't bad either, it's indeed suitable for practicing the 100-sword technique." Hearing the compliment, Shu Liang smiled and said, "Thank you, Jiang's sister." She raised her hand and said, "In conclusion, the important point of the 100-sword technique you must remember is that another key point is not to blindly pursue quantity. It's best to precisely control each sword image first, and only then should you aim to increase the number of sword images. The 100-sword technique moves according to the mind, and is much more powerful than the chaotic 10,000-sword technique." Shu Liang smiled and gave a thumbs up, responding, "I understand." Jiang Xiaobai continued, "The time for the Shushan disciples to grasp the 100-sword technique is roughly 7 days. Since I am personally teaching you, of course, the requirements will be higher. I'm giving you 3 days. If you master it within these 3 days, I will teach you an even more powerful technique next time. If you don't succeed within 3 days, then there won't be a next time." Shu Liang's eyes gleamed as he thought, I originally thought this was a trade, but how did it turn into an opportunity to study long term?" He said, "That would be great. Then, senior sister, please continue to guide me. I'll start practicing, splitting the light of the sword, and controlling them according to my mind." At this moment, many swords flew out. Shu Liang's gaze became serious as he swung his arm, causing the swords he struck to fall to the ground, landing at his feet. Shu Liang thought, "This isn't right. I can't scatter my spiritual sense to every sword. A person can't have 100 wills, but I need each sword to have its own will, and I must command them. They're not just dead flying swords, they're like a living army." Shu Liang raised his hand, and the swords flew up again, splitting the light and moving according to his mind. At this point, hundreds of swords appeared in the sky. He pointed forward and said, "Go." The swords began to shoot forward and then arranged themselves into a formation. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, thinking, isn't this a bit too much? A normal Shushan disciple usually starts with one sword turning into 2, 10, or 100 swords. There should be a gradual process of progression, and then, they would slowly explore and discover the key points, failing several times before they could realize it. That's when one could point out the crucial parts. This method leads to the highest efficiency. It took me a whole day to master the 100 sword technique. She looked at Chu Liang, who was practicing swordplay, and thought, what's wrong with him? If a regular disciple practices for 7 days, a core disciple practices for 3 days, and Zetian can manage 1 day, how much has he trained? Only twice. Chu Liang sheathed his sword and said happily, Jiang's sister, you seem to have understood a bit now. Jiang Xiaobai thought, is this the bit you're talking about? She was lost in thought, then said, you're actually pretty smart, huh? Chu Liang smiled with his eyes narrowed, any progress is all thanks to Jiang's sister's excellent teaching. She replied, Chu Liang secretly thought, does Jiang's sister think I'm smart? I've actually thought about this seriously before. When I was younger, I really believed I was smarter than others, but later realized I was just ordinary. After all, I was only ranked 3rd in the whole province. Learning the 100 sword technique went smoothly, and when they parted, Jiang's sister set a date for him to come tomorrow to learn a new divine skill. When he returned to his room to rest, Chu Liang noticed a new letter. He stepped over and picked it up, saying, oh, is this a letter from Master Ming? He took it out, thinking it had been a while since he last heard from the Ming family after the monster-slaying mission. Chu Liang read it and thought, Lady Ming has gone missing. It seems that learning divine techniques will have to be put on hold for a while. Since this is an invitation from Lady Ming, the current situation must be dealt with first. Once everything was settled, Chu Liang walked to the queen's residence. He peeked his head in and thought, is Grandmaster Fong still looking at those painting scrolls? Chu Liang broke out in a cold sweat, and it dawned on him that he had never seen the Grandmaster while she was in meditation. Although level 7 is the stage of Tao exploration, which focuses on enlightenment, what could one possibly learn by reading a book like Chain Fire Attack all day? He sighed, a book of Tao indeed. Chu Liang waved his hand and called out, Grandmaster, there's a little issue with the invitation from the Ming family in Xingzhou City. Upon hearing this, she scoffed, humph. Chu Liang stepped in, clasped his hands, and said, Grandmaster, I received a letter. The letter read, the feline demon Lady Ming, who invited us previously, has gone missing. She picked up the letter, read it, and said, I've met that feline demon before. She didn't seem like an evil creature, so there shouldn't be any issues. If she's missing, it's likely that something unexpected happened to her. Chu Liang rested his chin on his hand and replied, I think so too. At that moment, the queen reached behind her to retrieve something and tossed it over to Chu Liang. Then take this. It was the enchanted jade token that the feline demon had left behind. If you carry this jade talisman, you should be able to find her. Chu Liang immediately picked it up, and the Phoenix Empress continued. On the other hand, keep this jade charm. If anything unexpected happens, just break it, and I will be able to sense it. I will come to your rescue then. Didn't you say before that you lacked magical items and divine abilities? I believe that's true, so this item is to make up for it, serving as a life-saving charm. Chu Liang pursed his lips and thought to himself. A good item, a life-saving divine ability, the Great Jiao Revival Technique. He smiled, thinking that he could summon a 7th-tier powerful expert at any time. This was much stronger than any magical item. He raised his head and asked, Grandmaster will really come to save me? She smiled and said, I will definitely come. If I'm not drunk at that time. After finishing the conversation, Chu Liang flew off on his sword, realizing once again that he couldn't always rely on a drunkard in Xingzhou City. He flew toward Master Ming's mansion. As soon as he arrived, Master Ming and the servants came out to greet him. Young Hero Chu, greetings. Chu Liang replied. Greetings, Master Ming. He led the way and said, Let's go inside and talk. All right. Master Ming began. Previously, we were fortunate that the young hero helped my wife receive her official appointment. We thought we could live peacefully from now on, and the past few days have indeed been very peaceful. However, 2 days ago, my wife suddenly cried in the middle of the night. Why do you ask her? She replied, at night, I dream of my parents, thinking back to the past 10 years. I was afraid of revealing my identity, so I dared not return to the mountain to meet them or my elder brother. Now, if I can live a peaceful life, I really want to go back and reunite with my family. Do you have no familial love? How could that be? I would agree to let you return home. I even wish I could go back with you, but you were afraid I would be shocked, so you didn't agree. Who knew that once she left, she would never return? Young hero Chu, my wife absolutely will not abandon me, right? She must have encountered some unforeseen accident, right? You must save her. Shu Liang leaned on his chin and said, Master Ming, please rest assured. I will do everything in my power to help. So, where exactly does Lady Ning's family live? Master Ming answered, they live in Dongshan, just outside Xingzhou City. Her family used to live and cultivate in the mountains. Yesterday, I went into the mountains to search, but it's so vast, and Shu Liang couldn't find any trace of her. As a mortal, I have no way of finding her. Upon hearing this, Shu Liang immediately hurried off. I have the tracking charm that Lady Ming left in Sushan. We will find her soon. Master Ming, please don't worry. I will go to Dongshan to look for any signs of Lady Ming. Master Ming, touched, said, Young hero Chu, aren't you going to rest for a night before setting off? Shu Liang flew off and said, the situation is urgent, and there are many things I can't take care of. We are acquaintances, so Master Ming need not be too polite with me. I'll leave right now. At the peak of the Xingzhou City mountain, Dongshan, Shu Liang held up the imperial order from the Phoenix Empress. As he flew, he thought to himself, Lady Ming is up ahead. From a distance, he could see the cave entrance was open. Shu Liang landed in front of the door, approached, and knocked. A voice came from inside, and the door was immediately opened. A fox-headed man stepped out, frowning and asked, Who is it? Shu Liang smiled and said, I'm a disciple of Shushan, here to see Lady Ming of the Ming Mansion in Xingzhou City. Please inform her. The man smiled and said, Oh, you're from Shushan? He then immediately became alarmed and shouted, Shushan. He quickly turned and ran off. Mother! Now the great king, disaster has struck. A monk from Shushan has come knocking at the door. Shu Liang stood at the door, waiting. Suddenly, a group of beasts emerged. You have claws and an animal ear, one of them said. I am the demon king here, Miao Lord. He stood there, unfazed by the cold, and continued, Why have you come to my lair at such a late hour? Shu Liang smiled and said, Please forgive the disturbance. It's just that a lady from the Ming Mansion in Xingzhou City, who was recently honored by Shushan, has gone missing. I've been entrusted to find her. The Miao Lord shouted loudly, What do you mean by Lady Ming and Lady of Shadows? We know nothing about them. He crossed his arms and continued, Let me tell you, in our cave dwelling, we are all good beings, we don't do evil things. Shu Liang kept smiling with narrowed eyes. The Miao Lord pointed and shouted, But if you come to find me in the middle of the night, I won't be afraid of you. Shu Liang took out the token from his hand and smiled, threatening, Well, to be honest, our sect has a tracking spell, and it's saying that the lady is here. The Miao Lord crossed his arms and said, That's because your spell is wrong. Let me tell you, all the people in our cave dwelling are good, we've never done anything bad, but if someone comes in the middle of the night looking for me, I won't be afraid of you either. Shu Liang stretched out his hand and smiled, saying, I'm not here to pry, but if it's convenient, could you let me in to investigate for a bit? The Miao Lord glared, It's not convenient. Shu Liang then pulled out the demon binding rope. Oh really? The Miao Lord panicked. Humph, do you dare to resist? A moment later, the Miao Lord was tied up, shedding tears, and shouted loudly, Help! Help! Save me, young hero, spare my life. He gloomily thought that today's incident must never be spread, not even a little. Miao Wang still has things to do outside. Shu Liang smiled warmly. The beauty queen said, then let me ask again, could you let me find Lady Ming? Miao Lord hurriedly shouted, quick, take the young hero to meet my little sister. After saying that, he led Shu Liang to a room. Young hero, my little sister is inside. Shu Liang responded, sorry to trouble you. He pushed open the door and entered. What greeted him was the sight of Lady Ming sitting on the floor, bound and exposed to the light. Upon seeing Shu Liang, she joyfully called out, young hero Chu. Shu Liang also greeted her, hello, Lady Ming. It's been a while. Let's sit down and talk. Miao Lord sighed. The three of them sat at a table. Shu Liang said, I heard from Master Ming that Madam went home to visit her parents. So, what happened? She turned to look at Miao Lord, hesitating for a moment before saying, well, our family was originally just a small Miao clan living on Dongshan Mountain. We never fought with anyone, never harmed anyone, and lived a carefree life. But when I returned, I found that my parents had already passed away. And my elder brother suddenly opened the demon's lair and declared himself the Mountain King. At that moment, some lesser demons replied, the great king is receiving some important guests, young lady. Please wait. Miao Lord said, little sister, why have you returned? When I came back, my brother was hosting a demon king from another mountain as a guest. The Tiger King looked at her with interest. When the Tiger King first saw me, he immediately wanted to take me as his concubine. I swore I would rather die than follow him, so my elder brother had me bound and left me here. Shu Liang glared at Miao Lord and sneered, so it turns out you're the type of elder brother, huh? Miao Lord slammed his hand on the table and said in pain, I'm not. You all don't understand. Didn't I already tell you the reason our parents died? But in recent years, monsters have been coming more and more from the outside, and Dongshan has remained the same. Even if we wanted to seize territory or food, we dare not target the human race, and can only plunder among ourselves. Our parents both died at the hands of other monsters in the war. Do you think I want to become the Mountain King? I only stood up for the Miao clan of Dongshan, gathered the scattered Miao clan people, and established this dwelling. I remember when my dwelling was first built, there were only a dozen or so monsters and 7 or 8 weapons. These years, I've struggled to make a living, and only now can we barely survive here. Just a few days ago, I formed an alliance with the Zonglin Mountain Tiger King. His cultivation and power far surpass mine, and he was willing to ally with the same clan. I thought that if I could forge a relationship with him, Dongshan wouldn't need to worry about other monsters invading our territory. I've worked so hard to establish this connection and invited him to a feast in my dwelling. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Then, my little sister arrived, and that Tiger King, driven by lust, cast a glance and immediately chose the beauty of my little sister. At that time, he said, as long as you marry your little sister to me, I can protect the Miao clan of Dongshan forever. If you refuse, I will very likely attack you. Shu Liang spoke up, but why didn't you mention that your little sister is already married to someone else? The Miao Lord clutched his face in distress and said, of course I did. Shu Liang furrowed his brow and asked, then where is he? The Miao Lord clenched his fists and shouted, he's even more excited. I don't want to force my little sister, but the Tiger King said before leaving that when he comes back, he will prepare a wedding. He'll come to take my little sister in 3 days. If she's not there by then, he will go crazy. Shu Liang asked, didn't you mention that you've been granted the title of Shu Shan? The Miao Lord frowned and replied, my little sister told me we could ask Shu Shan for help, but I didn't dare. We are just lesser demons on the mountain. We are most afraid of cultivators like you. Normally, we don't even dare to harm anyone, and if we come across someone lost, injured, or drowning, we only dare to quickly save them. We're afraid that if someone were to die on the mountain, you cultivators would suspect monsters and come to sweep the place. Shu Liang thought to himself. The conflict between humans and the demon clan had existed for ages, and a few words were enough to understand the situation. Today, with humans being so powerful, it was indeed understandable that the kind-hearted demon clans living near humans would think this way. He patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Based on what we know, at least the Shushan sect is a group of people with principles. Miao Lord sighed, Haze, tonight, you must take little sister away. Tomorrow, the Tiger King will come. Our Miao clan in Dongshan will surely be slaughtered. If you truly want to help me, then take little sister and run now. That way, we might have a little more time to escape. It's just that I don't know if we will even survive once we leave our territory. Chu Liang propped his chin, thinking. The search for a new living environment for the demon clan would likely lead to bloody battles, which is indeed very dangerous. They would need food, shelter, and a suitable environment, and they absolutely couldn't choose a barren place randomly. Chu Liang extended his hand and asked, So, does the Tiger King have many subordinates? And what is the cultivation level of Lord Tiger? Miao Lord replied, he has had about 700 to 800 years of cultivation, and at his level, according to the classification of your human race, he would be at the Death Realm or 5 realms. Zonglin Mountain is the largest demon clan force within 100 miles of Xingzhou City. The lesser demons under the Tiger King could number in the hundreds. Shu Liang thought to himself, the 5 realms of the Tiger Demon is a demon king in the region, and he must have accumulated the power of the 5 realms and the Mountain King. His overall strength is likely stronger than the ancient behemoth we faced last time. Although dealing with someone in a black robe who was at a higher realm than me before was indeed a stroke of luck, should I try some of the divine techniques Jiang's sister taught me to deal with monsters? This time, with a powerful trump card on hand and the newly acquired flying sword Crimson Severing of Honor, I could even try to confront the Demon King of Zonglin Mountain. If Chu Liang pointed his finger and asked, if I help you take down the Tiger King, would that resolve your problem? Miao Lord, upon hearing this, stammered. Miao Lord, sweating, said, what? You want to destroy Zonglin Mountain? Shu Liang extended his hand and said, since I asked that, of course, I have a way to deal with him. If you help me, I will help you resolve your current troubles, alright? Miao Lord thought to himself. The disciple of Shushan could indeed grant titles to little sisters, and if he was truly determined to wipe out Zonglin Mountain, this could very well succeed. Miao smiled and said, I agree, but young hero, he's still tied up, could you untie him for me? On Zonglin Mountain, a group was walking through the forest, and a gigantic elephant was making its way through. Tiger King was riding on it, followed by a group of lesser demons who were playing their horns noisily. Miao Lord's people were leading the flower palanquin ahead. Shu Liang disguised himself as a demon and accompanied the Miao Lord. He looked ahead at the group and thought, wild beasts are terrifying, I wonder how rich I'd have to be to capture all the beasts here? The Miao Lord whispered, the Zonglin Mountain guards the entrance strictly. You can't wander around in the cave, be careful. Shu Liang smiled and said, I'll adapt as I go. Don't be too tense, it looks like there's a ghost in your heart. Just relax a bit. Upon hearing this, the Miao Lord loosened his belt. Hey! Shu Liang was startled. Relaxing and loosening are two different things. The Miao Lord took something out and said, no, I want to take out a gift for the Tiger King. Shu Liang froze. The Miao Lord raised his hand and shouted loudly, everyone, eat a lot later, eat your fill, and if you can't finish, take it with you. Don't leave any leftovers. The little demons cheered and shouted in joy. Shu Liang broke into a sweat and thought, the Mountain King himself pulls out a pearl and makes it look like he's dropped a tiny pearl. It's clear that the Miao clan of Dongshan has been struggling these past few years. At this moment, they had arrived at their destination and entered the hall. The Tiger King threw his arm around the Miao Lord's shoulders and laughed, saying, Great Ninth, from now on, follow my lead and do things well. You must do something big for the Miao clan of Dongshan. He raised his hand and shouted loudly, Thank you, brothers in arms, for your respects. Enjoy your food and drinks, everyone. Soon, I will bring some good news for all of you. Shu Liang thought to himself, not bad, the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor from the White Tower will soon be revealed. How many innocent lives has this Tiger King slaughtered? At this moment, a person in black entered. The others saw him and immediately clasped their hands and bowed, saying, "The divine envoy has arrived." The person wore an iron mask and a hat that covered his head. Behind him were 4 lesser demons carrying a large object. Shu Liang and Miao Lord were whispering to each other. "Who is that?" "I don't know." Shu Liang replied, "Why have you suddenly stopped talking? Did you sense some special aura from the demon clan?" Miao Lord scratched his head. "No, it's just that everyone stopped talking, so I got a little scared." The Tiger King immediately stood up, clasped his hands, and said, The divine envoy has honored us with his presence. I could not welcome you earlier, I have offended you, divine envoy." The divine envoy responded, "Tiger King, there is no need to be so polite." The divine envoy then spoke, "I heard that today is your wedding, so I specially brought a gift for you." He gestured with his hand, "Open it." As the package was opened, a blinding golden light emitted from it, revealing a majestic painting of towering mountains. Tiger King extended his hand towards the treasure and asked, "Is this a divine weapon?" The divine envoy replied, "That's correct, this item is called the Mountain and River Suppressing Strike, an ancient divine weapon ranked 140th in the record of myriad treasures of the human race. The Tiger King is a hero of this era, truly deserving of this divine weapon. With it, you can declare your supremacy over the world." Shu Liang broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the divine weapon and thought to himself, "Is this really the Mountain and River Suppressing Strike?" According to the record of myriad treasures, this weapon belongs to Tiangang men of the 9 heavens. What kind of background does this divine envoy have, to be able to seize such a divine weapon from Tiangang men? The divine envoy extended his hand and said, "On my journey here, I encountered a human genius with impressive martial abilities, but his intellect left much to be desired. I used a small trick to seize his weapon. Upon seeing this treasure, I thought it would make a perfect gift for the Tiger King." The Tiger King took the mace in his hand and swung it around in the air, laughing with satisfaction. "Good, thank you, divine envoy." He then slammed the mace down onto the ground, and a wave of power radiated out. The Tiger King extended his hand and said, "Since we're at it, why not take this opportunity to announce some good news?" The divine envoy responded, "Sure, that's exactly why I'm here." The Tiger King spoke solemnly, "All right, esteemed demon clan members gathered here today." His eyes gleamed. "In addition to my wedding, I have another important announcement to make. Over the past few days, I have traveled through many mountain ranges and spoken with numerous demon kings. I invite you all to join the Zhanglin mountain camp, where I can offer you all a great opportunity." He shouted loudly, "Now I will tell you what the great matter is." Tiger King then raised his hand to his chest, bowed his head, and said, "Now, please allow our divine envoy to speak first." The divine envoy said, "Fellow members of the demon clan, some of you know that I come from the 7 Kings domain in the western region, and we, the envoys here, have traveled across the mortal realm to make this declaration for all of you." He raised both hands to the sky, "The divine is about to return." In the eyes of the demon clan, this title represented an ancient and supreme existence. Although cultivation in the mortal realm is divided into the 3 views in 9 realms, the 9th realm, mystic realm, has always been a legendary stage. Few have reached this realm. 3,000 years ago, a peerless demon emperor from the demon clan reached the unparalleled realm, becoming the first mystic realm of demonic arts in the world, and also the only mystic realm in the mortal realm at that time. The cultivators in the mortal realm faced a great catastrophe, with the demon god massacring all directions. Many immortal sects could not stop him, no one could match the absolute power that existed in the world. Witnessing this, the demon clan was about to conquer the 9 realms and 4 seas under the leadership of the demon god. In the face of this impending annihilation of all living beings, the 7 elders of the heavenly origin realm in Shushan brought divine artifacts to the demon suppressing tower. At the cost of 6 of their lives, they finally sealed the demon god within the demon suppressing tower. It was this battle that cemented the demon suppressing tower's position as the supreme divine artifact in the mortal realm. The legend spread among the people, even the demon suppressing tower could not erase the demon god, it could only seal him. Therefore, in the long years that followed, several demon clans attempted to breach the Shushan sect, open the demon suppressing tower, and release the demon god. Unfortunately, whether through open or covert attempts, these demon clans all ended up trapped within the demon suppressing tower, without exception. At the location of the demon suppressing tower, Pagoda Peak, the tower disappeared 500 years ago. The divine envoy raised both hands and said, 3,000 years have passed, and mankind today has long forgotten our era, but the demon clan will never forget. I come from the farthest west, from the Seven Kings domain, built by the seven great demon kings. In the Seven Kings domain, we have always strived to revive the demon clan, and we have never given up hope of welcoming the demon god. The Tiger King is the one we sent out from the Seven Kings domain to expand our territory, and we must unite our forces within the human territories. When the true God returns, that will be the time for us to answer to him. If you are willing to follow in the footsteps of the God, come join us at Zonglin Mountain. Of course, if you are unwilling, we will not force you. The God loves all the people of the demon clan. The group of people below immediately cheered after hearing that. Chu Liang reluctantly raised his hand and thought to himself, so it's about handling a dispute over love affairs. Who would have expected an unexpected gain? He glanced at Miao Wang and wondered if a glowing red heart-shaped gem would suddenly appear, accusing him of something. Miao Wang whispered, "Young hero Chu, we must hurry. If we're late, the Tiger King will be in the bridal chamber soon." Chu Liang smiled and replied, "All right, luckily Miao Lord is still sharp." The Tiger King raised his hand and said, "The divine envoy has business and must leave. Let's start the feast now." The two of them sat at the table, and Chu Liang said, "I'm starting now. The Tiger King is here, you stabilize him." Miao Wang responded, "Understood. Young hero, proceed with caution." Chu Liang was hiding in the cave, listening to the monsters talking. All right, third brother, it's your turn." Chu Liang thought, according to the plan, Lady Ming will poison the wine, and I'll wait for the chance to stab the Tiger King in the back with the poison. The patrol guards along the way aren't strict, sneaking into the bridal chamber shouldn't be an issue. Just then, a hand patted Chu Liang's shoulder, and a voice said, "Password." Chu Liang broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed. He forced a smile and said, "The mighty earth-taming Tiger King, with fortune already in hand, thinks that as long as the opponent gives him trouble, he will immediately strike and kill the demon in front of him, then disregard the situation and immediately perform the grand summoning technique to let the Grandmaster clean up." Unexpectedly, the command I randomly said worked. The guy immediately released his grip and said, "Good." Chu Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. The bull-headed man took a few steps before a group of lesser demons blocked his path. "Wait," the command, he raised his hand and said, "Mighty earth-taming Tiger King." Upon hearing this, the lesser demons were startled and immediately drew their swords, leaping into the air to attack. There was some internal power involved. The bull-headed man stood dumbfounded, looking at Chu Liang. Surrounded, he pointed and cursed. The lesser demons surrounded him more and more tightly. They all jumped in and asked, "Which mountain, which cave are you from?" The bull-headed man flicked them off and said, "I live in your grandmother's cave." As soon as he finished speaking, his two horns fell off. The lesser demons screamed in panic, "It's a human!" Chu Liang saw this and thought, so he is also human. The bull-headed man raised his hand to his forehead and glanced over, yes. Then he revealed a strong and muscular body. The lesser demons charged at him, shouting, "It's a human, everyone, kill him!" Seeing the situation, the bull-headed man narrowed his eyes, snorted, and used the thrust of the leaning mountain to knock them all away, then continuously used his fists to strike the lesser demons. Chu Liang stuck his head out to take a look and thought, this person seems to be practicing a legitimate martial art. He looks young, but his cultivation level is at least at the 4th stage of martial Dao. He must be a core disciple of some large sect. He widened his eyes, then thought, that's right, recalling the divine weapon, the mountain and river suppressing strike, of Tiangangmen. This person must be the unfortunate soul who was deceived into taking that divine weapon. After defeating the lesser demons, the person walked towards the light and arrived at a spot on the ground where a pile of gold and silver lay. He paused, looked up, and furrowed his brow. "This is the back hall where the tributes are stored," he said in surprise. At that moment, a voice from afar echoed, "How dare a human race come to my Zonlin mountain and cause chaos?" The voice belonged to the Tiger King. He immediately drew his mace, jumped down, and raised it to strike at the person. "Die!" The man also charged forward, shouting loudly. "You're just in time, demon!" He grabbed the spear with both hands. "Return my divine weapon." The man was sweating. The two struggled over the spear. The Tiger King was also sweating. The Tiger King's tail began to move, then struck directly at the man, knocking him into the wall with a powerful blow. The Tiger Demon took this opportunity to charge forward and continue the attack. The man exerted all his strength into his arm, landing a powerful punch towards his opponent. The Tiger King was hit by the blow and was sent flying backward. Seizing this opening, the man followed up with a kick to the Tiger King's stomach. The Tiger King spat blood and thought, "No way, just a human from the Four Realms, and yet he can defeat my physical form?" The Tiger King's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Tiger King, I haven't even shown my full strength yet. Do you think of me as Hello Kitty?" The Tiger King's true body unleashed its innate divine abilities. With a roar, the man was struck and froze, his face contorting in pain, unable to move. The Tiger King opened its mouth wide, ready to devour him. The man used both hands to push against the Tiger King's jaws. Shu Liang stood by watching the two of them fight. He frowned and thought to himself, "It seems this guy's in trouble, it's time to step in." He took out his famed sword, chopping red, and used the light of the blade to create multiple sword images. His movements were fluid, and thousands of sword points appeared. Shu Liang pointed his finger and shouted, "100 sword technique, go!" Upon hearing this, the Tiger King panicked and thought, "Damn it, there's another human here? 100 sword technique, such a trivial technique, and you think you can injure me, the Tiger King?" When it turned around, it was taken aback. "Humph, wait a minute." The Tiger King nervously exclaimed, "Don't underestimate Xiaohu, I've never been untrained." "You call this the 100 sword technique?" Shu Liang thought, "Did I really use the 100 sword technique? Why did it turn into thousands? How did it suddenly become the 10,000 sword technique?" He sweated as he thought, "Wow, it's been enhanced 100-fold. Is this the effect of the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor on a person with a notorious reputation?" Shu Liang pointed and no longer cared. "Kill the enemy first." In the sky, thousands of swords were flying toward the Tiger King. As the swords were released, the Tiger King immediately let go of the man and thousands of blades pierced into him. The man watched this and frowned, thinking, "The sword technique is so powerful. Each sword doesn't seem very strong at first glance, but with that kind of power, if stacked up hundreds or thousands of times, the upper limit of its strength is completely incalculable. No, each sword doesn't just cause one hit of damage, it also penetrates repeatedly." The 10,000 sound flying sword coin pierces back and forth, with swords supporting each other. The 5 realms of the Tiger King simply couldn't withstand such a sword technique. The Tiger King was blasted apart by the 10,000 sword technique, and he thought, "Who is this friend, and what kind of divine being are they?" In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 sword technique was unleashed, forming a sword formation as fast as lightning. Using the rapid frequency of sword strikes, the opponent was torn apart instantly. That was the true killing move. Although the weapon was small, its power was incredibly formidable. Indeed, a true powerhouse doesn't care about whether the weapon is sufficient or not, it's the skill that forms the foundation of absolute strength. When one becomes this strong, that is the true role model for their generation. Thinking this, he clasped his hands together and knelt, saying, "I am Yun Chao Xian from Tian Gangmen, thank you all for your assistance." Shu Liang was startled and said, "Shushan sect, Shu Liang, that name just popped up. So, you're a disciple of Shushan." Having admired him for a long time, Shu Liang thought to himself, "Hey, why does Yun Bro's gaze feel so intense? The two of them descended the mountain, and the other man spoke. "Shu bro, are you asking how I lost my mountain and river suppressing strike? Tiangang Men is located in the northwest." This time, when the four divine envoys from the extreme west entered our territory, Wu dynasty attracted the attention of our sect. The sect ordered the four of us disciples to each pursue a divine envoy. Who knew that the one I was after was extremely treacherous? He fought me, drew a circle, and said that neither of us could bring weapons into the circle. Whoever stepped out of the circle first would lose, and the opponent could do as they wished. I agreed and entered the circle to fight him. I only threw one punch, and who knew that he used the momentum to leap out of the circle, grabbed my mountain and river suppressing strike, and ran off. I told him he had lost, but he said that as long as I could catch him, he would let me deal with him however I wanted, without any regard for martial ethics. Shu Liang recalled the words of the divine envoy. On the way, I happened to meet a talented human warrior. His martial arts weren't bad, but his mind wasn't exactly the sharpest. I used a bit of strategy to easily seize his weapon. Reflecting on the divine envoy's words, I found them to be quite an objective assessment. The other man extended his hand and said, "Shu bro, would you be willing to join me in hunting down that traitor?" Shu Liang was startled after hearing this and asked, "Yun bro, why do you want me to go with you?" The man clenched his fist and resolutely said, "That demon clan divine envoy is as deceitful as they come, constantly scheming to harm our human race. Everyone wants him dead, but with just my strength alone, I'm not enough to deal with him. And your cultivation level is exceptional, truly a genius. With your help, we can definitely eliminate this traitor." A handsome man in the middle stage of the third realm, a mighty martial artist in the four realms. Shu Liang pointed at himself and said, "Exceptional cultivation level." "Indeed," the man said, his expression grim, "I've never bowed to anyone since I was young, but after witnessing your divine abilities, I truly admire you. Honestly, looking at your aura, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary about you. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes your 10,000 sword technique, I would never have imagined you were this powerful." Shu Liang sweated and thought to himself, "That's right, I didn't expect myself to be this strong either." In Kaoshan City, Shu Liang was sitting in an inn. He entered the space, and light emanated from the cage. An object flew toward Shu Liang, he caught it in his hand and thought, "Fierce Tiger Essence Replenishing Pill. A high-grade elixir containing the innate fierce tiger essence. Those who consume it can gain the strength of a ferocious tiger, enhance their vitality, improve sleep, and restore male vigor." Shu Liang frowned and exclaimed, "So this time it produced a pill that can permanently enhance physical constitution." Holding the pill in his hand, Shu Liang examined it for a while before tossing it straight into his mouth. As the pill slid into his stomach, a brilliant light burst forth, lifting his entire body into the air. Shu Liang broke into a sweat, grimaced, and thought, "The medicinal effect is too intense," while groaning continuously. After the time it takes to burn one incense stick, sweat drenched his body. Bracing himself with a hand on his thigh, he said, "This fierce male pill is really hard to swallow. I always feel thirsty afterward." Shu Liang picked up a glass of water, but before he could drink it, the glass shattered. Shu Liang furrowed his brows in confusion. At that moment, when Chao Xian burst in from outside, shouting, "Shu bro, I heard something strange going on over here." Startled, Shu Liang looked at the fierce male pill, raised his hand to his face, and said, "I'm fine, Yun bro." His face turned red as he ran off, saying, "Sorry, my bad, didn't mean to intrude." Shu Liang looked at him leaving, feeling confused. In Kaoshan City, at night, the two of them arrived in front of a house. Shu Liang said, "When brother, is this the place you sensed?" When Chao Xian replied, "That's right, it's here." He charged inside, and the sound of heavenly sound wave echoed from within. Shu Liang stopped him, saying, "Hey, wait a minute, hold on to Wen Chao Xian's spear." When Chao Xian was startled, "Shu bro, why are you holding my spear?" Shu Liang said, "It's too quiet around here. I feel like something's not right." When Chao Xian scratched his head, "It's normal for it to be quiet at this hour." Shu Liang said, "I just used my divine sense to scan the entire front courtyard. It's completely empty, there's nothing here. This is very unusual." When Xiao Xian asked, "So what should we do?" The two of them quickly jumped behind some nearby wooden crates to hide, observing the situation before deciding what to do next. "We just hid not long ago, and a group of constables arrived. As expected, there's something wrong here. Local authorities are investigating." The constables were trapped by a spell formation created by dark magic. The constables shouted, "It's dark magic, brothers in arms, don't panic. Quickly cut these ropes." Not only that, but the chieftain inside had cleaned everything up. Everyone continued to move forward. The chieftain said, "There are corpses here, and over there as well, and even on my side. There are no living people in here, everyone in this courtyard has been killed." Shu Liang frowned, indeed, something was strange. Yun Chao Xian scratched his head in confusion. Shu Liang rested his chin on his hand and said, "If we rush in first and are obstructed by the formation at the front yard, then go through the backyard, we might just run into the officials. By then, that creature could escape and frame us." Yun Chao Xian angrily cracked his fingers and said, "It's so cunning. If it weren't for your cleverness, Shu bro, I might have fallen into its trap." He scratched his head and added, "But this arrangement of that divine envoy, why does it seem like it's meant specifically for us?" Shu Liang rested his chin again and replied, "Be more confident, drop the word seems. It's definitely waiting for us to fall into the trap. The Demon Clan divine envoy must have already gotten word of the incident at Xianglin Mountain. Since you were able to trace the clues all the way to Xianglin Mountain, it's not surprising that he could guess there's some divine power left on you. Against a sly enemy like this, you can't use the same tactic twice." Upon hearing this, Yun Chao Xian became furious and shouted, "Ah, my heavenly sound wave was already broken? Damn it, now there's no way to capture him." The next day, we got information from the waiter. Last night, a brutal massacre had occurred in the city. A family of 17 people had been wiped out, and the murderer had fled. The victim was a medicine merchant from Kaoshan City, and a number of precious medicinal ingredients had been stolen from the house, the most valuable of which was a powerful sword technique. The initial judgment was robbery and murder. The local authorities had sealed off the city from the very beginning and offered a large reward for information on the criminal and the powerful sword technique. Yun Chao Xian raised his hand to his forehead and said, "Indeed, I can no longer sense his whereabouts. Let me try a few more times." But the heavenly sound wave gave no response. Shu Liang frowned. "It's all right. In fact, this time he's being too smart for his own good. He must have reported to the authorities himself after committing the murder. Initially, he probably planned to throw the body outside to draw the attention of the local authorities, then escape from your pursuit and use the opportunity to flee. But we didn't fall into his trap. Since the local authorities couldn't catch the suspect, they immediately sealed off the city. When the crime occurred, the city gates were still closed, so he had no chance to escape. At this point, there's a high chance that the divine envoy is also trapped inside the city." Shu Liang slapped his hand down and said, "A demon clan like him probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the Wu dynasty's territory. Before that, we still have a chance to catch him inside the city." Yun Chao Xian scratched his head and thought, I can't keep up with any of this. I don't understand a word. So, where do we go to catch him?" Shu Liang replied, "Let me think for a moment. There's always a way." Shu Liang pondered. Whether it was the local authorities or himself and Yun Bro, they were all considered forces of justice. Yet, their perspective was ultimately limited. He placed the cup of tea on the table, pondering whether he should discuss this matter, and thought that perhaps it would be better to ask the brothers in arms of the Black Sect a bit. With that in mind, he immediately called Sun Sha to inquire. "Hello, Sun Sha, I've gathered some information about the Minghai demon. I found out that there's currently a golden lotus of clear sea in Kaoshan City, but its exact location remains unknown. I was wondering if it would be possible to ask the disciples for some help in searching for it." In Kaoshan City, at the moon-gazing pavilion, the divine envoy presented a flower of the powerful sword technique and said, "I've heard that the elder of Black Mountain Stronghold has reached the 5th realm. This small token is of little significance. The person clasped their hands together in thanks, replying, I will bring this gift to the elder. I'm sure he will appreciate it. To be honest with you, Divine Envoy, our Black Shaman clan in the southern region has been facing increasing hardships. Resources like this, which could help us break through to the fifth realm, are nearly impossible to find. It's been years since a sixth realm Grand Shaman has appeared in our village. Our only goal at the Black Shaman village is survival. Not only are we constantly struggling against the Baiwu clan, but the Three Absolute Valley has also been relentlessly pursuing us. If it weren't for these circumstances, we might not have wanted to ally with your demon clan. But despite that, many of the elders in our village are worried. If your plan succeeds, will it lead to the extinction of the entire human race? The Divine Envoy raised both hands to the sky and laughed wildly. Ha, in an era where humanity has saints, will our demon clan be hunted to extinction? Even if we wait for the return of the gods, humanity will still survive. By then, it will still be humanity ruling humanity. All 7 demon kings share this thought. Before the gods return, everyone who has helped us will be granted a new world once the gods return. The other person sweated and said, This is also the second concern of the elders in the village. They are worried that your god is a fake. Back at Chu Liang's location in the spiritual abyss space, Sun Sha spoke. Have you found any clues related to the golden lotus of Clear Sea? Very good. If I can obtain this golden sea bright lotus, I can break through the 3rd level of the 5 elemental realm on the same day. Sun Sha stretched out his hand and continued. I've asked others, and indeed, it is near Kaoshan City, but he cannot assist you directly. He doesn't know much about this matter, but he did provide some information in Kaoshan City. If you wish to gather news, you can go to Gu Ernyang's tavern. You've put in so much effort this time, and if I ever break through, I will certainly make sure you share in the reward. Regardless of whether this succeeds or not, I must thank you. Chu Liang said, Sun Sha, there's no need to be polite. This is my responsibility as a subordinate. I will set off immediately to investigate. After all, we are brothers in arms in the industry, and this time, the investigation should proceed smoothly. In reality, within Kaoshan City, a waiter stepped forward and said, Sir, what would you like to order? Chu Liang raised his hand and said, 2 bottles of immortal wine, 1 for the lady boss and 1 for me. The waiter responded, Yes, sir. Half an hour later, the waiter bowed and said, Sir, you've waited for a long time. I will take you to get the wine. With that, he led Chu Liang to the door of a large room. Upon entering, a young woman was reclining in a chair. Seeing Chu Liang, she said, You're here. Holding a cigarette in her hand, she asked, You must be here to buy information with the immortal wine, right? Come sit over here. I am Gu Ernyang, and I'm sure you've heard of me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If I know the answer, I'll tell you. But as soon as I give you an answer, you'll need to pay me something of equal value and return either a rare item or do something for me. You'd better be prepared. Chu Liang replied, I understand. Gu Ernyang frowned, If you're here to buy information but don't want to pay. Ha, no one in Kaoshan City has ever broken the rules. Let me make myself clear, I hope you won't take offense. Chu Liang replied, Ernyang, rest assured, I will definitely follow the rules. She extended her hand and said, If you have any questions, go ahead and ask. Chu Liang asked, I want to know where the Demon Clan Divine Envoy is now, after committing a grave crime in Kaoshan City? Gu Ernyang chuckled softly before answering, Your question is indeed crafty, but unfortunately, I cannot answer it. Don't even think about getting me to help you. I will only answer what I know. Firstly, we do not know who was behind that major incident. Secondly, we also do not know where the divine envoy of the demon tribe is. Chu Liang thought it through, realizing that having quick access to information doesn't mean knowing everything. Some matters simply don't have answers, and that's normal. Chu Liang said, Then I'll ask a different question. I want to know, Who did the divine envoy of the demon tribe intend to give the golden lotus of clear sea to after stealing it? Gu Ernyang smiled when she heard this. Oh? It seems you're quite interested in the divine envoy of the demon tribe. Well then, I'll tell you what I know. All I can say is that recently, 3 Absolute Valley has been increasingly harsh in its purging of the Black Shaman tribe. The southern region has 17 allied villages, who want to form an alliance with the demon tribe to fight against the righteous forces. The representative from Black Mountain Stronghold has sent an envoy, and they'll meet with the demon tribe in the next 2 days. If the demon tribe sends an envoy or has any preparations, it's likely related to them. Beyond that, I don't know anything else. Shu Liang replied, the Black Shaman tribe's TV village? If you extend your hand like that, then I also want to ask, where is the Dark Shaman envoy? She looked at Shu Liang and answered, Wangshan Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Shu Liang said, thank you, I have no other questions. Gu Ernyang chuckled, all right. Now, let's talk about the matter of compensation. You've asked 2 questions, what will you offer in exchange? Shu Liang extended his hand and said, I know the exact location of a human-faced jade starflower tree that is about to ripen, right at Jinnan Mountain. I can share this news with Ernyang. Gu Ernyang closed her eyes and said, although the human-faced jade starflower tree is precious, just one piece of news is not worth 2 questions. Even if you were to pick it and bring it here, it would still be missing something. At most, it would be worth your second question. Shu Liang replied. All right, then let Ernyang offer the reward for the first question. Upon hearing this, she smiled. Then it's like this. She then took out a creature from her hand and said, this is a golden-toothed locust that I have raised. It needs to swallow wealth to evolve. Within 3 days, you must help me upgrade it from silver to gold. It will only take a bit of money. I've already said that no one in Kaoshan City is willing to sabotage me, so it's best if you take care of my matters first before worrying about your own. Shu Liang took the creature in his hand, walking and thinking. If he wanted to make money, he had already thought of a suitable place. At the casino, Shu Liang entered and started thinking. He happened to find a broker on the street and, unexpectedly, managed to enter this underground casino smoothly. The broker smiled and asked, Brothers in arms, what would you like to play? Shu Liang replied, I'll take a look. I don't know what these are. The broker asked, Then what do you know? Shu Liang scratched his head and said, I know how to play mahjong. I've played a few times with the elder at home during the new year. The broker crossed his arms and said, All right, there's a mahjong room here, but if you want to play small stakes, no one will play with you. Shu Liang took out a large gold bar and said, I don't have much money, but I brought this with me. I'm not sure if it'll be enough. The broker happily led Shu Liang into the mahjong room. Brothers in arms, come in and have fun. Shu Liang replied, Thank you. The broker then walked over to another person and said with a smile, What do you think, Ninth Master? This little brat's luck is about to spill out, shouldn't we get a cut? All I ask is that you forgive my gambling debts. The other person laughed and said, Ha, I'll give you a credit this time. After a while, as they finished a cup of tea, Shu Liang flipped his tiles and was surprised. Hey, did I win? The others laughed and said, It's the luck of a newcomer. When fortune's on your side, you should play a few more rounds. Right. This young master is really lucky, winning big on his first round. Exactly. Shu Liang smiled with his eyes narrowed, You're all so kind. I've won, and you're all happy for me. Looks like my luck today is really not bad. Could it be that if I win a little, everyone will run away? One person raised their hand to the sky and said, Don't worry, little brother, we're all people with collateral in the casino. Feel free to win, we'll make sure you have a good time. Shu Liang replied, That's great. Hey, what's going on? I haven't even finished saying 2 sentences, and now I have to declare again? The group immediately frowned, and the shirtless guy thought, we're barely starting the first round, what's he doing? The other two couldn't help but exclaim, "Humph, this is absurd." Everyone proceeded to draw cards for the next round. Shu Liang widened his eyes and said, "Wow, the feng shui here is just too good. I've only just finished arranging them. This is truly ridiculous." The others were flustered. The shirtless guy stood up and placed his hands on the table, saying, "Hey, suddenly I feel really rushed. I need to go relieve myself." He stepped out, clasped his hands together, and spoke to the host, "Ninth Master, this brat is just too unreasonable." The host snapped, "You three can't even beat one person." The guy continued, "I've been playing cards for years, but I've never seen something so absurd. Is this the work of a cultivator?" The host frowned, "That's impossible. I spent a large sum to set up a formation to prevent any cultivators from infiltrating. I haven't received any unusual reports here." He walked inside, saying, "Seems like a master. I'll go meet him." He entered and glared at Shu Liang, saying, "The game can't wait long. I'll replace him." Shu Liang smiled with squinted eyes, "Sure." Half an hour later, Shu Liang exclaimed, "Hey, I declared again." He laughed smugly, "Oh my, I'm so sorry." The host was sweating, "A master? This is nonsense. This brat keeps declaring, and I'm losing every round, not just twice. I now completely understand that this young man isn't just able to remember the game, but can remember all the cards." He stood up, frowned, and said, "Little brother, enough. You've won a few thousand taels, it's best you leave now. Never step foot in our shop again. We'll give you a way out, understand?" Shu Liang furrowed his brows and said, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to win money?" He stepped inside. "Ha, it's just a game with you guys, why get so angry? All this money is here, I didn't bring a single tael with me. Is that okay?" Seeing Shu Liang's words, the others said, "Little brother, why don't you leave your name? If we meet again in the future, we'll all be friends in the martial world." He ran his hand through his hair and pointed to the sky, "My name is Gao Jin." With that, he quickly rushed out the door. The others looked at the pile of silver coins scattered on the table and anxiously said, "Hey, boss, what happened to this money?" The man was so angry he nearly cried. Could it be that this brat came here just to turn a large sum of silver into scrap? He shouted, "Quick, look at the bag, that guy's already run off. Boss, the silver tael in the bag. Boss just fainted right there. Ah, what's going on? That little thief Gao Jin." As Chu Liang walked away, he thought to himself, being a man of justice, who couldn't stand gambling and drugs, when I see a casino that's ruined so many families and led to bankruptcy, all I can say is, they had it coming. Returning Gu Insect means completing the transaction with Sun Ernyang. After returning to the hotel, I will immediately go with Yun Bro to the Black Shaman tribe's stronghold in the city. Yun Chao Xian looked up and asked, "Is the divine envoy of the demon clan in Wangshan Pavilion?" Shu Liang replied, "That's what I've heard, but I can't say for sure." After saying that, Shu Liang leapt into the air and flew toward Wangshan Pavilion. "Yun Bro, don't act rashly for now. Avoid alarming the enemy. I'll go up first to check things out. If anything happens, I'll call for you to provide backup." At this point, Shu Liang landed on the floor of Wangshan Pavilion. He quickly walked toward a room and stopped. The room was vast and empty, with no one in sight. Shu Liang stepped outside, finding no one in the room, so he called out, "Yun Bro, come up." Suddenly, Shu Liang froze. He raised his hand to his forehead, sensing a mental attack. A shadow of a gigantic skull flew toward him, its mouth open wide, seemingly about to devour him. He swiftly dodged and flew to another spot. The skull was being controlled by someone. Shu Liang thought, someone from the Black Shaman tribe, as the skull attempted another attack. The person seemed to be waiting for the right moment to strike again. The figure pulled out a sword, his aura condensing as he threw the sword toward Shu Liang. Shu Liang shouted, "Photon disintegration." With a wave of his hand, he used his own sword to block the attack. A voice came from ahead, "Everyone, step back." The others disappeared, and Shu Liang pointed his sword toward the old man. He laughed and said, "Ha, you're young. I heard the divine envoy of the tribe mention you, saying that you used the 10,000 sword technique with such great power that you killed the Tiger King of the Fifth Realm in an instant. You must be a genius from some immortal sect in the 9 heavens. I am just a 4th rank black shaman." Shu Liang, feeling smug, thought to himself, "You are really being polite, I am just a humble 3rd rank cultivator." He pointed his finger at the sky and said loudly, "But if I dare to face you, I must be confident of victory." He sliced his finger, blood spraying out, and then raised his staff and shouted, "In my lifetime, I have killed many cultivators of higher realms than mine thanks to this shamanic artifact. If you die here, it won't be an injustice." The forbidden domain of magic, Shu Liang's sword fell to the ground. He smiled smugly and said, "So, how does it feel? Can't use your divine powers anymore?" Shu Liang raised his finger, trying to control it, but the sword remained still. Shu Liang exclaimed, "Oh, indeed." The old man angrily shouted, "No matter how extraordinary a genius cultivator you are, in this forbidden domain, you can only raise your hands and be captured, turning into an ordinary person. This is why I chose to deal with you, not that barbarian cultivator. Perhaps you are stronger than him, but who told you that you have such a weak constitution?" Shu Liang, after hearing this, thought to himself, "My physique is weak." The old man immediately took off his coat and said, "As for the black shaman, we have all grown up fighting tigers and leopards since we were young, running and flying between the mountains. Even an ordinary martial artist is no match for us. Let's go, kill him." The group charged forward. The old man was taken aback, thinking to himself, "There's something wrong with this brat's eyes. This person clearly has lost the divine powers he could rely on, but there is no trace of fear in his eyes, only a mocking look, as if he is ridiculing us." The old man furrowed his brow and shouted, Still trying to act calm, kill him." The group rushed at Shu Liang with their swords drawn. Immediately, he leaped into the air. The old man was startled, thinking, "Where did he go?" Shu Liang then slammed the golden talisman against the old man's face, and the old man died on the spot. The remaining people, upon witnessing this, were all in a panic. Shu Liang casually tossed the golden talisman toward them, and they were paralyzed with fear, staring at each other in disbelief. In unison, they shouted, "Let's go together." But only one person charged forward, while the other 3 fled for their lives. Seeing this, Shu Liang raised the golden talisman high and slammed it down. In the blink of an eye, Shu Liang moved swiftly, taking down every single one of them. He thought to himself, with Yunbro's cultivation level being higher than mine, if he encounters any obstacles, he should come meet me before I finish off these people. Is this the kind of enemy I'm dealing with? Shu Liang immediately rushed outside. Could it be that he had run into the divine envoy? First, let's check the situation. He looked down and saw 2 people in combat. Yun Chaoxian was fiercely confronting the divine envoy. Yun Chaoxian lunged to attack. He kicked off from the tree at his feet, leaped up, and struck directly at the spot where the divine envoy stood, forcing him to jump away to evade the blow. Immediately afterward, Yun Chaoxian jumped again to launch another attack. Shu Liang saw that the situation was not good and raised his hand. 10,000 sword technique. The divine envoy, seeing this, was startled and panicked. Yun Chaoxian stood frozen in shock. The divine envoy realized it was over. The people from the Black Shaman tribe had been defeated so quickly. The power of the 10,000 sword technique was terrifying, and even full defense couldn't withstand it for long. The divine envoy's mask didn't trigger the effect of the bamboo red fame sword. As Chu Lian launched the sword, the divine envoy thought he could crush him with full force, but why? Was he being mocked? Yun Chaoxian attacked from behind, thinking it was too late. His attention had been drawn too much to the brat with the sword, and he couldn't react in time. Yun Xian thrust his sword forward. Demon, feel my greatest strike. The divine envoy, in a panic, thought to himself, this is the end for me. His body exploded into hundreds of pieces. Shu Liang stood at a distance, quietly watching the divine envoy being torn apart. He thought to himself, too bad the divine envoy isn't the one I came to strike down. Well, earlier he had made an agreement with Yun Bro that if the divine envoy fell, it would be his. Even if he couldn't harvest the head of this divine envoy, there would still be a gain. First, he opened his divine sense to see if anything valuable had fallen. He bent down to pick up the mask. It was the green leaf fate of the divine envoy. Yun Xian walked over. Shu Bro, this time, it's lucky to have you help out. Shu Liang smiled and said, even if I didn't come, he wouldn't be Mr. Lin's opponent. Yun Xian scratched his head, that's obvious. But if Chu Bro had gone all out, it wouldn't have been hard to kill him with one strike. You even showed mercy and left the chance to deal with him to me. He frowned and thought, if he had used the 10,000 sword technique like the other day, even if the envoy used all his strength to defend, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. But he only used a small 100 sword technique. Does that mean he lacks the ability? No, that can't be it. Surely Chu Bro knew that I had been chasing this villain for days and didn't want to steal my credit, so he deliberately left the opportunity to kill this monster to me. He cried out, Chu Bro is so loyal, brothers in arms like this, I must make a bond with him. Shu Liang thought to himself, deliberately letting someone else kill him? Isn't that a bit foolish? Shu Liang forced a smile. After finishing up here, we went back to the second floor balcony to search, and by chance, we found the golden lotus of clear sea. As expected, this is the biggest harvest of this trip. This thing might prove useful in the future. The Shushan sect and Quan Song sect were still lit. Shu Liang and Yun Xian first made their way to the county governor's mansion at the foot of the mountain and were immediately welcomed warmly. After confirming the actions of the divine envoy in Kaoshan City, the local government awarded each person 500 silver taels as a reward. Stepping outside, the two of them held the stack of money. Yun Xiao smiled and said, Shu Bro, you've helped me a lot this time. How about I give you this reward? Shu Liang responded, what are you being so polite for, brothers in arms? Yun Bro, why don't you keep it and buy yourself a nice outfit instead? Yun Chao was delighted. All right. He extended his hand and said, Shu Bro, the martial world is vast. After we part ways this time, who knows when we will meet again? Shu Liang answered, don't worry, if fate allows, we'll meet again. Yun Xian raised his hand and shouted, right, at most it'll be next year. By then, the Immortal Sect Grand Tournament will be held in the capital, and you'll definitely represent Shushan in the competition. We should be able to meet then. Shu Liang was stunned. That's right. He then thought, I do want to meet Yun Bro again by then. Every 12 years, the capital under the Wu dynasty holds the Immortal Sect Grand Tournament. It's a competition for the most outstanding young disciples of the Immortal Sects, and the rankings are of great importance to the sects. But in order to represent Shushan in the Immortal Sect Grand Tournament, one must first achieve outstanding results in the Shushan Summit this year. Can Wang's senior sister face off in her full strength? One can only imagine how difficult it will be. With the Shushan Summit approaching, I must focus even more on developing my abilities. One peaceful and ordinary morning, Shu Liang returned to Shushan. The feng shui of Qinli. A sudden event. A few days before his usual departure, Shu Liang had already planned to buy a carp. Now that he had money in his pocket, it was the right time to raise a good carp. Who knows, perhaps good feng shui could help him unlock better rewards. Shu Liang turned around and headed toward Yunhua City, entering a shop. The person standing there was shopkeeper Zhang, who was holding his face in distress. Shu Liang extended his hand and said, Shopkeeper, I want to buy a feng shui carp. I didn't see any outside just now. Shopkeeper Zhang, in great pain, replied, Please forgive me, customer, but I no longer dare to sell carp. All the carp I sell are caught from the Jinhua River. But for the past couple of days, there's been a swarm of poisonous bees. I don't know where they came from. Look at my face, it's been stung by those poisonous bees. It's been 5 days now, and I've already seen the court physician. No medicine has helped, and the pain is unbearable. He held his face, grimacing, with those poisonous bees around. Who would dare to go catch carp? Shu Liang thought to himself. It seemed that there was demonic energy on shopkeeper Zhang's wounds. If the bees were indeed demonic creatures, then the court physician's usual remedies would be ineffective. He took out something and said, I am a disciple of Shu Shan. From the looks of your injury, it seems to have been caused by a demonic creature. Coincidentally, I have some medicine. If you apply it and drink it, the bee venom will be neutralized. The shopkeeper was overjoyed. So you're from Shu Shan, thank you very much. Where is Qinli? The mission in the town. Shu Liang flew off and then said, Shopkeeper, no need for formalities, I'll head to Jinhua River now to assess the situation and see if I can deal with the poisonous bees. In no time, Shu Liang had eliminated all the bees and dealt with the poisonous ones in the river. At the source of the water deep in the forest, a mountain could be seen, and on that mountain was a small cave. Following the trail of the escaping poisonous bees, he found the hive. It was extremely narrow and couldn't accommodate a person. The poisonous bees had hidden into the crevices, and the mission was still ongoing. Shu Liang looked inside and rested his chin in thought. This crack is too deep, I can't see the end, it's really quite difficult. Sending my divine sense and also doesn't reach this point. If these poisonous bees came out from here, it will be hard to eradicate them completely. Looks like this matter will have to be postponed for now. I'll return to Mountain Gate first. Refining the poisonous bees yielded sweet honey tea that was just to his taste. The bees flew while drinking the honey tea. So delicious. When Shu Liang returned to his room, he found several paper cranes on the table. Hey, why are there so many paper cranes delivering messages? There was a letter from Jiang's senior sister on the table, and a few more from Lin Bei. After reading the letters, he wrote one back to senior sister, detailing the events of the past few days, and expressing his gratitude for her teachings on divine abilities. The safety notice was written on the paper. Before descending the mountain, the task had been reported to Jiang Yubai, but due to the rush, the reply letter had not yet been opened. If it weren't for her 100-sword technique, this trip wouldn't have gone as smoothly as it did. Finally, I cleverly asked Jiang's senior sister when she would be free to teach me the divine technique. As for Mr. Lin's response, on the first day, the first letter, today is the first day of the purity process, hoping for success. When we meet again, I will surely not be weaker than you. This time, even if I don't succeed, I will still grow. I am preparing for the breakthrough to the mid-stage of Divine Will Realm. On the second day, the letter read, feeling full of spirit, yesterday doesn't count, today is the true first day of purity. On the fifth day, the third letter, this time I will surely succeed, once again, the first day of purity. On the seventh day, the fifth letter, I will definitely succeed, still the first day of purity. Having reviewed your situation, I fully support this matter. I have a suggestion regarding this, eradicate the root completely. After replying to the letter, I went to find Grandmaster to report the situation of this task. Phoenix Empress shed tears as she read the book. Hobu, this book is still a bit of a reversal, she said, it's not as serious as that. Shu Liang said, the relationship between the main characters is broken, but it's just that Shu Liang has died. Phoenix Empress wiped away her tears. As long as the female protagonist didn't lose her memory and forget this relationship, it wouldn't be a big deal. Shu Liang sighed and said, suppressing his sorrow, then thought to himself, who would have guessed that the mighty Grandmaster of Shu Shan would have such a tender, sentimental heart? Afterward, the Grandmaster steadied her emotions and inquired about the disappearance of Lady Li Ming. She gathered the words she could say and spoke them all at once. Overall, everything went smoothly, and there was no need to use the protective talisman given by the Grandmaster, which earned her praise from him. Phoenix Empress extended her hand and said, not bad, brat. You can manage on your own now. Alright, since everything's been handled, return the protective talisman to me. Shu Liang broke into a sweat and exclaimed, return it? Phoenix Empress replied, you've completed the task, and yet you don't intend to return it to me? Shu Liang jumped back, but didn't Grandmaster say that this talisman was a life-saving charm for the disciple? She clutched her head and grimaced, well, who would have known you didn't use it? These past days, I've been anxious, afraid that I wouldn't make it in time to answer your call for help. Usually, I sleep 7 hours a day, but now I'm only sleeping 5 hours, and I'm wide awake. If this continues, Master will become mentally exhausted. Shu Liang broke into a sweat, thinking, you also know that you sleep 7 full hours every day, don't you fear you'll sleep yourself into a vegetable? He immediately took the honey tea that White Tower had opened, smiling with squinted eyes. Grandmaster, suddenly the disciple remembered that I found a type of drink with a very pleasant flavor near the foot of the mountain, so I intentionally bought some to bring back for Grandmaster to taste. She picked up the cup and said, you wouldn't have added any medicine to this, would you? Shu Liang replied, Grandmaster, a valuable medicinal drink that can improve one's physical health is not something a humble disciple like me can obtain. Phoenix Empress took a sip. That's true. Let me try it. Phoenix Empress frowned. Delicious. I've never had such a sweet drink before. If there were some alcohol added, it might be even better. Shu Liang clasped his hands in joy. Does Grandmaster like it? She responded, it's not bad. Go on, Shu Liang, go quickly. Next time, disciple will buy more to show my respect to Grandmaster. If there's nothing else, disciple will take my leave. I still have to go to Sword Transmission Hall to work later. She sighed and said, good disciple, so filial. Completely forgot about the matter of retrieving the jade amulet. After dealing with Grandmaster, I'll head to the second floor of Sword Transmission Hall. On the second floor of Sword Transmission Hall, this person was here to cultivate the Yun Yulong Qi. He held up the leaf and said, Shu Senior Brother, to refine this item, we need 2 sets of formation scripts, one for flight and one for defense, which requires 100 sword coins. Shu Liang clutched his chest in pain and said, alright, I hope I can successfully refine it. The person frowned and said, Senior Brother, don't worry. Even though I am young, I have already refined magical weapons on my own 10 times. I also hope that this time I can succeed. Shu Liang's expression immediately turned sour. Yin Yulong broke into a sweat and shouted, Senior Brother, I guarantee that the magical weapon I refine will pursue the highest power of the artifact. The effectiveness of my refinement will absolutely be stronger than others. Therefore, the risks involved will naturally be greater. If you want to be more certain, you can choose someone else. Shu Liang thought, he's so young, yet after so many failures, he can still continue accepting orders. If Shu Shan's sect leader isn't his grandfather, then it must be that the elder who passes on the sword holds this disciple in very high regard, believing he has potential. Although the green leaf token is somewhat precious, it's not overly important, so I don't mind taking the risk. Shu Liang extended his hand and said, if you take 100 sword coins, I'll let you handle this order, but the price must be lowered. Yun Yulong's face sank. Ha! Shu Liang grinned proudly, thinking, it's clear he must not have received an order in a long time, so he's eager to have a chance to refine a magical weapon. I'll take advantage of this a bit. Yin Yulong sat down dejectedly and said, Senior Brother Chu, I can only receive a fee of 30 coins. Alright, we'll take this order. You can rest assured, I will definitely do my best. Shu Liang smiled, then I'll leave it to you, Yun Junior Brother. Shu Liang walked out onto the street, deep in thought as he walked. Although things had improved a bit, the cost was still nearly draining all his savings. The energy condensation pills from big-headed baby toad were almost used up, and earning money had suddenly become urgent. He sighed. Sigh, even a hero who can turn over rivers and seas with just a wave of his hand can't escape the 3 words hunger, cold, and poverty. A man with money is a Han without money struggles. When will I ever reach financial freedom? At Eugene Feng, Shu Liang arrived at his room and saw the paper crane on the desk, exclaiming, "Ha! Another paper crane delivering news?" It was a message from Jiang Xiaobai. "Dragon Hour, meet at the usual place," Shu Liang said. Jiang's senior sister replied quickly. "At Dragon Hour, the treasure tower peak." Xiaobai Zhe was having a meal elsewhere at the moment. A handsome young man eagerly headed towards the meeting place. Shu Liang cupped his hands and said, "Jiang's senior sister, it's been a while, I've missed you." She placed the book down and said, "Humph, I can tell you're really eager to learn divine powers." Shu Liang grinned flatteringly. "Isn't that just to follow in the footsteps of the senior brothers and senior sisters?" Jiang Xiaobai gently stepped onto the ground, turning her face away. "Alright, today I'll teach you a tough technique, get ready." Shu Liang scratched his head. "Okay." The two of them sat down in a peach orchard. Jiang Xiaobai watched Shu Liang sweating and thought to herself, "All this time, I've always believed that I am a genius. Although I don't let it make me arrogant or complacent, it's hard to avoid secretly thinking that way. I've always thought of myself as being no less talented than any other genius of my time." After witnessing Shu Liang learn the 100-sword technique twice in an astonishing manner, a doubt suddenly arose in her mind. Compared to herself, who had spent an entire day mastering it, his achievement seemed too extraordinary. For a cultivator, confidence can be either big or small. When it's too big, it might even affect one's Dao heart. After thinking it over, Jiang Xiaobai felt that her Dao heart was unshakable. The reason Shu Liang can cultivate so comfortably might be because he started learning the 100-sword technique later, or perhaps he is simply more suited to this kind of divine technique. She thought, so this time, I should prepare to teach him a more difficult divine technique and test his aptitude. She furrowed her brows and said, "Today, I will teach you the talisman Dao sword technique." Shu Liang was stunned, thinking, "Senior sister values me this much?" The talisman Dao sword technique, unlike the 100-sword technique, is not something everyone can use. It is a divine technique exclusive to Shushan. At the Shushan sect, all disciples at the golden core stage must learn it. However, it is usually not until they reach the 5-elemental realm that disciples can fully master it. Jiang Xiaobai smiled and asked, "So, what do you think? Do you have the confidence to learn it?" Shu Liang stretched out his hand. "With Jiang's senior sister's guidance, of course, I am confident." She closed her eyes and spoke, "Although the talisman Dao sword technique is profound and difficult to learn, it is not like immortality techniques. It does not require comprehension of great Dao principles, nor does it demand an extremely high cultivation level. Therefore, even one's divine intent realm can be grasped." After a pause, she continued, "In theory, Jiang Zhan's lecture, the second lesson, is the talisman sword technique. The principle of the talisman Dao sword technique's spiritual power is not hard to understand. It involves using the sword to draw a talisman in the air before executing the sword technique. This way, when the flying sword is unleashed, it carries the original power of the talisman charm. The sword energy merges with the talisman charm, creating immense destructive power. Moreover, as long as the practitioner's strength is sufficient, a single sword strike can carry multiple talisman incantations, turning into 10 talisman swords, or even 100 talisman swords. It is said that in ancient times, in Shushan, there was a powerful sword master who combined the 10,000 sword technique with the talisman Dao sword technique, unleashing a single strike with 100,000 sword talismans. The swords suppressed heaven and earth, their aura shaking the 9 provinces, with unmatched destructive power that could annihilate mountains and rivers. She asked, "Do you know how to make talisman?" Shu Liang hesitated and replied, Shu Liang awkwardly looked around. Jiang Xiaobai thought to herself, "When I first entered the golden core stage and began cultivating the talisman Dao sword technique, I had already mastered the process of creating talismans. As a result, I only took 12 days to fully grasp the talisman Dao sword technique, which was considered the fastest record at that time in the Shushan sect. But judging by his current beginner's appearance, 12 days is clearly impossible. This time frame is even too short to learn how to craft a talisman. It seems like this time, I'm sure to win. Hey, why are you so focused on this?" It's obvious he's just a junior brother at the mid-level of the divine sense realm. It's only natural for me to win against him. Shu Liang took out a cup of honey tea and handed it to Jiang Xiaobai, smiling as he said, "Jiang senior sister, you've worked hard. Have a drink. This is something I bought at the foot of the mountain, it tastes really good." After taking a sip, she unexpectedly said, it's really delicious. Shu Liang thought, the Grandmaster also really likes this kind of drink. Suddenly, I had an idea. It's something women enjoy. I've figured out how to make money now. Shu Liang raised his hand and smiled, saying, "Jiang senior sister, if you like it, I can bring this for you often in the future. But, could you help me with something?" At Hongmian Phone, in the bustling market, people were walking around in a lively fashion. There was a sign that read Feng Jiang Tea, the first fruit tea of the spring season, come and have a drink. Shu Liang was sitting there selling honey tea when suddenly a group of people shouted, "Jiang Xianzi is here." Jiang Xiaobai gracefully walked in, and upon seeing Shu Liang sitting there selling tea, she smiled. The crowd buzzed, "Get out of the way." Her gaze was almost entirely fixed on me. The brothers in arms whispered, "She's smiling at me." What nonsense, Jiang Jiang is clearly smiling at me. She walked over to Shu Liang's place and asked, "What is this?" Shu Liang replied, "Fruit tea, you can try it. Let's give it a go." Shu Liang smiled and extended his hand, "Jiang senior sister, please." After taking a sip, she praised, it's not bad." Jiang Xiaobai extended her hand, "Give me 1 cup, no, 2 cups. Shu Liang cupped his hands and said, "Jiang master, please take your time." The group stood quietly, watching Jiang Xiaobai walk away. As she left, they scrambled to buy the tea. "Junior brother, how many jars do you have left?" "I'll buy them all." Shu Liang smiled with squinted eyes, "Sorry, senior brother, each person is limited to 2 jars. I'm taking 2, and I'll take another 2. In just a short time, over 20 jars of honey ginger tea were all bought up in a scramble. Shu Liang cupped his hands and said, "Sorry everyone, the fruit tea has sold out today. If you want more, please come early tomorrow." The crowd sighed. Shu Liang held the sign and walked while thinking, there's nothing more to be done. The bee venom from last time was only this effective. Today, I've earned about 20 sword coins. At the right side of Fish Peak, Shu Liang entered and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper Zhang, I'm here again." Seeing shopkeeper Zhang's face swollen, he asked, "Huh? Shopkeeper Zhang, why hasn't the swelling gone down yet?" Then he thought, the effect of the 100 flowers pills is usually fast, could the bee venom be even stronger than the flower poison from last time? Shopkeeper Zhang covered his face and said, "It's not like that. The other day, my wife went out to find a court physician for me. After returning home, she smelled something unusual. It's also because I didn't leave anything for her, so she gave me a good beating." He sighed and continued, "I'm really wronged, young hero Chu. I've reached middle age, life is full of pressure, and for a long time now, I just don't have the ability for that." Shu Liang patted his shoulder to console him, "Don't be upset, I really think you've been wronged. I understand, just treat it as a side effect of the BCH Hoa Tien." Shopkeeper Zhang explained, "That's right, young hero, I planned to detoxify myself and then go catch some carp for you, but when I came this morning, I saw the poisonous bees had come again. I didn't dare to approach." Shu Liang raised his hand and said, "It's fine, I was actually worried that they might come again, so I came to Yunhua City to see what's going on. If there are more, I'll handle them there." Shopkeeper Zhang sighed. "Sigh, what if these poisonous bees keep coming? What should we do then?" Shu Liang replied, "Indeed, if they keep coming, I'll just have to go and fight them every day." Hearing this, the man praised him, "To have a young hero like you in the Sushan sect is truly a blessing for the people of Yunhua City." Shu Liang smiled and said, "You flatter me. I also feel like it's a blessing to go fight bees every day." By the Jinhua River, a swarm of bees was flying when Shu Liang used a move to defeat them. Shu Liang thought that the appearance of these poisonous bees was no longer as ugly as before, and in fact, they even seemed somewhat cute. They resembled Shu Liang, hopping around joyfully, like a sword coin floating in the air. In the distance, a fish raised its head from the water to observe Chu Liang before diving down and swimming quickly. It swam to where a round orange fish was and hurriedly said, big sister, that annoying cultivator from yesterday has come again. They've killed all the poisonous bees we worked so hard to summon." The orange fish's eyes widened in panic. "What? He's here again? Why does the cultivator from Shushan sect keep killing the poisonous bees by the riverbank?" The other fish began to cry in fear. "What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? If we can't defend it, do we have to move?" The yellow fish spoke up. "Don't worry. A cultivator with such a cultivation level must be very busy. He can't come to the riverbank every day to kill the bees. Tomorrow, we'll summon more bees and make sure those fish catchers don't get anywhere near the river to collect flowers. It's fine if it happened before, but now that I've cultivated my magical powers, I will definitely protect our Qinli clan." The white fish widened its eyes. "But what if he comes every day?" The orange fish smiled and said, "Don't worry, those human cultivators have to focus on their cultivation and gather resources. How could there be someone so free to come every day? The poison bees in Shangyu Valley are so numerous, he can't possibly kill them all. As long as we have enough patience, we can definitely protect the Jinhua River." The white fish listened and was overjoyed. Sister is right. I don't believe that evil man can come here every day." At this moment, in the bedroom, Shu Liang took a sip of tea and thought, "I really hope I can deal with the wind demon every day." After finishing this cup of tea, it's time to start studying. The essence of the talisman Dao sword technique lies in the combination of talisman incantations and sword qi. To learn this sword technique, one must first learn how to craft talismans. Senior Sister Jiang imparted the key principles of the swordsmanship, but she couldn't teach from the very basics, so I still have to research it on my own and go through it slowly. With a month's time to learn talisman crafting, there's still plenty of time, so I'll start by reading books to learn about talismans from the beginning. The so-called talisman incantations are containers that hold the power of talisman scripts, and the reason talismans have power is because they are written in characters that belong to the heavenly Tao. Once activated, they can channel the power of the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao cannot be easily manipulated, and one must use true qi condensed on the talisman script to achieve the goal of activating the power of the heavenly Tao. Talisman is commonly written with cinnabar. Cinnabar is the easiest to condense qi, and the true qi attaches to it and does not dissipate for a long time. As for true experts of the talisman Tao, being able to draw talismans by hand and activate them in mid-air is not a difficult task. To draw talismans with a flying sword, one must reach a level of proficiency to do so. In the early stages of researching the talisman Tao, there are 3 difficulties. The first is that the characters of the heavenly way are complex and difficult to understand. Moreover, each stroke of the character contains the great Tao and cannot be altered even slightly. When drawing a talisman, no mistakes can be made in the proportion. The second is that when forming the talisman, the true qi must condense without dissipating. Since true qi itself will naturally dissipate, to prevent this, one must have extreme control. The qi channels must be continuous and connected for it to work. The third is that when activating the divine will, one must pay attention to moderation, because many talismans do not activate immediately. If one wants to control the timing of activation, they must control their divine will precisely. The 3 essences must unite, none are easy. Chu Liang sweated, feeling it was really complicated. He thought for a moment, then decided to first practice the process of drawing the talisman, and then try it on a talisman paper. After all, the cinnabar from his master was all sword coin. Chu Liang chanted the spell, and in front of him appeared a large talisman, which flew out. Chu Liang stood in a daze, thinking, is this success? The book clearly says drawing talismans in mid-air is very difficult. It was said that one must practice on paper tens of thousands of times first. Buying these talismans is such a waste of money, my fortune has already been depleted. Since I succeeded in the experiment of drawing talismans in the air, I became too lazy to practice on paper. It would be better to directly try combining the sword and the talisman. Compared to the process Jiang's senior sister mentioned, this approach seems a bit faster. He stepped outside, but there was no major problem. He had always been a little faster than others, especially when it came to learning. In the courtyard, Xu Liang drew his sword and used the Dao talisman sword technique, using both his hand and the sword to inscribe the talisman, launching the sword forward and causing an explosion. Xu Liang thought, so this is the talisman Dao sword technique? The talisman script combined with sword chi, the power increases. It's definitely not just a simple 1+1. It's more like wind borrowing the power of fire, fire borrowing the strength of wind. They can mutually enhance each other's power greatly. If I can grasp another wind-type talisman script, then when I release the twin talisman sword chi of wind and fire, the power will likely increase several times. The talisman Dao is extremely profound, allowing simple talisman scripts to combine into a formation of unparalleled power. If a powerful talisman formation could be used in combination with sword chi, Xu Liang said, how strong would it be? Suddenly, something flew onto the roof. Xu Liang was sweating, thinking, is Grandmaster getting angry again? Could it be that the incident when I went to Donghai to capture the demons was reported by Qi Xing? Here I am, struggling to improve my strength, yet Grandmaster only needs to lose his temper casually to exert such authority. It's truly admirable. Qi Xing reported that the female deputy leader, the tyrant of Shushan sect, was causing trouble in the Donghai Sea area again, picking fights without reason. Has she been expelled for her own satisfaction? Phoenix Empress read the message, her anger rising, and then she gathered energy in her arm. Fine then, that fat Tian Shu. He dares to play tricks on me, huh? Suddenly, a messenger bird flew in. She said, "Humph, bluebird from the immeasurable palace." Phoenix Empress took the letter and said, what big event is so serious that they sent Bluebird to deliver a message about the opening of the trade route? The demon god is about to return, and all Feng masters are summoned to the Immeasurable Palace Trade Association. Oh, so this is the matter, Xiao Chu reported when he returned this time. At Hongmian Feng, everyone was lining up to buy tea from Chu Liang. Chu Liang clasped his hands and said, sorry, everyone, the spring season's fruit tea is already sold out today. Please come early tomorrow. The group of people frowned again, unable to make it in time. One of them extended his hand, saying, Junior brother, I'll pay you double the price. Next time, could you skip the line and sell directly to me? Chu Liang clasped his hands and firmly said, no. He thought to himself that if he broke the rules just for a few sword coins, the reputation of his brand would be ruined. While Chu Liang was packing up his goods, the group of people from earlier surrounded him. The one who had spoken earlier said, Brother, I've had my eye on you for the past 2 days. You've been quite famous lately, haven't you? Chu Liang turned around and smiled, saying, it's just a normal stall setup. The man reached out his hand, saying, this isn't just a normal stall setup. You haven't paid for the stall fee, have you? Chu Liang gave him a sharp look and said, stall fee? Doesn't Hongmian Market require a stall fee? People like them don't need it, but if you're organizing a stall like this, taking up a large space and disrupting the order of Hongmian Market, you need to notify us in advance and pay an additional stall fee. Chu Liang was surprised and said, is there such a rule? The man folded his arms, frowning and asking, what's the matter? He pointed at him and shouted, are you questioning the market's regulations? Chu Liang laughed and said, no, I'm new here, so I might not be familiar with the rules. Then how much is the stall fee? The man crossed his arms and said, the stall fee is 1 coin, but anyone who has failed to pay will need to make an additional penalty payment later. How many sword coins have you made these past few days? Pay them all, don't even think about hiding anything. Chu Liang replied, is that so? That guy thinks so, huh? He's just waiting for you to turn on him. When the time comes, I'll make sure you get a taste of it. Chu Liang took out a purse and said, alright, these past few days I've earned 49 gold coins, they're all here. The other man was startled when he saw it. Ha! Shu Liang added one more sword coin and smiled, saying, let's round it up to make it 50, senior brother, you can count it again. Actually, senior brother, you look a little familiar. Have we met before? The man exclaimed, this. He crossed his arms and said, don't try to be friendly, you still have to pay the stall fee as usual when you come here in the future. Shu Liang replied, I know, I do think I've seen you before. You're Wang's senior brother from Yinshi sect, we worked on a mission together once, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. The man's face dropped and he said, ah, my last name is Zhang. Shu Liang cupped his hands and bowed, ah, then I must have mistaken you for someone else. Ah, well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. As Chu Liang was leaving, the man laughed and said, humph, this brat is so foolish. He'll give however much you ask for, I should have asked for more from the start. The two men behind him said, Zheng's senior brother, is this really okay? Isn't this just using the reputation of the law hall to swindle money? He replied, this brat has a grudge against my junior brother. We only targeted him a little, who would accept a few sword coins like this? We usually follow the law, do you think I've been a bit biased? The injured men walked over. Zheng's senior brother, why just ask him for a few sword coins? Didn't you say we should beat him up so he can't stay at the Hongmian market? The man laughed and said, I thought he would resist, then I'd have a reason to punish him. Who knew this fool of a brat would actually believe it and obediently hand over the money? In front of all these people, how could I lay a hand on him? Shang Ziliang frowned and sighed. This really is frustrating. This brat not only set his sights on Sister Ziqing, but also caused the three of us to end up like this. What's worse, senior sister Jiang smiles at him, and his small business is even thriving more than before. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The man laughed again. Don't worry, if he shows up tomorrow, I'll handle him differently. If he dares to resist, I'll have a perfect excuse to teach him a lesson. If he doesn't resist, I'll make sure he's too scared to ever come back to the Hongmian market. Shang Ziliang replied, that's good. The person next to him said, but boss, I always feel like something's not right. He's been too cooperative. The red-haired man extended his hand and laughed. What's so complicated about it? Isn't he just an idiot? He even waved at me. Shang Ziliang turned back and frowned, asking Fatty, how do you feel? Fatty scratched his head, stood thinking for a moment, and then said, I think we should go eat something delicious. At the accommodation room, Shu Liang was sitting and reading a letter. If large promotional items were sold, occupying a wide space and disturbing the order of Hongmian market, the person must pay a 10% stall fee. If the stall fee was repeatedly refused, all earnings would be confiscated as a fine. After reading it, he said, basically, we haven't violated any of Hong Mianfeng's regulations, I've just been bullied by someone. He propped his chin up, moreover, there's reason to suspect that they are targeting me. An hour later, Shu Liang rushed over, clasped his hands, and knelt down to speak to Phoenix Empress, Grandmaster, I've been wronged. Phoenix Empress replied, someone actually dares to touch a single hair of my Yu Jianfeng? Shu Liang briefly explained how he was charged unjustly for selling at Hongmian market, then analyzed the rules of Shushan, concluding that this behavior was nothing but extortion. Phoenix Empress said, I don't understand your talk about Shushan's rules, I'm only asking if it makes sense. Shu Liang clasped his hands, frowned, and shouted, it absolutely makes sense. After hearing this, Phoenix Empress smiled with satisfaction and then flew off, saying, Yunshi room, right? It's rare to fight a battle and actually come out so justified. At this moment, Shu Liang and Phoenix Empress were flying toward the cloud exchange chamber. Phoenix Empress said, Merchant scripture text, I will count to 3. You better come out here. As soon as she finished speaking, she dove down. Shu Liang was startled and thought, hasn't she not started counting yet? Phoenix Empress landed, and a man quickly rushed out, saying, Phoenix Empress, Cloud Crossing Peak Master. Merchant scripture text furrowed his brow and asked, what are you doing? The queen frowned and said, Disciple of Cloud Crossing Peak, you bullied my disciple Yu Jianfeng, and I am here to seek justice for my disciple. Shang Shuyun responded, so that's the case. Specifically, what conflict exists between the disciples? Which disciple caused it? Tell me the details first. If my disciples at Cloud Crossing Peak are at fault, I will certainly deal with it according to the rules. Chu Liang then flew down, cupped his hands, and said, "Greetings, Shang Uncle Master." It was a senior brother named Zhang from Cloud Crossing Peak, the steward of the discipline hall. He randomly demanded money from me at Hong Mian Fong. Shang Shuyun was stunned. Zhang, from the disciplinary hall? He continued, "It must be Zhang Xingyuan." After speaking, he pointed and called for Zhang Xingyuan. Zhang Xingyuan was stunned and thought, why is Master suddenly protecting me? Zhang Xingyuan appeared and stood beside merchant scripture text. He was flustered, thinking, that brat at the market, so he's a disciple of Phoenix Empress. He looked at the threatening gaze of the two masters and disciples approaching Queen and thought, next, are they here to take revenge for him? This. Trouble's brewing. Merchant scripture text said, Zhang Xingyuan, I ask you, answer me truthfully. He immediately clasped his hands and replied, yes. The master pointed towards Chu Liang, today, did you meet this junior brother at Hong Mianfeng, and did you demand money from him? Zhang Xingyuan furrowed his brows and shouted, absolutely not. Grandmaster, I am at the steward of the law hall, all my actions follow the rules of Shushan, how could I do such a thing? Merchant scripture text pointed and smiled, saying, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. How about we sit down and clarify things? Phoenix Empress laughed loudly, then furrowed her brows and said, did you not hear what I just said? I said that my disciple was bullied by your disciple, and I have come here to seek justice for him. You don't think I've come to discuss things with you, do you? It's normal for conflicts to arise between juniors. Zhang Xingyuan, being at the steward of the law hall, is indeed prone to having disputes with ordinary fellow disciples. Let's go inside and clear things up, settle what's right and wrong, and there's no need to damage our harmony. Phoenix Empress gritted her teeth in anger and clicked her tongue. Then, she snapped her fingers. The house behind her instantly exploded into pieces. Merchant scripture text was startled and broke into a cold sweat, shouting loudly, what are you doing? Phoenix Empress cast a glance. I've told you 3 times already, I came here to seek justice for my disciple. I don't want to say anything more. Merchant scripture text broke out in a cold sweat. But you came, and the matter is still unclear. How can justice be served like this? You are not being reasonable. Phoenix Empress glared at him, preparing to flick her hand again. Merchant scripture text was immediately scared. All right, I won't argue with you anymore. How much did he owe you? I'll return it to you. Chu Liang and Phoenix Empress stared at each other. Chu Liang thought for a moment before holding up 5 fingers. 50,000. Merchant scripture text was so furious he nearly spat blood, thinking, brat, you look like a decent person, but as soon as you open your mouth, you're no longer human. 50,000 sword coins? You actually dare to say that? Even someone like Master Feng can't casually come up with 50,000 sword coins at any given moment. How could a mere person at the sincerity stage like you possibly have 50,000 sword coins? Even if you truly had them, a pile of sword coins that large would make Zhang Xingyuan too afraid to pick them up. Who would dare commit such a major offense? To say he robbed you of that much, only a fool would believe it. Phoenix Empress heard Chu Liang's words and was delighted, thinking, well done, brat, you really are ruthless. The number you've just mentioned is even more audacious than Master's. Zhang Xingyuan, holding his head and crying, thought to himself, 50 turned into 50,000? Is this some kind of super double deal? Is this something a person can actually say? He raised his hand and shouted, how is this possible? Grandmaster, to be honest, I only gave him 50 sword coins, yet he dares to say that I gave him more? Merchant scripture text frowned, realizing that the demand for money was indeed real. Hadn't it already been verified? Phoenix Empress furrowed her brows and said, "Oh, you said 50, but he said 50,000. The difference is just too much. Shang Feng Master, I think this is what we should do. I'll burn him and see how many sword coins he has on him. If he truly has 50,000, we will take it and leave. If not, I will make up for it and apologize. How about that?" Merchant Scripture Text said, trembling with anger, gritting his teeth, and then sighed as he raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Fine, I'll compensate you 5,000 sword coins, and we can consider this matter settled. If you still don't let it go, I'll report this to the Department of Law, and I'll report it to the Immeasurable Palace. I'll never compromise." Phoenix Empress furrowed her brows, raised her hand, and said, 5,000 and we'll let it go. Can I turn to ask Chu Liang if that works? Chu Liang clasped his hands, smiled, squinted, and said, "Grandmaster has always taught me that Yu Jianfeng should help others. I feel that Shang Feng Master wants to reconcile, so we shouldn't harm the harmony between fellow disciples." Phoenix Empress smiled and said, "That's right, Yu Jianfeng, the most important thing is to help others. The 45,000 that was missing, consider it as making a new friend." Chu Liang clasped his hands and replied, "The more friends, the more paths one has." Merchant Scripture Text then threw a 5,000 sword coin jade tablet to Chu Liang and grumbled, "Take the sword coin and go, I still have to deal with the matters of cloud exchange." Chu Liang smiled and said, "Goodbye, sir." After the two of them, the Empress and her disciple, left, he turned to Zhang Xingyuan and asked, "What exactly happened?" He replied, "It was Shang Jr. brother. He asked me to teach the disciple of Yu Jianfeng, so I did it." Upon hearing this, Merchant Scripture Text frowned. Shang Ziliang then extended his arm and called for Shang Ziliang to come over. Merchant Scripture Text frowned and asked, "What happened?" Shang Ziliang knelt on the ground and screamed, "Father, I confess everything, but before that, I want to confirm one thing with you, I am still your biological son, right?" At that moment, the queen, holding a large wine jar, sat contentedly beside the sword coin she exchanged from the jade tablet. The thing that she and her disciple had just secured at Cloud Crossing Peak, she spoke with satisfaction, "Your performance today was very good. You spoke less, but when you did speak, it turned out you said more than I expected. Young people really do have their charm." Chu Liang knelt below, respectfully replying, "It's all thanks to the Grandmaster's good teachings." The girl, full of satisfaction, encouraged the young man to keep trying harder in the future, leaving him speechless, standing there unable to say a word. Feeling something strange coming from the student's name, she asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Liang then replied, "Grandmaster, you've gathered quite a lot today, haven't you?" Realizing the boy's intentions, she smiled with resignation. "Ha, brat, you can rest assured, there's no shortage for you. I'll divide it 70-30 with you." At this point, she handed over a small bag of money to the young man with a subtle gesture. Chu Liang, slightly suspicious as he held the bag, looked up and weakly said, "Grandmaster, this isn't enough, it's only 3 parts. The master then spoke. 70-30 split, you get 3 parts, I get 97, is that all right?" The young man could only remain silent, clutching the money in his hands. A moment later, in a secluded library, Chu Liang, feeling a little down, thought to himself, "But today, thanks to the Grandmaster's intervention, I was able to earn a little. That's not too bad. Besides, I've long been used to the way this kind-hearted Grandmaster operates when the money is in her hands, it's as good as falling into a dog's stomach. If I can get even a little bit from her now, it's already very generous." He tucked the money into his pocket, thinking about the days ahead setting up a stall to sell his fruit tea. As long as he could steadily run his business, he'd be able to live well and move towards a comfortable and prosperous life. Suddenly, an object inside his robe protruded and shook for a moment, catching the young man's attention. Chu Liang took out the command token and thought to himself, "Has the soul-snatching news finally arrived today?" Back in the spiritual abyss, the leader with the kill insignia immediately asked Wu Ba, "Has the matter of Kao Shan City been resolved? Are you all right?" Wu Shijio and Lu Shi also stood to the side, eavesdropping. Under the alias of Wu Ba, Chu Liang looked up with a contemptuous expression and thought, I don't even want to expose you anymore. Are you really concerned about my safety? You clearly only care about the golden lotus of clear sea. Wu Shijio spoke up from the side. I also saw the news on Qi Xing's reports. The divine envoy of the demon tribe was killed by 2 righteous sect disciples. Lately, our senior hasn't said anything. Could it be that something bad has happened? Chu Liang recalled the past and concluded that the golden lotus of clear sea would likely never be recovered. At this moment, this person was clearly in a hurry, proactively inquiring about the whereabouts of the golden lotus. The conversation had begun, and their words would likely not raise suspicion. With this thought in mind, he reported. Sorry, Sun Sha, I am inept. Previously, in Kaohsiung City, I attempted to seize the golden lotus of clear sea, but failed and was severely injured. I am currently in hiding to recover. Sun Sha seemed genuinely interested in the matter and asked. Who injured you? How severe are your injuries? Chu Liang immediately fabricated a story about the fool, Zitian, and the powerful sect that killed him. His subordinates, who had confronted Zitian's strong sect, were severely injured, but after some rest in recent days, they had gradually recovered. The tall figure then raised a hand to his mouth to adjust his tone. I can't blame you. The one known as Lu Shi finally spoke up. I am currently near Kaohsiung City, and there is a rare medicine that can heal internal injuries caused by the forceful energy. I will bring it to you. Chu Liang was somewhat startled upon hearing this news, and he regained his composure. He began to think, why would he suddenly say something like that? After several observations, he noticed that the atmosphere between the disciples of the demon sect was one of constant vigilance against each other. He had just mentioned a serious injury, and now, this person was volunteering to bring medicine. Who would believe him? If he took the opportunity to kill me while delivering the medicine, it would be nothing out of the ordinary in Ming Wang's sect. If Lu Shi dared to say such a thing, it was possible that he had some deep connection with Wu Ba that Chu Liang was unaware of. If he refused, these people might notice the discrepancy and his true identity could be exposed. Standing before a person waiting for a response, the young man still hesitated, wondering how to decline this offer tactfully. He was truly afraid that one of his fellow disciples might overhear the conversation and suggest, well then, Lu Shi, go bring the medicine to him, and protect him while you're at it. Keep an eye on his safety. Wu Ba and I were injured while seizing the golden lotus of clear sea, and if something goes wrong again, I won't be at peace. Chu Liang's face showed a deep sense of worry and alertness. TCH, this person must have schemed to bring him and Lu Shi together. Both were disciples of the demon sect, and he could not be unaware of the current situation. Being alone was undoubtedly the safest choice for him. He likely suspected that he had obtained the golden lotus of clear sea, which was why he was acting this way. If Lu Shi took advantage of his injury, whether Lu Shi killed Wu Ba or Wu Ba killed Lu Shi in retaliation, seeing both demon sect disciples fighting each other in the hands of Sun Sha, Chu Liang was highly cautious as he made this deduction. As an assassin, he had legitimate reasons to take action. Once the remaining threats were cleared, the golden lotus of clear sea would inevitably come into his possession. If Lu Shi and Wu Ba indeed had a deep connection, the assassin felt that Wu Ba, under his protection, would truly be safe, which was likely why such a suggestion had been made. Facing the gaze of the 3 shadows all focused on him, he continued, so, what kind of style does this devilish chat group have? A harmonious, loving family? I don't think that's very likely. Those people from the Ming Wang sect would have a conscience. It'd be strange if they didn't just reject it outright. Suddenly, Wu Shijio interrupted, Hey, do you all want to meet up? Can I come along? Everyone gathered together, looking confused. Chu Liang thought to himself, this guy wants to join the fun too? What's he trying to do? Afraid we'll isolate him into a smaller group? But his absurd actions somehow lightened the tense atmosphere. It was a bit of a relief, and the young man's face seemed to brighten, as this statement, directly rejecting him, actually made more sense. Under the name Shi Lu Ba, Xu Liang extended both hands to report, "It's not necessary. I am currently safe, and my injuries seem to have fully healed. There is no need to stir up trouble and cause a commotion among everyone." After a while, recalling that tense conversation, Xu Liang had a few observations. Each of these people had their own agenda, and he could more or less guess the thoughts of the assassin, Xu Liang. As for Lu Shi's intentions, he could only figure out half of them, with the other half uncertain. But Wu Shijiu's thoughts, not even a bit could he understand. Tucking the token back into his robe, the young man sighed, truly feeling a headache coming on. Suddenly, a shadow appeared outside, knocking on the door and calling out, "Is Chu's senior brother there?" He glanced outside and wondered, "It's almost evening now. Who would come looking for me at this hour?" It turned out to be Yin Yulong, holding a small bundle in his hand. The young man immediately saluted him. "Chu's senior brother, I've come. After I opened the door, I guessed that Jin junior brother must have made a special trip. Could it be?" The young man beamed as he handed over the bundle and said, "Well, I won't disappoint Chu's senior brother. This time, I have finally succeeded in my training." Xu Liang untied the cloth around the bundle, and from it, a few golden lights shimmered outward. Seeing the leaf now refined to a glowing golden hue, Xu Liang's eyes widened with excitement. "Ah, it's a success." Yun Yulong could not hide his excitement and urged, "Xu senior brother, you can give it a try." The young man then threw the leaf into the air, leaving behind a trail of spiritual energy, while the leaf itself continued to grow larger. With that, he used his lightness skill to land on its surface, placing one foot firmly on it. Now, as he made contact with the surface, the young man remarked, "It feels really hard." Usually, when flying with spiritual power, one would also consider the comfort of the experience, right? At first, I thought it would be as soft as a sofa, but who would have thought Yin junior brother has trained it to be even harder than a flying sword? Raising his hand to his chin, Xu Liang reflected, but the young ones lack experience, so they don't worry about these little details. Pointing a finger upward, the young man uttered the incantation to begin. The leaf suddenly flew with incredible speed, and not anticipating this, it caused him to spin several times in mid-air. Yin Yulong, who was below, was somewhat surprised by this sight. The young man anxiously called out to Xu Liang, "Xu senior brother, don't look at me, look at it, don't let it fly away." After a moment, following the trail of the leaf, Yin Yulong discovered that the customer's writing equipment had been impaled straight into a large rock. "Well, are you satisfied? I've pushed the material to its maximum capacity. The array formations added are the best combination I've agonized over to optimize its speed. I'm sure senior brother has felt it by now, right?" While the younger one was babbling on proudly, Xu Liang responded, "You're right, it's indeed impressive. I just see one small problem." He returned the leaf to its original form, and the young man said, "This is precisely the spiritual power of flight, but it simply cannot fly." Yin Yulong didn't grasp what his senior meant, so he asked again, "Why not?" Xu Liang then explained, "You saw it just now, I couldn't control this magical item. The moment I let go, it vanished. My divine sense couldn't keep up with its speed." In his mind, Min felt somewhat challenged. The range of the divine will realm was something no one could fully control, even a cultivator at the golden core stage might find it difficult. Yun Yulong calmly replied, "But that's your problem." Only then did Xu Liang come to a realization. Hearing his junior brother say that, it actually seemed to make sense. The young man's expression turned slightly awkward. "But this was a commission I entrusted to you. You ended up making something I can't even control. No matter how I think about it, it still feels a bit strange." It was like holding a Lamborghini that couldn't be controlled in the middle of a sharp turn, Xu Liang thought to himself, but he couldn't deny it. Purely in terms of magical item crafting ability, Yin Yulong had indeed far exceeded his expectations. This kind of magical item didn't seem like something worth 70 sword coins. It was as if, from the beginning, they only wanted a simple vehicle, but it came equipped with the high-powered engine of a race car. With just a gentle press on the accelerator, suddenly, life and death hinged on fate. The young cultivator finally gave his opinion. Relying on the true energy of the divine will realm, controlling it shouldn't be a problem. Perhaps it's because the spiritual control isn't flexible enough. This is a very important aspect, but those who control magic tools often overlook it. Yun Yulong encouraged with a determined expression. If senior brother Chu puts in some effort in cultivation, I believe it won't be long before you can adapt to this magic tool. Alright, now you're encouraging me. Shu Liang smiled wryly. It's like when I gave the mechanic my bicycle to fix, and when I got it back, it was a huge helicopter. Shu Liang was somewhat speechless. Now, I just want to be a handsome guy riding a bike, but you're forcing me to fly a helicopter. Thanks a lot, really, because of you. Then let's test its defensive power. Yun Yulong eagerly proposed. Alright, senior brother Chu, you can set up the formation first, and then I'll launch an attack on you. You can try to feel its defense. Shu Liang could only think to himself, luckily, I added 2 sets of formations back then. Even though the flying ability is gone, at least there's still some defense. With that, the young man once again chanted the spell on the leaf. A burst of energy wrapped around him from within the magical artifact, making him exclaim in surprise. Soon after, Shu Liang found himself completely enveloped by the leaf, forming a solid ball. He reached out to touch the leaf's surface, tapping and poking. He concluded that after being wrapped by the green leaf, it was incredibly tough. Even with the strength of 10 tigers, it would be difficult to push through. Outside, Yun Yulong loudly reminded, Senior brother Chu, I'm about to use all my strength to attack you. You probably haven't felt any tremor, have you? According to the way our formation scripts are combined, the attacks from an ordinary 4 realms cultivator are incapable of breaking the defense. Outside, the sphere is being attacked by a fire-based spell, but inside, Shu Liang's voice could be heard, Yun Junior brother, this magic weapon's defensive power may indeed be very strong, but I am locked in here and cannot move. The young man scratched his head and replied, but only in this way can we ensure complete coverage, creating the strongest defense with no gaps. After casting the spell outward, Shu Liang commented, isn't this a bit too comprehensive? How can I just wrap myself up like a rice dumpling every time I fight someone? Isn't that like tying myself up? Yin Yulong then had an idea and pointed to the shield. Shu senior brother, perhaps you haven't realized that the 2 formation scripts of mine can be combined for use. Once you face a life-threatening danger, activate both formations at the same time, and you will easily escape from danger. Shu Liang listened and thought for a moment. In the situation of being enclosed inside, it was certainly impossible to control the direction, only true qi could be transmitted. Once facing a life-threatening situation, the first step would be to wrap oneself up, then fly straight up, transforming into a whirlwind-shaped rice dumpling, heading in an indeterminate direction, as if stuffing oneself into a cannonball and shooting out. So this is the new form of torture? While Chu Liang himself wasn't particularly impressed with the new treasure, the younger boy standing beside him nodded with satisfaction. After a while, the sound of thunder struck in clusters outside. At Yujian Feng, someone was absorbing all the lightning from the sky to cultivate, and a man stood not far away observing. The man cultivating with a carriage was named Ciz Yang, the senior brother of Yujian Feng. At that moment, he flew over to where the person was standing on a rocky outcrop. Facing the headmaster of Yujian Feng, Wang Xinling, the young man immediately knelt and greeted him. Disciple greets Grandmaster. All right, rise. Go ahead, Wang Xinling said. Did you achieve anything noteworthy upon leaving seclusion? The young man replied. Yes, Grandmaster's expectations were not in vain. The old man stroked his beard with satisfaction. It just so happens that you've emerged from seclusion today, and there's something important I need to discuss. Referring to 2 swords with blue and pink glows, Wang Xinling continued. Not long ago, there were rumors that the demon god would soon return, and just yesterday, the violet-blue twin swords left the mountain. The Zi Qing Song sword coin has always chosen a young disciple from the Shushan sect as its master, and this time, it is no different. The headmaster decided at the upcoming Shushan Peak meeting that the two most outstanding disciples would be chosen to wield the violet-blue twin swords. Zetian remained silent, simply listening. After grasping the information, the young man responded. Disciple will exert all efforts. Wang Xinling continued. Now that you've successfully broken through, there should be no issues. The most outstanding disciple of the Shushan sect. Except for you and Jiang Yubai of Bai Luofeng, no one else is worthy of this Tan Song sword. Among the two of you, no one else is deserving. The old man's eyes revealed an ambitious glint, and unconsciously, a stream of spiritual power emanated from his hand. When did you achieve the position of the top disciple? Then, let the violet-blue twin swords choose their master. I can go to Bai Luofeng to propose on your behalf. Su Zifeng was somewhat startled upon hearing the words propose. Wang Xinling explained. This time at the Shushan Summit, you can fully demonstrate your abilities. After you obtain the title of top disciple, and then have the violet-blue twin swords choose their master, I can go to Bai Luofeng to propose for you. The young man, still confused after hearing this, asked, Huh? What did Grandmaster say? The old man frowned and explained. With your talent and potential, you are worthy of the most beautiful woman in this world. On Shushan, the two of you are a perfect match. If not her, then who else? You're already of age, it's time for you to find a wife. The young man, unprepared for this, quickly protested. Disciple is focused on safeguarding Shushan, pursuing the great Tao. I have no thoughts of romantic relationships. Wang Xinling replied. How could the master be like this? In my life, I've been devoted to safeguarding Shushan and pursuing the great Tao, with no thoughts of love. But now, this is not the case. The old man turned away, hiding his sorrow, and said, Do you know how regretful I am? Ciz Yang was momentarily speechless. Looking at the back of his master, he spoke up. I still take Grandmaster as my model, and it is because of this that I have such aspirations. Now that Grandmaster has said this, could it be that there is something wrong with my way? The leader of Yu Jianfeng then provided an explanation. Moreover, the reason I am telling you this is not simply because of romantic feelings between men and women. In fact, the violet-blue twin swords have not appeared in many years, and there is a small mystery that has not been revealed to outsiders. It is said that, according to legend, the sword spirit of the violet-blue twin swords was originally a pair of lovers. Therefore, they have always chosen a sword master who is also a lover. Recalling the figures of the two ancient beings, he continued. If the two do not love each other, the combined power of the twin swords will be greatly reduced. But if the two share deep affection, the power of the twin swords can rival that of a divine artifact. So, Master wants to propose for you because of Shushan, so what is there to resist? Ciz Yang was completely speechless, something seemed to choke him up. It felt like an unspoken promise not to go after trivialities, and he placed his hand on his chest, declaring, The glory of Shushan disciple is inviolable. A moment later, at Pagoda Peak, after clearing away the swarm of poisonous bees, he arrived on time to visit Jiang's sister again. Shu Liang was currently playing with Jiang Xiaobai's auspicious beast. Ah, Xiaobai, it's been a long time since we last met, the beast happily rubbed itself against the young man. Jiang Xiaobai appeared at that moment and spoke up, You've arrived, huh? I'll be leaving the mountain tonight for a mission, and it might take longer than usual. So I came ahead to check on your progress with the talisman Dao sword technique. Shu Liang, still wearing a cheerful expression, responded, Senior sister, you even remember my cultivation, I'm truly grateful. She immediately recognized the flattery in his tone, and with a playful pout, she replied, Oh, stop it. You're saying that now, but before, you asked me to go sell fruits for you. I've heard that your business is thriving now. Everyone in the Shushan sect knows, but I haven't seen you share any commissions with me. Shu Liang bowed humbly, the scale of my small business doesn't deserve the attention of senior sister. Getting back to the main topic, she asked, How's your self-training with the sword technique and talisman Dao since you returned? Shu Liang casually replied, progress has been slow. This caused Jiang Xiaobai's expression to suddenly turn serious. Humph, it's been 7 days. If there's no progress soon, I'll be angry. The young man couldn't help but sweat under her gaze, which felt as piercing as a bullet. The young man hurriedly explained, "The path of runes is vast and profound. I've only been exposed to it for a few days, and it feels almost impossible to master. The practice of talisman Dao sword technique is even more difficult. I've only gained a little understanding." Hearing this, the girl became somewhat more at ease, though it was inevitable. "Show me a bit of your technique first, so I can give you some pointers." Chu Liang then performed a basic move, creating a zone of light before the two of them. In his hand was a talisman imbued with magical force. The talisman Dao sword technique was the clear sword, and at that moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted between them. Feeling like a fool, Jiang Xiaobai stared blankly, looking at little brother's result. "You call this just a little understanding? Isn't this already perfected? And you're still talking about slow progress? Who are you fooling? Is this really the mouth of a man? Always lying to others." The more she observed the boy's results, the more she couldn't hide her astonishment. "But it's only been a few days. After all, this guy is really fast, isn't he? I myself, back then, had some proficiency in talisman crafting, but it still took me 12 days to succeed. And yet, he's already reached this level. Could it be that he has mastered it in less than 7 days?" The more she thought about it, the more surprised she was at how devilishly good he was. After finishing his demonstration, the young man sheathed his sword, feeling a bit uneasy. Jiang's sister's mood seemed to be rather bad. Had he failed to meet some of her expectations? Looking at her puffed-up cheeks, filled with dissatisfaction, he thought to himself, "But my learning progress should be considered quite fast, right? The sword technique I performed seems fairly complete. Is there something about it that's not perfect?" Without thinking much further, the young man pointed at the sword and asked the person ahead of him, "Senior sister, I reached this level 4 days ago in my training, and my progress has been rather slow since. The main reason is that my understanding of this talisman art isn't deep enough. Right now, I can only rely on the flying sword to perform the fire talisman of the 5 elements, and even then, it's not always successful." His words seemed to be poking directly at Jiang Xiaobai's pride. Not stopping there, Chu Liang continued, "But recently, I've been practicing the wind talisman, and I've succeeded many times. I'm sure that in no more than 2 days, I'll be able to master the wind and fire twin swords." "Senior sister, didn't you give me a month? I believe that a month from now, I'll have completely mastered the talisman, and it won't just be like this." Before he could finish, the girl irritably interrupted him, "All right, just shut up." Senior sister Chu Liang looked a bit worried. As for the girl, she now felt like a fool in front of the junior brother. Earlier, she even wanted to give him a little guidance, but now, what could she guide him on? "All I did was lead him into the door, and he immediately ran the whole way. How come this guy's cultivation seems so incredibly simple? Compared to his comprehension, I'm no genius at all." At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai adjusted her hair and gracefully ordered, "I'm telling you, if you call me senior sister for a day, you have to call me senior sister forever. Even if one day you become more powerful than me, you still have to obediently call me senior sister. Got it?" Chu Liang was left in a daze, not understanding Jiang Xiaobai's intentions. She then turned and left, leaving the young man with his pet in the cave. "I'm leaving now. You need to focus on cultivating the talisman Dao sword technique well. When I return, I'll check your progress." Sometime later, Chu Liang was still diligently practicing his cultivation techniques. Ever since Jiang Xiaobai left a few days ago, apart from continuing his practice of the talisman Dao sword technique, he had also been training other techniques, skillfully mastering the dual elemental wind and fire talisman sword technique. At another moment, the young man was familiarizing himself with the weapon that Jin Yulong had crafted for him, also testing out methods to control the flying magic weapon. While resting, a shadow rushed toward him and called out, "Chu bro, we're in trouble, aren't we?" Lin Bei rushed straight into Chu Liang's arms and said, Zicheng Jr.'s sister's brother is the senior brother of Yu Jianfeng. Do you know that? Yeah, so what exactly happened? The other friend immediately explained, he has just left the seclusion today, and then I heard that Zicheng Jr.'s sister has been struggling with her emotions recently. She has been gloomy and unhappy all day and was planning to come find you to stir up trouble. With that, Lin Bei pulled the guy along, saying, recently, the only ones who could make Zicheng Jr.'s sister fall into such a state of love are probably the two of us. I've taken on a mission, and the two of us are using this as an excuse to go outside and avoid the current storm. I'll explain the details on the way. A while later, both of them were flying on swords, traveling far. Chu Liang couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, what exactly is going on here? Lin Bei answered, ah. The friend responded, how would I know? I've broken through to the divine will realm mid-stage already. There was no surprise, but the young man still exchanged a few polite words, congratulations. Lin Bei then moved closer to his friend, happily sharing, these days I've gone through intense cultivation, suppressing my own desires. On average, I've been practicing for 8 hours a day, and finally, I've made a breakthrough. Thinking about it really moves me, it's been tough. Lin Bei continued proudly, but luckily, I succeeded. Now, all the brothers in arms are at the divine will realm mid-stage, and we can finally stand on the same level as you. Neon humbly replied, oh. I think so too. Then, he candidly shared with his friend in a cheerful tone, speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. This morning when I woke up, I found out that I've broken through again. I've reached the divine will realm late stage now. Hearing this news, his friend seemed frozen in shock, huh? Another breakthrough already? Feeling a bit jealous of his teammate, Lin Bei thought to himself, I just returned from Yanzhou City a few days ago, and I barely crossed the minor barrier to reach the divine will realm mid-stage. And you? Did you not face any difficulties in your cultivation? I'm still hiding the fact that I've reached the mid-stage, and here you are secretly reaching the late stage. Doesn't this make me look really dumb? Walking behind Chu Liang, his friend's tears flowed down in streams. Moreover, with the speed he was going, in just another few days, wouldn't he be at the golden core stage? Isn't this just absurd? And then he says that he woke up this morning and suddenly found himself having a breakthrough? Is it possible that you don't even need to participate in your own cultivation? Why should it be like this? After all the hard work my brothers in arms and I have put in, why does the gap between us only get bigger and bigger? Lin Bei painfully spoke out loud. But little did he know, in Chu Liang's spiritual space, Zhou Tian Kue Lei, gifted by the author, was continuously circulating and replenishing its power. It might be because your brother's realm is still insufficient. His friend sighed, well, forget it, this is still a good thing. After a moment of downheartedness, he cheered up again. Lin Bei threw his arm around his friend's shoulder and said, well, together, the two of us are even more powerful now. With his deep-set eyes, his friend returned to the main topic, let me explain the details of this mission to junior brother Chu. Recent news in Nanguan City includes two main events, one is the upcoming performance by Miss Xue at the Southern Melody Pavilion, and the other is at the Li family manor on the outskirts of the city, which is also the location where the task for us this time originated. There are monsters rampaging in that area, and it is said that several people have already died. Chu Liang was somewhat curious. Southern Melody Pavilion? Lin Bei continued, Junior brother Chu, you are always in the sect, so it's rare for you to hear news from other immortal sects. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Southern Melody Pavilion is a special existence because, although it is listed as one of the 10 realms immortal sects, it is different from the typical sects and factions. Southern Melody Pavilion inherits the tradition of the path of melody and harmony and is a holy place for immortal sect musicians. What immortal sect musicians pursue is to converse with the heavens, whisper with the earth, and be free-spirited with the mortal world. In the early stages of cultivating the Tao of music and sound, they require their own music to be shared with as many people as possible, seeking as much resonance as they can. The more resonance they achieve, the more successful their cultivation is. As he spoke, the young man imagined the beautiful and graceful women, each holding a musical instrument in one hand and a fan in the other. Therefore, the cultivation process of the Southern Melody Pavilion involves selecting a disciple with outstanding talent from among countless outer sect disciples to join the inner sect. Lin Bei continued to explain, each inner sect disciple is provided with a large amount of resources, allowing them to perform and promote their music. This is why every generation of inner sect disciples in Southern Melody Pavilion becomes very famous. There are countless followers, and the Southern Melody Pavilion also regards popularity as an important criterion, ultimately selecting a supporter. Every generation of inner sect disciples will undergo several years of training. After completing their tours, they will hold a grand voting event at Southern Melody, in the Mountain Gate District. At that time, every disciple's follower from all around will gather there to offer support to the music master they back, hoping that the person will become the chief disciple of that generation, gaining fame throughout the world. This system has led the Southern Melody Pavilion to form a unique phenomenon, where the number of people in the sect is among the smallest in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but its influence is incredibly vast. Over the past 1,000 years, the cultivation of musical laws has gradually become more deeply embedded. Southern Melody Pavilion, relying on the large number of people inquiring, has also had no shortage of those responsible for heavenly origin appearing. Therefore, although this type of cultivation method is very unique, no one dares to underestimate it. As for the inner sect disciples of Southern Melody Pavilion in this generation, the competition is extremely fierce. 2 years ago, Yu Chang'er, a girl with flowing brown hair full of charisma, a person of extraordinary talent, appeared, and it seemed almost certain that her name would be the one to become the chief disciple of this generation. Not long after, Xue Xue was born. She, with her zither and white hair, became famous even before making her debut due to her talent and beauty. Who could have known that, just 1 year later, Shin Kongyan emerged a person with unparalleled grace, an ancient charm like no other, a peerless genius. These 3 individuals, regardless of who is chosen, would be worthy of the title of chief disciple. It's inevitable that they must be born and join the sect at the same time. This can be considered the largest battle in the Southern Melody Pavilion. At present, Yu Chang'er's tour has already taken place a few times, mostly in major cities in Dongyu. However, Xue Xue's performance stage did not choose to directly compete with her, instead, it headed for the southern region. Dongyu, with its wealth and prosperity, contrasted sharply with the southern region, which was barren and remote, lacking in resources, making it impossible to compare. After Xue Xue has gathered enough popularity in the southern region, she would ultimately have to return to Dongyu. Not to mention, Lin Bei continued to speak, firing off words like a machine, the junction between Nangguan Shengdi and Dongyu. The southern region is home to one of the most prosperous cities in the area. This is precisely why it was chosen as the location for Xue Xue's first performance tour. Although the tour is still a few days away, the forecasted temperature is almost perfect. Xue's performance has now become the hottest topic in the entire city. Even the venue and the business association organizing it have become major talking points. Xu Liang now voiced his own thoughts. So, what you're saying is that the mission we're taking on is related to Xue Xue's performance or the business association organizing it? He replied, yes, that's right. This time, we are heading to one of the selected locations, Li Family Manor, for the task. A while later, both young men arrived at Nangguan City of Li Family Manor. An elderly man stood waiting and then spoke, "You two are the masters of the Shushan sect, I am the steward of Li Family Manor, just call me Old Chui." Lin Bei, being easygoing, immediately walked up and put his arm around Old Chui's shoulder. "Steward Chui, there's no need to be so polite. We're much younger than you, so feel free to treat us like juniors. He's Chu Liang, and I'm Lin Bei. If you don't mind, we'll just call you Old Chui." The old man was slightly surprised by the young man's enthusiasm. "Ah, you two young heroes are flattering me too much. The matters of Li Family Manor are quite busy, and we haven't been in Nangguan City lately. Otherwise, I would have personally greeted you both." With that, the 3 of them walked inside. It's all the same. What we do is simply to eliminate harm for the people, and everything else is secondary. young hero Lin speaks well. While they were sitting inside, chatting merrily, Shu Liang brought up the main topic. Steward Shui, could you tell us about the situation of this case? The old man quickly nodded. Oh, right. The reason we invited the young heroes from the Shushan sect is because we had no other choice. Li Family Manor is a place for entertainment and dining, with a diverse business. To host the performance of Shui Ling Shui, we naturally want to attract as many people as possible so that her name can spread far and wide. He continued, the only competitor we have is Jing Yuxian from Shennan Zhangshang. They operate luxury yachts, fire ships, and their proposals involve flower boats along the river, with Miss Shui performing on them. People sit on both riverbanks, it's too funny. After describing some basic information, Manager Chui continued, but just as we were about to reach an agreement, something very strange happened at our estate. For several consecutive days, people encountered a monster. It came as lightly as the wind, and our martial artists couldn't even discern its movements. On the other hand, many guests, frightened by the incident, spread the news. Furthermore, the monster seemed to only scare women, not targeting men. We don't know why this is. Both of them remained silent, listening to the information provided by Manager Chui. It wasn't a big deal, and no one was hurt. However, people from Jing Yuxian seized the opportunity to say, several people from our family have died due to the monster's disturbance, and the news has already spread. Now, the competition for organizing performances has become increasingly disadvantageous for us, which is why we sought help from Shushan and invited you two young heroes to help us eliminate the evil. Then why does Southern Melody Pavilion, which is one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, need to ask for our help? Shu Liang asked, puzzled. Lin Bei replied, you still don't understand about Southern Melody Pavilion? Although the immortal sect musicians have a high cultivation level, they have never been fond of fighting. Moreover, there are very few inner sect disciples at Southern Melody Pavilion, and they can hardly send someone else to slay the evil on their behalf. Just like when Miss Shui came to Nanguan City for her performance tour, everything important to her was focused entirely on the performance. If any monsters were to distract her and take up too much of her energy in demon slaying, it could affect her mindset during the performance. Their cultivation path is not the same as that of ordinary cultivators like us. Manager Chui continued, young hero Lin is right. Of course, the Southern Melody Pavilion won't help us deal with these matters. Moreover, there's something else. The founder of Li Family Manor is also a disciple of Shushan. Both are unexpected. Oh, so the manor's master is a senior who graduated from Shushan sect, Lin Bei said, moving closer to put his arm around the man's shoulders. So the Shushan predecessor established Mountain Villa. It sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun. Well then, there's one more thing I'm not sure if I should bring up. Please, young hero Lin, go ahead, the man responded cheerfully. Lin Bei spoke up, after we help you with the demon extermination, of course, we could take on the performance. At that time, could I stay at Mountain Villa for a few days? We could leave once the performance is over, would that be alright? Manager Chui laughed heartily, of course, there's no problem with that. I'll agree on behalf of the manor master. He winked in a friendly manner. If you two can help us resolve this, then the money will double. Young hero Lin is also eagerly looking forward to Miss Shui's performance, right? The young man immediately thought of the two beautiful figures of Shui Ling Shui. Shen Kongyan smiled shyly. At Southern Melody Pavilion, I will vote for Shen Kongyan first. The second one will be Shui Ling Shui. Although he went out to admire beautiful women, he still did not forget his treasure at home. He proudly introduced, but across the martial world, my true love will always be Jiang Jiang of the Shushan sect, Jiang Yubai. He said, young hero Lin and I are still friends, I will also vote for Shen Kongyan. The reputation of Jiang Xianzi from Shushan has been something I have admired for a long time, but unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to meet him yet. The old man displayed a somewhat unseemly expression and eagerly advanced to grasp the young man's hand. Shu Liang found the two people before him a bit strange and sipped some tea. Kongyan, the sweet-voiced beauty Kong Kong, my heart will always be drawn to her beauty. The two of them continued to clap their hands and sing in celebration. Shu Liang thought to himself, what's this with salty and sweet? Lin Bei, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, well, he's still young. But Uncle Chui is already over 40, right? And still doing things like this. After being warmly received by Butler Chui, they were invited to the main hall to enjoy themselves. One afternoon, he asked the two young men, gentlemen, were you satisfied with the banquet? Lin Bei replied, very satisfied, especially that dish of meat, it was truly delicious and wonderful, I can say it was the best thing we've ever eaten. Haha, that dish of meat is the signature specialty of the Li family manor. The young man with deep eyes whispered to Chu Liang, I say, if in the future we leave Shushan, opening a mountain villa like this wouldn't be a bad idea, free and easy. But how boring would that be? If in the future I can no longer cultivate, I'll come down the mountain and open a courtesan house, spending each day not working, just having fun inside. It would be like marrying a few more wives. Chu Liang commented. Lin Bei immediately rebutted loudly, playing with other people's wives is obviously not the same as playing with your own. Speaking of the future, the young man had some thoughts, but when it came to future plans, each disciple of Shushan had hundreds, sometimes even thousands. After years of growing up, except for the 36 Master Feng, there were also some steadfast forces, while the other disciples had all left Shushan. Cultivation was a slow process, and even though Shushan chose those with talent to join, ultimately, there was always an end point. Some people in the divine realm have no way to break through the human realm, some have stopped at the golden core stage, while others have completely given up from the 5 elemental realm. Many of those who cannot cultivate have chosen to seek a new life. In short, they all graduated from Shushan. In the future, if their cultivation level does not progress and they cannot become one of the core forces of Shushan, those with slightly lower cultivation levels may engage in small businesses or serve powerful families. With the reputation of Shushan, they can still live well. Those with slightly higher cultivation levels may open a sect and develop a small school. But right now, I do not hope to leave Shushan. The young man considered the possible paths. The best option would be to break through to the path-seeking stage and become a confident person, able to cultivate freely. At that point, I could choose a Master Feng at Shushan, take in 2 talented disciples, and then I could relax and enjoy life. Suddenly, Lin Bei called out to his brother, Chu bro, come here, it's so much fun here. Both of them looked down from the second floor. There are so many young ladies gathered here, it looks like they are holding some kind of voting event. This must be the selection for the dancers who will perform with Lady Xue. No wonder there are so many beautiful ladies. Having the chance to perform with Xue Ling Xue isn't something that comes by often. It seems like all the women who know how to dance in the entire city have come. Looking down at the crowd, Lin Bei commented, that little girl is so adorable. Below, the 3 judges provided their requests. Tell us your story, or no, tell us your name first. A girl with a petite figure, large round eyes, and long, flowing hair in a light pink shade. She spoke up. Respected judges, greetings. My name is Lu Xiaoyu. The petite girl awkwardly introduced herself. Respected judges, my name is Lu Xiaoyu. The 3 individuals sitting at the table, tasked with evaluating, held the positions of dance judge, singing judge, and general judge. The first one immediately asked, little girl, what would you like to perform? Lu Xiaoyu raised her hand to her mouth and replied innocently, I'm not good at dancing. The dance judge encouraged her. It's okay, just do a few steps, that will be enough. The girl clenched her fists, determined to perform. With her petite form, Lu Xiaoyu danced a few steps. Suddenly, her feet froze, preparing for a spinning move, followed by a sharp hip thrust. The little sister practiced before stepping on stage, then performed a series of upper body swaying movements, imitating the gentle sway of grass in the wind, causing the judge, who was sipping water, to spit it out from choking. As she was performing, when it came to the fishtail mimicry portion, the dance judge immediately stood up to stop her. Stop. With all the humility possible, the judge tried to speak gently, but their face could not hide the 7 parts of disappointment. Little girl, although I really like you, we are here to select dancers with acting talent, and this is really not suitable for our requirements. Lu Xiaoyu, upon hearing the sad news, teared up and trembling, said, "What should I do? This is all I know." The judge then offered a solution: "Don't rush, dancing cannot just be called dancing." The second woman sitting at the evaluation table then made another suggestion: "I heard the girl's voice is very good. How about trying to sing and see if she can become a singer?" Okay. Then, the judge started the tune, "Come, sing along with me." The candlelight flickered, singing by the window, rain falling outside. With all her confidence, Lu Xiaoyu followed suit, but it felt odd. The candlelight flickered, singing by the window, rain falling outside. Her somewhat off-pitch voice was immediately interrupted by the judge. She stood up in frustration and yelled for them to stop, startling Lu Xiaoyu. Regaining her composure, the woman from the selection area commented, "Sorry, I didn't hear it all but couldn't stand it." The judge beside her spoke in defense, "It's okay, it's not just you. Little girl, did you really come here to work?" The pink-haired little girl, now panicked, was shedding tears. In contrast to her earlier talents, she, with a cute expression, tried to swallow her tears and said, "Do I really have no chance? I don't know if I can learn." There's no way out. The security guards immediately went over and forcibly escorted the girl outside upon the judge's order. The guards took the girl outside, and Lu Xiaoyu, who was being dragged away, burst into tears. Lin Bei and manager Chui stood upstairs, looking down and making comments. "Such a pity, the girl is mediocre in everything, perhaps she was just accidentally selected." "That's right, for her to step onto the stage, she must have a lot of admirers." Xu Liang didn't get involved in the conversation, he just stood behind, lost in thought. "It's getting dark, I'm only interested in when the monster will arrive." Outside, the sun had gradually set, leaving only the fading remnants of the twilight. By nightfall, a shrill scream echoed through the town, "Ah, a hero save me!" A strange figure wearing a demon mask, with his entire body bound by a red rope, was shouting loudly. It turned out that he was captured by Chu Liang and Lin Bei. "Guess what, lately there's been a rampant lunatic, many people know about the incident at Li Family Manor, surely someone is pretending to be a god or a ghost." Without waiting any longer, the young man ripped off the mask. "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be a god or a ghost here?" With the identity cover of the man exposed, both young men showed their terrifying expressions. "Ah! Don't panic, come on, you'll find out. We're not perverts or anything. If you panic, we won't even know what to do." The stranger, seeing the terrified expression on their face, immediately turned pale, with tears and snot streaming down as he begged for mercy. "Please, two heroes, no, I mean, gentlemen, please don't take action. I confess, I am the treasurer of Jingyu Xian, sent here by the Xinjiang Nan sect. He instructed me to stir up trouble, harm as many people as possible, and escalate the situation." Xu Liang, at this moment, reaffirmed his suspicions. As expected, he's from Jingyu Xian. After confessing, the stranger kept pleading. "Yes, it's true. I was only following orders. Please, two young heroes, spare me. I promise I will tell everything." Lin Bei crossed his arms, speaking harshly. "Are you dreaming? What do you think we should do with him?" Xu Liang offered a suggestion. "Let's tie him up for the night, and tomorrow, bring him to Manager Chui. The actions of this monster have caused too much chaos. He will definitely be investigated thoroughly." Hearing that he was about to be dragged to the manager, the stranger broke into a cold sweat. This was so unjust. This was his first time here, and it was the treasurer of Jingyu Xian who instigated it. He wasn't supposed to kill anyone, only to intimidate them. Was that enough to let him go? At that moment, Xu Liang recalled something from the past and had a few thoughts. Manager Chui had previously said, "The monster is a woman, not a man." Just now, he had frightened the bodyguard, and not only that, the monster moved so quickly, it was hard to tell if he really looked like him. "Ah!" A different cry suddenly rang out from somewhere. Both teenagers exclaimed in unison, there's movement, the situation is urgent. Both Chu Liang and Lin Bei immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. This time, it was real. A shadow dashed away in an instant, too fast for the two to keep up. Over there, it was flying too quickly. Chu Liang, quick on his feet, took out the leaf he had improved for his own dance technique, and the flying artifact, the Fei Yi, appeared. The tiny leaf transformed into a tool for flight. He left Lin Bei behind and swiftly chased after the shadow. It was too fast. As they got closer, the shadow's form became clearer. Chu Liang quickly discerned that it appeared to be a female monster. Suddenly, the shadow accelerated and dove straight into the water. Chu Liang thought it was heading into the water, and since he had no ability to dive, an idea struck him: he should create a defense. With that, the leaf sped forward, enveloping the body of the female monster in surprise. After successfully capturing it, Chu Liang gradually descended, still making sure it couldn't escape. Inside, the eerie cry of the monster echoed. After a few moments, Chu Liang returned with the cage containing the female monster. Lin Bei asked, "Do you have a new magic artifact?" Chu Liang didn't answer but focused on his artifact. "Let me see, open it first and let me see what kind of monster it is." The leaf slowly opened, revealing a familiar head of hair inside. The person who was captured was Lu Xiaoyu. The first thing she said when she regained consciousness was a curse. As soon as she was outside, she cursed loudly. "You bastard, let me go." These words struck Lin Bei with a strong impression of Lu Xiaoyu. After retrieving his magical artifact, Chu Liang seemed to recognize her. "Are you Lu Xiaoyu?" Lin Bei reminded her. At this, the girl responded. "Do you know me?" Chu Liang answered. "We saw you taking the exam the other day, so it turns out you are the seductive woman. You were causing a ruckus at the Li family manor during the day. What are you plotting?" With a determined look in her eyes, Lu Xiaoyu replied. "I want to find my sister." "Sibling, explain yourself." Lin Bei, upon hearing this, became unexpectedly excited. The pink-haired girl revealed a fish-like tail behind her, sat up straight, and asked, "Well, if I explain, will you let me go?" Chu Liang spoke. "Miss Xiaoyu, you've been causing trouble at Li family manor these past few days. While you've caused some chaos, you haven't injured anyone. As long as you promise not to repeat this, we won't make things difficult for you. Although no harm was done, I hope you can explain the reason behind all this." At that moment, the unfamiliar man was brought in, and he angrily shouted, "What's wrong with that? I never hurt anyone, so why are you treating me like this? You even let her go, what about me?" Lin Bei immediately resorted to his thug-like behavior, stomping on the unfortunate guy, rolling a few times while shouting, "Get lost, do you think we didn't think of that? Humph, who do you think we are?" As for the girl, the one with deep, sharp eyebrows, she put on a gentlemanly act, extending her hand to help the girl up. "Little sister, just speak your mind, don't be afraid." This made Lu Xiaoyu feel a bit uncomfortable. On the outside, she wore a sulky and distant expression, but inside, she was evaluating each person one by one. As for Chu Liang, "This guy's smile isn't bad, not as ugly as I thought." On the other hand, Lin Bei, "This despicable guy looks shady, but hasn't done anything yet. If these two stick together, they'll turn the bad guys into good ones. Should I tell them? Maybe they can help me find my sister." It turned out she was the fish in the pond that Chu Liang once wanted to catch. Lu Xiaoyu spoke up, "Sister, I'm actually from the Koi clan in Jinhuaxia." At this moment, Chu Liang thought to himself, she could be considered a neighbor. Recently, he had been visiting there every day to thank the other guy. The girl continued her story. "When we were both still in fish form, we lived happily in the Jinhua River, but then some people came and ruined our home. My sister, a cultivator, had some magical powers, while I didn't know how to transform yet. One day, my sister said she wanted to take me out for a trip. When we arrived at the Shannan River, while we were playing, we suddenly encountered a large whirlpool that sucked us into a water cave. Inside, there was a branch of amber, with 2 ripe fruits above it. One fruit increased the user's spiritual power by 500 years, while the other increased it by 300 years. Sister, let me eat the bigger fruit. After I eat it, I'll be able to transform, Lu Xiaoyu said. We were both very happy, and we decided that after transforming, we'd go ashore to play. By then, both of us were already able to transform into mermaids. Sister said, from the shore, we could see the city of Namquan, but as soon as we came out of the cave, we encountered a huge turtle demon. It wanted to eat us. Lu Xiaoyu continued, we ran in all directions, each of us going to different places. I didn't know where I had run to, but suddenly I stumbled upon a water talisman left by a senior Yao Yu. It contained the essence of flying fish soul, which merged with me, and I suddenly found myself able to swim very fast. Shu Liang then commented, no wonder you're like a koi fish, always encountering opportunities right outside your door, but also meeting storms on the way. After a while, Lu Xiaoyu recalled and continued, then I remembered sister had said she was going to Namquan, so I went there to find her. But the city was very crowded, and I didn't dare to go in. On my way to Mountain Villa, I noticed that sister had left signs behind, and there was a scent of her nearby. That's how I knew she was here, and that's why I searched. But this place is so vast, I've been searching for days and still haven't found her. She recounted her journey, wandering through the city, struggling with dogs to find her sister, and now, she had been captured by you all. Shu Liang radiated a brilliant, vibrant light as he spoke. I see, tomorrow I'll help you inquire if anyone knows anything. But from now on, don't sneak around at night, disguising yourself like this. It's dangerous. The young girl, innocent and unsure, asked again, are you really going to help me? Lin Bei gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly as he replied, of course, I love helping little girls who've lost their way. Some time later, the scene of the city remained lively even though it was night. In the distance, aboard the largest boat at the dock, 2 men were sitting at a table, toasting with cups in hand, while many guards and humble servants stood behind them. Having heard of the Dong Jingbang for a long time, today was the first time they met. As expected, just as the underworld had said, it was an honor, truly an honor. The other man, more refined, replied politely, I'm just a rough man, not good with words, so if I say anything inappropriate, I hope the little Lord Marquis will forgive me. The young noble-looking man spoke up, oh, senior brother Shui is a guest. What's wrong with being polite? It's only natural. The older, more seasoned man from Dong Jingbang responded, lately, our gang has been under strict management. The gang leader has been very stern, and the head of Dong Jingbang has ordered us to conceal our assets, so Hall Master Chang didn't dare to come. He only sent me to discuss things. The young master smiled gently and replied, we are also aware of the situation with Jingbang, so we understand this matter well. However, suddenly, the young man snapped his fingers at the glass, changing his expression to one of dissatisfaction, and expressed a desire for you to deliver goods to Jiangnan. It's not because of the wind or the rain that has delayed this for so many days, but should we not be given an explanation? It's just that we haven't heard anything from Hall Master Chang, which is why we called you over. The man from Dong Jingbang humbly explained, what Hall Master Chang meant is that after this shipment, business will temporarily pause. Right now, it's a tense time, and we cannot cause trouble for the gang leader, or else both gang leader and Shui gang leader will not forgive us. The young master took a sip of tea to calm down and said, Senior brother Shui, you all seem to be in a hurry. Do you need any assistance? If our business is suspended at this moment, it wouldn't be good. It's not a complete halt, it's just a temporary pause until Jiang gang leader takes over. Hall Master Chang will naturally reach out to the Ho family again. The young man's gaze still appeared somewhat unsatisfied, as if he thought that taking on this responsibility would certainly trouble Hall Master Chang. The man then smiled awkwardly and disagreed, how could that be? Suddenly, the young man stood up, looking quite annoyed as he said, Isn't Hall Master Chang aware that our business has been growing stronger and stronger in recent years? Over a dozen royal nobles have joined the southern region of the Wu dynasty. And our Dingshan Marquis is merely a representative. If the business route of Zhu Jingbang suddenly disappears, I am sure we won't find another company to cooperate with like you. Is it really so difficult for you? The man from Ju Jingbang could only remain silent and listen. Then, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and gave a faint smile. I still hope that the young lord will provide some clarification. Hallmaster Chang just ordered us to receive the last ship and discuss this matter with you. The situation has been temporarily halted for now, and we will continue the discussion later. If we continue to act against the orders, no matter who catches us, we will not achieve any favorable results. You should also consider the difficulties we face. If you continue to pressure me, it will be hard for me to comply. The young master then smiled smugly. Is that so? Then there's no need. With that, he left. Senior Brother Shui, you'd better send a letter to Hall Master Chang to explain our situation. Business is not something that can be done just as we wish. If we don't want to do it, we can't. It's not as easy as it seems to withdraw suddenly. After a while, at Ding Shan Marquis residence, the young master walked while asking the servants following him. Has my father arrived? The whole family hasn't arrived yet, please go ahead and wait. Then, the young man walked towards a room and knocked on the door. Xian, is that you? It's me. A beautiful girl with red hair, her heart big enough to be called a good person, waved her hand and greeted him with a sweet voice. Where have you been for so long? I don't know anyone here, I just wanted to find you. The next morning, at the guest house in Li Family Manor, Xu Liang sat reading a book. He read while contemplating the ideas of the martial arts technique in the book. The fire element in the 5 elements was the most basic rune, and it could serve as the foundation for creating many other combinations. For example, having mastered the twin rune sword of wind and fire, with the wind supporting the fire, and the fire enhancing the wind's power, it could greatly amplify the technique's strength. The young man continued to think about elements like fire, storm, and lightning. If he later learned the lightning rune, he could combine it to form a dual rune sword technique, fire and lightning, or wind and lightning, or even the twin rune sword of wind and fire. All of these sword techniques would greatly increase their power. If he learned the lightning rune and combined it with the wind runes he had learned before, he could trace back to the origins of the 8 trigrams and the wood element in the 5 elements, thus creating a dual rune sword of wood and fire. He could use the wood rune to stimulate the fire rune, unleashing a powerful fire sword technique. Flipping through the pages, Xu Liang kept studying relentlessly. The sword technique that simply increases power is actually a characteristic of the twin rune sword of wind and fire, and this coincidence cannot bring any substantial increase to oneself in the short term. Speaking of the functional development of the sword technique. Turning to another page, the young man realized, got it, the branch of extreme of the water attribute ice rune. If I learn the ice rune and combine it with the fire rune, it's different from the sword technique that enhances the power of compatible attributes. The special feature of the twin swords of ice and fire runes is that they can combine the destructive power of ice and fire with ease through 2 completely different attributes. However, using the dual swords of ice and fire is 10 times more difficult than the twin rune sword of wind and fire. This is because the 2 attributes are mutually antagonistic, and they cannot simply be merged together. Otherwise, before even using it, the rune energy would collide, causing an explosion at the user's head. Xu Liang clenched his fists with determination. Right, next, I'll focus on mastering the ice and fire runes first. An hour later, in an open area in the forest, the ground was scattered with patches of ice and streaks of fire, the result of Xu Liang's training, with his body covered in dirt and grime. The young man thought that by now, even after attempting 10 times, he had only succeeded 3 times. He had used all his strength in the technique, whether it would succeed or not still depended on luck. It seemed that with his current cultivation level, he was still not yet capable of reliably unleashing this sword technique. Suddenly, he remembered the little girl Lu Xiaoyu. When the mind doesn't think, things just happen. One moment, a person is walking out the door, encountering fate, and the next, they step into a destined encounter. At that moment, the girl was sleeping soundly in her private room. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the door from Xu Liang. He knocked and loudly announced, "Open the door." The warmth from the community made her suddenly wake up with a start. Lu Xiaoyu walked out, still yawning from her sleep. What's going on? Miss Xiaoyu, please come and help. As they walked, the girl curiously asked. What's the matter? What do you want me to do? The young man replied ambiguously. Just stand here is fine. You could also secretly wish me success in your heart. Lu Xiaoyu was a little confused. Wish myself success? The young man corrected himself. Wish Chu Liang success. Then, while the girl clasped her hands in prayer, Chu Liang was also chanting a spell, preparing to perform his sword technique. The sword flew high into the sky, and at the same time, the elements of ice and fire intertwined around each other, while Chu Liang remained focused below. Then, he shouted, "Go!" The sword shot down to the ground, creating a powerful explosion that startled the girl. Looking at the result, Chu Liang believed that it truly seemed to have some effect. Then he immediately started jumping up and down. I continued to perform it 9 more times, for a total of 10 sword techniques of ice and fire. Except for the 10th attempt, which failed due to insufficient inner strength, the remaining 9 were all successful. The young man clenched his fists, excitedly looking at his sword and thinking, the success rate has increased dramatically from 30% to 90%. Is this the allure of Qinli? Turning to look at the girl, who was still showing signs of wanting to sleep, he concluded, if she's by my side, will the rewards I receive from now on be even more effective? Lu Xiaoyu then spoke up and demanded, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Chu Liang happily raised his hand in an okay gesture and replied, all right, wait here for a moment. I'll go have someone bring food to you. Suddenly, outside, Steward Chui came running over and waved, calling out, young hero Chu, may I trouble you to come here for a moment? As they walked, he relayed the information to the young man, the girl you and your companion asked me to inquire about last night has some news. Oh, the other day, a young woman who resembled Miss Lu appeared around the mountain villa. I remember that night, the 2 of you, 1 male and 1 female, were standing outside. Steward Chui continued, at that time, the little Lord Marquis of Dingshan Manor was hosting a banquet inside the mountain villa. Someone saw her talking with the little Lord Marquis, and then she disappeared. No one knows where she went after that. It's possible the little Lord Marquis has some information about her whereabouts. He added, that year, after the Wu dynasty established its capital, a group of royal family members and distinguished nobles who had contributed greatly were granted titles, most of them residing in the southern and western regions, which were barren. Many years have passed, and their real power is long gone, but their status remains noble. The Duke of Dingshan in the city of Nanguan is truly from the Xia royal family. Chu Liang immediately made a decision, so that's how it is. In that case, we should go investigate the Ho family and ask them. It will be a step quicker. Manager Chui responded, I've already sent a letter to inquire, but the Sun Marquis Manor has a very high status. If we suddenly probe into this matter, I'm not sure how long it will take for them to pay attention. He then added another piece of information, however, we do have a way. Tomorrow, Miss Xue will arrive in Nanguan City. At that time, our Li family manor will host a banquet, and all the influential people in Nanguan will be invited. The little Lord Marquis is also on the guest list. Why don't the 2 of you, young masters, attend the banquet under the name of Xu Shan, and take the opportunity to ask him? Chu Liang respectfully thanked him, that works as well, thank you, Manager Chui, it's just a small matter. Suddenly, there was a reaction within Chu Liang. He felt the sword inside him stirring, and thought to himself, the crimson severing sword of honor is reacting strongly. It has appeared. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was still standing, waiting with a sulky expression. While waiting for the food to arrive, an old man emitting an unsettling aura approached from behind. She was lost in thoughts about the food. Chu Liang said, tell someone to bring the food to me. Why is it taking so long? Why hasn't it arrived yet? At that moment, the old man had already approached behind Lu Xiaoyu. She turned around and asked, Bald Grandpa, are you here to bring me my food? The old man smiled eerily, haha, yes, little girl, I can't move anymore. Could you support me for a while? Naturally kind-hearted, the girl extended her hand, willing to help. Alright, let me help you. Suddenly, the man grabbed her wrist and said, Finally, I've caught you. Ha! The old man, the bald grandpa, what are you going to do? Lu Xiaoyu's face flashed with a hint of panic. The old man then gradually revealed half of his face, which resembled a turtle's, and said, Little girl, after fully transforming, I am the evil turtle who once dealt with your two sisters. He smiled smugly and said, Now, do you see who I am? Lu Xiaoyu, terrified, exclaimed, You're that nasty turtle. The monster leaned in closer, grinning with delight. Ha, two carps, you've consumed the precious treasures that I painstakingly raised for many years. You think you can just run away like that? It's not that easy. It stretched out its long neck, planning, as long as I eat you, then amber beads and flying fish soul essence will be mine again, and I won't have lost anything. Shut up. From a distance, Chu Liang's flying leaf darted forward, transforming into a shield to protect Lu Xiaoyu from being swallowed by the turtle. The monster turned around, visibly irritated, and asked, Who are you? Chu Liang, having landed by this point, responded calmly. The turtle, not pleased, spoke up, Brat, although you are a cultivator, this little girl is a demon beast. Is it your place to meddle in matters between us monsters? Chu Liang replied indifferently, She's just an innocent little fish, and this is also the land of my human race. If you want to harm her here, I, of course, cannot agree to that. The turtle glared angrily. Innocent? You call her innocent? The turtle exuded a terrifying killing intent as it rebuked, Do you know how hard I've worked to cultivate the amber beads over 100 years in this swamp? How much of the blood of living beings I've poured into it to mature that damn orb? It was then that Chu Liang recalled the corpses of women drifting on the river. No wonder it radiated such resentment, enough to anger the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor. Using the blood of living beings to force the amber beads to grow, it must have killed countless innocent lives. But this year, the frequent drowning incidents in the South Shan River were likely related to it. The turtle gazed at the protective shield and continued. I originally planned to wait until the medicinal properties of it reached the 500-year mark, consume the large pill, and then take some time to continue nourishing the smaller one. After consuming both pills, I would have 1,000 years of spiritual power and directly ascend to become a human. But just the day before I was about to harvest, I don't know how these two fish managed to find their way into the cave. Each one took a pill. They consumed all of my amber beads. When I discovered this, I initially intended to eat them right then, but in the end, they escaped. That would have been fine, but who knew they would run into the water palace that I had been watching for so long? The essence and spirit of the flying fish in that water palace were something I had been monitoring for hundreds of years, waiting for them to mature, and finally, I was able to wait for the moment of fusion. But they fused with each other and helped me instead. The turtle's eyes were filled with resentment. It growled, I am a spirit turtle. It took me several days to make it ashore and come here. Do you understand that feeling? For hundreds of years, I have dreamed of increasing my speed, relying on the essence and spirit of the flying fish to transform into a spirit beast that can move normally. Chu Liang was also somewhat taken aback by the extreme fury of the turtle. It was hard to imagine the feeling of having endured for hundreds of years, only to be outdone by another fish. The spirit turtle, filled with sharp intent, warned, If you interfere, I'll eat you too. You may be able to protect her, but can you protect yourself? The turtle immediately tossed the stick aside. Then, it charged straight at Chu Liang and launched its second attack. By the third step, it approached and raised its hand, preparing to strike. Oh no, that was just an imagination. By the fourth step, it had only passed the shield that Chu Liang had placed in front of Lu Xiaoyu a little, leaving him speechless. It had been so long, and Chu Liang couldn't wait any longer. He drew his sword and made a circle on the ground, then reminded, My dear, with legs like that, can you stop fighting others on land? I've drawn the circle, I'm going to have lunch now. When I come back, I'll still be standing right here, I promise I won't budge. By then, if you can get here, I'll fight with you. Hearing these dismissive words, the turtle's eyes turned red with anger. It was so furious that tears and snot streamed down, but it couldn't do anything. All it could do was scream. Ah, this is infuriating. Then, the turtle fully extended its legs, shifting into its complete form, growing large enough to reach Chu Liang. In front of him, it tilted its head back, gathering energy in its mouth, preparing to unleash a blast of air. The moment it released that energy, Chu Liang drew his sword to counter, slicing through with his soul-cleaving sword. It was a perfect opportunity to try out the new sword technique he had just learned, so he recited the incantation for the Ice and Fire Talisman sword technique. Two elemental forces of ice and fire suddenly morphed into two dragons, entwining and charging toward the enemy. The turtle's previous attack was instantly shattered by the might of the sword chi. It immediately became flustered and thought to itself, "This is bad, this brat has a treasured weapon. The attacking power of my strike is no match for his." Realizing that it had taken a hit, it withdrew into its sturdy shell, trying to minimize the damage. It even shut its eyes tightly, unwilling to look outside. "I've relied on this shell to rampage across the southern Shimmer River for many years. A mere little cultivator from the Divine Will realm, even if he has a treasured weapon, could never break my defense," the turtle thought with confidence. However, the power of the twin ice-fire swords was not to be underestimated. Continuous palm strikes with immense force rained down onto the turtle's shell. Chu Liang kept channeling more spiritual energy, executing a move with far more terrifying power. The alternating ice and fire waves relentlessly assaulted the turtle's defenses. The ice and fire forces continued to clash in a grand display, and after a short while, the turtle had completely reached its limit and had no choice but to stick its head out. At this moment, a large procession of carriages arrived outside the manor. A foot stepped down from one of the carriages. Xueling Xue had finally arrived at the performance location, with a young maid beside her holding an umbrella, preparing for her. Lin Bei, Steward Xue, and the master of Mountain Villa came out to greet her, respectfully welcoming Lady Xue. The girl also responded. "Hello, everyone." The girl beside her spoke up. "I heard that 2 days ago, there was a monster causing chaos on your side. Has this been dealt with? If it disturbs senior sister's rest, that's not acceptable." Lord Li, with a proud expression, explained. The monster was a tactic used by the opposing faction to send people pretending to be gods and ghosts. Furthermore, we have already invited the Grandmaster of the Shushan sect to oversee things. I guarantee with my head that no monsters will cause chaos here again. The two elderly people standing behind also gave a thumbs up, smiling confidently. Just an hour later, a massive explosion suddenly erupted behind them, causing all three of them to jump in surprise. A giant turtle was sent flying along with the gate of the mountain villa, struck by Chu Liang's attack, allowing everyone below to witness the scene. Xueling Xue, seeing this, whispered in admiration, the sword technique, is really powerful." At this moment, both the giant turtle and Chu Liang had landed. Chu Liang retrieved his sword from inside the monster's body. Recalling the technique he had just used, he smiled with satisfaction. The enhancement of the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor is truly strong. Last time, it was 100 swords turning into 1,000, and this time, it's the incantation transforming into twin dragons. Reflecting on the battle from the past, he sighed and held his head in regret. It's a pity that it can't maintain this power all the time. If it could, just thinking about it would be enough to imagine a magnificent scene. It's a shame, though. The giant turtle's body has been severely damaged, its shell shattered, and I fear it is no longer worth recovering. While performing a few business tasks, the young man was also evaluating, but this time, with the help of Xiaoyu's lucky koi fish, maybe, under her blessing, my reward could unlock something powerful from the White Tower. Chu Liang's smile gradually became more twisted. Soon after, he removed the shield from Lu Xiaoyu, then recounted the events. "Miss Xiaoyu, that giant turtle was about to swallow you earlier, and it was I who saved your life." She looked at him in admiration. "Wow, thank you." Xu Liang continued. "Its malicious intent wasn't completely gone, so I killed it and removed the future threat for you." Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up. "Wow, you really are a good person." No sooner had she finished speaking, the young man extended his hand and smiled naturally. So, shouldn't you show some gratitude? She was taken aback, then asked. Huh? What do you want? Shu Liang stood up and made his request. I want you to close your eyes, silently wish for me in your heart, and hope for my wish to come true. It wasn't something too difficult. Lu Xiaoyu clasped her hands together, agreeing, and looked as she began to perform the prayer. The young man thought to himself. While the koi fish is helping, I should hurry up and claim my reward. How much longer should I wait? With that, he entered the imagined space. Inside, a golden statue of the demon turtle had been brought in and magnified 10 times its original size. Shu Liang clasped his hands together and joyfully exclaimed, May the carp bless me, grant me a divine ability. He then pressed the regular spin button, and the turtle statue transformed into a beam of light that flew forward. The young man received a spell called the Evil Curse spell. This divine ability could only be used once per day, and it only worked on individuals with a cultivation level lower than the one casting the spell. The person cursed would have all their anger removed in an instant and would be given the option to forgive all actions before them for a brief period of time. After reading the description, Shu Liang exclaimed in amazement, With the little carp's good fortune aiding me, it really works wonders. This divine ability could only be cast once a day, and it only worked on those with a lower cultivation level. The target of the curse would instantly have all their anger erased, and for a short period of time, they would choose to forgive any actions occurring before them. After reading the description of the lottery skill, Shu Liang pondered for a moment, A curse that can remove all anger in an instant? This could also be useful for persuasion. At this moment, returning to reality, Lin Bei walked over and called out to Chu Liang. From a distance, he had seen a large turtle appear here, only to be slain by a sword. Could it have been you who did this? Shu Liang, now walking closer with Lu Xiaoyu, explained, it was a malicious spirit turtle that had been committing many evil deeds and wanted to devour Xiaoyu. That's why I was forced to act. Lin Bei immediately asked, the power of that sword technique is so great, how did you manage to execute it? Just now, I and the disciples of Southern Melody Pavilion all saw it, and they were quite surprised as well. Shu Liang explained, it's just a few techniques that I can use once in a while. It's not something I can perform regularly. If I could keep it up like that, wouldn't I be invincible by now? That's what I thought. The guy with the deep, sharp eyes nodded in agreement. Suddenly, tears started flowing down his face, and he threw his arm around his brother in arms, feeling moved. That's great, really great. Our Yu Jianfeng disciples, the reason why the resources each one of us gets are limited is because Chu Liang is the only disciple of Yu Jianfeng. It's no surprise he's wealthy, I truly admire this kid. His ability to preserve his life and kill enemies without repeating any techniques is remarkable. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly raised his hand and said, I'm hungry. Alright, let's go eat then. A moment later, in a private room, the three of them were enjoying their meal. Meanwhile, Shu Liang was deep in thought. How exactly was that strange and evil curse technique performed? Was it really that useful? Suddenly, his curious gaze turned toward Lin Bei, as if he wanted to experiment. Lin Bei responded with a puzzled look, equally confused. Immediately, the young man flicked Lin Bei's bowl of food up into the air with one hand, causing him to grow angry. His eyes blazed with furious fire as he asked, What are you doing? Shu Liang had been waiting for this moment and immediately cast the newly acquired spell on his friend, silently reciting the incantation. Right after that, Lin Bei became dazed. Although Chu Liang's sudden and inexplicable action of flipping his bowl of food was infuriating, he was still a good comrade, so there must have been some reason behind it. Naturally, he chose to forgive him. Lu Xiaoyu, who had been eating, also paused to observe the strange behavior of the deep-eyed guy, while Chu Liang nonchalantly continued eating his portion of food. Nice, the six-light incantation is really effective. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. I was originally a carp in the Jinhua River. After consuming the amber chew, I gained 300 years of cultivation, transformed into human form, and then a wicked turtle appeared wanting to swallow me and M. While we were escaping, we got separated, and I had told M that I would meet them at Nangwon City, so I came to Nangwon City to wait. When I reached the Lee family manor outside Nangwon City, I met a young man with a handsome appearance. He was a noble prince, but he gently and warmly approached me to ask my name. I declined and told him my name was Lu Xiaowu, the daughter of the Nyohu family by the river, who got lost with them and came to Nangwon City to find them. The young man invited me to stay at his house, saying his name was Xia Yan, the young master of the Dingshan Marquis family, and that he could use the power of the Marquis to help me find you. Lu Xiaoyu's sister recounted the process of being saved by a young master from a wealthy family, assuring me that we would soon be able to find you. As for me, looking for you felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. But I might really find a perfect husband just like the humble girl in the legendary tale when she first arrived in the mortal world. She was already thinking of a happy family with that young master. Once I found you, we could marry, consummate the marriage, have children, and live a joyful life together. Lu Xiaowu stood by the window, gazing at the sky, lost in such fantasies. However, his days were busy from morning to night, and he would only visit me occasionally. Moreover, I had no new information about you. Lu Xiaowu suddenly felt a bit anxious. You're too naive to understand. What if I'm unlucky and don't meet someone as good as Xiaoyan? No, I must go find Xiaoyan. I told him that I also wanted to go outside to search for you. Perhaps you and I are spiritually connected, and I might be able to find you right away. With this thought in mind, I stood in front of another door shortly after. Just as I was about to knock, I thought to myself, his room is still lit. Is he discussing business? I'll just wait for him outside. The girl hid behind the door, listening to the conversation inside. Xiaoyan was playing the guzheng while talking to the servant behind her. The ancient alchemical core could completely be turned into a legendary magic artifact, but instead, it's being used to make this useless guzheng. Such a waste of heaven's gift. The steward explained. To you, little Lord Marquis, it may seem like a waste of heaven's gift, but to a lover of music, it is an invaluable treasure. The whole family had to pay a great price to acquire this guzheng. They say you must not let him down. Holding the guzheng, the young master of the whole family thought that even with this ancient guzheng, it was only a first step towards approaching Shui Ling Shui. To win the heart of the current genius of Southern Melody Pavilion wouldn't be achieved with just a little effort. Father really did find me something useful. The steward standing beside him seemed a little worried. The whole family has also heard the rumors that the secret news from the Shinkanyan Palace of Southern Melody Pavilion suggests that she is very likely to become the crown princess. Shui Ling Shui just so happens to have a good relationship with her. If she could marry into our home manor in the future, your prospects, little Lord Marquis, would be limitless. Your methods of winning a woman's heart are unparalleled, and this could come in handy. Xia Yan clicked his tongue, as if to say he was some sort of leech. He turned his head and reminded the steward. By the way, have you spoken to my father about the business matter? Father is wholeheartedly focused on cultivating his Tao to extend his life, but all the resources are provided by the manor. If we truly sever ties with the Dong Jingbang, he might not be able to focus on his cultivation peacefully anymore. The butler broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he replied. Of course, the whole family understands, but right now he is in the critical moment of his breakthrough, so he doesn't have the time to deal with trivial, mundane matters. Therefore, we can only have little Lord Marquis handle things for now. The young master suddenly put down his zither, his expression darkening. My father's talent is limited. No matter how many resources have been spent, he still can't break through to the peak of the 6th stage. If it weren't for his human trafficking business, Home Manor would have likely been demolished by him long ago. Why doesn't he just give up? The old man, frightened, offered his opinion. But if the whole family gives up, everything will be lost. This is a gamble, but if he reaches the 7th stage, a vast new world will open up. Lost everything, you say? Xia Yan smirked. Outside, Lu Xiaowu, who had overheard everything, was deep in thought. So, the ideal husband I imagined is just a villain with a double heart? With that, she made a decision. It seemed that she could no longer stay here and needed to leave quickly. Just as she was about to leave, a tall man suddenly blocked her way, startling her. The assassin smiled, raising his hand, preparing to attack the young woman. A loud noise rang out, and Xia Yan immediately opened the door and rushed outside. Seeing his subordinate, he asked curiously, "Master Lu, what's going on?" The assassin looked down at Lu Xiaowu and explained to his master. "Young lord, this little girl was eavesdropping outside and I caught her." Xia Yan looked at the unconscious girl and made a judgment. "She must have been here for a while. Ah, what a pity, we can't let her stay. I initially thought she was innocent and even considered forming a simple relationship with her. What a shame." Hearing his master's thoughts, the assassin grabbed the girl by the head, placed his hand to her neck, and prepared to kill. Xia Yan spoke up. "If I kill her, that young master will surely try to stop me." "Ah, don't waste her, take her to the boat outside the city and sell her with the next shipment." Receiving the order, Master Lu bound the girl with magic and dragged her away. Watching from behind, Xia Yan said, "Sorry for the trouble, Master Lu." And so, both the steward and the little Lord Marquis watched as the girl was taken away by their subordinate. The young master appeared to be lost in thought. Who knows what kind of eccentric he was? He never showed any interest in women, yet felt deeply uneasy about killing one. The old steward gave a dry laugh. Master Lu carries the bloodline. The 7-killing star secret art might make him somewhat cold and ruthless. As long as he remains loyal to our home manor, that's all that matters. Xia Yan's gaze was somewhat sharp. 7 killing told him to teach me, yet now he says I lack the affinity for the path and doesn't even know what kind of heirloom it is. Snap. Just like that, the assassin escorted her out of the center of Nanguan City. At this moment, in Li family manor, Hall Master Li stood in the hall and raised both hands to announce, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to Nanguan City. My humble mountain villa is truly honored to have you all here." He continued, If there's anything about tonight's banquet that doesn't meet your expectations, please feel free to speak up, and I will make adjustments." Shu Liang, feeling a little embarrassed, whispered to Steward Shui, "Why did they arrange such a close seat for me? This is too awkward." The old steward explained, "This was Miss Shui's request. Initially, I didn't plan to seat you here, but since Miss Shui has asked, it's not something I can ignore." Outside, an announcement came. "Little Lord Marquis of Dingshan Manor has arrived." Xia Yan and Master Lu, carrying a guqin, slowly entered. The little Lord Marquis presented Miss Shui with an ancient guqin. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "The ancient guqin, it's a legendary treasure." Meanwhile, Shu Liang and Lin Bei noticed the dense resentment emanating from the servant of the young master of the Ho family. This man was practically radiating hostility. On the stage, the girl accompanying Shui Ling Shui also had a few words to say. "Thank you all for coming to enjoy the festivities. Miss Shui is preparing backstage for the official performance in 2 days. Tonight, she will perform a short piece as a warm-up." Everyone below was excitedly raising their hands and chanting, "Yes, yes." The girl added, "But for this performance, Miss Shui needs a supporting actor. She has purposely chosen one of you, and I wonder if everyone agrees?" Everyone showed interest in this request. Most of the men agreed. "I agree. Pick me, pick me." Only Chu Liang remained calm. Patriarch Li then suggested, "Coincidentally, little Lord Marquis has gifted a guqin, a rare ancient instrument. I wonder if the young lady will perform with this guqin. Let me hear the legendary sound of this instrument." The girl responded somewhat awkwardly, "I need to consult senior sister about this first." A glistening foot stepped forward. "Of course, it's possible." Shui Ling Shui, with her breathtaking beauty, stepped forward gracefully and said, "I sincerely thank little Lord Marquis for finding this legendary guqin, which had been lost for so long." She then extended her hand toward Chu Liang and proposed, "In that case, I would like to invite Chu Liang, the young hero of Shushan sect, to assist me in the performance." The young man was stunned. "Me?" He pointed at himself, while the guests around him were left speechless and somewhat envious. Patriarchally looked at the girl and thought to himself, whether based on her status or the gift she's offering, it's clear that he's the most distinguished person here tonight. Choosing him as the first to interact is naturally the right choice. Why isn't Miss Xue following her usual routine? Although Chu Liang was the chosen one, he stood up to decline. "It is certainly an honor to be invited by Miss Xue, but I have no understanding of music theory at all. I fear I may not be able to assist you in this performance." Running her fingers over the strings of the zither, the girl responded, "It's fine, because the piece I prepared tonight is the battle tune of the Wolf King from the Southern Melody Pavilion. It's a piece of music containing magical powers that aid in battle, and I intend to use it to give everyone a glimpse of the wonders of our Southern Melody Pavilion. For this, I need someone with a high cultivation level to act as my support. Young hero Chu, hailing from Shushan, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. May I kindly ask you to step onto the stage?" As she spoke, she positioned herself in a way that made refusal impossible, cornering Chu Liang. Left with no way to refuse, he clasped his hands and agreed with pleasure. Sitting at the dining table, Lin Bei's eyes gleamed with a deadly, jealous glare. "High cultivation level, hailing from Shushan. Am I not someone as well?" Xia Yan sat to one side, unable to hide her bitterness. "Are we not human? Do we not have feelings? I've put so much effort into making you happy, and all you can say is thank you, then turn around and go mingle with other men." This young master lowered his head, silently gritting his teeth in frustration. Looking up, Xia Yan grew even angrier. "You're even using the guqin I gave you, couldn't you at least make me feel like I'm involved in some way?" After Chu Liang took the stage, he showed a refined demeanor, raising his hand to bow before asking, "What should I do?" Xueling replied, "Young hero Chu, calm your mind, stabilize your energy, and circulate your cultivation method. If anything unusual happens, just don't be surprised unless you feel uncomfortable." The young lady's reminder is worth noting. Preparing to play the guqin. Miss Xue couldn't help but remain curious about the young man before her. What level of cultivation did he actually have? Soon, once his anomaly was triggered, she would know for sure. Recalling the explosion when she first arrived at the Li family manor, her brows furrowed with concern. The sword energy displayed on that wedding day was truly terrifying. If he really had such a cultivation level at his age, there was no doubt he must be the leading genius of this generation. But why is someone like that not famous at all in the Shushan sect? Ciz Yang and Jiangyu by a Shushan. Now that I think about it, they shouldn't have such a cultivation level. She recalled the images of those two prominent names, they are both disciples of Hexin. I've always been able to get some idea of the cultivation level of those who reach the top. But could it be that Shushan is intentionally hiding this extraordinary disciple Zetian of theirs? Although she was playing the zither, her thoughts kept drifting to Chu Liang. It's not likely that he has something that protects his life. The effect of the attack technique stored in the Jade Talisman isn't great, it couldn't even be used to strike the sword that day. So I'll use this piece of music to probe the background of this young hero Chu. Outside, a golden energy began to radiate, and the entire audience silently thought, why do we suddenly feel a sense of excitement? Lin Bei and the others all expressed admiration. I suddenly feel like going down the mountain to hunt demons and exterminate evil. What is going on here? Why does it feel like a battle is about to happen? Could it be that this piece of music? Chu Liang was currently circulating his internal energy, also lost in thought. This piece of music seemed to stimulate his fighting spirit on a mental level. The speed at which his cosmic rotation accelerated several times over under the influence of the melody. The nine heavens profounding heart technique flowed smoothly through his body. If he were fighting someone right now, the speed at which his vital energy recovered would be several times faster. Moreover, he could feel that this melody was enhancing the overall vitality of his body. Suddenly, he stopped. Besides circulating his internal energy, the recovery of his mental strength and the agility of his divine will simply put could significantly boost his combat strength. The support was incredibly powerful. Right now, Ling Shui was concentrating the power of the melody on herself. When the real battle came, she could influence not just him, but certainly others as well. This meant that bringing her along could also boost the combat strength of their entire cultivation faction. Xu Liang's reflections continued, "You make me stronger, I make her stronger, and she makes me stronger." If 5 disciples from Southern Melody Pavilion played the Tsangling battle support piece together at the same time, it would create a mutual support effect. Would such mutual support form an infinite strengthening vortex, eventually reaching a terrifying level? Sensing the right moment, she raised her hand, thinking to herself, "It's almost time." Then, he immediately pressed his hand onto the last key of the piano. At this moment, Xu Liang's cultivation speed was also rapidly increasing. He released a stream of true qi that enveloped his body. 9 Heavens Mystic Heart Technique, Celestial Omens Across the Heavens. Observing the young man, Ling Shui was somewhat surprised. Although she had never used the battle assistance melody for disciple Shushan, she was aware of what the 9 Heavens Mystic Heart Technique of Shushan should cause. There should have been signs such as the mysterious elixir of the 4th realm, the 5 elements primordial qi of the 5th realm, and the heavenly heart of the mysterious maiden of the 6th realm. However, none of these celestial omens appeared. Instead, there was only the strange phenomenon of the 3rd realm, silver spewing mist in clouds. She was somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, on Xu Liang's side, he was still making use of every second. The cultivation speed of big-headed baby toad OA has also increased dramatically, it's growing stronger. Wait a minute, it seems the White Tower has been affected by big-headed baby toad. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, and not only did the spiritual body of big-headed baby toad OA manifest, but the tower also appeared behind Xu Liang. He let out a roar, catching the girl off guard. At this moment, the pressure on the piano caused one of its strings to snap, and Ling Shui's hand began to bleed. She hadn't expected this and turned to look beside her. What just appeared? It seems like a terrifying aura. Did I summon it from within Xu Liang's body? What was that terrifying thing? Just as Xu Liang summoned the tower to replace the manifestation of his spiritual form, it caught the girl with the guzheng by surprise. At the same time, the strings of the legendary zither snapped, leaving a wound on Miss Shui. Everyone in the hall couldn't hide their astonishment, including Xu Liang. Back to reality, the young man observed himself, then suddenly thought, "Oh no, did I just expose the phantom image of the White Tower? The White Tower is the greatest secret tied to me, the very origin of my being. If others find out, it could bring trouble. I need to divert everyone's attention somewhere else." An idea quickly came to him. He then pointed directly at the zither. It's just a broken string, yet it ended up injuring Miss Shui's hand. Could there be something wrong with the zither? Xia Yan, sitting below, anxiously thought, what is this bastard trying to say? A broken string shouldn't have been part of the performance at Southern Melody Pavilion. Miss Shui's playing technique is flawless, so it must be the instrument that's the problem. Does this imply that I sent a counterfeit to try to win her favor? Suddenly, an uncomfortable thought crossed his mind, feeling despised by everyone around him, including the most beautiful girl in the hall. The little Lord Marquis sent a fake zither again, which ran down the spine of the young master, silently fueling his anger. He gritted his teeth and thought, if you're going to steal my spotlight, fine. But to make me embarrassed by giving a fake zither in front of everyone, do you want to die? Xia Yan, enraged, slammed the table and pointed at Xu Liang, you seem to have predicted everything. The young man immediately cast a binding spell on the young master, calming his anger. After being hypnotized, the young master's thoughts were, even though Xu Liang stole my spotlight, it seems he didn't do it willingly, and he doesn't even know Miss Shui. Maybe Miss Shui asked him to take the stage simply because he's a disciple of Shushan. If I get angry over this, wouldn't that show a lack of tolerance? Besides, can I really confirm that this zither is fake? Maybe my father was deceived, or maybe he lied to me saying it was real. Should I forgive him? At that moment, Xia Yan stood up in front of the guests and gently said, "Don't speak anymore, let's check Miss Shue's injury first."
Everyone thought, he's feeling guilty now. The zither isn't fake, he's not running away?
Ling Shui looked down, full of fear and panic. Then, she turned her gaze towards Chu Liang, thinking, the musician who plays the zither will, of course, know that this instrument cannot be fake. The string snapped, and I am deeply distressed.
The reason the string broke is ultimately because I had the urge to test Chu Liang.
It seems that I unwittingly triggered a change in him, leading to this tragedy. Through the recent investigation, it was discovered that Chu Liang's cultivation level is not high, but there seems to be some secret within his body. Perhaps that is the reason he is able to unleash such a powerful sword technique.
In the cultivation world, it is not rare for someone to have secrets. Even I myself have a few secrets. This secret of Chu Liang was accidentally glimpsed by me, which felt a bit presumptuous. If I were to reveal it in front of everyone, it would indeed be a bit inappropriate. I feel so small when standing in front of him, thinking about this. Back in the present, she embraced herself, thinking that it stemmed from guilt and a desire to protect Chu Liang. So, it would be okay for little Lord Marquis to suffer a bit of injustice. After a while, Miss Shui used the excuse of tending to her injuries to leave the theater. The two men of little Lord Marquis also immediately left the banquet. Chu Liang walked over to where his friend was sitting and called out, "Hey, Lin Bei, what are you doing?"
The brothers in arms over there are still socializing.
Chu Liang leaned in close and whispered to Lin Bei, "Did you forget why we came here? When you have the chance, go find little Lord Marquis and ask about Sister Xiaoyu's matter."
His friend seemed a little confused.
"Can't you ask him yourself?" Chu Liang looked thoughtful. "I can't. Given what just happened, he might get jealous of me." Lin Bei said, "Didn't he just speak to you in a very gentle and courteous manner?"
"I think the temperament of that little Marquis is quite good." On the contrary, Chu Liang thought, just because things seem fine doesn't mean they always are.
Besides, it could all be an act. Hurry up, or they'll be long gone. Alright, then I'll go and inquire a bit.
As soon as he stepped outside the door, a subordinate rushed over to inform Xia Yan.
"Little Lord Marquis, there's been an incident in the cabin.
The maiden that you asked Master Lu to bring yesterday, she's escaped." The young master's face immediately turned urgent.
Escaped? A fragile maiden? How could she possibly escape from a cabin that's tightly guarded?
I recall the way Lu Xiaowu described her. She wasn't a fragile maiden at all.
She's a monster. She saved a woman on the ship. Fortunately, there were enough guards, so they managed to catch those people. However, the female demon is still at large. A team of martial artists is currently following the Shinnan River in pursuit. Xia Yan ordered, the situation on the ship must never be revealed.
She must be captured, alive if possible, but dead if necessary.
Yes. He then turned to Master Lu and said, "Master Lu, you need to go back for a while.
I don't trust the others to handle things. Later, I still need to talk to someone from the Dongjing gang." After a while, Lin Bei followed little Marquis to the resting hut. The young man thought to himself, based on an inexplicable feeling between peers, he could sense that little Lord Marquis was definitely some sort of lecher. Seeing that his subordinate had gone alone, it was clear that something was going on. He had sneakily come here to wait for someone. Could it be a secret meeting with some maiden? After drinking, there were people sneaking around outside, and thinking about the forbidden scene, Lin Bei's expression grew increasingly improper. At this moment, footsteps approached. The young man immediately became alert. Someone was coming. It sounded like the footsteps of a man. Peeking out, Lin Bei saw a tall man walking toward him, clearly male. The expression on his face shifted from improper to completely perverse. He rubbed his hands together, excitedly thinking how much more thrilling this would be. At that moment, the man from Dongjingbang arrived and greeted, "Little Lord Marquis." Xia Yan regained his composure, turned toward the voice, and inquired, "Senior Brother Shui, how have you been?"
Regarding the matter I mentioned before, what does the sect leader think?
The man clasped his hands and replied, Hallmaster Cheng's opinion is that even if we continue with the business, it should be paused for a month or two after this trip. In recent days, Su Bo Shan's daughter has been sending people to investigate our Dongjing gang, and the situation is tense.
We absolutely cannot let her catch us.
If we temporarily stop, of course, we have no objections. After all, our side needs some time to prepare, and at most, we can accumulate a bit more.
Many thanks to little Lord Marquis for understanding. So, when will our next shipment be?
Xia Yan thought for a moment before replying, it will be during the performance of Shui Ling Shui. By then, the whole city will be heading to Mountain Villa, and our ships hiding along the river will be in the best position.
That's good then. Lin Bei sighed in disappointment as he sat down.
I thought I would discover some big brothers in arms battle or something, but instead, I hear things I don't understand.
Just like that, you sneak away.
It seems like now isn't the time to ask him, let's just go. Suddenly, the young man accidentally stepped on a twig, making a noise. This drew the attention of the Dongjing Bang member, who immediately rushed over to investigate.
Lin Bei's face turned pale with fear. Damn it, we've been discovered.
The young man quickly calmed himself down, not panicking. He then pulled down his pants and thought, I have a plan.
With his glaringly exposed backside, he awkwardly turned around and scolded, What? Never seen someone go to the bathroom before?
This move completely stunned the man from Dongjingbang.
What are you looking at? Never seen a man's backside before? The man, seeing this scene, couldn't help but gape in astonishment and loudly said, Who allowed you to defecate freely here?
Lin Bei seized the opportunity, quickly pulling up his trousers and running off, not forgetting to say a few words. The sky looks like it's from the dark world, but it seems pretty kind-hearted.
Xia Yan only came over at this point and asked, What happened? Nothing, just a drunk man.
A while later, at Dingshan Marquis' residence, after the banquet, little Lord Marquis had returned home, waiting for Master Lu to come back.
He then asked, How was it?
The man responded, That little girl turned out to be like a fish once in the water, she moves quickly. I locked her vital energy, only had time to make her taste one strike within a dozen or so miles. When I recall the moment the knife went into her belly, I'm not sure if she's dead yet, but I've ordered them to search day and night. If she's dead, there should be a corpse.
Xia Yan shouted, You attacked her yesterday, and didn't notice she was a demon?
Master Lu crossed his arms and calmly replied, Whether human or lesser demon, they are all the same to me, weak and insignificant.
She didn't reveal any demonic aura, so it was indeed hard to detect.
Furthermore, if I had killed her at that moment, it wouldn't have mattered whether she was human or demon. The young master continued to hold his head in frustration. Indeed, it was because he had allowed Master Lu to spare Lu Xiaowu's life.
Who would have thought that something like this would happen?
Now that the situation had unfolded, it was of course impossible to blame Master Lu, but who should he blame?
Certainly not himself, right?
After a while, he concluded, All right, a lesser demon who was struck by your blade probably won't survive anyway.
Even if it dies, would a mere monster dare reveal our secrets?
A moment later, sitting alone in his private room, Xia Yan was seething with anger, replaying the events of the day, feeling nothing but frustration.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
He had spent so much money to gift the Guqin, only for it to be snatched away by those Shushan disciples. Later, when the instrument broke, that person would blame him for giving a fake Guqin. He clenched his fists, his face showing the veins of anger clearly. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, At that moment, I didn't even scold him.
In the end, who was the stubborn one?
And yet, he had accepted the blame so easily, not to mention the fact that the female demon had escaped. If Chu Liang were not a disciple of Shushan, he might have even wanted to send Master Lu to kill him that very night. Unable to hold it in, he slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Just thinking of that face, little Lord Marquis covered his face, his eyes wide with rage. It was such a pity that with Chu Liang's status, he could only suppress his anger. After all, it was utterly irrational to risk killing a disciple of Shushan. Thinking about the beauty of Southern Melody Pavilion, he believed there was no rush. Shui Ling Shui must be in my grasp. The next day, at Li Family Manor, in the villa of Miss Shui, Xia Yan had arrived at her temporary residence. Shui Ling Shui spoke first. Little Lord Marquis, what brings you here today?
Miss Shui, I am here to atone for my sins.
In the heart of this young master, there was nothing virtuous. Having missed the best opportunity to explain, and with everyone believing the guqin he had bought was a fake, it was better to admit it. Taking a step back to advance, using this as an excuse to meet Shui Ling Shui privately.
This was his strategy, and with such thoughts in mind, he spoke. Yesterday, I went back to ask my father.
He didn't know that the guqin, which was bought at a high price, was actually a fake. It caused Miss Shui's finger to be injured, which was the biggest mistake. Therefore, my father specifically instructed me to come here and atone to Miss Shui.
The girl, not thinking much, replied, It's fine, I am also a cultivator. A small wound like this has already healed.
The little Lord Marquis smiled politely and expressed, Miss Shui is generous. Of course, you say it's fine, but I still feel very guilty. To show my sincerity, I have hired a flower boat and would like to invite Miss Shui to enjoy the scenery of Shinnan River with me tonight. Thinking of the scene where the beautiful maiden shyly holds his hand and agrees, he couldn't help but smile faintly. He had come to invite maiden himself. The biggest taboo was to invest all one's emotions, especially in the early stages of a relationship, when they had just gotten to know each other. Suddenly inviting her for a late-night feast would only seem presumptuous, and she would inevitably feel hesitant. And now, with an opportunity like this, it was crucial to take advantage of the moment to extend the invitation as naturally as possible. As long as she agreed to meet at the designated spot, during their time together, he would surely find a reason to meet again. After one or two such encounters, sooner or later, she would become accustomed to his presence. By the time she realized that she had developed feelings, it would be too late. Contrary to this fantasy, Shui Ling Shui immediately dashed his hopes.
Sorry, little Lord Marquis, I already have an appointment tonight. Quickly adjusting his expression, he tried to find out who it was in Nanguan City. Perhaps he could discuss it with them.
Taking a little of Miss Shui's time, if I don't properly apologize to Miss Shui, not only will I lose sleep, but I won't even have a way to speak to my father. Just then, Xu Liang walked in, and Shui Ling Shui gestured toward the young man to introduce him.
He's not from Nanguan City, but a young hero, Xu Liang, from the Shushan sect. The young man naturally approached and waved his hand in greeting. Miss Shui.
Little Lord Marquis is also here. At this moment, Xia Yan looked at him with a resentful gaze, thinking to himself, I just want to punch him hard.
That damned brat, he ruins everything every time. I really want to beat him up.
Despite this, he tried to suppress his anger, forcing a smile and asking,
Young hero Chu, do you have an appointment with Miss Shui today?
Looking at the young master's expression, Xu Liang thought to himself, it seems the face of the whole family doesn't look too good, it's almost like it's distorted. I indeed have an appointment with Miss Shui today, but it's only a short meeting.
Perhaps Shui Ling Shui used this reason to decline little Lord Marquis' invitation.
Then, the young man replied, Yes, I came to see her today because I had something to ask her. In theory, it's to help her bear the resentment of little Lord Marquis, but yesterday I stole his achievement, and even said he gave a fake instrument, and today I took his date away.
Little Lord Marquis might really hate me.
Young hero Chu Xiaoyan clenched his fists, wishing he could crush Chu Liang. If Chu Liang didn't cooperate, even though he was a disciple of the Shushan sect, this was still Nanguan City. If this brat kept provoking me, I wouldn't mind settling old scores and new ones with him. Xu Liang immediately cast a curse on the young master once again. Immediately, Xia Yan became surprisingly amiable. You and Miss Shui must have a great time together. Little Lord Marquis thought to himself, it's strange, just moments ago, I was so angry, yet why have I suddenly let go? Shui Ling Shui also felt something was off. She had originally thought he was just a lustful and cunning disciple, but after two encounters, aside from certain matters, his personality was actually quite good.
This was rare in royalty and nobility. Shu Liang approached and struck up a conversation. By the way, little Lord Marquis, I happened to meet a lady before. She said her sister went missing near Li Family Manor. The people at Li Family Manor also mentioned that they saw you talking to the missing lady. This was during your last visit to Li Family Manor. Do you remember anything about it? Suddenly, Xia Yan felt a bit anxious. He was asking about Lu Xiaowu. Although he was no longer angry, the matter of Lu Xiaowu could never be told to him. He had to hold back. Little Lord Marquis responded, I have many pleasures at Mountain Villa, and you've been there enough times too. I truly don't recall. I'll go back and ask the servants if they have any news. With that, he waved his hand and walked off. Shu Liang also raised his hand in farewell from inside. All right. Then, I'll trouble little Marquis to check on it. After the person left, Xueling Xue immediately covered her mouth and smiled. Earlier, I still thought he would cause a scene. I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Min also responded cheerfully, indeed, his temper is quite good. Returning to the main topic, Shu Liang spoke up. What about the matter I asked you about yesterday, Miss Shui? I still want to hear that Sunling battle support piece in full. Recalling the difference in their cultivation, the young man thought to himself, yesterday, Miss Shui's performance was interrupted because the string on her zither broke, and the puppet could only record a portion of it due to its limited speed. This meant that the puppet could only operate at high speed for a short period. Therefore, today, he wanted Miss Shui to play the piece in full. Who knows, it might work. Without hesitation, Xueling Xue summoned her zither and said, it's just one piece. What's the big deal? Even if young Hero Chu didn't request it, I still need to practice more before the performance. Shu Liang was a little more polite. Then I truly thank you, Miss Shui. I don't want to trouble you with playing this piece. If there's anything I can do for you, please feel free to ask. According to the rules of the Jianghu, some form of exchange is still necessary. Xueling Xue didn't hesitate at all and replied, coincidentally, today, by using young Hero Chu's name to decline that person's invitation, it can be seen as a fair exchange. Earlier, when I used Shu Liang's name to refuse little Lord Marquis' invitation, it must have caused some inconvenience for you. Now, agreeing to this small request of his is my way of making it up to you completely reasonable and justified. Shu Liang secretly admired Xueling Xue in his heart. In the world of martial arts, everyone is a woman, and to do things with such meticulous care, without wasting words and immediately getting to work, is truly impressive. One person was playing the zither, the other was practicing martial arts. As an outstanding student of the Southern Melody Pavilion, Xueling Xue showed great skill while playing the zither. As for Chu Liang, the young man called out the puppet and thought to himself, with Miss Xue's help, he could finally complete the recording with the highest operational speed. At Dingshan Marquis residence, in Xian's room, he sat deep in thought and asked the steward standing beside him. Do you think there is a kind of supernatural power in this world that can make a person, no matter how much harm they have done to you, unable to get angry when they see them? The man, with a face wrinkled like a monkey's backside, tossed and turned restlessly. The old steward standing beside him chuckled softly and teased. Ha, young master, that's called love. Xian couldn't hold his anger any longer and roared, pointing at the old steward, cursing. What I mean is, I was humiliated by a man, but I can't get angry at him. Saying this to the steward didn't seem to help much, so he waved him off. Go away. Go away and leave me in peace. Yes, yes. Recalling the events at the theater, little Lord Marquis couldn't help but feel irritated. Stealing my spotlight, dirtying my fruit, taking my invitation. That shameless dog, Shushan. If these things were the only ones, would I need to hold a grudge against you, brat? Now that you're a disciple of Shushan, consider yourself lucky. Xian made an unpleasant expression and repeated, but today, you're asking me about Lu Xiaowu, a matter related to the forbidden technique of my Dingshan Marquis family. You've chosen death. If it weren't for that old bastard, if I had no talent, would I still have to rigidly cultivate immortality and die sooner? Immediately, he raised his hand to his forehead and rubbed it back and forth. Little Lord Marquis continued to think, wondering how he could easily accumulate resources to do such a thing.
Not to mention spending all the savings of 3 generations of his family, he had to abandon his brain-dead business just to maintain the consumption of the old bastard's cultivation. If the matter of Lu Xiaowu were to be exposed, Dingshan Marquis would face great danger. If it were just some lesser demon, not knowing whether they were alive or dead, it wouldn't matter, but if any disciple of Shushan took notice of this, the situation would become very serious. He thought quietly for a while, then decided to trouble the priest to come over. At that moment, a portal suddenly appeared beside him.
Master Lu stepped out from within and asked, "What's the matter?" Xian showed a wicked expression and said, "I want them to die."
Right now, at Miss Shue's performance venue, while we were waiting for the show, someone sent us a letter. Lin Bei, seeing Lu Xiaoyu looking upset, spoke up to encourage her. Xiaoyu, calm down a bit.
You two share the same position as Qinli. She will definitely not be in any danger, it's unlikely.
Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were still filled with tears. I want sister. At this moment, Xu Liang opened the letter and looked at its contents. Someone had seen Xiaoyu's movements here and asked for us to come and check it out for more information.
Xu Liang then informed everyone that the news was related to Xiaoyu's sister.
The letter mentioned that someone had encountered a maiden at Shinnan River who looked very similar to Xiaoyu. She could be her sister, and they wanted us to take her there for confirmation.
Lin Bei also gave his opinion. Such good luck. Let's take her to see this before tonight's performance, they might be able to reunite.
Xu Liang went ahead and flew out of the window, riding his flying sword. Lu Xiaoyu followed closely behind. He turned to his friend and said, I'll take her there. I find this news a bit strange, so if I'm gone too long and don't return, you should quickly go back to Shushan and report it. Lin Bei, left behind, sighed with a hint of frustration.
Should I report the news again? Why do I have to say such a thing?
After a while, both of them arrived at the location mentioned in the letter. Xu Liang looked at the man in front of him and immediately recognized him as the little Lord Marquis of Dingshan, confirming that the recent news was indeed related to him. Little Lord Marquis, the young master turned around with a smile that was difficult to decipher.
You two have arrived? Xian, with a face full of angry veins, clenched his fists and said, Few people have made me so angry since I was young.
You? Xu Liang squinted, guessing silently. The force of the attack was too strong. This state of his was not good news. Taking the initiative, Xu Liang applied the curse of malice on the man for the 3rd time, causing him to stagger. You! At this moment, the little Lord Marquis began to reflect on his own actions.
Why did I lose my temper like that earlier?
If I were to swap places with him, his actions would seem reasonable. And today, I've decided to kill him already.
Why should I be angry with someone who is about to die? Truly, my mental state isn't very stable. Xu Liang asked again. Little Marquis, do you know where Xiaoyu's sister is right now?
I don't know. If I did, I would have killed her already, Xian said frankly. Lu Xiaoyu, hiding behind the young man, couldn't help but be surprised by this information. She stepped forward angrily and asked, Why do you want to kill my sister? The little Lord Marquis replied calmly. I originally planned to trick her into Ho Manor, not to kill her.
Who knew she would be so unreasonable? Eavesdropping on the secrets of Ho Manor, I wanted to sell her to Dongyu. Who would have thought she was a demon and managed to escape?
I cannot let the secrets of Ho Manor be exposed. You shouldn't get involved in this matter. His eyes darkened with malice as he added. If disciple Shushan finds her, wouldn't I be doomed forever?
Fine, today, I can only kill you here.
Xu Liang thought to himself, it seems he's prepared for dealing with a 3 realms cultivator. The young man then asked, Dingshan Marquis, do you really have such a shameful secret that you want to protect?
Xian pointed towards Xu Liang and replied, It's just selling a maiden to the man from Dongyu. Now that I've told you, you should be on your way. Where did it come from? A hand pulled out a short dagger.
Lu Xiaoyu looked at Chu Liang, her expression worried. Chu Liang, he looks a bit terrifying. The girl's gaze reflected a hand swinging a knife, ready to stab her from behind. She immediately warned him. Chu Liang became alert. What did Xiaoyu see? I can sense killing intent from behind. He then used Flying Leaf to transform into a shield, wrapping his arms around the girl and pulling her inside. Master Lu's plan was completely thwarted as the sturdy shield absorbed the damage from the dagger's strike. However, strength still determined everything. The dagger was so sharp it pierced through the resilient leaf shield and managed to slip inside. In an effort to protect Lu Xiaoyu, Chu Liang was stabbed in the back, spitting out blood. The attacker then withdrew the knife and entered a teleportation gate. He headed back to his master, assessing the situation. One strike didn't kill him, his magical artifact is a bit mysterious. Xian calmly replied, if you manage to escape one strike from Master Lu's concealed lethal strike, consider yourself fortunate to die without regrets. Xu Liang dispelled the defensive spell and looked outside. He immediately pressed on the wound to stop the bleeding. Seeing the girl hugging his leg in fear, he turned back to comfort her. Xiaoyu, don't move once we hit the ground, okay? Despite Lu Xiaoyu's weak appearance, her tears about to fall, Chu Liang still decided to get her out of the danger zone with his leaf shield. Wait for me, I'll go find her. Without further hesitation, you immediately cast the spell to send the leaf orb as far away from here as possible. Xian shouted, don't let her escape. Master Lu immediately obeyed the order and created a teleportation portal using his own spiritual power. That trick the third-level cultivator uses, where can it possibly go? It's impressive for a few seconds, but unfortunately, he missed the orb with his strike. Then he froze and said to his master, he's moving so fast, my divine ability can't keep up with that artifact. Little Lord Marquis pointed toward Chu Liang and commanded, under no circumstances let him escape. The assassin, slightly dismissive, thought to himself that of course he couldn't run away. The disciple of Xu Shan is so foolish, I never expected you would have this trick, and even more so, that you'd offer the chance for someone else to live. Stay here and die. Master Lu, swinging his sword, radiated a heavy, sinister aura. Though injured, Chu Liang still smiled confidently and took out his treasured sword from his spatial bag. Who said that? The assassin hesitated a little. He's just a third-level cultivator, how dare he provoke a seventh-level cultivator? It didn't matter, it was time to harvest. Chu Liang immediately executed his sword technique, Fire Wind Sect Talisman Sword Technique. Xia An's subordinate, without dodging, used the teleportation portal to prepare for another lunge. But he didn't realize that his choice was a mistake until the flames were almost about to collide with him. Wrong, wrong. Master Lu opened his eyes wide in shock. Why is the power so overwhelming? The sound of this sword chi is so intense that it's hurting my ears. As the Azure Greatsword drew closer, he couldn't believe that a third-tier person could unleash such a strike capable of slaying a sixth tier. Where did this power come from? The one who has me will eventually be punished. Those who despise life will be judged, their lives taken away. Those ensnared by hidden weapons will be cursed, as the resentment will condense and backfire. Thus, Master Lu was consumed by the flames, and even Xian was knocked backward by the shockwave of the explosion. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? After killing one person, Chu Liang, filled with killing intent, walked forward. Little Lord Marquis shrank back, thinking he could really kill Master Lu, and in the blink of an eye too. It was too late to regret now. Xian was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale, and he cried out, this Chu Liang is a terrifying demon. Run, run, run toward Nanguan City, head towards my father, he's a powerful cultivator too. Chu Liang, leisurely riding his flying sword from behind, asked, want to run? Without hurry, Chu Liang allowed the man to run into the city gates. Though they had entered a crowded residential area, there was no sign of urgency. He simply let the coward run while he leisurely followed behind on his flying sword. Upon reaching Dingshan Marquis, Xian immediately shouted, Father, I'm here. The soldiers are getting a little suspicious and have raised their guard. After Xian ran back to the camp, he smiled with great joy. The old man was startled and confused. Suddenly, a rope shot out from nowhere, tying up the young master tightly, and he could only scream for help. Right in front of numerous guests, Xian was forced to kneel before the stage by Chu Liang. It was then that the young man realized. How did I fall onto the stage? Well, it's too late now. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Liang loudly announced. Dingshan Marquis of Nanguan City, who deals in the trade of women and treats lies like grass, is guilty of heavenly sins. Today, I, disciple of Shushan, Chu Liang, will bring him to justice. Xian, do you confess to your crimes? The old man, seeing his son humiliated in front of everyone, was filled with rage and dared to confront them. He, along with his bodyguards, used their likeness kung fu to leap onto the stage and warned. Do you even know what you're doing? Chu Liang did not flinch and responded firmly, I am carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens, and didn't forget to press his sword to the young master's throat. Seeing that a direct confrontation was not working, the old man decided to play a psychological game. Ha, speaking recklessly, slandering the royal family, do you know what crime that is? Guards! Seize him! The guards, upon receiving the order, immediately rushed to prepare to capture the young man. However, Chu Liang simply allowed the little Lord Marquis to feel the coldness of the blade against his neck, causing him to become utterly terrified and scream out. Father, no, help me, save me. Unable to lose face any further, the old man immediately channeled his energy, using his 6th level chi to issue an order. How dare this thief capture him? The bodyguards, no longer relying on their hands, drew their swords and charged in. The situation was becoming a little dangerous. Chu Liang thought to himself that it seemed there was no other choice. Suddenly, from above, Lin Bei's flying sword descended, and his voice called out to stop them. Standing between the two sides with deep, sharp eyes, he raised his hand and said, Ho family, please calm down, everyone stop, give face to me, who are you? Like a protagonist bringing salvation, he confidently pointed to himself and replied, I am Lin Bei. The old man had no idea who this person was, but since he was a nuisance, he simply punched him away. Get lost. After sending Lin Bei flying off the platform, the old man pointed directly at him and cursed. Get lost. The young man struggled to get up, angrily saying, I am here for the disciples of Shu Shan, Ding Shan Ho. You dare to kill a disciple of Shu Shan. The old man clenched his fist in anger, and at the same time, released a hint of his spiritual power to warn. Disciple of Shu Shan, attempting to harm the royal family, not only do I want to kill you, but once this matter is settled, I will personally go to Shu Shan to seek justice. Chu Liang saw his friend being beaten, so he immediately drew attention. Ding Shan Ho, release my fellow disciple. He has nothing to do with this. If you release him, I will let little Marquis go. The old man, hearing this, laughed in satisfaction. Ah, if you want me not to kill him, fine. But you are charged with fabricating accusations, deceiving others, and intentionally plotting against the royal family. Do you admit it? Ding Shan Ho applied pressure through his higher cultivation level. Despite this, Chu Liang remained unwavering. By now, many people had gathered below the stage to listen to the unfolding situation. Chu Liang continued. Do you think that killing me will erase the crimes of your Dingshan Marquis? You may silence one mouth, but can you silence thousands of eyes? The old man was completely speechless in the face of this statement, so he decided to simply kill him and deal with the consequences later. True, justice lies within the heart. After this, the court will pass judgment. But today, I must catch this little thief who doesn't know his place. You won't be able to save him, not your son or anyone else. I will kill your fellow disciple right now. With that, he used his spiritual power to pin Lin Bei to the ground, causing him to cough up blood. Although Lin Bei was in pain, he still managed to say a few words. You can't do this, just to protect your son by killing someone else's father. Ding Shan Ho, at this moment, knew that he was in a superior position, so he looked down at Chu Liang with a gaze full of superiority. I will crush your companion to death immediately.
Will you release them or not?
The young man thought for a moment, then released the sword coin, accepting to comply. At this moment, a few of the guards seized the opportunity to rush in and restrain him, as he was now unarmed.
The old man standing to the side secretly rejoiced. "Ha, you're about to die, let's see what face you have left."
Suddenly, Shu Liang smiled mysteriously.
"You're the one who's about to die."
The old man frowned in discomfort when he saw the young man's expression, which was quite irritating. His hand then gathered a wave of magical power.
"Watch as I crush you with my own hands." Suddenly, Shu Liang's master, the Phoenix Empress, appeared, and a radiant aura enveloped the area. She shouted,
"Stop, slowly step down from the stage." The girl then warned, "Anyone who makes a move will die." Ding Shanho, full of rage, thought to himself, again and again, someone comes to interfere.
"They really don't regard me, a cultivator at the peak of the 6th realm, at all, do they?
No matter who comes to stop me, today, I must kill this disciple of Shushan, or this matter will never be resolved." With that thought, the old man decided to use the technique he had once used on Lin Bei, hoping to push back and face the queen. But the girl was completely unaffected, standing still and watching the old man make a confusing spectacle of himself.
As stated earlier, anyone who moves will die.
Phoenix Empress immediately focused her energy into her hand, igniting it with fire, and then swung her fist, ready to land a blow on the old man. After Ding Shanho was punched and flipped head over heels, the crowd quickly dispersed.
"You've killed someone, run quickly, run quickly." Phoenix Empress turned to ask Shu Liang. "Xiao Chu, who is this person? Why is he so rude?"
While fending off several sword strikes from the guards, Shu Liang replied, "Grandmaster, when he had a head, he was called Ding Shanho."
She raised her hand to her chin, trying to recall. "The last name Ding, that's a strange name, could it just be a nickname?" "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter," Phoenix Empress said indifferently. "What are you all still standing there for?
Get lost, don't block my way, I need to check on the disciples' injuries." The guards quickly dropped their swords and begged.
"Yes, we obey, we'll leave right away."
Remembering how she had used the leaf shield to block the damage, Shu Liang secretly felt relieved.
"Good thing I crushed the protective talisman Grandmaster gave me back then."
At this moment, Lin Bei also managed to get up, first heading to the headless old man to curse him.
"See? This is the result of not giving me face."
Then, the young man trotted over to the Phoenix Empress and greeted, "Uncle Master Phoenix Empress, you are truly impressive.
My admiration for you is like an endless river."
Shu Liang's grandmaster turned to ask, "You are also from Shushan, which mountain are you from?" Lin Bei hesitated for a moment before answering, "Where I am from doesn't matter.
What matters is that I am the best friend of Yu Jianfeng.
I have always believed that Uncle Master Phoenix Empress is the strongest among the 36 Feng Masters." She also smiled brightly and happily after receiving the compliment, then asked, "All right, remember to help me spread the word when you get back, no refusal." Suddenly, Nanbei felt a bit worried, scratching his cheek as he asked, "But that guy is from the Ho family."
"Uncle Master, shouldn't you have asked more before killing him like that? Isn't there something wrong with it?" Phoenix Empress showed a face full of annoyance as she answered, "When I arrived, I saw him trying to kill my disciple, what else was there to ask?"
Shu Liang, sitting nearby, felt moved. Such straightforward protection was hard not to appreciate. He then reassured, "Don't worry, my friend, Ding Shanho is involved in human trafficking and treats lives like grass. He's committed countless wrongdoings. The Grandmaster killing him is definitely not in vain. Even if we have to argue with the court, we will explain ourselves." She then crossed her arms proudly, "I told you, Phoenix Empress is always upright and righteous, I never kill anyone without reason. We now see that the issue we need to worry about is something else, my injuries still have no cure.
If this continues, I will soon reach my limit."
At this moment, Shu Liang's nose started to bleed, prompting him to subtly remind.
Phoenix Empress frowned and thought for a moment.
"Master cannot use magic to heal, but don't worry, if you truly cannot go on, I am very skilled in cremation.
Upon hearing these somewhat cold words, the young man couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. Phoenix Empress, seeing this, softened her tone. "Alright, I'll quickly take you back to Shushan for treatment." Lin Bei expressed some concern. "Uncle Master, with your flight speed, by the time we reach Shushan, he will already be dead. I suggest we find a nearby cultivator skilled in healing instead." Where do we go from here?" Ling Shui approached and spoke up. "I can try to help young Hero Chu with his treatment." Her words caught everyone by surprise. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, Phoenix Empress excitedly moved closer to compliment her. "Little girl, you're so beautiful. What's your surname? What's your name? Where do you live?" This made Ling Shui feel a little uneasy. Lin Bei quickly pulled Uncle Master aside to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Uncle Master, I already know all these details, let me tell you. Also, Chu Liang is injured, remember." Without making Chu Liang wait any longer, Ling Shui immediately took out her guzheng, using its musical notes to channel spiritual power to heal the young man. Chu Liang did not miss the opportunity and immediately entered a meditative state to accelerate his recovery. On the side, observing the two girls following Ling Shui explained, "This piece of music is the Spring Revival Sutra, our Southern Melody Pavilion sacred healing melody, and also Shui's senior sister's signature piece. You two can rest assured." Phoenix Empress responded, "Rest assured, I am completely at ease." You don't need to say, lady's skill in this art also adds to her remarkable aura. Lin Bei, standing at the side, commented, "In fact, Miss Shui's figure, beauty, inner qualities, and aura have always been flawless. She could live 10 years less and still be perfect." Chu Liang's grandmaster, observing the girl, couldn't help but salivate, she looked so delicious. This left the two girls standing beside them somewhat speechless. After a while, Chu Liang slowly opened his eyes and looked at his fully recovered body. He then approached the girl and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, Miss Shui." The girl responded, "It's nothing much. Young Hero Chu's actions have earned the respect of others, I only did my small part." The young man, politely, interrupted Miss Shui's performance. "Indeed, I feel guilty, but ultimately, this fault is still far less severe than the heinous crimes of that immoral father and son." Where's Xian?" Lin Bei, upon hearing this, began to look around in search. In the distance, the young master was seen cowering, dragging himself on the floor as he searched for a place to hide, which made Chu Liang look on in disdain. Grabbing the rope, he held little Marquis back, and Lin Bei asked, "Should we hand him over to the court for judgment?" Chu Liang gave a strange smile. "Not yet. We don't have concrete evidence against Ding Shan Marquis. If we hand him over to the court without a solid reason, Shu Shan may end up taking the responsibility. We should gather evidence first before turning him in." "You're right." Xian, still wearing a smug grin, responded. "Ha, indeed, you have no evidence. You're slandering the royal family, which is a heinous crime. I advise you to let him go, I won't pursue the matter any further. Otherwise..." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Bei slapped him across the face so hard that his face contorted. "Shut your mouth." From what the sharp-eyed young man had overheard the night before, he confidently said, "It's just evidence. I already have a hold on it." At that moment, the man from Dong Jingbang, steering the boat while whistling, thought to himself that the Li family manor was probably holding a rehearsal, and now was the time to move the goods. He looked behind and shouted loudly, "Yang Fan, prepare to raise the sail." At that moment, a bolt of spiritual power shot down from the sky, incinerating one of the boats. The Phoenix Empress strode forward with an imposing aura, approaching the man who was collaborating with the little Lord Marquis. With a commanding presence, she spoke one sentence before kneeling. All the people present on the Shennan River were forced to kneel before her. With just a glance, the man felt an overwhelming pressure bear down on him, struggling to lift his head to observe. He saw the afterimage of a fiery phoenix and immediately assumed that this kind of power belonged to the female phoenix from Shushan.
Moments later, several other individuals were also gathered in one spot. Xu Liang and Lin Bei, upon arriving, were taken aback by the speed at which the master worked. When Lin Bei and I arrived, we saw the Grandmaster single-handedly escorting the crew members of 3 ships. We immediately boarded and opened the cargo hold. Sure enough, after removing some goods that had been used as hiding places, we found a large number of maidens hiding in the ship's hold. The 3 ships combined had over 100 people, all of whom were maidens captured from the southern region. After welcoming them, the maidens sincerely reported to the Grandmaster about the situation on the ships. The Empress, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel enraged as she glared down at the leader. "Humph, as expected, the ship is filled with captured maidens. You damn filthy bastards. Even though this one is controlled, he still wants to find an excuse for being exposed. You can kill me if you want, but can you tell me why this matter was exposed? If not, I will die without closing my eyes." Lin Bei appeared from nowhere, grinning with delight. "Ha ha." The man from Dongjingbang, upon seeing the young man, looked both angry and displeased. "You're the drunkard." Lin Bei proudly introduced himself. "Did you think I was truly drunk? Did you think my appearance that day was just a coincidence?" The Shushan sect sent a leader, Master Chu Liangfeng, the strongest Phoenix Empress. 2 of the sect's disciples, both wise and brave, had already figured out your malicious plot. Under orders, I came to Nanguan City to break the case. The day I pretended to go relieve myself to steal intelligence was the crucial moment that exposed all of you. Everything you did could not escape the watchful eyes of Uncle Master Phoenix Empress. After being flattered by her grandson, she also joined in with a smug laugh. Exactly, that's how it happened. Xu Liang, who had been listening from behind as his friend bragged, sighed. By this logic, the credit should go to the master first, Lin Bei second, and myself third. A while later, after that incident, the 2 Grandmasters and Lin Bei returned to Li Family Manor to prepare to watch Miss Shue's performance. I had arrived at a place where I had once been ambushed by cultivators. The young man, flying on his sword through the air, looked down. When he reached a certain spot, he landed. Before, he had been in such a rush that he hadn't been able to deal with the matter or collect the spoils from the assassins. Fortunately, this place was quite remote and uninhabited, and everything was still there. After dealing with the situation for a while and collecting some quite valuable spoils, there was a small purple gourd filled with tasteless black pills. A piece of fabric, belonging to the famous sword that was cut by Fenghua's sword, remained untouched. The inherited technique of the 7 killings forbidden art acknowledges the blade body. The young man looked down at the pile of items he had just looted and made a mental note. Once the spoils were collected, he heard the noise coming from the Li family manor. Xu Liang looked up at the fireworks in the twilight sky and thought that Miss Shue's performance had finally begun. By the time this passed, it was also the perfect moment to catch the enthusiastic atmosphere. Back at Miss Shue's venue, the performance officially started. The place was filled with a lively uproar, a magnificent symphony. Asking Lin Bei, he learned that the symphony was created by Miss Shui herself, titled Zhu Longyu. He looked around at the bustling atmosphere and commented. Speaking of Yu Longyu, now that I think about it, I seem to have forgotten something. He quickly left the performance. Better release the fish quickly. Xu Liang now turned his attention to Lu Xiaoyu, who had been abandoned since the morning. After removing the leaf shield, the girl immediately burst into tears, forcing him to comfort her for a while. Following the magical sensing, as he gradually located her, the sky had already darkened. At this moment, the little girl was both tired and hungry, almost falling asleep. The moment she saw him, tears streamed down her face, and she cried out for a long time. It took a while for her to stop, and then she immediately took her to meet the Grandmaster, hoping to leave her at Yujian Feng as a feng shui treasure to ward off evil. Sometime later, Lu Xiaoyu was being used as a plaything by Chu Liang's Grandmaster. Whose little girl is this? She's so cute. Grandmaster, this is the carp that has transformed, as I mentioned. Phoenix Empress couldn't help but keep petting the little girl's head. Oh, so this is a demon? Even better.
Lu Xiaoyu weakly spoke up. I told you, help me find my sister, and make sure I'm well fed. The empress laughed broadly. No problem, come with us to Shushan, I'll help you find your sister. If we can't find her, then I'll be your sister. Chu Liang, upon hearing this, looked a little worried. Grandmaster, isn't that a bit much? If Lu Xiaoyu becomes your younger sister, wouldn't that mean? What would she call you, according to the hierarchy? Phoenix Empress, who had been carefree, now paused to think. You're right. It's not quite appropriate to keep a demon like this at Shushan. No, I'll still accept her as a junior sister, then she'll be considered part of Shushan's disciples. Suddenly having a place to rely on, Lu Xiaoyu happily hugged Phoenix Empress. Okay, thank you, sister. Chu Liang, with no other options, sighed in resignation. Fine, I accept it. At this moment, in Banyang town, the royal palace, in the imperial study, a man entered and reported to the emperor. Your Majesty, a confidential letter has been urgently sent from the southern region. It's very pressing. Please allow me to read it to you. The man unrolled the letter, reading it aloud while sweating profusely. Tonight, a disciple from the Southern Melody Pavilion is holding a performance outside Nanguan City. Before the performance began, some followers of the Shushan sect caused a commotion and killed Ding Shanho on the spot. Little Lord Marquis was captured alive and bound. The reason seems to be that Ding Shan Marquis and Dong Jingbang colluded to sell the maidens, which was discovered by a disciple from the Lushan sect, leading to a conflict. The officials are still investigating the matter, and the memorial should be presented by tomorrow. The king's face darkened, and his heart was filled with anger. The cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 earths had increasingly shown no respect for royal authority, even committing heinous crimes. They were members of the royal family, yet they were killed directly without going through a court trial. Who dares to kill a member of the royal family like this? The man trembled in fear and immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It was Shushan Master Feng, the queen. Upon hearing this name, the emperor was somewhat surprised, and a glimmer appeared in his eyes. Was it her? The emperor then issued his decree. Ding Shan Manor has committed a heinous crime, and tomorrow it will be judged and executed. Dong Jingbang, let the state authorities investigate thoroughly to determine what exactly happened. Anyone involved shall have their heads displayed for the public to see. Anyone who is connected to this matter must be dealt with severely, and no one shall be allowed to escape. At that moment, in Shushan, Lady Xianfeng sat by a waterfall at Army Dragon Marsh, wearing a raincoat and a conical hat, fishing. Phoenix Empress led Lu Xiaoyu and Chu Liang over and waved her hand to greet him. Uncle, I need your help. The old man seemed to have already anticipated the reason for the girl's visit, and greeted her first. You want to ask about this little girl's situation, right? Phoenix Empress chuckled heartily. If not, how would I call you a wise immortal? One glance and you already know. The old man juggled the turtle shell in his hands and spoke a few cryptic words. The chi of Qinli is flourishing. Even without coming to me, you could still accomplish what you wish. The person you need to meet, you will meet eventually. Phoenix Empress was slightly displeased and responded. Please, don't speak in such vague terms. Just tell us where her sister is, and we'll go find her ourselves. Suddenly, the turtle shell in his hands began to glow. The old immortal chuckled and said, Ha, that person. Lu Xiaoyu anxiously pleaded. Grandfather, please. Even if we can't find my sister, at least let me know if she's safe. I'm so worried about her. The old man then looked at the inscriptions beneath the turtle shell. After observing for a while, he stroked his long beard and gave his advice. Your destiny is bound to Shushan. Stay here in peace, and in the future, there may be a chance to transform into a dragon. Your sister's destiny lies elsewhere. She has her own dragon gate. Lu Xiaoyu asked further, Is she okay? Not only is she fine, but she's living very well. The two of you sisters will reunite very soon.
If you go looking for her now, it will disturb her fate, so it's better to wait. The little girl heard this and had no choice but to accept it. Ah, all right. Before they all disappeared from view, the old immortal, intrigued, asked the name of Chu Liang. Young man, what is your name? The young man turned around and replied, I am Chu Liang. Haha, got it. You can go now. Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the water that caused the fishing rod to shake, catching the old man's attention. On the way back to the mountain, I'll stop by the sword transmission hall and ask Junior Brother to check on the repairs for the flying leaf artifact that was damaged. Yin Yulong noticed a tear in the middle of the leaf, and it was a bit hard to say. Aya, this is really badly damaged. After all, it's to save my old friend's life, so if it can be repaired, that would be the best. He also asked Junior Brother to help assess some of the enemy-killing items that had fallen this time. After all, they belonged to a 6-stage cultivator, so they couldn't be ordinary. At this moment, Yun Yulong was preparing to appraise the Black Cloud steel fragment. Its nature was flexible, light but tough. The outer layer was damaged, but if intact, it could conceal one's aura when worn. Then, Yun Junior Brother suddenly came up with an idea and suggested refining the poison blade and the flying leaf artifact together. Not only would this repair the damage to the flying leaf artifact, but it would also further enhance the power of the artifact. The price is 200 sword coins, no bargaining, Chu Liang silently muttered to himself as he clutched his heart, enduring the pain to place the order. After rounding up the amount, Xiao spent 1,000 sword coins, further worsening his already impoverished financial situation. After that, he went to the Guardian Hall nearby to deliver the inherited secret technique that the masked person had dropped. The librarian, upon receiving the manual, sensed that it was the long-lost inheritance of the celestial art of the 7 slaughters, a rare and precious treasure. The square-faced senior brother was a senior steward of the Guardian Hall, and as a reward for his contributions, he received over 1,000 sword coins without needing to go through any formalities. While he was rejoicing over the large sum of money, he suddenly realized that he hadn't been hunting the poisonous bees for several days and decided to check on the situation at Golden Flower River. However, upon inspecting the surrounding traces, it seemed that no poisonous bees had come around recently, leaving him momentarily confused. Upon returning, Enyu discovered that the Grandmaster was eating casually with Xiaoyu and quickly joined the conversation. The Grandmaster soon retired to rest, and Xiaoyu had managed to gather enough information about the poisonous bee's nest location, finally putting his mind at ease. The sword coins outside had not yet been lost. Flying along the river toward the upstream, Chu Liang discovered that the river gradually veered off course as it turned into the peak of the mountain. The surrounding terrain grew more obscured and narrow. After reaching a dense forest, Chu Liang finally saw the valley that Lu Xiaoyu had mentioned. It was full of trees, and indeed, it was a valley where no one had ever set foot. There were no birds, animals, or insects in the valley, only 2 butterflies, and a vast number of venomous bees buzzing around wildly. Deep within the valley, there seemed to be a hidden cave, and most of the venomous bees were coming and going from it. Vaguely sensing something unusual inside the cave, Chu Liang proceeded to explore. The cave was deep and the path long, with no end in sight as he walked on. He noticed a foul smell in the air, not sweet as he had expected, and had the distinct feeling that the source of the venomous bees lay within. The deeper he ventured, the more venomous bees there were. They gathered in swarms, forming thick clouds. Suddenly, something caught Chu Liang's attention. Looking toward the bees swarming densely in one spot ahead, he thought to himself, these bees seem to be gnawing on a skeleton. Taking a stone from his pocket, he held it firmly in his hand, deciding to throw it at the area where the bees were gathered, to see what would happen. A brief moment of oversight revealed itself, and he deduced that the golden skeleton must belong to a formidable figure, at the very least a 6th-stage physical body cultivator. However, examining the latent spiritual essence hidden within the skeleton, it seemed more likely that this was the remains of a path-seeking stage expert. Such a mighty being, how could they have ended up in this nameless valley? Chu Liang noticed several bees swarming around the golden skeleton. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy burst forth from the skeleton's remains, causing the venomous bees to scatter in panic. Gradually, the dark energy condensed and transformed into a massive bee, 10 times larger than the venomous ones, with a red hue. Chu Liang observed this entity and immediately concluded, "Is this the queen bee? It can command the venomous bees to attack me. If I want to defeat the enemy, I must strike down the leader first." With that thought in mind, the young man swiftly summoned countless sword energies that surrounded him. Sword technique, a protective circle formed from energy swords enveloped Chu Liang, blocking the venomous bee's approach. At the same time, the swords automatically flew towards the queen bee to strike. Chu Liang analyzed the situation and mused, "This flying sword technique is still incomplete, and whenever it hits something hard, sparks fly." Now it was the queen bee's turn to counterattack. It extended its venomous stinger from beneath its abdomen and shot out a stream of toxic venom. The technique was not as simple as it seemed. Just as Chu Liang was about to approach, the poisonous beam split into several smaller beams, catching Chu Liang by surprise. Quick-witted, the young man raised his hand and chanted the sword unity incantation. The sword chi gathered tightly together, forming a shield to block the incoming poisonous beams from reaching their target. Chu Liang hesitated slightly at the potency of the technique's toxicity. The corrosive effect was indeed powerful. He couldn't let that bee cause trouble, so he immediately used the twin talisman sword technique of ice and fire. With that, the young man unleashed a deadly strike towards the queen bee. A moment later, Chu Liang retrieved the residual soul of the queen, while its broken body parts fell scattered on the ground. The young man also approached to examine the skeleton more closely. The queen bee, along with the poisonous bees in the valley, seemed to have gained sentience because it consumed this skeleton. How strong must the owner of this skeleton have been when alive, that even in death, they could cause the bee swarm to evolve? Chu Liang deduced that inside the chest bones of the skeleton, something was emitting a golden light. Upon closer inspection, he discovered something unusual. There's still a document here that hasn't been corroded. It must have been swallowed by him before he died, which is why it remains intact. A powerhouse like him had to resort to such a method to protect his possessions? Well, I'll take it first and think about it later. Chu Liang immediately stepped forward. "Senior, I beg your pardon." He then reached his hand inside the skeleton and pulled out the piece of cloth. While examining the writing on the cloth, the young man concluded that, even if this were the legendary treasure map, it seemed to contain no useful information at all. He couldn't even tell what was drawn on it. Finding the rest of it seemed even more difficult. After a while, all that was left in front of Chu Liang was a pile of dust. He spoke up, "Senior, your bones have been gnawed away by the venomous bees for many years. It must have been uncomfortable. Allow me to perform the last rites for you. Although I don't know what this scroll is, I would like to take it so it may see the light once more. I hope you will not hold it against me." At that moment, under an ancient tree in Shushan by Luofeng, graceful footsteps were approaching. Zhang Yubai, with his hands clasped and head bowed, greeted someone. "Grandmaster, you've returned?" A woman with pink hair, exuding a mature beauty, turned to respond. She asked Zhang Yubai, "Was everything smooth?" The humble girl replied, "It went more or less smoothly." However, there was no true heir of Divine Void Temple. They were merely disciples of later generations, knowing nothing about the temple. Suddenly, a swift step rushed forward. The Grandmaster approached the girl and said, "You're injured." Zhang Yubai responded with a hint of shyness, admitting that she had been a bit hasty during the pursuit and had carelessly fallen into an ambush, but there were no major obstacles. "Hayes, come here," that woman seemed to look at you with some pity for the disciple. A while later, she continued, "Your mother came from the Divine Void Palace, and after recovering, she left. Your father has been searching for the whereabouts of the Divine Void Palace ever since, but there has been no news. You don't need to follow this path, it would be better for you to stay at Shushan and focus on your cultivation. The Divine Void is like a curse, getting too close to it will only bring misfortune." Zhang Yubai responded with a touch of sadness, "But disciple has already been cursed." The master moved closer to the girl and added, "Your father was once an unparalleled genius, and now I only fear that you might end up like him." Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze was full of contemplation as she replied, Grandmaster, there's no escaping anymore. Elsewhere, Chu Liang was holding a document and returned to his inner room, only to discover a letter from Jiang's sister saying that she had returned and that her journey had been smooth. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, followed by a voice, Chu's senior brother, it's Yun Yulong, are you there? Yun Yulong entered excitedly and said, Chu's senior brother, the magic artifact you asked to be repaired has been completed. Chu Liang was somewhat surprised, so fast? After handing the treasured artifact to senior brother, the young man immediately explained its features. Besides repairing the formation patterns on the magical artifact, I also used black iron ore to add an offensive formation pattern. At present, this green leaf already has 3 distinct forms. Chu Liang was quite impressed with the results this time. Then shall we go to the place where we tested the magical artifact last time to try out its power? A while later, in a certain forest, the two of them were preparing for the test. Without hesitation, Chu Liang began chanting a spell onto the treasured leaf, learning from his previous experience. This time I'll just use a small amount of spiritual power. Even though only a small amount of energy was infused into the artifact, the speed at which the leaf flew still left Chu Liang astonished. Aya, that's really fast. The leaf shot upward, and every tree it passed was cleanly sliced through. Yun Yulong, full of pride, asked his senior, so? Isn't it both fast and powerful? Chu Liang now looked a bit worried, let's not talk about that just yet. First, tell me where did it go? The young man pointed behind them and said, isn't it still up there in the tree? Proud of his creation, Yun Jr. brother recounted the process of crafting the treasured artifact. I cleverly combined the new formation pattern with the previous one to ensure that, upon activation, it would reach an extremely high speed. To push its speed to the limit, I also shaped the blade into a curved form that can spin, increasing its destructive power. Earlier I hadn't named it yet, but now I want to call it Flying Leaf Swift Blade. Chu Liang immediately had a question, but it's thousands of meters away from our target. What use is there in having such powerful destructive force? Yun Yulong became a bit embarrassed, scratching his head before responding. The only drawback is that it's hard to hit, but its movement follows a certain pattern. As long as you practice a few techniques, you should definitely be able to improve the accuracy. Chu Liang sighed as he looked at the younger boy. Alright, thank you. This weapon has another ability. Looks like I'll need to learn more skills. With a smile returning to his usual brightness, the younger boy added, moreover, there's another advantage. In battles, masters often rely on the manipulation of chi to pull off attacks. If you aim directly at someone, they're likely to sense it and dodge. But the flying leaf swift blade can be used unpredictably. Its trajectory is hard to predict, and the enemy won't know where it's coming from, making it difficult to defend against. Imagining himself throwing a dagger with an unpredictable trajectory toward the enemy and catching them off guard, Chu Liang grinned devilishly and agreed. Indeed, back in his private room, Yun Yulong took out a glowing gourd and said, by the way, the pill from earlier, I had seen your brother from Pill Cauldron Pavilion check it out. The pill was called the Hidden Origin Pill, and due to its rare ingredients, it was hard to find these days. Its main effect was to completely conceal one's aura. After consumption, even when making a move, there would be no fluctuation in chi. The effect lasted for about an hour, which was likely perfect for an assassin's needs. The young man continued. Chu Liang seemed quite pleased with this function, as its complete concealment had some remarkable advantages. Yun Yulong immediately added, if you sell this pill, it could fetch hundreds of super pill. I'll consider it. The young man began to ponder. A pill like this, if used wisely, could be enough for a perfect assassination or to escape from a situation where death was certain. Unless he was in desperate need of money, it seemed better to keep this valuable item for now. When it came to the next item, the young man appeared a little downcast. As for the material of the Scythe of Furious family, I've already asked for the price in Taotai City. The buyer offered a very high price, which could be exchanged for 800 su. I feel that's too much, so we can put it on hold for now. Maybe the price will drop in the near future. Chu Liang clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, Yun Jr. brother.
The younger man politely responded, "No need to thank me. As long as Chu's senior brother has any good magic tools or materials in the future, feel free to bring them to me for refining." "Well, but the price needs to be lowered." Upon hearing this, Yun Yulon looked a little awkward. After finishing up at the auditorium, Shu Liang made his way back to Yu Jianfeng and quickly sought out Lu Xiaoyu. Without a word, he began to plead for her blessings. Though she didn't understand what was happening, she still nodded and enthusiastically agreed. At this moment, inside the White Tower, the residual soul of the queen bee that Chu Liang had killed earlier was now trapped in a cage, preparing to be used as material for his lottery. After defeating the Great Wind King, he wondered if this time he could unlock a pet reward. After pressing the button, the White Tower immediately returned to him a mysterious egg, which could be hatched into a spiritual beast using inner energy. Once hatched, it would bond with its master and become a natural-born spiritual pet. Shu Liang looked at the egg, feeling a little fascinated by spiritual beasts, and thought that this White Tower could actually open up something with life. Back in the real world, after regaining his senses, Shu Liang thanked Xiaoyu first, but he thought that he should treat her to a nice meal another time. She was really looking forward to it after hearing that. Then, Shu Liang quickly returned to his private room to prepare for hatching the egg. After a moment of channeling his energy into it, the egg began to show slight changes. Shu Liang thought to himself, "It's already reacting just from the energy I've infused, it feels warm, and there seems to be a small heartbeat. No wonder the bond with the spiritual pet is higher. Now it truly has some consciousness. If I continue using my inner energy to nurture it, it might consider me its mother." Thinking about this, the young man felt a little worried. Does that mean I'll become its father-mother? Then, there was another knock at the door. This time, it was Lin Bei. "Shu Liang, it's me, Lin Bei." The young man immediately opened the door for his friend to enter. "Shu Liang, we're about to get famous. Someone from the Heavenly Void Pavilion came to find us, so it's a bit unexpected." At this moment, both of them had mounted the flying sword and were heading towards Tong Tianfeng. Upon opening the door, Lin Bei greeted with enthusiasm. "Friends from the Heavenly Void Pavilion, we've come as agreed." Inside, Zhang Yubai and another girl were already sitting, waiting. The other girl seemed to be someone promising, and immediately introduced herself. "Two young heroes from Shushan, you have arrived. I am a disciple of the Hall of Wind Pursuit, Heavenly Void Pavilion. My name is Zhang Xiaohan. I've come today to ask you both about something related to Nanguan City. I'm also a newcomer to the Hall of Wind Pursuit, with little experience, so I hope you will take good care of me." Shu Liang looked ahead and was somewhat surprised. Why is Zhang's sister here as well? The girl also turned to look at the young man. Seemingly understanding the mindset of the guys, Zhang Xiaohan then embraced her friend and introduced her. "I've known Zhang's sister for some time, and this time I happened to have something to discuss with her, so I invited her to come along. She's sitting here, but you won't be nervous, right?" Lin Bei suddenly broke into a sweat and politely replied. "It's hard not to feel nervous. Zhang's sister is the goddess of Shushan, top to bottom. For us little brothers, it's already difficult enough to even meet her once." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Liang chose a seat opposite the two beauties. Lin Bei immediately became jealous. "CS, he's so natural." At this moment, Zhang Yubai gently pushed her sister's face away and said, "You should start by asking them first. Is it all right if I stay here and listen?" Zhang Xiaohan, touched by the goddess, answered with a satisfied smile. How could it be? After the two friends settled in, she began the conversation. "First of all, I want to ask what brought you two to Nanguan City this time?" Lin Bei replied, "Of course, I have the task of eliminating demons. You know, our Shushan disciples always consider it our duty to rid the demonic guardian path of evil." Upon hearing this, she showed visible interest. "However, according to our investigation, the demon-slaying mission is almost completed. Yet, you stayed in Nanguan for a few more days. Are you waiting for Miss Shue's performance at the Xuan'an AM Ward?"
The young man, with deep-set eyes, did not hide anything and responded, "Not at all. At that time, I was helping a lost young woman find her sister. It was during that process that I discovered the sinister plot of Ding Shan, the Marquis." Chu Liang, standing beside them, looked a little worried, wondering when the guy next to him would start spilling more than he should. Zhang Xiaohan showed an expression of admiration. "Wow, you two are truly chivalrous. However, I've heard that you've had more interaction with Miss Xue. There are rumors in Nanguan that you've started a feud with the little Lord Marquis, and it's because of jealousy in your rivalry for Miss Xue." The information made both of them feel uneasy. Lin Bei turned and shifted the blame onto Chu Liang. "Is this true?" This forced the young man to quickly clarify, "That's not true." She continued to press hard. "I heard from people at Mountain Villa that there's a handsome young hero who went to see Miss Xue, and the two of them shut themselves in to discuss matters while playing the zither." While Lin Bei vehemently denied it, Chu Liang could only sit silently, sweating nervously. Seeing the dangerous look on Zhang Xiaohan's face, the young man couldn't help but think to himself, "What kind of things are you, a disciple of the Heavenly Void Pavilion, eavesdropping on? Why are you listening to these rumors instead of asking about the process and the psychology of struggling with evil?" At this moment, looking at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was showing an unfriendly attitude, made Chu Liang even more flustered. Furthermore, they were still in front of Jiang's sister. Chu Liang then admitted and explained, "I did indeed go to listen to Miss Xue play the zither, but it was just her playing, we didn't talk, so don't listen to what others are saying." Zhang Xiaohan continued to apply pressure with an innocent expression. "Oh? So the two of you were in a room, only listening to music and not talking?" Chu Liang responded, "Yes." That being said, young hero Chu could understand Miss Xue's thoughts from the sound of the zither, without needing words. In the repeated harmony of the music, they had become like confidants. Chu Liang then looked at Jiang Yubai and denied, "Not at all, Miss Xue only played for me once, don't make up stories." Lin Bei suddenly added fuel to the fire, saying, "Nonsense. She clearly played for you a few times, and wasn't it during that time she saved my life?" Upon hearing this valuable information, Zhang Xiaohan immediately approached to interrogate. "Oh, so Miss Xue even saved young hero Chu's life? A beautiful woman with such deep grace." Chu Liang was now completely in a dilemma, only able to think to himself, "Wait, that's not how this word is used." After pumping evenly for a few rounds, Zhang Xiaohan stood aside, watching Jiang Yubai flash a deadly smile at Chu Liang, causing the young man to feel a chill run down his spine. "Ah, I feel like the atmosphere is a bit off, don't you think?" Meanwhile, at Shushan, at Dialong Tan, the old immortal was pulling the fishing rod up from the water. His face showed a hint of strain, and after hundreds of years of fishing, it seemed that today was the day. The old man exerted all his strength, causing his clothes to rip apart, revealing a muscular body. He then shouted loudly and pulled the rod up. A few swirling water currents were brought up with it. "Break through this limit with me." Hidden beneath the columns of water was something golden emerging. Upon closer inspection, it was a dragon with golden fur. Its eyes radiated a fierce, menacing look. Looking at the mythical creature, the old man laughed heartily. "Ha, Shushan has finally produced a dragon." The dragon broke through the water and soared into the sky, accompanied by the old man's loud laughter. It passed through the layers of clouds and headed towards Tong Tianfeng. Indeed, the true dragon shall bear the fate of Shushan. It is truly a blessing for our mountain gate. But this small mortal world cannot withstand the upheaval caused by a true dragon, so rest assured, from now on, the dragon pool shall be your dwelling. A gigantic hand descended from the clouds towards the dragon. They collided with each other in an extremely powerful clash. After the impact, the dragon immediately flew back down to Diaolong Tan. Returning to Chu Liang, following the wish to only dig into the rumors about Miss Zhang, he simply did as she asked, redirecting her attention away from himself. The young man then actively asked questions. "Do you know what kind of perverse nature little Lord Marquis has? Do you know the untold story of Ding Shan Ho and his son? Do you know the inside details of why I exposed the Ho family?"
Is that a twisted human nature or moral decay? Do you know?
Zhang Xiaohan asked with great interest.
Tell me more.
Suddenly, outside the window, the sight of the dragon being obscured by that arm, covering the sky, was caught by everyone. Miss Zhang immediately spoke up.
Jiang Jiang, quick, look.
Your Shu Shan has revealed the true dragon.
It seemed like Shu Shan's headmaster had also made a move.
She thought to herself, the true dragon descends, Master Zhang suppresses the true dragon, this is definitely top news in Zhou, without a doubt. This news will absolutely be written by me, along with the 2 other stories, Zhang Yubai and Nanguan City. A moment later, following Chu Liang's words, the major news of the true dragon's appearance, Miss Zhang certainly wouldn't miss it. She quickly left with Jiang's sister. I still need a moment to stabilize after hearing the news about the true dragon. At this moment, at Bai Luo Feng, Bai Luo Shu Ding, Zhang Yubai had returned to her master.
Grandmaster! The young woman called out. What is it? Zhang Yubai immediately responded.
The true dragon has really appeared at Shu Shan, disciple felt like it was watching me at that moment. The Grandmaster made an assessment, the true dragon is truly not an ordinary beast, but a true spirit of the world.
Could it also be able to awaken immortal spirit? The young woman was a little confused in her mind.
Disciple didn't know that only a few people were in the room at that time, so she thought that it was very likely that she was the true dragon's target. The master then stood up and said, this matter has already occurred, I will meet with the sect leader later to discuss the situation. Even if it is the true dragon, I will absolutely not let it harm my disciple.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
A voice from the sky caught Jiang Yubai's attention.
Yanzi, that sound, it's Phoenix Empress Uncle Master coming to see Grandmaster again.
Phoenix Empress and Grandmaster had been close friends since they were young, and it was only Uncle Master who could casually call Grandmaster by their name. Suddenly, the young woman had a few thoughts about Queen Uncle Master, Yu Jianfeng, and Chu Liang. Upon mentioning the name of that flirtatious person, her attitude became somewhat sulky.
When the queen finally landed, she coquettishly called out, Yen, my little Yanzi.
The master then instructed her disciple Yubai, you go back first, and then the 2 friends will talk.
Why are you here again?
Phoenix Empress stretched out both arms, preparing to throw herself into her friend's embrace.
You are my best friend, of course, I want to visit you frequently.
Despite the woman hugging her, Yan Zi brought up the past again.
By the way, you tricked me into borrowing 3,000 or 5,000 sword coins, didn't you? Phoenix Empress replied with a smile.
Heh, the way you're saying it makes me seem like an outsider.
Can this really be called trickery? Didn't I borrow it openly? The woman pushed Chu Liang's grandmaster aside and spoke. A loan should be repaid, that's what borrowing is all about. Phoenix Empress then took out a purse and said. Right, wasn't I just coming to pay you back?
Of course, I borrowed too much from you to repay it all at once. There's 1,000 sword coins here, consider it interest.
Yan Zi looked at her friend with suspicion.
She figured the sun had to rise from a very unusual direction for her to see a Feng actually pay back any money.
Chu Liang's grandmaster added.
By the way, I have something important to discuss recently.
Could you lend me something?
It seemed that she had caught on to her friend's intentions, and Yan Zi narrowed her eyes with a look of deep calculation.
Ha, I see. The female phoenix quickly rushed to explain. Hey, it's not that I'm paying you back just to borrow something from you. Yan Zi hurriedly stepped back from Phoenix Empress and asked. What do you want to borrow? The ancient sword of destiny dispersal?
As soon as she heard the name of the item, Chu Liang's grandmaster used her footwork to flee, causing the female phoenix to chase after her in an attempt to hold her back.
Isn't there nothing we can't discuss? A little use won't damage it, and I'm not asking you to give it to me. Yan Zi, don't leave. Yan Zi, wait for you to come back before continuing.
Despite Phoenix Empress's desperate pleas, the woman simply used her strength to break free and leave.
Phoenix Empress, realizing she could not chase her, could only show a look of weakness. Yan Zi, how can I live without you? After returning to Jianfeng, I first went to the back mountain to practice flying leaf-locking saber for a while. Xu Liang found me an open space to practice flying the leaves. After many practice sessions, specifically cutting down nearly an entire section of the forest, I realized that this technique indeed has some rules, but it's just too difficult to fully grasp. The only way to understand these rules is through extensive practice. The entire forest in front of me, including the peaks, had been chopped down and was in complete disarray, which didn't look right at all. After practicing for a while, I finally decided to leave the remaining trees and prepare for my own house. Next time, I definitely need to go down the mountain and find a secluded place to practice. Back in the main hall, Xu Liang began preparing to write a letter and send it via a crane to his cousin, Zhang. I feel like Zhang's face wasn't looking good today, and I didn't get a chance to speak to her alone, so it's better to write her a letter. The content of the letter was: Zhang's sister, I noticed that your complexion wasn't good today, you seem troubled. Has something happened? A moment later, another paper crane was sent back, with a very brief reply. Nothing. Seeing this, Xu Liang wrote another letter. If there's nothing, that's good, but it still made me worry. I just found a fruit tea with a very unique flavor and I want to give it to senior sister. We'll meet at the usual spot later, maybe next time, she replied bluntly. As a stray man, he still didn't quite grasp the situation. If there's nothing else, let's meet today. It's been a while since we last saw each other. Xiao Baizhe kept bringing up her name, and it seemed like Zhang Yubai was starting to go along with it. I remember that she couldn't speak, right? Fine, then let's meet at the usual place. A little while later, outside Pagoda Peak, a sweet pink hue from the tree canopies covered the entire area. At this moment, both Xu Liang and Zhang Yubai were inside the cave. The unicorn, seeing them, joyfully ran back and forth around them. Xu Liang, carrying a pile of items, spoke up. Didn't you say it remembers her? She responded. I think it misses you more. Well, if it's for Xiaoyu's blessing, this fruit tea has been brewed with a variety of flavors. He said happily. I found some new flavors of strawberry tea this time. Every cup has a different taste. Miss Jiang, you should try it. She seemed to still harbor some lingering resentment over Ling Shui and asked irritably. Did you give it to Miss Shui to play the instrument for you first? Of course, the guy gave a thumbs up in confirmation. Hearing those two words, Zhang Yubai showed a dangerous smile. Of course not. The young man clarified, Miss Jiang is the first person I thought of. With that, Xu Liang began to speak endlessly. I also want to invite Zhang's sister to taste the flavor of each type and then choose the one with the best taste to bring to Miss Shui. Unable to shut the kid up, she still tried to suppress her frustration. You, of course, were just joking around for fun. I don't even know why that girl from Heavenly Pivot Pavilion kept asking me about Ling Shui that day. Maybe she was looking for some gossip to entertain others? I'm not that close to Miss Shui. Looking at Zhang Yubai, Xu Liang added, the situation is just as I said, I was just helping her a little. She saved me once, after all, but no matter what, it can't compare to the position that Zhang's sister holds in my heart. Her words made the girl feel somewhat amused, but she still had to appear serious. What? Who cares about that? Then, I talked with Zhang's sister for a while, sharing my experiences from the past few days. She briefly mentioned what she had been up to. It turns out there was a group of people in Dongyu under the name of Divine Void Temple, and she had gone there to gather them. Xu Liang recalled, I know that name, Divine Void. Those who have reached the 9th level of the mystic realm can be called divine beings. Throughout history, only a few have ever done so. It is said that when a 9th level person's lifespan is nearing its end, they enter the divine void and never appear in the world again. There are many legends about it. Some people say that it is a burial tomb, while others claim that it is the only way to ascend. In short, it is a mysterious land in mythology. Back to the cave, what about the Divine Void Temple or something like that? Seeing the look on Jiang Yubai's face, she seemed reluctant to mention that place, so I naturally didn't want to ask any more about it. Jiang Yubai suddenly remembered. Oh, right. How far have you progressed with the sword talisman path? Show me a bit. Faced with Jiang Yubai's small test, I immediately stood up, feeling refreshed. At the moment, I can skillfully perform the twin talisman sword. I have also mastered 3 types of talisman scripts: ice, fire, and wind. Then, I demonstrated the twin talisman sword of ice and fire, followed by the twin talisman sword of wind and fire. Jiang Yubai sat and watched, then commented that the power of this sword technique was much stronger than before. What cultivation realm are you at now? Xu Liang asked. Divine Will Realm, late stage of Qi cultivation. Indeed, my cultivation level had reached the late stage of Divine Will Realm, just as the girl had predicted. Suddenly, Jiang Yubai felt something strange in her mind. Wait a minute, I remember when I first met Xu Liang, he seemed to only be at the middle stage of Divine Will Realm. His cultivation level back then was rather weak, wasn't it? How did he surpass the middle stage and reach the late stage in such a short time? Suddenly, Jiang Yubai stood up and moved forward. She leaned closer to the young man, observing her surroundings. Moreover, seeing that this Qi was clearly advancing to the great late stage, preparing to reach the peak of the Divine Will Realm. Despite Xu Liang's confusion, she continued to think, the peak of the Divine Will Realm represents the completion of the 3rd rank, allowing one to ascend to the 4 realms' solidified golden core. But how could it be progressing this quickly? From the middle stage of the Divine Will Realm to its peak, I've spent so much time, far more than others. And if Xu Liang is truly as talented as this, then why hasn't he stood out all these years? But during this time, his cultivation has advanced so rapidly. Pulling herself out of these thoughts, she asked the young man, Xu Liang, have you secretly been practicing some demonic cultivation technique? He was somewhat speechless. Then, he confirmed, Senior sister, please don't worry, everything about me is righteous. It's just that when I was younger, no one guided me in my cultivation, so perhaps that's why my progress was so slow. Now I'm just trying to catch up. I can assure you, I will never go astray. At this moment, Xu Liang thought, if I could place the blame on her for helping me cultivate, who would dare speak ill of me then? Jiang Yubai also had her own thoughts. Although it said that a peerless genius should never be buried, her grandmaster was the female phoenix, after all. If you think in the usual way, even if it's twisted, it can still be understood. And so, the day passed. The next morning, outside Shushan, Xu Liang was searching for a place to practice. He arrived at another patch of land and thought to himself, practicing the flying blade on a dense mountaintop is too cluttered with trees. It's better to find a place where no one's around and continue practicing in peace. Afterward, the young man didn't waste any time and began to learn more ways to control the flying leaf technique. It felt a bit like playing basketball, didn't it? No matter how good the technique, it doesn't guarantee that you'll hit the target every time. How could I ensure a 100% success rate now? Unless I hang a flying koi, a rather rude thought popped up in his head. Suddenly, something strange occurred above Xu Liang's hand. Why is there a golden symbol here? Could it be that I accidentally harvested some demonic creature while practicing the flying blade? He moved toward the source of the light and looked down at a shell that had been split in two, emitting a small amount of dark energy, still lingering with traces of residual yin energy. It really had a physical form, but inside it seemed to be a soul of dark energy, quite bizarre. From a distance, black specks were flying toward him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were spiked balls, identical to the one he had just seen, charging toward him. Who's there? Could it be that this thing has some kind of collective consciousness? The young man prepared to counterattack with his green sword, making his judgment. To be continued. Xu Liang was a bit surprised as he looked at himself. Xu Liang faced the dark spiny balls and summoned thousands of sword chi from the 100 sword technique. A couple of them got hit by the attack, causing the rest to panic and flee. Xu Liang quickly chased after them, using his light body skill while saying, "Where are you running to?
A while later, in a grassy field, Lu Xiaoyu was leisurely resting, gazing up at the white clouds. She felt carefree, the sky was truly blue, and the clouds were genuinely white. At this moment, Zhu Liang arrived and waved, calling out, "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu." She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and immediately guessed why the young man had come to find her. "You want a blessing again, don't you?" He patted her head while muttering a prayer. "You've worked hard." Inside the White Tower, Zhu Liang looked out at the cage holding many residual souls from the spiny balls he had just collected, and a few thoughts crossed his mind. The speed of those black spiny balls was quite fast. Earlier, he had chased them for a while and managed to slash down a dozen or so, but the rest scattered in all directions. He couldn't be bothered to search for them. This kind of small monster probably wouldn't have anything valuable, so he decided to inspect their bodies first. After pressing a button, the tower returned a few strange seeds along with a description. After planting them, one could obtain golden patterned flowers and golden patterned fruits. Eating them would replenish vitality, detoxify, and improve one's complexion. According to the rules of the martial world, if someone gives you these seeds, you're supposed to say something in return. Thinking of this, Zhu Liang recalled those who had given him rewards. Good shuttlecock, a lifetime of peace. After returning home, the young man immediately grabbed his hoe and shovel, preparing for his farming endeavor. After all, there was nothing else to do, go ahead and try it out first. He went outside, climbing up the small hill, and found a flat, empty patch of land. He dug a hole and planted the seeds. After that, he went to Pill Cauldron Pavilion to buy a packet of medicinal herbs to accelerate the growth of the plants. Not long after, Lu Xiaoyu appeared. She looked at the freshly plowed soil and curiously asked, "Zhu Liang, what are you doing?" The young man replied, "I'm waiting for the plants to grow and bloom." Lu Xiaoyu, intrigued, decided to stay and watch. The two of them sat together on the open land, tilting their heads as they observed the plants growing rapidly, blooming, and bearing fruit. Soon enough, their wait was rewarded. The young plants, once only tender buds, had now grown and produced their first fruits. Both of them watched, delighted, as the fruits grew larger and larger. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "The fruits are so big." Zhu Liang then picked one of the fruits, thinking to himself, "This has created a golden script with spiritual energy, surely, it's the primary essence of a rare treasure compared to ordinary fruit. Compared to true spiritual food, it's slightly lacking in value, but the flowers have bloomed now. It seems I can still harvest more, which is good, this could turn into a profitable venture." Zhu Liang then put the fruit in his mouth, tasted it, and swallowed. He reflected on the sensation. Indeed, the juice is plump, sweet, and delicious, feels great. Looks like this can be fully grown. Even if I leave it at Yujian foam is a fruit for the era, it's still a fine item. After hearing the review, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but drool, her eyes wide with anticipation. "I want to eat the first fruit too. You taste it first and let me know. If it's good, we can plant more." Excitedly, she raised her hand high. While the two of them were digging the soil to plant more seeds, above them, the gentle patter of rain began to fall, which puzzled Zhu Liang a bit. "Wow, how strange, there's rain on this cloud." The raindrops caused Lu Xiaoyu's fishtail to appear. She tried to reach for a few droplets and asked, "Oh, what is this?" Zhu Liang, curious as well, observed, "What's going on? This yellow rain seems to carry some kind of power." A voice echoed through the air. "True dragon's cloud in Shushan will often produce dragon energy that transforms into rain. This rain contains dragon essence, which is beneficial for nourishing the body and aiding in cultivation. Disciples need not panic." Zhu Liang then picked another fruit from the tree that had absorbed the dragon essence rain. The voice of the elder. "So this is the dragon energy rain. I almost thought Xiaoyu had summoned it herself." The fruit, drenched in golden rain, now bore dragon patterns. Just as Zhu Liang was about to take a bite, the girl beside him spoke up in frustration. "Didn't you say you'd let me eat it this time?" Far from Shushan, a residual soul flew over from somewhere to observe the scene of the mountains receiving rain. Suddenly, he snorted in displeasure, then, this uninvited guest simply left.
Finally, returning to a cave, Residual Soul found its true form and entered within it.
Immortal technique Gudu Heaven and Earth is a skill that allows one to project their soul. The mysterious figure used it to go somewhere. At this moment, in an unnamed cave, the Residual Soul encountered a figure whose face was completely covered, surrounded by dark energy. The person with the dark energy responded, "Shushan has a dragon, a true dragon.
We have received the information."
He clenched his fist and angrily added, 9 heavens and 10 earths are all leading dragons, but why would a true dragon appear in the degenerate land of Shushan?
This is truly unfortunate.
The one who had projected his soul offered his opinion: the plan must be delayed. The true dragon's descent proves that Shushan's fate is not yet exhausted.
If we act rashly, we will only fail.
The one with dark energy adopted an indifferent attitude.
Why say that? Have you been here so long that you consider yourself one of Shushan's? Residual Soul retorted. What are you talking about? How many times have I said I want to leave? It was you all who pushed me to stay. Now you're doubting me?
The figure with the covered face chuckled lightly.
Haha, my apologies.
It's just that with your blood-stained hands, it's strange that Shushan sect hasn't wiped them out yet. I have some doubts, that's all, Residual Soul explained with frustration.
The true dragon's descent means Shushan's fortune is flourishing.
The man with the dark energy also had his own point of view.
I know, but fortune is not divine power.
In the 9 heavens immortal sect, it is the only place without a supreme divine weapon.
This defines its weakness.
Besides, we are not necessarily required to destroy Shushan. We only need to let it slowly decline. Now we just need to target Shushan's younger generation, so that not long after, it will be cast out of the 9 heavens, marking our first victory. If the assassination plan with Zhang Yubai had succeeded last time, it would have been great. Residual Soul angrily recalled, although I failed, it was because of that failure that I realized Zhang Yubai's talent was greater than we had anticipated. The masked figure spoke, I've contacted the Ming Wang sect, and they're willing to make a move at the Shushan Fenghui. At that time, when everyone in Shushan lets their guard down, it will be a good opportunity to heavily injure them. How ridiculous! As long as Shushan is kicked out of the 9 heavens, the greatest beneficiaries would be the 10 land sects, and everyone would have a chance to ascend. But none of them dared to step forward. After all, Shushan has a history of 1,000 years, and unless one possesses the heavenly origin practitioner with the supreme divine artifact to sweep through, no one dares to casually provoke them. The 10 great sects have been active in recent years, but when it comes to Shushan's position, who among them could truly hold their ground? Residual Soul asked, in any case, you should remain in ambush for now, waiting for Huan Ning Wang's coordinated action.
If things go smoothly, you might be able to return.
Residual Soul appeared extremely dissatisfied, frowning as he said, you always say that, but it's best to make it true this time. 10 years, another 10 years, it's been 30 years now. The next morning, Shu Lian walked out of the hall, still sluggish from just waking up. He took the opportunity to stretch his back, trying to wake himself up.
That golden rain once again chose to fall upon Shushan. He looked up and remarked, it's here again. Why is this rain falling so persistently?
Somewhere in Yujian Feng, several disciples of the sect looked regretfully at the spot where Chu Liang was.
Heaven, why is it Yujian Feng? True dragon, open your eyes.
Maybe the true dragon has a spirit, wanting the water to flood Yujian Feng and drown that Shushan tyrant. Everyone discussed, each with their own opinion. Yujian Feng, Chu Liang Littlefield Manual, Heavenly Chi Dragon of Difficult Flower Rain. Earlier, Lu Xiaoyu had also helped him harvest, and the 30th batch had arrived. She looked at the basket full of finished fruits, then raised one and asked for his opinion.
Shu Liang, brother, there are a lot of fruits now. Can we eat one?
Shu Liang got up with difficulty, wiped a few beads of sweat from his forehead, and replied.
You've worked hard. Go ahead and eat.
As he walked back and forth, applying growth medicine to the plants, he thought to himself. The herbal wood spirit had some limitations when it came to plant development, and under the condition of limited land, it couldn't be used every day. It could only be applied once every 3 days to continue yielding results. Therefore, for these days, there was no need to focus too much on the harvest of the fruits. A good prediction popped into his mind: if the size of the flower field increased sevenfold, he could harvest every day, creating a rotational system for land cultivation and developing a sustainable ecological farming system. For some reason, even though he had never farmed before, the process from sowing the seeds to the harvest yesterday still felt particularly familiar. Right, there was still other work to do today. Despite the farmers standing there babbling nonsense, Lu Xiaoyu enjoyed the fruit happily. A few moments later, at Shushan Hong Mianfeng, Xu Liang, carrying a basket of fruit tea, was heading down the street to prepare, attracting a large crowd of onlookers. Recently, there were a few vendors selling for a cheaper price than him, but their goods weren't as good as his. "I haven't been here in a while, I really like your taste, your tea flavor." Everyone eagerly awaited Xu Liang's business, making him realize that his brand's influence was really starting to take off. But unfortunately, the fruit tea industry seemed to be on the verge of being phased out. With that, Xu Liang spread out a red carpet and set up a wooden sign that read, "Buy fruit tea, get a complimentary young fruit. Yu Jianfeng specialty, dragon breath golden script fragrant fruit, beauty nourishing and yang strengthening." Many disciples from Yu Jianfeng came out to watch the commotion. "What does this mean? This young fruit you're offering is the one right beside me, so if I buy fruit tea, I get it for free? Let me try it. Is this spiritual fruit nourished by the dragon sparrow? I'm so curious. Wow, buy fruit tea and get a free beauty and yang strengthening young fruit. This is such a deal." Seeing it as a good bargain, everyone quickly rushed to grab their share. Those who had bought couldn't help but praise. "It smells so good, this is the first time in my life I've tasted such delicious fruit. Indeed, it's so delicious, and it even contains spiritual power. Does it also have long qi, dragon energy? The fruit tea today tastes really different. How can I buy this young fruit you're giving out?" Xu Liang replied, "Brother, I'm sorry, but today's yang fruit is a free gift, only available when you buy fruit tea. The market's response to the yang fruit has been really positive, and our next plan is to increase production." After earning a small profit, Xu Liang walked over to the line of people waiting and clasped his hands together, announcing, "Apologies, everyone. Currently, the supply of dragon breath golden script fragrant fruit is limited. It can only be used as a gift with the purchase of tea fruit, but production will increase in the future, and there will be more fruits available for sale then. Please stay tuned." Ah, too late again. Alright, junior brother, grow them a bit faster. Another day, at the outskirts of Shushan, deep within a secret forest, Xu Liang continued his efforts to gather some blood from a few dark spiked balls in order to acquire more seeds for future fruit. After today's money-making activities, we head towards the forest where the black furred balls had appeared earlier. The aura is concealed, and we prepare to ambush these creatures. The ambush did not go as smoothly as the last one. As soon as one of them was struck down, the black furred ball would immediately switch from the back row to the front and flee at once. However, these black furred balls were much harder to deal with than the lantern cage freaks, as they were incredibly fast and agile. After chasing them deep into the forest, I managed to kill over 1,000 black furred balls. Chasing the black furred balls, I unexpectedly arrived at a desolate area. Something about it caused Xu Liang to feel as though he were struck numb. A rather shocking sight, a towering ancient tree, its branches teeming with black furred balls, and the air thick with malevolent energy. I vaguely sensed that even if I personally took action, I might not be able to deal with this tree. Unable to confront it directly, Xu Liang was forced to come up with a different plan. He raised his hand to his chin and pondered. Although this was a demon tree, it was far from humans, and even animals rarely came by. It seemed like there was no need to do anything about it as long as there was no danger. So for me, this is a museum, but in the eyes of Xu Liang, it has now only become a matter of profit. Looking at the black furred balls clinging to the tree, he thought they were no different from those succulent fruits. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. From now on, he would come here to hunt the lost black furred balls and engage in sustainable fishing from the lake, which seemed like the most suitable way to deal with this issue. After a while, back at his cultivation area, Lu Xiaoyu was there to help. The young man thought to himself, how much should I price the genuine succulent fruit? The cost of producing the succulent fruit was about 3 sword coins in labor, enough herbal medicine for a month, and also the fishing skills of Lu Xiaoyu. At that moment, a person riding a flying sword descended from the sky and waved. Shu's senior brother. The young man looked up and understood immediately. Yun junior brother. The younger brother, after landing, spoke. The willow breath sand material I helped you negotiate last time has a result now. The seller from Tao Tai Pavilion has sent someone with the news. They've agreed to lower the price, and now, with nearly 650 sword coins, you can buy it. Shu Liang felt a little pleased. That's good then. Yin Yulong happily replied, alright, I'll send the message back, so the seller can send the materials over right away. Tao Tai Pavilion's delivery fees are relatively high, but it's very reliable. Don't worry about saving a little money, it's not a problem. At that moment, a voice rang out in the air, which startled Yun Yulong's disciple. The man quickly reassured him, Yun junior brother, it's the Grandmaster calling me, don't worry. Alright then, I have no more business here, I won't take up any more of Chu's senior brother's time. Shu Liang responded cheerfully, thank you for making the trip here, junior brother. Soon after, the young man appeared in the private room of the Phoenix Empress. Grandmaster, I've arrived. With a smile, she revealed a golden sword. Take a look, see what this is. Shu Liang was taken aback. This is the Shaoyan ancient sword, ranked 31 ST on the record of myriad treasures in the mortal world. It's also the personal sword of Taoist Yan, the master of Shushan, by Luofeng Shaoyan ancient sword. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a sword enchanter who possessed unparalleled power. He discovered that Yun Zhong had a special spiritual aura and tried repeatedly to merge it into the sword, but was unable to. He remembered Jiang Yubai's grandmaster, and finally came up with a method, riding a giant beast into the sky and helping Xiao Yun Zhong secure the sword. After enduring countless trials and tribulation storms, celestial fires, and all sorts of hardships, the Xiao Yun sword was finally completed. Phoenix Empress spoke, didn't you say you didn't have a weapon to participate in the Shushan Fenghui? The master thought for a long time, feeling that he should help the child a little. This is the Shaoyan ancient sword, which I borrowed from Yanzi. Besides the violet-blue twin swords on Shushan, this is ranked the highest. Shu Liang was excited. Grandmaster, let me wield the Shaoyan ancient sword to participate in the Shushan Fenghui. I thought it would naturally come from the master, but it seems the female phoenix has already taken the lead. Do you think it looks good? Yanzi was the type to feel shy when someone else wielded her sword, so how could she let anyone else use her weapon? Besides, with your cultivation level, one strike with this sword would probably drain all of your energy. You wouldn't be able to control it at all. Shu Liang hesitated slightly, relieved that he wasn't forced to use such a divine weapon. He was only a small third-rank disciple. Thinking of this, he couldn't bear the thought of wielding such a powerful and raw weapon. Phoenix Empress continued, I want to take you to Tao Tai Pavilion to find a blacksmith who can forge a replica of the Shaoyan ancient sword. Given its power, even a replica wouldn't be bad, and by then, you'll be a flying sword user. Shu Liang eagerly agreed with this idea, wonderful. The young man was now filled with righteous enthusiasm. He had previously encountered Song Qing-yi of the Gentleman's Hall. The weapon she wielded was the inch heart ruler, a replica of the jade chain. Its power was no less impressive, a fine reproduction of a divine weapon. Its price, though, must have been around 1,000 to 2,000 sword coins. He recalled the past, when the girl used the inch heart ruler, a replica forged from the ancient divine artifact, the jade chain, a weapon ranked within the top 100 of the human realm's record of myriad treasures. The scene shifted to a forge, where a man was diligently working by the anvil, crafting a sword.
The creation of replica magic weapons was not uncommon in the immortal cultivation world. These replicas were not only related to the power of the original item, but at higher levels, the skill of the blacksmith who forged them also played a crucial role. The materials and techniques were of great importance. If the top 100 magic weapons from the record of myriad treasures were replicated, their power could potentially match that of the top 500 items in the record of myriad treasures. However, since these were only replicas, they could not be ranked in the record of myriad treasures. This was the reason why many high-level replica magic weapons remained nameless. At this moment, Chu Liang, with a face full of excitement, spoke up. "Grandmaster, are you planning to seek out the sword master at Tao Tai Pavilion?" Phoenix Empress, with a smug expression, replied. "CUNC, huh? Seeking him out? His title is well known to many." Sometime later, at Tao Tai Pavilion, outside the residence of CUNC, a man stood in the yard, facing the house, observing. Another man approached and spoke. "Father, did you call for me?" The serious-looking man issued a command. "Send out the order. Take all the rare materials, precious treasures, finished and unfinished famous swords from the sword furnace. Hide them well, dispose of them, or move them to another location temporarily. Just make sure they are not lost. After a while, we'll transport them back." The young man seemed a bit confused. "What are you doing here?" "We still have several dozen swords being forged in the sword furnace," the older man bluntly instructed. "Stop everything. Wait until the storm passes, then continue. There's not much for you to do anyway. A little break won't hurt." "But why?" "Just to guard against thieves." The older man wore a serious expression as he spoke. "Yes, it's to guard against thieves." The young man clenched his fist in frustration. "Huh? Which little thief dares to steal from us? Do they want to die?" The father, looking helpless, responded to his son. "Stealing's fine. I'm just worried that she'll rob us outright. Do you remember 20 years ago when I forged a Star Yang sword?" "Of course I remember. Back then, you forged several renowned swords. That was also the crucial battle of yours on the path to becoming a peak swordmaster." The older man seemed a bit melancholic as he recalled that memory. "At that time, the pure yang iron was extremely refined, extremely pure, extremely firm. I tried dozens of different flames, but couldn't manage to refine it, nearly causing a failure. Then, I exhausted all my energy, and finally achieved a true Three Emperors fire, which allowed me to finish the refining process and forge the Willow Yang sword." The image of the Phoenix Empress flashed through the son's mind, and he scratched his head before asking. "So, wasn't that the royal family?" The old man, sweating profusely, replied. "This world doesn't only have the royal family with true Three Emperors fire. Back then, I obtained it from elsewhere, which allowed me to forge the Star Yang sword. But I also owe a debt of gratitude. That person is about to arrive now." Returning to Queen's Hall, Chu Liang was somewhat curious about the information, the connection of lending the three emblems of true fire. She sat on the chair, feeling extremely proud as she recounted. "That's right, he borrowed fire from me back then. At that time, that brat said he received a great favor from me, and from then on, he wanted to step into the world of creating grand families and palaces. I didn't quite understand what he meant, so I just responded with a few casual words and left immediately." Chu Liang, now somewhat surprised by the things surrounding the female phoenix, asked. "If the Grandmaster has connections, then surely they must be enemies. But do they have a legitimate connection? Moreover, it's CUNC. The identity of CUNC is well known not only because of their powerful techniques but also due to the fact that their fees are not high. If sword coins were stacked on top of each other in a tall pile, it would still be a regretful humiliation for a grandmaster. Among the three greatest swordsmiths in the world today, only CUNC stands out. The number one swordsmith comes from Tao Tai Pavilion, the only one to break the market's price, and there's no doubt that customers are filtered based on cost. The Phoenix Empress then smiled brightly and added,
Actually, at first, I had no connections with him. I simply wanted to bother some old man, so I helped him out.
Who would have thought he would end up like this, becoming a renowned sword master with a famous name worldwide?
If it weren't for that day when I wanted to find you a good sword, I would have completely forgotten about this matter. Chu Liang asked with a hint of leisure, Master, if that's the case, Grandmaster already has this connection, why do we still need to borrow the Shaoyan ancient sword?
Knowing his temperament, he could just have CUNENC directly give us one.
Phoenix Empress revealed a slight smile, everything is already within my plan.
Is the setup too small?
To catch a frog, you must force it to step out entirely.
As expected of Grandmaster, only you could think of that.
The next morning, at Taotai Pavilion, outside the city gates, many people with various means of transportation entered. Some rode fish, some rode elephants, and there were even people riding giant rhinoceroses. The city gates passage was crowded with people's shadows.
Inside Taotai's inner city, Chu Liang and Phoenix Empress, dressed differently from usual, set out to find a blacksmith.
The young man couldn't help but be in awe as he looked around.
Is this the city where the cultivators are the main force? It's so prosperous.
At this moment, Phoenix Empress spoke to her disciple, First, let's exchange some money. The first building after entering the city is the money exchange, conveniently located for people entering the city to change currency. In Taotai Pavilion, divine beast coins are used, which have a wider range of use and more detailed denominations than Shushan. There are a total of 4 denominations: Azure Dragon Coin, Tiger Head Coin, Vermilion Bird Coin, and Black Tortoise Coin. Chu Liang was standing at a stall at that moment, requesting, Excuse me, please help me exchange 1,000 Vermilion Bird Coins and 100 Black Tortoise Coins. From large to small, 1 Azure Dragon Coin is equivalent to 10 Tiger Head Coins, and the conversion rate is based on a 1:10 ratio. Among them, the second smallest, Vermilion Bird Coin, is equivalent in value to the Sword Coin of Shushan. To be more specific, 1 Azure Dragon Coin equals 10 Tiger Head Coins, 100 Vermilion Bird Coins, and 1,000 Black Tortoise Coins. After leaving the mountain villa, Chu Liang immediately went with the Grandmaster to Beast Mountain to visit CUNENC. One could only say that it truly was a stronghold for immortal cultivators. Even though flying was prohibited, there were still means of transportation in the city, similar to those from the previous life. On the rooftop of a tall building, 2 men were standing near the railing, conversing with each other.
So, what do you think?
Those 2 seem capable.
Fatty raised his hands, forming binoculars, and said, Let me use my hidden sight divine technique to observe their aura, replied the other man.
This man had reached the late stage of the divine will realm, looking like a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the city. The maiden beside him had quite an impressive figure, and Fatty widened his eyes before commenting bluntly. Immediately, the burly man next to him gave him a slap on the head. I told you to observe their skills, not their figures.
Fatty, holding the spot where he was struck, replied, I couldn't see the aura of that maiden.
She might be a mortal or a martial artist, though of course, she could be a powerful path-seeking stage cultivator.
The burly man replied with a growl, What a load of crap. If you think you're so great, why would you be sitting on Xuanwu just to go to Beast Mountain? That brat better watch out for his money. If he's from a prominent family, how can he be so poor?
Immediately, both of them started using their lightness skills, leaping from roof to roof. There weren't many people around who were fit to act today. So, they had to be careful and not hesitate when an opportunity arose.
Right. From a hidden corner, they observed Chu Liang. Boss, they've split up. Then we make our move.
The burly man's face showed a hint of joy as he said, I'm almost ready to refine a pill. I'll have to rely on him. A moment later, hurried footsteps echoed on the stone floor.
Chu Liang was chasing after a thief at the time. You little thief, where do you think you're running?
The thief, while running, turned his head and smirked slyly.
He.
In just a short time, Chu Liang was led straight into the arms of the thief's 2 companions. At that moment, inside Taotai Pavilion, people entering and exiting were quite cautious, most of them wearing black cloaks to cover their faces. It made sense, though, those who came in and out of here were either carrying a lot of money or had precious items on them. So, hiding their faces was not unusual. Chu Liang was currently speaking with a pharmacy owner. He had come to Tao Tai Pavilion this time to collect the ingredients for the concealed breath chariot he had previously arranged. The shipping fee of Tao Tai Pavilion City is quite high, but it is worth it if you've already come to Tao Tai Pavilion City. So, while passing by to pick up some materials, I saved a bit. The process went very smoothly, and I paid 700 vermilion bird coins to someone from Tao Tai Pavilion City. After a while, someone brought the concealed breath chariot. After completing the transaction, I also conveniently bought a storage magic tool. Although the White Tower can store items, it can only retrieve things from inside the White Tower. Items like the Golden Lotus of Clear Sea or the Li and Zhu 11 are not included. Even they themselves confirm that a different storage magic tool is needed. After leaving Tao Tai Pavilion, I was about to ask for directions when I was suddenly blocked by someone. A stranger suddenly bumped into me and ran off, leaving behind an apology that made Chu Liang feel something was off. Using spiritual sense to check the storage magic tool, I immediately noticed that the box containing the Li and T11 was gone. The advantage of a storage magic tool is that it is not only convenient but also secure, and yet someone managed to steal from it. After realizing I had been robbed, I immediately used my body technique. The thief had to be caught. Upon reaching a secluded alley, he suddenly stopped and laughed, leaving Chu Liang puzzled. Humph, the big guy and the fatty had been waiting for me. They said, "Brothers in arms, this is Peace Gang's territory, what are you doing here?" Chu Liang responded, "It seems he took something of mine. I followed him here to check it out." The big guy immediately adopted a condescending attitude. "Ah, what did you say? Are you accusing my brothers in arms of stealing your things?" Not bothering to argue with these thugs from the market, Chu Liang simply turned around and left, leaving a few words behind. "Then let me call the law enforcement team over here. The items I just bought, if they can be found on him, then there must be a record of it in the Tao Tai Pavilion." Seeing that things weren't going as expected, the big guy shouted loudly, "Stop right there. You'd better not act like you don't know what's good for you. A third-rank disciple like you, and the three of us are all third rank as well. Let me tell you, my brothers in arms and I have killed plenty of people in the Tao Tai Pavilion." This statement made Chu Liang smile faintly. Without hesitation, he cast a spell of thunder. The two other guys, who were quick on their feet, managed to dodge it, but the boss was left stunned, unable to make a decision in time. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Wait, where did that energy go? Now, only Chu Liang and the three of them were standing in a triangle, surrounding him, and there was no movement. Seeing this, the boss let out a loud laugh. "Ha, what are you pretending to be? Turns out, you're just trying to scare us." The fatty and the short guy both mocked in unison. "Ha, he definitely doesn't know the fearsome reputation of the boss. What are you pretending for?" When the scholar's gaze landed on him, the fatty felt a bit awkward. Everyone was laughing. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Chu Liang nervously replied, "I was just curious why you're laughing. Aren't you in pain?" "Ha ha." Chu Liang wore a smug expression, having successfully driven the leaf into the fatty's back, causing him to scream out. "Ah, it hurts so much, second younger brother, second brother." After a short time, subduing these third-rank robe cultivators didn't require much effort. On the other hand, if Lin Bei were to deal with them, it would likely be just as easy. Temporarily capturing them was mainly because this matter was related to the loss of the aura from the storage ring. At this moment, some of the little thieves were either begging for mercy, "Ho ho, I was wrong, I was wrong." Some were bleeding from their wounds, while the boss was locked in a leaf cage created by Chu Liang. Afterward, the young man proceeded to loot the weakest third younger brother. From this third younger brother, he acquired a new divine ability, the Mystic Hand Divine Ability. Through physical contact, one can transfer an item from another person's storage artifact into one's own. It is merely a coincidence, with no way to select the item, and moreover, it cannot be used by someone with a higher cultivation level. After dealing with the little thieves, I continued on to the sword furnace, where something caught my attention. Chu Liang rushed towards the flying sword and flew off alone. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, a trading store selling spirit beasts, had an announcement that I couldn't take my eyes off. The sign read, "The newcomer to the shop today identified the ghost six-legged thorn wind beast and the black wind panther cub with the real sword." After reading it, Chu Liang pondered for a moment. They are even selling human faces. This item is a treasure that can summon the Zhou Tian ghost puppet from a renowned family. If one were to obtain it, wouldn't it double the joy? At that moment, a group of people rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Move aside." From inside the temple, a fierce black leopard kicked open the door and lunged out, hunting down several of the panicking individuals. Suddenly, a middle-aged man spoke up, "Sin Spawn, don't run." He then stretched his hand forward, gathering energy into a ball. The ball grew larger and gradually transformed into a net, which engulfed the unruly leopard. Somehow, the beast managed to break free from the trap. It continued attacking the people around it, then bounced and ran away. Ahead, a woman dressed in red had been waiting. Wherever she stepped, a seal appeared beneath her feet. She then assumed a stance, preparing for a sword strike, with an intense, fiery energy radiating around her, accompanied by flowing seals. With a single slash, she effortlessly split the leopard in half, without expending much energy. Chu Liang, standing behind, watched in awe with wide eyes. The power of this blade was overwhelming. The sword's might was undeniable. With one downward stroke, the black leopard's body was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. As the lady finished unraveling the spell on her sword, her face remained as cold as ice, even as the blood from the beast soaked into her clothes. Then, a few men approached her with worried expressions. "Chase the people away, close the door. The young lady wants to rest now." "Young lady, young lady." The lady responded, "I'm fine, you all go handle this first." Chu Liang had just regained his senses after the fierce beast slaying moment. He hurriedly spoke as the door was about to slam shut. "So, you're closing the door now? I haven't even entered the store yet, I haven't bought the human-faced sprite." With that, he squeezed his head through the narrow gap in the door. "Wait, can you let me in for a bit?" The shopkeeper didn't bother to look back to see who it was, he simply waved his hand signaling his subordinates to close the door and deny entry. Chu Liang then clasped his hands and explained his reason. "There is an item inside that I particularly want. Could you allow me to take a quick look, just not let him in?" The uncle turned back to check who it was. Then, he made a request. "You can go in, but you cannot go upstairs." Chu Liang bowed in thanks. "Thank you." Once inside the shop, he smoothly located the human-faced sprite. Since he didn't have enough money from the Taotai city, he could only pay a deposit first and then return with the full 800 coins to complete the purchase. The shop was quite firm. After receiving the deposit, they promised to hold it for him for up to 3 days at most. Once the transaction was finished, the young man exited the store. After wrapping up the matter, he felt at ease and began preparing to exchange his money, though his mind still wandered, thinking about the dual yin-yang entities within his body. Suddenly, a man approached and struck up a conversation. "This person. What's the matter?" Chu Liang asked. "I want to ask how you managed to get in earlier." The man seemed quite handsome, and his manner of speaking was also relatively refined. Chu Liang didn't think much of it and responded. "I said, there's something inside that I particularly want. Could you let me in to take a look?" They were easy to talk to. So, they let me in. Huh? It was that easy? The young man looked surprised. "Thank you." Without further politeness, the two parted ways. Chu Liang headed towards his own direction, while the young master knocked on the door, preparing to enter. After a while, the door opened, and the owner, seeing the young master, appeared somewhat exasperated.
Again, it's you. Go away.
The young man immediately knelt and begged. Senior, please listen to me.
There is a special item inside that I want. Could you let me in to take a look?
The young man spoke politely as he made his request, but for some reason, the owner's attitude suddenly flared up. He glared at the young man, and then, gathering strength in his hands, prepared to strike him with a palm, shouting as he lunged forward.
You damn pervert, you dare.
The young man was slightly startled, but he didn't appear to be an ordinary person. He was also able to use spiritual power.
He immediately unfurled his fan, preparing to block the blow.
However, his internal strength was present but still insufficient, and the moves of the strange young man were immediately suppressed by the master. On the outside, the young man was thrown all the way to the yard, causing Chu Liang, who was leisurely walking back, to glance back and watch the commotion. Seeing someone rushing toward him uncontrollably, he gently stepped aside to let the ground take the hit. Looking at the man lying sprawled on the ground, with blood pouring from his mouth, Chu Liang found his face somewhat familiar.
Hey, isn't this the man in the white shirt who asked me for directions earlier?
Chu Liang stepped forward to check on him.
Are you all right? The man, despite blood streaming from his mouth and nose, appeared to be fine and replied, If you're a kind-hearted person, could you take me to a medical clinic?
A while later, inside the medical clinic, the young master had his wounds carefully bandaged and was lying down. He spoke, Wang Xia of the Sea King sect.
When Ren Mo hasn't asked for your name yet. Shu Shan sect, Chu Liang. When Ren, why do you have to go this far?
Chu Liang was somewhat curious about the story of this young master. When Ren Mo began to recount, Shu bro, you don't know the full story. A few days ago, I fell for a maiden and was determined to pursue her. That maiden happens to be the current young lady of the Jingbang Su Hongzhu. Chu Liang, after hearing this story, felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly recalled the current sect leader of the Sea King sect, who was famous for being cold and indifferent when it came to matters of the heart. It seemed like the disciples under him might have absorbed some of that attitude as well.
When Ren Mo raised the hand that wasn't bandaged and began recounting the story.
This young lady is like a wild horse, hard to tame. I tried everything, but I still couldn't get close. She completely ignored me and even chased me away several times. Yet, I remained persistent, following her from the southern region all the way to Taotai City. He continued, I finally saw her stop for a while. I wanted to approach her and ask how I could get in, but to my surprise, I ended up saying exactly what you just said. At that moment, Chu Liang finally remembered. I understand now. The lady was covered in blood, and the people around her said she needed to rest. So, she probably wanted to bathe and change her clothes first. It turns out you were trying to get in to catch her while she bathed and changed. No wonder you got beaten up after that. What I'm saying is, your words have two completely different meanings. Chu Liang, ever perceptive, quickly realized what the problem was. When Run, you're so stubborn, he said with a slight smile, as when Ren Mo awkwardly chuckled, lying in his sickbed. Chu bro, you don't understand. In this life, I only love girls like her. From the moment I met her, I knew I was completely captivated. Even if she told someone to kill me, I would accept it. Chu Liang, curious, asked further, when Ren, do you like her because of her fiery personality? Imagining the beauty lying on a pile of gold and jewels, when Ren Mo answered, no, I like rich women. This left Chu Liang speechless. Alright, fine. Even if I beat you to death, you still wouldn't understand. At that moment, at the medical clinic, the gangsters who had once been put down by Chu Liang were sitting together, arguing. Third elder, aren't you aware of our situation? We came all the way to the medical clinic for a small injury, and now how long will it take us to earn enough for the medicine? The short guy replied, Boss, your injury isn't serious, but second brother is about to die. The fatty was lying down, holding his wound while listening. Then he suddenly sat up, causing the freshly bandaged wound on his back to start bleeding again.
Talking nonsense, I've trained my body and tendons, and you think I'm afraid of a small wound? Don't talk like it's a big deal, even if I took another hit, I'd be fine. The big boss approached and patted the shoulders of his two subordinates, trying to comfort them. All right, the situation we're in is tough. Even medicine costs are something we have to think about carefully. I swear I will make us famous, and even if we're injured worse in the future, we won't have to worry about the cost of treatment. Boss, I believe in you. The short guy voiced a little concern. Boss, if we really become famous one day, can we stop getting beaten up? The remark made the two older brothers break into a cold sweat. The big boss got annoyed and snapped, only you talk too much. Go get the medicine. The third younger brother hurriedly ran out the door. Oh, something caught his attention, and he ran back to report to his two brothers. Boss, second brother, I think I saw the guy who beat us up again. Huh? The group then hid behind the door and watched as Chu Liang was carrying Wen Ren Mo to the medical clinic. After that, they quickly withdrew, concealing their presence and started discussing their plan. What should we do now? We're definitely no match for him. Forget about revenge, should we just run away? Fatty suddenly showed a cunning expression. Boss, I have a plan. We'll do this, and this, then that, like this. A while later, another man entered the medical clinic, his beard unkempt, his body strong and burly. The three petty thieves, observing from behind the door, immediately singled him out as the one who resembled a ruthless villain. He walked in, and the boss pushed his third younger brother out. Compared to the giant, the third younger brother was barely as tall as a foot. Though he was pushed out to initiate a conversation, the immense pressure made the short man unable to utter a word. Suddenly, the giant turned back to see what was happening, only to find the third younger brother running off with all his might. Before fleeing the scene, the short man bowed at a 180-degree angle and apologized, then quickly vanished, leaving the giant perplexed. Then, second brother walked over and started a conversation. Hey boss, are you the one who lost the medicine? Upon hearing this, the giant checked his palm, realizing he had lost his medicine at some point. He became irritated. Huh? What's going on? Seizing the opportunity, Fatty pointed towards Chu Liang and casually added, just now, I saw someone over there secretly taking your medicine and placing it on their tray. You didn't notice, but it's over there, and he's about to take it away. The giant continued towards Chu Liang. Well, which thief dares to steal under my nose? The boss stood still, giving a thumbs up in praise. Second elder, it's still you, truly the genius of our sealing gang. Of course, as he got closer to Chu Liang, the giant immediately struck and shouted loudly. Thief, dared to steal my spiritual medicine. Chu Liang turned around, slightly startled, but with the agility of a cultivator, he was able to quickly dodge to the side to avoid any injury. Without asking any questions, the large man immediately channeled his spiritual energy into his hand, creating a wooden arm to close the distance between himself and Chu Liang. The vines on his arm lashed out at the young man, forcing him to focus on holding the medicine tray steady while trying to dodge the blows. With the tray in his hand, he couldn't launch a full attack, so he first used the flying swift blade to intercept the strike, then summoned his flying sword for protection. Sensing the danger that could threaten his life, the giant felt a momentary panic, sweat pouring down his face as he thought to himself. This is bad. However, Chu Liang's counterattack did not go as planned. Or rather, the trajectory of the flying leaf this time was not what he intended, and it had become misshapen. The giant, after covering his face with his hand for a while with nothing happening, was left slightly bewildered. The people outside were sneaking glances at the battle's progress and making their own assessments. It was that same blue light again, but they had no idea when it had moved behind them. Fatty seemed to have the sharpest instincts. He suddenly grew anxious, though he couldn't understand why. Every time he saw this blue light, he felt a chill creeping up his back. Was it as expected? Even though Flying Leaf had veered off course, it had still landed squarely in the old wound on Fatty's back. He immediately asked his comrades, Boss, Third Elder, do you guys see anything? Is there a knife stuck in my back? He gently touched it to check, but to his surprise, it only pushed the leaf deeper. Second elder writhed in agony. Pull the knife out. The three of them helped each other and quickly fled the medical clinic. This is bad, don't lure him over here, we need to leave, now. A moment later, the battle resumed between the giant and Chu Liang. The young man unleashed a series of sword chi, preparing to attack, which caught the giant's attention. The giant spoke up, this flying sword of yours is from the Shushan sect, right? Well, I am a disciple of the Morning Guard sect. You, as a disciple of the Nine Heavens Immortal sect, how dare you steal my spiritual herbs? Why do you say that? The giant pointed at the young man's herb tray, declaring, this is clearly the spiritual herb I just bought. How could it be in your tray? Chu Liang looked at his medicine tray with some doubts. The medicine in the tray was indeed something the doctor hadn't mentioned, and even if he paid a little for it, there was no way it could be this type of spiritual herb with a spiritual essence. After inspecting it, the young man handed the tray over and said, I don't know, perhaps it was a mistake by someone from the medical clinic. If this is yours, then you can take it back. Why go as far as to make a move over it? After receiving his spiritual herb back, he bowed his head to apologize, it must be so. It was my rash action. I was only in a hurry to reclaim my herb. I apologize for the offense. Chu Liang didn't dwell on it and left, saying, it's fine now. As he walked out the door, Chu Liang saw his flying leaf tree, now stained with blood, lying discarded on the ground. He felt a bit embarrassed. Earlier, he had heard a painful scream and was worried that the willow leaf's swift blade had injured someone. Judging by the state of things, it seemed like it had happened, but why hadn't the person come after him for compensation? Truly, they must be a good person. A moment later, outside the medical clinic, Chu Liang held an item in his hand, looking quite satisfied. He had spent 700 on the Lim Tich XA before, and now it was almost 800, so together it totaled 1500. He remembered back to the time in the hospital room and thanked Chu Bro once again for the Azure Dragon coin. This is my token of appreciation, please accept it. Though he mouthed refusal, the man still pulled his shirt open for when Renemo to toss it in. When bro, no. If it weren't for you giving me an Azure Dragon coin earlier, I really wouldn't have enough on me to accumulate this. At this moment, the young man had arrived in front of the beast shop, quietly thinking to himself that he should first purchase the human-faced sprite from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. The matter of deceiving Zhou Tian was a big deal and could not be delayed. Suddenly, a strange sensation ran through Chu Liang's body, causing him to be on alert. The sounds inside the shop kept ringing out, piquing his curiosity. There were vibrations and roars, a feeling as though the tremors of the heavenly cavalry's stampede were passing through. What was going on? Inside the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, Su Hongzhu was sitting between two men standing on either side of her. She asked, what has second uncle accomplished so far? The man on the right turned to report. Ah, you know about the business of 10,000 Beasts Pavilion? It has always been prosperous. Second uncle cannot afford to leave the city of Tao Tai for too long. Since you arrived unexpectedly, as soon as I received the news, I came back immediately. Her gaze turned toward her uncle, revealing a thoughtful expression. So, the business of 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is doing well? Then why has the tribute submitted in recent years been decreasing more and more? Her uncle quickly explained. You still don't understand business. Even if the business is good, the profits fluctuate. The other man, who was the owner of 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, finally spoke up. Ahem. Su Nanling, do you know who you're talking to? The young lady is now touring all over as per the gang leader's orders. So, while you're speaking, know when to speak and when to show some respect. Shang Xing Elder's reminder was quite correct. Su Hongzhu suddenly spoke up in defense. After all, second uncle is still my clan uncle. Whether or not there is any politeness towards me personally is not important, what matters is the business, and I hope second uncle will provide a serious answer. Su Nanling waved her hand, sighed, and then replied. Well, fluctuations in business profits are a common occurrence. In the past 2 years, the number of shops selling spirit beasts in Taotai City has been increasing. In order to compete, we have lowered our prices significantly, and I have also invested a lot of effort. She crossed her arms and insisted on verification. I understand second uncle's hard work. How about bringing the books of 10,000 Beasts Pavilion here for me to look at? That way, I can understand the situation better. Her uncle suddenly felt uneasy and asked, Do you suspect me? Su Hongzhu put forward a solid argument. This is a business within the gang, and I have the authority to order an audit. Does second uncle have any objections? Su Nanling's tone grew less calm. Every year, I submit the books to gang leader for inspection, and there has never been any issue. Suddenly, you come here claiming you want to check the books. It's clear that you suspect me. At this point, she no longer hid her intentions, looking straight at him and replying seriously. Yes, I do indeed have my suspicions. Sweat began to form on her uncle's face, and he thought to himself. Ha! This situation is different from usual. Suddenly, a noise came from outside, startling both Su Hongzhu and Shang Xing Elder. The spirit beasts, having broken free from their control, charged out in a frenzy. Outside, Chu Liang had to activate his shield to prevent himself from being trampled by the oncoming beasts. After they had all fled, he finally deciphered the technique and thought to himself, this is bad. With so many demonic beasts escaping like this, doesn't that mean my human-faced sprite is? Chu Liang quickly channeled spiritual energy into his eyes and scanned the area, luckily spotting the beast he had purchased. Found you, he murmured, then summoned his flying leaf and took off in pursuit. Stop right there. Up ahead, a strange man was running. Coincidentally, the beast Chu Liang was chasing was also tailing this man. At the same time, Chu Liang gave chase and shouted loudly. Stop right now. The man was startled and thought to himself, someone's chasing me? As for Chu Liang, at that moment, he had eyes only for the tiny human-faced sprite. Let's see where you can run now. A while later, at a certain street, the 3 petty thieves from earlier that morning stood ready with a large net, lying in wait to capture the demonic beasts all at once. The third younger brother made an observation, Boss, this setup seems a bit overkill. The boss replied, Relax. All we need is the net casting formation rear wolf fawn club. Once we throw the net, we run. Do it properly. Later, we'll have the Langya rod to back us up. The strange man ran past the 3 of them, simultaneously ordering, Block him. Yes, yes. Spotting the target ahead, the boss gave orders to his underlings, brothers in arms, apply pressure. Suddenly, the fatty panicked and shouted. Ha! Why is it him? Who? The human-faced sprite was now caught in a pincer. In front, a net was ready to drop, behind, the human chasing after it. In a difficult situation, it immediately turned around and attacked Chu Liang. For the young man, this was no different from good news, an opportunity that was now. He then activated 2 techniques, the 100 sword technique and flying leaf saber. These attacks struck directly into the beast, not allowing it any chance to resist. After a while, he collected its residual soul, thinking to himself. Suddenly, from a hidden corner, there was a loud scream. Ah, second brother, let's go. The words left Chu Liang puzzled. Just then, a murderous aura spread from behind the young man. How dare you cause trouble in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion of? When Chu Liang turned around, the owner of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion had approached without him noticing, preparing to deliver a finishing blow, causing the young man to urgently speak up. Wait, I didn't. In the blink of an eye, he realized the problem. No, this person had come here to kill me, intending to make sure I couldn't speak any further. Just before the attack landed, Chu Liang quickly activated the shield to protect himself. At this moment, Su Nanling's palm collided with Chu Liang's protective barrier. Even though he was inside, he was still injured, coughing up blood from the internal damage. After breaking free from the shield, he thought to himself. Yi Qing has already caused considerable damage, and once my defense fails, it will restrict my next move. Facing someone who intended to kill him, silencing him, Zhu Liang thought that a single strike would break Yi Qing's magic weapon. This person, he feared, was at the Five Realms level, and furthermore, this person harbored murderous intent toward him. Without saying anything more, the shopkeeper raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. Zhu Liang, still trapped in his thoughts, knew that turning and running now would lead only to certain death. The only option left was to face the situation with his strongest energy and see if there was any chance of surviving. At that moment, Su Hongzhu stepped forward and commanded, "Second uncle, stop." The man still managed to strike a palm attack toward Zhu Liang, but a defensive array was set up to absorb the blow. The old man who followed Su Hongzhu leaped into the air, leaving Su Nanling confused. "Shangxing Elder, are you protecting a thief now?" Su Nanling asked. Miss Su stepped forward, pointing at Zhu Liang and said, "Second uncle, he is not a thief. He is not a bandit." Su Nanling immediately retorted, "I saw him fly out of the 10,000 Beasts Hall, escaping here. How could that not be true?" She quickly explained, "I don't know where the lies are coming from, but I know he can't be a thief. If it were anyone else, I might not believe it, but this is Zhu Liang, the young hero from Shushan sect." The old man's face darkened when he realized his plan to frame someone had failed. "You recognize him?" he asked. Su Hongzhu nodded and recounted, recalling the time when Zhu Liang had saved the girls from the clutches of Xia Yan and Dong Jingbang. "When I came to Nangguan City to investigate Dong Jingbang's crimes, it was thanks to Shushan sect that I discovered the key connections. Moreover, it was young hero Chu who played the most significant role." The girl turned to the young man and added, "On the day Xue Ling Xue performed, I was also present and witnessed the interrogation of young hero Chu and Ding Shanho." Zhu Liang, who was inside the protective barrier, seemed to have figured it out. No wonder they were able to arrange the appointment so smoothly yesterday. It turns out it was because I helped them with the matter concerning the Jingbang faction. Zhu Liang immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Su, for your assistance." The girl smiled gently at him. "Young hero Chu has helped us so much. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to repay you, but who would have thought that today you'd be so seriously injured? It's a relief that you don't hold it against us." Turning to her uncle, Su Hongzhu returned to her stern attitude. "Second uncle, if the entire Shushan sect investigates this matter, I won't be able to protect you." The old man continued to argue, "If my conscience is clear, what do I have to fear?" After leaving the protective barrier, Zhu Liang spoke up. "At that time, I happened to be near the 10,000 Beasts Hall and encountered a demon beast fleeing. I saw a shadow emerge, so I was sure that some thieves had caused this trouble. Our master's sect always instructs us to eliminate evil and help with good deeds, so I pursued them. This senior must have also been tracking the culprit. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding about us. Our goal is to hunt down the bandits. Of course, I understand this matter, so how could I let the master's sect investigate this issue?" Su Hongzhu's two cheeks suddenly flushed a little. She thought that the cultivation world was all too familiar with people bullying others, but it was rare to find someone so pure and kind-hearted like this. The girl then made a suggestion. "Young hero Chu is truly wise and righteous. Let's not talk too much for now. You're injured, so please come with us first to heal your wound." Zhu Liang immediately waved his hand and politely declined. "It's just a small injury, nothing to worry about. I'd still trouble Miss Su to give me a sword furnace. I came here with urgent matters to attend to." Su Hongzhu still felt a bit uneasy, but then said, "You're bleeding." Zhu Liang quickly wiped away the blood on his mouth. It was just 1 or 2 drops. With that, the three of them continued on their way. "Please, young hero Chu, thank you both for your hard work." Su Nanling, with a face full of anger, watched them leave. After a while, not far along the path, Miss Su personally escorted him to the supreme grade sword furnace at Tao Tai Pavilion, before returning. She and Elder Shangxing waved goodbye and left. The next morning, Phoenix Empress and the son of the blacksmith uncle were already waiting. "Brat, you finally returned, huh? What's going on?" Just now, someone from Ju Jingbang came to ask me about the situation.
At this point, Chu Liang felt that he had finally seen his own family.
No matter how much Su Hongzhu owed to Ju Jingbang, he himself dared not be reckless. After all, they were a family, and he was merely an outsider. Even if he had doubts about Su Nanling, he wouldn't dare speak out. Then, he spoke up, Grandmaster, I almost didn't get to see you. You have to stand up for me, disciple.
Before anyone could respond, the young man began sobbing and throwing a tantrum.
Phoenix Empress seemed to sense that something was wrong. Are you replacing me as the master? Chu Liang, filled with frustration, recounted, Grandmaster, what are you still hesitating for?
Your most beloved disciple was almost killed. She raised a hand to her chin, pondering the matter.
First, can you tell me what happened?
You said you went to buy something, but you disappeared for half a day, and now you come back barely alive.
Grandmaster, here's what happened.
Chu Liang then briefly recounted the events, focusing on the cruelty and viciousness of Su Nanling, as well as his own weakness and helplessness. After hearing the full story, Phoenix Empress raised her hand.
Just a strategist from Ju Jing dares to kill my disciple? Does he think our family has so much money? Or maybe he thinks he has a long life?
Exactly.
She then offered her opinion. But if you want to seek revenge, I'll need to rest and recuperate for a day.
After all, I spent so much energy forging the sword for you.
Chu Liang, somewhat curious, asked. Why bring Cun in to help forge the sword? How did Grandmaster end up exhausting so much energy?
The son of the legendary blacksmith answered on behalf of Phoenix Empress. Well, Phoenix Empress chose the best materials available from my sword furnace, the smart jade gold, and this gold can only be refined with true samadhi fire.
That's why Phoenix Empress had to exert so much effort. Chu Liang, upon hearing this, thought to himself, so that's how it is.
In that case, I'll wait until Master's true chi fully recovers before seeking revenge.
It's not too late.
She then showed a smug expression. If it were just dealing with a small 5 realms practitioner, I wouldn't need to regulate my breath, but since I've taken the initiative, of course, I must maintain the best condition to handle any emergencies that might arise.
Isn't that right?
For example, if I hit the little one, the bigger one will step in to defend. Moreover, tonight the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is in chaos, it is very likely to be under strict surveillance. If we rush in, it will easily alert them.
We should wait for a day and then strike him.
It's not too late, this way, we can capture him easily. Grandmaster, you truly have profound insight, Chu Liang praised, giving a thumbs up. A while later, in the dead of night, in the living room of the sword furnace, Chu Liang was meditating, entering another space. He murmured to himself, my new little one. In the White Tower, the residual soul of the monkey that the young man had sent to meet the heavens earlier had arrived. The boy then pressed the button to spin the wheel, causing the residual soul to disappear. After a moment, the tower returned an item called the Golden Core Puppet. The puppet, used for golden core cultivation, had to first complete the formation of the core. Afterward, the puppet would assist the owner in nurturing the golden core. All the benefits from cultivation would be attributed to the host. A tree god pill is required during the day, and 2 tree god pills are needed at night. Additionally, if a battle occurs, the golden core of the host's main body can be operated simultaneously, but the consumption of the pill will double. After reading the notes, Chu Liang was full of excitement. A golden core puppet, and it only works when it's a core puppet? Wait a minute, if that's the case, then if I can activate this golden core puppet, it might just help me break through to condense the Azure golden core as well.
Doesn't that mean I'll become a cultivator with 2 golden cores in the future?
Suddenly, he became a bit despondent, but with my current financial situation, I don't even have the resources to form my own golden core, let alone find more to form a golden core for this Sun Hua. The next day, the master needed to rest and recuperate, so there was nothing to do. The young man thought to himself, I'll go for a walk, maybe I can find a new way to make money. With this thought, the young man swiftly exited the sword furnace and went for a stroll, climbing onto the back of a rhinoceros to avoid tiring his feet. Suddenly, as he turned his head, he noticed three little thieves he had previously taught a lesson to, discussing something. It seemed that the Liaoya gang wouldn't meet with us three brothers. I wonder what the treasure we stole from the Liaoya gang leader's room is. The thin one continued, this box is really special. We can't open it by force, nor can we unlock it. Is there any other way to open it? After hearing the words, Shu Liang finally raised his hand to greet them, startling the group. Ah, what a clever move. The others, upon seeing him, recoiled as if they had seen a ghost, shrinking to one side and breaking into a cold sweat. You said you wouldn't hit us anymore, one of them stammered. Just a small mistake. If you cut off this character here, it becomes king. That's not acceptable, not at all. We've already had enough trouble with our brothers in arms. What do you want from us? What's going on? Shu Liang asked casually. He stood there like a shining star, extending his hand in good faith. I mean no harm, I just happened to run into you here. Don't be afraid. How about this? Let's shake hands and make peace. Alright, sounds good. But we need to leave now, so let's go ahead. With that, the others immediately jumped off the back of the rhinoceros. At that moment, Shu Liang had somehow managed to snatch the treasure chest from their hands. He carefully examined the chest while thinking to himself, earlier, those three little thieves were acting suspiciously around this box. Where did they steal it from? If the chest belonged to someone else, it would clearly be wrong to claim it as his own. But those three little ones had fled so quickly, and if he tried to catch them and ask about the owner, there would be no way to find out. After thinking for a while, I decided to return to the sword furnace of the first level first and ask the manager if there was any way to help find the owner. But as soon as I stood in front of the door, the Grandmaster had just woken up and was walking over here. Shu Liang was a bit surprised and said, "It's barely morning, and you're already carrying that box around. What's it for?" The young man replied, I found this box, but it requires a special spell to open it. So I don't know where to go to find its owner. Isn't it quite simple? As usual, Phoenix Empress acted like someone who could solve any problem. She spread her hand out, releasing a dazzling light, and said, "Leave it to me, master. I love opening boxes." Shu Liang trusted her and handed the box to the Grandmaster. In the fiery energy, the Grandmaster cast a spell, and the box vanished, revealing a book inside. By the time Miss Su Hongqiu of Jingbang arrived, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion was in chaos. The previous night, the middle-aged man had shown a strong desire to kill someone. Shu Liang read a few pages of the book and exclaimed, "So that's it. Su eldest miss came here to check the ledger. Once the beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion go missing, it's very difficult to check the records." At this point, the woman was also a bit curious, so she peeked inside and commented, "Why are there so many numbers? Is there any secret signal here? Why can't I see any hidden signals?" Shu Liang was silently thinking when the lady snatched the notebook from him, the Grandmaster is already so good at fighting, if they could also read and write, how could anyone else stir up trouble? At that moment, the young man from Sword Furnace walked over and greeted him. "Senior, young hero Chu, is everyone here looking for me?" Shu Liang replied. "Yes, Boss Su, I wanted to ask who was the treasurer of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion." The young man responded. "Ha! 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is an important asset of Jingbang. The person in charge should have the surname Su. I believe it's Su Nanling. Is it him?" Shu Liang thought to himself. The next morning, in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, Su Young Lady, Shang Xing Elder, Su Nanling, and the disciples of Jingbang all bowed. "I am Su Hongqiu from Jingbang. I've admired the senior's reputation for a long time." At this point, the lady had come to 10,000 Beasts Pavilion to seek justice for the gossiping disciple. "Ah, so you're Su Boshan's daughter? How could someone so clueless give birth to such a beautiful daughter? Incredible." Shu Liang, feeling a little embarrassed, tugged at his robe and gently reminded.
Grandmaster.
She seemed to not understand his hint, turning around in confusion.
What? Shouldn't I greet the little girl properly first? This is a tradition for older generations to greet the younger ones.
Not daring to argue with the master in public, the young man could only think to himself.
Well, here we go again, redefining the meaning of politeness. Su Hongqiu also happily initiated a conversation.
As for the matter of Nanguan City from before, I am very grateful to the two of you, master and disciple, for helping me clear up the sex troubles.
I've always wanted to find an opportunity to thank you, but recently I've been busy with work here and haven't had the chance to do so.
Yet, Senior came all the way to my house, and I truly feel quite embarrassed.
Ah, there's no need to mention the matter of eradicating evil.
I do that hundreds of times every year. Phoenix Empress immediately got to the point. I came here today mainly to ask about what happened last night. Shu Liang, standing next to her, pretended to feel shy.
I kept saying that I'm fine. It's all just a misunderstanding, but the master insisted on dragging me here to ask about it.
Oh?
Last night? This piece of information took Miss Su by surprise.
Phoenix Empress patted her disciple's shoulder and said, "Disciple of this old man, I am someone who is honest and upright, yet when I go out, I am easily oppressed by others.
As a grandmaster, I can't even protect him, so I came here to ask who it was that struck my disciple last night?"
The woman immediately released her internal energy, putting pressure on them. Su Hongqiu had to speak up to defend. "Senior, this matter is entirely our fault." Su Nanling, standing aside, could see through the duo's tactics but merely thought to herself, "Humph, this master and disciple pair came here to cause trouble. One is acting with a red face, the other with a white face.
They're definitely trying to extort money."
After the chaos at the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion last night, all the magical beasts disappeared, and all losses were considered as damage. Although it was highly suspicious, there was no solid evidence to confirm it, and his status remained unshaken. He looked at his own niece and continued.
"This is the little girl I've seen grow up, barely even 20 this year. What kind of ability could she possibly have? She admitted to a mistake right from the start. What is this?
If I were to admit that the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion was at fault, wouldn't that mean I, Su Nanling, am admitting to being the one who made the mistake?" The more he thought about it, the more his face showed a contemptuous smile. The little girl didn't understand what was going on. She was just dealing with outsiders, and she was threatening him, trying to extort him.
Ha, saying she has no ability isn't wrong. Indeed, youth.
If I were handling this, all it would take is to kill someone, and I'd be in the clear.
Afterward, everything would just be a misunderstanding.
He then pointed at himself and shouted,
"This is me making the move. First, I'll take back the momentum. Even if it's the Phoenix Empress, what could she do?
I have full confidence in Bo Manor. I can make the other side unable to resist." Just as the thought crossed his mind, he was immediately struck in the face by a powerful kick from the Phoenix Empress. The force of the kick sent him, a fifth-level cultivator, flying several meters, leaving behind a burst of explosion. Su Hongqiu looked at his uncle being beaten and could only think to himself, "How dare he act like that before going out for a walk?" I've carefully researched all the information about the boss figures in the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
Among those who left a deep impression, Phoenix Empress is definitely at the top.
A person like her, wherever she goes, the birds in the sky kneel, the dragons hide deep in the abyss, and the trees bow down to the earth. Even the stakes make a sound like incense being burned.
How dare Su Nanling raise his voice against her?
Could it be just because she smiled?
Then, Miss Su stepped forward and apologized.
"Please, Senior, calm your anger."
Phoenix Empress replied,
"I am not angry, it's just that he suddenly shouted in my face."
"You all quickly bring him here."
Yes, Senior."
The group awkwardly followed her command.
After the disciples dragged second uncle of Su Hongqiu over, Phoenix Empress began to question.
"Last night, without even understanding the right or wrong, you hit my disciple. I came here today to seek justice. As long as you give me a satisfactory answer, we will leave immediately. Grandmaster, Su young lady admits her mistake.
Please, let's not make things too difficult for her.
Shu Liang stepped forward to intervene. Fine, I won't argue any further.
If you strike my disciple with one palm, I will strike you back with the same.
Is that fair now? You didn't hesitate to kick me, did you? Phoenix Empress immediately clarified the matter.
It's because you shouted in my face. Just now, I only used half my strength.
How could a punch from me be so light?
Su Hongqiu immediately stood in the way of the powerful figure.
Senior, we can compensate you.
Although she also wanted to see second uncle punished, she had already secured the most important position in Wanfu Hall. If, for the sake of a trivial matter caused by external factors, she were to lose one of her top loyalists, it would severely impact the reputation of everyone in the Jingbang. Upon hearing the word compensate, the teacher and disciple both felt relieved, though a little embarrassed.
We're not unreasonable people. How about this, you just cover the medical expenses for my disciple? Grandmaster, how could you ask someone to give money?
Miss Su is a good friend, and talking about money would hurt our feelings.
Then if not money, what should we give? Shu Liang replied.
At the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, there are spirit beasts everywhere.
How about we casually pick one and raise it?
At this point, the woman immediately rejected that idea.
That won't do. Don't you know I have the Divine Phoenix's pressure?
Any beast from the four realms would die with just a shout.
How could we possibly raise one?
Shu Liang suggested another idea.
Then how about we just take a 5th grade spirit beast and raise it? That would be a token of our friendship with Jingbang. Oh, I think this idea isn't bad. Miss Su, what do you think of this suggestion?
The girl over there was skillfully tossed back and forth by the two masters, and she can only patiently agree.
It's fine.
A while later, Su Hongqiu led the two masters into the beast storage room.
Feel free to choose whichever one you like and take it with you. Pick the expensive one, the disciple doesn't know anything.
So, Shu Liang leaned in and whispered.
I have a method, master. First, you can release a bit of pressure, and then we'll choose the one that isn't afraid of you.
This will work.
Following the disciple's suggestion, she released a wave of pressure among the beast cages, causing them to shake. Among the frightened beasts, a lion roared back defiantly.
Seeing this, Shu Liang immediately made his decision.
The big-headed one, that's you.
Shu Liang excitedly pointed at the huge spirit beast in the iron cage.
This big brain here is you. Su Hongqiu smiled. You chose it? Seeing the excited expressions of the others, Shu Liang was confused. Wait, why are they so happy? Did I choose the wrong one? Su Hongqiu gently said.
Then let the two of you take this sacred beast that is like a wolf that likes to eat people.
Here you go.
Upon hearing this, both Chu Liang and Phoenix Empress were puzzled.
Sacred beast? It's not like a monster that needs to shapeshift.
The reason spirit beasts always maintain their original form is because they themselves are high-level celestial beings, understanding the great Tao of heaven and earth no less than a human's physical body. Therefore, they naturally don't need to transform.
However, for the sacred beast, this is a major family among the spiritual beasts that feared Chu Liang might change his mind. The waiters quickly began praising the fierce-looking beast.
Its only flaw might be its hunger. When it's hungry, it could even eat through iron cages. Later, once it got used to eating, even when there was nothing else, it liked to chew on a few pieces to sharpen its teeth.
Chu Liang was confused and asked, "Are your iron cages expensive? How many days does it take to order one?"
The man replied, "The cages are made from deep-sea devil cloud iron, and it takes 3 days to make one." Later, we developed a new method where we only need to reassemble the cage's columns, which significantly reduced the cost. Upon hearing this, Chu Liang turned to Queen and subtly said, "But it chews on the iron cages to grow.
Do we have enough to afford this?" The Phoenix Empress, unfazed, responded, "What's so hard about raising it? If it dares to eat people, we'll just kill it and be done with it." The sacred beast in the cage growled softly upon hearing this. Shu Liang was even more confused, thinking to himself, is it obedient and affectionate toward people? The man beside them continued to advertise eagerly, it's probably just not used to everyone yet. After this, it'll turn out fine. When we return, it can become a mount, and you can ride it any time. After the sacred beast was released from its cage, the man kept reiterating, if you take it outside, make sure to chain it up, absolutely, absolutely. Shu Liang interrupted, I understand now, taking the monster for a walk without a leash is better left to let it walk itself. Please, Grandmaster. Phoenix Empress, satisfied, wrapped the leash around the sacred beast's neck and shouted, sit down. The beast growled in response to Phoenix Empress's command. Seeing this, Phoenix Empress had no intention of staying any longer. She dragged the sacred beast along and left with Shu Liang. Forget it, when we get back, I'll bond with it more. Outside the town, Phoenix Empress waved goodbye to Shu Liang, leading the sacred beast with her. You go on with your own business, but I can't just let that man go so easily. Shu Liang smiled, if he dares to strike a disciple of the Grandmaster, how could he be forgiven? In Xichang, at Wind and Mooncliff, Moonview Tower, smoke spiraled around the high tower, and the crescent moon hung bright in the sky, creating a celestial atmosphere. As Shu Liang entered, countless beautiful women in all forms appeared to welcome him. Congratulations on your ascension to the heavens. Shu Liang looked at the beauty before him. Although they were all part of the business of flesh, none of them were revealing. Instead, they wore modest attire, exposing only the necessary areas but in a way that accentuated their figures, resembling celestial maidens from the heavens. He couldn't help but think, no wonder this place is called Old Moon Tower. The design of this place makes it so that when you enter, you're greeted by celestial maidens. It truly gives one the feeling of ascending to the upper realm, grasping the moon from 9 heavens. So professional. Shu Liang thought so, but he still came here with a different purpose. He smiled and asked, I am here to find someone. May I ask if Brother Wenrun of the Sea King sect is here? As soon as he finished speaking, someone responded. 2 beautiful women standing to the side pointed toward the staircase, are you here to visit the immortal scholar? He is at Huangting Palace, and he has already been notified. Please wait a moment. A little while later, Shu Liang got what he wanted and met the person he was looking for. He entered a luxurious room, where Wenren Mo was sitting in the middle, refining pills, with 2 alluring women sitting closely beside him. Shu Liang clicked his tongue, Brother Ren, you play your role too well, even pretending to be an immortal alchemist. How did you manage that? Wenren Mo smiled, what do you mean? I really am refining pills. I was planning to make a batch of beauty pills as a gift for Miss Su. This is my trump card. It will make all women and mortals who cultivate it fall for it. It was originally meant to be a token of affection for her, but the situation has become a bit unfavorable, so I can only offer it in advance. Shu Liang was curious, what's so unfavorable? Has Brother Wenren and Miss Su progressed to the next step? Wenren Mo replied proudly, if this batch of pills can make her happy, then perhaps it will move things forward to the step we've talked about. Shu Liang fell into a state of speechlessness after hearing this. He thought to himself, but brother, you have never dared to say such things before. Shu Liang handed over a sparkling book, looking quite formidable. Wenren Mo's eyes widened as he stared. Shu Liang, with a calm smile, replied slowly. This contains something that can help you store the medicinal pills for a period of time. At the very least, it will definitely help you finish your conversation with Miss Su. Not only did Shu Liang provide valuable goods, but he also offered essential information. Miss Su had come to Tao Tai Pavilion to investigate the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. The commotion at the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion yesterday was also related to this. As far as I know, her investigation hasn't made any progress. Moreover, I hold a piece of valuable evidence that could directly solve the case at the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, helping her achieve great success. This is the ledger of those in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion who collaborated with outsiders to steal and sell exotic beasts. Renmo was extremely excited upon hearing this. His eyes shone brightly, as if he had struck gold, and he tightly grasped Xu Liang's hand, earnestly saying, "How did this thing end up in your hands? If Miss Su gets this, she'll definitely be overjoyed. Xu bro, if you give this to me, I'll treat you well for the rest of my life." Xu Liang twitched the corner of his mouth. "I came here originally to deliver it to brother Wenren, but Renmo is not a rude person." He thought for a moment, considering that in order to obtain this, Xu bro must have paid a hefty price, right? "I absolutely cannot let you suffer any loss, so what should I offer in exchange?" On the surface, Xu Liang smiled, but in his heart, he was thinking, it feels so comfortable working with people who have emotional intelligence, doesn't it? People who never wait for you to open your mouth and ask the price before they start thinking about what to trade. Despite this thought, Xu Liang, with a two-faced expression, said, "Brother Wenren and I meeting each other is fate, so let's not talk about such crude matters like money." Renmo immediately caught on to the underlying meaning. He didn't want money? If he wanted to offer something of equivalent value to this treasure, what could he give to make Xu bro satisfied? Ah, got it. Renmo thought of something valuable and excitedly exclaimed, "I picked up this red lotus sacred jewel a few days ago. Although it is of high value, it doesn't suit the cultivation techniques I practice, so I was planning to sell it. If this can make up for what Xu bro needs, then nothing would be better." In his hand was a bright red jewel that shimmered brilliantly, and anyone could tell it was something of great value. This type of item could radiate divine light and illuminate 1,000 miles in the dark. It could also enhance the lotus divine flame and was particularly effective at suppressing evil artifacts. "Xu bro, if you have any use for it, please take it." Renmo quickly handed the items to Xu Liang. The two of them appeared to be laughing and talking in a manner that was insincerely cheerful. Renmo smiled brightly, "Please accept this, Xu bro, or my heart will not be at peace." Xu Liang did not refuse. "Ah, well then, I will take it." Xu Liang clasped his hands in farewell. "Since everything is settled, I will take my leave." Renmo waved his hand to say goodbye and politely added, "Xu bro, since you've come all this way, why not choose a ferry and experience what it feels like to ascend to immortality?" The two beautiful women also stepped forward, their figures blossoming as though to confirm Renmo's words. Xu Liang was slightly alarmed and hurriedly left. No, thank you, let's save the ascension for another day." At the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, Renmo knocked on someone's door. A large, fierce-looking man opened the door with a bang. It was Shangxing Elder, who scolded angrily, "You again? If you come any closer, I won't show any mercy." Renmo was startled and quickly fell into a submissive stance, raising both hands in a gesture of innocence. "Senior, I have very important evidence that could help you solve the case at 10,000 Beasts Pavilion." Shangxing Elder asked in a low voice, "What kind of evidence?" Renmo clasped his hands and became serious, "It is absolutely crucial evidence. I wish to personally deliver it to Miss Su. Please, kindly inform her." The Shangxing Elder sat in deep thought, staring intently at Renmo. A few moments later, Renmo met with Su Hongqiu. Su Hongqiu sat on a chair, suspiciously looking at Renmo and asked, "I heard you want to hand over important evidence regarding the mystery behind the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion?" Renmo smiled and raised the book that Xu Liang had given him earlier. "That's right, it's this." Su Hongqiu carefully examined the book, contemplating, "The contents of this ledger are indeed key evidence that can thoroughly solve the case of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion." She looked up and asked Renmo, "Where did you get this book from?" Renmo didn't hide anything. "I have quite a wide circle of acquaintances. A friend of mine from Shushan, knowing of my feelings for Miss Su, came to deliver it to me." She immediately became solemn. Was it Xu Liang? She thought to herself, "There aren't many people from the Shushan sect in the Taotai Pavilion, this must be related to those two master and disciple." Renmo was surprised. "Miss Su knows him too?" Su Hongqiu did not answer, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought.
If this was being used for revenge, then it would undoubtedly expose Su Nanling's crimes. In that case, Su Nanling would have no escape but death. She pondered, unconsciously speaking aloud, Chu Liang, huh? The wheels are still turning in his mind. If that's the case, then I won't spare him any longer. To bring justice to their master and disciple, I might have to directly kill Su Nanling. By doing this, not only do we provide them with an explanation, but we also help Jingbang clear its name. But if that's really the case, then they probably won't be extorting anyone. Su Nanling has one fault: she is worthless. If Su Nanling is innocent, of course, I will protect her. After that, let them extort another 5 realms beast. Then, once the matter seems to be settled, they will present evidence of a crime. The moment they see it, Su Nanling will die, and in that way, Xu Liang will have his revenge. When Rin Mo, sitting next to Su Hongqiu, casually added, unknowingly interrupting her train of thought, speaking of which, no matter how Chu Bro got it, in order for me to get this book, I had to pay quite a hefty price. I gave him a treasure in return. Su Hongqiu was startled. What? You traded a treasure for this book? When Rin Mo replied, confused, that's right, but isn't that just how I live by my principles? Su Hongqiu became very angry upon hearing this and clenched her fists. By now, she knew she had been deceived. The image of the master-disciple pair in her eyes was now no different from that of a fox and a tiger. Su Hongqiu clenched her fist tightly, laughing bitterly in frustration. Humph, Xu Liang, not only did he obtain the beast as evidence, but he also managed to trick a treasure. This Su Liang guy is truly treacherous. Compared to him, the Phoenix Empress is just an old fox, he is a man-eating wolf. Xu Liang sneezed continuously from a distance. He sniffed and thought to himself, what's going on? Is someone talking behind my back? He walked into the grand hall and immediately encountered the supreme grade sword furnace. In the hall, Xu Liang cheerfully approached and asked, Boss Su, where is Grandmaster? The other person replied, Phoenix Empress Senior, she's behind the mountain, fighting with Jin Mao. The Jin Mao was knocked dizzy and, at this moment, was extremely obedient, listening to Phoenix Empress. As soon as she shouted a command, it sat down like a well-trained dog. Phoenix Empress continued her training, clapping her hands and saying, that's it, left hand, roll it, any command is executed perfectly by Jin Mao. Xu Liang ran to the back of the mountain and was greeted by the bizarre sight of a human and dog interaction, which left him at a loss for words. With a proud expression, Phoenix Empress spoke to Xu Liang, aren't I just exchanging affection with it? People from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion don't lie. This little creature is really well behaved. Xu Liang was speechless and thought to himself, remembering how it chewed on a chain of iron before, I can't help but feel disturbed. Suddenly, a gigantic golden sword appeared out of nowhere, embedding itself into the forest not far from the two of them, the wind howling fiercely like a storm. Xu Liang was astonished, and it was Phoenix Empress beside him who answered, the sword has been forged. The master and disciple quickly approached. There was a high platform, and on top of it stood a person next to a sword-forging furnace, shouting, initiate the sword. Xu Liang asked the person beside him, is Missing C still busy? Has she not succeeded yet? The person replied, she has succeeded. Right now, it's just the final stage. In your father's hands, there will be another legendary sword passed down through generations. The person on the platform shouted, cleanse the sword. The sword immediately jumped out of the furnace, cutting through the surrounding water, with smoke rising in thick clouds. In the midst of the smoke, the old man holding the sword, his expression serious, walked toward Phoenix Empress. At this moment, I finally understand your deeper intention. Although the Tao rhythm hidden in the clouds, which contains a sword within the clouds, will no longer exist, the process of forging it allows one to gain some insight. Even a tiny trace of Tao imprint is a great fortune in the mortal realm. This is the level of the Tao. The old man raised the blazing sword and said, this sword has borrowed a trace of the heavenly Tao aura within the clouds. Not only has its quality been elevated by one level, but even she will benefit from it. Her cultivation can improve, indeed, this shows great intention.
Phoenix Empress responded calmly, yes, that is what I intended.
Xu Liang, standing behind, could only twitch the corner of his mouth.
He thought to himself, that's not what you think.
If you truly understood this, you would have eagerly claimed credit for it long ago, instead of waiting for someone else to say it. Unfortunately, this sword is a counterfeit and cannot be listed in the record of myriad treasures. If not, I would guess it would at least rank outside the top 100, or perhaps even make it to the bottom of the top 100. If I could forge a famous sword that makes it into the top 100, I would be able to resolve the greatest regret of my life. Xu Liang stroked his chin, deep in thought. Among the 3 great blacksmiths in the world, only the swords forged by Bu Yen Town were ranked in the top 100.
Meanwhile, Su Kuan-Wu and Bai Li Quan were in fierce competition for the second place.
The one who forged a renowned sword among the hundreds of top-ranking swords would be able to end the rivalry sooner.
Phoenix Empress casually patted Su Kuan-Wu on the shoulder.
Relax, if it weren't for the imitation of the Shaoyan ancient sword, with your strength, you wouldn't be able to forge a sword of this caliber.
Doesn't thinking this way make you feel a bit better? The expressions of Xu Liang and Su Kuan-Wu immediately froze. Xu Liang couldn't help but sweat, unsure of what to say.
He whispered to Phoenix Empress, Grandmaster, he just finished forging the sword for us, let's be careful with our words.
Xu Liang quickly approached Cuninc to speak, preventing Phoenix Empress from saying anything.
Cuninc was already highly skilled in the art of sword forging, and this time, his progress had gone even further. I believe the day he forges a divine sword is not far off. The other person smiled broadly.
From now on, it will be your sword. Go ahead and give it a name.
Xu Liang held the sword with both hands, looking extremely serious. Although I will use this sword, it is a sword that will be passed down for generations. I am certainly not its only master, but Cuninc, the one who forged it today, will forever be its sole creator. Therefore, as for the naming, I respectfully ask Cuninc to do so. The sword was forged from a brilliant and flawless piece of jade, its edges smooth and sharp, and it was named VTRN, no trace, symbolizing purity and perfection. At the peak of the silver sword, Lu Xiaoyu was sound asleep on a chair by the garden. A thick liquid dripped onto her face. Lu Xiaoyu woke up suddenly, gently wiping her damp cheek. She froze as she saw a lion, appearing out of nowhere, staring at her hungrily with its wide-open mouth.
Lu Xiaoyu immediately started to tear up, sobbing as she said, "Did the little fish finish watering today? Is it lying on the little bed I made, soaking up the sun?"
Xu Liang arrived with Jin Mao, and upon hearing her crying, he froze for a moment. He hurriedly tried to comfort the frightened little girl, who was crying uncontrollably.
"Sniff sniff, hush now, don't cry." "Hoo."
Xu Liang broke out in a cold sweat, rushing to console Lu Xiaoyu.
"Jin Mao isn't a bad animal. It's our best friend. If you stop crying, I'll take you to eat something delicious."
At this, the little girl stopped crying. Jin Mao, excited, let out a few yelps.
Xu Liang turned and scolded it. "What are you so happy about? There's no food for you."
Jin Mao, looking like a lion, barked a few times like a dog.
"Woof woof woof." Lu Xiaoyu, now calm, asked with curiosity, "Why can't you feed it?"
Xu Liang pondered for a moment and replied, "The growth of a spiritual hand requires far more spiritual power and energy than that of an ordinary beast," before adding simply, "because it is a spiritual creature." In his heart, he thought, the appetite of Jin Mao is probably 10 times greater than that of any other beast of the same level.
With Yu Jianfeng's financial capability, how could we afford to feed it? Moreover, if we really want to take it for hot pot, I fear even a single small coin wouldn't be enough for this one to squeeze between its teeth. Lu Xiaoyu, not understanding, gently rubbed Jin Mao's head. "Do golden beasts eat a lot?"
Xu Liang sighed and replied, "Yes, exactly." Suddenly, Xu Liang seemed to recall something. "That's right, spirit beasts eat a lot," he said, mentally calculating, "there's no need to mention Xiao Bai's food. Let's take Jin Mao to hot pot." He hurriedly said goodbye to Lu Xiaoyu and took Jin Mao with him. "Thanks, Xiaoyu," Jin Mao said. Xu Liang, come with me. After we return, I'll go with you for hot pot, Jin Mao continued, leaving Lu Xiaoyu bewilderedly sitting on the chair. Ha! Guarding the area where the divine beast Bai Zhai resided, the grown-up Bai Zhai hadn't shown itself in many years, remaining elusive and unseen. At the moment, the only one keeping watch was a lonely child left to guard. Perhaps it was because of loneliness that the young Bai Zhai went outside to find friends to play with. Before, it had only one friend named Xiang Xiang. Every time Bai Zhai won, it would go to Pagoda Peak to spend a few days with her. After that, it met another friend who had a very familiar aura, as if they had met when they were younger. The two of them always had a lot of fun together. However, both of them were older, over 10 years old, and had many things to deal with, unlike Bai Zhai itself, which was just a young one under 6 years old. Dear Xiao Bai Zai, are you home? A familiar voice rang out from behind, causing Xiao Bai, who had been feeling down, to immediately become excited. Wow! It exclaimed, joyfully rushing toward Chu Liang. Suddenly, it came to a sharp stop. Xiao Bai widened its eyes at the enormous creature behind Chu Liang, as Chu Liang cheerfully said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here today to introduce a new friend. The Jin Mao sacred beast is here to shake hands with your boss." The Jin Mao was enormous, but it looked utterly silly. It happily tapped its paw against Bai Zhai's horn. Chu Liang looked on contentedly as the two played together. "Heh, today we're all brothers. How about we have a meal together? Since this is your place, you should treat us, right?" Chu Liang began his scheming, but Xiao Bai Zai, innocent as ever, believed it wholeheartedly and could only cheer, "Gaaa go aaa go aaa." Xiao Bai quickly hopped forward, calling out, signaling to lead the way. Chu Liang climbed onto Jin Mao's back, contentedly shouting, "Keep going." It seemed Jin Mao also knew a feast was coming, so it barked excitedly, "Woof woof woof." A moment later, Xiao Bai Zai led Chu Liang and Jin Mao to its dining table. Jin Mao's eyes lit up, staring intently at the glowing, shimmering piles of spirit pills. Chu Liang found a spot for his Jin Mao to eat, and after finishing, he casually said to the innocent Xiao Bai Zai beside him, "Xiao Bai Zai, you should eat too, then we can go out and play together." Xiao Bai Zai, the silly one, was sold yet still helped others count money, exclaiming, "Ah, oh." The next day, 2 steward disciples in charge of feeding Xiao Bai Zai arrived at this place. They were surprised to find the dining table completely empty, and in panic, they said, "Oh, in the past, Xiao Bai Zai could eat at most half a basin of spirit pills in one day. What happened? Today, the whole basin is empty, not even a single pill left." These spirit fruits were something it never used to like to eat. The elder even said that its eating habits weren't healthy. But today, not only did it finish everything, it even licked the floor of the basin clean. Inside Eugene Feng, Jin Mao sat beside Chu Liang and yawned. Meanwhile, Chu Liang crouched, admiring the fruit trees in the garden that had borne fruit. Jin Mao, with its sharp senses, caught the scent of food and immediately opened its wide mouth, showing signs of hunger. It stuck close to Chu Liang, demanding food. Chu Liang, disgusted, pushed its head away. "Go away, stay away from me, go play by yourself." Chu Liang rubbed his chin, staring at the spirit fruit that emitted a brilliant golden glow. He had to wait until tomorrow for dozens of fruits to be sold outside. I wonder what price these fruits would go for. It's just a bit unfortunate. I've already tried the long ci Jin fruit before. If it's just the regular Jin fruit now, there will definitely be a huge difference. Jin Mao sat beside, its eyes gleaming, longing for a chance to drop some snacks from the basket. Chu Liang turned his head and threatened Jin Mao, causing it to lose all its vigor instantly. "Ah, you are not allowed to touch this. Haven't I already taken you out for so many delicious meals? As for these, I'll keep them for myself. If you dare sneakily steal from me, I'll have you neutered." Jin Mao whimpered in fear, howling softly. Suddenly, the sky began to pour rain. Chu Liang looked up, listening to the sound of raindrops pattering. "Ah, is it raining again?" Chu Liang mused. "Xiaoyu once told me that on these days, there won't be any rain at the peak of Eugene Feng. Grandmaster is currently on his way to Bai Luofeng to return the Shaoyan ancient sword, yet just as he returns, rain starts falling here.
Could it be that the dragon aura ascends as wings was forced to fall?
Jin Mao, sitting beside him, also raised its foot to rub its chin, adopting the same posture as Chu Liang.
At Gushan Shan Diaolong Tian, a spark shot through the sky like a meteor.
The spark came from Queen, who landed and spoke to the two people who had been there before. Yanzi, I heard you came to see uncle, so I rushed here to return this sword to you. The old man, sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiled and responded to Queen. Ha ha ha, Phoenix, don't disturb the true dragon with your divine fire aura anymore.
Phoenix Empress didn't care, smiling at the old man. True dragon or false dragon, I don't care.
If you dare provoke me, I'll turn it into a deaf dragon.
The old man sighed.
You, the true dragon suppresses Shu Shan's fate, all disciples must respect it without question.
Have you forgotten Zhang Jiao's strict orders? Phoenix Empress turned to Yanzi.
All right, enough, I'm too lazy to pay attention to all these complicated matters. Yanzi, here is your treasured divine sword, I'm returning it to you. Yanzi's expression remained unchanged as she took the sword.
I was actually worried that you'd keep the real one and send me a fake one. Looks like you're not that poor yet, huh? Phoenix Empress slapped her forehead upon hearing this. Ah, how did I not think of that?
Old Sikong calmly said. Luckily you don't remember, otherwise, we would have been able to conclude who the true top master with the most skill in Shushan has been over the years.
Phoenix Empress proudly replied. Yanzi and I have such a relationship. I can beat anyone, but I won't touch her. I believe Yanzi would treat me the same way. Yanzi, standing behind, looked bewildered and said nothing.
She stared at Phoenix Empress with a cold expression.
Phoenix Empress fell silent, unable to boast any further.
Old Sikong smiled.
Ha, stop making me laugh. Taoist Yan and I discussed something earlier, you might want to listen to it. The Phoenix Empress was curious, what issue are you referring to?
The old man suddenly opened his eyes and coldly said, Shushan has an insider.
The Phoenix Empress stared in astonishment at old Sikong.
At that moment, Yanzi explained, my disciple, Jiang Yubai, was attacked by a beast on the mountain earlier.
It was clear that someone deliberately orchestrated this.
I conducted an investigation, but I couldn't find the culprit. Then, Master Sikong successfully captured the dragon, so I asked him to do a divination. Old Sikong remained silent for a moment before continuing. The result of the divination was somewhat vague. It only suggested a shared intention and concealed malice among the disciples.
However, if the enemy possesses such methods, T cannot make a definite guess.
He is likely to be a master of the 6th or 7th stage, or even a top-tier expert like the Feng masters. The Phoenix Empress raised her hand confidently and said, then the first person I suspect is Wang Xianling. Yanzi was speechless, and even old Sikong sighed helplessly, don't take this opportunity to exclude those who oppose you. The Phoenix Empress remained optimistic and said, because it could happen to anyone, I'll just be a little suspicious.
Besides, you wouldn't suspect me, would you?
Seeing the Phoenix Empress's demeanor, old Sikong fell silent and did not respond. However, Yanzi, with a cold expression, said bluntly, let's agree on this, if someone wants to be an undercover agent, they must have some intelligence.
Swordchant Peak, the residence of Chu Liang. Chu Liang sat cross-legged in his room, cultivating while pondering.
Although he too relied on the large-headed puppet to diligently cultivate, the realization he had about cultivation was something he could not afford to take lightly. Cultivating the technique not only elevated one's current cultivation level but also laid the foundation for future cultivation. If one's cultivation technique was not sufficiently refined, no matter how high the cultivation level, it would be no different from a castle built in the air. Chu Liang circulated his internal energy, closed his eyes, and thought to himself, finding shortcuts for everything is only natural. However, these shortcuts must be approached practically, with each step being steady and sure. For example, within the Mystic Heart Sutra of the Nine Heavens, there is always a sense of calm and encompasses the profound truths of the Tao.
If one were to study it more meticulously, it might even assist in the future when attempting to break through to the realm of the heavenly way. Chu Liang exhaled slowly, gradually emerging from his meditation. He opened his eyes and thoughtfully observed the remaining vital energy in the palm of his hand. Today's cultivation feels a bit strange. The vital energy I absorbed seems unstable, and instead of remaining steady, it disperses outward. Even the vital energy transferred from the puppet over there feels the same way. He remained silent. In truth, his body had no issues, and the cultivation technique was running smoothly as well. If everything seemed fine, there could only be one reason. Chu Liang looked at his own body. It was because he had cultivated the divine will realm to perfection. Now, he had reached the peak of the divine will realm. He sighed, "Ugh, I've broken through again." The next day, he went to the Palace of Sword Transmission to have Yun Jr. brother repair the damaged magical artifact. Fortunately, the artifact had only suffered some damage, but it didn't affect the core formation patterns, so the repair wasn't too costly. Afterward, he asked Yun Jr. brother to appraise the Red Lotus sacred jewel, and the price he received was astonishing. Yun Yulong stroked his chin as he examined the jewel, then quoted the price to Chu Liang. "The Red Lotus sacred jewel is worth about 2,000 sword coins." While Chu Liang was still thinking about how many sword coins he had earned during his trip to Taotai Pavilion, Yun Jr. brother was already stirred by the crimson lotus bead. His desires awakened. Yun Yulong suddenly said excitedly, "Ah, the material of this Red Lotus sacred jewel is very rare and would be perfect for the flying leaf weapon. I could repair the flying leaf locking saber and polish this treasure at the same time. What if we inlaid this magical artifact into the flying leaf saber, then added another formation pattern to it?" Chu Liang, surprised, asked, "Add another one?" Yun Yulong replied, "That's right, by that time, I might have a piece of magic equipment in my hands that can transform into all sorts of shapes and forms." Chu Liang thought carefully. If the power of the Hong Lian Shu could indeed be added to the flying leaf saber, it would certainly increase its special attacking capabilities against monsters. He then replied, "All right." Yun Yulong was overjoyed. "Great." Chu Liang pulled out a robe and added, "I've also brought back this quiet extinguishing pouch." Yun Yulong quickly examined it. "No problem, altering the robe won't be difficult. I won't charge you, but refining the flying leaf saber is a big task, and it'll cost about 250. Chu Liang agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, Chu Liang leaned close to Yun Yulong and whispered, "By the way, do you know anything about the golden core formation?" Yun Yulong immediately understood when he heard that. He happily exclaimed, "Ah, has your divine will realm reached its peak already? Congratulations, senior brother Chu." Chu Liang sighed and said with a touch of melancholy, "Well, I'm not sure if I should be happy or sad." Yun Yulong smiled. Indeed, forming the golden core is no easy task. But I only know the basics because I haven't reached that stage myself. Chu Liang was downcast. "I know even less than that. Could you explain a bit more about the Tao of alchemy so I can understand?" Yun Yulong began to explain. The process of forming a golden core is usually divided into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. Of course, there is also the legendary supreme grade golden core, but it's extremely rare. For example, the Mystic Heart Sutra of the 9 Heavens from our Shushan sect, the most basic form is the 9 Heavens golden core. The materials needed are 6 treasures of heaven and earth, such as azure cloud, purple leaf, floral sun, scarlet serpent, mystic elixir guiding art, rootless feathered star, grace of the dragon flower, and Jioli continent. These 6 materials are not rare and can be purchased at the Palace of Sword Transmission for just around 1,000 sword coins. He continued, but these can only be used to refine a basic lower grade golden core. If you want to make a middle grade golden core, you'll need to add 2 more rare materials, skylark powder and solar yang stone. Once added, you can upgrade it to a mid-tier golden core. These 2 items are also provided by the Palace of Sword Transmission. In total, they cost slightly more than the previous ones, but still only a little over 1,000 sword coins. As disciples of Shushan, we must at least start with a middle-grade golden core. As for a high-grade golden core,
that depends on the senior brother's intentions. To create a high-grade golden core, you need to add 5 more elements based on the principles of yin-yang in the 5 phases. For example, if you add a fire attribute, like fire Ganoderma or Liangzi, you can form a fire-based golden core. If there is a hunch, then it is called high-grade. These materials in the Palace of Sword Transmission are very rare, and most of them must be sought after individually. Finally, there is the Supreme Grade Golden Core. This is even higher than the high-grade Golden Core. If one can add a divine herb of immortal ascension, the quality of the Golden Core can be raised to an even higher level. However, this can only be encountered, not sought after. Whether or not it can be obtained entirely depends on fate. Shu Lian listened in silence and said nothing. Seeing this, Yun Yulong became confused and gently called out, "Shu Liang's senior brother?" Shu Lian was momentarily lost in thought, but then he regained his attention and sighed in frustration. "Ah, this golden core formation is really too troublesome, isn't it?" Although it was a bit troublesome, it was definitely worth it because a cultivator could only form a golden core once in their lifetime, and no matter how much effort it took, one had to give it their all. Shu Liang responded, feeling disheartened. "Yeah, you're right. Thanks, junior brother. This whole thing is really quite costly, you know?" In Eugene Foam, Shu Lian wandered aimlessly through the forest. If he wanted his golden core puppet to form a golden core as well, then at the very least, he himself would have to form a core twice. If it were possible, who wouldn't want to only form a core once in their life? How wonderful it would be if one could form 2 cores in a single attempt. Initially, he thought he could take a few days off. But now, it seemed like he would have to get busy again, collecting money, finding herbs, and forming the core. He recalled what had happened earlier and made a firm decision. If he wanted to enter the Golden Core before participating in the Shushan Summit, he had to seize the time quickly. At that moment, the Soul Summoning Order suddenly vibrated. Shu Liang was surprised to see the Soul Summoning Order fly out. Ah, is the Soul Summoning Order receiving some new information? Shu Liang thought as he stood in the forest, surprised to see the Soul Summoning Order light up and then fly away. He grabbed the order, wondering why the Soul Summoning Order had received a message. From within the order, a command was transmitted: the southern summons will take place within 7 days, gather outside Nanyushan town. Shu Liang, small in stature among his subordinates, thought to himself, boom. The southern summons, according to the member structure of Shang Sima, the southern envoy can already be considered a demonic cultivator close to the leadership of the Mingwang sect. Shu Liang pondered, uncertain whether the summons were due to something he had called for or if it was something significant that had happened. The organizational structure of the group started with Shang Sima, followed by the Southern Envoy, then the 4 Killers, and finally the 60 Soul Reapers. The Soul Reapers were in confusion. Sun Sha, what happened? Sun Sha remained silent. All will be explained when you arrive. The Soul Reapers are to receive orders from the Southern Envoy. You must reach the outer perimeter of Nanyushan town within 7 days. Once you receive the message, you must act immediately. The Soul Reapers promptly received the order. Only Chu Liang had his own thoughts. After so many days without contact, he arrived and was immediately informed that he had to meet them 7 days later? Although it was possible to inform the Master's sect in advance to select a group for this person, for cultivators from the demon sect, who were extremely cautious, the opportunity to capture them would only come once. The soul-collecting practitioners around Chu Liang whispered excitedly. They were probably thrilled because the Great Master had his eye on some rare treasure in Nanyushan town and had finally gathered everyone to retrieve it. Shu Liang fell into deep thought. Was there any value in capturing these emissaries? And the person who had summoned everyone was just an emissary from the South Shang Sima, who hadn't even appeared in the targets of his respect yet. Shu Liang coldly accepted the order. He thought to himself that 7 days was more than enough to handle this, and he agreed first before going back to report to the Grandmaster. In Eugene Feng, at Master Feng's Sand Tower, Phoenix Empress was lazily lying down, reading a script. At this moment, Shu Liang had returned to the real world and hurriedly entered.
Grandmaster, disciple has something to report.
Phoenix Empress sat up, looked at Chu Liang thoughtfully.
This brat had a serious expression, could it be? Phoenix Empress patted Chu Liang's shoulder and asked with interest, "Did you get beaten up again?"
Chu Liang was speechless and thought to himself, even if I get beaten, it's just so you have an excuse to trick people out of money.
Grandmaster, you don't need to be so happy.
This time, disciple didn't get bullied, but instead, I might disappoint you. Chu Liang calmly reported, there is another message from the Soul Summoning Order of the Ming Wang sect.
It seems that Nan Lu, the leader, is gathering people.
Within 7 days, they will gather outside Nanyushan town, and it appears to be part of some plot.
Phoenix Empress casually responded. Well, Nan Lu is just a small fry. Chu Liang was once again speechless and said, Grandmaster, those small fries in your eyes can easily kill a disciple.
He expressed his thoughts. The disciple believes that the Ming Wang sect, especially Shang Sima, is currently laying an ambush, building up strength. As for his subordinate, Nan Lu, who is now gathering people at Nanyushan town, there must be a very important goal.
If we can destroy the Ming Wang sect along with their target, it would be a great accomplishment, wouldn't it? Chu Liang continued.
Furthermore, if we can capture Nan Lu, there's also a chance we could force him to reveal Shang Sima's location. Phoenix Empress stroked her chin, seriously pondering.
Xiao Chu infiltrating the Soul Summoning Order would certainly expose him once he strikes.
So, the opportunity to play the role of a spy is essentially a one-time chance. If he doesn't participate, suspicion would fall on him, so he can only retreat for now.
Phoenix Empress nonchalantly said. Well, if we can't deal with the big fish, catching a few shrimp will do. Then, Phoenix Empress thought of something and added.
Oh, well, since anyone can use the Soul Summoning Order now, I might as well infiltrate and play the spy myself.
It's safer than taking the risk.
Chu Liang widened his eyes. The Grandmaster was still thinking about her own safety, but just imagining the Phoenix Empress disguised as a common soldier of the demonic sect, with the Soul Reaper being the lowest-ranking member in the operation, it was possible she could be called upon repeatedly and ordered around. At that point, if anyone dared show a hint of resistance to the Grandmaster, Chu Liang could already envision a future scenario where the Phoenix Empress, enraged, would scold.
Who are you shouting at? And then proceed to punch the demonic sect members into submission.
Chu Liang sighed, fearing she might just kill someone with one punch. It was inevitable that things would spiral out of control, forget about containing the situation.
He hesitated and spoke up. Grandmaster, maybe we should just forget it. To be a spy, one must have.
Before he could finish, the Phoenix Empress raised her fist and fiercely asked.
Have what?
He quickly changed his tune, smiling calmly. One must have the ability to disguise oneself. And with your brilliance, Grandmaster, you're like a firefly in the dark, so bright, so outstanding that it's impossible to blend in with the demonic sect.
How could you possibly infiltrate them?
The Phoenix Empress felt a pleasant chill run through her ears, satisfied with his words.
That makes sense. He. The Phoenix Empress made a domineering decision. Then I'll follow you to the Nanyushan town circle. You take the talisman with you, so I can confirm your position.
If anything unexpected happens, quickly crush the talisman, and I will come to rescue you.
Chu Liang quickly responded.
I'm afraid the Phoenix Empress might change her mind on a whim, so this is great. Also, that Wuchang sword, you must keep it safe.
No matter what happens, it cannot be lost. Phoenix Empress added.
Chu Liang bowed and paid his respects, naturally affirming that the sword, granted by the Grandmaster, would be carefully protected.
Why had the Grandmaster suddenly said such a thing? Though he heeded the Phoenix Empress' words, Chu Liang couldn't help but feel curious, so he asked Wuchan. What's so special about this sword?
Phoenix Empress pondered for a moment before answering. At the summit of the skies, divine light split into 9 hues, the celestial gate above the clouds opened, one after another.
If I'm not mistaken, the key lies within this, am I correct? Upon hearing this, Chu Liang showed an expression of disbelief and confusion. Since when did the Grandmaster know how to shoot guns? Is there something wrong? In the back mountain, Yu Jianfeng, Chu Liang held Wuchan and stared at it. Speaking of this precious divine sword, ever since the Zi Tao Tai Pavilion had returned, he hadn't dared to reveal this sword in front of others. It was only late at night, when no one was around, that he would take it out from the enchanted weapon and, with a mix of excitement and reverence, carefully touch and polish it. Chu Liang drew the sword. The principle was that talent should not be flaunted too openly, especially given his current strength. He still wasn't worthy of such a weapon. If he followed the Grandmaster's example and placed the Phoenix Spirit Blood Jade in a position to exude killing intent, he feared that he would be stopped by someone as soon as he left Shushan. Now was the most suitable and safest time and place. He forcefully drew the sword from its sheath completely. Then, let me test the sword. Chu Liang raised the sword and took a stance. He swung the sword, and the sword energy immediately shot out for thousands of miles. Chu Liang was astonished as he looked at the deep crack that had appeared on the ground from the sword aura. Impressive, with a casual strike, the power is no less than the sword strike that senior brother Fong Ding unleashed back in the forest of Nan Yushan town. Is this the power of a divine sword? Magical weapons often have structures similar to the human meridians to facilitate the flow and activation of true qi. For a regular flying sword, the 10 parts of true qi that pass through the sword tip can only release about 7 parts of power. However, a flying sword like the Shushan model can release up to 9 parts. Chu Liang raised the Wuzhen sword to eye level. It could release the full 10 parts, qualifying it as a legendary sword. The several legendary swords that Sword Transmission Hall had for sale were like this, and the famous swords of successive generations could further amplify their sword aura. With 10 parts of true qi, they could unleash even more power. At this moment, the feeling of the blade of pristine serenity sword in his hand made him realize that it could unleash 15 parts of his true qi, and it could also enhance its effectiveness, much like the Phoenix Spirit Blood Jade of nobility. To be able to compete with the divine swords ranked in the top 100 of the record of myriad treasures, it certainly must possess some unique qualities. Holding the sword, Chu Liang began to contemplate. The special effect of the blade of pristine serenity was revealed in the subtle Tao rhythm within the sword aura. I heard Grandmaster mention to TCN that this is the Yunju Tao rhythm, which was infused when crafting the Shaoyun ancient sword. It is called the decision of clouds. The path that parts the clouds lies above the 9 heavens, high up, a sword technique filled with mist, its sword intent flowing endlessly. This is also the great Tao that the Taoist Lord cultivates. The Taoist Lord, who has silently cultivated in the Shushan sect for many years, remains unknown, with no fame. Her battle to fame was through a sword move, a Taoist technique of immortality, the heaven-rending strike, unleashed on by Luo Feng. The sword energy, reaching over 1,000 miles, slaughtered evil spirits and shook the 9 realms. Earlier, she had been curious about the Tao that the Grandmaster was cultivating. The Grandmaster said it was the Tao of wounding, one that emphasizes the marvelous fire virtues, burning away all wounds of life, an immense Tao full of scorching heat and destruction. At the time, she had been impressed, and it was no wonder that the Grandmaster's wisdom led to the realization of this Tao. This Tao was essentially crafted for her own self. Looking back now, it seems that each Tao cultivated by a 7th realm Grandmaster is somewhat related to their own being. Perhaps this is one of the secrets to stepping into the Tianguan, making an effort to select a Tao that suits oneself, or choosing a Tao and then stepping into a role to embody it. Chu Liang sighed, thinking that reflecting on these things was still too premature. After all, right now, he was just a handsome guy, worrying over resources for forming his core. But at this moment, with his hand gripping the dustless sword, he was filled with confidence. I am confident that, though I am only at the level of the intent realm for now, I have the ability to call myself the greatest in the divine will realm of the 9 realms. Chu Liang seriously looked at WCHN in his hand. After all, with the divine sword in his grasp, and the constant supply of qi from the big-headed doll, both the power and durability of his own abilities surpassed those of others in the same realm. He decided to try another sword charm technique. Chu Liang raised his hand, commanding the sword to slash towards the distant mountain.
With the wind and fire in motion, the sword charm activated, and an entire stretch of land and the corner of the mountain ahead were blown away. The wind howled, lifting Chu Liang's hair and the hem of his robe. Oh! Shu Liang was astonished. He slung the sword over his shoulder and laughed heartily. This is the extent of worldly heroes. It's settled then. Tomorrow I'll bring the sword coin up the mountain to challenge a strong enemy, the black-furred ball. At Shushan, Hongmian Peak, Shu Liang carried a large bundle of goods. When the people around saw him, they gathered around to ask, "Boss, do you have any new tea?" Despite being busy, Shu Liang responded, "I haven't been making it lately, I've changed fields." Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed, "Ah, what a pity." Shu Liang set up his stall and put up an advertising sign, "Dragon Breath Golden Script Fragrant Fruit, for men to strengthen their yang, for women to nourish their beauty." The crowd gathered around. "Oh, it's the same fruit you gave us last time. Are you giving it away again this time?" Shu Liang answered, "Not giving it away this time. I'm selling the fruit today." After finishing his setup, Shu Liang invited people over. "Everyone, please have a look." He arranged the carefully selected spiritual fruits and added the advertising sign, 1 sword dance fruit, 3 sword dance fruits, 5 sword dance fruits, 3 nourishing fruits, 5 nourishing fruits, and 1 non-nourishing fruit. The people gathered around, curious, asking, "How much is it?" Once they saw the price, they started whispering among themselves. Some couldn't believe it and asked again, "Did you make a mistake, or did we hear wrong? Why is it more expensive even though you're selling more?" Chu Liang was not flustered and calmly replied, "Neither is wrong. The Dragon Breath Golden Script Fragrant Fruit is of high value, has a good feeling, and can't be bought at this price alone. The reason it's being sold this way is actually a benefit for the Shu Shan disciples." Shu Liang actively promoted the product, saying, "If this is a benefit, then it should be extended to more fellow disciples, so I could only think of this solution. Each person is limited to buying 1 box per day and can only choose one of the 3 boxes." The crowd murmured, "A benefit?" Shu Liang answered, much like the earlier reply, "The reason I'm limiting the purchase is because the quantity is limited, purely for the benefit. If I didn't treat the Shushan disciples like family, why would I sell this item?" Immediately, someone jumped in to find a flaw. "Wait, if I want to buy more but don't want to pay the high price, can't I just ask another disciple to buy it for me? You said 1 person is limited, but if they buy all and pass it to me, you won't be able to stop it, right?" Shu Liang didn't expect anyone to try to find a loophole in the sale. He helplessly sighed. This is so tiresome, trying to act this out. Isn't this just looking for a loophole? But the rules are set, so all I can do is accept it. The group of people, not realizing they had fallen into a trap, immediately burst into triumphant laughter. Now I'm going back to call my fellow disciples to come and buy. You can't run away. Today's revenue has been very successful, and this commotion has gathered quite a crowd here. Even those who've never seen my stall before are coming to watch the excitement. By this morning, all the disciples from Shushan who usually come to the Hongmian family already know about this. The vendor selling fruit has already gone back to provide welfare for their family. After finishing today's money-making activity, Shu Liang went to find Zhang Yubai senior sister to seek advice on forming the golden core. Zhang Yubai said, "I heard you've started a fruit business that's become quite popular." Impressive. Shu Liang smiled. "Hi, a poor family always has to start making money early. I'm lucky that last time Zhang's sister helped me open the door to selling, otherwise, without your assistance, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Zhang Yubai chuckled softly. "Is that so? Without Jiang's sister, there's also Zhao's senior sister and Xian's senior sister. You're smart, so of course you could have come up with something on your own." Shu Liang quickly clarified. "I only acknowledged Jiang's sister at Shushan." Zhang Yubai understood immediately, giving him a cold glance. "All right, stop flattering me. Now, tell me what you want to ask today." Shu Liang stopped trying to be charming. "I'd like to ask about some matters related to forming the golden core." Because Jiang's sister is a talent in the golden core stage, I want to ask you. Jiang Yubai was astonished. Why are you asking so early? Suddenly, she realized something. Her eyes widened in surprise as she asked again, wait a minute, don't tell me you've already reached the peak of the divine will realm? Though she had sensed last time that he was close to the peak of the third realm, she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Jiang Yubai went through a dozen rounds of inner turmoil in just a few seconds before finally saying, a few days in, and I'm no longer surprised. I am Jiang Xiaobai, someone who has been through the ups and downs of lifetime, and again, no matter how fast things go now, don't expect me to show any emotion. Chu Liang was confused, not understanding what was going on in Jiang Yubai's mind. He gently explained, I was lucky enough to break through to the peak of the divine will realm just the other day. Jiang Yubai pretended to stay calm as she took a sip of tea. Peak level is quite good. Alright, go on. Chu Liang continued, actually, I just wanted to ask Sister Jiang if you had any suggestions for my golden core formation. Because this matter is rather complicated, and I don't have many close connections on Shushan. Jiang Yubai offered her opinion, with your current talent and comprehension, I think at the very least, you should aim for a high-grade golden core. Chu Liang smiled, yes, I'm also planning to strive for a high-grade golden core. Jiang Yubai stroked her chin as she recalled, speaking of being on the verge of forming a golden core. If normally during cultivation one doesn't have a fondness for the 5 elements, we recommend choosing between the yin-yang golden core. Usually, women lean towards yin, while men lean towards yang. Although I do not particularly favor the 5 elements golden core of the divine Shaolesser yin, it is not absolute. Some men who are more inclined towards yin can also cultivate the golden core of the divine Shaolesser yin. The yin-yang golden core, although not having a singular property preference, still surpasses other golden cores in the overall cultivation of properties. Jiang Yubai added, the 5 elements golden core, on the other hand, is specifically aimed at strengthening a single property, which gives it power that surpasses the yin-yang golden core. However, for cultivating other properties, it is somewhat weaker. Whether you choose yin-yang or 5 elements depends on your personal preferences. Chu Liang stroked his chin and thought. The yin-yang golden core. Yesterday, during a conversation with Wen Yulong, I learned that the golden lotus of clear sea, which I once possessed, is a heaven and earth treasure of pure yin property, and could also be integrated into the golden core to form the golden core of the divine Shaolesser yin. After all, this is a heaven and earth treasure that helps break through the 3rd level of the 5 elemental realm. Although it might be a bit wasteful to use it when forming the core, the pressure right now is immense. If I truly cannot find enough heaven and earth treasures, using it now might not be such a bad idea. While Chu Liang was still thinking, Jiang Yubai added, as for the supreme grade golden core, you don't need to obsessively pursue it. The Immortal's abode in the southern region holds the immortal herb, and every disciple of Shushan nearing core formation tries their luck there. However, very few ever manage to bring one back, only once in 100 years or so. When the time comes, you can also try your luck. If you're fortunate enough to encounter an immortal fate, then you can start thinking about the supreme grade golden core. Chu Liang realized and replied, so that's it. I also don't indulge in delusions. Cultivation is not a game. If I stop at the divine will realm for too long just because I've struggled to find the limits of the golden core stage, I will end up falling behind those of the same level. Only by reaching a higher limit can I truly prove my strength. Jiang Yubai nodded, that's true, but what if someone is really lucky and happens to bring back a heavenly herb? Then I'll have to be cautious of you. Chu Liang replied indifferently, if you ask me to destroy senior sister's Tao heart, I wouldn't dare. Chu Liang then fell into thought again. After hearing so much from senior sister, he had a rough idea of what the golden core might look like. He was waiting to activate the golden core stage doll. If he had 2 golden cores, then perhaps these 2 golden cores could form a combination. From this perspective, he wondered if there was any potential synergy. Not hiding his ignorance, Chu Liang asked Jiang Yubai, I have one more question. If 2 golden cores were to cultivate together, would there be any beneficial combination? Jiang Yubai responded, you mean dual cultivation, right? Chu Liang opened his mouth,
quickly covering it up. Yes, I was just thinking. I almost forgot that in the cultivation world, dual cultivation partners are not uncommon. I heard that some dual cultivation techniques, when practiced by both men and women working together, can achieve results greater than 1 plus large number 2. However, dual cultivation of the sacred beast is not about harmonious union, it only requires the golden core of both individuals to open, and as long as their true chi mingles within it, it's considered sufficient. Jiang Yubai did not hold back and replied, if it's dual cultivation, the best combination can actually be referenced by the 5 elements cycle, wood generates fire, fire generates earth. But usually, this is one side assisting the other. It's hard for both sides to benefit equally. Even if not generating, we should at least avoid mutual restraint, such as yin and water, or yang and fire. This way, both sides can gain benefits, but the hierarchy of dominance will be distinguished. Jiang Yubai crossed her legs, twirling a lock of hair around her finger, and continued, to be honest, only the union of yin and yang is free from any hierarchy, it's the best type, and both people wouldn't enter golden core at the same time. Generally, the person entering the golden core first will base it on their attributes, and then choose a compatible golden core attribute for their dual cultivation partner. She glanced over at Chu Liang. Can you confirm which golden core attribute you'll enter first? Only then can I explain the matching process in detail. Chu Liang didn't respond immediately, lowering his head in deep thought. His golden lotus of clear sea could be used to form a golden core with an yin attribute first, so the remaining golden core's attribute would need to be determined based on that. Having made his decision, Chu Liang looked up and replied, golden core of the divine Shaolesserine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yubai's face turned bright red, and she was left speechless, as if she had misunderstood something. Embarrassed, she slapped her hand, causing the entire tea set to fly. What are you thinking? This startled Chu Liang. At that moment, Chu Liang finally realized something was wrong. His face turned pale, and he felt awkward. Up ahead, Jiang's sister had just mentioned she was the golden core of the divine Shaolesserine. Did that mean he had just said he wanted to cultivate with the golden core of the divine Shaolesserine? He couldn't think it through properly, but he also couldn't explain it. Could it be that she had completely misunderstood and thought he wanted to cultivate with a doll, not a real person? In a hurry, Chu Liang tried to change the subject. I was just asking casually. By the way, my Taoist talisman sword technique has made progress these past few days, and I've cultivated it into the 3 talisman sword. Jiang Yubai's face was still flushed. Show me what you've got. Chu Liang waved his hand, circulating his internal energy as the 3 talisman sword technique was unleashed. He raised his hand, and the internal energy flowed into the sword. The sword obeyed the command and flew forward in the direction of Chu Liang's hand. The sword flew ahead, shattering the stone wall before them. The wind from the explosion blew Jiang Yubai's hair into the air. Chu Liang sheathed her sword, the sacred beast's paw resting on her waist, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the battlefield before her. The power unleashed was several times greater than the sword technique talisman used earlier. Not bad, Jiang Yubai said, folding her arms across her chest, coldly praising. When I first descended the mountain on a mission, I never thought that, even before reaching the golden core stage, I could use my own strength to unleash a strike like that. In terms of power, it's at a level comparable to that of senior brother Fong Ding. Not bad, Chu Liang smiled. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. But at the same time, she was puzzled. Didn't you mention in your letter that you obtained a sword that mimics the structure of the Shaoyan ancient sword? Why didn't you use it? Chu Liang responded, I was afraid of standing out too much, so I put it away for now. I forgot to bring it out for senior sister to see and instead summoned the Wuchan sword. Jiang Yubai reached out to take the sword, gently tracing the blade. Indeed, it's a treasured sword. I don't have a replica of the Shaoyan ancient sword, and yet you managed to acquire it before me. Chu Liang, with her usual smooth tongue, replied, at the end of the day, it's just an external item. Even if I hold a divine sword, I'm not as formidable as you, senior sister Jiang. Jiang Yubai returned the sword to Chu Liang, showing no sign of jealousy.
As long as you focus on your cultivation, I believe the day you'll catch up in realm is not far off. Shu Liang sighed and unintentionally said, catching up with senior sister is not easy, but the one who speaks does so unintentionally, and the one who listens does so intentionally. Zhang Yubai blushed again. Shu Liang smiled brightly, I hope that by then, Zhang's sister won't see me as a rival and stop teaching me your divine techniques. Zhang Yubai awkwardly turned her head and, pretending to stay calm, said, don't worry, at least by that time, you'll have learned almost everything you should. You should focus on forming your core first. When you reach the golden core stage, then I'll teach you some immortal techniques. Shu Liang, not shy in the least, thanked her in advance, thank you, senior sister. Shu Liang skipped away, waving goodbye to Zhang Yubai before leaving. The matter of seeking advice about the golden core had come to an end. After bidding farewell to senior sister, he hurriedly prepared for what came next. Zhang Yubai watched Shu Liang's retreating figure thoughtfully. After making sure Shu Liang had completely left, she began to feel unsettled and wondered to herself, how could he be cultivating so quickly? Could it be that the ancestral immortal physique I inherited is fake? No, I can't be complacent anymore, I have to go into seclusion. I'll leave right away. Somewhere deep in the forest, where the trees loomed high, the sky was overcast, giving a very grim and gloomy feeling. Two figures, cloaked in black, seemingly from the Ming Wang sect, were arguing. The whole family has been in seclusion for several months to recover from their injuries. The situation in the Ming Wang sect is changing, and it looks like we will no longer have a place to stand. At this moment, do you want me to lead everyone, along with you, to venture into Nanyushan town? If we lose manpower, we will not even have the strength to return in the future. The calm figure replied, after being guided from all directions, 4 of them have pledged allegiance to the Hall Master. Those we leave behind will eventually come together. He raised his hand, Northern Abyss Hall has given me an ultimatum, either surrender or die. I believe you have received it as well, haven't you? The other person said, I too have received a threat from Hong Yi Hall. The calm figure clenched his fist and coldly said, neither of us wants to betray the Ho family, but the Ho family cannot appear at this moment. If we continue to wait like this, aren't we just waiting for death? I am only fighting for survival. The other raised his voice, what you call survival is entering the dangerous area of Nanyushan town, devouring and absorbing the soul of the mighty figure, right? The man replied, why wouldn't we need it? I am sure that a soul of a mighty figure is lying dormant there, but alone, I cannot approach it. He seemed no different than a fanatic with blind faith in the future. As long as we absorb it together into the Infu Tianzu, we will surely be able to refine it into a battle soul that can rival the 7th realm. At that time, even the head of the 4 halls will have to be wary of us. Only in this way can he persist until the Ho family appears. The person beside him sneered coldly, you are truly loyal to the Ho family, aren't you? I bet that when the situation reaches a critical point, you'll just establish your own sect. The Soul Reaper no longer remained calm. Upon hearing this, he shouted angrily, I am wholeheartedly loyal to the Ho family. If you doubt me, the soul fragment can be stored in your Tian Shuming mansion. As long as you can, you will never be able to betray Shang Sima. But the other person shook his head in refusal, no. The Soul Reaper lowered his voice, I know what you're worried about. When the time comes, I will send someone ahead to clear the path, and you can conserve your energy, only stepping in when I need help. I have always been the most loyal to the Ho family. You should trust my sincerity. The other person seemed to have understood his words, and he also calmed down, so, how much do you actually know about that dangerous area? The Nanyushan town has too many perilous places. If you recklessly enter those ancient forbidden temples, no number of lives would be enough. The Soul Reaper crossed his arms and said, actually, I don't know much. That's why I asked you to lead the troops. The remaining person pondered, using people to suppress others, huh? Unless it's some elite assassin teams from the dark side, if this can happen, then it wouldn't be a bad deal at all. He spoke in a deep voice, alright then, I hope everything will be fine. They grinned greedily, it will definitely be fine. As long as I return, both you and I will have that warrior soul from the 7th stage in our hands.
By then.
Meanwhile, Shu Liang stood under the golden rain, wondering why Dragon Aura Sen's wings only followed him. He was riding his sword back from Pagoda Peak. Returning to Yujin Feng, he saw Xiao Baizhe, Xiao Yu, and Dejin Mao gathered together. Xiao Baizhe's area of activity at Shushan was limited to Guard Peak and Pagoda Peak, but now there was another place called Yujin Feng. For the past 2 days, aside from eating and sleeping at Guard Peak, it had been playing at Yujin Feng, looking like it had completely forgotten about Shushan. At that moment, Yun Yulong appeared, riding the sword coin in the sky, calling out, "Chu senior brother?" Shu Liang looked up. Is Yun junior brother here to deliver something? Yun Yulong descended to the ground, looking at the commotion in the distance. Your Yujin Feng is getting more and more lively. Shu Liang smiled like an old father. Kids always like lively places. Yun Yulong smiled gently and said, "I've already helped you refine the magical artifact. You can check it now." Shu Liang looked at the new artifact in Yun Yulong's hand in surprise, letting out a soft exclamation. He hesitated for a moment. "Can I try this here? Will it spread to other areas?" Yun Yulong replied, "This time, I only added new functions without increasing its power or making major improvements, so there's no need to worry." "Alright then, let me give it a try." Shu Liang trusted Yun Yulong, so he began channeling his qi into the artifact. He was astonished. This is a familiar form. Is it the Bao Lian Dang? No, it's the green leaf dang, right? The simple leaf that had initially been there transformed into a blooming green lotus flower after receiving his qi. Yun Yulong proudly asked, "How does it look?" "This is the appearance you carefully designed, isn't it?" Shu Liang, amazed and satisfied, gazed at the flower in his hand. "Not bad at all, it's light, elegant, and carries a lot of meaning." He grasped the stem of the flower and infused it with a bit more qi, curious to see what kind of power it would display. After receiving his qi, the flower began to change once more. Shu Liang's eyes widened as a flame sword appeared in place of the flower. He was confused. Is it a sword beam? Shu Liang instinctively sought an explanation from the one who had modified it. "Yun junior brother?" Yun Yulong smiled proudly. "This is my biggest design." Although the divine light of the Red Lotus sacred jewel had a large aura range before, it was too diffused. While it had great benefits, the concentrated damage was insufficient, so its power was weak. I couldn't enhance the power of the Red Lotus sacred jewel, but I came up with an idea to condense its divine light into one spot. Yun Yulong explained the mechanism in detail. The divine light before covered an area of 10 meters, so it could only repel some minor enemies. But now, the divine light of the sword has been condensed into a long beam, and with one strike, it can kill the Demon King. Shu Liang Wuyu looked at the sword in his hand and thought to himself, "Junior brother Yun is truly a genius when it comes to design." Yun Yulong, talking incessantly beside him, added, "When your cultivation level gradually increases, senior brother, this sword's divine light might even reach nearly 100 meters. Any monsters that come into contact with it will die. I'll call it the Divine Light Ghost Slaying Sword." Yun Yulong continued with satisfaction. "Furthermore, if you want to increase its power even more within a 1-meter radius of the sword, that can be done too." Shu Liang, intrigued, thought to himself, "How can that be? If it can maintain its current concentrated power while expanding its coverage, it will be truly perfect." Yun Yulong took out his sword and smiled. "Senior brother Chu, please watch me." Then, Shu Liang widened his eyes as he saw Yun Yulong wildly waving the sword in all directions, without any rhyme or reason, and couldn't help but mentally add a few big question marks. While swinging the sword in a chaotic manner, Yun Yulong said, "Senior brother Chu, as long as you practice a bit, and follow the sword technique that doesn't leave any openings, you could extend the sword's range by another zhang." Shu Liang smiled awkwardly, inwardly cursing, "Isn't this just a big fool?" Shu Liang gave a forced smile. "Junior brother Yun, you've worked hard. You must be exhausted, right?" Yen Yulong sweated profusely, panting like a dog, but still spoke boldly. It's not tiring at all. I've only been practicing this sword technique for a short time, so I haven't mastered the energy-saving method yet. If I go back and study more, I'm confident I'll be able to do it easily. The sword in his hand had already stopped, turning back into a beautiful flower. Holding the sword, Zhu Liang genuinely praised, I think using the red lotus sacred jewel to condense the divine light ghost slaying sword was already a brilliant design, so I don't need to force myself any further. He couldn't help but imagine the future. Zhu Liang truly feared that when facing an enemy, and using this sword technique with a water light orb that couldn't even penetrate, the enemy would laugh themselves to death. Zhu Liang pursed his lips. Those great and small demon kings are probably down in the underworld, and I doubt they'd approve of these performances, huh? Yen Yulong innocently patted Zhu Liang on the shoulder. If you don't like it, there's no need to use this technique, but just a reminder, always make sure everything is in order. Zhu Liang smiled faintly. Ha ha. Yen Yulong sighed, thinking to himself, it seems like Chu's senior brother doesn't really like this plan. Truly, a like-minded companion is hard to find. He suddenly remembered something and quickly added, right, Chu's senior brother, this type of divine artifact actually has a second form, which is divine fire. As for the form of this divine fire, there's nothing special about it. Not worth mentioning. The red lotus divine flame is the best item for suppressing ghosts, and even ordinary souls, if they touch it, will be instantly incinerated. Zhu Liang fiddled with the artifact, watching the lotus flower spout flames, then encouraged, not bad, huh? This thing from Yun Jr. brother is nothing special because it's already extraordinary in itself. It just naturally moves people. Yen Yulong smiled, feeling somewhat satisfied. He took out the cloak from earlier, then made the concealing robe. It wasn't difficult at all, quite easy to make. I've conveniently added a shadow effect to hide your face and alter your voice, so you won't need to use any concealment spells again. Zhu Liang took the cloak and tried it on, inspecting it. He was extremely satisfied and praised, Junior brother's skills are really impressive. Even if you don't practice cultivation in the future, you could still become a tailor, right? Zhu Liang was amazed, oh, that's truly remarkable. The sound has even changed now. With this breath-concealing cloak, when involved in actions with the people from the demonic sect, my ability to hide will be much more subtle. With this, the preparations for the trip to Nan Yushan town are pretty much done. Zhu Liang took off the cloak and said to Yun Yulong beside him, you've always helped me diligently in crafting these magical tools. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Yen Yulong smiled kindly, then casually responded, if Chu's senior brother really doesn't know how to thank me, you could always add a bit more money. Upon hearing this, Zhu Liang immediately turned his face and said, it's getting late. If there's nothing else, you can head back. My grandmaster will wake up soon. She really likes to bite people. Yun Yulong was left standing behind with a puzzled expression. Late at night, Zhu Liang had already laid down and fallen asleep. At this moment, the soul summoning order vibrated and began to glow, a summons was issued. The demonic sect, including Lu Shi, Wu Shi, and Ba Ta Wu. Zhu Liang woke up in a hurry and quickly grabbed the soul summoning order. Is this more news from the soul summoning order again? He read for a moment in astonishment. Oh, the news above says they want to meet? Zhu Liang fell into thought. It had only been 3 days, yet the soul summoning order had some new information? Could there be a change in the original plan? He sent his spiritual sense into the token, where Lu Shi was speaking. I've arrived at the outskirts of Nan Yushan town. Wu Shijio was surprised. Already? The guiding envoy's order stated within 7 days, but it's only been 3. Wu Shiba thought to himself. How is it that this guy, some nobody from a back alley, can respond in seconds even when it's midnight? Is there ever a time when he's not online? Zhu Liang, also known as Wu Shiba, donned his cloak, pondering. Is it time for me to set off? Logically, every Earth envoy should first gather their team before leaving, assembling into a larger group. This way, there must be some internal hierarchy in place. He noticed that other members of the demonic sect were still conversing, continuing to sink into thought. It's best to go a second time, so when I arrive, I'll only have to face one person from the demonic sect. If the disguise goes smoothly, I can consider establishing connections between Wushi Ba and other disciples of the Mingwang sect. If the disguise fails, then I can have the master capture him and force him to reveal something useful. Moreover, with only one person, his whereabouts are relatively difficult to explain. Even if he disappears, it won't be easy to stir up any suspicion. Lu Shi on the other side is still talking, while I am continuing some activities nearby. If nothing happens, I will leave first. Sha agreed. Indeed, you came very early. I had to spend another day dealing with unfinished matters before rushing to Nanyushan town. Since you arrived earlier, you can focus on waiting outside for now. Wushi Ba, who was actually Chu Liang, remained silent and observed. Why do these demonic cultivators from the Mingwang sect always live under a facade and then secretly carry out their vile acts? This time, it was just enough to create a time difference. He quickly spoke to Lu Shi, then I will come early tomorrow. Where can I find you at that time? Lu Shi, not noticing anything strange about the person under the cloak, replied, at the Langwei forest near Zhualu Nanyushan town, there is a pile of black stones at the entrance to the forest. You can find me by following those black stones. Shu Liang nodded. All right. Where did Wushi Jiu come from? Suddenly jumping out, he laughed loudly. Maybe I'll come tomorrow night. It will take some time before the envoys gather. Why don't we meet outside? Let's go down the mountain and head to the mountain city for some fun, my treat. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone fell silent, not knowing what to say. Wushi Jiu, sensing the awkward atmosphere, scratched his head and let out a dry laugh. Is everyone busy? It's fine if you are. In Nanyushan town, Zhualu, Langwei Bawood's Phoenix Empress carefully instructed Chu Liang. Be really careful. After you finish gathering the nets, let me know. Chu Liang waved his hand in farewell to the queen. Grandmaster, don't worry. Wait for news from your disciple. With that, he turned and rushed down into the dark Langwei forest. Chu Liang followed the forest path, looking for the markings on the black stone that Lu Shi had mentioned earlier. He arrived at a large cave, dark and eerie beyond words, with mist swirling around, not dispersing, which only made the atmosphere more ominous. Chu Liang stepped inside, where someone was already waiting. He heard the sound of footsteps, and though he didn't turn around, he knew someone had arrived, so he asked, Are you here? Chu Liang carefully observed the other person. The voice was vague, and the height seemed a little shorter than his own. The appearance didn't quite match either. He answered, I'm here. Lu Shi raised his hand to gesture toward a seat. Sit down. Behind him were several rocks that could serve as seats. Chu Liang wasn't polite and sat down opposite Lu Shi. The two men in black cloaks sat across from each other in silence, an extremely awkward tension hanging in the air. Chu Liang guessed inwardly, from the cloak to the shadow, to the voice, everything about this person resembled himself, completely hiding everything. Let's start with a conversation of unclear content. If Wushi Ba and Lu Shi shared some specific knowledge beforehand, maybe they could draw something from that, right? Chu Liang cleared his throat and initiated the conversation. What is the situation this time? He thought to himself, if there was nothing, the other party might ask something, and they could cover it up by discussing the transaction with Wushi Jiu and the group before, attacking after defending. Lu Shi remained silent for a while before responding. You must have guessed it, right? Chu Liang looked at him in confusion. Beneath the cloaks, both of their appearances were concealed. Chu Liang pondered. Why didn't he ask about anything? Does this mean that there really is something specific between the two of them? Something like this, I could probably guess the outcome, so what does this mean? There's no explanation. This really is a difficult start. Chu Liang vaguely replied, the past few days have been tough, and a lot of things haven't gone smoothly. He decided, well then, let's take what the other party is saying and, based on the current situation, draw out information from them. To his surprise, Lu Shi pointed at him. Exactly, you seem to have weakened, haven't you? Xu Liang opened his eyes wide, thinking, why am I better than him? Is it because Wu Shi's cultivation level is higher than Lu Shi's, or is there another reason? He began with a new sentence that provided no useful information. He should have used something more substantial, right? He needed to lure the other person into revealing some meaningful details. Xu Liang forced a smile, hoping to extract more information. Why don't you tell me how things have been on your end lately? But to his surprise, Lu Shi didn't fall for the trap. Instead, he sighed. Right now, there's not much to say. What about you? Xu Liang was caught off guard, and stiffly replied, I. The cave fell silent again. Xu Liang cursed inwardly, isn't this just wasting time? Maybe I should get the master to act quickly. But he had to be careful. He couldn't act too close by. This place was too near Lang Weibo Woods. Previously, Lu Shi had mentioned that they'd meet here, as discussed through the soul summoning order. Xu Liang lowered his head, thinking. If there were signs of violence here, or even the faintest residual energy fluctuation, it might alert the other two. He seriously thought of a solution. Given the current situation, he could only come up with an excuse, saying that he had discovered a hidden treasure nearby on his way here, and then invite the other party to check it out. But before Xu Liang could speak, Lu Shi already took the floor. Just before you arrived, I discovered a valley on the hillside outside the forest. It seems like some rare treasures are hidden there. I was worried you might not meet anyone when you came, so I hurried back early. If they're coming late, why don't we go together to see what's there? Xu Liang was stunned. Wasn't that exactly what he had planned to say? Was he trying to lure himself into meeting the Golden Lotus of Clear Sea? Could it be that he was plotting to manipulate others? Xu Liang quickly made up his mind the ultimate goal was for him to leave with him. Since things had come this far, he might as well go with the flow, so he agreed. With such a tempting prospect, the two of them left the cave. Xu Liang kept close behind Lu Shi, always paying attention to his every move. He noticed that Lu Shi seemed to always lean slightly to one side, as if he was wary of an ambush while walking. All the traces he left behind seemed to be lessons taught by his own master, leaving no openings at all. Xu Liang suddenly realized something and widened his eyes, daring to guess, could this guy also be an undercover agent? Whatever his purpose was, when the Grandmaster arrived to control him, the truth would eventually come to light. Even if you copy all of my techniques, you still won't be able to find a Grandmaster like me, will you? The two of them left the cave and entered the forest. Suddenly, Xu Liang stepped into a sophisticated magic circle. Lu Shi, who was in front, abruptly turned around and attacked Xu Liang. Xu Liang was stunned. Is this the witchcraft forbidden spell land? The magic technique used by the cultivator from the Ming Wang sect was completely different from the usual witchcraft system. He had no time to figure out the situation before Lu Shi shot something towards Xu Liang, who was trapped in the magic circle. Xu Liang struggled to dodge and frowned, observing, is this a poisonous ancient insect? Seeing Xu Liang's flawless evasive moves through the poisonous insect storm, Lu Shi was also surprised. Is this a retreating body technique? Is it martial arts of the Tian Song sect? But Lu Shi showed no hesitation. He raised his hand to summon an umbrella, using forbidden magic to divide the area. He opened the umbrella and simultaneously drew a saber. A shadow swiftly embraced Lu Shi, and he charged towards Xu Liang, thrusting the saber straight at him. Xu Liang recognized it immediately. This curved saber represents the southern region XCHCing, and it even has the art of the black necrocell. Xu Liang quickly threw off his cloak and shouted, "You're not a soul reaper, you're a disciple of 3 Absolute Valley. You should know that I'm from the Shu Shan sect." The curved saber stopped just in time, less than an inch away from Xu Liang's throat. The other party also took off her cloak, revealing, to his surprise, a cold and sharp-looking girl with a seductive figure beneath it. She is disciple 3 of Absolute Valley, named Luo Jiao, she asked coldly.
Are you from Shu Shan? Are you an undercover agent as well? Shu Liang pondered.
Yes, she replied. After explaining her identity and the origin of the soul summoning order, as well as conversing with Lady Luo Jiao, Shu Liang's hostility toward her had lessened.
Luo Jiao leaned against the tree, sighing.
Haze, it's truly regrettable.
Shu Liang was confused.
Lady, what's so regrettable?
Luo Jiao turned and answered, the elder of my valley is currently waiting outside.
And I have also promised them that I would capture a few souls for them, then hand over the soul summoning order so that everyone can sneak into the Mingwang sect together. If this method is discovered once, it won't be usable again.
So they want to come and try it out.
Shu Liang looked at her.
What is this, a tourist trip? Are you looking to experience something?
Shu Liang smiled lightly.
There will be many opportunities ahead. We can cooperate to deal with Wu Shijiu and the Earth Fiend Envoy.
Luo Jiao rested her hands on her hips and said nonchalantly, then my soul summoning order can be used.
She thought for a moment. The Earth Fiend Envoy? He's from the 5 realms.
While he's not very strong, we still need to come up with a plan.
Shu Liang suddenly asked, by the way, Miss Luo, how do you use the soul summoning order?
He recalled how he obtained the soul summoning order. The process through which I gained the right to use the soul summoning order was purely coincidental, but from what she said, acquiring the authority over the soul summoning order is relatively easy.
Luo Jiao replied, I captured a soul reaper who had committed many evil deeds.
Initially, I intended to extract his soul as material for refining witchcraft.
After extracting the soul, we could use the Nether Soul Order.
She looked at Shu Liang. I thought only I knew how to break the soul summoning order, and I wanted to take this opportunity to kill a few demonic cultivators from the Mingwang sect and reclaim the soul summoning order.
I didn't expect you would also discover this method. Shu Liang broke into a sweat, it was just a coincidence. Indeed, it's a specialized technique.
Normally, one can't bypass the soul summoning order's restrictions through ordinary searching, and I don't have the same malicious expertise as you. He looked at Luo Jiao, her cold and murderous aura radiating fiercely, recalling how cruelly the Soul Reaper had absorbed human souls. In front of this little girl, the Soul Reaper seemed like nothing more than a toy, at the mercy of others, without even the right to be killed.
He did not hesitate to exchange information with Luo Jiao. Do you have any understanding of the Mingwang sect? I know very little about it. If you have any information, we can trade. Luo Jiao did not refuse.
Good, let's exchange information before we return to the cave. He observed Luo Jiao beside him and thought to himself. No matter how poor the reputation of 3 Absolute Valley is within the righteous sects, it is still one of the 9 heavens 10 halls. Its foundation is solid, and among the bad characters of the Mingwang sect, she is the best companion for the unshakable determination of Chu. While Chu Liang was observing him, Luo Jiao was exchanging information.
I've gathered internal information about the Mingwang sect, but I don't know much. All I know is that Shang Sima's subordinates are responsible for each level of management. Shang Sima only oversees the guiding envoy and isn't familiar with the Earth Fiend Envoy.
The guiding envoy is also not particularly acquainted with the envoy of the northern region.
Shu Liang pondered and said,
in that case, it actually gives us an advantage.
We can blend in with them. Luo Jiao agreed and replied, that's right.
People from the Mingwang sect might recognize our identities, but only the Earth Fiend Envoy manages us. So, once we enter the mountains, as long as we find a way to eliminate him, no one will notice us anymore. She expressed her goodwill freely. 3 Absolute Valley, I have some similar abilities to the Mingwang sect, like the art of controlling spirits, so I can disguise myself relatively easily. But once you act, it's hard to avoid revealing your different inheritance. Therefore, you must be extra careful in concealing it.
Shu Liang replied, I understand. He thought to himself,
In a situation where the inheritance isn't exposed, it seems that the only way is to use the martial arts of my good brothers in arms from Tiangang men and casually teach a few techniques. Luo Jiao lowered her voice. Moreover, the opinion of the elders in the sect regarding this action is that it should be kept secret for as long as possible. Nanlu's mobilization of troops and people might be because they discovered some treasure worth the risk in Jinnan Mountain. She made the final decision: we must wait until the treasure is in hand before taking action, catching everything in one net, and try not to reveal anything until then. Chu Liang smiled and agreed. Chu Liang furrowed his brows as he thought about the future. If that's the case, once the treasure is found, both elders from the sects will appear, and it will be up to them to decide who the treasure belongs to. He thought about the temperament of his own grandmaster, but wasn't sure how tough Elder from 3 Absolute Valley was. He figured it was more likely they wouldn't be as tough as his grandmaster. Luo Jiao suddenly added, furthermore, the disciples of the Ming Wang sect focus on soul control and soul cultivation as their main techniques. Their bodies are relatively weak, so when dealing with them, Forbidden Spell Land is a very good choice. I noticed your body is a bit stronger. If the opportunity arises, we could work together. Shu Liang understood and recalled the earlier fight. No wonder she used Forbidden Spell Land in her attack. Her body wasn't particularly strong, but she was quite skilled with hidden weapons, and combined with Gu Poison Art, her damage output was enormous. If she were to team up with his 10 Tiger Strength and combat techniques, working together like a combination of a mage and a warrior, their combined strength would be even greater. As long as the opponent wasn't a martial artist at Yun Chao Xian's level, no one would be able to resist this powerful synergy. Chu Liang proactively handed the other person a pill. As a lady, this is an origin pill. It can conceal fluctuations in your internal energy when you act. Take it now, it might come in handy later. Luo Jiao gazed in surprise at the shining golden pill that Chu Liang offered her. The hidden origin pill was almost extinct. The two of them had been in this cave for some time now. Although Luo Jiao didn't like to talk much, their occasional exchanges with just a glance felt somewhat harmonious. Suddenly, the soul summoning order in both of their hands vibrated, and they both took it out to check for new information. Chu Liang and Luo Jiao sent their spiritual senses into the soul summoning order, and the latest message came from Wu Shijiu. He seemed to be in a good mood as he sent the message. Have you gathered yet? I'm almost there, or should we meet at Langweiba Woods? Outside the soul summoning order, Chu Liang and Luo Jiao exchanged words. Chu Liang asked. Here again? Luo Jiao had no objections. Chu Liang nodded. Let's see if we can get anything from him later. We'll use the usual method. I'll cooperate with you. In the order, Chu Liang and Luo Jiao began to set up a trap. The pile of black stones in Langweiba Woods was still there. Chu Liang agreed, that's right. A faint nod followed. Good, I was worried you two might have a conflict when meeting. Once the rest of you are gathered, it should be fine. I'll arrive early tomorrow morning, and then I'll lead you to meet the guiding envoy. Wu Shijiu, still unaware that he was about to be put on the chopping block, remained cheerful. As he approached from a distance, one could tell by his demeanor how optimistic his personality was. You guys are really here, I finally found you. Luo Jiao quietly assessed him, wearing an outfit that concealed his aura. Chu Liang was also observing the man. Wu Shijiu didn't seem to be highly cautious, so there might be a chance to extract some useful information from him. Chu Liang pointed to the rock next to him and said, sit. Wu Shijiu sighed, I can sit for a moment. I'm exhausted, you have no idea which path I've been running from these past few days. No need to be so formal. Without waiting, Wu Shijiu immediately began chattering non-stop, recounting the hardships of his journey. Chu Liang probed, have you made any significant gains recently? Wu Shijiu eagerly began telling his story. Speaking of which, I must share some of the experiences I've had these past few months. First, I was in Baihua City, then I went to Jinsha City, and after that, I traveled to Yiyu City. And that's it, I didn't gain anything at all. After listening carefully for a while, Shu Liang realized there wasn't a single piece of useful information. He frowned, perplexed. How could this person not have any useful intel, yet talk so fluently? Over half an hour passed, and Shu Liang felt that he was just wasting time asking him questions. Shu Liang glanced at Luo Jiao, and with just one look, he understood exactly what he meant. There was no need to ask anymore, just act and strike. Luo Jiao nodded, already losing his patience. How could anyone make so much noise like that? The two stood up, and Luo Jiao began to lure Wu Shizhou. Earlier, I discovered a valley on the other side of the mountain that has rare treasures and natural wonders. Who among you wants to accompany me to explore it? Shu Liang added fuel to the fire. If we gather in full strength, let's not get separated. It's better to go together. Wu Shizhou happily agreed at once. Let's go. Even if there are no treasures, it's still good for us to go out and move around. Shu Liang and Luo Jiao exchanged a glance at the Navi-looking fellow, both with a big question mark above their heads. Seeing his innocent expression, Shu Liang couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Could this guy really not be from the demonic sect? He's as simple as a blank sheet of paper. After a while, they led Wu Shizhou out of the cave and followed the familiar path, climbing up the mountain slope. Wu Shizhou began to sense that something was off and looked around. Huh? There doesn't seem to be any valley over there. At that moment, the two of them made their move. Luo Jiao used the witchcraft forbidden spell land, trapping Wu Shizhou in the magical formation, while sending poisonous insects towards him. Shu Liang wasn't idle either. He took up a weapon and charged toward Wu Shizhou to attack him. Wu Shizhou was startled and panicked, quickly raising his hand to channel his energy. Sweat poured down his face as he hastily used the immortal art of the Buddha's mouth technique. He thought to himself, this might prevent the illusionist from being affected by all supernatural powers for a short period of time. Shu Liang, holding a piece of gold, was puzzled. Why is this person able to use magical artifacts in the forbidden spell land? Luo Jiao, attacking from a distance, was just as confused. He pondered, if his magic wants to break through the sealed spell, its effectiveness will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. In an instant, he will lose the immortal augmentation spell. In such a case, Luo Jiao, with his sharp battle instincts, made a quick decision: withdraw from the forbidden spell land. After withdrawing the forbidden spell, Lao opened his umbrella and began to channel his energy. Shu Liang attacked head-on, directly striking the golden circlet rings, thinking to himself, such immense force. Luo Jiao raised his hand, signaling for a reversal. In the blink of an eye, the forbidden spell land transformed into the five immortals technique of labor and 7 injuries. Wu Shizhou, clearly unable to react in time, was knocked to the ground. This immortal technique could reduce anyone hit by it to a state of extreme weakness, inflicting the 5 fatigues and 7 injuries, almost rendering them completely incapable of fighting. He lay flat on the ground, trembling as he cast his spell. Heaven-defying Dao sealing technique. To his surprise, Luo Jiao, from afar, was also hit. The immortal art of reversing the heavens caused one of the supernatural techniques his opponent cast to rebound and strike him instead. Shu Liang was originally fighting on the other side when he was startled to see Luo Jiao suddenly lose combat strength and fall to the ground. The battle was still undecided, and the Ming Wang sect's forces were also gathering strength, preparing to launch their next move. Elsewhere, 2 demonic cultivators from the Ming Wang sect were talking. The first one said, "My people have arrived in full. What about yours in the south?" The other responded, "They're almost here. We should have everyone gathered by tomorrow." The southern guiding person said, "I've gathered some intelligence. To reach the dreamlike sleep abyss, we need to pass through the foggy mist valley. The valley is surrounded by killing intent from all sides. After this trip, I'm not sure how many forces we'll be able to keep." The other person, full of ambition, replied indifferently, "Compared to the battle soul of the 7th realm, these are just a few soul reapers. Even if we lose some, so what? We'll replenish them quickly. Even if all our subordinates die, exchanging them for 1 battle soul is worth it."
Wait for the Ho family to exit the retreat. We'll definitely be rewarded, he continued, clearly a cold-hearted individual who didn't care about his subordinates. The southern guiding person, still uneasy, snorted, I just hope we don't lose everything. The other person, painting a rosy picture for his companion, said, you should at least consider the situation once we bring the battle soul back. Now is the time when the Ming Wang sect is in need of people. Apart from the White Bone Hall, Hong Yi Hall, Northern Abyss Hall, and Dan Sheng Hall, the sect master has always been interested in constructing the fifth hall. With Bai Yin Wang dead, the position of the left protector is still vacant. Many opportunities are waiting for us. We, Tuma, have already defied the heavens, using our immense perseverance. What do we need to be afraid of? The person over there winks, full of confidence. Agreed, you're right. In the battle between the three people on the other side, Xu Liang and Luo Jiao did not expect the opponent to use the celestial technique Island of Heaven Rebelling Watchtower. They were caught off guard when Luo Jiao fell face first to the ground. Xu Liang cautiously watched as the opponent got up, stepping back. This was the Island of Heaven Rebelling Watchtower used up, the situation was critical. He furrowed his brow, searching for a way to break the deadlock. The magical duel between the two had gone back and forth several times, mostly focused on celestial techniques, with no chance to intervene. At this point, Luo Jiao, suffering from the 5 fatigues and 7 injuries, was likely to lose unless she could unleash a counterstrike with the Island of Heaven Rebelling Watchtower to reverse the curse. Confident in his own strength, he took out a jade talisman, preparing to summon help. Xu Liang knew his own abilities well. After careful consideration, he made his decision. On the other side, Wu Shijie was patting his head in relief. That was indeed a close call, but neither of them expected Luo Jiao to struggle and rise up, holding onto her sword. Wu Shijie was stunned as he saw Luo Jiao take the blow but still sit up, pulling out an umbrella and preparing a deadly strike. Luo Jiao opened the umbrella, and immediately a dangerous, sharp aura surged from her. Luo Jiao at this moment looked even more terrifying than the suspicious demonic cultivator Wu Shijie. Xu Liang couldn't help but take a step back. Wu Shijie panicked and shouted, "Don't!" At this moment, Wu Shijie was extremely flustered, sweat dripping down his face. A dangerous aura emanated from Luo Jiao, spreading throughout the entire forest. From beneath the canopy, a brat appeared. Although small, it was more formidable than the ghostly female spirit Luo Jiao had summoned earlier to attack Xu Liang. The murderous intent radiating from it was not to be taken lightly. It drew Luo Dao's curved saber, the murderous aura seeping into the blade. Xu Liang and Wu Shijie stared in fear at the brat's presence, which seemed no different from a Rakshasa out for blood. In panic, Wu Shijie raised his hands and exclaimed, "The killing intent is too strong. What a disaster, why release this thing? I know who you are Luo Jiao of the Three Absolute Valley." Before he could finish his sentence, the brat beside Luo Jiao vanished. Wu Shijie became vigilant, quickly clasping his hands together, and shouted, "Stop right now." A small golden sphere gathered in Wu Shijie's hands. In the blink of an eye, Luo Jiao's brat slashed toward Wu Shijie, only to be stopped by a protective barrier, like a Vajra wall filled with Buddhist laws, that Wu Shijie had conjured. He desperately yelled, "I'm also a good person." At first glance, Luo seemed even more dangerous than this demonic cultivator, but looking at the skills filled with Buddhist teachings of Wu Shijie, one could also tell where he came from. Luo Jiao immediately closed the umbrella upon hearing this. Xu Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked at Luo Jiao. The murderous intent was terrifying. Fortunately, Luo Jiao had quickly retracted it, otherwise, if she had left it open like that, this brat would likely kill Wu Shijie and then turn around to casually kill him as well. Xu Liang gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, his gaze fixed on Wu Shijie, who was surrounded by golden merit. Wu Shijie hurriedly raised his hand, "Calm down, let me first demonstrate my inheritance." Wu Shijie removed his cloak, his bald head shining like a beam of light, illuminating the entire dim forest. Xu Liang and Luo Jiao stared in amazement at this artificial sun. Wu Shijie was, in fact, a sleeper agent. He raised his hand in a defensive gesture and muttered the chant of Pu Shan's V in Kui Ti Temple. I didn't expect to meet two righteous cultivators today. I truly have sinned. After a while, the three returned to the cave. They sat on the familiar rock. Pu Shan scratched his head, looking troubled. This situation was really something no one had expected, that Wu Ba, Wu Jiao, and Lu Shi were all sleeper agents. Shu Liang cleared his throat. I didn't expect it. Turns out we have a senior monk from the Buddhist sect among us. Pu Shan smiled. I am but a humble monk, just a young traveling monk. He smiled innocently and explained, in recent years, I have been focusing on silent meditation, rarely interacting with others. I am not very good at understanding emotions or reasoning. I just descended from the mountain to practice, never expecting to encounter such a strange event. Upon hearing this, even the typically taciturn Luo Jiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Shu Liang took responsibility for the communication and asked a question that both of them found hard to understand. Master, you've been practicing silent meditation, yet you've gone outside for a walk under the sun, and your teeth are still exposed to the light. How could you have been practicing silent meditation? Pu Shan kindly explained, it's precisely because I have been practicing silent meditation for 30 years that now, after breaking the silence, I find the reversal overwhelming. Shu Liang understood, so it's like that. 30 years without speaking. The three continued talking for a while, mostly with Pu Shan speaking. That's how it was. I used an island of heaven rebelling watchtower technique to forcefully suppress his soul and bring it back into his body. Yet, he ended up trapping himself in the Tian Shuming mansion. A demonic cultivator so evil, still harming both others and himself. And it was in this way that I obtained the soul summoning order. Shu Liang occasionally chimed in to ease the awkwardness. With you, Pu Shan, joining us, our demon-slaying efforts have become even more certain. Luo Jiao, beside them, clearly didn't notice Shu Liang's awkwardness. At that moment, she nodded and bluntly said that the situation could have been summed up in 2 sentences, so why did he end up talking for nearly half an hour? Luo Jiao yawned, I'm sleepy. Shu Liang immediately understood, it's getting late, let's rest for now. Miss Luo is a maiden, so it's better if you stay in this cave. We'll head out. Before Chu Liang could finish, Luo Jiao responded, no need. You open the umbrella, call forth the female spirit, have it hold the umbrella, create a barrier around itself, and I'll rest against the spirit's soft body. Pu Shan, witnessing everything, asked in confusion, is this how we rest? Then he turned to Chu Liang, asking, Chu bro, should we continue talking? Chu Liang, awkward, diplomatically suggested, there's a challenge tomorrow. I recommend we rest early to recover well. Pu Shan let out a disappointed sigh but didn't insist. He sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a barrier shaped like a copper cage. All right then. Shu Liangwu glanced at the two in front of him, each having their own little room. He sulked and crawled into the leaf ball, appearing somewhat childish compared to the other two. We can't let anyone from Shu Shan lose face. Yeah, like anyone doesn't have that. The next morning, in the middle of the cave, several attempts were made to speak with Chu Liang and Luo. Chu Liang occasionally said a few words to him, while Luo Jiao remained silent, his small face expressionless, not uttering a single word. The two of them were like ice and fire, one cold, the other fiery. Chu Liang had a premonition that this journey together would likely be quite enjoyable. Without waiting long, the soul summoning order finally conveyed a message from St. St's message read, I will arrive soon. You all prepare a bit, once I'm there, we will head to meet with the guiding envoy. The three of them replied simultaneously. Pu Shan, as optimistic as ever, said, all right, I've been waiting for Sun Sha for a long time. The three of them then put on their black cloaks, covering themselves entirely, and stood motionless in the cave. No one spoke, cautious that if St arrived unexpectedly, they might be exposed. Suddenly, Chu Liang sensed a tremor from his magical artifact. The crimson severing sword of honor had a reaction. It seemed that St was a purebred member of the demonic sect. St had arrived, smiling, long time no see. Follow me.
The three of them bowed their heads in compliance.
Yes, Sun Sha responded.
Shu Liang thought to himself, as expected, the previous speculation about them not knowing each other under Shang Sima's command was true.
Earth St, even when facing his direct subordinates, didn't engage in any pleasantries.
It was as if they were strangers. The Earth-themed envoy led them swiftly through the dense forest and rugged mountains, eventually arriving at the bottom of a treacherous ravine.
He instructed, when we meet the guiding envoy, be extra careful.
The three of them bowed their heads.
Yes.
Suddenly, Pu Shan and Luo Jiao curiously looked at Shu Liang, who was trembling incessantly. Shu Liang was trying to maintain his composure, although the crimson severing sword of honor kept making persistent sounds.
He nervously glanced at the group of demonic cultivators below. Well, this was getting intense.
He was about to be completely overwhelmed.
So, this is what it feels like to blend in among a crowd of villains?
Facing a group of evil people, he summoned a fragment of a map in midair. In Nanyushan Town, Nishuang Valley, a group of demonic cultivators stood by the edge of a steep cliff. At this moment, Shu Liang was using his spiritual sense to suppress the erratic movements of the crimson severing sword of honor.
Enough, any more of this and it will be troublesome. Shu Liang couldn't help but cover his face. You want me to step up for justice now? Are you trying to get me killed?
The Earth-themed envoy, located to the south, raised a burning bone in the air. The eerie, greenish flames in the dark space grew even more terrifying. He spoke, flying from above will never allow you to enter the dreamlike sleep abyss. You can only enter through Mishuang Valley. The valley is filled with mist, poisonous bones, scythe ghosts, and nether souls.
Once you enter, everyone must be cautious.
He continued, gesturing for the soul reapers to look at the bone in his hand. Only by burning the bone of a scythe ghost with the flame of the underworld can you dispel the fog and the nether souls within it. Later, follow the smoke trail of the underworld flame ahead. Do not rush forward, do not wander. If you get lost, there is a possibility of being led astray by the nether souls in the bone maze, and you may remain here forever. He finished speaking, and all the demonic cultivators below shouted in unison, yes. The Earth-themed envoy to the south caused the flame to flare up even more, turning from a small spark into a blazing fireball, with the bones burning and letting out a tragic, shrill scream.
Shu Liang silently observed, wondering, what exactly is Scythe Ghost?
It's so mysterious, even a single bone seems to have consciousness, knowing how to wail in agony. He listened to the cries of pain. In an instant, he realized something was wrong. The screams were not coming from the bone, but from the mist. The fog, like an enchanted barrier, surrounded him on all sides. Everywhere he looked, there were vague calls coming from the void.
Come, come.
Shu Liang cautiously stepped into the mist, but the cries didn't stop. Come here. In front of him was a sea of white, with nothing visible beyond 3 feet.
Even with his spiritual sense fully expanded, it was of no use.
Suddenly, a massive blood-soaked skeleton brushed past Luo Jiao and Shu Liang. Shu Liang quickly turned his attention to the noise, warning Lao of the ghostly presence.
Lao also halted, ready to fight at any moment, realizing it was Scythe Ghost. Luo Jiao pushed Shu Liang ahead. You can't act directly, I'll go behind. Shu Liang encountered Pu Shan ahead.
The mist was so thick that he couldn't see clearly who Luo Jiao was with earlier.
Pu Shan spoke, young hero Chu, you've arrived? He cheerfully turned to talk to Chu Liang. Just now you didn't hear it.
I was introducing the background of this scythe ghost to Miss Luo, a record from the Buddhist sect I once documented. This scythe ghost is a monster who underwent the punishment of bone extraction in hell, then ran to the mortal realm, knowing how to use white bones to regenerate its body. Shu Liang smiled politely, understanding in his heart. The reason Luo Jiao had gone behind could be partly out of concern for him, but the other part was probably because she didn't want to talk to Pu Shan. The sounds of desperate screaming resounded again. Pu Shan and Shu Liang stopped talking and turned solemnly towards the back. Through the mist, the figure of the scythe ghost and the stench of blood came through especially clearly, making the scene feel no different from hell.
The scythe ghost swung its hand, attacking Luo Jiao, who stood below. Luo Jiao wasn't afraid. She coldly raised her hand, channeling her energy to strike back. Her vital energy transformed into a purple flame, attacking the scythe ghost, causing it to instantly shatter into small bone fragments. Chu Liang observed closely, impressed. The level of this scythe ghost was probably equivalent to a cultivator of the third realm, with its main strengths likely being speed, offensive power, and tough bones. He looked at Luo Jiao coldly, standing next to the pile of broken bones, thinking that these advantages had not been put to use at all, easily being killed by the little girl. If it were him dealing with it, he would definitely have to exert some effort. The Earth Fiend envoy from the south, holding the sacred flame, walked ahead and turned around at the sound. The three of them immediately felt a chill run down their spines, afraid. Do you think that noise just now might have made those people suspicious? The Earth Fiend envoy from the south approached them, and the Soul Reapers automatically parted to create a path for him. The Earth Fiend envoy from the south looked at the pile of white bones on the ground, and instead, praised Luo. Very good, collect the bones of these scythe ghosts. Later, we'll use them to find our way. If the sacred flame is about to burn out, it will be up to our Earth Fiend envoy Nan Lu to lead the Soul Reapers under our command to take turns killing the scythe ghosts. After an hour, Pu Shan stood next to Chu Liang, grumbling in disgust. If you want to show your sincerity, you go ahead. Why tell your subordinates to take the risk? Chu Liang smiled beside him to comfort him. It's better that we split up to work, it's convenient for us to take action at the right time. Pu Shan was dejected. I know, I was just casually complaining about him. The Earth Fiend envoy said, as the Earth Fiend envoy of Nan Lu, everyone under your command should go out to kill the scythe ghosts, with 3 teams each carrying 2 broken bones. After the bones are burned up, whether or not there are any spoils, everyone must return to the team. The demonic cultivators all bowed in unison. Yes. The manager of the 3 undercover agents burned a large piece of bone. He turned around and entered the mist, saying, Wushir Ba, Wushir Jiao, Lu Shir, follow me. The 3 of them obediently followed. Yes, Sun Sha. After Sha led them away from the main troops, he suddenly stopped. Pu Shan looked confused. Sun Sha, what's wrong? Are we not going any further? Sha turned around and stared intently at the 3 subordinates. The atmosphere fell into silence. Suddenly, Chu Liang and Pu Shan jumped in surprise when they heard Sha's voice in their minds. One of you is a spy. Right now, I am communicating telepathically with the 2 of you. Soon, I will take action. You 2 immediately strike at Lu Shir. I'm worried he has ways to contact the outside world, so he must be killed in one blow. Chu Liang widened his eyes, confused. There was only one spy. He quickly realized why Sha knew. It was because he had had some previous contact with Lu Shir and recognized that the methods Luo Jiao had used earlier weren't something the Lu Shir from before could have employed. Therefore, he was certain that this Lu Shir was an impostor. Nan Lu Guiding placed great importance on this operation. If any subordinate of the Earth Fiend envoy had a spy infiltrate and caused the mission to fail, that person would definitely be implicated. Therefore, he did not expose the matter in front of the main forces. He wanted to lead Lu Shir out of the team and deal with him quietly, pretending as if nothing had happened. Chu Liang quietly felt satisfied. The tactic of evading responsibility and hiding the truth actually made it easier for us to lure him out. Suddenly, Pu Shan shouted loudly. Attack! Immediately, Chu Liang and Luo Jiao were startled. Pu Shan clasped his hands together and used the glazed body of 10,000 annihilations. From a distance, even those observing were taken aback. He scolded harshly. I only informed you to cooperate with me. Since when did it become your turn to give orders? If you make a move like that, and the pen or wire fails to stop, you'll definitely be punished. Luo Jiao quickly took action, seemingly aware that she had been exposed. Without hesitation, she drew the curved saber from her waist and used the forbidden spell land. The 3 of them were in perfect synchronization.
Luo Jiao stood firm, and together they cast Forbidden Spell Land, encircling Sha. Pu Shan summoned the Golden Body Arhat General, while Chu Liang directly engaged in close combat with Sha. At this moment, Sha was completely caught off guard by the situation. What else was there for him to not understand? All three of his subordinates were spies. Faced with the impending pressure from all three, Sha gritted his teeth and resisted. Chu Liang punched straight at Sha with his weapon. Behind him, Pu Shan's Golden Body Arhat General shone brilliantly, amplifying the terrifying aura of Chu Liang. Seeing Chu Liang advance towards him, Sha quickly raised both hands to block the incoming damage. He gritted his teeth and braced himself, taking a blow from Chu Liang. Chu Liang struck with one blow, immediately sending Sha flying away, crashing to the ground. The Golden Body Arhat General of Pu Shan followed closely, pressing down, and the divine light of the Buddha made Sha even more panicked. Seeing the dire situation, Sha decisively chose to self-destruct. He struck his chest, coughing up blood, and used his life essence to activate his power. The grand blood refining art of the divine diagram technique successfully formed a blood shield that blocked the Golden Body Arhat General's palm from crushing him. Luo Jiao frowned. A single mouthful of blood turned into a blood wall, enough to block Pu Shan's Buddha palm. However, suppressing the Five Realms spell consumed too much energy, and though Sha was injured, he was not in serious danger. However, the Forbidden Spell Land was on the verge of collapse. The situation was extremely tense. The four of them stood on the Forbidden Spell Land, with Luo Jiao and Pu Shan at the back, attacking from a distance, assisting Chu Liang in his close quarters battle with Sha. Just one move from Sha had reversed the situation. Both Chu Liang and the Golden Body Arhat General were sent flying, giving Sha a safe distance. Furious, he shouted, "So you three are spies, then die for me." Luo Jiao, Chu Liang, and Pu Shan became alert, immediately assuming defensive stances. Sha unleashed the parade of 100 ghost spirits, and 100 ferocious ghost spirits surged forward, attacking the three of them. Chu Liang quickly used his magic weapon to defend himself. Luo Jiao drew out her umbrella, and the opponent had ghost spirits, but so did she. Behind Luo Dao, several more arms appeared, holding umbrellas that struck and sent Sha's 100 ghosts flying. 3 umbrellas were simultaneously opened, and their imposing aura was equally formidable. The 100 ghosts, upon encountering a solid stone, hastily turned and retreated from Luo Jiao. Luo Dao and the 3 ghost spirits holding umbrellas vanished in the blink of an eye, charging toward Sha. The 100 ghosts, in fear, rushed back to their summoner. Sha quickly used a skill to block Luo Jiao. He raised his finger, channeling his energy. Countless black spikes emerged from the ground, attacking Luo Dao. Lada was immobilized, caught off guard and unable to react in time. Both she and the 3 ghost spirits were pierced through by the black spikes. Pu Shan, behind her, hurried to assist Lao. He used the same skill he had previously used to attack Lao Reverse Skyfall. As soon as the skill was activated, the black spikes disappeared from the bodies of Lao's group, only to be reversed and aimed at Sha, piercing through his body. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Jiao, along with the 3 ghost spirits and thousands of black spikes, all charged toward Sha. Sha gritted his teeth and endured the pain, using the blood flowing from his body to fuel his technique. He quickly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding Luo Jiao's sharp, narrow blade as it skimmed past his neck, missing by a hair's breadth from severing his head and body in half. Sha gritted his teeth, using the decisive strike that dealt 800 damage, a blood sacrifice technique. He shouted loudly, "Die!" The giant ghost spirit quickly assumed a defensive stance, blocking the attack meant for Lao. The brat, panicked, yelled out, "So the giant ghost spirit is actually the father of this brat." It furiously watched the blood-red blade pierce through its father's body. Luo Jiao didn't miss the opportunity that ghost spirit had given her, and continued to swing her blade at Sha. "Don't think you can escape." Sha observed Luo Jiao clinging to him relentlessly, his mind working quickly. Although both Wu Shijiu and Lu Shi were from the 4 realms, they were both top-tier geniuses, and their cultivation levels couldn't be compared to ordinary beings. If he kept being pursued by them, he would definitely die. Sha gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as Luo Jiao severed one of his legs. Using the blood flowing from the wound, he activated the blood sacrifice. His shield flew back in agony, and he glanced at his severed leg. Yet, a sense of relief washed over him. The original vitality from the blood sacrifice of one leg this time, he could probably escape safely. Sha no longer intended to fight. He hurriedly turned and fled. Of course, the cost of losing a leg was not small. He put quite a distance between himself and Chu Liang, Luo Jiao, and Pu Shan, several meters ahead. Hateful, hateful, hateful. He needed to contact the guiding envoy immediately. Pu Shan, sweating profusely, watched as Sha ran far away. If this continues, we'll lose his trail. Chu Liang coldly drew the crimson severing sword of honor, a blade that had been vibrating since he entered, finally fulfilling its wish to be used to cut down evil. He swung his arm, activating the sword technique, a spell enveloping the crimson severing sword of honor, which shot through the air in the blink of an eye, covering miles in an instant. Luo Jiao and Pu Shan quickly dodged, surprised by the sword's path as it tore through the space created by Chu Liang. Sha, who had originally hoped to escape, still wore a smile on his face when the sword struck. Chu Liang stood before the massive explosion caused by his strike, thinking to himself, "Oh, the master of the crimson severing sword of honor is really cool." Luo Jiao and Pu Shan stood frozen, staring at Chu Liang, who was standing in the wind with his hair blowing, the crimson severing sword of honor planted in the ground beside him, near the body of the assassin. Chu Liang raised his hand, calling the sword back, scratching his innocent face. The 5 realms are quite tricky to deal with. Luo Jiao and Pu Shan were dumbfounded, eyes wide in confusion, as though they could see question marks slowly appearing above their heads. Luo Jiao and Pu Shan silently watched Chu Liang scratching his head, before speaking. "This demonic cultivator of the 5 realms is really hard to kill, huh? Just one strike and he already exuded a terrifying momentum, as if cutting down gods and Buddhas." Luo Jiao, embarrassed, realized that one couldn't judge someone by their appearance. When he first met Chu Liang, he thought he was just at the Divine Will realm, and didn't expect any help in dealing with enemies. But who would have thought that, when he had no way to deal with the earth-vanishing master, Chu Liang would easily kill him with a single strike? Pu Shan also struggled, the corners of his mouth twitching in discomfort. "It's not that, but what is it that Luo Jiao and I put so much effort into? What else could be difficult? Is a single sneeze enough to scare us to death?" On the other side, Chu Liang, unaware of the complexity in the thoughts of Luo Jiao and Pu Shan at this moment, smiled innocently. "I'm worried that after the Earth Fiend envoy dies, there might be something left behind. I'll go investigate first. You two can recover your chi that was depleted earlier." Luo Jiao and Pu Shan had no objections. Chu Liang took the Ming Fire and rode on a flying leaf-shaped magic artifact, heading forward. He flew towards the vicinity, unable to resist sighing. Look at the Earth Fiend envoy in pieces like this. Even if his belongings weren't destroyed, who knows where they might have ended up? Let's try searching first. Luo Jiao and Pu Shan stood on the ground, arms crossed, watching Chu Liang fly around in the air. There was nothing left behind, nothing at all. Luo Jiao couldn't help but say, "Considering the techniques he just showed, he's probably the central disciple of his sect. How come he still looks so poor?" Pu Shan sighed. "I've heard that some geniuses have preferences that ordinary people can't understand. He's probably one of those types." Chu Liang flew around for a while, and finally, he discovered something. "I found a jade slip." Chu Liang sat down and picked up the jade tablet. Just then, Scythe Ghost suddenly appeared right behind him. Pu Shan and Luo Jiao, with sharp eyes, quickly noticed and shouted, "Be careful!" Taking advantage of Chu Liang's moment of distraction, Scythe Ghost attacked directly at his unguarded back. However, Chu Liang was not a helpless target. He quickly drew the dustless sword and counterattacked Scythe Ghost. Scythe Ghost was hit, trembled for a moment, then paused his movements. Holding his sword, Chu Liang sighed. "The bones are too hard." He decisively swung his sword, using the Ice Fire Seal sword technique to shatter a group of Scythe Ghosts into pieces. Pu Shan approached from a distance, smiling as he held his sword and said to Chu Liang, "Young hero Chu, we'll help you look around. It seems there's no backup here, Earth Fiend Envoy must have left this place."
Chu Liang smiled. Pu Shan, curious, asked,
"Young hero Chu, why is the power of your sword aura sometimes so high and sometimes so low?" Chu Liang smiled, closed his eyes, and arrogantly boasted,
I absolutely despise evil. When I see bad people, I can't hold back my anger, and my power just bursts out a bit too much."
Pu Shan widened his eyes, as if enlightened.
"So that's why, I understand now."
But inwardly, he knew that when someone made up a lie to avoid an answer, asking further questions would be impolite.
At that moment, Luo Jiao turned to ask the other two, "If Earth Fiend Envoy is dead, should we proceed with our original plan?" Chu Liang and Pu Shan had no objections and agreed with her.
The three of them continued wandering around.
Pu Shan, drenched in sweat, reluctantly spoke to Chu Liang.
"Young hero Chu, this thick fog is eroding the divine sense more and more. I'm at the golden core stage, and even I'm starting to feel drained. You're at the divine will realm, and your soul is much weaker than mine.
Are you feeling any effects right now?" Chu Liang gave his familiar smile.
He raised the lotus flower, which Yin Yulong had previously repaired for him, and said,
"There are always more methods than there are difficulties.
Luckily, I have a treasure to deal with the current situation. Although I'm a bit drained right now, I can still hold on." Pu Shan looked at Chu Liang, silently giving him a thumbs up.
"Good technique."
Suddenly, Chu Liang became alert as the wailing cries and moans surrounded them once again, growing louder through the mist. He immediately channeled his true qi into the artifact, causing the lotus flower to transform into a sword. Chu Liang swung his hand, severing the grotesque scythe ghosts, but to his surprise, for every one that fell, more scythe ghosts seemed to appear, drawing closer. Chu Liang held a flame in one hand and the sword in the other, cautiously retreating. It was a group of smaller scythe ghosts. He bit his lip and said, "Yun Jr. brother, I apologize for mocking you earlier." At that moment, Luo Jiao and Pu Shan Wuyu watched Chu Liang wielding the Shuebabu Jin and the Shu Jing and I Luan Luan sword technique, wildly swinging his sword in all directions like a disco ball, unsure whether they should compliment him or remain silent. Pu Shan silently thought to himself, although young hero Chu from Shushan is in the divine will realm, he certainly has many tricks up his sleeve. Luo Jiao is more straightforward, but this person has managed to slip away. On the side of the guiding envoy, he had already joined the group of demonic cultivators returning from the hunt, and the second stalk had already burned part of it. Normally, all three hunting teams should have returned by now, but only two had. At this moment, through the mist, someone, looking extremely terrified and panicked, shouted loudly, "Guiding envoy, Earth Fiend Envoy has been killed."
The guiding envoy was taken aback. He quickly raised his voice and asked, "What happened?"
The Soul Reaper who had just rushed over answered, "We were hunting the Scythe Ghost, and suddenly, a figure dressed in black robes appeared through the mist. That person's cultivation level was very high, and with a single sword technique, he severely injured Earth Fiend Envoy."
The guiding envoy suspiciously asked, "Did you return on your own?" The demonic cultivator quickly bowed and said, "Yes." He frowned. "You're lying. The mist is full of evil spirits.
If you went alone, even with a white bone torch, you would still be haunted.
How could you possibly return on your own?"
The demonic cultivator was none other than Chu Liang, who quickly tried to explain, "Although I know this sounds false, there are indeed many nether souls in the mist. But I relied on my full dedication and willpower, enduring all the temptations of the nether souls, and managed to persist and return for the sect."
Guiding envoy fell silent at this response.
He stroked his chin, thinking to himself that the whole team had perished, and only he had returned. This was indeed suspicious.
At that moment, yet another person came running back in a panic. "Guiding envoy Lord. Someone in the mist ambushed Earth Fiend Envoy.
I got separated from my comrades and only barely managed to find my way back."
Guiding envoy asked in surprise, Did you see Earth Fiend Envoy dead?" That demonic cultivator, clearly another spy, replied, "Yes, sir. I was slow to escape, and in the end, saw Earth Fiend Envoy die under a single sword technique before turning and fleeing." Guiding Envoy looked at the two Soul Reapers bowing obediently before him and remained silent for a while. He was suspicious what the two of them said seemed to match, but the possibility of collusion could not be ruled out. Just then, another figure stumbled out of the mist, clearly the last one. "Guiding Envoy Lord," he exclaimed, even tumbling to the ground in his performance. Judging from this exaggerated act, it was likely Pu Shan. "I almost couldn't catch up with you all. Just now, a man in black suddenly appeared and killed Earth Fiend Envoy, and we all scattered." On the misty road, with the nether soul formation and scythe-wielding ghosts in hordes, the path was truly treacherous. Guiding Envoy watched the three return one by one, and then another. He pondered deeply. Everyone had fled. Suspicion grew. A person lies, two people lie. Is it possible that three people can lie together? It seems that most likely, there is someone ambushing in the fog to kill the Earth Fiend Envoy. But who is this person, and what is their goal? Guiding Envoy commands, "The three of you go back to the team first, we will continue to depart. We will hunt a bit later." The others following the Earth Fiend Envoy's team, the three brothers, all bowed in unison. Yes. Pu Shan recalled the scene where Chu Liang had carefully thought things through and instructed everyone. If they simply returned like this, only one Earth Fiend Envoy with the highest cultivation level would have died. It was hard to avoid suspicion, and their actions afterward would likely be inconvenient. It would be better if they returned to the team one after the other, supporting each other's words, so things would be safer. He silently gave Chu Liang a thumbs up, praising him, still the young hero Chu, so effortlessly handling the situation. The three of them sat cross-legged on the ground to rest, while Chu Liang and his group returned to the team last. Chu Liang also used this opportunity to extend his divine sense and look at the black jade slips dropped by the Earth Fiend Envoy from 5 realms. On the jade slip was the divine diagram's grand art of blood sea refinement. Chu Liang was surprised. This must be a cultivation technique to refine one's own blood essence, right? He recalled that earlier, the Earth Fiend Envoy had relied on the violent eruption of his own blood to withstand one of his attacks. At that moment, he used the grand blood refining art of the divine diagram, with the blood shield blocking the attack from Chu Liang and Pu Shan. Chu Liang pondered, then nearly had a moment of realization. It was all derived from the powerful and abundant blood energy within him. He had thought that it was a result of bone and blood training during the breakthrough to the 5-elemental realm. But now, it seemed like this was not something that could be achieved through regular cultivation. He must have gained this special blood refining technique. Chu Liang thought deeply. The grand blood refining art of the divine diagram relies on absorbing the essence blood from the soul fragments of demonic beasts that have been subdued and killed, then refining one's own blood. Chu Liang understood that within the human body, there are many hidden aspects that can be cultivated, such as essence, qi, and spirit, which are the most commonly cultivated by cultivators. All realms come from this. On the surface, it seems like bones, flesh, and skin, which martial artists or body cultivators focus on cultivating. But the blood that circulates through the veins, and whether it's internal or external cultivation related to this, very few cultivators are solely dedicated to the blood, which is imbued with spiritual consciousness. The creator of this technique had thought of this very point when they created it. This technique consists of 9 stages, corresponding to the blood essence of demonic beasts. The first stage, the initial transformation, only requires a small amount of regular demonic beast blood essence. Later on, the requirements gradually became higher. When it came to the 7th or 8th transformation, the essence of a divine beast was required, and by the time of the 9th and final transformation, what needed to be absorbed was the divine blood of a beast god that had reached the 9th stage of the mystic realm. The more Chu Liang read, the more astonished he became. He recalled the blood sacrifice technique, which indeed seemed like something out of a dream or a trance. Thinking about it, the most one could achieve through the earth-killing technique was perhaps the 5th or 6th transformation. It was unlikely that anyone could kill a divine beast at the 7th transformation. Just imagining the power he had unleashed, this must certainly be a technique worth cultivating.
He put the technique aside for now, though. First, because he lacked the necessary cultivation resources, second, because the risks were unclear, so it was best to set it aside for the time being. I just killed a few scythe ghosts, but still haven't received any rewards. While it's safe, I might as well take this opportunity to see if there's anything here.
Shu Liang's spiritual sense stood in front of a large cage.
Inside were a few small golden scythe ghosts.
Shu Liang gently pressed a button on a panel mounted on a column in front of the iron cage.
Instantly, the golden scythe ghosts disappeared, merging into an item in Shu Liang's hand.
Shu Liang looked at the item in his hand. Another pill?
Shu Liang examined it carefully, then immediately dropped the look of disappointment when he realized it was the same pill as before. Another pill for enhancing eternal physical strength. In his hand were 6 golden core soul bones, glimmering with a golden light.
If this pill was used, any selected bone would be enhanced. After the enhancement, it would become as hard as steel.
Shu Liang stroked his chin, deep in thought.
Unfortunately, it can only enhance the bones above. The part one want to increase in hardness is the one without bones.
He clenched his fist, thinking of what he desired most, internal organs. If he could make his internal organs stronger, it would be a huge boost to his overall power.
Shu Liang looked at the pill in his hand, reluctantly thinking. Unfortunately, this cursed golden core type only works on bones.
He had killed a total of 6 scythe ghosts, obtaining 6 demonic golden core bones. One bone was about 3 centimeters, with an average length, and the total length was 6 centimeters.
Shu Liang's consciousness returned to his body. He picked up the pill and examined it for a moment.
It was his break time, and since no one would suspect him, he decided to take the opportunity to use the pill. This was the perfect time, using it now would allow him to strengthen himself more quickly. Shu Liang decisively swallowed the pill with a single gulp. A faint sensation of spiritual power flowed through him, and the effects of the pill began to take hold. As expected, the White Tower had never let him down. Shu Liang smiled contentedly as he looked at his 2 fingers, feeling them stronger than ever before. After allowing the medicinal energy to circulate a few more times, the enhancement was considered complete. Now, he had a pair of solid golden hands, truly perfected. Once the adjustments were done, the team continued moving forward. Suddenly, a group of snow demons appeared.
Dreamlike sleep abyss, an army of heroic spirits appears. They are large, they kill the enemy, kill the enemy. The momentum of this countless army was incredibly powerful.
The army of heroic spirits rushed straight toward the group of the Ming sect, still shouting loudly, "Kill the enemy, kill the enemy!" The guiding envoy, standing at the front, coldly waved his hand. With just one sweep, a blood-red attack slashed directly toward the heroic army.
3 people lagged behind.
Pu Shantin observed closely and began to explain.
Look at the clothing of these snow demons. They seem to be soldiers from the previous dynasty.
Shu Liang stared blankly as he listened to Pu Shan rambling. He had heard that over 1,000 years ago, the prime minister of the previous dynasty had led his remnants to protect the young emperor. At that time, only a few years old, the emperor fled into the Jinnan Mountains. The Wu dynasty's army had entered the mountains multiple times to search for them, but without success, losing many men in the process. Later, a large army was sent to garrison the southern region to prevent the remnants from restoring the previous dynasty. But until today, the troops of the former dynasty had never been seen leaving Nan Yushan town. Shu Liang twitched the corner of his mouth. On the way, Pu Shan's mouth didn't stop for a single moment. He was curious to see what else the guy could possibly say. Suddenly, the guiding envoy summoned a stone tablet, causing the 3 people talking behind to abruptly stop. It was the stone steel tomb, a foul demon. Luo Jiao suddenly exuded a terrifying killing intent, silently enraged. Shu Liang looked in astonishment at Luo Jiao, who had suddenly flared up. He couldn't understand why, when this stone tablet appeared, Miss Luo would suddenly trigger such intense killing intent. Even the Buddhist practitioner like Pu Shan showed a very displeased expression,
gritting his teeth and whispering, suppressing tombstone steel? Chu Liang was surprised. What is that? Pu Shan furrowed his brows and explained, young hero Chu doesn't know?
During the battle with the demon gods all those years ago, countless cultivators from the 9 realms sacrificed their lives to protect humanity. Later, humanity built the tomb flying immortal to bury and show respect for the spirits of those immortal heroes. But a few years ago, the Ming Wang sect actually went to the summit of Flying Immortal Wolf and dug up 6 of the 18 tombstones there. This event sparked widespread outrage across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as well as among cultivators throughout the world. It caused quite an uproar for a long time. Chu Liang understood, so this is the origin of this tombstone? Upon understanding the situation, he too clenched his teeth in anger. The ones resting in the tomb flying immortal were the spirits who protected humanity across the 9 realms. If it weren't for the sacrifice of these heroes, the world today might not be called the human world, but the world of demons instead. These demon cultivators of the Ming Wang sect, who were clearly descendants of humanity, disrespected the immortal heroes. How could people not be enraged? And yet, they even dared to use these stone steel as magical weapons? The 3 of them realized they couldn't act rashly at this moment and silently watched as the guiding envoy manipulated the suppressing tombstone steel. Chu Liang made a firm resolution: if the opportunity arose, he would definitely strike him with a sword. The deeper they went, the denser the fog became, and the torchlight burned even more fiercely. This time, the pause came a little earlier than usual. The guiding envoy spoke up. We are reaching the end of Foggy Mist Valley, almost at our destination. We just need to hunt one more time to sustain ourselves. This time, it's your turn to hunt, but you have 3 soul reapers and no one to lead them. Upon hearing this, Shinan guiding envoy dispatched an Earth Fiend envoy, who did not utter a word, and ordered him to command our covert team. There was no need to say more, there was no difference between the 2 of them, and there was no need for politeness. The scene was one of harmonious ease. He spoke irritably. Use your wits a bit more. If you don't follow my orders, don't expect me to protect you. Only Pu Shan responded quickly. Understood. Your subordinates will obey Sun Sha's orders. This Earth Fiend envoy is still rough around the edges. If you can't tell the difference between him and me, what's the point of putting me on an exploration team? As the Earth Fiend envoy walked ahead, Pu Shan silently transmitted a message to Chu Liang and Luo Jiao. When are we going to act? Don't act rashly. Every time we go out, we end up dead thanks to the Earth Fiend envoy. I fear they're starting to doubt us. Luo Jiao agreed. That's true. After all, as long as they reach the destination and see the goal of their trip, our elder will come. The 3 of them did not expect that the Earth Fiend envoy also had intentions towards them. He glanced behind, smirking, these 3 ants, just wait until you fall into my hands. I will treat you well. When no one is around, I will strip everything from you and then slaughter you all. Who would be able to recognize you then? After the Shinan guiding envoy requested the executioner to lead the 3 of us away from the main army, he suddenly stopped. Just as the 3 of us were starting to doubt, he suddenly turned around, conjuring a censer and other strange items. 3 incense sticks were inserted into the censer, igniting on their own without any flame, and from the jade vessel, something began to flow out. A ghost spirit emerged from the jade vessel. The 3 of them were all surprised. The ghost spirit was indeed powerful, and moreover, it was a malevolent spirit. The executioner at this moment pretended to come up with an excuse. I already went hunting in the previous round, but because you 3 are a burden, I had to continue hunting in this round. After thinking it over, I still feel it was a loss. Now I will give you 2 choices. The enormous ghost spirit behind him was a solid foundation for the Earth Fiend envoy's confidence. 1. You will hand over all the treasures you have. If you can come up with something that satisfies me, I will continue to protect your lives. The second, I will kill all of you and take all your belongings in this fog. Even if you die, you will turn into another soul and will never be able to escape. Think carefully, all of you.
The three of them, Chu Liang, were frozen, their faces as blank as ever, silently exuding a question mark. "Boss, we just decided to spare you. Why do you have to go through all this suffering?" An atmosphere of awkward silence enveloped the area. The Earth Fiend envoy furrowed his brows and shouted in a high voice. "Did you all hear me clearly?" Pu Shan scratched his head and muttered. Heard it. Why are you in such a hurry?" The Earth Fiend envoy was furious. "If you heard it, then why aren't you quickly offering up your treasures?" The three of them silently took out their good items. Pu Shan pulled out the golden ring, Chu Liang drew his sword, and Luo Jiao produced a finger. The Earth Fiend envoy saw their actions and gritted his teeth in frustration. "Want to make a move, huh? These three fools still hadn't realized it? Well, let's start by killing one of them to set an example. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey." As usual, Luo Jiao acted first, using the 5 immortals technique of labor and 7 injuries. Xu Liang unsheathed his sword, while Pu Shan threw the golden ring at the Earth Fiend envoy. The Earth Fiend envoy didn't just stand there and take it, immediately circulating his energy to counterattack. Pu Shan's golden ring, which had been thrown, suddenly split into dozens of smaller rings, binding the Earth Fiend envoy like a tightly wrapped rice dumpling. He was bound fast and screamed out loud. He hurriedly called out to the ghost spirit behind him, "Fei Master, help me." With the help of the ghost spirit, the Earth Fiend envoy quickly broke free from the binding of the golden ring. The Earth Fiend envoy gritted his teeth, suddenly realizing that their methods were not like the divine powers that could be released in the 4 realms, nor were they similar to the powers of a demonic cultivator. He suddenly lost his train of thought. The Earth Fiend envoy's eyes widened in terror as he looked up at the sky. Tens of thousands of swords, appearing from nowhere, filled the sky above him. Chu Liang was using the 10,000 talisman sword technique. Standing before this myriad of swords, the Earth Fiend envoy had no place to hide. Even his own ghost spirit panicked and moved aside, watching helplessly as the Earth Fiend envoy was slashed by the fiery swords and burned. Chu Liang's expression was cold and indifferent as he controlled the sword technique, but in his heart, he was thinking that even the stored energy of the big-headed doll had been completely exhausted. Luckily, his own chi reserves were twice the amount of others at the same realm, or else he wouldn't have been able to use this technique. After dealing with the Earth Fiend envoy, Xu Liang turned to the ghost spirit with a gentle smile and asked, "Old immortal, this one is dead now. Do you want to take revenge for him?" Perhaps even he himself didn't understand why, despite being a ghost spirit, he still broke into a cold sweat in fear when Xu Liang asked him this. The old man looked at the harmless, gentle young man in front of him, then glanced at the pile of ashes on the ground where a human figure had once been. He quickly thought that since he had already gained a few incense sticks from him, there was no need to risk his life further. He decisively retreated back into the urn, thinking to himself that he had no connection with this young man. Perhaps Chu Liang hadn't expected the old man to act so nonchalantly, leaving without showing any hesitation. His face was a bit stunned. To cover up the death of the Earth Fiend envoy, after recovering his inner energy, Xu Liang used a similar move to ambush 2 other hunting teams. To prove that there were mysterious and righteous cultivators hunting down evil ones, the 3 of us also used sword energy to injure ourselves and blend in with the returning team members. Under the guise of Pu Shan's realistic acting skills, he successfully navigated the situation. When the entire team set off again, they slowly made their way to the end of Foggy Mist Valley, which was the final destination of this operation. Before dreamlike sleep, guiding envoy Nan Lu raised his bright flame and said, "We have arrived. In front of us is the reflection of the secret realm. We just need to open the barrier ahead and we can enter." He flew forward and instructed, "I will open the secret realm, but something strange is happening here. Please protect me." The demonic cultivators responded affirmatively. He shouted loudly from within the blue clouds, and 2 enormous trees appeared. A dragon slowly flew out, heading straight towards guiding envoy Nan Lu, who was hovering in the sky, about to open the secret realm. And not just one dragon, 4 dragons surrounded guiding envoy Nan Lu from behind in the blink of an eye. He quickly sensed the danger and turned around, facing the 4 dragons head on. Guiding envoy Shilu shouted, "I'm here to help you." He summoned the suppressing tombstone steel and swung it at the green dragons. But the secret realm was far from being just that. As the dragons were suppressed, an entire army of spirits emerged. They wielded swords and cried out, charging forward to attack guiding envoy Nanlu, who was opening the secret realm. The demonic cultivators were thrown into a panic as they saw the spirit soldiers with swords attacking. Kill! Kill! The guards of the dragon pavilion, kill them! They quickly dispersed and began to act. Earth Fiend Envoy, let me go meet the enemy head-on. Wandering Soul Envoy, take care of suppressing this side. The demonic cultivators, following their orders, divided their tasks evenly. The three people, Xu Liang and his companions, also had to put on an act. The black-clad figures simultaneously raised their hands and channeled their internal energy to suppress the steel. The tombstone trembled violently. However, the Soul Reapers were not very powerful, and it wasn't long before many of them began to tremble. This is bad, we can't suppress it much longer. At this moment, Xu Liang and his group behind were extremely relaxed, calling upon the Nether Souls to sacrifice their lives. Luo Jiao silently watched the two in front shamelessly call out like some pyramid scheme. Brothers, keep going. As long as we survive this, the guiding envoy and Earth Fiend Envoy will take us to find treasures. Hold on tight, it's time for everyone to use some of their strength to serve the Ming Wang sect. Xu Liang's rhetoric was no less impressive than Pu Shan's. Do we want to live as slaves our entire lives, or become heroes right now? Even if we have to burn our lifespan and drain our golden core, we must hold on to this moment. Absolutely do not give up easily. A powerful voice rang out, indicating that the newcomer was not to be underestimated. Will 9 truths tilt? The realm and sovereignty collapsed, the sky stretching far away, and a figure appeared, stepping through the wind, clearly no longer a living being. An old man, holding a scroll, with a majestic and imposing appearance, suddenly appeared in mid-air. As soon as the old man appeared, the demonic cultivators were immediately terrified. Pu Shan startled and explained to Xu Liang with a confused expression. That's the nether soul of the former prime minister of the previous dynasty. Guiding envoy Nanlu also knew the figure was no ordinary person, shouting to stop him. I'm about to open the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the other guiding envoy Shilu gritted his teeth and prepared for battle. The old prime minister waved his hand. Invaders, how dare you trespass on my dragon pavilion? Do you think all the civil and military officials are dead? With a wave of his hand, the nether soul of the military generals charged forward, shouting to raise morale and kill the enemy. Faintly, the indomitable military spirit of the past could be felt, as they faced the enemy to protect the country. The demonic cultivator hurriedly summoned ghost spirits to block the strike from the nether soul general. He summoned countless ghost spirits in an attempt to stop the attacking force of the soldiers, but unexpectedly, with just a wave of his hand, the ghost spirits of guiding envoy Shilu were turned against him by the old prime minister. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Nether soul is too strong, I'm no match for him, you need to hurry, the others are in just as much of a rush, do it now." Guiding envoy Shilu ground his teeth and took out a knife to cut his hand. Using his own blood for a blood sacrifice, he summoned countless skulls, which now looked far more menacing than before. He activated the 9-headed skull formation, with 9 skulls growing large and charging toward the old prime minister. But even so, the old prime minister simply waved his hand lightly and easily neutralized Shilu's technique. Perhaps he hadn't expected the old man's power to be so great, and he quickly retreated. At that moment, the one opening the secret realm exclaimed in joy, "It's open!" and tore the gate wider. He turned to announce to the one still fighting the old prime minister, "It's open now." After saying that, he flew over to assist guiding envoy Shilu in the battle. "I'm here to help you." However, something unexpected happened. The man laughed coldly, thrusting his hand through the other person's body and finishing his sentence with one hand. The other person, caught off guard by the sudden attack, turned around in shock to look at guiding envoy Nanlu. "Thank you for escorting me all the way here, but now that we've arrived, I guess I can't give you the battle soul after all, can I?"
Yet, the one who was attacked broke into a strange smile. Guiding envoy Nan Lu immediately sensed that something was wrong. That's not right, the body of guiding envoy Shi Lu instantly exploded, a blood sacrifice of flesh. Not only that, the group of demonic cultivators below also suddenly swelled and distorted. This blood, my hands, what's happening here? Old Prime Minister, standing by, briefly fell silent as he watched the spectacle of dogs fighting dogs. Guiding envoy Shi Lu had returned to normal. He glanced at the demonic cultivators under his command, exploding like fireworks. Ha, the man laughed, his pride growing. Ha, I knew all along that you weren't sincere in allowing me to refine the battle soul. Too bad you don't know that I've successfully cultivated the incarnation outside the body long ago. He watched the nether soul of the betrayer escape from the explosion, trying to slip into the secret realm. Ha, want to turn your soul and run away? He once again activated the nine-headed soul suppressing, and the floating skulls around him bared their bone mouths, rushing toward the fleeing nether soul to devour it. At this point, the nether soul had nothing left to lose and decided to risk it all. If you want me dead, then I will fight you to the death. Under the pressure of the nine-headed soul suppressing, the nether soul suddenly flipped the table on the netherworld Kayadagarba general, catching guiding envoy Shi Lu, who had the upper hand, off guard. He widened his eyes, as if they might burst. You're sacrificing your lifespan to collude with the netherworld earth treasury. Using this move, you're not far from death. A massive hand appeared in the sky, and guiding envoy Shi Lu panic-stricken called out. Soul-suppressing steel, come here. The moment the soul-suppressing steel was summoned, the suppressed green dragon raised its head. The soul reapers closest to them were definitely going to take the brunt of it. Earlier, they had been forced by Chu Liang and the others to expel all their vital energy to suppress the force, and now, there was no way they could escape. Chu Liang and the others didn't intend to stay either. They leaped towards the entrance of the secret realm. There's something going on with guiding envoy's side, let's get closer and take a look. Taking advantage of the moment while guiding envoy Shi Lu was busy dealing with the giant hand, Nether Soul quickly entered the secret realm. At this point, though the soul-suppressing steel had been summoned to relieve some of the pressure from the hand, guiding envoy Shi Lu was still being weighed down by it. Chu Liang and the others observed carefully, standing on Chu Liang's flying artifact. Perfect opportunity, let's go into the secret realm as well. Guiding envoy gritted his teeth, using all his strength to hold the soul-suppressing steel in place. Finally, he managed to resist the giant hand's blow. However, he turned to look at the gradually closing entrance of the secret realm and realized that the entrance was about to shut. The old Prime Minister, unbothered, didn't hesitate to land another few strikes. He summoned arrows, all of which shot towards guiding envoy Shi Lu. Shi Lu coughed up blood as he took the hit, struggling to turn and flee. He could no longer afford to care about anything else. He had to get in. If he stayed to face Nether Soul, he was sure to die. One arrow pierced through his chest. He coughed up blood, spitting out. His red eyes seemed ready to burst with blood, veins bulging on his head, but his belief remained unshaken, as long as he could reach it. At this moment, Chu Liang and his group had already dashed into the entrance of the secret realm, while guiding envoy Shi Lu struggled, reaching toward the door. As long as I reach that place, I can survive, then I'll kill guiding envoy Tang Nan, and the treasure will be mine. However, an unexpected change occurred. The group of Chu Liang suddenly halted, as if waiting for Chu Liang to draw his sword. This scene shocked guiding envoy Shi Lu. What is this? He gritted his teeth. Chu Liang coldly wielded the Zhanjiang Ming sword, performing the Feng Hua Lei Sanfu technique, a final strike meant to end guiding envoy Shi Lu. The sword aura surged, attacking him relentlessly. Guiding envoy Shi Lu, already heavily wounded, was struck once more, disintegrating into dust amidst the sword's energy. Within the secret realm, the stone monument, now without its summoner, fell heavily, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The door of the secret realm closed completely. Once the secret realm was sealed tight, we retrieved the soul-anchoring stone monument, preparing to take it back to the flying immortal tomb later. That guiding envoy must have fled deep into the heart of the secret realm. the three of us remained behind to discuss our next course of action. Luo Jiao sighed. It's a pity the battle broke out so early. We still don't know what exactly these demonic sect people are searching for. Well, let me tell you. A sudden voice rang out, and at the same time, a hand emerged from the ground, tightly gripping Luo Dao's ankle. She was stunned, her body frozen in place. The spell felt like a soul-binding incantation. Luo Jiao gritted her teeth, her throat gripped tightly by the nether soul. The guiding envoy Nan Lu Xiang had already run far, now waiting to ambush the three of them. He sneered. I never expected that the Soul Summoning Order, which has always boasted of being strict and tight-knit, would have spies infiltrating it, and so many of them at that. Chu Liang and Pu Shan were caught off guard, their eyes wide in shock as they watched Luo Jiao being restrained. Chu Liang hastily spoke up. It's just a misunderstanding, let her go. We'll leave now, it won't affect the guiding envoy's search for the treasure. The guiding envoy coldly retorted. Do you think I'm an idiot? At that moment, Pu Shan jumped out, pretending to laugh loudly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Guiding envoy, actually, I'm the undercover spy hiding within these two spies, sent to break their plot. The guiding envoy didn't mince words. He increased the pressure on his grip and scolded Pu Shan. Go! Pu Shan's face froze, letting out an "oh" of disbelief. He stopped listening to Chu Liang and Pu Shan's nonsense, turning his head. Stop trying to trick me. If you obediently help me with a few things, I might not harm this little girl. You two go up the mountain first, to the palace in front. With no other choice, Chu Liang and Pu Shan had no choice but to comply. He remained cautious, walking at the back, and said, casually, you all know that I am severely injured. Later, I may face some difficult problems to deal with. Hey, I will have to trouble you all to step in and handle it for me. Chu Liang coldly responded, guiding envoy, could it be that you're placing too much trust in us? The trouble you can't resolve, we certainly won't be able to handle. The guiding envoy sneered, no need to hide it anymore. I know you're powerful. The person in black who attempted to assassinate my subordinate in the mist, it was you, wasn't it? Your strength is definitely sufficient. He was extremely cautious of Chu Liang. One strike had killed guiding Shinan. If it weren't for his wariness of Chu Liang's strength, as well as a desire to use him a little, he would have taken care of these three people long ago. This person was definitely not a golden core stage cultivator. On their way up the mountain, unable to hold back, he asked about Pu Shan's endless chatter. The guiding envoy also revealed the purpose of his trip. I came here to refine a 7th rank honored battle soul that lies dormant here. The discovery was purely by chance, and beyond that, I don't know the details. I don't need you to heal me, just keep your mouth shut. If you say one more word, I'll tear out this little girl's tongue. Understand? Even the guiding envoy couldn't stand Pu Shan's sharp tongue. He angrily threatened, and Pu Shan quickly covered her mouth. Chu Liang was beside Yi, and he said, I understand, don't harm Miss Luo. The guiding envoy became even more irritated, you don't need to translate for me. Thus, they continued on their difficult journey until they finally reached the summit's palace. They finally arrived at the grand and majestic palace square, with exquisitely designed railings and towering towers reaching into the clouds, resembling an immortal realm. The four stood before a wooden bridge that spanned the cliff, leading into the palace. The guiding envoy spoke, there is a 5 elements heavenly mechanism Dao formation here. If you break this formation, you will be able to enter the palace. I will trouble the two of you. Chu Liang had been searching for a chance to save Luo Jiao along the way, but it failed. Now, he was deep in thought, looking at the guiding envoy Huan Zune, unable to find any openings, no chance to launch a sneak attack. He could only sigh and cross the wooden bridge. I'll try my best. Chu Liang crossed the bridge and gradually moved forward. The path ahead was slightly calm, and now, as he moved forward, if there was any sudden change, he would immediately use his flying leaf magic weapon to escape. Suddenly, golden rays of light shone through Chu Liang's body, and he was startled. It seemed like he had triggered the mechanism of the formation. A massive fireball shot towards Chu Liang. He quickly retreated to dodge, but unexpectedly, as soon as he moved back, other colored rays shone on him. It was over, he had triggered another part of the mechanism. Every step Chu Liang took was met with beams of light passing through him. This time, it was a green hue. Chu Liang was astonished there was more. Just avoided one color, but bumped into another. The blue beam of light struck Chu Liang, instantly freezing him. At the same time, the green beam of light wrapped around Chu Liang's body. Chu Liang, frozen, was extremely surprised and had no time to react. He was then thrown out, back to the wooden bridge. Struggling to get up, Chu Liang sighed lightly. This formation is really powerful, he thought to himself. The effect of the formation just now seems to be more for repelling than for killing. The guiding envoy clearly didn't believe him. He snorted coldly, tightening his grip on Luo Jiao's neck. Stop pretending. If you can't break this formation, I will immediately kill this little girl. Chu Liang felt utterly helpless. With my abilities, if you insist on thinking I'm a master, I can't do anything about it. The guiding envoy coldly warned Chu Liang. Your feigning pig to eat the tiger trick doesn't work on me, cut it out. He was suspicious, thinking that Chu Liang was trying to feign weakness to lower his guard and then strike when an opening appeared. After being in the martial world for so long, how could he not recognize such a simple trick? Pu Shan, standing nearby, was chanting Buddha's name and then waved it off. Let me give it a try. He stepped onto the golden lotus that Chu Liang had used earlier. Pu Shan wasn't entirely neglecting it. On the contrary, he had been observing Chu Liang's movements very closely, drawing conclusions. Looking at the situation Chu Liang had just been in, this formation with its repeated traps seemed quite difficult to handle. If I use my fastest footwork, I might be able to outpace the speed of the trap formation's interlocking mechanisms. The golden lotus hovered in the air, forming a path for Pu Shan. He stepped onto it, silently letting out a sigh of relief. Very good, you've already gone farther than young hero Chu, and you still haven't encountered any traps. But unexpectedly, just as he sighed, Pu Shan was suddenly hit by beams of colorful light. He immediately became alert. This is not good. All the elemental attacks arrived in succession, simultaneously launching at Pu Shan from all directions. Chu Liang, seeing that Pu Shan was trapped in the formation, was also shocked and quickly rushed to help. Pu Shan, be careful. Pu Shan clasped his hands together, trembling with fear. What is this power? It's so different. This is much bigger than what young hero Chu encountered. It's over, I'm stuck here. Jin Zhongzhao couldn't hold on any longer. Shu Liang quickly drew the dustless sword. I'll help you, retreat now. A sword chi from Chu Liang blocked the formation's attack. Pu Shan seized the opportunity to escape. That was close. Young hero Chu, you saved me from a great danger. Pu Shan ran back to the wooden bridge, bent over and gasping for breath. Good grief, I almost died in that killing formation. Shu Liang observed Pu Shan's appearance, deep in thought. Seems different from the formation's power the first time. The deeper you go into the formation, the greater the damage? The guiding envoy, watching everything unfold, was furious. When you released your sword earlier, the aura. So you really are. So you truly are an ant of the divine will realm. He threw Luo Jiao to the ground, furiously shouting. You're preparing to attack with your inner energy, so what use do I have for you? Now I'll cripple you, and let you watch how I deal with this little girl. Seeing Lao being pushed aside, Shu Liang seized the opportunity and chanted the spell immediately. The guiding envoy couldn't react in time, suddenly being attacked by Shu Liang. Using the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor, Shu Liang activated the Thunder Strike Talisman Sword, shattering the guiding envoy's body. The latter stood stunned, staring at his own body, fully aware that he was merely an ant at the peak of the divine will realm. How could he unleash such powerful sword chi?
Why did I look like I was about to die just a moment ago when breaking the formation, and now I can strike with such strength? The guiding envoy was unwilling to accept this, furiously confused, and even on his deathbed, he couldn't understand. Is he playing me? This isn't like him at all, every move, every action. How can a powerful expert disguise themselves so completely? What's with this fake pig-eating tiger act? He tricked me so badly. Shu Liang paid no mind to what he thought, coldly sheathing his sword and indifferently watching as the demonic cultivator descended into hell. Shu Liang glanced at the dust on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed, the most genuine move is always the deadly one. If not for this opportunity, he wouldn't have revealed such an obvious flaw. Suddenly, all three of them froze. Shu Liang was startled. What was the sudden fluctuation of the soul and body? Shu Liang was surprised, unable to move his body anymore. He quickly turned his head to look at Pu Shan and Luo Zhao, who were being controlled by a stream of energy from the Grand Hall, walking in a dazed state into the killing formation. They had already been led into the killing formation in the square. No! He urgently shouted in an attempt to wake the two of them. Wake up, don't go, wake up! Shu Liang helplessly yelled, reaching out toward his two companions. He himself was frozen in place, unable to move. Don't go, wake up! A blurry figure suddenly appeared beside Shu Liang. The figure coldly said, "It's useless." Shu Liang was taken aback. The figure lightly explained. As long as you remain still for even a moment in this immortal unaging realm, the dreamlike sleep aura will invade, and your souls will enter the immortal dream. Once their souls reach that place, they can never wake up again. It seems that there is something special about you, but it can only protect you at best. Saving others that may not be possible. Shu Liang was now truly desperate. Who are you? Is there any way to save my two friends? The blurry figure slowly became clearer, revealing a real human form. I can save them, but you need to help me with a small task. Shu Liang immediately agreed. The person was slightly surprised. Oh? You didn't even ask what the task is? Shu Liang looked towards Luo Zhao and Pu Shan, who were about to cross the bridge. He couldn't afford to be concerned about too much, saving people was the priority, and there was no time for further questions. Didn't you say that once they enter that palace, they won't be able to wake up again? The other person's attitude was far more relaxed than the previous cold indifference. They smiled gently. Ha, you're a person of great integrity. They raised their hand lightly, and spiritual energy swirled around their fingertips. The energy that had surrounded the strange man's body gently wrapped around the three of them, removing the controlling energy of the Grand Hall and also dispelling the immobilizing spell on Shu Liang. Shu Liang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling at ease. The imminent danger had been resolved, and the mental pressure on him was also lifted. He politely clasped his hands in greeting. If you need my assistance, feel free to ask. However, my cultivation level is limited, and if the task is too daunting, I'm afraid I won't be able to help. The other person spoke gently. It's just a small matter. First, I want you to promise that you won't mention our meeting here to anyone. Everything related to me must remain a secret. Afterward, you will take a letter outside on my behalf. They smiled. It's not a difficult task, but whether you can keep it secret depends on your own heart. I also see that you killed people in the demonic sect, which is why I've decided to save you all and now ask for your help. Hearing the man's words, Shu Liang relaxed slightly. We are all righteous disciples of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Slaying demons and exterminating evil is part of our duty. Here, take this letter and deliver it to Monsieur San of the Ji family, Ji Lianhua. No one else is allowed to see it, the man said. He waved his hand and handed a letter to Shu Liang. Shu Liang solemnly accepted it, promising not to let him down. Once I've finished what I need to do, I'll depart. Since I've entrusted this task to you, it's time for us to say goodbye.
I can only maintain this immortal dream for half an hour, after which it will fade.
He waved his hand again.
I leave in ease, but you must leave the ageless realm before that time.
Otherwise, you'll have to stay here and keep me company.
Chu Liang clasped his hands in farewell to the strange man.
Understood.
At this moment, Luo Jiao and Pu Shan regained their senses, both of them surprised.
What happened?
It seemed that Chu Liang had been in a daze for a moment, and when he looked back, the man had vanished into thin air. Only faint ripples of spiritual energy in the air remained to prove that what had just happened was not an illusion. He turned to the two of them and said, "This place is very strange, and we can't break through the formation. I'm worried that if we stay here any longer, something bad might happen.
I suggest we leave quickly." Luo Jiao and Pu Shan didn't object.
Before leaving here, of course, they didn't forget to touch the body of Nam Guiding S.
Luo Jiao and Pu Shan, with Wu Yu's expression, looked at Chu Liang as he diligently fiddled with the pile of items, searching through it.
They found a wooden statue of a demon-faced king in the dust, which seemed to possess some spiritual essence, truly a treasure in itself.
When we returned to the entrance of the secret realm, we discovered a problem upon entering. We couldn't get out.
The three brothers, arms crossed, tilted their heads back, gazing at the clear sky, deep in thought. As Chu Liang pondered whether to crush the jade talisman to call Grandmaster, suddenly, in the sky, the barrier shattered like pieces of glass.
A massive burst of flame erupted from the crack.
All three of them were stunned by this strange appearance. Clearly, such a grandiose manifestation could only belong to one person. The queen descended from the sky, riding on flames.
"Xiao Chu, are you inside?"
The Phoenix Empress's appearance was perfectly timed, with blazing wings spread behind her.
"Finally found you, brat."
Chu Liang waved happily, looking up at the queen in the air.
"Grandmaster, thankfully you came.
We were just frustrated, unable to open the secret realm."
Phoenix Empress frowned as she spoke.
Hi, I had planned to come much earlier. But, on my way here, I encountered those three scoundrels from 3 Absolute Valley outside.
After a fight, I had to teach them a lesson before setting off.
But that's not the issue. Had I come earlier, if anything happened to my disciple because of this, they'd have to deal with me. The 3 undercover agents were terrified by the queen's words, and Luo Jiao's face stiffened. At this moment, she finally noticed the 2 companions next to Chu Liang.
"Are these 2 children your new friends?"
Chu Liang smiled and introduced, "Yes, these 2 are teammates I met on this occasion, quite a fortunate encounter.
This one is Master Pu Shan from the Cloud Resolution Temple."
Turning to Luo Jiao, he hesitated slightly. This is Miss Luo. He didn't dare to say where she was from. After all, his grandmaster had just thoroughly beaten her family's elder. Introducing her at this moment would be quite awkward, but fortunately, Luo Jiao didn't seem angry or eager to take immediate revenge. The 2 of them politely cupped their hands in greeting, and Queen happily approached to pat Luo Jiao's head.
"Little girl, so cute. Are you born this way, or post-heaven? Which immortal sect are you from? Who is your grandmaster?" Luo Jiao, feeling shy, couldn't say anything in response to Phoenix Empress's enthusiasm. Chu Liang quickly intervened, rescuing Luo Jiao from the Phoenix Empress's evil hands. "This secret realm is extremely treacherous. Grandmaster, we should move ahead." Phoenix Empress scratched her head. "Ah, aren't we exploring here?" Chu Liang hurriedly flattered, "Let's step outside first. There's nothing of interest here. Once we're back, I'll explain everything to you."
With a mix of coaxing and trickery, he finally convinced Grandmaster to leave the place. It was probably because Grandmaster had opened the secret realm with such force that when they exited, it triggered the nether soul of the former dynasty's prime minister. The old prime minister coldly stared at the 4 intruders. "Who dares to come and cause trouble?" Phoenix Empress looked down at the old man from above and coldly asked, "Where did this old man come from?" Seeing the aura of the Phoenix Empress, the old prime minister stroked his beard, decisively turned around, and walked away. "There is a friend from afar, very pleased, but their aura is too strong.
we must leave, we must leave. After the nether soul of the former prime minister left, the 6 demon dragons that had appeared earlier charged out again. Their intelligence was clearly not as complete as that of the old man, and they did not sense the change in the atmosphere. One of them, the one that had attacked before the Grandmaster, tried to bite. After the Grandmaster casually crushed the head of one of the dragons, Pushan, who was standing beside him, began to sweat and thought to himself, "Terrifying, so terrifying." The remaining 5 demon dragons regained a bit of their consciousness and silently retreated back into the sea of clouds. After leaving the foggy mountain, bidding farewell to Lao, Pushan and His Majesty agreed to stay in contact regularly, and then everyone went their separate ways. Especially Luo Jiao, after witnessing the scene where the elder crushed the dragon's head with a single step, she began to worry for her own elder's safety. On the way back, I spoke of the heretical practitioners of the Ming Wang sect, who, upon discovering the secret realm, had started an internal war, killing each other. I, along with 2 other righteous faction spies, secretly dealt with these criminals in a highly dangerous manner. The elder expressed his praise for my actions. If this matter were to be reported in the 9 Realms Chronicles of Wind and Cloud, it would also elevate the prestige of Silver Sword Long Wind. Upon returning to Yujin Feng, we saw Xiaoyu anxiously waiting for us. As soon as Lu Xiaoyu spotted the familiar figures, she quickly shouted, "Sister, something's wrong with brother Chu Liang." The little girl hurriedly reported, "Someone came earlier and said that Dan Ding had discovered the theft of Bai Zhai's food and found that Xiao Jin had already been caught." Chu Liang's eyes widened in shock. "Ha?" Phoenix Empress, upon hearing this, became furious. "That old man dares to capture Yu Jianfeng's spirit beast? Doesn't he know that when you beat a dog, you should first look at its master? I'll go pick a fight with him." Chu Liang, sweating, spoke quietly, "Grandmaster, we don't have the advantage here." Phoenix Empress responded with dignity, "Then we won't talk reason. Why not just fight? Avoid the weak points." Chu Liang watched helplessly at Phoenix Empress' demeanor. Was that even possible? So, when one has the advantage, avoid using reason; when there's no advantage, avoid logic and just rely on force. As for Jin Mao, it was simply bad luck for it. Earlier, people from the Elixir Cauldron Hall had noticed that the food consumption of the Bai Zhai beasts had increased significantly, so they reinforced the supply and reported the matter to their superiors. Elder Dan Ding thought the sudden increase in food intake by the beasts was a sign of an impending breakthrough, so he hurried over to inspect. However, he only found that the Bai Zhai beast showed no signs of a breakthrough and was fundamentally unchanged. It wasn't that the divine beast hadn't broken through, but the key issue was that it couldn't have consumed that much food. As is known, Shushan fed the Bai Zhai herd the best supplements, which were worth a great deal of money. Elder Dan Ding's first reaction was to suspect that one of the disciples was guarding and secretly stealing the spiritual pills. Therefore, he calmly returned to Elixir Cauldron Hall in the darkness, using clairvoyance and clairaudience, employing immortal techniques to monitor from afar, guarding the peak, and striving to grasp the current situation. However, he was unable to catch any of his disciples taking the elixir. He only caught sight of a large head jumping into the alchemy furnace and crazily sucking it in. Afterward, it was immediately apprehended on the spot, and the stolen goods were confiscated. When the large head realized it was about to be caught, it didn't resist at all. It only frantically shoved the elixir into its mouth, with both cheeks puffing up. Chu Liang hurriedly stopped. "Queen, Grandmaster, I didn't expect things to come to this. How about we go take a look first and talk things over? If that doesn't work, we can negotiate." Phoenix Empress let out a no sound, still agreeing to follow Chu Liang's advice. "All right, then let's first go and talk with them." Chu Liang broke into a cold sweat. Finally, he had managed to prevent a battle from occurring. Ah yes, first courtesy, then force. I'll immediately follow the master to Elixir Cauldron Hall to round up the people. The two master and disciple entered the Elixir Cauldron Hall where the spirit beasts were held. Inside were countless iron cages. Jin Mao was pitifully lying in one large cage, alone in its domain. Chu Liang observed the person in front. This must be the steward's senior brother in charge of spirit beasts who had committed a crime, right?
Chu Liang stepped forward, taking the responsibility of communication.
Senior brother, how much do I need to pay as a fine to redeem this Jinmao?
The other party flipped through the ledger. Let me check. After flipping through the pages for a while, Chu Liang finally found the response.
8,000. Upon hearing the number, both Phoenix Empress and Chu Liang widened their eyes. Chu Liang was startled.
He thought, wait, but the book clearly states that Jin Mao had secretly stolen medicinal pills, a serious crime punishable by 8. Phoenix Empress gritted her teeth, her aura overwhelming. Senior brother, you were in charge, and yet he was scared enough to fall to the ground.
What did you say? She demanded.
He hurriedly explained.
Well, it's like this.
It was personally sent by Elder Dan Ding, and the fine was set by him.
The more she heard, the angrier she became.
How many pills did this Jin Mao steal from you to deserve such a heavy fine?
Shouldn't he just eat them? Are you telling me to stop him?
The senior brother in charge was so frightened he nearly cried.
He stammered out an answer.
Elder Dan Ding also said that this Jin Mao was originally meant to be a guardian beast to protect the mountain, but his behavior was extremely violent. Phoenix Empress put her hands on her hips and ordered him.
Go, summon Elder Dan Ding here immediately.
The senior brother, relieved, quickly complied.
Understood.
At that moment, a figure appeared.
No need, I'm already here. Chu Liang was taken aback.
This person was one of the 4 true elders of the Mountain Protectorate, a figure of great authority, and a peer of the sect leader. Since it was his Hao Shu Shan's wildcat that had been caught, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. But to his surprise, Phoenix Empress pointed straight at him and scolded.
Your old man has some nerve, doesn't he? Chu Liang was extremely panicked. Master, why are you speaking so bluntly?
This matter may not go smoothly. However, the other party did not get angry because of this. He smiled faintly. After finding out that this spirit beast belongs to your Yujian Feng, I figured someone as stubborn as you would definitely come here to do something. The queen clenched her fist in frustration.
You knew that lion belonged to my family, and yet you dared to capture it? This clearly means you're disrespecting me.
Dan Ding Elder suddenly turned serious, his tone commanding. It stole the rations of the mountain guarding divine beast, so it's only reasonable for it to be captured. Moreover, it has secretly consumed spirit pills for an uncertain period of time, so the punishment is not too harsh.
If you continue to cause trouble, don't think you can get away with it. Phoenix Empress no longer bothered with polite words.
She angrily channeled her power, causing flames to ignite in her hands, her eyes gleaming with deadly intent.
All right then, if there's no way to settle this, then let's stop talking.
Chu Liang hurriedly intervened, panicked.
Grandmaster, first give respect, then make your move, first give respect, then make your move.
Phoenix Empress turned to her disciple, puzzled.
Didn't I already give a gift first?
Chu Liang muttered in disbelief.
Was that really considered a gift?
He fumbled with his words as he tried to talk to Phoenix Empress.
Perhaps let the disciple try to negotiate once more. Phoenix Empress furrowed her brows. Can you afford to pay a hefty price to capture Jin Mao? Chu Liang wasn't sure and answered vaguely, well, we can try, I guess.
Chu Liang stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and said, Disciple Yujian Feng. Chu Liang respectfully greets Dan Ding Elder.
Dan Ding Elder, however, did not show any anger. You are the only disciple of her, are you?
The elder scrutinized Chu Liang from head to toe and coldly concluded, You look no different from a well-behaved cat. Chu Liang twitched the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile.
Why is he speaking to me like this? He's still being polite on the surface.
Yes, since Yujian Feng has so few disciples, they are usually out in training throughout the year. Only this Jin Mao stays with our Grandmaster on the mountain. Thus, our Grandmaster has developed a deep affection for it. If there's anything that offends you, Elder, please forgive us.
Dan Ding Elder was critical. You seem to know the proper etiquette, but you need not speak on this matter. I've watched your master grow up, so of course, I understand her virtues better than you do. Phoenix Empress, who was behind, grumbled, "What about my virtues?" Shu Liang quickly spoke up to prevent any potential conflict. The disciple speaks softly. The matter between Master and Elder Dan Ding is not something we should discuss too much. However, there is one thing I still don't understand, and I'd like to ask for your clarification, Elder. The Elder asked, "What is it?" Shu Liang spoke sharply. Elder said that Jin Mao's crime was stealing the divine beast's rations, but as far as I know, Jin Mao and Xiao Baizhe are good friends, and every time Jin Mao comes to eat the elixirs, Xiao Baizhe allows it. So, how could it be called stealing? But he did not expect that Dan Ding Elder would be even more skilled. What you say makes sense. If this spirit medicine belongs to Bai Zhai, then it cannot be considered as stolen. But this elixir comes from Shushan. I raised Bai Zhai because it has made a great contribution to our Shushan. The spirit beasts nearby have no merit in Shushan, so they are not allowed to consume it. Once consumed, it must be returned, and this is the proper way. Shu Liang was left speechless. What? Elder Dan Ding always had a clear logic and strong words, with sufficient evidence, which gave him the upper hand in the argument. Phoenix Empress, who was behind, was also surprised. Oh, this brat actually failed in the debate? Phoenix Empress could not stand seeing her disciple fail, so she twisted her wrist. If it doesn't work, let me handle it. Shu Liang was greatly troubled, quickly stopping Phoenix Empress from intervening. Please remain calm, Grandmaster, the disciple has a solution. He turned back. Let's stop debating. Elder said that Jin Mao has not done anything for Shushan, so it cannot eat the elixir of Shushan, correct? Well, if it makes a great contribution to Shushan, it can eat it, right? Dan Ding Elder's voice became deep. That would depend on the type of contribution. Having achieved his goal, Shu Liang summoned the suppressing tombstone steel. He had retrieved it from dreamlike realm earlier, which was something the Elder had mentioned. Then, please take a look at what this is. He completely shifted the merit to Jin Mao. Jin Mao found this the other day. I heard that it is the suppressing tombstone steel, which had been lost many years ago. This is an object to commemorate the ancestors of our human race, which was later taken by the demonic sect. It's unclear what kind of merit would be attributed if this item were to be found again. On the way back to Yujian Feng, Phoenix Empress happily praised Chu Liang. You're not bad, kid. She complained to Chu Liang. I'll tell you this, that elder from the 4 Great Mountain Suppressing Guardians, he's the one I hate the most. He always looks down on us because he knows how to refine pills. He says we only know how to fight, as if he's the only one with a brain. When I was young, I argued with him many times. But later, when my cultivation level surpassed his, he didn't dare lay a finger on me, only wanting to maintain the reputation of not bullying juniors. Phoenix Empress, amused, recalled the stunned expression of Dan Ding Elder earlier. Hee, but today, seeing you use your wits to leave that old man speechless was even more satisfying than if I had defeated him myself. Shu Liang twitched his eyelids, hearing his master complain about her conflicts with Elder Dan Ding. He suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. How could his master dominate Shushan without ever suffering any setbacks? He pondered, thinking about how he had been worried today over the argument between her and Elder Dan Ding, but if she dared to act, she must have something to back her up. If she were the kind of person to punish recklessly, then the elders of Shushan would not tolerate her to this extent. Could it be said that the backstage master at Shushan is someone you can't afford to offend? If I think like that, doesn't it mean I could be even more arrogant when I'm at Shushan in the future? He quickly dismissed this thought. No, I'm not exactly like the Grandmaster, am I? I still have some pride left. After handling the matter concerning the Jin Mao, he immediately set off to complete the task of delivering the letter entrusted to him by the scholar. At the entrance of Emperor Crimson Valley, Shu Liang and Jin Mao sat, sighing on the steps. But Shu Liang recalled what the steward of the Ji family had said.
This young hero from the Shushan sect, our Ji family does not have a 13th young lady named Ji Linghua. He furrowed his brows. Humph, there's only one Ji family in the world. Then who exactly is this 13th young lady of the Ji family? He stopped thinking about it, jumped onto Jin Mao, and prepared to head back. If I can't meet the real person, then I can't leave the letter behind. The only option left is to return to Shushan and find her. At this moment, a lady hiding behind a tree nearby called out to Chu Liang. Hey, the rider over there, could you please come over here for a moment? Chu Liang, curious, approached and asked. Is there something you need, lady? The lady replied, were you the one who came to deliver a letter to Shursan, young lady? Chu Liang nodded. That's right. Hearing that, she brushed the dust from her hair and stood up. Hee, so you're going to laugh at me now? She smiled sweetly, extending her hand toward Chu Liang. Give me the letter, I am the one you're looking for. Chu Liang remained unmoved. Instead, he scrutinized the lady carefully, a hint of suspicion in his eyes, evaluating the little girl through her Jin Tong eyes. She must be a key member of the Ji family, right? But her actions seem a bit shady, there's something fishy about this. Seeing that Chu Liang said nothing, the little girl stiffened as well. After a moment, Chu Liang decisively spoke. Lady, you're joking. You are not the one I'm looking for. I must find the real Shursan young lady before I can give you this letter. As expected, the little girl was taken aback. How did you figure it out? Am I not the real one after all? Chu Liang smiled. Ha, I actually couldn't tell at first. I just said it casually. But now that you've admitted it, I can really tell. The little girl didn't get angry. She pouted. You're quite cunning, aren't you? She waved her hand and whispered. But I know who the person you're looking for is. Come over here, get closer, and I'll tell you. Although Chu Liang didn't fully understand why the little girl was hiding outside his house, he decided to cooperate in order to gather more information. The two of them, along with one beast, crawled behind a tree and began to talk. Little girl introduces herself. My name is Ji Lingwu, I am Miss Ji's family. Just now, your household came to look for Shursan young lady, so I hurriedly ran out to find you. Chu Liang stroked his chin. So Ji Linghua is your little girl? Unexpectedly, Ji Lingwu shook her head. No, Ji Linghua is my lady. Ha? Chu Liang was confused. The reason why we couldn't find this person is because Shursan young lady is from a previous generation? That can't be right. I came here specifically to call her by name, surely everyone knows her name? Noticing Chu Liang's confusion, Ji Lingwu explained, you came looking for Ji Linghua, but how could the newcomers know her name? My lady severed ties with the Ji family 30 years ago. Chu Liang was curious, why did this happen? He thought to himself, it seems there's more to this story. Ji Lingwu sighed, I only heard the story from the elders. Chu Liang took out some melon seeds, ready to listen. Ji Lingwu began her tale. Back then, my lady was the most outstanding girl in the Ji family. It was just that one year, she went out to train. When she returned, she said she had fallen in love with a man from a humble cultivation background, one with no sect or family. Chu Liang thought to himself, it's not hard to guess the backdrop of this story. A practitioner like that, of course, would never gain the approval of the Ji family elders. Stories like this are always so troublesome. The story of Ji Lingwu continues. The elders disagreed with the marriage between Shursan lady and that man. And Shursan lady even said, I will marry no one else but him. The tension in the house grew thicker by the day. At this point, the monk had indeed arrived at the door, stating that he wished to challenge the elite members of the Ji family. If he won, he hoped the elders would cease obstructing their marriage. That day, he challenged 7 outstanding individuals from the Ji family's generation and successfully defeated all of them. However, during the process, it seemed that he had used some underhanded methods, so even though he won, the elders still refused to agree. In the end, he was allowed to marry Shirsan lady, but only if he could become a 7th rank great power. That man had made a bold promise that day at the mountain villa, saying, "Within 3 years, I will surely succeed, and when I return, I will welcome Shirsan lady." 105 He She, 105 He Dong, don't look down on a poor young man. Chu Liang couldn't help but say the familiar words. Ji Lingwu was surprised. How do you know what he said back then? Shu Liang fell silent. Well, isn't that what we all say about the 3-year agreement? Oh, but never mind, continue with your story. Ji Lingwu shook her head and sighed. It's a pity the ending wasn't very good. The 3-year promise, but he never returned after 30 years. I heard he went to Nan Yushan town to seek some kind of opportunity, but that place is filled with dangers, and no one knows how many people are buried there every year. Shu Liang pondered. Well, in reality, there aren't many such dramatic comebacks like this. Ji Lingwu continued. When his 3-year contract expired, Lady Shirsan sneaked into the family's ancestral hall. She stole the family tree and erased her name in front of everyone. She said, "If Gu Qing Yuan doesn't come to marry me, then I will leave the Ji family. In this life, I will never return." She concluded. From that day on, the name Shirsan Lady Ji Linghua became taboo in the family. The elders forbade anyone from mentioning her, and her name was removed from the family register. Of course, no one would know about her in the future. Ji Lingwu, with a small face full of conviction, added, "I have never met the lady, but after I accidentally heard about her, I greatly admired her and considered her a role model." Shu Liang casually praised, "She really is admirable. Do you happen to know where Shirsan lady is now?" Ji Lingwu shook her head. "I don't know. If I did, I would have gone to find her a long time ago, but I guess the lady must have gone to find Gu Qing Yuan. A woman like her would never forget the one she loves." Shu Liang, Wu Yu, is that so? Then the scholar asked me to send the letter. Could it be that you are Gu Qing Yuan? Yes. Shu Liang pondered, sitting for a while. His legs were starting to numb, but he still politely asked, "So, lady, why do you have to hide here and tell me all this?" Ji Lingwu's gaze was evasive. "I'm afraid they'll find out. Because I'm competing with 8th brother. Whoever wins gets to stay out of the house longer." Shu Liang helplessly looked up at the Ji family's residence manor. "Does leaving the house count as really leaving the house?" Ji Lingwu scratched his head. You wouldn't understand. Besides, I won't go far. But our family is very strict about going out. I've run away from home several times already. My whereabouts were even found out by the elders using divination techniques. So this time, I went against my own wishes and stayed outside at the mountain villa, within Emperor Crimson Valley. There's a formation there that hides the secrets of heaven, one that cannot be deciphered, which is why I can avoid being discovered." Shu Liang, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Lady, you're truly clever." After parting ways with Ji Lingwu, I hurriedly mounted my large Jin Mao steed and left Emperor Crimson Valley. Ji Lingwu waved goodbye from behind a tree and called out, "If you find my lady, you must tell me right away." But not long after flying off, I felt something was off. Sitting on the Jin Mao, why did I always feel like there was light shining from behind me? It seemed like someone was following me. I looked around. The sky was surrounded by white clouds, but there was no figure in sight, either in front or behind. Who could have been following me the whole time? Unless... Immediately, Shu Liang summoned his battle artifact. Chanting the incantation, he held the sword, and countless spiritual swords surrounded the enemy. "Invisible One, come out now!" Shu Liang commanded. The person following Shu Liang, frightened, revealed himself, surrounded by countless spiritual swords. Terrified, he quickly spoke up. "Brother, please do not draw your sword. I am not your enemy. I am Ji Lingfeng, from the Ji family's 8th branch. I saw you talking to Xiao Wu earlier. She is my younger sister. I only hid my appearance to avoid being bound by the elder's spiritual power. I had no other intentions.
Xu Liang sighed in resignation. So it was just a sparring match between you two, right? He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this boss was merely following the Feng master out of convenience. Xu Liang clasped his hands in salute to Ji Lingfeng, jumped out of Jin Mao, and the other also apologized and returned the gesture. After parting ways with him, Xu Liang continued down his own path, marking the end of his visit to the Ji family. 3 days earlier, the candles bearing the name of the guiding envoy suddenly went out, their smoke swirling in the dim room. A figure sat in the middle of this candle-filled room, groaning and grunting. One of his arms had been severed, the wound still burning fiercely. The entire room was dark, with only 3 candles flickering weakly, while the others had extinguished. In pain, the figure clutched his head. They were all my loyal subordinates, and now they are all dead. It seems it's time for me to emerge. There are hardly any people left around me now. The person next to him quickly bent down. Lord Ho of the Ho family, rest assured. Your reputation in the sect is still very resounding. As long as your injury heals, I'm sure you'll be able to call the shots once again. From just a few words, it was clear that the person sitting on the ground was Shang Sima. Shang Sima raised an eyebrow. It's difficult. Only when I teamed up with Bai Yin Wang could we barely match Si Dian. Now that Bai Yin Wang is dead, with only one protector like me left, how could I ever recover to what I was before? His subordinates remained silent. He looked up at the candles in front of him. In fact, there were still 3 children who managed to escape from Jinnan, which could be considered a stroke of good luck. One of his subordinates spoke. Among the Soul Reapers, there are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Su Jinho waved his hand. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to secretly arrange personnel at the 4 halls? Let's send these over. Keeping the remaining candles is pointless. The other person bowed. Yes. His wound was still burning, corroding his flesh and blood. Shang Sima groaned, unable to stop cursing. Am I still wasting my own blood and flesh? He hugged his chest, gasping for air, nearly feeling the strength inside him waning. At last, he had grasped the power of the heavenly Bagua mirror. Joey, if I, Shang Sima, ever recover to what I was, you will definitely pay back this pain 100-fold. At the Shushan sect, the next day, Xu Liang happily entered Yin Yulong's room. Good morning, brother. The other party was startled. Hello, Xu's senior brother. After returning to Shushan, I first went to the place where Yin junior brother is on duty, to find him and assess the mysterious wooden statues that the envoy from the south collected last time. Yin Yulong carefully examined the wooden statue and said in surprise to Xu Liang, Xu's senior brother, this is the evil earth treasury. Xu Liang was also surprised. Oh. Yin Yulong explained its origin. In the Ming Wang sect, there is a type of record of myriad treasures talisman, which is one of the 10 true-form demonic Dao divine weapons of the Earth Templar. According to legend, this object is said to be able to summon the power of the Earth Templar's divine force from the Hall of the Netherworld. It's unclear whether it's true or not. The statue you collected is likely a replica of the true body of the Earth Templar, and it comes with some kind of guiding force as well. Yun Yulong looked down again. I suspect that the evil Earth treasury from the legend might be sealed inside this statue. Xu Liang, curious, asked, it won't be dangerous to hold this, will it? Yun Yulong replied, if I'm not mistaken, its power is likely to summon a portion of the Earth Templar's divine force. He furrowed his brow. But it's not supposed to be that exaggerated, right? It probably won't attract evil spirits just by holding it. However, after we retrieve what's inside, I still advise you to destroy it. Xu Liang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? There's a chance we can get it out? Yun Yulong smiled and spread his hands. 200 sword coins. Xu Liang felt like he had been struck by lightning. What? This should be easier than refining magical artifacts, and it still costs that much? Yun Yulong smiled. This kind of task is usually based on the value of the artifact, so this evil earth treasury is precisely the big item. Xu Liang clutched his chest in pain. Yun Yulong added, this toy can only be opened by a disciple of the Sword Transmission Hall, like myself. Otherwise, you'll have to find someone at the elder level to open it, but it won't be at this price, my friend. After leaving Yun Yulong's place, Zhu Liang sighed in frustration and thought to himself, looks like I'll have to work hard to earn some sword coins again. I need money to buy the materials for refining pills, so sword coins are something that I'll never have enough of. He suddenly remembered the divine technique of the gloomy blood grand art he had found. Recently, he had acquired a new type of divine ability from the outside world. He wondered if he could exchange it for some rewards. Zhu Liang entered the guardian hall, clasped his hands, and greeted, "Senior brother." The other person looked up from the book in his hand, "Hello, Zhu Liang junior brother." Zhu Liang was taken aback. He had only just met this senior brother for a short time, but after all that time, he still recognized him instantly. He explained the reason for his visit. "I found a technique from the demonic sect and I wanted to see if I could exchange it for some rewards." The senior brother held the scroll in his hand and responded, "There is indeed no such divine ability in the library, but it can be exchanged for rewards." He then added, "Zhu junior brother, I may be speaking too much, but it's best not to practice this technique on your own." Zhu Liang was surprised. "Ah, why is that?" The senior brother explained calmly, "This is the cultivation method of the demonic sect, which specializes in using living beings to refine their blood essence, strengthening themselves. This behavior goes against the great Tao, and it is inevitable that karmic forces will ensnare them. Normally, practitioners of the demonic sect cultivate methods to offset this karmic debt, but after all, demonic arts are still demonic arts. No matter how many techniques they cultivate to compensate for this, in the end, they cannot escape the cycle of reincarnation dictated by the heavenly Tao." Zhu Liang understood. "What you're saying makes sense now. A good example of this is the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor. There should be some kind of law regarding karmic debt, so that when facing beings with such a strong blood aura, they would be struck down easily, like swatting a fly. Nowadays, not many beings are killed, but if the goal is to slay demons and exterminate evil, that not only doesn't increase one's karmic debt but also brings merit. But in the future, if people start killing to absorb blood essence, will the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor, known for its righteousness, eventually turn its blade towards them?" The senior brother furrowed his brows as he looked at the scroll of demonic cultivation techniques in his hand. If all one knows is to cultivate this kind of method, then in truth, they won't be too contaminated. But as a cultivator who walks the path for a lifetime, caution should be a top priority. This unnecessary karmic debt should be avoided as much as possible. If not, when it's time to face the Tao, it will definitely become a hurdle for you. Furthermore, if you wish to possess blood-refining divine abilities, the Guardian Hall isn't without such means either. Zhu Liang was intrigued. Does the Guardian Hall really exist? The senior brother smiled and tucked the scroll into his sleeve. Of course it does. In fact, such divine powers are not too rare. The reason so few people practice cultivation is that their energy is limited, and they can't pursue all the hidden treasures within that could grant them powerful spiritual energy. After saying this, senior brother snapped his fingers, and a book flew from one of the countless bookshelves into Zhu Liang's hands. The senior brother said, "If you wish, you can use the reward from exchanging divine powers this time to swap it for a different cultivation technique. This scroll of spirit light blood draining technique progresses a bit slower, but it's more stable. Only by cultivating this way can you walk the righteous path." Zhu Liang held the book and bowed respectfully to his senior brother. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." He waved his hand. "I'm not worthy of guiding you, it's just a bit of experience being passed down." Zhu Liang looked at the senior brother's dignified appearance, feeling as if there was a righteous light radiating from him. Everything this square-faced senior brother said made sense and aligned with the great Tao. This person was definitely not just an ordinary steward disciple. Zhu Liang bowed again. "Then, I will take my leave, senior brother." But the senior brother suddenly stopped him. "Ah, junior brother Chu, wait a moment. The reward you received doesn't quite match the value of the scroll of spirit light blood draining technique. You still need to pay a bit more." At the mention of money, Zhu Liang tensed up, startled. "Ah, how much more do I still owe?" He thought to himself, Do I still need to make up the difference for the price of the painting?
A law book already costs over 1,000 sword coins, and on top of that, I still need to pay extra.
That means I'll have to supplement quite a bit more.
The other party bowed his head in thought.
Let me calculate.
Finally, senior brother Wen raised his head and said, an additional 7 pieces of sword coin.
Shu Liang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He left the Guardian Hall,
and there was still no progress on the Golden Core formation. First, he decided to go to the Elixir Cauldron Hall to inquire about the spirit medicine news.
Shu Liang entered the Elixir Cauldron Hall, where there were many people coming and going.
He was curious, was this the place where people could search for information on heavenly treasures and earthly treasures? In the medicinal hall, Shu Liang stood under the tower and looked up at the floating plaques.
He rubbed his chin.
If he wanted to combine 2 types of top-grade golden cores, it would be best to cultivate both yin and yang simultaneously. Aside from the powerful sword technique, he would also need a heavenly treasure and earthly treasure with a yang attribute. After a few moments of using his spiritual sense to search for the necessary information, Shu Liang raised his head to look at the news he had just gathered. Xian Yanghua sword leaf can be found in Heijingshan of the coastal Dongyu region. The 300-year spirit ginseng can be found in the northern region's Eagle Dragon Ridge. The radiant white deer snow lotus exists in the western region's scorching sun plain.
Shu Liang analyzed the map and the locations of the treasures.
The 300-year spirit ginseng and radiant white deer snow lotus aren't necessarily bad choices, it's just that they're too far.
Eagle Dragon Ridge and Scorching Sun Plain are both desolate places, right?
He pondered for a moment before finally making his decision.
Shu Liang raised his hand to select a command token.
If I have to choose, then of course, it would be Heijingshan and Dongyu. Shu Liang held the token he had just chosen in his hand, lowered his head to read the information on it, and looked at the back for more details.
The back of the token read, during a mission in Heijingshan, he accidentally fell into a dangerous place and saw the Xian Yanghua sword leaf.
At that moment, he could only use force to drive away the guardian demon beast and quickly left without daring to pick the mystic sunflower leaf Lin Bei Lu sword herb. Shu Liang felt helpless.
So there really is fate involved. Do I have to run into that brat of yours again?
Standing on the flying leaf magical item, Shu Liang returned to Yujian. With preparations complete, today he would return to the peak to rest and nurture his spirit. Tomorrow, he would set out to search for the sword spirit herb.
Suddenly, Shu Liang's chest trembled. A familiar vibration caught his attention.
Oh, this kind of vibration.
He pulled out the soul summoning order from his chest. Was there news from the soul summoning order again? Luo Jiao, Pu Shan, did they have new developments?
But unexpectedly, as soon as Shu Liang sent his spiritual sense into the token, there were 4 people present inside. A voice rang out, startling the 3 operatives who had received the message and entered the space.
Are the 3 of you all right? Pu Shan, as lively as ever, leapt up. Is it really the guiding envoy, sir? Is it truly the guiding envoy? The guiding envoy is still alive?
Heavens, there's a guiding envoy here of all places.
Doesn't this mean we're about to be promoted? Am I finally going to become an Earth Fiend envoy? Shu Liang and Luo Jiao showed no reaction.
With a respectful bow, I am still fine, many thanks to Lord Guiding Envoy for your concern.
I am still fine, sir.
The Guiding Envoy waved his hand in satisfaction. Good, almost the entire army on the southern route in Shinan has been wiped out, only the 3 of you remain.
The Ho family is already aware of this.
He expressed the purpose of this meeting, to reward you for narrowly escaping death. The Ho family has decided to grant each of you a heavenly treasure and an earthly treasure. Once you reach the peak of Golden Core stage, you can use these treasures to break through to the 5 elemental realm. At that time, simply report to the nearest Tao Tai pavilion, and we will arrange for them to be delivered to you. The 3 of them froze, unsure of what to say. Everything had become chaotic. Their entire team had been wiped out, and yet, there was no punishment for the survivors, only a reward? Such behavior, for a cruel demon sect, seemed too warm and kind.
Was there really such a good thing?
If they were true disciples of the Ming Wang sect, just hearing those 3 sentences would warm them for the entire day. It was a pity they had encountered a few second fifth sons instead. Pu Shan, who was responsible for communication, spoke on behalf of the other 2. He quickly flattered, finding it difficult to repay the great kindness of the Ho family.
I admire the Ho family, he said nonsensically.
Chu Liang and Luo Jiao clasped their hands and bowed. Thank you, Ho family, thank you, Ho family. The guiding envoy replied, no need to thank us, this is a reward from the Ho family for you.
As long as you continue to remain loyal to the Ho family will never let you suffer.
The guiding envoy began the familiar brainwashing routine.
When working for the Ho family, even those who fail can still reap great benefits. So how much can those who succeed gain, huh? Just think about it.
Pu Shan excitedly took the lead. I, as a servant of the Ho family, would never abandon them, even in the most dangerous of situations.
Chu Liang and Luo Jiao lowered their heads in deep thought. Something felt off. Looking at this fake guiding envoy, there was definitely something wrong. The guiding envoy was very pleased with the obedience of these 3 infiltrators.
He smiled, very good, now there's a difficult task you must complete.
The Ho family has sent you into the White Bone Hall to act as their inside agents.
Recently, the Netherworld 4 halls have been constantly encroaching on the Ho family's power, so they want you to directly join them and serve as spies, waiting for the day when the Ho family will strike back.
Pu Shan twitched his mouth, still trying to maintain his composure. Ouch, working undercover for the guiding envoy? This is really exciting. With our cultivation level, do you think we can pull it off?
Chu Liang followed up, yes, I'm worried we might not do well. The guiding envoy reassured them, don't worry, the Ho family trusts you.
You will definitely be able to accomplish this task. Now, be patient and wait for the right opportunity. I will let you know when it's time to take action.
The 3 of them clasped their hands together, understood. After withdrawing his consciousness from the jade slip, Chu Liang sighed.
Who would have thought that my undercover career could bring about a second spring?
Of course, there was no reason to turn down an opportunity to infiltrate the Ming Wang sect like this. Even if he had to report to the Grandmaster or the higher-ups of Shushan, they would still support this action. But that's something for later.
Shang Sima would need some time to prepare before sending someone into the White Bone Hall.
No matter the danger, strengthening one's own power was always the most important thing. He had to hurry and form his core. Chu Liang rubbed his chin, remembering Fei Xian, the Earth Fiend envoy, who had tried to steal the treasure earlier.
However, the news just now reminded him of something else.
If he had to continue his undercover operations, there was still a lack of methods and divine powers similar to those of the Ming Wang sect.
Could this Confucian cultivator's soul really solve this problem?
With this thought in mind, he immediately tried to persuade the honored Divine Soul Senior to join the larger forces against crime and to protect righteousness.
Chu Liang did everything he could to summon the old man. Hey, old immortal, you there? He said, rubbing the jade bottle like he was rubbing a magic lamp. Open sesame, open sesame.
But the entity inside clearly had no intention of paying attention to what was going on outside. Just as Chu Liang was about to resort to more drastic measures to force him out, the bottle finally responded. The old man was fuming with anger, rushing outside to scold Chu Liang, "You brat, how dare you? I advise you not to push your luck." Chu Liang smiled, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, if the master has come outside, then naturally I would never be so disrespectful." The old man snorted coldly, "Humph, my surname is Fei, you can call me Master Fei. As a junior like you, it's normal to not understand the rules the first time you interact with me. I won't blame you, but now let me tell you, first, to summon me outside, you need 3 soul incense each time.
Without that, I won't show up.
Second, if you want me to act on your behalf, depending on the severity of the matter, you'll need to offer heavenly and earthly treasures to nourish my divine soul. Third, even if I do nothing, I still need 1 soul incense each day to nourish my divine soul.
I wonder, can your little deity handle that?
Fourth, if you are not capable enough, you should find another master to replace me as soon as possible. I have already explained the rules to you. If you fail to follow them in the future, do not blame me for turning my back on you." Shu Liang maintained his harmless smile and responded, "I understand, I will think about it. Senior, please return for now." Master Fei snorted coldly, then returned to the jade bottle. Only Chu Liang remained in his position, seemingly deep in thought. It turned out that Chu Liang had decided to seek out the Phoenix Empress. He shouted loudly, "Grandmaster, disciple has a request." The Phoenix Empress lazily reclined on her chair and asked with curiosity, "Xiao Chu, what is it?" Chu Liang placed the jade bottle on the ground and said, "This is an honored divine soul that I found earlier. I would like to ask you to have a conversation with him." The queen leaned back in her chair, propping her chin up with her hand as she looked at Chu Liang. "What kind of show are you trying to put on?" Su Liang shouted loudly at Pingyu. "Fei Master, I don't remember it clearly, could you please kindly repeat what you just said?" Fei Master, annoyed, came out and scolded loudly. "What's wrong with you, brat? Didn't I just say that in order to summon me, you need 3 soul incense sticks? Don't you understand?" Suddenly, the old man shuddered. "Wait a minute, something feels off. Why does this seem different from before? Moreover, the pressure from behind is so intense." When he turned around, Fei Master was horrified by the immense pressure of the Phoenix Empress sitting in her chair, observing him from behind. A few hours later, Fei Master stood with an imposing air, but now, he timidly clasped his hands together. "My surname is Fei, you can just call me Xiao Fei." "Xiao Fei?" The Phoenix Empress slowly descended the stairs and walked toward him. She pointed at Fei Master and said, "I heard my disciple mention that you have many rules. Tell me about them." Fei Master, in a panic, quickly responded, No, they are just vague suggestions. As for the specifics, you can set them yourself. Your rules are the rules." The Phoenix Empress raised a flame in her hand, her expression not angry, but serious as she spoke to him. "Since I decided this, from now on, you'll obediently follow my disciple's orders. As long as you honestly take care of him, you'll have food to eat. But if something happens to him..." Phoenix Empress did not finish her sentence, but Fei Master understood everything. The old man fell to the ground, fearfully staring at the flames in Phoenix Empress's hand. "This is the true Samadhi fire, specifically designed to counter beings like myself. Once it touches, it'll turn into smoke instantly." The old man was so frightened he nearly cried, I dare not. I will definitely keep an eye on him and will not make any mistakes. Actually, it's not about petty greed, but now I have become a perfected soul entity, completely different from ordinary monsters. In order to maintain my current state, I cannot absorb any yin energy." He honestly reported, "Every time I act, as soon as I leave this Pingyu, I will lose some divine soul energy. If I engage in battle with others, the energy consumption will be even greater. If I don't replenish it, after a few such depletions, I will dissipate into nothing. That's why I usually rest here in Pingyu to nourish my divine soul. Every time I appear or take action, I must replenish my energy, or there will be no way for me to survive." Shu Liang curiously asked Fei Master, "So, what exactly is your condition right now?" Fei Master sulkily turned his head and replied, That's a long story." Phoenix Empress showed no mercy, frowning, "Then shorten your long story." Fei Master was terrified, "All right." He sighed and began recounting, "The old man has limited talent and couldn't break through to the 7th realm when his lifespan was running out. To continue his own existence, the old man had dedicated himself to studying the way of the divine soul. Fortunately, the old man had indeed found a solution. He used a secret method to actively separate his divine soul from his physical body and stored it in a jar. However, there were many limitations when the divine soul was separated from the physical body. It could only fight for the host as a divine soul in exchange for corresponding resources. Over the years, I have experienced more than a dozen hosts, both good and evil, before finally falling into the hands of young Hirochu here." Phoenix Empress frowned and concluded, "It's been half a day,
And you're still just a ghost, aren't you? The old man quickly denied it. It's not the same. My mind has completely awakened. Phoenix Empress stroked her chin, confused. Can a ghost have a mind? The old man became even more anxious and tried to explain. I don't have any negative emotions. Finally, Phoenix Empress reached a conclusion. A ghost can be happy, huh? The argument of this Fey master suggested that actively separating from the physical body should not be considered as the death of a ghost, and the atmosphere gradually became more cheerful. After understanding Fey master's situation, I promised the teacher that I would never let him suffer when he helped me. In the face of the divine power of the Grandmaster, Fey Master could only agree to this deal of working for free. At the time of radiance of sun and moon, I followed the methods in the spiritual radiance Western blood art to absorb the divine light of sun star moon radiance and merge it into my blood. Chu Liang sat cross-legged, his energy core circulating, sweat pouring from him as if he were bathing. He frowned. After a while, Chu Liang finished his cultivation and exhaled a deep breath. Phew. Chu Liang sighed as he looked at the spiritual power gathering at the tip of his fingers. The corrupted blood cultivation technique seems really difficult, he muttered, but it's still somewhat effective. Chu Liang pondered as he recalled how the Earth Fiend envoy used the grand blood refining art of the divine diagram to form the blood shield. This was only his first time practicing, yet he could already tell the difference. Indeed, it was not easy at all. If he persisted with long-term cultivation, perhaps he could eventually reach the inverted cross alignment of the earth veins. At that point, a single breath of blood could transform him into anything he wished. But this might not be the end. Who knows, the final destination of this path might even be the legendary rebirth through blood accumulation from ancient times. Chu Liang's train of thought was interrupted by an abnormal phenomenon in the sky. He looked up in surprise. On the distant floating island, a cluster of purple rays appeared on a massive ancient tree. Chu Liang was stunned and thought to himself, is this the peak of the Golden Core realm? Could it be Zhou Tian Anomaly's power manifesting here? Suddenly, Chu Liang remembered something. Was the peak of the Golden Core stage brought here by Zheng's senior sister? The words from before echoed in his mind. Chu Liang sighed as he covered his face. Don't be afraid of others being more talented than you, fear that their talent might not match your efforts. I also have to grasp the art of cultivation, otherwise, when facing the senior sister at the peak of Shushan, losing would make things very awkward. That thought came to mind, and Chu Liang immediately released his treasure. Big-headed baby toad, oh quickly help me transfer this, he just used up several bottles of energy condensation pills. Oh, my precious! The Phoenix Empress and Yan Zi sat side by side on the cliff, observing the strange phenomenon in the distance. The Phoenix Empress sighed. The Phoenix Empress sat cross-legged, looking into the distance. Yan Zi, your disciple's talent is truly remarkable. In the thousands of years of Shushan, only 2 people have been able to automatically activate the Zhou Tian anomaly through cultivation. Xiao Yubai is already the 3rd. This is something to be proud of. Yan Zi, sitting with her legs crossed, casually said, come to think of it, you by having traces of enlightenment even at the Golden Core stage is actually thanks to your disciple. The Phoenix Empress was taken aback. Huh? She smiled and continued. From what I've observed, since Yubai and your disciple started interacting, his cultivation has become more diligent. Recently, I even overheard him muttering in his sleep at night, talking about how the battle between the great paths is inevitable, and that today's laziness will turn into an opportunity for Chu Liang to surpass himself tomorrow. That child, Yubai. The Phoenix Empress chuckled heartily. Ah, can Xiao Chu really do it? Can he put such pressure on your disciple? In the end, the disciple I raised is truly something else. Yan Zi, watching the Phoenix Empress beam with self-satisfaction, said nothing. The next day, in Yujian Feng, Chu Liang received a letter. This is a letter sent by Tong Tian Feng. He opened the letter and read, Zhang Yubai, disciple of Bai Luo Feng, disciple Su, for realms, has cultivated the Zhou Tian anomaly. At 7 o'clock today, she will hold a sermon to share teachings with disciple Zhu Feng. Shushan sect is interested and may freely attend. Chu Liang was surprised. Wow,
this is truly a rare event. He propped his chin and thought, a particularly outstanding disciple sharing some experiences with fellow disciples. This happens sometimes. But for the immeasurable palace to take the initiative and organize a sermon, that's quite grand. In the past, it would have taken someone at the level of one of the 4 elder guardians of the Great Mountains, or someone of Zhu Master Feng's rank, after a period of closed-door cultivation and enlightenment, to hold such a sermon. After all, to have something meaningful to say, one's cultivation level must reach a certain threshold. To have a 4 realms disciple hold a sermon, this must be the first time on Shushan. Rather than calling it a sharing of experiences, I feel this is more like paving the way for Jiang's senior sister. Because, in the past, Jiang's senior sister's popularity was so high, it was her ascent from the bottom that led to this sermon. This could help cement her reputation from top to bottom. In this way, she will undoubtedly become the leader among the disciples of this generation. If she later earns the title of top disciple, she will be the true face of Shushan. Although she did not win, she still exuded the same powerful allure, and as the leaves fell, one could tell that the world was in the season of loss. The reason why Mountain Gate acted this way must be related to the previous return of the demon god. If this were the peaceful times of the past, the higher-ups of Shushan would not have needed to elevate a disciple like her. But now, they are doing this because the new generation of Shushan desperately needs a leader. Dark clouds are enveloping the city, and this is a war whose start time is unknown, whose duration is uncertain, and whose cost in lives is yet to be seen. Shushan needs to become an immortal sect with an abundance of gathered strength, regardless of whether it's the old or new generation. Next, the higher-ups of Shushan will likely allocate a large amount of resources to the core disciples, rather than being as careless as they were in the past. Zhu Liang sighed, I hope I'm just overthinking. Yesterday, I received a letter. Yun Jr. brother said he has everything ready and is opening the statue of the evil Earth Tathagata. It's still early, so I'm hurrying to the sword transmission hall to check the situation. The process of opening the wooden carving proceeded smoothly, and as they observed everything that appeared with intense anticipation, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. A pair of underwear. Zhu Liang fell silent. Let's ignore this item and move on to evaluate something else. Yun Yulong was also at a loss for words. After a violent shake, the last wooden carving was finally overturned. Inside, it contained 5 mystic wax drinks thunder, the inherited martial arts of the Ming Wang sect, heart-light candle burns, for corpse-raising talismans, soul summoning order, spirit sword of the luminous talisman, half-moon inscription token, black lotus of suppression, soul refining furnace, green leaf of Eluo, and a variety of other items. All the most valuable possessions of this 6-realm demonic cultivator were laid out on the table. Zhu Liang whispered, Yun Jr. brother, aside from the things I've picked out, how many sword coins do you think the rest can be exchanged for? I've gathered a pile of stuff that I think might be useful. Suspicious items. Yun Yulong rested his chin on his hand, pondering. After a moment, he murmured, based on my personal understanding and how things are usually handled, they could likely be exchanged for over 5,000 sword coins. Zhu Liang recalled the jade slip he had received earlier, worth 5,000 sword coins, and his eyes lit up. 5,000 is definitely a large sum. The last time the Grandmaster acted, he was able to extract such a large amount from the suppression of a sealed object. He sighed again, however, now there's the pressure of gathering the necessary materials for pill refining. We still need at least 2 batches. Just the basic materials for a top-tier golden core alone require 4,000 sword coins. If we fail even once, we won't have enough. He nonchalantly said to Yun Yulong, once again, I trouble you. I'll head out first. But Yun Yulong stood up and replied, I'll go with you. Zhu Liang was surprised, isn't your mission still ongoing? Yun Yulong casually replied, I've been free for half a day, it's fine. Anyway, aside from you, no one else is looking for me to refine weapons. There's something I must attend to today. It's Jiang Yubai's senior sister's preaching day, how could disciple Shushan possibly miss it? Only then did Zhu Liang remember, right, in the Shushan disciple group, Jiang's senior sister's influence is still at the top. At a corner of the Jadefall Divine Tree Roots in the Bai Luofeng Dao School, Zhu Liang looked around, quietly amazed at the crowd. Wow, it's so lively. Passing by a group of familiar faces, Chu Liang glanced over. Oh, what a coincidence. However, Lin Bei immediately waved his hand with a wink, signaling Chu Liang to hurry up. But it was too late. Su Ziqing had already turned around and waved her hand, greeting loudly, "Hi, Chu's senior brother." Fang Ding also nodded in greeting. Chu Liang was startled. This is bad, this is bad. I ran into the main authority of Yujianfeng. Isn't this like walking straight into a tiger's den? Chu Liang forced a smile and greeted back, "Huh?" Su Ziqing cheerfully greeted him, "Chu's senior brother, it's been a while since I've seen you." At that moment, the senior brother from Yujianfeng also turned to look at Chu Liang, following the sound of Su Ziqing's voice. Under the pressure of the senior brother, Chu Liang was forced to shrink down like an ant, the pressure too sharp. This person, could it be the great senior brother Yu Jianfeng? He politely cupped his hands and nodded, as a form of greeting. The other person turned his head, returning to his meditative state, and Chu Liang took the opportunity to leave. The disciples shouted excitedly, "It's about to begin, they've arrived." A graceful figure appeared within everyone's sight. She lightly stepped on the petals, like an immortal fairy. Jiang Yubai, cold and noble, appeared, ready to begin her lecture. Greetings, fellow disciples. Today, I have something I wish to share with everyone, a mysterious discovery I made within perfect Zhou. Although I've only encountered this field due to my special constitution, once I understood the path within it, I realized that even without the support of such a constitution, one could still achieve perfect Zhou. Jiang's senior sister didn't waste words. After a brief introduction, she immediately began her lecture, which contained a wealth of useful information and deep insights, far better than what could be achieved through external forces. According to her understanding, cultivating one's technique was like creating a vortex. One needed to form an attraction force, drawing the spiritual power of the heavens and earth into the center of one's own vortex while retaining it. What is known as perfect Zhou is, in fact, the culmination of this attraction force within the vortex. After describing how to achieve the perfect Zhou, Jiang Yubai then shared some unique insights into modern cultivation, which captivated everyone instantly. Before they realized it, time had passed, and it was now time for the interactive part of the lecture. Jiang Yubai looked toward Chu Liang and asked, "Fellow disciple, do you have any questions?" Chu Liang, not feeling embarrassed in the slightest, stood up and immediately posed his question. "Jiang's senior sister, I would like to ask, have you reached the perfect Zhou realm? According to your theory of this vortex, can you still continue to accelerate your cultivation progress? Or is the perfect Zhou state the limit?" Caught up in his own curiosity, Chu Liang forgot that this was not a private class with Jiang's senior sister, and the scene became momentarily awkward. Those around him, upon hearing Chu Liang's question, all frowned and twitched at the corners of their mouths. What kind of ridiculous question was that? You, a mere 3 realms disciple, might never even touch the boundaries of the perfect Zhou in your lifetime. And here you are asking about what happens after reaching the perfect Zhou. Jiang Yubai, from the Shushan sect, possessed an unparalleled immortal spirit body, an innate body that resonated with the great Tao of the heavens. She cultivated diligently and had a gentle nature, which made her highly beloved by her fellow disciples. This peerless genius, who was still under 20 years old, had already reached the peak of the Golden Core realm and had made great strides in her cultivation journey just yesterday. Therefore, today, she would be lecturing and sharing with her fellow disciples the profound insights she had gained along her cultivation path. While delivering the Dharma lecture, senior sister Jiang dismissed the condition of having a congenital spiritual body and spoke about the main reasons for achieving the Zhou anomaly in cultivation. She pointed out a bright path ahead for all Shushan disciples to advance their cultivation level. Even if one could not achieve the Zhou anomaly in their future cultivation path, it would still be enough to use throughout their life. During the Q&A session of the Dharma lecture, all Shushan disciples became aware of what senior sister Jiang Yubai had perceived during her cultivation. In an instant, their thoughts surged, and they raised their hands to ask for guidance. The fellow disciples present eagerly hoped that this senior sister from Shushan could clarify their doubts, so they could further progress in their cultivation journey and take their cultivation levels to the next stage. Amidst the envious gazes of all the disciples, an unnamed fellow disciple, with a cultivation level of divine will realm, was called to stand up.
The surrounding disciples looked at Chu Liang standing up with deep jealousy.
Ah, we almost got picked, so frustrating, that brat's getting all the advantages.
This person's cultivation level is peak of the divine will realm, definitely above average among the fellow disciples of Shushan, right?
I feel like senior sister Jiang must have chosen him for a deeper reason.
The cultivation issues he's facing at this stage might just be what I'm looking for. But unexpectedly, Chu Liang did not follow the expected norm.
He asked, Jiang's senior sister, the question I want to ask is about what happens after achieving the Zhou Tian anomaly.
According to your theory of vortexes, is it possible to continue accelerating the cultivation level after reaching this state? Or does reaching the perfect Zhou Tian state mean that the limit has been reached?
As soon as Chu Liang stopped speaking, the disciples around him were stunned.
Huh, what kind of nonsense question is this? No way, are you serious? My friend, could this be your chance to show off?
You're just a 3 realms disciple, and maybe in your entire life, you'll never even get close to the threshold of perfect Zhou Tian.
And now you're asking what happens after reaching it? Ha! The elders at the mountain gate are watching from behind. Why are you asking such a silly question? If you want to show off, don't waste this rare opportunity, okay?
Clearly, after that question, everyone thinks Chu Liang is just putting on an act, wasting time. Jiang's senior sister and our opportunity are really annoying. I'm curious to see what kind of ending you, a fool, will have.
Jiang Yubai fell into deep thought.
Chu Liang's question was something she had never explored herself, but with his intelligence, it was clear that when he asked, he must have made some discovery in the area of perfect Zhou Tian that she was unaware of. After a period of contemplation, she tried to answer according to her own thoughts. The time for me to reach my perfect Zhou Tian is still short, and moreover, I cannot always achieve perfection. So, I don't deeply understand this matter.
But I guess it must be impossible, right?
Because the state of perfect Zhou Tian means that true Qi has perfectly filled all meridians and the mystic aperture along the Zhou Tian path.
Even if I wanted to develop further, there wouldn't be enough space. Chu Liang was not satisfied. He pondered for a moment, but
when he turned his attention back to the boy with the large head and carefully observed him, Chu Liang realized, the big-headed boy has been running the perfect Zhou Tian for such a long time. Although there has been no change within him, there seems to be more and more smoke rising around him.
Could this really be possible?
He began to argue with Jiang Yubai, but the Zhou Tian anomaly is observed from the benefits of Zhou Tian's operation, right? If we use the method of strange phenomena connecting to the celestial energy, this means there is still unlimited space for growth even after it has been filled.
Jiang Yubai was momentarily astonished by this strange reasoning, but the other disciples didn't think so. This brat dares to question senior sister Jiang? Senior sister Jiang can answer your question. This is already great compassion, and yet you still dare to question it?
But Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled as if she had suddenly realized something.
Your words make a lot of sense.
She was keen to converse with Chu Liang. Previously, it was believed that the Zhou Tian anomaly was just a sign and had no practical effect. However, if we think about it from this perspective, the Zhou Tian anomaly represents a transition from the human realm to the celestial realm, a manifestation of the union between heaven and humanity.
At this moment, it seemed that there were a few people at the peak of Bai Luo Feng, but it appeared there were only the 2 of them. Jiang Yubai eagerly engaged in conversation with Chu Liang. That's right, it is the union of heaven and humanity.
The so-called perfection is the beginning of the connection between the vast sea of Qi and the heavens and earth.
She had an epiphany.
Previously, she had believed that perfect Zhou Tian was the ultimate, the peak of cultivation.
But if we think about it this way, could the so-called perfection just be the beginning?
It was not unlike thinking that the sky was the limit, but after flying up, discovering an even vaster, boundless celestial world above. The disciples below became more and more confused as they listened.
Ha, what are they talking about? Why are they getting more and more enthusiastic as they speak?
I can understand every word, but when they come together, it's utterly baffling.
Is there an intellectual barrier between the rest of us lazy ones down here?
Zhang Yubai lowered her head in deep thought. I wonder if the perspective on the Zhou Tian anomaly will continue to expand as it operates perfectly. If so, this could prove this hypothesis to be correct. Xu Liang wholeheartedly agreed with this thought and raised his hand to show his approval. That's right, he said, which only served to further irritate the disciples around him. Although I don't understand exactly what you're talking about, your little act of pretending is a bit too much. How could you claim that achieving perfect Zhou Tian is as easy as drinking Eighth Brother's tea? Zhang Senior Sister, you're actually at the Four Realms perfect Zhou Tian level, an unparalleled achievement. You, however, are only at the third realm, yet you're putting on airs like this. Even if you're just trying to catch Jiang Xianzi's attention, you don't have to overdo it. Someone, unable to hold back, teased Xu Liang, trying to make him embarrassed. If this junior brother is truly as capable as he claims, then he must have already reached perfect Zhou Tian, right?
At that moment, Xu Liang was taken aback, sweat forming on his face.
Ah, this is bad, I was so focused on it that I forgot this is an open class. But, well, since I'm here, I might as well face it. With that thought, Xu Liang cupped his hands and bowed to the disciples around him.
Fellow disciples, I sincerely apologize for my impudence.
I have been fortunate enough to be enlightened by Miss Xue's Song of the Gentle Hero, and blessed by the Southern Melody Pavilion. In that moment, I achieved the perfect Zhou Tian state, so I do have a small amount of insight. Xu Liang smiled and cupped his hands, reassuring them that it wasn't quite what his fellow brothers in arms thought.
If I've said anything wrong, I ask the senior brothers to kindly guide me.
The group of disciples around didn't expect that the one who got slapped in the face was themselves.
The more they thought about it, the more frustrated they became. Oh, so you've really achieved perfect Zhou Tian in the third realm? Impossible. And you're even asking for guidance?
And then, a disciple of Naiyin Fong Shui Ling Shao becoming famous, using music to assist with cultivating someone else's practice?
What kind of treatment is this? Who could ever receive such an experience?
What kind of relationship does he have with Miss Xue that would earn him such preferential treatment? Thinking about how this brat, who was still in the third realm, could experience such things in front of them made him feel even more uncomfortable than being killed. He was still talking to Jiang's senior sister in front of everyone, acting all mysterious. This was something only the two of them could understand. It was like having a private conversation in a public place. It was simply infuriating.
Zhang Yubai's face suddenly darkened. To be able to receive help from Miss Xue of the Southern Melody Pavilion to achieve perfect Zhou Tian was indeed quite fortunate, wasn't it?
This question is quite valuable, and I will delve into it later. I thank this junior brother, please take a seat first. Xu Liang was thrown off by Zhang Yubai's sudden coldness. Is it okay? Zhang Yubai raised his head and looked at the disciples below, asking, are there any other questions, fellow disciples? At this moment, the senior brother of Yu Jianfeng raised his hand, and the crowd around them immediately became interested. Finally, a senior brother with authority came forward to ask, it is the great senior brother Ciz Yang of Yu Jianfeng. The group, without prior coordination, shared the same thought. Senior brother Su and senior sister Jiang were both renowned geniuses in Shushan.
Listening to them discuss the Tao would surely be very enlightening.
Zhang Yubai stood on a distant branch and spoke, please, go ahead.
Ciz Yang immediately responded, I would like to ask, you said that you could achieve perfect Zhou Tian without a special constitution enhancing your abilities. This should be something that the elders confirm.
But I have also tried operating the technique with the aid of a divine elixir, and although I felt I reached the peak, I still have not been able to achieve it.
The disciples looked at Ciz Yang in admiration.
The case of not having the immortal spirit body meant that senior brother Su was someone with the innate talent for cultivating at the heavenly blossom disc level. If he couldn't achieve this with the aid of a pill, then who could? In such an ideal state as senior brother Su, what practical advice would senior sister Jiang offer? Zhang Yubai was taken aback by this difficult question, and she pondered deeply.
How can I answer this more appropriately? In my opinion, Ciz Yang's condition is still far from the theoretical requirements for perfect Zhou Tian.
It would be fine to directly point out his shortcomings.
Although many people are unable to achieve perfect Zhou Tian, he certainly is not lacking in any way. But among the group of fellow disciples, he has enough standing. If I reject him, wouldn't that undermine the confidence of the other fellow disciples? At this moment, the Grandmaster of Ciz Yan used his divine sense, absorb into, and slapped Ciz Yan across the face. Are you an idiot? This is your habit of making things difficult for other people's daughters, isn't it? What do you expect the girl to say? Ciz Yang was confused. Wasn't it the Grandmaster who asked him to ask this question? Hearing this, the Grandmaster grew even angrier and struck Ciz Yang on the head. I told you to ask the question because I wanted you to interact and get to know the girl so that you could form a connection later. What are you doing? Are you trying to sabotage this place? The old man sighed, holding his face in exhaustion. Why is this kid more straightforward than his own sword? This disciple is good at everything, except being tactful. When it comes to emotional intelligence, it's simply a disaster. He observed Zhang Yubai from afar, who was struggling to think of an answer, and thought to himself. Xiao Jiang is indeed taking this question seriously. The awkward silence is not looking good. If things don't improve, I'll step in and help Xiao Jiang resolve this. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, immediately capturing everyone's attention. It was none other than Chu Liang, probably due to insufficient reinforcement. The group of disciples was annoyed. Is he the one standing up again? Chu Liang could clearly feel the gazes that seemed like they wanted to punch him. He let out a frustrated sound. I don't want to be the center of attention all the time. I know this might make people dislike me, but seeing Zhang's senior sister almost unable to step down, I had no choice but to step in and help. Thinking for a moment, Chu Liang calmly responded to Ciz Yang on behalf of Zhang Yubai. From his previous experience when he entered the perfect Zhou Tian, combined with the perspective he gained afterward, in order to reach perfect Zhou Tian, it wasn't just about the operation of the vital energy needing to be enhanced. It also required overall improvement in all aspects of the three elements essence, qi, and spirit being harmonized. If one only focused on the pure operation of Zhou Tian, it might not be enough to achieve perfect Zhou Tian. Zhang Yubai had absolute trust in Chu Liang. She pondered his words, realizing that Chu Liang had never been one to speak recklessly, and his words were even sharper than expected. But then she suddenly noticed something. Wait a minute. Chu Liang said he temporarily entered perfect Zhou Tian just by hearing Miss Xue play the guzheng once? But the depth of his understanding seems far beyond that. It doesn't seem like it was just temporary. How many times did he actually listen to her play? How many times did he enter that state? Thinking of that, Zhang Yubai sneered. Ha ha ha. Ciz Yang turned his head to look at Chu Liang behind him, briefly deep in thought. He asked. What you mean is that if one can achieve comprehensive enhancement of the spirit, energy, and mind, success is possible, right? Chu Liang replied. It's not absolute, it also requires understanding, and the cultivation method must be brought to its peak. If there is then further enhancement, success is indeed likely. Ciz Yang realized something in his cultivation, feeling deeply grateful, and thanked Chu Liang. I've understood now. Thank you. Chu Liang waved his hand. No need to be polite. The disciples around them, upon hearing that Ciz Yang had indeed learned something from Chu Liang, cast eager and inquisitive glances at him. Did I hear that correctly? Did he just teach Su's senior brother? First teaching Zhang's senior sister, and now moving on to Su's senior brother. Could it be that the two strongest prodigies of Shushan aren't as good as him? Oh my god, who exactly is this brat third realm? Chu Liang awkwardly bore the 1,000 eager stares. Hey, why is Jinyu here? The mole who had been placed by the Yen Z group had now appeared. He was using celestial techniques to travel through heaven and earth to deliver news to his comrades in a cave. Shu Shan not only had a Jiang Yubai who could operate perfect Jotian, but also had an outstanding disciple of the three realms, a talented youth who had appeared, clearly with a fate that was far from reaching its end. The demonic cultivator laughed, haha, a centipede-like insect dies but doesn't stiffen. With Shu Shan's potential here, every generation has a few geniuses. What's so surprising about that? It's just that without a mountain-shaking divine weapon, it will inevitably be useless in the end. The infiltrator sneered, besides, there is also a difference between geniuses. You might not understand, but that's the truth. The geniuses capable of operating the perfect Jotian are far from ordinary. The demonic cultivator grew angry. I admit your cultivation level is higher than mine, but if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have chosen you to infiltrate Shu Shan in the first place. A voice echoed, all right, enough. Everyone, stop getting angry. The infiltrator snorted coldly. The demonic cultivator asserted, we clearly marked the two current geniuses of Shu Shan, Zhang Yubai and Ciz Yang, for death. I know what you're worried about. It's nothing more than concern over Shu Shan's luck causing problems in our plan. But rest assured, our plan has never been to kill Shu Shan in one strike. We only need to slowly drain its fortune, starting with the geniuses. Then, we'll drive it out of the 9 heavens, letting it die slowly. Frustrated, he muttered, I can't make a move anymore. The demonic cultivator glanced at him, of course, I won't let you make a move. Taking action in Shu Shan is too risky. He swung his hand. All you need to do is observe and pick out a few of these outstanding disciples, see who has already left Shu Shan. Just inform me immediately, and I will arrange for someone to block and eliminate them. If Shu Shan really likes letting their disciples go out to train, then let them pay the price for this training. The undercover agent pointed and acted a bit tactfully. The demonic cultivator said, when I act, you can rest assured. Just like that disciple from the 3rd realm, I will also find disciples from the 5 realms and 6 realms to kill him. I will never miss anyone. The undercover agent helplessly held his forehead. I didn't mean to say we'll fail, it's not hard to send someone to kill a 3rd realm disciple. What I mean is, be more careful and don't let any information leak out. Since the appearance of the true dragon, Old Man Sikong has been very busy. It's said that he has staged a few simulations for Shu Shan recently. If not for the treasure that shields the heavenly secrets, my actions last time would have been exposed. The demonic cultivator waved his hand. I understand this matter. The Shu Shan summit is about to take place, so that's a major issue. Until then, I will be careful with these small moves. After hearing the undercover agent's words, I felt relieved. That's good. Oh, by the way, I heard that the violet-blue twin swords have also shown some unusual activity. If the time comes to take action, it would be best to bring a divine weapon along, otherwise, I'm worried there might be unexpected variables. The demonic cultivator seemed confused. Boss, divine weapons are rare in this world, they're not as common as cabbage. If the Dark Nether sect invites the true body of the hidden earth cavern, the cost would be a different matter altogether. The undercover agent stood up, his demeanor cold. I don't care. He's disappearing slowly, but anyway, I've brought the intelligence. As an undercover agent on the front lines, I only follow orders. Moreover, you all in the rear should think more carefully. The demonic cultivator stayed behind, watching his companion leave in anger. After Zhang Senior Sister's lecture, I wrote a letter and requested to meet with Lin Bei to confirm the information about the Xin Yanghua sword leaf with him. My brothers were all very excited, and after a bit of arguing, they took the initiative to guide the journey to find this flower. Since the journey was still long, I brought the big-headed guy along for the trip. When we got near Heijing Shan, Lin Bei told me an ancient legend about this mountain. A long time ago, this was a flat land bordering a turbulent sea. The Li tribe people, diligent and brave, lived by the sea. They had dark skin, were cheerful and hospitable, and made a living by fishing on the ocean. But suddenly, one day, a terrifying demonic beast, the black demon whale, appeared in the sea. It swam through the ocean like a violent and fearsome island. It often attacked fishing boats and always devoured anyone aboard. At that moment, there was a wandering giant with limitless strength named Fan Yi.
After hearing about the tragic suffering of the Li tribe, he decided to help them. Therefore, Fan Yi journeyed to the southern region to cut branches from an ancient bitch-lac tree, went to the western region to slay an evil dragon and extract its dragon tendons, then traveled to the northern region to find the best weaponsmith in the area to create an exceptional fishing rod from the mortal realm. But even with the fishing rod, something was still missing: the bait. Luo Sha, the most beautiful woman of the Li tribe, who had the talent of singing, volunteered to be the bait and descended into the sea. As expected, her enchanting voice attracted the black demon whale. This fearsome creature swallowed Luo Sha in one bite, and instantly, the fishing hook wrapped around her body, capturing her. The giant Fan Yi began to use all his strength to pull the fishing rod. After 3 days and 3 nights of struggle, he finally managed to pull the black demon whale ashore. The black demon whale was no longer ferocious after leaving the water. Fan Yi had subdued it. The people of the Li tribe rushed in and killed the black demon whale on the shore. Its carcass transformed into the peak of He Jingshan Mountain. Chu Liang pondered, "This legend, there is no legend in this world that can be taken lightly, because it could very well be the truth." Lin Bei and Chu Liang jumped down from the large head and stepped onto solid ground. As they set foot on the Blackstone Mountain Hall, it felt as if this thing would suddenly come to life. The 2 people and 1 beast looked at the giant statue of Fan Yi in the distance. The massive stone statue in front of them also corresponded to the legend that had been passed down. With Lin Bei's guidance, we smoothly found a quiet valley. The entrance was quite difficult to navigate due to the narrow spaces on the mountain, just large enough for the size of the large head. Along the way, the gaps in the mountain gradually expanded. After a day, we finally crossed this boundary. Our eyes suddenly brightened as a vast valley appeared before us. Here, rare and exotic flowers bloomed, their fragrance filling the air. A place where spiritual power was abundant, truly a blessed land for the growth of talented beings and treasures. Following Lin Bei's steady steps, we finally reached the final destination of our journey. Lin Bei instructed Chu Liang as he picked, "We must pay attention to this. The Xian Yang Hua sword leaf is born by absorbing the essence of the sun and contains refined spiritual power. Whenever someone tries to pick it, its 8 extremely sharp sword-like leaves will automatically close. To harvest this rare treasure, one must first use a long object to trigger the closing of the sword leaves, then pull out the entire plant. Only in this way can one obtain the complete Xian Yang Hua sword leaf." At this moment, a huge man suddenly descended from the sky. "Little thief, take this punch from me." This startled both the man and the beast. Chu Liang's group quickly scattered, and Chu Liang shouted loudly, "Big head, stop him." Jin Mao obeyed the command, let out a growl, and charged at the strange man. The man also raised his hand to respond. "Hey!" Jin Mao took a palm strike from the man and was sent flying. However, Jin Mao quickly regained his footing and charged back at the man, attacking once more. The man and the beast exchanged blows, neither giving way. One of Jin Mao's claws forced the man to struggle and raise his hand to block. The situation quickly shifted. The man was pushed back, breathing heavily. Even my bones feel stiff." Chu Liang immediately intervened to stop Jin Mao before another battle broke out. "Big head, stop it." The huge man halted and looked at Chu Liang approaching him. "What are you waiting for? I don't know which immortal sect disciple you are from, but this valley is my dwelling. Why haven't you left yet?" Chu Liang responded seriously, negotiating with the man, "Right now, I am in urgent need of a Yi Xian's mystic young sword flower. As long as Senior doesn't mind granting me one, we will naturally leave. And I won't reveal any of the heavenly treasures and earthly wonders here to outsiders." He snorted coldly, "Humph, wishful thinking." Chu Liang smiled and pointed towards the flower in the distance. "I think my mount can't do anything to you, but you can't harm it either. If this battle continues, it will certainly be disadvantageous for you. Since it's like this, how about we place a bet?" He furrowed his brows. "A bet?" Chu Liang smiled confidently, raising an eyebrow in challenge.
The mystic sunleaf sword blossom was born and grew up here. Logically speaking, it belongs to neither you nor me. Let's make a bet today. Whoever picks it with their bare hands will get the mystic young leaf sword. What do you think? The man coldly responded, with your bare hands? Don't think you can trick me into harming yourself just to gain that advantage. I don't think I can pick this mystic young leaf sword with my bare hands. If you can do it, feel free to take it. If not, then you should leave here quickly. Having achieved his goal, Chu Liang smiled brightly. All right then, I shall take my leave. With that, he sprang into the air, reaching out with his bare hand towards the sharp flower. The 8 petals, like sword blades, immediately closed in, surrounding Chu Liang's hand. Just as Lin Bei had said, Chu Liang felt no hesitation or pain, and his hand didn't even bleed. He pulled the flower out with ease. Chu Liang confidently held the flower in his hand and looked towards the man. The Xian Yanghua sword leaf has already been picked. Can we leave now? Chu Liang smiled and raised his hand, holding the flower up high. Senior, I've got it. The man gritted his teeth in frustration. You can't move forward because Jin Maoshi is growling and guarding Chu Liang over there. Chu Liang flew over to Jin Maoshi. This mystic sunflower has already been picked. I must take my leave now. The man with the monkey-like face couldn't say anything, only snorting coldly in annoyance. On Jin Maoshi's back, Lin Bei eagerly asked Chu Liang, well done, kiddo. How did you do it? Chu Liang smiled. Ha, I only used these 2 fingers. Chu Liang turned his head, coldly thinking to himself, on the way up, I could always sense subtle warnings from the crimson severing sword of honor. It really wasn't as simple as it seemed. Suddenly, Chu Liang spoke to Jin Maoshi. Big head, stop. He summoned his sword, took to the air, and addressed the air before him. Lin Bei, confused, cautiously prepared for battle. Senior, the bet between us is over. Why are you still following me without reason? Jin Maoshi growled again, showing a clear threat. The monkey-faced man gritted his teeth and said to Chu Liang, Brat, I know you have the Shushan sect backing you, but how did you know that I was following you? He pointed at himself and continued, when I was young, I followed the Grand Elder of Tiangangmen. I realized that I could not make progress on the path of cultivation, so I came to this blessed place to spend my old age. He still wore a displeased and sullen expression on his face. Today, I admit, the Xian Yanghua sword leaf is for you. I can let you go, but after you leave, you must not reveal the location of this blessed land to anyone. What do you think? Chu Liang remained silent and did not answer. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Liang agreed, we will accept your request, senior, but there is no need for you to escort us any further. The monkey-faced man silently watched Chu Liang and the others leave, not chasing after them. On Chu Liang's side, Lin Bei curiously whispered to Chu Liang, how did you figure this out? Chu Liang stroked his chin and replied, because he revealed his background, everyone knew he had the 9 Heavens sect backing him. I thought he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Considering all the trouble, it's already too late for a confrontation since large spirit beasts are prohibited from entering Mortal Dust City. So, our only option is to settle at a nearby inn created for students to rest. When the moon reached its peak, a loud commotion erupted outside the room. Chu Liang and Lin Bei heard the strange noise and rushed outside to investigate. In the yard, a large head was growling warily, surrounded by a crowd of people. On the ground, 2 figures were sitting, one shouting uncontrollably while the other lay lifeless, blood flowing freely from a decapitated neck. Chu Liang was stunned. Someone's been killed? He hurriedly approached the large head, trying to soothe it. Big head? Quiet down. The terrified man quickly realized that Chu Liang was likely the owner of the large head. He quickly hatched a plan and pointed at the creature, shouting to the onlookers, this beast has killed someone, this beast has killed someone. Hurry, go report to the authorities. The crowd around them erupted in noise and chatter. Lin Bei, surprised, asked, what's going on? Chu Liang stroked his chin and muttered,
Big Head would never kill anyone.
There's something fishy about this. He's using a magical artifact shaped like a rope.
Before the authorities arrive, we need to get to the bottom of this.
Chu Liang used his magical artifact to bind the man tightly and dragged him into the room.
Big Head, stand guard at the door.
The man, panic-stricken, cried out, "Ah!"
The crowd of onlookers around them was in a panic, attempting to move forward, but they were stopped by the burly man.
"Brother, what are you doing?"
The spirit beast of the 5 realms here doesn't have the physical strength for a direct confrontation, so don't be reckless.
Someone should go quickly. I'll report this to the authorities.
Once inside the room, Chu Liang slammed the door shut. He held the end of a rope in one hand, while the other hand held a candle.
"I'll ask, and you'll answer."
The man was so frightened he almost cried.
Ha!
He anxiously stared at the blazing red candle in front of him.
"Don't make a fuss, I'll speak."
Lin Bei, standing beside him, swiftly undid his belt and handed it to Chu Liang, his eyes shining. "I've already tied him up and lit the candle, but since I don't have a whip, it feels like something's missing. I'll use my belt instead." Chu Liang paused for a moment, then helplessly explained.
"I'm not that kind of person. This candle is used to check if he's lying." Chu Liang began the interrogation. "Now I'll ask you, were you with the person lying dead on the ground?"
"What were you here for?"
The man's gaze shifted uneasily as he tried to lie. I was
passing by and saw the spirit beast eating a person." The flame flared up fiercely. When the man jumped in shock, Chu Liang's eyes widened.
"Even a blind man can see you're lying, can't he?"
Under the pressure of Chu Liang and Lin Bei, the man panicked. "Actually, we came here to steal the spirit beast, because we saw it was valuable, and that's why we saw him hesitating," Lin Bei suggested.
"How about feeding him to Jin Maoshi? Wouldn't that work? It's been hungry all day."
"The man probably wasn't enough to fill it up,"
the man pleaded. "Please don't, my family has been without heirs for 9 generations. I still haven't left any descendants. You can't kill me."
The flames grew even fiercer.
Chu Liang remained indifferent. "How could you still lie even when you're begging for your life?" The man began to cry.
"I don't have any heirs, but my neighbor has a son. Actually, he's just an ordinary child.
I've thought about this a lot.
I didn't think someone like him could take care of me in my old age.
Could it be that the widow Lin's child is also my son?
This is beyond my expectations."
Chu Liang sighed. "Fine, you really won't die without guilt," Lin Bei added. "Truly a model for our generation."
Chu Liang, losing patience, raised his voice. "I'll give you one more chance. Don't waste my heart reflecting bamboo any longer. If you lie again, I'll feed you to Jin Maoshi."
The man, terrified, widened his eyes. "I'll speak."
He began recounting. "Yu Jianfeng and I are both ruffians in this city. Early this morning, when we left the widow's house at the end of the village, we encountered an old merchant dressed in fine clothes. The old man said that he had a job for us to steal the spirit beast.
Although we were afraid, we could not resist the temptation of the enormous sum of money.
We sneaked into the place and discovered that, although the spirit beast looked terrifying, it had no intention of harming anyone, which is why we had the audacity to release the spirit beast."
Zhang Yinyo then took the box given by the old man and faced the spirit beast.
The old man had said, "As long as you bring this box in front of the spirit beast, it will obediently follow us." Who would have known that when Nyo opened the box, a beam of white light shot out and shattered Nyo's head?
I was horrified when I saw this.
The spirit beast suddenly caused a loud disturbance, followed by the situation you all saw.
After listening, Chu Liang fell into deep thought. So that's what happened?
He analyzed. Clearly, this person was scheming to harm his own people. He must have calculated that these ruffians would push their teammates into danger, and then set a trap for Jin Maoshi. That's why he carried out this vicious plan.
The matter was cleared up, and we had captured the thug. He confessed to everyone about his actions. Although we couldn't convince everyone immediately, the massive spirit beast of the 5 realms suppressed the entire scene, ensuring it didn't spiral out of control. Not long after, 2 officers in charge of the enforcer's affairs led a group of soldiers to the scene. After identifying the identity and presenting the cause of the incident, there was no conflict whatsoever with the royal family. One of the leading officials used his supernatural powers to summon the vengeful spirit in search for the truth behind the culprit. The truth revealed that the vengeful spirit was not attached to the head of the large person. Seeing that this matter had no relation to us, the chief official did not interfere with our freedom of movement any longer. At the scene, the chief official only found a suspicious white hair. Due to limited clues and the inability to trace anything further, it was temporarily recorded in the case files and left at that. After everyone gradually departed, Lin Bei curiously asked Chu Liang, "Why didn't you let me speak just now?" Chu Liang explained, "Did you not think of that old monkey? It's the only demonic and heretical entity we've offended in this region." Chu Liang's face darkened. "I'm almost certain it's him." Lin Bei still didn't understand. "So what?" He suddenly stopped, realizing. Oh, if the local authorities found out about the fake white ape, they would naturally head to the valley to subdue it and punish it. Such demonic creatures that disregard human life must be eliminated by the imperial court. But in that case, the treasures in the valley would naturally be exposed. If we're going to eliminate demons and eradicate evil anyway, it would be better for us to act directly. But Chu Liang thought differently. This old man actually dared to commit such a vile act? If this thing gets out, chop him down with a single strike, and the Tian gangmen will come to seek revenge the next day. Chu Liang clenched his fist, feeling that this problem wasn't that big after all. In a dim room, 2 figures sat at a table. One of them, wearing a cloak, said, "Did you see?" The person wearing the black cloak, with his chin resting on his hand, was right. Chu Liang is indeed in Yanbo City. I glanced around and found him in a tavern outside Yanbo City. He used a magical technique called Heavenly Sight and Earthly Hearing and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait! I see him in a room, shining light on a man in an unbearable position. He's holding a candle in his hand, and there's another man next to him, undressing." The other person, upon hearing this, was startled. "Huh?" The man in the cloak hurriedly dismissed the vision and fell silent, unable to speak. Truly nauseating, the blurry figure is sweating. Fortunately, I didn't hear everything. The man in the cloak raised his voice. "Anyway, I've confirmed the brat's location. I must quickly call someone to kill him, so that he disappears from this world." At this moment, in the tavern outside Yanbo City, the man with the monkey face stood among the crowd, observing as Chu Liang dealt with everything hateful. He didn't expect this brat to have such skill. Now that the plan had failed, I must find some backup. He turned around and walked away. That brat only needs to think for a moment to easily associate it with himself. He might come back for revenge. After reaching a forest, the monkey-faced man took off his hat, returning to his original appearance. "Brat Shushan, you all just wait, I will fight you again." At Emojing Mountain, the monkey-faced man did not go to a cave on the cliff. "Honghu, my younger brother, I've come to find you. Inside, there's a fox waiting." "What are you doing here?" The monkey-faced man landed on the ground. "I've come to tell you that there's an important matter I need your help with." The monkey-faced man began to boast. "A few days ago, 2 disciples from the immortal sect came and snatched a treasure from this valley. I couldn't fight them off alone, and they took away a Xin Yanghua sword leaf. I'm worried they'll come back. When that happens, you'll have to help me deal with them, or all the spiritual herbs in the valley will be stolen." The fox believed him and asked again. "Immortal sect disciples, they won't call an elder from their sect, will they?" The monkey-faced man, in order to gain the fox's help, added more details to increase credibility. "If they call an elder, I'll return to Tiangang men to ask for aid. The real problem is a Jin Mao 5 realms beast. If it weren't for the Jin Mao blocking the way, I would have already wiped out those 2-3 realms disciples." The fox became extremely suspicious upon hearing this. "Spirit beast of the 5 realms, how do you want me to help you?" The monkey-faced man began to explain his plan. "You are skilled in transformation. All you need to do is turn into that person and help me distract the Jinmao. I only need a moment to deal with them." The fox asked, "But the spirit beast of the 5 realms is surely very sensitive to aura. How can I easily distract them?" The monkey-faced man was very confident. "Don't worry, I will first use magic in the valley to create fog, which will both obscure the vision and blur the aura. Then, you just need to appear and lead it away a bit. As long as you don't interfere with my attack, everything will be fine. Once I finish off those two, we can work together to deal with the spirit beast." The fox was deep in thought. The man could sense the fox's hesitation. "If you don't act, it will be just like when you threatened me. It's better for us to set fire to this valley sooner, to prevent the treasure from falling into the hands of someone else." Upon hearing this, the fox reluctantly agreed. At He Jingshan, Spirit Herb Garden, Chu Liang and the others returned to find the monkey-faced man. Chu Liang and the big-headed man went ahead to scout the area, while Lin Bei followed behind, cautiously asking, "Hey, where did he go? Could it be that he predicted we would come for revenge and ran off in advance?" Chu Liang answered, "That can't be it. If Bai Yuan had run away, he would have at least picked some of the nearby ripe spirit herbs. There's no way he would have left them for us." Suddenly, the fog enveloped everything, obstructing the vision of the group. Chu Liang was on alert. The fog was unusually dense, and it had appeared out of nowhere. The group decided to fly upwards, aiming to get a better view from above. Suddenly, a large staff slammed into the head of Tu, causing Chu Liang's group to lose sight of each other in the fog. "Get down here, you bastard!" Tu's head looked up at the enormous staff, his eyes wide in shock. He was knocked down to the ground. Chu Liang, startled, shouted, "Tu!" Tu's head fell to the ground but didn't sustain much damage. He quickly landed on all fours. Suddenly, a figure in the distance, resembling Chu Liang, caught the attention of Tu Mao, who was growling. That strange Chu Liang called for Tu to come closer. "Come here, a little closer." He kept coaxing Tu. "Hurry up, come here." Chu Liang Du, in the form of a smiling, smug figure, muttered to himself, "Humph, the spirit beast of the 5 realms is really foolish." Suddenly, someone from behind seized the fake Chu Liang. "Found you." He grabbed the fake Chu Liang tightly, comparing him with the image on the token. "Are you the genius of the 3 realms?" Comparing it with the picture, there was no mistake, it was confirmed. He swung his sword and killed the fake Chu Liang. The mission was complete. The assassin left, leaving behind the fake Chu Liang's mutilated body on the ground. This time, the mission sent by the higher-ups was truly easy. The large-headed creature curiously approached the fake body of Chu Liang, who. It sniffed the body on the ground, its round eyes widening. After a brief sniff, it confirmed that the dead body had the scent of a fox, not Chu Liang. On the other side, the monkey-faced figure was swinging his staff, attacking the two individuals. "Thieving brat, take this blow from me." Chu Liang quickly rolled into the leaf orb to dodge the monkey-faced figure's attack. The monkey-faced figure saw the orb dart away swiftly and shouted, "Where do you think you're running?" It then rushed after the orb with all its speed, but upon getting closer, it paused. "Wait, is there a dragon inside the orb? I can't feel its presence anymore." At this moment, Chu Liang was in the state induced by the hidden origin pill, using the profound Doom Thunder. The monkey-faced figure, caught off guard, was struck by the profound Doom Thunder from behind, but quickly turned around and swung its staff at the orb. The orb shattered, sending out purple energy waves that scattered in all directions, hitting the figure. It screamed in pain, this is an attack on my divine soul." Quickly, it chanted a spell, "Suppress. Suppress. Heaven steel heart suppressing art suppress. Suppress. Suppress." The monkey-faced figure glared at the sky, gritting its teeth. It could no longer sense the aura of the target, but could it not detect the profound attack as well? Let's see where you can hide. Leaping into the air, it swung its staff toward Chu Liang. Ah, take this blow from me. Chu Liang recited the incantation, Green Leaf, defend me. The monkey-faced figure sneered, how many more times can you use this trick? In less than 3 years, this artifact of yours will be shattered by my hands. But it didn't expect that the leaf orb would envelop it completely. The monkey-faced creature's eyes widened in shock, unable to react in time. Before it could escape, the green leaf wrapped tightly around it. The orb let out a popping sound and fell to the ground. Chu Liang raised his hand, and green leaf slowly unraveled, revealing the unconscious monkey-faced creature. Chu Liang fell into deep thought. No divine soul mark had flown out. The old monkey was faking death. What's this? Chu Liang used his spiritual sense to transmit a message to Big Head, come here quickly. Big Head received the signal from Chu Liang and rushed over. It opened its large mouth, intending to finish off the monkey-faced creature. It had sensed the danger and quickly glared, biting down on one of the monkey's legs, trying to find a way to escape. Take revenge, Grand Elder, avenge me. But a sword that Chu Liang had prepared in advance pierced through the monkey's body, killing it. Big Head gnawed on the monkey's corpse, pressing it back and forth on the ground, and the mist slowly dissipated. Chu Liang held the divine soul of the monkey, lost in thought. Finally, the old monkey was truly dead. At this moment, Lin Bei jumped from somewhere and approached Chu Liang. We're amazing. But no one noticed that a strand of divine soul from the monkey-faced creature had escaped. It quickly flew out of He Jingshan, soared into the sky, and headed towards the distance. The He Jingshan spirit medicine pill concealed countless rare treasures, such as jade bloom grace, 7-pulse bloom, white poplar unfurling cloud leaves, and serpentshade herb. Chu Liang smiled contentedly as he looked at the harvest. These are the 4 types of mature spiritual herbs we've gathered in the valley this time. After we return, we'll sell these rare treasures to the alchemical pavilion and split the proceeds 55. Lin Bei scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. That's too much, I really feel bad about it. This time, you mostly did all the work. I didn't really contribute much. Chu Liang smiled, but if you hadn't brought me to this valley, we wouldn't even have gotten the mystic sunflower leaf sword. So don't be too polite with me. Lin Bei happily agreed, quickly offering Chu Liang a few of his prized possessions. Then I'll lend you all the exclusive collection of my individual paintings. Chu Liang was helpless. There's no need for that. He thought to himself, looking at Lin Bei's items, I'm afraid that one day I might have to rewrite my diary about the world of desire. Ugh. A month later, Ciz Yang happily went to find Su Ziqing. My dear, I've finally come out of my cultivation room. But he did not expect that his sister would not show any sign of surprise at the appearance of Ciz Yang. She sat with her legs crossed on the swing, looking downcast as she replied. Zi Yang is a surprise. What happened to her? He quickly rushed to Su Ziqing, trying to comfort her. Before my retreat, I wrote a letter saying that I wanted to reward you with a flying sword. Have you chosen one yet? What's going on? Did you see a flying sword that you liked but couldn't afford? If so, let me give you some extra money. Su Ziqing sighed dejectedly and responded. Ugh, don't remind me about the last time I went on that mission. He observed his sister from a distance. What's wrong with her? She looks like she's in a bad mood. I wonder what happened during that mission Ziqing went on last time. He quickly rushed to question Fong Ding. Fong Ding Jr. brother, while I was in seclusion, I asked you to take care of my sister, but why does she seem so upset now that I'm back? What happened when you took her on that mission? Fong Ding was flustered. Senior brother? He awkwardly explained. The last time I took Ziqing on a mission, everything went smoothly. But I think the recent issues with Ziqing's mood are probably related to that mission. Ciz Yang quickly pressed him. What exactly happened? I'm really concerned about her condition. Fong Ding hesitated. Well, let me guess.
He sweated nervously, his gaze evasive, probably because Zi Qing had encountered some emotional troubles while on a mission in Jinnan.
Ciz Yang's face contorted, unpleasant images flashing in his mind. Emotional troubles?
I just closed myself off for cultivation not long ago, and what kind of martial art could snatch my girl away in the blink of an eye?
Ciz Yang drew his sword, furious. Emotional troubles?
Lu Ren or Lin Bei, neither of these two are good people.
Fong Ding hurriedly stopped Ciz Yang.
Senior brother, calm down a bit.
It's not those two.
Upon hearing this, Ciz Yang paused, curious, and asked Fong Ding. He had no choice but to answer awkwardly, Zi Qing's sister. She must have taken a liking to some brat from Eugene Fong.
Senior brother, let me tell you, the situation was like this. Ciz Yang clung to the window frame, peering at Su Zi Qing. After hearing Fong Ding Jr. brother's account of the incident, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a one-time interaction.
Even if she had a good impression of that person, it couldn't have been deep. Based on further investigation, after returning from Nanyushan town, she had tried to express goodwill toward Chu Liang, but was ruthlessly rejected. For someone who grew up in Eugene Fong, admired by all the stars, most men who see him when they grow up tend to take notice. But to be brushed off like that naturally, it's hard to avoid questioning life itself. He watched as Su Zi Qing finally left the swing, whistling cheerfully as she walked off somewhere. After a few days of observation, her mood seemed to have gradually improved.
It must be that this matter has been resolved, right? I knew it. How could such a lively person be easily taken away like that?
Ciz Yang rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, not noticing that Su Zi Qing was looking out the window, curiously watching him. It could be that she had some feelings for that young man, but even if Chu Liang reciprocated, the two of them still might not develop into anything serious.
It seems I was overthinking it.
He recalled the events from a few months ago. Originally, the matter with Chu Liang was something he thought would just pass as her emotions healed over time. But it was such a coincidence that he met that brat at fellow disciple Zhang's Dharma lecture. The lecture had given him a new perspective on Chu Liang. This Chu Jr. brother spoke cleverly, had a sharp mind, and was truly an outstanding fellow disciple. Though his background was a bit lacking, his handsome appearance and the integrity he displayed were truly remarkable. It was no surprise that she was drawn to him. As a disciple of the Phoenix Empress, to be able to develop such a gentle and refined demeanor like this showed that he grew up in hardship but was not tainted by it. He truly deserved respect. Moreover, I have indeed received his kindness. On the path of cultivation, I've made another step forward, thanks to him. Outside Eugene Fong, the Grandmaster of Ciz Yang observed the 5 realms and the extraordinary phenomenon of the perfect Zhou with great satisfaction.
Good, very good. No wonder he's my top disciple. He's only listened to the teachings once, yet he's already achieved the perfect Zhou on his own? As for Ciz Yang himself, he was circulating his energy.
The path of fellow disciple Jiang and the contributions of junior brother Chu had indeed proven useful.
After attaining enlightenment, Ciz Yang made a decision.
This time, he truly owed a great deal to junior brother Chu. Then let this be an opportunity to express his gratitude and also to get closer and engage with him once again. On Chu Liang's side, he stood before the White Tower.
Refining the mark of Bai Yuan had actually resulted in golden fur.
And yet, the effect turned out to be a clone identical to his own body. It could exist for 3 Shurchen, but since the clone lacked initiative, it could only be used for daily tasks or in certain combat situations. Chu Liang pondered, wondering if there would be any opportunity to make use of these 3 lower-tier versions of the immortal art of externalization. If he ever found himself in a dangerous situation requiring scouting, they would certainly come in handy, and could absolutely be put to use.
Chu Liang, immensely satisfied, tucked the item into his robe.
Truly a treasure, a trump card, +1. He happily stepped out of the room, thinking that he should reward himself. Now he needed to rush to the alchemical pavilion to sell these rare treasures.
Shu Liang pushed the door open and was immediately surprised to find someone waiting for him outside. Ciz Yang was already there, and as soon as Chu Liang opened the door, he was astonished. "I heard from Lin Bei that you've returned, so this is my first time coming to find you." Chu Liang was surprised. "Oh." He suddenly exclaimed, "Su senior brother, the lead horse of Yu Jianfeng suddenly ran into the territory of Yu Jianfeng. Could it be that they're here to cause trouble?" Ciz Yan was full of vigor. "I've come to thank you." Chu Liang felt an immense pressure. Why does being thanked feel so pressuring? He didn't sense any malice, perhaps it was just the sharpness of his own aura? Ciz Yang smiled slightly. "After you gave me advice last time, I went back and used a pill to enhance my essence, energy, and spirit. In the end, I was able to enter the gate of perfect Zhou Tian." Shu Liang awkwardly smiled. "So that's how it is? It's still thanks to Su's senior brother's extraordinary talent that you were able to achieve such a thing. But using this method to reach perfect Zhou Tian comes at too great a cost. In fact, it's not very suitable for daily cultivation, and the benefits aren't significant either. So really, there's no need for Su's senior brother to thank me. Although it is not always the case, at certain crucial moments, pill can still be used to achieve results." Shu Liang replied, "That's right." Ciz Yang cheerfully said, "Then how could I not thank you?" Shu Liang shyly responded, "You've always been too polite. It's only right for fellow disciples to share cultivation experiences with each other. Even if thanks are due, the one I should be most grateful to is Zheng's senior sister." Ciz Yang remained stubborn, "But you still deserve my thanks. I heard you're about to form your core, so you should try your luck at the Immortal's abode. I can protect you during that." Shu Liang twitched the corner of his mouth. I remember that to enter the Immortal's abode, one needs a disciple from the 5 realms to bring them in." He suddenly realized that Ciz Yang was now at the 5 realms, while Zhang Yubai was at the peak of the 4 realms. He smiled helplessly. Then, as Su's senior brother said, could it be that he has already reached the 5 elemental realm? But Qingzi is only in the early stage of the 4 realms. This seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? If that's the case, why bother with any more fighting at the summit of Shushan? Just hand him the award directly. Ciz Yang looked at Chu Liang, who was deep in thought, and the atmosphere sank into silence. Ciz Yang smiled and changed the topic. "Shu Junior brother, there's still one more thing I want to ask you." Shu Liang was confused. "What's going on?" Ciz Yang blushed slightly and, in a shy voice, asked, "I wanted to ask if you like girls?" Shu Liang was completely caught off guard by this unexpected question. He stood there, mouth agape, unable to say anything, and quickly stepped back. With an awkward smile, he replied, I haven't really thought about such things for now." Ciz Yang suddenly brightened up. "So that means you don't, right? That's great." Although it was hard for him to imagine someone as sweet and adorable as Su Ziqing marrying Chu Liang, for the sake of his younger sibling's happiness, Ciz Yang still had to try to make the match. "In that case, you can get to know my sister. She doesn't have a bad impression of you. But remember to mind your manners." Chu Liang stood there, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Ciz Yang patted his shoulder. "You can try to spend more time with her. She seems to like you, but remember to follow proper etiquette, alright?" Shu Liang was flustered. This person actually wants to make me his brother-in-law? He quickly waved his hand to refuse. "Senior brother Su, please stop joking with me. I'm not worthy of such a role. Besides, right now I am fully focused on revitalizing Mount Shu in pursuit of the Great Tao, and I don't have time to think about romance." Suddenly, Ciz Yang felt that these words sounded familiar. To wholeheartedly revitalize Mount Shu in pursuit of the Great Tao, with no time to think about matters of love between men and women? He stroked his chin, recalling his grandmaster's words. "In my life, I've always been dedicated to revitalizing Mount Shu in pursuit of the Great Tao, with no time to think about matters of love between men and women, and now, I am already old." Wait, why do Chu Junior brother's words sound so familiar? Didn't I say something like this to Grandmaster when I went out? At that time, Grandmaster had replied, sternly advising Chu Liang.
My Grandmaster said the same thing, dedicating his whole life to revitalizing Mount Shu in pursuit of the Great Tao, without thinking about matters of love between men and women, and now, he is old.
But do you know how much he regrets it?
Chu Liang became more and more horrified as he listened.
Can someone actually say such a thing?
If this remark were to spread, the great disciple Wu Jianfeng of Shushan secretly revealing the news that the Grandmaster, who had been single all his life, regretted it, the thoughts of the elders on the other peaks would surely take it further.
This senior brother could forget about any thoughts of becoming the leader.
After seeing off Zi's senior brother, I went to the Pill Cauldron Pavilion and sold the 4 spirit medicines I had collected during my trip to Heijing Mountain, including 7 veins of mystic harmony, jade grace of the blossom branch, spirit serpent coiling immortal herb, and white bones unfolding cloud leaves.
The harvest exceeded expectations.
The 4 herbs sold for more than 10,000 sword coins. After earning a small sum, I conveniently went to the sword transmission hall to find Yun Jr. brother and asked him to help repair my damaged flying leaf magic weapon. During this time, I told Yun Jr. brother about my experience with the hidden spirit herb garden during my trip to Heijing Mountain. After hearing this, the junior brother was surprised. The ancient legend of Heijing Mountain is indeed true. It's impossible for a valley to have such strong spiritual power and nurture so many heavenly talent earthly treasures unless there is some unimaginable existence buried there that could alter the land and cultivate such a wide variety of spiritual herbs. Even before the tomb of the Grand Master, there were only heavenly talent earthly treasures.
Hearing what Yun Jr. brother said really awakened me.
If the lingering spiritual energy of Heijing Mountain could nourish a spirit medicine pill like that, then the heritage of the senior I had discovered earlier could surely do something similar, right? My body moved faster than my mind, and I immediately turned back. I went to find the steward of my fellow disciples, intending to buy some precious spirit herb seeds. I must say, the Shushan Pill Cauldron Pavilion truly has deep foundations, to the point that even ascension herb seeds are available for purchase. After buying the seeds, I returned to the cave where the golden-colored bones were placed. Chu Liang knelt before the tomb, clasped his hands, and called out loudly,
"Senior, I humbly apologize."
After completing the necessary rituals, I began the great task, drawing and accelerating the flow of the heavenly and earthly spiritual power, then carefully burying the ascension herb seeds in the center of the skeleton, covering them with earth, watering them a little, and sprinkling some more spirit herbs on top. All in all, I've done everything I can think of. As I covered the earth, I murmured, "Senior, if you can grant me a branch of ascension herb, then from now on, year after year, I will offer tributes to you. I will make sure to keep it fragrant all year round, and I will never take your spirit herbs without giving anything in return. Senior, please, I place my trust in you." The next day, after receiving a letter from the Sword Exchange Pavilion, it was announced that the group going to the Immortals' abode had been arranged.
If preparations were complete, we could gather and set off.
Because the flying leaf artifact is being repaired, this time, for the first time, I officially used the flying sword.
Chu Liang sighed.
Haze. What a pity. The Immortals' abode is too dangerous, which is why I didn't dare bring Xiaoyu outside. Otherwise, we would have definitely increased the chances of finding the ascension herb. After arriving at the Sword Exchange Pavilion's assembly point, the members of the trip were confirmed. Leading the group to the Immortals' abode this time was Su's senior brother. Next to him was senior sister Chen Ti, who worked at the Pill Cauldron Pavilion. The last person was a familiar face, the fellow disciple Shang Ziliang.
Once the group gathered, we mounted Su's senior brother's mount and flew towards the Immortals' abode.
Although I didn't expect much in terms of finding the ascension herb on this trip, I still wanted to try my luck. At the same time, in a secret room, the man in the black cloak sat cross-legged and asked the assassin,
"Are you sure that Chu Liang is dead?"
The assassin clasped his hands and confirmed,
"I'm sure."
Upon hearing this, the man in the black cloak growled,
"Then why did he appear at Tong Tian Peak this morning?"
The disciple of Shushan, named Chu Liang, not only returned safely to Shushan but also brought back alchemy ingredients without a single scratch.
Who did you actually kill? The assassin was startled. What? No way.
I used the shadow strike of the Yin blade technique to slash him 2 or 3 times.
He was definitely dead and couldn't fight back. This can't be wrong.
The black-robed figure snorted coldly.
Have you confirmed through the corpse?
The assassin was speechless. He hurried to explain. At that time, the Jin Maosher caught up very quickly, so I didn't have time to examine it thoroughly. But how could a person from the third realm be resurrected if they were chopped into 3 parts, unless the one we killed wasn't him? The black-robed figure interlaced his fingers.
No matter the reason, the person was still alive now. But first, I have to report this to the boss. If there's any news about Chu Liang later, do you think the boss will believe you and me, or will he think we're lying? He threatened. You should know very well how he operates, right?
The assassin broke into a cold sweat.
Then let me go and kill him once more.
The black-robed figure agreed.
I had the same thought.
The boss has gone to the western region to handle the matter. It would be best if you dealt with it before he returns. Of course, I won't take responsibility for any of the charges related to this.
With that, the black-robed figure waved a talisman shaped like a brush.
In an instant, the talisman transformed into a crow that perched on the assassin's hand.
Perhaps by now, it's already reached the immortal's abode to search for the ascension herb? You just need to follow the tracking method and you'll be fine. The assassin accepted the order and loudly called out.
He turned and left the room, muttering to himself. If I don't kill him this time, I'll come back with his head in my hands. The immortal's abode has a vast terrain, with monsters frequently appearing. Sitting on his mount, Chu Liang marveled, it's so vast.
The group dismounted. Ciz Yang instructed, you 3, scatter a bit and move from west to east. Remember, don't go too fast.
The golden-winged bird will stay alert in the sky, and if anyone shows up, it will immediately issue a warning. If you come across any demons or monsters you can't deal with, try to protect yourselves and delay them until I get there.
He turned around to give instructions to the younger ones.
Although the chances were slim, if they did find the ascension herb, whoever got to it first would claim it wasn't a matter of stealing it.
Chen Su cheerfully raised his hand, I'll stick with Su's senior brother, it'll be safer that way.
Chu Liang stroked his chin, looking on with an amused expression.
He'd already figured it out on the way here. This Chen's senior sister was clearly Ciz Yang's little lover. It seemed like she only came on this trip to get close to Su's senior brother, and she probably wasn't all that interested in finding the ascension herb.
Shang Zi Liang fell behind, twisting his face as he looked at Chu Liang.
Damn it, why is this brat here again? Has he really reached the peak of the divine will realm already? He thought about Su Ziqing in her bridal attire. He had learned that Su's senior brother was leading the team to the immortal's abode, which was why he'd managed to join. If he could build a good relationship with Su's senior brother, wouldn't the issues between him and Zicheng be resolved with the boss's approval? Shang Zi Liang gritted his teeth.
He had come here because of Zicheng, and surely this brat must be here for the same reason.
Damn it, in front of the boss, he absolutely couldn't let any conspiracy against Chu Liang slip.
Not to mention, he had already suffered through a lot of bitter setbacks in the past.
He clenched his fists, making a firm resolve. But I must outperform this brat, I have to show the future boss just how outstanding I am.
He daydreamed about Su Ziqing gently leaning on him, feeling an intense excitement. I cannot take a step back, this time, I must rise for Ziqing.
While Shang Zi Liang was lost in his fantasies, Ciz Yang and the others had already moved some distance away.
Ciz Yang, curious, turned back to look at Shang Zi Liang, who was still standing in place.
Why aren't you moving? Ciz Yang's face was cold.
You must always be cautious in the immortal's abode, or else you might lose your life.
Shang Zi Liang was taken aback by the pressure from Ciz Yang. Ah. He quickly stood upright. I understand.
Yes, yes.
Shang Zi Liang hurriedly moved forward. I'm starting now. Chu Liang, who was ahead, noticed Zhang Ziliang's enthusiastic demeanor and thought to himself, isn't he the only one in this team seriously looking for the Ascension Herb? Chu Liang led the way, silently contemplating. No matter what, at least they had finally reached the Immortals' abode. Whether it was to slay monsters or to encounter a lucky chance with the Immortals, it would all be good. He had to seize every opportunity to increase his strength as much as possible. Monster is commonly understood as a manifestation formed by the vengeful spirits of the deceased, turned into a being filled with resentment. Among the various monsters, there is a special kind known as Jiangshi. The Jiangshi contrasts with the spirit-based monsters because it is created when a body loses its soul, transforming into a being fueled by its resentment. Among the Jiangshi, there exists a miraculous being called a monster. Usually, only the corpses of cultivation practitioners contain spiritual essence. When the dead are resurrected, their immense power is transformed into a monster. There are some monsters in Immortals' abode that have caused disasters in the past, including Iron Talisman of the Third Realm, Golden Talisman of the Sixth Realm, Four Realms Bronze Talisman. The Iron Talisman, being the weakest of these, possesses the strength of the Third Realm. After absorbing human blood essence, it can gradually evolve into iron, bronze, or silver gold. Among the different kinds of monsters, the higher the rank, the rarer the existence. The Golden Talisman of the Sixth Realm rarely appears in Immortals' abode, so Shushan frequently sends a Fifth Realm disciple to act as a guardian. On the Golden Talisman, there may even appear a Calamity Talisman, an all-powerful entity equivalent to the Seventh Realm, including Desert Talisman, which stretches over thousands of miles. Crimson Talisman, which turns the area it touches into a swamp or marsh. Snow Talisman, which brings icy cold and freezes the ground by the following month. This type of Calamity Talisman only appears once every 1,000 years. However, each time it leaves Immortals' abode, it harvests numerous lives, making it extremely difficult to handle. Over 200 years ago, after the Wu dynasty suffered a catastrophe, they made the decision to collaborate with 9 heavens and 10 earths, and resolved to eradicate the growing number of demons in Immortals' abode. But after that sweep, the results were average, because the monsters could retreat into the water, and the ponds were interconnected. Unless one used spiritual power to cover the entire Immortals' abode, complete extermination was impossible. The monsters were transformed from the bodies of cultivators. If one could prevent humans from ever stepping into the Immortals' abode again, it might stop the monsters from multiplying at the root. However, this was extremely difficult, because the spiritual energy in this place was abundant, and many precious treasures that cultivators were willing to risk their lives for could be found here. For example, ascension grass, which could only grow in this very place. The Immortals' abode was vast, and it was impossible to seal it off completely. So, they had no choice but to leave things as they were. Ciz Yang instructed. If ascension grass appears, it will usually grow along the edges of the lake. You must carefully search along the shoreline, looking in places that might have it. If you fly and use your spiritual sense to scan quickly, there's a high chance of missing it. Moreover, there are no trees in the air to shield you, making you an easy target for the monsters in the forest. He turned around and shouted. Now, everyone, split up and begin your search. I will use my spiritual sense to coordinate with all of you. My mount will also cooperate in aerial combat. If any monsters appear, it will alert us. Chu Liang and Zhang Ziliang responded. Understood. A moment later, we deployed our formation and officially began the search for ascension grass. The range of Ciz Yang's spiritual sense covered the area where we started. Accompanying Chen Su, next was the divine sense range of Chu Liang, and finally, the farthest divine sense range of Zhang Ziliang. Chu Liang looked around, and it seemed there was nothing of interest nearby. According to the information gathered before departure, this place did not have any characteristics suitable for the growth of ascension grass. He circulated his energy, and some spiritual plants would not symbiotically coexist with the surrounding flora, instead seizing all the spiritual power of the area to grow.
Ascension grass, however, could symbiotically coexist with all plants. It was always surrounded by lush vegetation, so places with sparse vegetation didn't need close inspection, only dense forests and thick grass fields needed a careful check. He sighed softly, but with this speed, don't even talk about a few days, even if it takes dozens of days, we might still not find the entire immortal's abode.
Isn't the efficiency too low?
Suddenly, the golden-winged bird above let out a loud cry to signal.
Shu Liang was alert. Did a monster appear? He quickly expanded his divine sense to check the surroundings.
Shu Liang muttered, not moving toward him, but heading toward Shang Zi Liang instead.
Over at Shang Zi Liang's side, he too expanded his divine sense, silently laughing to himself. Ha, I can sense it now.
A monster is coming toward me within the boss's range. Every movement of mine, he knows.
Isn't this my chance to shine?
At times, it's hard to find, no matter how hard you search, and at other times, it just appears by chance.
The monster leaped through the air, diving down to attack Shang Zi Liang. He was very pleased and added, very well.
He jumped up, dodging the attack, while shouting loudly.
A disaster like you, today you've encountered Shang Zi Liang of Shushan, and this is your misfortune. Shang Zi Liang gathered his energy and used the 100 sword technique.
Golden flying swords appeared, targeting the monster. The swords stabbed down, striking the monster and causing it to howl in pain. The monster roared, and the pressure it released caused the flying swords to lose their color and fall to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, the monster kicked off the ground, leaping up to attack Shang Zi Liang, who was still suspended in midair.
Shang Zi Liang remained calm.
He immediately activated the 100 Swords Unified Technique, where hundreds of thousands of swords merged into one powerful strike, stabbing directly into the monster's head, causing it to fall.
The monster quickly took a defensive stance, landing on the ground but maintaining its balance. Shang Zi Liang raised both hands high and shouted loudly, drawing the monster's attention. If I had known I'd face a disaster like you, why wouldn't I have prepared countermeasures? Shang Zi Liang used a magical artifact.
A stream of golden light appeared, burning the monster to ashes. Demon, witness my magical artifact, the Mirror of Light, specially designed to counter evil spirits.
Shang Zi Liang smugly descended to the ground. Slaying an iron talisman so smoothly, the boss must have seen it all.
Behind Shang Zi Liang was the Ciz Yang group, observing to prevent any unforeseen accidents, and Shu Liang, wanting to gather more intelligence about the monster, approached to investigate further.
Shang Zi Liang was stunned, and he proudly boasted. Su senior brother, did I perform well just now?
But before he could finish, the golden-winged bird sounded its signal again. This time, the signal was louder, indicating that a more powerful monster had appeared.
Danger suddenly emerged, attacking Chu Liang from behind.
He quickly turned around and summoned his sword to block the attack from the newly appeared monster.
So strong, the 100 sword technique can't block it.
He shouted, Dustless Sword. Shu Liang used the water, fire, and thunder tri-talisman sword technique, piercing the monster's body with one sword, instantly killing it, leaving everyone present in awe. Chen Su was stunned, unable to hide his expression, one sword, so powerful.
Ciz Yang was also slightly surprised, such destructive power.
I wonder, even at the peak of the divine sense stage, I couldn't do that. As expected, Shu Junior brother is a rare talent.
Shang Zi Liang was left speechless, his mouth hanging open. If it weren't for the pure Yang bronze mirror earlier, dealing with an iron talisman would have been quite taxing.
Yet, with one swing of his sword, he killed the bronze talisman in an instant.
Shang Zi Liang, shocked, couldn't help but blurt out, how come I remember thinking at first that Chu Liang's cultivation level wasn't worth mentioning? How has he already become someone I can't compare to? Ciz Yang asked again, Shang Junior brother, what did you just say?
Shang Zi Liang then realized that he had unknowingly spoken his thoughts aloud, and quickly defended himself. Just now, I was saying that the wind here is too strong. The group gathered to rest by the campfire.
Ciz Yang stroked his chin, sensing that something was off today. Normally, around the immortal's abode, there would only be ordinary iron talismans, and as they ventured deeper, they would encounter bronze talismans and silver talismans.
Golden talismans only existed in the deepest parts of the immortals' abode, and usually, the areas would not change much.
Shang Ziliang was shocked. So today, we. Ciz Yang also carefully observed the surroundings. That's right, today we encountered both bronze talismans and iron talismans at the same time. This is a rare occurrence.
In the past, only when the Calamity Talisman was born, would the monsters inside be so terrified that they would flee all at once.
A wave of savage monsters rushing out into the outside world was one of the terrifying destructive forces when the Calamity Talisman was born.
The Calamity Talisman only appeared once 200 years ago, and logically speaking, such a short period of time is not enough to create a new Calamity Talisman.
Shang Ziliang broke into a cold sweat. Maybe it's just a coincidence? After all, didn't we stop encountering monsters after that? Ciz Yang nodded. Let's observe a bit more.
If we confirm that signs of monsters are coming from deeper within, we'll immediately turn back.
Shu Liang expressed his opinion. But if we want to find the ascension grass, don't we need to search all over the immortals' abode?
Shen Su, who was beside him, explained.
No need. The ascension grass is different from other treasures.
Ordinary spiritual herbs have an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm, steering clear of human traces to grow, producing miraculous points that can protect themselves.
The ascension grass, however, is the complete opposite.
If it exists, it will move towards areas with human presence. If it's there, we don't need to venture deep into the immortals' abode, just circle around the outskirts, and it will come to the nearby area.
Both Shang Ziliang and Chu Lian were astonished. The ascension grass knows something? It moves? And it actively approaches humans? This sounded almost like Chu Lian completing the unfinished sentence of Shang Ziliang, as if it were something meant for humans to consume. Shan Su agreed. Exactly.
The ascension grass nourishes the surrounding plants and helps humans elevate their golden core, making it the most benevolent of treasures.
As the night grew late, Shang Ziliang eagerly volunteered to keep the night watch with Ciz Yang.
Shen Su and I rested under the protection of the great golden bird, waiting for our turn for the next shift. Shu Liang sat cross-legged, using the free time to reward himself by visiting the White Tower. Inside the White Tower, Shu Liang stood before the newly received items. Shu Liang held the Bronze Talisman Charm, which could provide the user with support from the Bronze Talisman, granting them a sturdy body, immense strength, heightened sensitivity, and increased speed.
It lasted for 1 hour. Shu Liang was astonished. The golden repelling talisman, in terms of its effects, is probably equivalent to the enhanced version of the spiritual talisman from before, right? Returning to reality, Shu Liang was satisfied. If I kill a golden talisman in the future, will it drop a golden repelling talisman? What if we kill a calamity talisman? Suddenly, Ciz Yang raised his voice, interrupting Chu Liang's thoughts. Everyone became alert as many monsters rapidly approached.
All of them took defensive stances, but Chu Liang quickly sensed something was wrong.
No, this isn't right.
After all, monsters have an inherent lust for blood essence.
If we come into close contact, shouldn't we attack them?
The only thing that could make the monsters disregard the allure of blood essence is a higher level monster.
Ciz Yang raised his voice again. It's the golden talisman. There's definitely something unusual going on here.
The supreme golden winged bird immediately left the immortal's abode.
Ciz Yang soared into the air to confront the golden talisman, commanding the golden winged bird to take off.
The golden winged bird swiftly carried them away.
Ciz Yang summoned his sword, and Chu Liang, along with Chen Su, quickly climbed onto the golden winged bird. Ciz Yang shouted, "Golden winged bird, fly!" The gust of wind from the golden winged bird sent Shang Ziliang flying backward.
He crashed to the ground, tumbling several times. Meanwhile, the golden winged bird had already taken off into the air.
Shang Ziliang was stunned. He shouted in panic, "Hey, I haven't gotten on yet."
But the golden-winged bird did not heed Shang Ziliang's words and took off into the air.
Shang Ziliang quickly stepped onto the talismans, chasing after the golden-winged bird.
He shouted loudly, "Wait, I haven't even reached the stone platform yet." Below, Ciz Yang was struggling to hold his ground against the golden talisman of Chu Liang. The golden-winged bird observed the situation below.
"This is bad.
Su Senior brother can't hold off much longer.
Shang Ziliang's speed can't keep up with the golden-winged bird. If this continues, Shang Ziliang will die."
He gritted his teeth, putting aside the trivial matters. The life and death of his fellow disciple was far more important.
If he could help, he had to.
With this thought, Chu Liang jumped down, flying past Shang Ziliang.
He turned and kicked Shang Ziliang, sending him flying onto the back of the golden-winged bird.
Seeing that the golden-winged bird had caught Shang Ziliang, Chu Liang shouted, "Go quickly."
After the golden-winged bird flew far away, Chu Liang turned around to help Ciz Yang. Seizing the opportunity while Ciz Yang was engaged with the golden talisman, Chu Liang took out a jade bottle.
"Old Fei, wake up." Old Fei crawled out of the bottle, quickly assessing the situation.
"Is this the golden talisman of Immortal's abode?
This is truly a great achievement."
Chu Liang raised his voice, "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer." Hearing that, Old Fei was extremely satisfied, flying forward to prepare to deal with the golden talisman. "Good, I'm coming."
But just as Old Fei arrived, the golden talisman suddenly stopped.
Ciz Yang and Old Fei also stood still, watching the movements of the enemy.
Suddenly, the golden talisman turned and fled, leaving everyone astonished.
Chu Liang was stunned. "It's running away?" Ciz Yang landed and looked at Chu Liang in surprise. "Why is it turning back?"
"Forget it, stay alert, don't let your guard down."
Chu Liang nodded, understood.
After a moment, the group continued to look around.
Chu Liang said to Ciz Yang, "It really seems like there's no sound anymore." Ciz Yang replied, "Then." But before Ciz Yang could finish, something happened.
A hand suddenly shot up from the ground, grabbing onto Chu Liang's leg.
Chu Liang was startled, earth-burrowing divine ability.
Old Fei and Ciz Yang were also caught off guard, unable to anticipate how the golden talisman could still retain such mystical powers even after death.
Chu Liang's eyes widened as he was slowly being dragged down into the earth.
Beneath the ground, Chu Liang activated the bronze talisman charm, stabbing his sword into the rock wall, desperately trying to hold on. The golden talisman let out a cry as a massive sword pierced its body, preventing it from dragging Chu Liang down further. Above them, Ciz Yang was using the heavenly sword technique, and Old Fei was casting with speech come spell to assist Chu Liang. Ciz Yang shouted, "Chu Junior brother, hold on, Old Fei is sweating, and no one within 5 meters can leave." The golden talisman struggled to push the sword away, wriggling but unable to break free. Old Fei raised his voice, "I can't hold on much longer, brat, hurry up." Ciz Yang also exerted all his strength, but it was too tough, the tip of the sword could barely move forward.
Chu Liang was sweating coldly, realizing that even Old Fei and Su's senior brother couldn't inflict any significant damage on it.
"Without the sword cutting help, I wouldn't be able to break through its skin either.
This can't go on like this."
Suddenly, Chu Liang heard something. Wait, that sound, it was coming from the sewer.
"There's a way."
Chu Liang swung his sword, "Break for me."
A powerful underground current surged out, sweeping the golden talisman away.
Chu Liang sighed in relief.
"That's right."
Chu Liang retracted his sword, but the current swept him away as well. He couldn't breathe, feeling overwhelmed as his consciousness faded. Lying on the ground, Chu Liang struggled to open his eyes, slowly cracking them open. He sensed a figure standing in front of him. It was a little girl in a red dress, curiously looking at Chu Liang. The girl bowed her head and stared at him intently.
He was stunned. Where did this child come from? He quickly sat up. This isn't right, this is Immortal's abode. How did a normal child end up here? But I can't sense any aura from this little one, it really looks like an ordinary person. The child bit its hand and sniffed the scent of Chuliang. He tried to speak and asked, "Little one, where have I been drifted to? Was I sucked out from the hole behind me?" He turned his head back, thinking about his teammates. The talisman was still active, but he didn't know what had happened to senior brother Z and old Fei over there. He paid no attention, but the child revealed a ferocious expression. After sniffing for a while, the child was startled to find that Chu Liang emitted a faint aura of human blood. The child looked greedy, thinking about the scene of biting Chu Liang to death. Chu Liang was still lost in thought. Where was the golden talisman? It certainly hadn't died, but the sewer system in Immortal's abode was very complex. If he were lucky, he probably wouldn't meet it again for a while. He turned back to ask the little girl, "Little sister, how did you end up here? Where are your parents?" But the child didn't respond, she just shook her head, curiously looking at Chu Liang. Chu Liang sighed. It seemed that this child couldn't speak, and didn't seem too bright either. But to be on the safe side, he decided to use some trickery and pointed behind her, shouting, "Look, what's that over there?" While the child was curiously looking back, Chu Liang quickly took out a magical tool and lightly tapped it on its head. He sighed, seeing no change. Now, he could finally relax. The child suddenly turned back to look at Chu Liang, who quickly hid the magical tool behind his back and patted the child's head. "What's wrong? Was it the stone that fell just now?" "A little pat, it won't hurt." The child pouted, looking at Chu Liang with dissatisfaction. Chu Liang smiled. "I'm going to prepare a spell to detect the path. Stay here quietly, don't move, and protect me for a while, okay?" He then took out the transfiguration into fur and hair. Since he had confirmed that the child wasn't involved in any evil transformations, he had to ensure it was safely taken out of the Immortal's abode. If he encountered the golden talisman while looking for a way back to the surface, it would cause significant trouble. Chu Liang gathered his energy and used his doppelganger technique. If he encountered the golden talisman while trying to find the way back to the surface, it would cause significant trouble. This was the perfect time to use the divine technique of the golden-winged bird's body transformation. He quickly directed his doppelganger to fly out, with the priority of locating Su's senior brother and old Fei for a reunion. As Chu Liang meditated in search of the path, the child beside him continued to stare at him foolishly. It quickly surrounded Chu Liang. The child's expressions changed constantly, sometimes fierce, sometimes curious, and other times greedy. Suddenly, the golden talisman that Chu Liang had just mentioned broke through the stone wall and jumped down, startling the child. It screamed ferociously, but when it turned to look at the child, it suddenly stopped. The child furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and his face took on a threatening expression, with a sharp, red gleam in his eyes. Golden talisman. In the blink of an eye, the golden talisman shrank back in fear, trembling. The child, with a calm expression, watched as the frightened golden talisman clung to the stone wall and fled. Inside the immeasurable palace, Tianwen-zhong called out 3 times. "Disasters are coming to the mortal world, Protector Elder, please go and check." The headmaster issued an order. "Understood, Headmaster." Protector Elder responded. "I will summon the immortal sect's joint disciples and the various sects to discuss." Protector Elder issued the command to summon the immortal sect's disciples, gathering them at 9 Heaven's immortal sect. Tianwen-zhong had remained still for a century, but this time he stirred the others, indicating that something urgent was happening. The sect leaders said, "I just divined the auspicious and ominous signs for the mortal world and discovered that Immortal's abode is about to have a painted core. The Heavenly Void Pavilion has sent a notice." "What did you say? The 7th realm of painted core?" Yunju Si was surprised. "Didn't that happen 200 years ago?" Xu Shan questioned. "That's right. Over the long months, the painted core has appeared every 1,000 years. But this doesn't mean that Immortal's abode always gives birth to a painted core every 1,000 years, or it could just be a mere coincidence. the Heavenly Void Pavilion explained. Just getting that thing out will cause trouble, we must definitely kill it at Immortal's abode.
Grading sect agrees to kill it, Panglai Immortal sect approves of taking action. Heavenly Tsang sect has decided to proceed as before, with each side sending one disciple to gather at Immortal's abode. There's no need to worry too much, once the painted core appears, it will be earth-shattering, and very difficult to conceal.
Then everyone should return and inform each Immortal sect to prepare and concentrate at Immortal's abode within the next half-time period. Another person spoke.
At the same time, on the ground of Immortal's abode, it would be chaotic tonight. After all, aside from the golden beads, nothing else would trouble them. If anything comes close, just shout, and it won't affect our actions. The assassin commanded, if the target is killed, it will save us quite a bit of effort.
The Black Crow agreed. It's best if there's no need.
If he dares to cause trouble for me, I'll have to personally kill him to vent my anger.
He warned, I've locked onto Chu Liang's exact location, get ready to move. The Black Crow used immortal technique, Heaven's Vision.
All around, the corpses were trying to flee, and there were no gold value or silver tail on the way. It's too powerful, it should be safe here. The young man looked up at the two above, evaluating, this time, I'll just watch you make your move.
The Black Raven gave the order, he can't escape.
The assassin was confident, with a murderous aura.
Chu Liang quickly realized this. Chu Liang was unexpectedly attacked.
A sword strike slashed across his waist. To be sure, the attacker turned around and stabbed two swords into the middle of his back, followed by several more slashes. That should be it, a few more strikes and he could turn into minced meat. The Black Raven flew above and commented.
How can you still be alive? If you're not dead, I'll take your name. The assassin exploded in rage. Immortal's abode, in the cave tomb beneath the earth. What? What is this? Am I dead? Chu Liang wondered. Who was that masked person?
So ruthless, the moment they saw me, they just attacked. This person must have already locked onto the target. Fortunately, he wasn't injured, only slashed through an illusion. To be struck down by such a great divine technique was humiliating. This person was truly strange. Chu Liang thought to himself. In front of him, a little girl appeared, her mouth watering, clearly very hungry.
Is Divine Eye hungry again? Chu Liang whispered. Are you hungry, little one? Here, I'll give you something to eat. It's all I have left. Eat up, it's really delicious.
Chu Liang handed the round ball to the girl.
Divine Eye cried out, its expression clearly showing its hunger.
Chu Liang thought to himself, the area around the Immortal's abode seemed to have quieted down again.
The masked man who had just assassinated me probably thought he had succeeded and left by now. So it should be safe now. It's time to take the girl and get out of here. Chu Liang thought. What are you looking at? We need to hurry and leave this place.
Chu Liang reminded the little Divine Eye, who was staring blankly into the distance. Divine Eye suddenly jumped into the lake.
Where do you think you're going? This place is dangerous. Come back here with me.
Chu Liang quickly chased after and grabbed the child.
Unexpectedly, a giant devilfish appeared in the middle of the lake. Damn it!
Chu Liang hugged the girl.
Is it pulling us in? You've gotten me killed.
Chu Liang fell to the ground.
This little brat, and there's actually a hidden glass tower inside this fish's belly?
He looked around in shock. 6 corpses, each of them made of golden beads, lay scattered here. By the looks of it, they must have been dead for a long time. The stone tablet in front of him read, "Vast domain of restoration and ruin was built by me, knowing that I had committed a heinous crime and with my lifespan running out, I sought to clean up my mess. I also left behind a final wish, after my death, my body would transform into the Ascension precious herb, forever aiding the human prodigies of my line."
Chu Liang thought. So the Ascension herb, after so many dangers and tribulations, is only for this purpose? Looking at the stone tablet, was the ascension herb here the spiritual manifestation of the Grand Master buried here after his death?
No wonder the ascension herb actively approaches humans, it turns out it was his wish while he was still alive. With this in mind, the person lying here was very likely a Grand Master of the great power of the fourth stage.
Chu Liang was overjoyed and surprised.
Divine Eye plucked a medicinal herb and was about to put it in her mouth.
Stop! Chu Liang rushed over to intervene. Stop! Divine Eye glared at him in anger.
She looked at him, then at the dead body on the ground, as if hinting at something.
Chu Liang looked around. I understand now.
Did those people outside come to steal her food and then get killed? And this small coffin, it fits perfectly with the size of this child.
This wasn't some kind of aura, she was just an ordinary girl.
Clearly, her cultivation level was so high that I couldn't sense it. Chu Liang was scared but tried to calm her down. This girl was obviously an enigmatic being who had lived here long before. A tough job, this one.
You've eaten this fruit before, right?
It must taste good. I'll trade with you.
Chu Liang took out a round orange fruit and proposed, how about a 2-for-1 deal? The girl still tightly clutched the medicinal herb.
I'm offering 2 boxes of these, a total of over 20 pieces, in exchange for 1 herb.
Will that be enough?
Chu Liang pulled out 2 boxes of the orange fruits.
This is the last of my stock, can we make a deal? 1 price, and that's it.
This fruit is sweet, replenishes vital energy and blood, and is truly a nourishing, beautifying tonic.
It's an essential gift for travel or for family use.
It's not delicious, but it's a type of herb that can make one stronger, something worth waiting for.
It will sprout again.
There are still plenty of delicious fruits, just not this time.
Divine Eye thought for a moment and agreed with the girl.
It turned out that the child wasn't mute, but had never had anyone speak to her. After just a short while, from understanding basic listening, she had learned to say each word.
Chu Liang broke into a sweat.
In the space of the immortal's abode, Sun Elder rode a golden deer and flew into the air.
Sun Elder, Grandmaster Wang is calling. Grandmaster Wang Shushan sent you again.
It seems they're taking this catastrophe extremely seriously this time. Sun Elder remarked, it's because my disciple is inside Immortal's abode, and I'm worried about his safety, so I decided to come myself and investigate.
Grandmaster Wang explained, isn't Ziyang from Shushan sect a senior disciple of Grandmaster Wang? That's correct, Grandmaster Wang confirmed.
I have torn open the heavens, removed the mirror of the 8 trigrams from mist-hidden Immortal Mountain, and now control the entire Immortal's abode. At present, everyone is imprisoned here, but the traces of the disaster have yet to be found. Grandmaster Wang, if you are worried about the safety of disciple Qi, you should enter yourself and search thoroughly, Sun Elder advised.
I was already planning to do that.
If a 9 Heavens Grand Master arrives in the future, please help inform them of my whereabouts, Grandmaster Wang said.
Grandmaster Wang left.
The Ziyang Immortal's abode was in chaos, and you are safe and unharmed.
Why didn't you leave earlier? Grandmaster Wang asked. Grandmaster Ziyang called out, disciple came this time to protect senior brother.
A junior brother went missing tonight, and disciple is searching for him, Ziyang explained.
Which disciple? Grandmaster Wang asked, puzzled. Chu Liang from Eugene Phone, Ziyang replied. Ha? Grandmaster Wang was surprised.
He is the only disciple of Eugene Phone, the sole disciple of Phoenix Empress.
The incident at Cloud Crossing Peak alone shows how strongly Phoenix Empress protects her disciples. Chu Liang, if he encounters any danger here, the queen will surely cause an uproar in Eugene Phone. Grandmaster Wang felt a headache coming on.
We'll look for him together.
Search immediately, even tonight.
At this point, Grandmaster Wang turned to Chu Liang's side.
It's getting late, I should head home now.
My goodness, I had so much fun with you, we'll meet again next time. Chu Liang's greeting is enough, I've already said, in a dangerous place like Immortal's abode, How could there be a child who seems so ordinary?
Since this trip has been successful, it's better to return home quickly. Chu Liang thought for a moment, then swiftly flew towards the exit.
Wait, this water tastes salty.
Isn't the water in Immortal's abode all supposed to be fresh? Could it be?
Don't worry too much about it anymore, something unexpected has happened here.
Retreating is the best plan. Stop hiding in there, come outside.
The old man outside was fighting with a demon-faced fish and gave orders.
Indeed, it was just a child.
Divine, I stepped out, and the little girl shouted.
Luckily, I caught you before you caused a catastrophe. It's still not too late.
From now on, we each go our separate ways. The old man walked over and ruffled the little girl's head. Clearly, these people were not opponents that he could even approach.
Since they've underestimated me, quickly run away. What are you waiting for?
Chu Liang stood from high up and observed.
Where is this young brother headed?
The old man grabbed his shoulder.
I thought nothing more would happen to me. Chu Liang worriedly thought. Where is this young brother going? The man asked. Senior, I wouldn't dare to disturb you.
Chu Liang bowed respectfully.
Which immortal sect do you belong to?
The old man continued asking. Although he didn't know the opponent's intentions, there was nothing to hide. Judging by the aura of this senior, he probably wasn't a bad person.
Chu Liang thought. I am from Shu Shan sect. He answered. Shu Shan?
The old man suddenly stared at him.
Oh, yes. Shu Shan, what's the matter?
Chu Liang was scared.
Do you know Jiang Yubai?
The old man excitedly grabbed his shoulder. Everyone at Shu Shan knows who Jiang Yubai is. She is the very embodiment of our Shu Shan sect, he replied to the old man.
Oh, is that so? What cultivation level does she have now?
The man pondered. Probably around the Four Realms peak stage, give or take, Chu Liang answered.
Oh. The old man sighed. Take this to her for me.
This item will be useful to her, so don't worry. He took a small vial from his bag, preparing to leave.
Senior, should I tell her who gave this to her?
Chu Liang tried to stop him. Just tell her it's from Immortal riding a giant shark, the old man said, bidding him farewell before leaving. Chu Liang turned back to look at the island, and suddenly, the island began to move.
Impressive, this small island turns out to be part of a giant whale?
Chu Liang was astonished. At Yujian Phone, the residence of the Phoenix Empress. Grandmaster, I have successfully found the Ascension Herb, Chu Liang announced.
Ha!
The noise from Chu Liang woke her up.
Xiao Chu, what's going on? What's this about? The queen asked. You found the Ascension Herb? How many others in Shushan couldn't get it?
You truly are a good disciple, she exclaimed with excitement. It's all thanks to Grandmaster's blessing, Chu Liang humbly replied. These matters, if reported to the elders of the Master's sect, might very well be crucial news. Naturally, it would be impossible to hide them. Therefore, I should still roughly recount this series of experiences to Master. The old man had expressed the importance of this news, and in the blink of an eye, he had decided to report these matters to the headmaster.
Yes, Master.
In that case, disciple will take my leave first.
Chu Liang bids farewell.
After a while, Master once again fell into a state of deep contemplation, closing his eyes to relax his mind.
Phoenix Empress, wake up. Ha! Why are you here? Who are you looking for? Phoenix Empress asked angrily.
Disciple, you speak, Grandmaster Wang has specifically assigned you. Phoenix Empress, Uncle Master, unfortunately, junior brother Chu Liang and we came to Immortal's abode and encountered the catastrophe of the demon's rebirth. Immortal's abode was in chaos, and Chu Liang junior brother, in order to save his fellow disciples, encountered the unexpected. Master and I searched the entire Immortal's abode through the night but found no trace of junior brother Chu.
I'm afraid. Uncle Master Phoenix Empress, please bear your grief. Zi Yang explained. Are you saying that my disciple is no more? Phoenix Empress cried out. She wept. What? My good disciple? All the effort I put into nurturing him, and yet he died in Immortal's abode?
Heavenly Lord, I haven't even had the chance to raise my beloved disciple in my old age, and today, someone with silver hair is sending off someone with green hair. What is this?
Oh my heavens, why are you being so cruel to me? How could you take away a weak woman, one who possesses both beauty and intelligence? Great Earth, tell me where my disciple is. Don't let them be buried in a strange land. Phoenix Empress was burning with fury. Stop crying, Grandmaster Wang comforted.
As cultivators, we spend our lives eradicating demons and protecting the Tao, so life and death are nothing unusual.
Grandmaster Wang explained. Ho-hoo, Phoenix Empress wept. If my disciple is truly gone, what can I do, even if I am heartbroken? Then give me money to put away, Phoenix Empress demanded.
The two of them were left dumbfounded.
My disciple, whom I've raised since childhood, is gone. Who will I rely on when I grow old? Oh, heaven! Phoenix Empress sighed. All right, how much do you need? Grandmaster Wang said helplessly.
My disciple, whom I've cared for all these years, should be worth at least 20,000 sword furnaces, right?
Phoenix Empress replied. How much? Grandmaster Wang was shocked to the point of nearly spitting blood. 20,000.
Normally, I would transfer monthly salary to cover expenses for the Phoenix sect.
But you just opened your mouth and demanded 20,000. Grandmaster Wang stammered. 20,000? What is that amount even worth? How much do the Zhufeng elders earn per victory? Why would I not know that?
Your salary has been rising continuously over the years. You should seriously consider whether you're genuinely serving Shushan or not. My house can still shout over 10,000 more outside.
Shu Liang, oh, Shu Liang of mine. Phoenix Empress sighed. You just got here, why is Grandmaster calling me? Shu Liang stood at the door. Aren't you all right?
The two men looked at him in surprise.
Damn it, I think I might have ruined Grandmaster's plans.
Shu Liang thought, finally, after sorting out the mess that just happened, I'll head straight to where Senior Sister Chen is on duty and start preparing for the alchemy process.
Shu Liang narrated. Oh, Junior Brother Chu, you're all right? That's great news. The Elixir Cauldron Hall said, seems like it's lucky you're fine. But, amidst the misfortune, you managed to get an ascension herb, huh?
Shu Liang explained that after talking with Senior Sister Chen, he got to the main point of asking for her help in refining an external elixir.
Junior Brother Chu, are you sure you're practicing the Golden Core method of divine transcendence with the Lesserine technique?
Refining the external elixir into your body to transform it into an internal elixir would have an irreversible impact on yourself. When a man cultivates the Golden Core, his personality may gradually become more introverted, calm, and even slightly feminine.
Elixir Cauldron Hall warned. Let's try it. I've already prepared 2 portions of all the materials needed to make the pill. Even if we fail once, it won't be a problem. Shu Liang confirmed. However, even if all the materials are ready, if we fail, where would you go to find the Ascension herb again? She asked. Right, I wonder how the branch of Ascension herb I planted earlier is doing. Shu Liang thought.
For a person to break through from the earthly realm to the divine realm, and to break through the Golden Core stage, they need a Golden Core as the foundation for their cultivation. The method to cultivate the Golden Core is first to combine alchemical resources with cultivation techniques to refine an external pill that contains spiritual intelligence. The cultivator then consumes the external pill, allowing the spiritual fire in their energy sea to melt it, spreading the medicinal power throughout their dantian, while also assisting in the condensation of an internal core.
At this moment, I am carefully observing and studying Senior Sister Chen's alchemy techniques.
A moment later, Fu Tingtang breathed a sigh of relief.
Is it ready? Xu Liang asked.
Wait a few more moments, then use the hidden nourishing technique.
Elixir Cauldron Hall instructed. Okay. Xu Liang replied. Oh, is this the Supreme Golden Core? Elixir Cauldron Hall was surprised when it saw the pill in front of them.
This is the first time to refine a Supreme Golden Core, though it might also be the last time in my lifetime, they said. Thank you very much, Senior Sister Chen, Xu Liang expressed his gratitude. Xu Junior Brother, may you have smooth and fortunate progress on your cultivation journey.
Elixir Cauldron Hall gave their blessing. Senior Brother Lu, the two were about to leave when they bumped into the man standing right behind them. Lu Xian turned away.
Senior Sister, who is this Senior Brother?
Xu Liang asked curiously. He is the 9th direct disciple of Elder Dan Ding.
Senior Brother Lu Xian holds a very high position in our Elixir Cauldron Hall, Ting Tang introduced.
Xu Liang nodded.
I don't know why this guy keeps looking at me like he's seen a ghost. I think, Xu Junior Brother, you should take this part of mine too, and work harder on your cultivation. I regard this Supreme Golden Core as the only special child I have ever created. Elixir Cauldron Hall handed him more.
The blessings from Senior Sister Chen are truly sincere, Xu Liang thought.
Boss, it's good to see you're fine, Xu Liang's brothers in arms ran over in joy.
Boss, if it weren't for your life-saving kick that knocked me out of Immortal's abode and sent me onto the Golden Winged Bird, I'd probably be dead right now. You are truly my benefactor, and from now on, you will be my boss.
Su Ziqing is also my sister-in-law, and I will no longer dare to compete with you. Hey, Senior Brother Shang, there's no need for all that.
Xu Liang was embarrassed.
The reason I saved you back then was purely out of brotherhood, and besides, I had a few tricks to save my own life, so there's no need for such gratitude. If the roles were reversed and you saw me in danger, I believe you wouldn't just sit back and watch either.
I would sit back.
His brother responded, in the past, I always saw you as my rival, wanting to win Ziqing's heart and even secretly doing small things to harm you, Senior Brother Shang. When you kicked me back then, I thought you were venting your anger, but later I realized you were actually saving me.
So there's this story?
So, the first time he tripped me, it actually helped me meet Jiang's sister. And the second time, he directly had his father gift me and Grandmaster a large amount of sword coins.
Calling it a kick somehow feels a bit heartwarming. Xu Liang pondered.
There's something I need to emphasize, I'm not that close with Ziqing.
You can say whatever you want about me, but don't ruin the reputation of someone else's daughter, understand? Xu Liang reminded.
Boss, from now on, you're my true boss. Ziqing's sister is also your junior sister, after all. He was so happy he nearly cried, hugging Xu Liang's leg. From now on, I'll be your boss, and my boss is also your boss.
Do you understand? He laughed loudly and pointed at the two behind him. Got it. You behind, you can respond. They agreed. No. Shang's senior brother, you're being too polite.
From now on, we can just call each other brothers.
Xu Liang declined.
Then let's come up with our own way of addressing each other. You can call me Senior Brother, and I'll call you Boss. As the suggestion was just made, they ran into Ciz Yang at the foot of the small mountain. It seemed like he had been waiting for him.
Xu Liang thought of Su's senior brother.
Xu Liang spoke, so it turns out Su's senior brother came here to return the Mujing Confucian soul fighter that was left behind at that time.
Xu Liang realized that his spirit soul really did have a reverse bone.
It always hovered around him, wanting to stay and serve him, never wanting him to return the jade vial to the junior. Zi Yang said, if the old guy's bone weighs 10 pounds, then there must be 9 pounds of it inside, with 8 pounds being the reverse bone. At that moment, Xu Liang joked, anyone who lets him stay by their side is practically working for free. If he decides to run off, it's not surprising at all.
Did he tell you to light 3 incense sticks to summon him? Shu Liang asked.
No, he said that each time he is summoned, 2 soul incense sticks are enough, Zi Yang replied.
Today, after returning to the peak, I'll immediately write a letter to Jiang's sister. After all this time, I still haven't received a reply. Could it be that she's busy with something else?
If she doesn't have the time to send something to Jiang's sister right away, then perhaps I should focus on my own matters.
It seemed like all roads led to the cave tomb.
I wonder how the Ascension herb seed is doing now. I felt a bit worried and excited.
Shu Liang thought to himself.
As soon as I entered the cave tomb, I suddenly felt an emptiness in my heart. There were signs of plant growth where the Ascension herb was planted.
But where's the immortal herb? Was it stolen? Shu Liang was perplexed. But then I thought about it again.
The Ascension herb has the characteristic of seeking those who are approaching.
It might have already matured and gone around looking for people.
With this important point in mind, I quickly expanded my divine sense to search for any unusual traces around me.
I can't let someone else find this significant oversight.
Shu Liang made a decision. Luckily, I found the Ascension herb moving erratically under a tree nearby. Seeing that the immortal herb was not lost, I finally let out a sigh of relief.
Sure, here's the translation.
It turns out that the immortal herb is truly miraculous, and the spiritual energy it seeks in a person is so endearing. Fortunately, thanks to the guidance of the nameless senior's ancestral teachings, if I ever get the chance to find this senior's relatives, I must express my gratitude sincerely.
Shu Liang thought inside the Ascension herb room.
If the items were already safely stored, then the most important thing now was to form the pill for the child with the big head.
Shu Liang thought inside the White Tower.
The pill formation process for the child with the big head was proceeding extremely smoothly. After placing the external pill and circulating the 9 heavens mystic heart blood binding pill, the child with the big head also began to simultaneously circulate the cultivation technique. After a full cycle of Zhou Tian, it had already taken on my form.
Shu Liang observed.
After the golden core child began to activate, the true qi was released and flowed into his own qi si. The sight was truly astonishing. However, at that time, he hadn't yet broken through to the golden core stage, so the true qi poured in but also overflowed, because it had filled up to the point where he couldn't hold it anymore.
Shu Liang thought, the sky was getting dark.
Shen Senior's sister, it seems that I am not suited for the golden core of the divine Shaolin at all.
The pill formation this time failed, so I've come here to ask for your help again. Shu Liang, you came to the Pill Cauldron Pavilion? With the Ascension Herb's blessing, how could you still fail the pill formation?
The Elixir Cauldron Hall shook and held its head in despair. Hulubu, my poor divine sense, the Ascension Herb is a rare treasure, and now my highest grade golden core is full of pride.
Junior brother, I'm heartbroken. She was in agony. Shen Senior's sister, it's fine, there's nothing to worry about. Shu Liang comforted.
Shen Senior's sister, look, I still have a piece of Ascension herb here.
Shu Liang said.
Senior sister Ting Tang exclaimed. I met that Shu Liang again in Shushan. Not only did he come out unscathed, but he even obtained an immortal herb branch, and then he went to Elixir Cauldron Hall and concocted a high-grade golden core. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before he can become an immortal.
The traitor said. How could that be? The assassin exclaimed.
He's just a kid from the Divine Will realm, and we've tried to kill him multiple times but failed.
And you dare call yourself an assassin?
I'll tell the boss exactly what happened.
Let's see what he says then. The black-clad commander fumed with anger.
I personally killed him, and this time I even chopped him into pieces, and you witnessed it with your own eyes. The assassin explained.
Don't pin this on me.
I just sent a real one to keep an eye on you, but I don't know the specifics of what happened. The person in black said.
Fine, forget it.
I'll just report the incident to the boss exactly as it happened, but I won't add fuel to the fire or exaggerate your incompetence. It's just that the assassination of the core disciple from Shushan failed over and over again.
The boss is definitely going to be very unhappy. When that happens, someone will have to take responsibility. Give me one more chance.
As long as he leaves Shushan again, I will immediately kill him. This time, I will bring the divine weapon to collect his divine soul. If I don't strike him down to the point where his soul is completely destroyed, I will never return to the assassin's path.
Alright, then I will try to give you another opportunity.
The commander agreed. The boss has been discussing matters at Isha Mountain these past few days. It seems like he's supposed to meet with Lei Tianbao's disciple.
Once this is over, he will definitely return.
As for me, I will not report this matter before he comes back.
You'd better pray that Chu Liang leaves Shushan before then. He continued, can you think of any way? I am only helping you this time. Thank you.
The assassin responded. The next morning, a young man descended from the sky.
Lei Roy addressed Du Wuhen, the head disciple. This must be the young hero Du Wuhen, right?
No wonder he's the #1 prodigy of Thunder Fortress, truly an exceptional talent. The man sitting in the hall waiting spoke, Lu Qingqiu, Du Wuhen, greetings.
Young hero Lu, you can simply call me Mr. Lu.
Lu Qingqiu replied, Mr. Lu, although this is our first time meeting, we've already tested each other out beforehand.
I don't know whether you are of the righteous or the evil side. How can I trust you enough to cooperate with you? Du Wuhan asked, does it matter that much whether it's you or me? No matter what, my actions will not affect the interests of Thunder Fortress.
All I want is the ancient beast taming manual from Thunder Fortress, your heavenly island. If young hero Du is willing to come, a certain Lu will naturally have something fitting to satisfy the young hero. For example, helping Thunder Fortress replace Shushan and become a new member of the Nine Heavens Immortal Feast.
Lu Qingqiu replied.
In the Pill Cauldron Pavilion, Shushan, this is for you.
Elixir Cauldron Hall handed the pill to Chu Liang. Thank you, senior sister. Chu Liang expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me.
Just be careful and successfully form your core.
Don't make me heartbroken again,
she said with dissatisfaction. After bidding farewell to senior sister Chen once more, I immediately returned to my room and began circulating my energy to form the golden core.
Xu Liang recalled.
With the experience from last time, this time the process of forming the core went very smoothly. Once the golden core started to form, the two little fellows and the violent energy created by their own movement surged like a river, pouring into the newly formed Qi. In no time, the Qi of the golden core stage was completely filled. At this point, I had truly entered the golden core stage.
The realm of the four realms early stage had been completely consolidated. Brat, not bad. This is the aura of the golden core.
Compared to me back then, you're 3 points weaker. Phoenix Empress sat on the observation roof and laughed heartily.
Shushan Summit this time, isn't it certain that Yu Jianfeng will win? She continued.
Xiao Yubai, you especially came to watch Xiao Chu's pill refining ceremony. You truly have a good heart, the Empress said.
Zhang Yubai exclaimed. After I left seclusion, I received a letter from Chu Liang.
He said there was something urgent that he needed to find me for, but didn't the letter mention that he had broken through to the golden core stage?
Zhang Yubai thought to himself. Hasn't it only been 3 months?
When I first met him, he was just at the mid-stage of the third realm.
And now, he has reached the same level as me? Zhang Yubai was surprised. He's finally reached the core formation, Chu Liang laughed loudly.
I have to go to the back mountain and test out a new sword technique.
Chu Liang was determined, he said.
Dustless sword, activate.
Chu Liang performed the 8 elemental talisman sword technique, and it was unleashed.
This sword is truly powerful. Although I can see how quickly he's grown, it's hard to avoid feeling a bit off balance. But for some reason, I feel happier for him than anything else, Zhang Yubai thought.
Chu Liang, Zhang Yubai called, congratulations to you.
Jiang Master, Chu Liang replied, as soon as I left seclusion, I received a letter from you.
Is there something urgent? Zhang Yubai asked.
Chu Liang began, someone asked me to give this to you, senior sister. Don't worry, senior sister. I've already had someone check it beforehand, and there's no problem with this, Chu Liang reassured her.
This is Red 3 Dragons Discharging Gall, after all.
Thank you so much, this will help me greatly in breaking through the 5 realms.
Who asked you to give it to me? Zhang Yubai asked.
It was a senior immortal riding a whale, Chu Liang replied. A moment later, I then told Zhang Yubai everything I had experienced, Chu Liang said. So that's how it was.
So that immortal was him? Zhang Yubai sighed. You must be laughing at me, she continued. Not many people in Shushan know about my background.
I was born with the innate immortal spirit body, and many have guessed that I'm from the Jiang family, but in reality, I grew up in Shushan since birth and have never even met my father, Zhang Yubai confided. Back then, Grandmaster said my father was Jiang Tiantua, a genius figure from the Jiang family many years ago, while my Her Highness came from the mysterious and ancient divine void. The two of them were deeply in love with each other and eventually had me. Zhang Yubai continued. But after I was born, Her Highness returned to the divine void. As for my father, he didn't abandon me at the Jiang family, but raised me at the Bai Luo peak of Shushan. She continued, and then he set off to search for Her Highness, after which he vanished without a trace. The only news that surfaced was that, not long after, the legendary divine void had struck and annihilated the entire Jiang family.
Zhang Yubai added, I think I've heard about Jiang's sister's background before. The 3 great cultivation families all inherited legacies from the ancient era.
Chu Liang thought, the Xia family has become the royal family, the Ji family has turned into a major aristocratic sect, establishing itself as a dominant force in the cultivation world. Yet the Jiang family, one of the 3 great families, was silently wiped out.
What kind of terrifying enemy will Jiang's sister have to face?
Chu Liang continued to ponder, speaking, then, thinking about the possible identity of the immortal who rode the whale, he could very well be the father of Miss Jiang, Jiang Tiantua. I can't believe I accidentally met Jiang's sister's father. How impolite. No, it's unbelievable. Chu Liang thought, as you said, if that glass palace in the immortal's abode really has ties to the Jiang family, then the only other person who could still be alive from the Jiang family, besides me, would be him.
Zhang Yubai said, Jiang's sister.
Chu Liang spoke, I don't quite understand, and I don't know how to put it, but no matter what, you still have me, you still have us.
The disciples of Shushan also hold great affection for you.
Shushan is your home, and this will never change. Chu Liang said, thank you. Zhang Yubai replied, actually, over the past few years, I have been investigating everything related to Divine Void, but it's only been very little. Zhang Yubai revealed, Grandmaster, I've said that the place is very dangerous. Anyone who gets too close will be tainted by misfortune, but Her Highness came from there, and my father also disappeared from there. I was born unfortunate, so I could never escape from this fate. Zhang Yubai continued, I will definitely uncover the truth behind this.
Zhang Yubai asserted, this is the true Jiang's sister.
Soft and gentle on the outside, but her inner heart is as firm as stone.
Chu Liang thought. The Mountain God ceremony is an event held within the mountain gate to honor the mountain god of Shushan.
3 months before it begins, each Shushan peak usually proposes a treasure hunting topic for the disciples to form teams and carry out the search. The treasure will be hidden somewhere in Shushan, and the Shushan disciples, grouped into teams of 5, will conduct the search. The purpose of this treasure hunt is to help the disciples gain a deeper understanding of Shushan and foster a stronger bond with it. When the Shushan peaks begin, it is also the time to announce the winner of the Mountain God ceremony.
Basically, this is just a form of entertainment.
Yesterday, it was rare to meet Jiang's sister, so we only talked about our feelings and didn't discuss cultivation. Senior sister mentioned that this time's departure was also in response to Grandmaster's request to balance work and rest. Therefore, she formed a team with the senior sisters from Dongfeng to participate in the Mountain God ceremony of Shushan and take the lead in warming up the atmosphere for the Shushan Grand Summit. Shu Liang thought, how wonderful it would be if I could always chat with senior sister. Today is the day the mountain god ceremony is announced, and the Tong Tian Peak registration point will also open for the mountain god ceremony. Although this kind of active team-based event has nothing to do with an orphan like me, at that moment, I was still wondering whether I should go and watch the excitement. Shu Liang pondered. Hello, I'm here to form a team with you to participate in the mountain god ceremony, Lin Bei greeted. Lin Bei's invitation intrigued me. Shu Liang admitted that, just as we were discussing where to go to recruit 3 more unlucky souls to form a team, my boss showed up to form a group with him. The Chatterbox brothers in arms appeared. In no time, you had managed to gather 3 of them and immediately formed the mountain god ceremony team, Yu Jianfeng. Shu Liang thought, the Tong Tian Peak Square is gathering a whole delegation of it's really lively. Shu Liang exclaimed, Jiang Jiang is here. The people around said, Sister Jiang, that's a group from Bai Luofeng. That's the senior brother of Yu Jianfeng. To think we can see Shuang Jiao Shu Shan together in one place. Everyone present made way for the 2 teams from Yu Jianfeng and Bai Luofeng. Sister Jiang and senior brother Su appeared modest, each wanting the other to register first, causing the entire venue to fall into silence. If no one registered, then of course I'd want to seize this perfect opportunity to save a great deal of time waiting in line. Shu Liang thought, hello, senior brother. I'm here to register for the mountain god ceremony. Shu Liang said, alright then, and the registrar replied. After completing registration, the members of the group dispersed to their respective quarters, only to regroup once the event began. Shu Liang recalled, I stood still in place, silently bidding farewell to Sister Jiang. But what is this sneaky feeling supposed to be? Shu Liang wondered. A few moments later, I made my way to the Guardian Hall, Shu Liang recounted. Senior brother, I'm back again, Shu Liang called. Is that junior brother Chu? He replied. I'm here to look for a cultivation technique. But I'm not sure if such a thing exists. It's a method in which 2 golden cores operate in harmony, complementing and enhancing one another, Shu Liang said. Oh, is it a dual cultivation method? Senior brother replied, have you successfully formed your golden core? When did you and your partner form your golden cores? He asked further. I have a lesser yang golden core, and the other person has a lesser yin golden core, Shu Liang explained. That's quite a good match, he added. Let me think about whether there's a cultivation method suitable for a lesser yang golden core of the lesser yin variety. By the way, is there any divine technique where you can use a sword to slash through shadows and kill people, dismembering them into thousands of pieces? Shu Liang asked. There is an inseparable connection between light and shadow and the human god soul. To cut through shadow and damage the soul, at least 7 or 8 divine techniques would be required to achieve that. If it's about slashing through the shadow to harm the physical body, I think only the dark light shadow slaying art could do it. Senior brother pondered. Thank you, senior brother, for the guidance, Shu Liang thanked him. Alright, I'll go find a suitable dual cultivation method for you. Please wait a moment. Senior brother replied. Shu's senior brother, Zi Qing is calling. Ah, Shu Liang exclaimed. Zi Qing sister, long time no see. Are you here to look for a cultivation method too? What a coincidence, Shu Liang continued. That's right, it's been a long time. If you don't come to Yu Jianfeng to visit me, of course we wouldn't meet, Zi Qing teased. Yu Jianfeng? How could I dare go there? Shu Liang replied. Zi Qing reacted. Junior brother Chu, this is the dual cultivation technique you wanted. The yin-yang harmonious creation art, this technique is the most suitable for its lesser yang golden core dual cultivation. With the synchronization of yin and yang, both sides will benefit greatly. However, I still want to remind you that although dual cultivation is good, you must also practice moderation. There have been no shortage of talented individuals in the past. The senior brother picked up the book and stepped forward, saying, That, you're just buying it for someone else. Oh right, you also have a friend. Shu Liang explained. Ziqing was puzzled. I'm afraid your friend is in a hurry, so I'll go deliver the technique now.
Chu Liang found an excuse to leave. There's definitely something ambiguous going on, Ziqing suspected. Lesser Yang Golden Core, Lesser Yin Golden Core.
Dual cultivation. I think senior brother Chu was deliberately trying to keep his distance from people of the opposite sex, Ziqing thought. This is clearly a sign that he already has a partner, Ziqing mused, drawing from her vast experience of reading romance novels.
A man like senior brother Chu isn't exactly attractive, but he's handsome in his own way. Then one day, his cultivation level skyrockets, his talent is so astounding it leaves everyone in awe.
This is exactly the background of a young genius, the perfect example of a protagonist.
Ziqing continued to think.
Now that the character Chu Liang had appeared, the mysterious veil surrounding the female protagonist was about to be lifted as well.
Ziqing was excited.
If the scope is limited to the Shushan sect, with similar ages, and possessing the golden core of the divine Shaolesserine, there's only one candidate who fits the description of the female lead in this story.
Ziqing concluded, junior brother and senior sister have a secret relationship? What exactly has connected the young man at the foot of the mountain with the goddess in the sky like this?
Ziqing wondered, I mustn't spread the news of Chu's senior brother's relationship yet. I need to keep quiet and wait for the next developments to unfold.
Ziqing told herself.
A few moments later, Chu Liang executed the yin-yang harmonious creation art, followed by a round of the Zhou Tian circulation talisman success.
Chu Liang let out a sigh of relief. I've never seen a letter like this before. Chu Liang caught the paper crane. This is a letter from the Sword Exchange Pavilion. Old Shen wrote to me? Chu Liang was surprised.
I heard that in such a short time, not only did you form a golden core, but it's also a supreme grade golden core.
Truly an extraordinary achievement. I've also heard someone mention you.
The task requires a disciple at the golden core stage. I thought it would be a bold move to send you on this trip to test the potential of your supreme golden core.
If you perform well, I will recommend you to the elders above. What do you think?
The letter's content read. I heard that when one reaches the core disciple level, many people no longer need to go to the Sword Exchange Pavilion to select their missions.
Instead, if the sect has something important, they directly choose a few suitable people to complete the task. Doesn't that mean I also have a chance to become a core disciple? I must go, I absolutely must go.
Chu Liang was overjoyed, clasped his hands, and said, Old Shen, it's been a long time.
I've come to undertake the task you assigned to me.
Very good, Old Shen replied. After a pleasant exchange with Old Shen, Chu Liang received his mission and was ready to set off.
Good. It's better for young people to be a bit busy, Old Shen added.
Thinking about the unprovoked assassination attempt he had suffered at the Immortal's abode, this time Chu Liang only brought along Jin Maoshi. It wasn't just about the nameless assassin who always hid in the mountains, he also needed to have a few people on hand to cover all situations, and he still had to uncover the true identity of the assassin. Chu Liang thought, everything has been arranged. The spy said, this time, Chu Liang has just advanced to the Supreme Golden Core. I've hinted to those in the Sword Exchange Pavilion, and they might arrange training for this rising star. Right now, Chu Liang has accepted the mission and is on his way to Muyao Mountain.
He spoke loudly. If we fail this time, it will definitely not be easy to descend the mountain again. He warned. I understand, thank you.
The assassin replied. This time, I will bring the soul binding fan, failure is not an option. As long as I capture his soul, he will definitely die for good. The assassin was resolute at Muyao Mountain. Tribe leader, I still haven't discovered anything about the fire on the mountain, but the flames are gradually spreading towards our ancestral land. The tree spirit reported. The fire on this mountain seems to be aimed directly at our tribe.
The Mo Demon clan has never liked to quarrel with outside tribes.
The only force we have dealings with is the Shushan sect. So, what exactly is the cause of this disaster?
Mr. Qi pondered. Are you from the Mo Demon clan below?
I am Chu Liang, sent by the Shushan sect to help you resolve this trouble. Chu Liang called down from above. You are the young hero of Shushan sect, we have been truly looking forward to your arrival. Mr. Qi replied. Young hero, you must have seen from above, right? Our living environment has been struck by an inexplicable fire, and this flame is not ordinary. We cannot confront this fire for some time. Muya Mountain is where our ancestors lived. If it is burned to ashes, we will have no home left. The demonic tree was anxious. Oh, then could you tell me in detail what you have understood about this matter? Shu Liang asked. It's like this. On that day, a falling star flame technique came from the west and suddenly landed on our Muyao mountain. After that, the flames on the mountain blazed fiercely. We had no idea what was happening. Although we tried to return to put out the fire, no matter what we did, we couldn't extinguish it. Some warriors from our clan went in to investigate, but none of them returned, Mr. Qi explained. It's not that our clan lacks experts, but this fire is the natural nemesis of our wood sprite. Even if we manage to break through the sea of flames, we might not be able to exert more than 30% of our strength. That's why we sought help from the Shushan sect, Mr. Qi continued. Elder, don't worry, I'll go in to check. We still need to understand the specific situation before proceeding with any further discussion, Shu Liang assured. That's best, Mr. Qi sighed in relief. If the strange danger of this fire has not yet been fully grasped, and there is also the issue of preventing anyone from coming to assassinate me, then it's best to use Jin Mao to find the way, Shu Liang thought, imagining the scene before him, with a vast forest engulfed by the strange crimson fire. This flame is not an ordinary one, why does it carry a hint of cold and dark energy? It truly contradicts itself. Shu Liang thought, confused. Suddenly, a serpent leaped out. It was a winged fire serpent. From its aura, it seemed to be a demonic beast at the Five Realms peak stage. I can't defeat it. Shu Liang assessed. Now that I know the culprit behind the destruction, the next step is to report it. Shu Liang thought, then flew away to avoid the creature. Isn't this my chance to escape its pursuit? Shu Liang continued to think. I've found you. This time, I will definitely kill you. The assassin appeared behind Chu Liang and struck with a palm, aiming to split him in two. You're not dead yet? The assassin was surprised. What's going on? Why is Nether Soul not reacting? Why can't I ever kill you? Why? The assassin pondered in confusion. Hey, could it be that you can't kill me because you're just unlucky? Shu Liang called out loudly. The red serpent turned around to attack the stranger. Indeed, someone was trying to kill him. While the assassin was engaged with the winged fire serpent, Shu Liang decided to fall back and set a trap to suppress him. He thought, with a sneer. The assassin gasped for breath. The winged fire serpent gave up and flew off. I've locked your vitality, Shu Liang. Do you think you can escape? The assassin chased after him. Die. Let me see how many lives you have left. I've finally found you. The arrogant assassin brat cursed under his breath. You think my injuries have weakened me so much that you dare face me head-on? Even in my current state, it would only take a single move to cut you down. He thought silently to himself. Suddenly, he was startled. A whole group of people were staring at him, moving in to capture him. Mr. Qi gave the order. Bandit, surrender now. With all these people closing in, don't even think about escaping. Damn it! The shaman swore. Chu Liang, I'll risk everything to fight you. He made up his mind and charged forward with reckless determination. Profound Doom Thunder. The assassin unleashed his technique, transforming in an instant. A cry of pain echoed. Was this the true damage of Profound Doom Thunder? It not only harmed the spirit but also brought about something beyond description. The assassin thought. There's no way I have to be the one to kill you. You, this monster that just won't die, why won't you just go to hell?
He screamed. Even if my soul is destroyed, I'll tear a piece of flesh off you no matter what. His hatred was overwhelming, and this killing move was unimaginably fast. Shu Liang thought. So, in the end, he's gone mad. I've done it. I've succeeded. I know very well that your cultivation level is much higher than mine, and you can kill a person in the blink of an eye, so how could I dare face you with my true form? Now you surely can't move, right? Could you tell me why you want to kill me so badly? I have no enmity with you, so why are you targeting me like this? If you explain clearly, I might consider sparing you, Shu Liang said. Why? Could he be some kind of immortal being? No, it can't be. I must have seen it wrong. The assassin stood frozen. Could there really be someone in this world who cannot be killed? I will commit suicide in front of you. If I can't kill you in this life, I will take your life as a ghost, he said before ending his life. Thank you so much for saving me today, Shu Liang expressed his gratitude. Young hero, there's no need to be so polite. It is because you have done a great favor for the Wood Sprite clan that we could never stand by and do nothing, the elder replied. When I entered the volcano earlier, I truly saw what was inside. It was the winged fire serpent, with 2 wings, Shu Liang explained. Is it the infamous winged fire serpent from ancient times? The elder was astonished. This tribe is cruel and bloodthirsty. It is said that their ancestors even had heavenly origin realm experts, Shu Liang added. But these winged fire serpents originally lived in Evil Malice Mountain to the southwest. How could they suddenly come here? The elder continued, this is truly very strange. Shu Liang assessed, please rest assured, I will return and report to the elders. I will come back as soon as possible to eliminate this evil creature. Shu Liang promised, you've worked hard. The elder bowed his head. The immortal sex model has always been like this. When the situation is unclear, the disciples below are tasked with investigating first. If possible, they handle it, if not, they return to the mountain gate and request the experts to take action. I reported the unusual situation about the sudden appearance of the 5 realms winged fire serpent at Muyao Mountain to Old Shin, Shu Liang said. Afterwards, I personally recommended Elderine Jian Ding to handle the matter, never expecting that anyone in Shushan would dare to let Phoenix Empress take action. The entire body of the ancient beast is a precious treasure. Just the gallbladder of the twin-winged fire serpent is 1 level below the gallbladder of the crimson gold dragon serpent, which the immortal riding the whale had given to Jiang's sister. Upon hearing this good news, the Grandmaster immediately woke up. The Grandmaster then dragged the large head along with me, and we hurried to Muyao Mountain. Shu Liang continued, the next step is to put out the fire, eliminate the evil, stabilize the situation, and help Muyao Mountain return to a peaceful state. The snake meat is delicious, and I've been craving it recently, Phoenix Empress remarked. The Grandmaster, magnificent as ever, Shu Liang praised, this time we've found premium ingredients, how could I forget the senior sister who has always cared for me? Shu Liang reminded him, the meat of the winged fire serpent is indeed very delicious. It's not bad at all. You remember to think of senior sister when something good happens, it's really worth all the time I've spent teaching you the divine arts. Yin Hong commented, after finishing the meal, senior sister agreed to teach me the opening acupoints immortal technique touch the ground, measure an inch cultivation method. Immortal arts are different from spellcraft. Practicing immortal arts relies on understanding the Tao. This issue is somewhat beyond my current understanding, so I don't have a clue about it for the moment. At this point, after bidding farewell to Jiang's sister, I headed to the sword transmission hall again. Yun Jr. brother, last time I asked you to repair the flying leaf magical artifact. How's it going now? Shu Liang asked. Senior brother, you've arrived? Yun Jr. brother responded, please have a look. I thought the damage was due to improper use of the magical artifact, but then I reconsidered, and the real problem lies in the design concept I came up with. Oh, the magical artifact is now more than twice its original size, Shu Liang remarked. Originally, you had removed the defensive formation pattern from the artifact to control it. However, due to a lack of control methods, I've been researching and developing a new way to control it. Yun Jr. brother explained. As for the defensive formation pattern, it was too damaged to be fully restored, so I had to destroy it and create a new layer instead. You mentioned that the previous design couldn't move, so I thought that point was indeed quite reasonable. If it remains immobile and constantly attacked, no matter how strong the defense, it will eventually be pierced sooner or later. Therefore, to sorrowfully give up on the ability to provide comprehensive defense, set aside all the power, and form this solid umbrella shape. Yun Jr. brother continued to explain. Senior brother, please take a look. At first, I thought the damage was caused by you not using the magical artifact properly, but after reconsidering, I realized that the real issue was with my design concept. The magical artifact is actually more than twice the size now. Shu Liang exclaimed. Originally, you used the defensive formation pattern on the magical artifact to control it, but because of the lack of effective control methods, I have researched and developed a new way to control it, Yun Jr. brother said. As for the defensive formation pattern, it has been damaged too much and cannot be fully restored. Therefore, I had no choice but to destroy it and create a new layer instead. You mentioned that the previous form couldn't move, so I thought about that as well. Indeed, there's truth in it. If it remains immobile and constantly attacked, no matter how strong the defense, it will eventually be pierced sooner or later. Therefore, I had to sorrowfully give up the ability for comprehensive defense, set aside all the power, and form this solid umbrella shape, Yun Jr. brother explained again. Please try it, senior brother. Shu Liang agreed. Is this called control? The destructive power is much greater than that of the flying leaf swift blade, Shu Liang said, using the leaf to shatter the target. Isn't this control much stronger? I've thought about it for a long time. The neck is the key point. When combined with a strong bite, one strike is all it takes, and no one will be able to move anymore. Yun Jr. brother explained. Shu Liang, you're lucky to have found him. The purple-haired friend peeked his head in. Come quickly and see. Your Jin Mao has been beaten. Beat it to death. Hit it hard. The injured lion cried out. Stop. Shu Liang commanded. Senior brother, may I ask what mistake my spirit beast has made that warrants such ruthless treatment from you? Shu Liang inquired. This beast nearly harmed the essence of Elder Dan Ding. I've already punished it, but it still insists on threatening others. Beating it like this is already lenient. However, if it harms Xiao Tong, I'll kill it on the spot. The man behind the small one replied. The brat in front sneered disdainfully, that's not the case at all. I saw this kid throw a stone at Jean Mausher's head. Then Jean Mausher growled at him twice, and that's when he struck back. Clearly, he's bullying my lion. The purple-haired brother in arms spoke loudly. One beast was beaten, so what's the big deal? If you let it roar at Shushan again, I'll report to the elder, and all of you will be punished. The man behind them said coldly, his face stern. Gore, the lion is angry, don't provoke it, Shu Liang reassured. Gore, senior brother, today the child was unharmed, but my spirit beast has been punished. It will never dare harm anyone in Shushan again. Let's put this matter to rest for today, Shu Liang said. You brats, don't think just because you have a mount that you're something special. I've warned you, but if something happens, can you all handle the consequences? He laughed. Don't rush, this isn't over yet, Shu Liang comforted the brats. Gore, this little brat really needs some discipline. If there's no adult around him, I'll go say a few words to those two, he said. Alright, first help me by inviting Senior Sister Chun from the Pill Cauldron Pavilion, and we'll meet at Yujian Feng, Shu Liang planned, at Yujian Feng. Isn't Uncle Master Phoenix Empress at the peak? The junior brother with purple hair asked. Yeah, after Master went to handle matters at Muyao Mountain yesterday, sect leader sent them on another investigation, Shu Liang replied. It's unfortunate. If Uncle Master Phoenix Empress were here, they would have certainly gotten a good scolding. Junior brother, don't be disappointed. It's fine that Grandmaster isn't here for now.
I already have an initial plan, Shu Liang reassured.
Chen's senior sister, what happened to its head? Shu Liang asked worriedly. These are just surface wounds. As long as you apply some medicine and let it rest, it'll be fine.
There's no need to worry. This big-headed one is quite obedient, but I don't understand how Lu's senior brother could have been so rough with it, senior sister Chen explained.
Who is the one who hit Jin Mao? Shu Liang asked curiously.
The one who did it was senior brother Lu Qin, the direct disciple of Elder Dan Ding's seventh apprentice.
Xiao Tong is Elder Dan Ding's only grandchild.
Usually, Elder Dan Ding dotes on him, but because he's always too busy to take care of him, he often asks disciples to look after him. Xiao Tong has no parents, and with his natural intelligence and the protection and affection he's received from the elders since childhood, he's a bit mischievous, senior sister explained. Then it's likely that this naughty child threw Jin Maosher first, but the big-headed one has a bad temper.
As soon as it landed, it wanted to lash out at him.
It knows it can't hurt anyone on Shu Mountain, so it originally had no intention of causing harm. But Lu Qin, fearing the blame for not taking good care of him, got a bit heavy-handed to show he was protecting Xiao Tong, senior sister continued. Shu Liang thought for a moment and then said, "All right, Dan Ting has finished bandaging Mao Shi. Shu junior brother, I know you must feel heartbroken seeing Jin Maosher being hurt. But this child is cherished by Elder Dan Ding, so Lu's senior brother acted that way to protect Xiao Tong. If you want to continue investigating this matter, you may anger Dan Ding Elder. After that, it will be difficult to do anything in Shushan. It's better if you stop here," she said. "Don't worry, senior sister, I'll have you return to Elixir Cauldron Hall and pass on my message. Just tell them that today my mount accidentally caused trouble for Elder Dan Ding's descendant, and I feel very sorry. I will definitely go and apologize to him later," Shu Liang said.
"Boss, I heard your lion got beaten up. Who's the arrogant person who dared to do that?"
"Let the younger brother handle it and stand up for you," Shu Liang's brothers-in-arms suggested. But a friend came to help, thinking about how to get the big guy involved. Shu Liang thought, come down here. I'll crush you."
Xiao Tong threw a stone at the monkey, excited. "Lu junior brother, this fool picked a fight with you Jianfeng's lackey? Who would dare to do such a thing? When you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. Today, it's my turn to deal with this brat. I hope nothing happens," Lu Qin thought to himself. "Excuse me, senior brothers.
I'm sure you've heard about what happened yesterday. I came here to apologize," Shu Liang said. "Forget it, just be careful not to hurt Xiao Tong," Lu Qin replied.
"Do you still recognize him?"
Shu Liang pointed at the lion. I remember now, yesterday this one even wanted to bite me." Xiao Tongzi said, "It was its fault last time, I brought it here to apologize to you."
"Big head, quickly bow to them," Shu Liang commanded.
Jin Maosher clasped its hands in apology.
"Ah."
Xiao Tong was surprised. "Actually, last time it just wanted to play with you. It's just a spirit beast, it loves when people throw stones at it, and it thought you were playing a game with it."
Shu Liang explained. "Oh."
The little demon muttered.
"Look here, watch me throw it with force." Shu Liang demonstrated.
Jin Maosher caught the stone and released it.
"See? I told you I wasn't wrong," Shu Liang said.
"Oh, let me try."
Xiao Tong was eager. "You did very well, your throw was accurate. Add a bit more strength, the more force you use, the more it will like you," Shu Liang said. This one is really silly." He thought this move would fail again?
How could a disciple at the Four Realms early stage continuously escape the ambushes of a Five Realms peak stage assassin?
Lu Qin stood above, observing.
"Forget it, I've already taken a risk and helped once.
The boss won't blame me." "Chen Qin's senior brother, what a coincidence, we meet again here." Shan Zi Liang spoke up. I'm Shan Zi Liang, we've met before. Shan Zi Liang continued. Shang Jr. brother, of course, I remember this matter. Chen Qin replied. This person is the son of the merchant scripture text cloud exchange. I can't quite remember his name, but his aptitude is that of an average disciple. He thinks you're having trouble with pill refining, and by chance, he met senior brother here and wanted to ask for some advice, if that's convenient? Shan Zi Liang asked. Shan Jr. brother, go ahead and speak. If I know, I will naturally provide an answer. Chen Qin responded. Thank you, senior brother. Shang Zi Liang, thank you. Very well, it seems the guard has already been distracted. Now it's time for the protagonist to make an appearance. Xu Liang thought. A white spirit beast appeared. Do you know it? Xu Liang asked. Grandpa Zhang calls it Bai Zhai and told me to stay away from it, Xiao Tong replied. Bai Zhai is also a spirit beast that enjoys interacting with people without being afraid. It's just like Jin Mao, it loves when people throw stones at it, Xu Liang explained. Then let's go greet it for a bit, Xu Liang suggested. All right. Xiao Tong said, then threw a large stone. This kid, you like throwing stones, don't you? Well then, let's see if Xiao Baizhe faints, and if it does, you're done for, Xu Liang thought. Xiao Tong threw a stone at Bai Zhai, causing the spirit beast to become angry. It tossed the little brat into the air. Sure enough, whenever Brat Xu Liang showed up, trouble would follow. Chen Qin thought. Oh no! Xiao Baizhe, you actually hit the very thing that Elder Pill Cauldron Pavilion cherishes the most. Shang Zi Liang exclaimed. Xu Liang, this isn't over. Chen Qin said angrily. Lu senior brother, hurry up, don't let the little one fly over the cliff over there. Xu Liang called out. Hoo, it hurts so much. Xiao Tong cried loudly. Fortunately, this kid has entered the body refining realm, so his physique is much better than that of ordinary children. It should only be a few broken bones at most, Chen Qin thought. A few moments later, inside the Pill Cauldron Pavilion, I have to tell Ji Zhang Grandpa about Bai Zhai. He dared to charge and cause me so much pain. Xiao Tong cried even harder. Xiao Tong, the bad person here is not Xiao Baizhe, but the one who incited you to throw stones at the spirit beast. The other person said. That Xu Liang is the real bastard. Chen Qin said. Then tell Ji Zhang Grandpa to deal with that Xu Liang. He makes me so angry. Chen Qin fumed. Xiao Tong, don't mention this to the Zhang family just yet. How about we go and get revenge for you? Chen Qin suggested. Can you help me get revenge? Then we need to beat him up real bad. Xiao Tong agreed. Of course, no problem. Chen Qin replied. She's senior brother, the master of that Xu Liang is the Phoenix Empress, Chen Qin reminded. Ah, this. Chen Qin pondered. You guys are too scared to go, then I'll go call the Zhang family. Xiao Tong threatened. What are you afraid of? The Phoenix Empress is not currently at Shushan, let's take this opportunity to go up to Yinjianding and teach that brat a lesson. If Phoenix Empress wants to hold us accountable later, we can always have Grandmaster step in to handle it. After all, we are doing this for Xiao Tong, and when Grandmaster finds out, it might actually be better than if we did nothing now. Lu Qin analyzed, if Chen Ling Tong reports this matter to Elder Dan Ding with tears, then both Lu's senior brother and I will definitely be punished. But if we let him vent his anger so that he can laugh and then tell Grandmaster about it, Grandmaster will probably protect him. As for the Phoenix Empress, leave that to Grandmaster to handle. No matter how powerful she is, can she really be stronger than the mountain guarding elder? Besides, the relationship between our master and the Phoenix Empress has never been harmonious, everyone at Shushan knows that. The big issue in front of us now is to let Chen Ling Tong vent his anger, and who knows, we might even get a reward from Grandmaster. Chen Qin thought for a moment, you rest well first.
I will circulate my energy to help you absorb the medicinal power. By tomorrow, when your wounds are fully healed, we can go after that villain, Yu Jianfeng. Lu Qin gave the order. Chen Lingtong agreed, and at that moment, what was being sung? Shu Liang sang faintly. After teaching Elder Dan Ding's disciple a lesson, it was very likely that the opponent would come to seek revenge. The opponent was a level higher than me, a disciple with a cultivation level at the 6th stage. If we were to face off directly, I would certainly not be able to defeat him. At that time, the Grandmaster was not home, and I had no strength to resist. Perhaps I should run to Bai Luo Feng and hide there? Taoist Yen has a close relationship with the Grandmaster, so he would surely not turn me away, and I could conveniently meet with Jiang's sister as well. Shu Liang thought, is this a letter from outside Shushan? Shu Liang pondered, Shu senior brother, master, it's bad news. One of our elders will be coming tomorrow to cause trouble for you. His name is Zhang Juke, an old senior among us. He is coming because of the Bai Yuan issue, and I don't know the specifics, but I've mentioned it to you on your behalf, so it's best that you prepare. The letter says that Senior Zhang Juke from the Heavenly Steel sect is known as the 9 realms strongest of the 6 realms in the martial world. His understanding of martial arts has reached the peak stage, and he can even compete with some 7th rank masters without being weak. Compared to my own cultivation level and combat strength, this senior's reputation for righteousness and helping others is renowned across the 9 realms. Shu Liang thought, if this senior comes to Yu Jianfeng tomorrow, then I might have a slightly more certain plan in mind. The next day, Yin Jianding and Master Feng warmly welcomed them. Upon hearing that the senior's honorable presence graces us, I feel somewhat intimidated. If my etiquette is lacking, please forgive me. Shu Liang greeted, there's no need for such formalities. The reason I am here today is to investigate the death of Bai Yuan, the demonic beast, a former demonic beast of my Heavenly Steel sect. Aren't you supposed to explain it to me directly? Go ahead and speak now. Zhang Juke responded, this is not the place to discuss matters. Inside, I have prepared a Shushan-style hot pot, made with the meat of the fine serpent demon I just killed. If the senior does not mind, please come in and we can talk while eating. Shu Liang invited, no need to rush. If you are trustworthy, then that's fine, but if you're a bad person, I won't be eating your food. Mr. Zhang replied, let me recount what happened at He Jingshan that day. Senior, this is the story, Shu Liang said. From the time I fought with Bai Yuan for the Xian Yang Hua sword leaf, to when Bai Yuan plotted to harm the lives of the people, that's when he was ultimately executed. The details are clear, with a chain of evidence, both personal and material, which can be tracked and verified. Shu Liang presented the facts, and although Senior Zhang Juke said that a cross-examination was needed, after listening carefully to my detailed explanation, he was convinced to about 80%. At this point, the scene had quieted down. Just as I was representing Master Feng Yu Jianfeng to organize a banquet to entertain the Shushan allies who have come all the way here. Shu Liang decided. Shu Liang, you came here without being called. Yesterday you instigated Xiao Tong to anger Bai Zhai, and today we are here to demand an explanation. Oh, are the 2 senior brothers from Pill Cauldron Pavilion here? What are you all talking about? Shu Liang feigned surprise. We're here to give you a beating. Chanling responded. He, have you learned not to throw spirit beasts with stones now? Shu Liang asked. Xiao Tong sobbed, hurry up, take action and beat him. Xiao Tong commanded. Humph, with the Phoenix Empress not here, you still dare to be so arrogant? Shang Zi Liang said angrily. Wait, you can beat me if you want, but first, you need to clarify the truth. Shu Liang requested. After all, I'm no match for you. Once I finish speaking, I absolutely won't fight back. Shu Liang emphasized. First, you all indulged this kid to throw the Jin Maosher. The Jin Maosher didn't resist but only barked back at your brat. Is that the truth? Shu Liang asked. Then, I proactively apologized to you, through Bai Zhai, and it resisted. You didn't go after Bai Zhai but came here to cause trouble for me.
Isn't this the truth? Chu Liang continued. This is clearly an abuse of power to bully others, to oppress the weak and fear the strong. Do you admit it? You act without any restraint, relying solely on your higher cultivation level compared to mine, isn't that right? Chu Liang questioned. Blabbering nonsense, what does your cultivation level matter? Shang Ziliang retorted. He. Chu Liang chuckled. Senior, you've heard everything, haven't you?
Chu Liang opened the door, and Mr. Zhang was there, having overheard the entire conversation. At this moment, Chu Liang was fully focused on his cultivation, pushing himself hard along the long, arduous path of cultivation. The third realm and sixth realm were both major thresholds. The higher the realm, the greater the disparity that could exist within the same realm. The gap between the sixth realm and the third realm was as vast as the difference between a human and a dog, especially when comparing two disciples in the sixth realm early stage with one in the first of the six realms peak stage. The two men were stunned. It's Zhang Juke. They immediately turned to flee. A misunderstanding, senior, we apologize for offending you. However, Zhang Juke had no intention of letting them go. He crossed his arms, and his massive figure descended before them. Boom! He threw the two senior brothers to the ground, causing them to crash into each other, dirt and rocks flying in all directions. Zhang Juke drew his sword, its aura sharp and imposing. His eyes gleamed as he growled, each word dripping with intensity, relying on one's power to oppress others, using strength to bully the weak. What then is the difference between orthodox sects and demonic paths? After saying that, he swung the sword coin, causing the two heroes to dodge repeatedly while shouting. Senior, please stop. Zhang Juke cried out. Grandmaster, who are you? I want to talk to him, the two others quickly replied. Understood. Senior, we realize our mistake now. Xiao Tong, who had been so bold earlier, quickly tried to sneak away when he saw the tense situation. However, unfortunately for him, Chu Liang was already standing in front of him. Chu Liang smiled a very gentle smile, yet it seemed full of danger. Xiao Tong broke into a cold sweat and screamed, What do you want? Zhang Grandpa, I'm Elder Dan Ding. I'm just a kid, you can't hit me. Chu Liang, with a crafty look in his eyes, said, Of course, I won't hit you. He then gave an order to the giant lion standing beside him, but you rushed into my Yujin phone, and my lion doesn't recognize little friends. Xiao Tong was so frightened that he began to tremble. His face turned pale, and he cried loudly, but the giant lion remained unmoved. It swiped a paw, sending Xiao Tong flying high into the air. Chu Liang, looking up, commented, You flew quite high, but compared to Xiao Baizhe, you're still a bit lacking. Next time, try to be stronger. Afterward, Zhang Juke, along with his disciple, carried the two unconscious disciples from Elixir Cauldron Hall and flew straight to Tong Tian Phone. After the senior left, he and Yunbro reminisced about old times. Yunbro excitedly said, Shubro, when I returned to the Heavenly Steel Sect last time, I thought of your head technique again and came up with a new trick. Since I had previously learned practical martial arts from Yunbro, I'm really interested in the ideas he suggests. Chu Liang, hearing this, responded with modest happiness, Oh, please do explain, Yunbro. Under your guidance, combining the body movement technique with hidden weapon methods, I've learned a new skill with extremely impressive power. I've named it the Great Force Throwing Technique, the super powerful brick toss. Whoa! Yunbro exclaimed in admiration, Chubro really has a martial arts talent. If you can't break through to the sixth realm in your cultivation path, you can always come to our Heavenly Steel Sect. You absolutely have the potential to enter the Tao. Chu Liang laughed heartily at this. Yunbro is overpraising me. Suddenly, a fiery blaze erupted high in the yard. It turned out to be Phoenix Empress appearing, dressed in an alluring red outfit and high heels. Phoenix Empress complained, This is such a hassle. I don't even have enough money for good wine on this business trip. She then turned to Chu Liang and Yunbro, saying, Xiao Chu, what are you two up to? The two quickly bowed respectfully with their swords, saying, "Senior, Grandmaster has returned." Then, Chu Liang pointed at the house's guardian lion and eagerly said, "Our Jin Mao sure is being bullied." Upon hearing this, Phoenix Empress's face turned pale, and she exclaimed, "What? What did you say? Which beast dares to lay a hand on Jin Maosher? Is our lion a public property?" She snapped, making Chu Liang and Yun Bro awkwardly scratch their heads. Chu Liang said, "Grandmaster is not the type to bully others." At that moment, Chu Liang recounted how Jin Maosher was thrown by Chen Lingtong and whipped by Lu Qin. Then, disciples from the Elixir Cauldron Hall came to avenge him. Fortunately, Elder Zhang from the Heavenly Steel sect was present, or else he would have been doomed. He continued to narrate the grievances that had occurred, all the way to Elder Dan Ding's experience a few days ago. Phoenix Empress, upon hearing this, became furious and shouted, "I heard that old man has a spoiled brat who's incredibly rude. If we don't teach him some manners, won't he just grow up to be the most vile person in Shushan?" Chu Liang then asked, "Grandmaster, what should we do now?" "Follow me." With that, Phoenix Empress soared ahead, leading the way, with the other two and Jin Mao following behind. She commanded, "Xiao Chu, you're familiar with the process, go ahead and see if Master can help you take charge of this matter." Meanwhile, inside the alchemical pavilion, Chen Lingtong pouted and complained, "Zhang Grandpa, you have to stand up for me." "Zhang Grandpa, it hurts so much. You don't know how that Chu Liang bullied me. He made the spirit beast hit me and sent me flying into the sky twice." After saying that, the young man began crying uncontrollably, and Elder Dan Ding, feeling sorry for him, said, "Xiao Tong, stop crying. The Zhang family will definitely not let you suffer like this." Chen Lingtong's tears were streaming down her face, "So, are you going to help me beat him up?" Dan Ding hesitated before responding, "The Zhang family elder is not someone to easily offend. Wait until his grandmaster returns, and the Zhang family will bring you to their door to demand justice. Will you be satisfied if he apologizes to you?" The disciple, who had been beaten black and blue by Zhang Juke, clasped his hands and said, "Grandmaster, perhaps it would be better if senior brother and we handled this matter. We have lost face for you this time, and we hope we can make it up. Let us disciples resolve this among ourselves." Elder Dan Ding waved his hand and replied, "You two go ahead." The disciple, still aggrieved, answered, "All right, I'll wait outside, and I'll be there when that brat Chu Liang is alone." Meanwhile, outside the alchemical pavilion, a huge blaze was raging, and figures could be seen emerging from the smoke. Seeing this, Elder Dan Ding rushed out to shield his granddaughter, his face grave as he shouted, "Xiao Tong, hide behind the shade." The door was shattered, and outside stood four imposing figures: Jin Mao, Phoenix Empress, Chu Liang, and Yunbro. Dan Ding yelled, "Phoenix Empress, how dare you barge into the Elixir Cauldron Hall and attack my disciple? What are you trying to do? I won't let you cause chaos here." At this moment, Queen was holding a massive incense burner high and responded, "Hold on, I didn't come here to argue with you. After hearing that my disciple and Jin Mao had been bullied, I came here solely to seek justice." Elder Dan Ding, not one to stay silent, retorted, "My disciple was just struck by Zhang Juke. Who exactly are you saying bullied your disciple?" The Phoenix Empress appeared surprised. "Ha? Zhang Juke struck him? What does that have to do with me?" She suddenly remembered something, then approached Xiao Tong and began to threaten him, causing the boy to tremble in fear. "You were the one who threw stones at my Jin Mao, weren't you?" Xiao Tong turned pale, shouting in terror. Seeing the queen's fury, he quickly cupped his head and screamed, "I'm sorry. I won't throw stones at the spiritual beasts again. Zhang family, help me. Woo woo." The Phoenix Empress snapped in anger. "You were the one who threw stones at my house. Are you crazy? Ancestor, save me." Xiao Tong cried out, shaking. Suddenly, a faint light green aura appeared beneath his feet. It turned out that Elder Dan Ding had rushed up to protect him. He shouted loudly, "Phoenix Empress, if you want to strike, take it out on me." The queen, now utterly enraged, was so furious that flames erupted around her.
Alright, old man, it's been a while since I fought with you. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson.
At this point, Xu Liangyun and Jin Mao were also filled with energy, preparing for battle. The two grandmasters were about to clash in a highly intense showdown, with two powerful auras, one hot and one cold, radiating and pressing against each other. The disciples were also under pressure from the flow of air, their faces contorted. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Stop it, all of you! Mr. Chen, what are you doing? How can you be using combat techniques here on Tong Tianfeng? Mr. Chen, why are you fighting with her?" Elder Dan Ding grumbled.
"She attacked Sha Tong, how could I just stand by and do nothing?" The Phoenix Empress was not about to back down, shouting clearly. "Old man, don't speak nonsense. That person did something wrong, I just came to ask him one question. How is it that, as a mountain guarding elder on Shushan, his juniors can behave so badly without any consequences?" Then, Tianling Xian furrowed his brow and replied. "Don't speak carelessly, I am absolutely not someone who doesn't understand reason." "Right," Phoenix Empress grumbled, "Tianling Xian, you should choose your words more carefully. If you still have any grievances, speak them out." Phoenix Empress angrily walked towards Chu Liang, leaving the three elders helplessly watching her go. Phoenix Empress urged Chu Liang. "It's time to reason things out now." Chu Liang was startled and thought. Has Master found joy in having someone else argue on her behalf? Chu Liang reluctantly recounted.
"Respected elders, this wasn't initially a big deal. After being sent by Master to report, I explained the matter of the beating and the destruction of the spirit beast illustration of Chen Lingtong, as well as the events that followed."
"That's the situation. I believe Elder Dan Ding didn't know about this, and I'm sure he wouldn't have done anything wrong, right?"
After hearing this, Elder Dan Ding could only remain silent.
He frowned and said,
"These things are really new to me. Zhang Juke has already punished my disciple, and I was about to punish them severely as well, so that should settle the matter. It's just that before I could give any further instructions, this one rushed in, unreasonable, and even injured my disciple."
Phoenix Empress yelled, "Zhang Juke hit someone, and I didn't see that. If I didn't restrain myself and strike once, how would this be considered settled?" At this point, Tianling Xian had to step in to stop them. "Alright, it seems this was just a misunderstanding.
In addition, Elder Dan Ting is also preparing to punish the disciple who made a mistake, and of course, there's no favoritism involved."
Phoenix Empress was just a bit too hasty. "So, no one has been wronged here, let's stop arguing out of personal feelings." Phoenix Empress refused to back down, shouting, "No one's been wronged? They should be punished for their mistakes, should it not be so? My beloved golden dog was just walking down the road and was beaten. Who will compensate for this senseless misfortune?
Now it has left psychological scars, locking itself up on Yujin phone, refusing to eat or drink, too scared to go outside.
With such lasting harm, who will make amends?"
Elder Dan Ding shouted back, "You're still not letting go. Xiao Tong was injured, and I haven't even settled accounts with you yet."
"Do you know why he was beaten? It's all because of you. If you hadn't always spoiled him, how could he have grown into such a villain?"
Up on Shushan, beating him was to protect him, to help him understand a principle.
Once outside, not everyone will be his grandfather.
If you still don't know how to educate him, beating him is actually too lenient. At that moment, Xiao Tong was startled and fell backward, but fortunately, the Zhang family was quick to catch him. The three elders also spoke up. "You've been too indulgent with your little grandson, and for the past 2 years, he's caused little trouble at Shushan, you must have noticed that.
Children must be properly educated, otherwise, a good talent like his will go astray in the future." Elder Dan Ding then responded.
"Alright, child, I will educate him strictly from now on.
Disciple, I will also accept the punishment. Let's just end today's matter here." "Didn't you hear me clearly?" Phoenix Empress asked.
She pointed at the disciples of Dan Ding who were squished in the corner of the wall and said,
Beating them was just to vent my anger, I didn't gain anything from it. But my mount was injured, how will you compensate for this? At the very least, I expect medical expenses, and there's also the mental distress. She and Chu Liang continued to accuse and press for compensation. At this point, Tianling Xin could no longer hold back and shot her a sharp glance. Queen, don't go too far. She then turned to Elder Dan Ting and Mr. Chen. Your grandson and disciple did make a mistake, and they really should compensate others. If the injury involves a spiritual beast, then a basic spirit beast pill should suffice as compensation. The queen cheered, fair. Shu Liang stood silently beside, thinking to himself, the words of the Si Lu elder sounded as if they were speaking on behalf of his family. An hour later, at another location, a shadowy figure appeared, clasping his hands and speaking, Boss. That man then asked, I called you here an hour ago, why have you delayed for so long? The shadowy subordinate responded, the thing is, I ran into some trouble in Shushan. Here's the thing, recently, all the troubles and incidents I've faced have stemmed from Chu Liang. If the twin wanderers kill Chu Liang, all these problems will no longer happen. The boss, after hearing this, fell into deep thought before replying. This incident nearly caught the attention of the leaders of Shushan. From now on, don't cause any more trouble with Chu Liang in Shushan, and the assassination attempt on him should cease as well. The shadowy subordinate was taken aback and exclaimed, Huh? Then, he thought to himself, the boss is always ruthless and decisive, yet he says something like this. I initially thought that once the twin wanderers were dead, you would immediately carry out the revenge plan, the boss continued thoughtfully. The reason I called you here is to inform you that I have brought beasts from Malevolent Slaughter Mountain, and the plan is going smoothly. As soon as the right moment comes, we can launch the attack on Shushan. In the meantime, just act quietly in Shushan, and avoid causing any unintended troubles. Understood, the subordinate replied. Then the boss continued, if you mess with someone as formidable as Queen, don't go provoking them, because one day if you suddenly die, I wouldn't even know. In short, from now on, remember that there are two people in Shushan who can be considered pure lunatics, one big, one small, and it's best to stay far away from them. The subordinate, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, although he had lived in Shushan for nearly 30 years, he still couldn't fully understand the events and people from the early years. He mustered up the courage to ask the boss, apart from the danger posed by Queen, is there anyone else? The boss replied, Si Lu elder of Shushan, Tianling Xin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shu Liang was having a conversation with his grandmaster. He asked, Si Lu elder and grandmaster, what exactly is your relationship? Phoenix Empress, holding a wine cup in her hand, casually answered, well, it's kind of like the relationship between you and me. Her eyes grew a little somber as she continued, I lost my mother right after birth, and I have no idea where my father is or if he's even alive. It was Aunt Tian who brought me to Shushan. Because of this, she faced a lot of pressure. I heard that even the sect leader opposed it back then, but she was determined to protect me and raise me. Shu Liang exclaimed in surprise, oh, so Si Lu elder is actually my ancestor, meaning she is my protector, right? Shu Liang quickly asked, is Si Lu elder your mentor? Phoenix Empress shook her head and decisively responded, it's not that I don't have a grandmaster, it's just that no one on Shushan has taught me the art of divine magic. Shu Liang appeared quite surprised, silently reconsidering, the grandmaster follows the rare path of body cultivation. It seems there's truly no one on Shushan who could have taught her, but even without a teacher, there must still be a master-disciple relationship. I recall the matter of the grandmaster's transformation into the three sisters' divine flame. This might be related to the royal family, so it's understandable that she would want to keep it a secret. Phoenix Empress continued, in short, I grew up under their guidance. The reason I want to take the sword of Silver Mountain is because I want to break free from them and establish my own sect. Shu Liang thought to himself, it seems the Grandmaster doesn't want to speak much about the past anymore, but at least this has cleared up the doubts that had lingered for so long. No wonder my Grandmaster could be so unrestrained on Shushan and still grow so strong over the years. It turns out she shares the same bloodline as Si Lu elder. After leaving the master's room, I found a large head resting to the side. Walking over to Jin Mao, Chu Liang said, "This time I came to the Pill Cauldron Pavilion to demand compensation, and I obtained a spirit pill. This pill can be used for spiritual beasts to speed up their growth. A matured spiritual beast can break through a realm quickly with it." Jin Mao immediately opened its mouth to snatch it, its eyes widening. After taking the advancement spirit pill, not long later, Jin Mao began to feel a little dazed. This pill did not show immediate effects upon ingestion, it required a rather long digestion process. Perhaps in the near future, Jin Mao would remain in a state of drowsiness, as though he were hibernating. But once the advancement spirit pill was fully digested, Yu Jianfeng would obtain a 6th level spirit beast. Shu Liang thought to himself that a 6th level spirit beast was something that only a 7th level expert could tame. From now on, he too needed to achieve such a feat. This beating he had endured was not in vain. Considering the timing, today was the day that the first clues about the offering to the mountain deity event would appear. It was time to call his brothers in arms and take action. Shu Liang guessed that the following afternoon, at Hongmianfeng, at the mountain god altar ruins, Zi Liang asked, "Boss, you called us here, did you have an inspiration regarding the theme of the offering to the mountain deity?" "Actually, when I first saw the topic, I had a bit of an intuition. But I was worried about you all leaking information, so I didn't say much. Before, the clue was just a simple word puzzle. Mountain god manifests at Jinlin River near the mountain shrine, 12th moon's half. 12th moon's half is the 6th month the mountain shrine. The word CC above corresponds to the 8 characters Jinlin River has. The right side of the characters Jin and Lin together form the word Mian. When the mountain god manifests, I naturally think of the mountain god altar atop this mountain." Everyone cheered with joy. Today is the 1st of June, in other words, tonight there will be a change on this mountain god altar. No wonder the time and place were so strange before, it turns out there was a deeper meaning behind it all. "You're really something. He. I don't know what clues will appear today, but we will definitely be the first ones to seize the advantage that belongs to us." At this moment, footsteps approached, and Jiang Yubai gently walked over and spoke. "Isn't it true that Chu Junior brother was always eager to speak during the previous lecture? What brings you here?" Shu Liang was startled and turned around. "Jiang's sister, you're quickly changing the subject." "Well, the weather is nice today, so I came out with a few brothers in arms for an outing. What about you, Jiang's sister?" Jiang Yubai didn't hide anything and admitted. "The weather is really nice today, so I came out for a stroll with a few senior sisters and junior sisters." Hearing this, Shu Liang immediately clasped his hands in respect. "Ah, what a coincidence. Well, I wouldn't want to disturb the pleasant mood of the senior sisters. Let's just continue with our respective tasks." But just as Chu Liang was about to slip away, Jiang Yubai spoke again. "Even though you're with others, I find the scenery here so beautiful, and the ground is so clean. Why don't we go on an outing together?" Chu Liang looked awkward and uneasy, forcing a smile as he stammered. At this, Yubai quickly followed up with another sharp question. "Why? Are you all not welcoming us?" She winked and asked again. "Chu Junior brother, what do you think?" Shu Liang let out a helpless laugh and replied. "Ha, I wouldn't dare spoil senior sister's mood." Suddenly, he realized something and turned around. The brothers in arms of Chu Liang had awkwardly shown their intent to join, leaving him speechless. These people were really disappointing, but on the other hand, who could refuse the chance to go on an outing with Jiang Xianzi? A while later, they had spread out a blanket and sat in 2 rows facing each other, but both sides fell into silence. With no other choice, Jiang Yubai decided to break the awkward silence. "Did you guys come out for a picnic without bringing any food?" At this, one person raised their hand and replied, "I brought some." Shu Liang looked at the spread of food and couldn't help but whisper in awe, thinking to himself that this person was practically a walking pantry. This older brother really went all out. Meanwhile, the sisters on this side couldn't help but stare longingly. "Wow!" Their eyes brightened up. From afar, footsteps echoed. It turned out another group was approaching. Ciz Yang and Su Ziqing had arrived. The two groups stared at each other in surprise and exclaimed, "You all are here too? The weather is so nice today, we're out for a picnic." "Senior brother Su, what brings you here?" He cleared his throat and replied, "Indeed, the weather is beautiful today. I'm just out for a walk with my senior brothers and junior brothers." Upon hearing this, Chu Liang, without hesitation, greeted Zi Yang, "Then we won't bother you, senior brother." At this point, Zi Yang suddenly changed his mind and suggested they all join together. Since they had already met, why not spend time together? They sat down, and the two brothers sat across from Chu Liang and Zhang Yubai. Watching them chat happily, Zi Qing quietly observed. Zi Qing's heart was already filled with excitement, thinking that there was indeed something shady going on. She could clearly see the enthusiasm with which senior brother Chu offered food and drinks, and Zhang's sister did not refuse them. The two of them definitely had a special relationship. In her eyes, the place where they were sitting was filled with a suspicious air. No wonder that last time, senior brother Chu went to buy the dual cultivation method, looking all sneaky about it. In the cultivation world, Zhang's sister had such a reputation, so she would definitely be very careful with relationships like these. Su Ziqing eagerly looked over at them, completely unaware of Zi Yang's grim expression. "This is great, I've boarded the ship now, I've boarded the ship." Meanwhile, Ciz Yang, his heart filled with suspicion, stared at the two of them. There was no way they would be here for no reason. They must have figured out the clue regarding the mountain god altar at the top of Hongmian. A conflict would definitely happen soon. I must defeat them both. The position of the leader in the offering to the mountain deity will definitely belong to Yujian Feng. Scene change. At this moment, the sky darkened at Hongmian Feng mountain god, and the dilapidated altar suddenly emitted a faint green light, catching all three groups off guard. The devouring mountain deity appeared and pointed in one direction. They all followed his gaze. Chu Liang exclaimed, "That direction is the sword casket seal." At that time, at the Hongmian Feng gathering, everyone was murmuring in shock at the sight of him. "What is that? It looks like the deity of the devouring mountain deity. Could that be a clue to the offering to the mountain deity? Let's go check it out." Suddenly, the sky was filled with bright, multicolored beams of light. The groups hurriedly advanced towards the designated location. Su Ziqing, with his quick steps, moved ahead, surpassing Zhang Yubai. Chu Liang, coming from behind, also began to use the golden core resonance technique. He was trying to overtake the two people in front of him. All three of them were racing towards the floating islands. Near a large mountain, Chu Liang surveyed his surroundings, silently assessing. Each floating island had a flag, which must surely be a clue related to the mountain god. Thinking so, he quickly approached and pulled a flag out. Looking at the image drawn on the flag, Chu Liang recognized it as a map. Each flag corresponded to a piece of the map. With this in mind, he glanced towards the other two and swiftly ran after them. So, whoever gets the final piece will gain the advantage. This time, Zhang Yubai used the immortal technique touch the ground, measure an inch. She reached out her hand towards the flag that was planted in front of her eyes. Zi Qing, who was behind, kindly reminded her. "Fellow disciple Jiang, watch out behind you." A sword suddenly flew towards her. Zhang Yubai quickly spun around and used her sword to block it. She deflected the blade with ease, silently watching as Zi Yang was about to seize the flag. At this moment, Chu Liang drew his sword and spoke. "Senior brother Su has been careful." He then launched a golden core stage cloud decision sword chi towards Zi Yang, startling him. He quickly leaned to one side, throwing himself backward to dodge. Now, only Chu Liang and Zhang Yubai were left fighting for the flag, and the atmosphere was incredibly tense. But as his hand touched the pole of the flag, he grabbed it and turned around to look at Chu Liang with a surprised expression. Why isn't senior sister stopping me?" It turned out that Zhang Yubai knew exactly what he was thinking, so she calmly showed no real concern about the situation. She said, "In order to complete it, we need to get all four pieces. taking one or two won't make a difference, so why should we fight to the death over it? Hearing that, Chu Liang responded happily and suggested a collaboration, which made Zi Yang freeze in surprise.
Thank you, Jiang sister, for your help.
This letter is for both of us, and I definitely won't keep it to myself. Yu Bai replied.
That's good. Then we can exchange the other pieces to see them as well.
Why don't we form an alliance between our teams? Zi Yang immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. Wait, do you really want to ally with him? Yu Bai answered. What's wrong with that?
Chu Liang frowned and said.
Honestly, I could form an alliance with you too.
Originally, you and I are the two strongest teams here, so we can first cooperate to eliminate the other teams, and then fight it out between us. Suddenly, Shuebai came up with a brilliant idea.
She said. Why can't you two form an alliance?
At this, both of them stared at each other blankly.
Zi Qing spoke up. Well, it's not entirely impossible.
True, Chu Liang looked at the scene and could only smile wryly.
He thought to himself, if everyone forms an alliance, then what's the point of anyone forming an alliance at all?
Zhang Yubai continued to voice her opinion, indifferent to which two people would ally with her. As long as she received all 4 maps, only then would she proceed with the exchange.
Chu Liang and Zi Qing both responded, Senior sister is right, we agree.
From behind, other members from their respective teams were approaching. While they were talking, teammates from all 3 teams gradually arrived. Thinking that more disciples would be arriving soon, they decided to first review the maps in hand, agreeing to meet again tomorrow for further discussion. A few moments later, the scene shifted. Chu Liang was now standing on a large leaf, flying alone on his way back to the mountain. He leisurely thought to himself, who would have thought, after months of progress, my brothers and I can now compete with the 2 greatest talents of Shushan. Suddenly, a sensation passed through his soul. Chu Liang muttered, oh, this soul sensation. He closed his eyes, sensing an unusual movement coming from the White Tower.
The egg seemed to be close to hatching.
Moments later, in his room, Chu Liang held the egg in his hands, inspecting it. This egg was obtained after he killed the Wind King on the Jinhua River and later refined it within the White Tower.
Chu Liang poured his energy into the egg, feeling excited.
Recently, he had been taking it out occasionally to channel his internal energy into it. Normally, he placed it next to the large-headed doll, using his internal energy to nourish it.
Now, the time for the egg to hatch had finally come, but why did he feel such an inexplicable sense of unease?
The egg suddenly began to crack open, and his eyes lit up with eager anticipation.
Oh, it's here. I wonder if it's the egg that will hatch or this one.
Gradually, the egg cracked more and more, and a shard fell out. When the egg finally broke open completely, inside was a tiny maggot. Chu Liang stared blankly at it.
The egg was so big, yet only a tiny maggot hatched? He looked at the tiny snake that had just emerged and couldn't help but feel disheartened, forcing himself to think, after all the effort I put into incubating it, it ended up hatching into a baby snake?
The little snake looked at Chu Liang and wriggled continuously from within the eggshell. The tiny snake hopped out and began digging a path. Hey, Chu Liang thought to himself, this little thing is like a needle, always eager to burrow. Watching the baby snake continuously gnaw at the wooden table, he couldn't help but sigh.
But is it eating and digesting what it's consuming at the same time? Is it hungry already?
After thinking for a moment, he decided to stop the baby snake from eating the wood. He figured it wouldn't be good for it to roam around searching everywhere. First, he would place it in a ceramic bowl and feed it. As he gently placed the baby snake into the bowl, he retrieved something from his space. The berry, infused with spiritual power, would definitely help this little one fill its belly. The moment the little snake landed, it immediately started gnawing on the ceramic bowl without pause. Watching this, Chu Liang was once again astonished.
Wow, the ceramic bowl can be digested too?
He once again stopped the baby snake from destroying the bowl, replacing it with a sturdier object, thinking it should be able to hold the little one.
He then dropped a leaf into the bowl. Immediately, the magical leaf was being devoured happily by the little snake. At this point, Chu Liang was completely taken by surprise. His mouth hung open as he shouted, his mind racing. Could even magical items be eaten? He quickly grabbed the little snake tightly in his hand and scolded, "Brat, stop! Let me have that fruit." Watching the little snake wriggle around, chewing contentedly, Chu Liang propped his chin in thought. It seemed to have grown a little. Previously, it had gnawed on wood, and after that, on a porcelain bowl, with no noticeable size change. But after only biting into the green leaf magical item, it had doubled in size. With this in mind, he picked up the little snake and observed it closely, calculating. Its growth rate was truly impressive. Could it be because the material of the green leaf magical item contains so much spiritual power? Perhaps it was relying on devouring the energy to grow. This little creature seemed to have no food it couldn't eat, nothing it couldn't bite through. So, where should he keep it? After a moment's thought, he decided to try sending it back to the White Tower's space. Return to me. Chu Liang then entered a meditative state, worried it might cause trouble inside the tower. He decided to follow it and check on the situation. When he found it in the tower's space, it seemed to be fast asleep, completely still. The sun was just beginning to peek over the roof tiles. Early in the morning, Lin Bei arrived at Bracelet Gate, mentioning that he had recently been serving as a disciple at the External Affairs Hall. Today, he had come for matters related to the guild's work. After a while of conversation, they told me that a disciple from the Taiyin sect was waiting for me at the reception area of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I had never interacted with a disciple of the Taiyin sect before, even though they were also part of the Nine Heavens Immortal sect. With no leads, Chu Liang reluctantly followed Lin Bei to the reception area of the Outer Master Hall. Upon arrival, Lin Bei took the initiative to greet them with a big, bright smile. Greetings to the friends of the Taiyin sect. The person you wanted to meet has been brought here by me. A beautiful lady glanced over at him. Even though he could only see her silhouette and side profile, Lin Bei could tell she was a beauty. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his mouth hung open as he marveled. Oh, he didn't hesitate and went straight to strike up a conversation. Hello, this beautiful lady must be a disciple of the Taiyin sect. I've heard that Taiyin sect is famous for producing beauties, and meeting one today really proves that reputation is true. After we're done here, do you have some free time? How about letting me treat you to a meal? How could anyone come to Shushan without enjoying a delicious, spicy hot pot? Or, if you prefer, you could stay here tonight and enjoy the romantic moonlight on Shushan. Looking at his friend who was talking non-stop, Chu Liang awkwardly made an observation. His lip movements seemed to suggest that he was saying something offensive, yet no sound came out. At Lin Bei's nonsense, the beautiful lady could no longer tolerate it and coldly dismissed him. Go away! After hearing this, Chu Liang couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. This low, deep voice didn't sound like a maiden's voice at all. The girl turned to take the initiative to start a conversation with Chu Liang. I am a member of Taiyin sect, here to visit the Chen family. The reason for my visit to Shushan this time is special. It's to find someone. As soon as she spoke, someone else interrupted. My name is Xiao Yong. Chu Liang immediately understood the situation. I see, so you're probably a male cultivator who holds the second rank. Chu Liang bowed his head. Apologies, Luo bro. My friends used to think you were a bit rude, but it's just that you are really too charming. Truly, I'm sorry. Xiao Yong arrogantly crossed his arms and responded. It's fine. This isn't the first time, but among the lecherous ones, I've really met very few as rude as him. At this moment, Lin Bei still couldn't believe it and asked again. But doesn't Taiyin sect only accept women? How did you manage to join? Xiao Yong maintained his attitude and replied. I'm here to investigate. There's no need to explain this to you. Chu Liang, hearing this, took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. I wonder, Luo bro, what is it that you wish to ask me? Xiao Yong began to explain.
A few days ago, someone claiming to be Ji Jing Immortal came to Taiyin's sect and asked me to open the tomb of a senior in the Forbidden Hall. The elder of our sect naturally disagreed, so he broke into the tomb that very night and stole the Suen being Ji Guen from before the burial chamber. Currently, our sect has issued a nationwide manhunt, and the entire 9 continents and 4 seas are searching for this person. I heard that you met him before in the South Sea. I'm wondering if you have any clues to offer? Chu Liang stroked his chin, murmuring the name Ji Jing Immortal. In his mind, he was thinking about the mysterious girl who had been beside that senior. His relationship with Jiang's sister, these things naturally cannot be fully explained, and some further contemplation is needed. He began to steer the conversation away from the topic. Before answering this question, in fact, I also wanted to know how he joined Taiyin's sect. Everyone knows that Taiyin's sect only accepts women. Given that your identity is somewhat suspicious, I really don't know if I should answer you. Xiao Yong pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, it's fine to tell you. Then he remembered something from long ago. My family was originally a landlord family in the northern mountains. My parents thought I was intelligent, and living an ordinary life would be too wasteful, so they hoped I could enter the path of cultivation. I spent a large sum of money in the black market to buy a cultivation technique said to be from Immortal Sect 9 Heavens, which included the first 3 stages. I brought it home and practiced it, figuring it out on my own until I reached the peak stage 3rd rank. After a few years of cultivation, I began to feel something was off. My appearance started to become more feminine, and my personality gradually became cold. It seemed that this cultivation method was changing me, but I had never gone outside to train, and knew almost nothing about the cultivation world. It wasn't until I reached the end of the cultivation technique that I thought about going outside to search for a 4th level technique. I wandered the Jianghu for a while, joining some small sects, but soon realized that no sect's cultivation technique could match what I had practiced before. After some time, I finally discovered that the cultivation technique my father bought was genuine. It really came from Immortal Sect 9 Heavens, but it was actually from Taiyin's sect. Lin Bei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering his mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Yong frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Bei quickly explained, "It's nothing, I just remembered some buried memories." Chu Liang, on the other hand, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, no guidance, no resources, having to figure out everything on his own, yet not only did he manage to step into the path of cultivation, but he even reached the peak stage 3rd rank. This is truly astonishing. His talent can only be described as monstrous. Xiao Yong continued his story. I went to northern Landing Hua Mountain, hoping to ask for the next stage of cultivation techniques from the Taiyin sect. It was only when I got there that I learned their sect was made up entirely of women. The elders in the sect were all greatly astonished when they saw me, never expecting that I could have reached this point in my cultivation, and even more surprised to learn that I was a man. This time, it was Chu Liang's turn to burst out laughing. He thought to himself, how pitiful. Such an extraordinary genius, yet because of practicing the wrong techniques, he ended up on the Taiyin path. Xiao Yong, still persistent, asked, "And what are you laughing at this time?" Chu Liang quickly held back his laughter, covering his face with a similar excuse to Lin Bei's, "I just suddenly thought of some buried memories." Xiao Yong resumed his tale. They discussed it for a long time, and in the end, they decided to let me stay and teach me how to form the Taiyin Golden Core. I didn't disappoint the elders. My cultivation level quickly surpassed that of all the other disciples, and no one in the sect could match me. As a result, I was chosen to be the representative of this generation. After hearing this, Chu Liang clasped his hands solemnly and said, "Luo bro, with a journey like yours, it truly is astonishing. You deserve to be called an unparalleled genius. Since you have resolved our doubts, we should also clearly recount our journey at Immortal's abode." Next, Chu Liang concealed the part related to Jiang's sister. He then narrated his journey at Immortal's abode. During this process, La Xiaoyong asked several tricky questions, using the soul linking technique to sense if Chu Liang was hiding something. After a while of back and forth, he managed to handle everything smoothly. Seeing that the investigation was almost complete, La Xiaoyong bid farewell and left Shushan. Chu Liang and Lin Bei each said their goodbyes. Safe travels, Luo bro. La brothers in arms, let's keep in touch frequently from now on. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Bei turned back to speak to Chu Liang. By the way, tomorrow is the day we're supposed to exchange clues about the offering to the mountain deity ceremony with Su's senior brother and the others.
We haven't prepared anything yet. Is it really okay?
Chu Liang responded calmly.
Don't worry, you seem quite eager for this. Tomorrow's clue exchange will definitely go smoothly.
Once we have all the clues, we will have a vast space to fully unleash our potential. On the day of the scheduled clue exchange for the offering to the mountain deity ceremony, we had discussed and provided map fragments so that all three teams could simultaneously gather complete information. After combining the four pieces, we obtained a special scroll, the contents of which were extremely cryptic.
Not long after, each team received a copy.
For cultivators, it's not difficult to recreate an inkwash painting from memory, let alone copy a drawing.
After the transaction was completed, I secretly kept Zheng's sister behind and told her about Taiyin faction hunting down the immortal riding the whale.
She remained extremely calm, gently nodding indifferently, as if there was nothing to worry about. A few moments later, in the room of Yu Jianfeng, Shang Ziliang and Chu Liang sat at the same table, with one asking questions and the other answering.
Boss, did you call us here because you've discovered something important?
Chu Liang asked. That's right, I have an announcement to make, Chu Liang responded. After hearing that Chu Liang had found a business opportunity, both Shang Ziliang and Lin Bei immediately widened their eyes in surprise. Chu Liang then slowly continued, your eyes are as bright as stars. Over 100 teams are participating in the offering to the mountain deity on Mount Shushan, but only 3 teams, including ours, have obtained clues to this second stage. Based on previous years, the other teams should have been eliminated in the first stage already. The 3 of them continued their exchange for a while. But if someone were to tell them that they could buy complete clues for the second stage for 50 sword coins, do you think they would buy it?
Lin Bei speculated.
Then they would definitely buy it, Shang Ziliang replied. But among the teams that have obtained clues, who would be foolish enough to sell such information at such a low price?
Wait a minute.
Ziliang didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted by a disciple with small sideburns.
Big boss, are you really planning to sell this scroll? Wouldn't that just increase competition with us?
Hearing this, Chu Liang quickly looked at the other person and responded. Based on your level of intelligence, you still can't figure out the profound meaning, so how could those who lost to us in the early stage possibly surpass you? As soon as the words fell, the man clenched his fist, furrowed his brows, and spoke with determined resolve.
Yeah, the boss really has a point.
After that, Chu Liang no longer cared about his attitude and stood up to speak.
Everyone, stop hesitating. Just do as I say.
Head out immediately, split up and meet with the captains of each team to negotiate in secret.
Just say it's confidential information you secretly stole from behind my back.
It can't be leaked to the outside, and you're selling it for 50 sword coins.
I believe not many teams will refuse this. With this deal, we could easily earn a few thousand sword coins.
He raised his hand high into the air as he gave the order. Everyone was to act quickly and discreetly, and complete the deals before the information we've sniffed out spreads too widely.
Let's move. Time to make some money together.
Upon hearing this, everyone present in the room responded with determination. The group members began to disperse and proceeded to sell the clues, while I shut all the doors and windows to carefully verify the exact method to reveal the lead. I set the scroll upright and arranged it around the candle positioned according to the directions, southeast, northwest, and again northwest. The flags atop the sealed compass box each had a directional marker. This had to be precise.
Then I lit the candle and placed it in the center.
The scene changed. Chu Liang was now floating midair, with a forest stretching below him.
He softly remarked, "Sure enough, there's another mystic secret hidden in this map."
Then he turned his head to the left to look at the boulder beside him. In Bone Valley, there was a large stone, and the entrance to Bone Valley was in that direction.
Why does this place seem so familiar? the scene shifted to Pagoda Peak. At the demon-suppressing technique ruins, Xu Liang walked alone towards the upper reaches, where the waterfall was flowing furiously. While hovering on his sword, Xu Liang looked toward the round stone in the middle of the path, contemplating. Ahead was the large stone that the clues pointed to. He then slowly descended to the ground with a graceful posture. This stone had suddenly appeared here, and it was most likely used to conceal the secret behind it. Thinking this, he gently pushed the boulder aside. Inside the stone, two bright objects emerged, and Xu Liang couldn't help but exclaim in awe. "Oh, that was fast!" he marveled. Suddenly, from deep within the cave, two pairs of glowing green eyes appeared. The objects rapidly charged toward Xu Liang. When their faces were almost pressed against his, Xu Liang recognized the Bai Zhai within the enormous figure. "Why is it you?" he asked, standing beside the creature that was twice his size. "Did the elders arrange for you to come here to guard the third phase clues? Isn't this kind of bullying you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhai let out a few cute sounds. Immediately, a rapid thought rushed through Xu Liang's mind. This was truly a serious problem. As soon as the boulder was pushed aside, Xiao Baizhe would appear and block the path of the ordinary disciples in the third realm. How could disciples at that level possibly be a match for Xiao Baizhe? Even if many people band together to face it, who would dare to take a harsh approach with divine beast Xu Shan? However, luckily for me, this challenge isn't difficult at all. He then immediately gave orders to the divine beast, and the white rabbit with blue ears obediently hopped away. "Lead the way." A moment later, they arrived at the place where the crescent moon night painting was located. Xu Liang then spoke up and asked, "What is this in front of us?" He stepped a little closer to the painting, pondering. What does this painting mean? Could it be the white jade glazed glass under the moonlight? This is the third clue, and if I solve it, I can find the final white jade glazed glass, but this clue is even harder to grasp than the previous one. Scene change. 2 days later, the entire Shushan was in a frenzy analyzing the second clue of the offering to the mountain deity. At first, those who had grasped the clue thought it was a secret, so they quietly researched it. But soon, someone noticed that most of the teams participating in the offering to the mountain deity had already purchased this map scroll. But that didn't matter, everyone had a chance to discuss it, and most of them were people who would have been eliminated long ago, so they were happy to join in. This time, everyone participated in the second round of the offering to the mountain deity, all thanks to a handsome young man who had selflessly sacrificed himself. Everyone present looked admiringly at the pile of glittering cloth bags on the table, exclaiming in awe. So many sword coins! Xu Liang also began to distribute, and this time everyone had exerted no effort at all, so these sword coins are split into 2 portions for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei broke into a sweat, scratching his temple with his finger, hesitantly saying, "Is that really okay? The entire intention is up to you. If we take 2 parts like this, would it be too unfair to you?" As soon as the words ended, Xu Liang showed a look of frustration and glanced back, replying, "No problem, even if I take 98 parts, it's still not much." Hearing this, Lin Bei quickly followed up, "So that's how it is." In his heart, he thought, "Boss, so this is how you guys calculate things, including Eugean phone, huh? But even if it's just 2%, that's still over 100 sword coins. For a normal disciple in the divine will realm, that's quite a lot. If it weren't for working with brothers in arms Xu Liang on this, it would probably take a lot of time to earn that many sword coins." Just as the brothers in arms were happily dividing the spoils, they suddenly received a messenger pigeon from Tong Tian Pavilion. Upon opening it, they discovered it was from Old Shin at the Sword Exchange Pavilion. His tone seemed quite urgent. Since everything here was already settled, and after the brothers in arms dispersed, they quickly made their way to the Sword Exchange Pavilion. Inside the Sword Exchange Pavilion, Xu Liang clasped his hands together and respectfully raised them, speaking, "Greetings, Old Shin." Immediately, the other party laughed and responded, "Ha, brat, you've come." The two of them started talking. Old Shin asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Xu Liang answered, "It must be because there's an irresistible task for me, right?" Old Shen smiled brightly, very smart. Old Shen continued, this time it's not a small matter. It seems that the Dong Haiyan Bo city has discovered traces of the demon lord from Six Soul sect. Recently, several mortals have been killed, and people suspect this is the work of the remnants of the Six Soul sect's third realm. Therefore, we need a disciple of the Golden Core stage to lead the pursuit, and I have recommended you for the role. Chu Liang clasped his hands together and politely replied, thank you, Old Shen, for the recommendation. Old Shen pointed to the sky with one hand and smiled kindly as he said, if you complete this task well and successfully lead the team, your treatment on the mountain in the future might be similar to that of Ciz Yang and Jiang Yubai. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Liang quickly closed his eyes to receive the order, the disciple will certainly do his best. Then, Old Shen continued, this task also requires 2 or 3 disciples from the Divine Will realm. Do you wish to choose them yourself, or should I call for them? Upon hearing this, Chu Liang thought for a moment about some of his acquaintances. When it came to assistance, he instinctively thought of these 2 brothers in arms. Lin Bei, though only at the late stage of the Divine Will realm, would still be very useful when going out, and having him along would help avoid quite a bit of trouble. As for Shang Ziliang, he was at the peak of the Divine Will realm and preparing for core formation. Among the Divine Will realm disciples on Shushan, he was also one of the strongest in combat power. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke up, the disciple will call upon 2 fellow disciples, working with familiar people will make things easier. Upon hearing this, Old Shen was also pleased, stroking his beard and laughing in response, all right then. The Soul Slayer sect is one of the oldest inheritances in the demon sect. In the past, whenever great chaos befell the world, it was always caused by this sect. And when the peaceful and prosperous era arrived, they were always very quiet. The biggest characteristic of this sect is that they use killing to replace the resources for cultivation. For those who practice the Soul Slayer sect's cultivation, the main ingredient for forming their golden core is 9 human hearts. For those who cultivate in such an inhumane way, there's no need to say more. Every time one of them sticks their head out, they kill another. At this moment, in the city of Yanba, at the magistrate's office of Lamchang, Chu Liang respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to Du Manager. Du Manager also clasped his hands in return, thank you for your hard work and coming to assist us from Shushan. Then he said, this time, the case involves a demonic cultivator who has been indiscriminately killing civilians. The nature of the case is extremely serious, and the perpetrator is incredibly cautious. Therefore, this time I have not only invited everyone from Shushan but also called upon the talented young people from the Panglai Supreme sect to assist. I hope you all don't mind. Chu Liang replied, I understand, the safety of the people's lives and property is the most important thing. With that, Du Manager led the way. Please follow me, and I will introduce you to the young heroes from Panglai Supreme sect. Upon entering the house, Du Manager pointed to a young man sitting with his hand propped on the table. This is a young hero of Panglai Supreme sect, Yan Yuhu, young hero Yang. He is a disciple of Elder Huang Long from Panglai Supreme sect. Although young, he has already made a name for himself, and I'm sure everyone here has heard of him. Over here are the 3 young heroes from Shushan sect who are here to help capture the cultivation demon sect's culprit. This one is young hero Chu, a disciple of the famous Phoenix Empress. He has come to Lanshang this time, and I hope you all can cooperate with each other. Suddenly, Yang Yuhu furrowed his brows and asked, you are a disciple of the Phoenix Empress? Chu Liang was a bit surprised by the question but still answered, yes, I am. Without warning, Yang Yuhu flew into a rage. He arrogantly pointed at Chu Liang and shouted, this demonic case is your business, and you handle it your way. I will do things my own way. With your cultivation level, you should just leave and not get in the way. Chu Liang, upon hearing this, was startled and thought, such blatant malice, could it be that the Grandmaster's trouble at Donghai last time had reached the elder of Yan Yuhu, causing trouble again? After a while, seeing the situation becoming tense, Du Manager quickly tried to ease the situation. The case file for this peculiar incident has been entrusted exclusively to us, so the 2 of us will proceed with the investigation separately. At midnight, with the sky clear and stars filling the heavens, Yang Yuhu sat on the roof, focusing on his cultivation. In his mind, he thought, thanks to the divine essence speed from Panglai I brought this time, I can now perceive even the most subtle fluctuations of true qi. I visited all the crime scenes today and recorded the actual traces of true qi left by the murderer. So, as long as he uses a bit of his divine abilities within the city again, no matter how weak, I'll be able to sense it immediately. At the same time, in the courtesan house, Lin Bei smiled and said to Chu Liang, "You really are something, speaking righteous words, but your feet move faster than your mouth." Normally, I would hesitate before entering a courtesan house, afraid someone might see me, but you don't seem shy at all. Shang Ziliang also remarked, "This is my first time here. My father never allowed me to visit places like this before." Hearing this, Chu Liang responded, "I have long since rid myself of worldly desires. You don't need to look at me like that." Shang Ziliang smiled awkwardly and replied, "Ah, yes, yes. Even though we are here at the courtesan house, we must still carry an observant and approving eye." But Lin Bei thought of the beautiful and alluring ladies and said, "But as cultivators, we have a generous heart. There are poor women here with no clothes on, shouldn't we help them?" Xu Liang, however, wasn't concerned and continued, "I've reviewed the cases this afternoon and discovered that although the locations where the victims were killed are scattered throughout the city, the time is generally around midnight. During this time, Yanbo is under curfew, so usually, no one is out walking around. Most of the people who walk alone outside have special identities." Lin Bei quickly replied, "It's the scholars and cultured gentlemen, Xu Liang." He continued, "Exactly, because the courtesan houses here charge exorbitant fees for overnight stays, and many people don't need to stay that long." Lin Bei responded, "If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have died. I'd wait until dawn before going." "I would do the same." Xu Liang cleared his throat. So, they all went home at night. Ah, right. Although there are patrolling soldiers, experienced scholars, and cultured gentlemen can avoid them. I just asked the city guards, even if they are caught, as long as they haven't committed any crimes, they'll only get a small fine at most. So, these people naturally become the favorite targets of demonic cultivators. Lin Bei showed indignation and shouted, "That demonic cultivator is truly despicable," yet his expression showed great empathy. Chu Liang continued, "Targeting the refined scholars as our objective, we certainly won't be patrolling the entire city to find them. So this flower street must be his starting point. Who knows, at this very moment, he might, just like us, be waiting for the right moment to strike." Outside the courtesan house on Flower Street, the night was eerily quiet. A fresh beef noodle shop, Li Ji, was still open, and the shopkeeper's face grew darker. He muttered to himself, 2 more to go. 7 hearts have already been dealt with. Can't preserve them like pig hearts, so they won't last long. We have to hurry, best to do it tonight. As long as I can form the pill, I'll be an immortal old man." Holding the soul-slaying secret manual in his hand, he thought, "I hope this immortal book will protect me and ensure tonight's actions go smoothly. Great fortune, great fortune, great fortune." Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the distance, helping each other walk, drawing the attention of the shopkeeper. "Old sir, take it slow." He sinisterly thought to himself, "Once I finish this, I can stop for good." Inside the courtesan house, Madame furrowed her brows and said irritably, "I told you 3, even though business is slow tonight, this is still not a place for rest. You come in here, no drinks, no food, no ladies. Do you really think this is a tea house?" Chu Liang responded, "Are you saying we're not spending money? Bring another plate of fruit." Shang Ziliang awkwardly smiled and said, "Boss, how about we order a few more ladies, and add another table of food and wine, to entertain?" Xu Liang sighed, haze. Suddenly, Xu Liang's sword began to react, radiating a red aura around it. Xu Liang thought to himself, "Ah, the crimson severing sword of honor is reacting." He quickly rushed toward the window and looked at the man selling noodles, surrounded by ominous energy. The source of this came from the person pushing the cart, a street vendor. How could he provoke the crimson severing sword of honor? This man carried the karmic burden of bloodshed. He was certainly not a good person. He must be a disguised trafficker, and his presence behind the cart ahead was definitely no coincidence.
Seeing the noodle vendor surrounded by red ominous energy, Chu Liang had a bad feeling. He quickly jumped through the window and shouted, "Something's wrong. Lin Bei, follow me. Senior brother Shang, stay here and observe everything." With that, Chu Liang unleashed the lethal leaf, transforming it into a large blade, the flying leaf swift blade. The leaf instantly turned into a dart, attacking the back of the noodle vendor. "AI da!" the old man shouted. He quickly looked up, seeing Chu Liang and Lin Bei, and his face changed. As someone practicing righteous cultivation, how could he be exposed like this? "Control!" Chu Liang shouted. The lethal leaf immediately transformed into a phantom dragon, lifting the old man off the ground. At that moment, Yang Yu, who seemed to have sensed something. The energy of the culprit stirred, he had appeared. He jumped from the rooftop and flew down. "What?" Yang Yu, who was surprised. Did a disciple of Shu Shan arrive so quickly? How did he manage that? He quickly accelerated toward the others. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past Yang Yu Hu. The shadow rushed to attack the blurry dragon, freeing the noodle seller. "Who is that?" Chu Liang, caught off guard by the counterattack, suddenly shouted. A gigantic purple dragon appeared, casting a magical item toward Yang Yu Hu. Then, he unexpectedly fled. Chu Liang shouted, "Chase him, don't let him escape." Then the two of them chased after the person. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stood below, silently admiring them. They were really fast. He called out, "You go ahead, I'll return to inform the magistrate's office Lan Chang to send reinforcements." "All right," Chu Liang replied. In the dark night, shrouded in mist, under the quiet forest, Chu Liang and Yang Yu Hu continued to pursue the person relentlessly. Suddenly, he threw a purple bone piece behind him, startling Yang Yu Hu. Immediately, he counterattacked, blocking the large bone. He commanded the dragon and said loudly, "The divine mountain mist beyond the sentinel tower, you are a disciple of the Panglai Supreme sect." Yang Yu Hu quickly broke free from the aura. Beneath him were countless sharp bones sticking up. Yang Yu Hu was then tightly bound by invisible ropes. "Ugh, mantis armor technique," he grunted. However, despite chanting the incantation, the old man's purple dragon kept attacking more fiercely. Yang Yu Hu thought to himself, "Fire overcomes wood, can he break my mantis armor technique? Damn it, do I have to use my trump card to counter him? This is so frustrating." Suddenly, a large flame surged down, the five winds five thunders talisman sword technique. The bearded demonic cultivator was immediately startled. Above Yang Yu Hu's head, three people were falling freely, two of them struck by the flames. The fire blazed fiercely, quickly burning everything in its path. Chu Liang looked at the person burning and falling and thought to himself, the one hit by the attack is not the bearded demonic cultivator. Yang Yu Hu suddenly shouted, "Be careful, that demonic cultivator is using an immortal technique that substitutes plums for the Tao." Immediately, a purple aura appeared, enveloping the two of them. Yang Yu Hu shouted, "Watch out for his magic tools." After blocking the two of them, the bearded demonic cultivator quickly flew off. He thought to himself, these youngsters are definitely not ordinary. First, I'll trap these bastards, then I'll run. At this point, Chu Liang and Yang Yu Hu were trapped in his aura. The two were powerless, and silence fell. Yang Yu Hu observed Chu Liang, silently thinking, his sword aura is truly terrifying. If that demonic cultivator didn't have the plum for peach substitution technique, he would definitely be unable to escape the fate of being annihilated at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. It's almost unimaginable. I used to be the undefeated companion among my brothers in arms, but at my age, I could never unleash sword aura like this. Earlier, due to his relationship with the dishonorable woman, Yang Yu Hu had shown disdain towards some of Shu Shan's disciples. Reflecting on this, he stepped forward and said cautiously to Chu Liang, "My attitude before was indeed somewhat disrespectful." Once Yang Yu Hu spoke, the atmosphere became more relaxed. They exchanged a few pleasantries before beginning to discuss the predicament they were both in. "We've noticed that the material of this black iron bowl is very tough.
With both of our attacking methods, we can't break it from the inside. This kind of magical tool is probably specially designed for suppression. Even the ground is sealed tightly by the formation engravings. This place is very well sealed. If no one comes to our aid, we'll suffocate in just a short while. I believe the strongest combatant in Yenbo City is only at the 5 realms stage. It's unlikely they can rescue us. Yang Yu, who had used celestial techniques to travel through heaven and earth and returned to the sect for help. After his divine spirit had gone out, he suddenly thought of something that might break the deadlock. Chu Liang suddenly remembered that Shu Baobao, stubborn as ever, was still in hibernation. If it made a move, would it be able to break through this iron bowl? After a brief thought, he pulled out the vortex and called out loudly, "Shu Baobao, wake up, it's time to eat." Then he released it, and its cry was very cute. Watching Shu Baobao gnawing away at the hole, eating heartily, Shu Liang thought to himself, if I can raise a spirit pet and break free at the same time, that would be a 2-in-1 deal. Shu Baobao, keep eating. At this moment, at the Panglai Supreme sect, a beam of green light was rushing toward the mountain. A transparent figure rushed in, panicked, and reported, "Master, save me." The disciple was chasing a cultivator of the demonic sect in Yenmo City. Suddenly, a Taoist figure appeared, using a magic tool to control me. The disciple will suffocate and die in just a moment. The Grandmaster immediately flew out in haste, casting the spell of the earth golden light, and said, "Let's first head to Yenbo City." Outside Yenbo City, the Grandmaster and Yang Yu who were hovering in midair. The Grandmaster spoke seriously, "Disciple, I used my divine sense to search around, but I couldn't find the black iron bowl you mentioned." "It's over there." Yang Yu who pointed seriously in the distance, but then froze, incredulously staring at his own eyes. It's gone." Then, Yang Yu who quickly infused his divine essence into his body. His master also responded to the first question Yang Yu who asked Chu Liang. "Chu bro, where's the iron bowl?" Chu Liang, hearing Yang Yu who's question, casually tossed the iron pot in his hand and replied, "I still have a magical artifact that can break through, but once its formation seal is lost, its master won't be able to suppress it, so I took it back." "What?" Yang Yu who was stunned. Looking at the iron pot that was almost half shattered, Yang Yu who broke into a cold sweat. He had just felt the hardness of the bowl, and even using a full-powered sword strike would barely leave a mark on it. And Chu Liang's cultivation level was only at the early stage of golden core. How could this be? But then again, a single sword strike that almost killed that demonic cultivator seemed not entirely impossible. It was terrifying. This person should definitely not be offended. A few moments later, Taoist Huang Long had arrived and followed his disciple to the magistrate's office in Yenbo City. Along the way, they encountered Du Su and his subordinates, who were accompanying Lin Bei and Shang Ziliang. It turned out that after leaving the city, they ran into a group of demonic cultivators who blocked their way, leading to a skirmish. In the end, they killed 3 demonic cultivators and captured 1 more. The captured demonic cultivator committed suicide in a self-detonation, causing chaos. The group of demonic cultivators had used their lives to hinder the pursuers from Yenbo City, giving the middle-aged man a chance to escape. After hearing Manager Du's account, Chu Liang said, "I think this matter is a bit strange. The demonic cultivator who was saved had only just reached the peak of the 3rd realm in cultivation, and his true chi is quite chaotic. However, among the demonic cultivators from 6 Soul sect who were killed, 4 of them were quite skilled, including 1 at the golden core stage. If this was simply a case of disciples saving each other, it wouldn't be possible. I fought with that merchant, although he had no strength to resist and didn't use any magical tools or divine abilities, his aura was extremely chaotic. He is essentially an abnormal person, and someone of such a lowly status should not attract so much attention." Manager Du also thought deeply before responding. "Indeed, there are some suspicious points in this matter. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to conduct a thorough investigation before drawing any conclusions." At that moment, inside a dark room, 2 subordinates hastily reported, "Grandmaster, this person is severely injured. It will be very difficult to save him." The other responded, "That's right, his bloodline has already been severed. Even an immortal would find it hard to save him." The demonic cultivator with a beard looked at the badly wounded noodle seller and silently thought to himself, when they had dragged him along, he was already severely injured, and then he had been struck by a sword chi that could shatter the heavens. It seemed he wouldn't last much longer. He then coldly ordered, "In that case, pour the medicine down his throat so that he can briefly regain some vitality. He must be forced to speak. If he won't open his mouth, then kill him, nether soul monk. Force his soul to speak. Our six soul sect has already weakened, and in bringing him back, we've lost 4 brothers in arms. If I can't find the resting place of old man Shashang, I will never give up." The next day, at a village outside Yenemo City, I accompanied the steward to the village where the merchant Dong lived in order to search for clues. According to the villagers, the merchant, namely C, was usually very honest and rarely attracted attention. After some investigation, his entire life could be clearly mapped out. It seemed that he had accidentally learned some demonic cultivation methods and then practiced them on his own. However, he was definitely not a disciple of the demonic sect that had been in hiding for years. So, why would the Orthodox Six Soul sect, which had been in hiding for so long, go through the trouble of kidnapping him? Chu Liang pondered deeply, and at that moment, Lin Bei spoke up. A total of more than 30 skeletons were unearthed. Perhaps this isn't the full number of people he's killed. For a demonic cultivator of the Six Soul sect who has only reached the 3rd stage to kill so many, this sect truly deserves to be eradicated. Shang Zi Liang added. However, we also know that this kind of cultivation method, in its most primitive form, doesn't originate from the demonic sect. According to legend, when the demon god caused chaos, the demon clan invaded, the human race was defeated, and the 9 realms were devastated, with living beings left in misery. The human cultivators of the cultivation clan could never withstand the power of the demon clan. At that time, the ancestor of the Six Soul sect appeared and created this cultivation method. This method does not require many resources, it only needs enough human lives to fill it, and within a short period of time, it can produce a number of cultivators who are capable of joining the battle. Hearing this, Chu Liang fell into deep thought. So, that's how it was? Shang Zi Liang continued, "I saw it in the Confucianism scriptures that my father secretly kept, so I'm sure this is the truth." After the great calamity ended, those who still cultivated this method were immediately purged. And the founder of Six Soul sect, who was hailed as a hero, was executed as a demon lord. Later, Six Soul sect truly became a part of the demonic sect. Chu Liang sighed heavily after hearing this. The 2 searches here were nearly over. In Li Si's house, apart from an old book, there was nothing else related to cultivation. Among the scattered cultivators, he could be considered an extremely poor one. "I'll go to the back mountain alone to see if I can find any valuable clues. Since there's no one around, it's also a good time to check on Shu Bao Bao. Yang Yu who returned too quickly just now, so I didn't get a good look at the little one. When I took it out again, I saw that Shu Bao Bao had grown into a silkworm, about the size of a palm." Chu Liang thought to himself, the growth rate of this little one is truly astounding. I wonder what kind of mystical spirit beast it will become in the future. Then he lifted Shu Bao Bao onto a tree branch, silently thinking to himself, if it's already a cute silkworm now, then it must be interested in the leaves, right? However, contrary to Chu Liang's thoughts, Shu Bao Bao looked around the leaves in confusion, furrowing its brow before falling straight to the ground. It gave a dissatisfied look and scurried away with tiny, quick steps, resembling a red worm. After that, it quickly hopped forward, moving like a shrimp. Chu Liang observed attentively and thought, it seems like it's in a hurry. Where exactly does it want to go? Then, he quietly followed Shu Bao Bao into a cave. Bao Bao's face grew more and more intrigued. By now, they had entered deep into the cave. Standing at the entrance, Chu Liang thought to himself, ahead is an abandoned cave dwelling. Suddenly, Chu Liang drew his sword and made a swift slash. The blade unexpectedly turned bright red once more. The crimson severing sword of honor vibrated violently. Looking at the skeleton before him, emitting a fierce red aura,
Shu Liang speculated, it seems this is just a pile of broken bones. This was the first time the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor reacted to a corpse. What kind of great crime against the heavens had this skeleton committed, causing the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor to react with such a desire to torture even after death? The owner of this skeleton must have had a high cultivation level, but the remaining spiritual energy in the white bones was incomplete. With only a hint of this spiritual energy left, it was unlikely that it could produce any heavenly talents or earthly treasures. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a glowing finger of the skeleton. This finger was different from the others, its light radiating outward gently. Could it be that this one also has a golden finger? Shu Liang bent down, frowning as he thought. This thing suddenly appeared here, there must be some mystery behind it. There must be some formation inside. Let me try using my internal energy to activate it. At that moment, Shu Liang focused his energy, and unexpectedly, a faint green light spread out, enveloping the space. A large crack appeared behind him. He silently thought, behind this wall, there's actually another hidden realm. This seems familiar. This map looks somewhat like the relics of the senior with the golden bones. A rustling sound came from behind, and Shu Liang turned around, shouting loudly. "Ha, you brat, you don't even know what level of magical artifact this is, and yet you can eat it?" Then he softened his gaze and thought again. Well, it was it who found this, so I shouldn't compete with it. Compared to a magical artifact, this little silkworm's treasure hunting ability is even more surprising. If it continues to train, wouldn't I be able to rely on it to make a fortune in the future? At this moment, the sound of footsteps drew closer. Shu Liang became nervous, someone was approaching. It turned out to be the demonic cultivator with a beard and his subordinates. He spoke loudly. So old man Shashang was buried here, and in the end, I've finally found him. Then the immortal stewing cauldron must be here. Only this cauldron can refine the soul-purging elixir to help me break through to the 6th stage, he chuckled. But then, the old man was startled, taken aback. Ha! Why is there only half of it? Where's the other half? Shu Liang hid behind, silently thinking, luckily, I used the hidden origin pill. Chen Grandmaster was currently refining a great elixir. He gritted his teeth and thought, as long as I use the immortal stewing cauldron to refine the elixir, I can break through to the 6th stage. But the size, the engravings, and the materials are exactly the same as the treasure recorded in the Sex Artifact catalog. So why is there only half of it? Has the other half been hidden away? This gap doesn't look like it can be reassembled. It looks more like it was chewed up by something. Chen Grandmaster ordered his subordinates, search thoroughly. How can I refine the elixir with only half of it? Go find the other half for me. Chen Grandmaster continued giving orders, why is this wall so clean? Break it open and see. Shu Liang was in the middle of cultivating. He thought to himself, I'll let old Fei out later, and I've already taken the hidden origin pill. This way, I'll have a chance to fight back. Chen Grandmaster's subordinates used their strength to break through the wall together. In Xiao Shui appeared, laughing loudly. In Xiao Shui said, Chen Grandmaster's methods are truly impressive, but it took him days to find the hiding place of old man Shashang. Xiao Shui smiled and said, this is beyond my expectations. Chen Grandmaster was surprised and asked, which divine being do you belong to, lady? In Xiao Shui calmly replied, Ming Wang sect. Chen Grandmaster and In Xiao Shui were both taken aback, then Chen Grandmaster asked again, are you the demonic practitioner from the 4 demonic practitioners of Han Yi Hall of the Ming Wang sect? In Xiao Shui answered softly, indeed, that is me. The item on old man Shashang's person is something my master also desires, so I was ordered to follow Chen Grandmaster. I hope you don't hold it against me. Shu Liang, reading the letter, thought it was strange, the Crimson Severing Sword of Honor didn't react at all to this newcomer from the demonic path? Chen Grandmaster asked In Xiao Shui, is Hong Yi Hall also interested in the immortal stewing cauldron of my sect? In that case, I dare not disobey, but I can only give you half. The other half, I do not know where it is.
Xiao Shui replied, "Oh, what does my master want with your rancid cauldron that stews human flesh?"
Chen Grandmaster said irritably, "Old man Sha Shang is the ancestor of my sect.
How could I not know if there are any other treasures on him?"
Yin Xiao Shui smiled and answered, "It's not something of great importance, just that it has deep ties with my Mingwang sect. Now that Chen Grandmaster has obtained the immortal stewing cauldron, why not leave and let me stay here to search for it?"
Chen Grandmaster agreed. "Alright, whatever Hong Yi Hall wants, they can take.
We only hope that in the future, as fellow cultivators, you can help our Six Soul sect more." Yin Xiao Shui responded, "No problem."
Then, Chen Grandmaster and his subordinates left.
Yin Xiao Shui used her magic to dive from above and attack Chen Grandmaster, but he managed to block it.
Chen Grandmaster's subordinates unleashed a red power, which was the Blood Tikan Bo.
The two forces collided, and Chen Grandmaster drew out his long sword. Shu Liang also used his power to attack. Now's the chance, while he's not paying attention.
Shu Liang used his strength to strike at Chen Grandmaster.
Chen Grandmaster's face turned pale as he thought, "It's this sword energy again.
Why can't my plum for peach substitution technique work? Is this the trick that blocks this woman's spiritual power?" Suddenly, Chen Grandmaster's mouth dropped open, and he vanished.
Yin Xiao Shui, startled, followed suit. Chen Grandmaster disappeared without a trace, and Yin Xiao Shui stood frozen, her mouth agape, hugging herself with a fearful expression. This is too terrifying. This sword is truly scary. If the sword energy spreads even a little, I fear even I. Shu Liang appeared and spoke to Yin Xiao Shui, "Girl, don't panic, I won't kill you.
The hidden origin pill is still effective, your body will recover soon."
Yin Xiao Shui recognized his senior and quickly bowed, saying, "I didn't know you were here, senior."
"I have been rude." Shu Liang replied, "It's fine. Today's matter is a secret.
I originally intended to deal with both of you, but I have some connections with your Grandmaster, so I only took action against him."
Shu Liang continued, "While I haven't changed my mind yet, aren't you going to leave quickly?"
Yin Xiao Shui thanked him, "Thank you, senior, for sparing my life.
If you have connections with my Grandmaster, may I ask for your name, so I can report it to him when I return? He will come to thank you in person in the future." Shu Liang said, "You still haven't recognized my identity after seeing that sword?"
Yin Xiao Shui, nervous, thought to himself, "The Grandmaster never mentioned the background of this senior, how should I respond?" He then said, "I have only cultivated for a little over 30 years and haven't been in the martial world for long. I hope senior won't blame me." Shu Liang suddenly burst out laughing, I won't blame you. I've been in seclusion at Xinshan for so many years, and the world doesn't even know my title, the sword demon who seeks defeat.
It's truly unfortunate."
Hearing this, Yin Xiao Shui thought to himself, he hasn't emerged from seclusion for decades, so this news must be true. The Grandmaster had mentioned that this senior had disappeared from the martial world for many years. After a few more words, Shu Liang thought to himself that leading the lady of Hong Yi Hall had really made him seem like a familiar figure among the elders in the house. After a few words, she was allowed to return.
This trip was indeed somewhat frightening, but not dangerous.
Yin Xiao Shui flew back and thought, "This time, I unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance of the Grandmaster's heart, a senior who has been in seclusion for so many years, and has finally emerged. Such great news, I must tell the Grandmaster first." At the Mingwang sect's Hong Yi Hall, Yin Xiao Shui hurriedly spoke.
"Grandmaster, disciple has returned."
Then Yin Xiao Shui immediately reported to the Grandmaster.
"Grandmaster, the task you entrusted to me has been successfully completed. While searching for the Divine Void Scroll, I met a friend of yours."
He introduced himself as the sword demon who seeks defeat and took the scroll.
"I have reported the Grandmaster's name to him. Grandmaster, you will certainly have the chance to meet the senior, Du Gu."
The Grandmaster suddenly asked,
"What is this sword demon? Du Gu, what seeking defeat? Who dares to take such a name? With his surname Jiang, how could his character allow him to call himself that?" The Grandmaster, upset, said, "Tell me in detail, who exactly took the divine void scroll? Yin Xiao Shui nervously stammered. Ah. Ah. Shu Liang laughed loudly. Ha, if the news about Wu Yin's beheading spreads, he could become famous immediately. This would certainly deserve a special feature in the 9 Provinces Wind and Cloud Chronicle. But once this becomes known, I won't be able to go outside anymore. If Yin Xiao Shui discovered that she had been deceived, she would likely be extremely angry, blocking the path at Shu Mountain and waiting to take revenge. Later, when returning, it should be said that I encountered Chen Wuyin again and was lucky to escape with my life. It's better to remain silent and just make some money. Shu Liang was still lost in his thoughts. This trip had indeed yielded many rewards. Half of the immortal stewing cauldron could be kept as food for Qin Bao Bao. As for the golden skull with the blueprint inside, there was a restriction on it, so the blueprint couldn't be taken out for the time being. As for Qin Bao Bao, after consuming half of the cauldron, its body became increasingly shiny, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. One day before leaving Yanbo City, Yang Xiaohu came to find me with a jar of wine. At first, I intended to avoid the interaction by claiming that I never drank, but when I learned that this was the divine brew of the Immortal Maiden, a specialty from the 3 Penglai Islands, and that a single sip could enhance comprehension for 3 days, greatly benefiting cultivation and enlightenment, I had no choice but to get drunk. Yang Xiaohu visited because he was astonished by the death of that remarkable sword-wielding demonic cultivator, and he wanted to recruit me into the Penglai Supreme Sect. During the conversation, he promised many resources and benefits. Truly, Yang Xiaohu said, this time I don't intend to cling to the leg of the number 1 Nine Heavens Immortal Sect, so I'll bid farewell to my brothers in arms, Yang Yuhu, with a drink. The next day, at Yujian Phone, Lu Xiaoyu saw Chu Liang and hurriedly waved his hand, calling out. Chu Liang, brother, are you here to see Xiaoyu at work? Chu Liang smiled and replied. He, what is Xiaoyu up to now? Really impressive. What is the greatest glory? Lu Xiaoyu raised his hand with determination and said loudly, labor is the greatest glory. Chu Liang raised his hand in response and encouraged. Xiaoyu works under the sun, only then can the fruits be sweeter when eaten in the shade. Lu Xiaoyu agreed, Suddenly, Phoenix Empress appeared out of nowhere and spoke loudly. That's right, the taste of the peach from Penglai is just like this. Shu Liang was suddenly struck with the thought that, surprisingly, after a day, he could still smell alcohol on himself. Speaking of the smell of alcohol, Grandmaster's nose really wasn't any worse than that of a golden lion. Phoenix Empress, irritated, shouted. You worthless disciple! How dare you secretly go behind Grandmaster's back to visit Flower Heaven Earth Child, drinking so much alcohol? Chu Liang, speechless, thought to himself that if someone wanted to drink, the people from Penglai would surely sell it. Shu Liang said, Grandmaster, didn't you drink that immortal's nectar at home too? Isn't that really delicious? Phoenix Empress, hands on her hips, shouted. You never think about your poor Grandmaster back home. I've never had such fine wine like that before. Phoenix Empress pointed at Chu Liang and shouted, I don't care. Next time you see fermented flat peach, no matter what, you must bring it back for me to taste. If not, you are being unfilial. Shu Liang said to Yang Xiaohu, Brother Yang, I can see that you've treated me with sincerity, so I will be equally sincere with you. I grew up in Shushan, this is my homeland, and all the elders in Shushan are like family to me. I know that this mountain gate has its flaws, and I will inevitably have conflicts with some people here, but I've never considered leaving. Yang Xiaohu asked in confusion, But your Grandmaster is Phoenix Empress? Shu Liang smiled and replied, let me think about it a bit more. Shu Liang pondered to himself, maybe I should go stir things up with Yang Yuhu a little? The next day, when the sun set, and as heaven and earth were newly born, with no separation, no obstruction, yin and yang unfolded and then returned to primordial chaos, Chu Liang thought to himself, yesterday, I was fortunate enough to enter the realm of sudden realization. This kind of sudden enlightenment has helped me understand a bit more about this kind of celestial magic. The so-called path of no competition is essentially a kind of regression.
According to legend, in the beginning, when the universe and all things were evolving, the vast cosmos was nothing more than a small dot, like the yin-yang dual energies which were chaotic. After undergoing a series of intense transformations, the present structure of heaven and earth was formed. Therefore, no matter how long the distance, it all begins from that point, and with just one step, it can be crossed. The reason the distance has become greater nowadays is because the yin-yang dual energies have dispersed and manifested into the myriad of things in the world, and these things have further expanded the distance. As long as one returns to the original state of yin-yang dual energies, one can instantly cross thousands of mountains and rivers. In theory, the Tao knows no obstruction allows one to go anywhere they wish. The mind can move in an instant to reach its destination, but at the very least, there must be the ability to transcend the realm. Xu Liang, performing a technique in his current state, only needs to comprehend it, without necessarily needing to execute it perfectly. As long as one can use a similar thought to step across a distance of one zhang in front of them, it can be considered as having mastered the technique of touch the earth, cross an inch. Then Xu Liang placed the spell on his forehead and pointed forward. The spell followed his arm. Is this the perspective of touch the earth, cross an inch? The world seemed to be made up of black and white lines. Everything was blended within these lines, but there was also a path that was exceptionally clear. Xu Liang's foot also had strength. He stomped hard on the ground, and another Xu Liang appeared. Oh, this destination is not quite what I expected. Xu Liang thought. The feeling of finding the right direction from this complex web of lines felt surprisingly similar to the sensation of controlling flying leaf, the skill he had practiced many times before. Indeed, there is no effort in this world that is wasted. Yun Junior brother, thank you. Touch the earth, cross an inch consumes a great deal of inner strength. With my current cultivation level, my body's vital energy can only allow me to perform it 4 or 5 times. However, when the supreme grade golden core is in full, frantic operation, it can replenish my energy completely within a short period after being exhausted. This greatly supports my training process. Coupled with the connection to the previous flying leaf swift blade death style, I should be able to master touch the earth, cross an inch by the time the moon reaches its peak, before midnight. The distance of a single stroke will only reach that far. Xu Liang sat down on a stone and thought that this was no easy task. But in the end, he had mastered it. Next time, if he encounters a sealing magic weapon like the Black Bowl, he would be able to use touch the earth, cross an inch to deal with it. Xu Liang looked up at the moon and thought, oh, the moon is so full tonight. The branches of the Bai Luo sacred tree seemed to be hanging on the moon's surface. Xu Liang seemed to have realized something and quickly said, wait, the glazed white jade disc is hanging in the bright sky. This must be Bai Luo Peak, Xu Liang is definitely here. But there's nothing, Xu Liang said. Nothing? No way? Suddenly, Yan Zi appeared. Xu Liang turned around in surprise. Yan Uncle Master. Xu Liang smiled and asked, it's really bold of me to come here at midnight. I beg you to forgive me. Yan Zi replied, if you know it's midnight and recognize how audacious it is, why did you still dare to come to my Bai Luo sacred tree? What's going on? Xu Liang hesitated and replied, disciple, shouldn't there be something here? Yan Zi asked, confused, something? Xu Liang answered, the white jade glazed glass TRN from the Elder's Sword transmission. Yan Zi burst out laughing, you really are incredibly smart, none of the disciples of Xu Shan are as clever as you. But if you want to take the white jade glazed glass TRN, there's still one more hurdle to pass. Just bring a high-grade clear pill, and you can exchange it for the white jade glazed glass TRN. Xu Liang said, but I've solved 3 riddles. According to previous years, I should have found the treasure by now, right? Yan Zi replied with annoyance, you're still asking? In previous years, no disciple had ever solved all the riddles so quickly, and no disciple had ever betrayed and casually sold the clues like you did. You're a disciple of the immortal sect, what kind of example does that set? This question wasn't even posed by me, but it's quite simple. Just bring a high-grade clear pill, and you can exchange it for the white jade glazed glass TRN. Xu Liang fell silent, not knowing what to say. His action of selling the clues had offended the elders who had organized the challenge. Their original intention had been to train the disciples through this activity, but they had never expected any disciple to actually benefit from it. However, this did not violate the rules of Shushan. The offering to the mountain deity event allowed for a high degree of freedom, so they couldn't find any reason to punish him. All they could do was force him to resolve this matter. The famous alchemy masters in the world all possess a number of unique alchemical formulas that are kept strictly private and will never be passed on. Elder Dan Ding from Shushan, of course, has created many types of exclusive pills, with the green pill being one of them. The effect of this pill is not very common, specifically designed to enhance the spiritual power body. After consuming a high-quality green pill, one can even conceal themselves in the bushes, blending into the surroundings as if they were part of it. Except for a few special moments, it is unlikely that anyone would attempt to refine it themselves. If necessary, one must make a reservation in advance with the Elixir Cauldron Hall. However, considering the relationship between the Elixir Cauldron Hall and Yujian Feng, this is simply a very obvious way of dealing with the situation. Xu Liang closed his eyes in thought, but others are certainly not allowed to buy the green pill, as currently, only he himself has reached this level. The Shushan disciples around him are still studying the mysteries of the four paintings. Elder Dan Ding only needs to prohibit all green pills from being distributed. Xu Liang said to the Elixir Cauldron Hall, "The day after tomorrow, I still have a little hope and will ask Senior Sister Chen Su if she can help me refine a green pill." The Elixir Cauldron Hall replied, "Senior Sister Chen is also in a difficult position regarding this matter. First, she cannot refine a high-quality green pill. Only Elder Dan Ding and his close disciples in the entire Elixir Cauldron Hall are capable of refining it." That day, Elder Dan Ding issued a strict order, forbidding all disciples from using elixirs during these days. Xu Liang left the Pill Cauldron Pavilion, sighing and thinking, "This idea must have been thought up by many elders. Their goal is to punish me for selling information to make a profit these past few days." Xu Liang slammed his hand on the table, resolute. "I had been a bit reserved before, but now that I've been targeted, I might as well sell even more discreetly." At Jianding, in the restroom, Xu Liang said, "Now that everyone is here, I will announce something." Xu Liang's disciples asked, "Boss, are we going to solve another clue this time?" Xu Liang replied, We can sell the answer for the second stage." The disciples were surprised. One disciple asked, sell again? "Big boss, this is already the second stage, almost close to the final answer. What else is there?" "We can't sell it anymore." Xu Liang smiled and answered, "Very good, keep that feeling." Within one afternoon, the news spread throughout Shushan. The people from Jianding were selling answers for the second stage. The location was at the Hong Mian family. By evening, hundreds of people gathered at the Crimson Silken Cauldron, where a platform stood with a man standing on it. Xu Liang spoke loudly, "Dear fellow disciples, after solving the clues in the second stage and careful consideration, I have made a decision that goes against our ancestors." A disciple suddenly ran over and shouted, "Wait a minute." The disciple spoke with a tone of protest, "Boss, it can't be sold." Xu Liang asked, "What's going on?" The fellow disciples from Shushan are like family to each other, and within a family, there's no need to distinguish between who does what. The disciple smiled awkwardly and said, "No, I'm on the same team as you, I want to win." "You can't sell it." Xu Liang laughed and replied, Can't sell it? Fine, you don't want me to sell it, I won't." "Then I won't sell it either," the disciple unexpectedly responded. "Really?" Xu Liang called out loudly to all the disciples, "I'm giving it away for free. Let's see how you stop me. What's going on? Where is he? Pull him out." The disciple shouted, "You'll regret this." Xu Liang continued speaking to the other disciples, "Today, I will give away for free the second riddle I've solved. This is the Dragon's Breath Golden Pattern Fruit, a specialty of our Yujian Feng. I believe all disciples who frequently visit Hong Mian Feng are familiar with it and know it's a good item. This box of 3 fruits costs only 1 sword coin, and it's always been at this price. And everyone knows that.
The clue I'm giving away for free to all of you is included in this.
The disciple standing beside Chu Liang said, "We've prepared 5 types of talismans of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth and a box of fruits. Inside, each contains a note. As long as you can collect all 5 types, you can exchange them for an answer." Chu Liang continued, "After 3 days, we will announce the answers to the questions. Anyone who possesses all 5 elements can receive a portion. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity, time waits for no one." This performance sparked the audience's hunger. The activity of buying fruits and collecting the 5 elements talisman ignited the crowd. Chu Liang's disciples were still trying to stop him.
Chu Liang asked irritably, "Why are you still blocking my way?"
"Fine, if you think the price is too low, then I'll cut it in half. Everyone, in this 7-day event, 1 coin will buy 2 boxes of fruit, which is half the normal price." The disciples objected, "At this price, there's almost no profit at all, and you're even giving away the clues for free. You've worked hard to cultivate these fruits. This is practically giving them away." A large number of fruit boxes were sold out in less than an hour on the first day, and our team was almost overwhelmed by the crowd. Only after raising our hands and promising to sell them again at the same price tomorrow could we escape. After 3 days of continuous sales, in addition to the original motivation, a new layer of motivation emerged. When someone possessed the 4 elements of metal, wood, water, and fire, their desire for the earth element would become extremely intense. The movement of exchanging the 5 elements talisman began to take shape on Shushan Mountain.
The first thing people ask when they go out in the morning is whether there are any earth character talismans.
If the 5 elements were distributed evenly, theoretically, each team would only need to buy 5 boxes of fruit and exchange them with each other to collect a complete set. However, among the talismans presented by Yu Jianfeng this time, it seems there are very few fire character talismans, and earth character talismans are especially rare.
Meanwhile, there are many talismans from the other 3 systems.
If someone is missing a certain character talisman, then everyone is missing it, and they can only buy an additional box of fruit. As a result, earth character talismans have become a highly sought-after commodity, with some people even selling them at exorbitant prices. This trend has become quite popular for a while.
This commotion has exceeded my expectations.
Over the past few days, I've been hurriedly harvesting the black shuttlecock-like fruit to open the seeds of the berries, along with a large amount of spiritual herbs as catalysts, just enough to barely provide what is needed.
Zhang Yubai held a box of fruit inside, saying, "Is it another wood character talisman?"
Zhang Yubai, in frustration, said, "This is so troublesome.
Why can't I open the earth character talisman? Did I only get 4 types of talismans?"
Chu Liang laughed and explained, "How could it be like that? Perhaps the 5 types of talismans are not evenly distributed, maybe the earth character talisman is at the back?" Zhang Yubai slapped Chu Liang on the chest in irritation and said, "You're making me angry." Chu Liang, bleeding from his mouth, said, "If Sister Jian wants the answer to the riddle, I'll give it to you directly.
Even if it's the answer to the second clue, it wouldn't hurt to just tell you." Zhang Yubai raised an eyebrow and asked, "What does this mean? How can I possibly receive such a free benefit?"
Chu Liang replied, "Sister Jiang, you've taught me divine abilities and immortal techniques without any schemes, so how could I resent you just because of a single sentence?" Zhang Yubai then asked, "By the way, I still haven't asked you how far have you progressed with Touch the Earth, Cross an Inch?" Chu Liang scratched his head and sighed, saying, "In the end, I'm just too slow-witted." Zhang Yubai rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She remembered that it had taken her 3 months to comprehend the great Tao of no obstruction, and half a year to master Touch the Earth, Cross an Inch. Given Chu Liang's situation, it was understandable that he was struggling with a bottleneck. Perhaps a little comfort was in order? Just as Zhang Yubai was about to speak, Chu Liang cut in, "It took me several days just to reach a distance of 1 zhang." Zhang Yubai's expression immediately changed, and she angrily thought, "This little thief." After discussing my cultivation, Zhang's sister brought up the meeting between Yang Yuhu and me. Turns out she was also recruited by the Panglai Supreme sect and is using the same strategy, promising high-level cultivation resources and even better treatment in the sect than Shushan.
After that, Jiang's sister warned me not to fall into the trap of those sugar-coated bullets. Naturally, I expressed my determination in front of senior sister. And the conversation ended with laughter. After returning from Pagoda Peak, I asked Kan Bao Bao to finish off the rest, also wanting to see if this little guy had changed in any way. After this little creature ate all the immortal stewing cauldron, it spat out threads to wrap tightly around its body. It seemed like it had entered the cocooning stage and was evolving. I am truly looking forward to what kind of spiritual pet it will become when it matures. Will it be a butterfly or a giant moth? After finishing up, I went to the flower garden to work with Xiaoyu. After all, the berry orders had increased in the past few days, and it would be very difficult for a little girl to handle everything alone. Grand Uncle Master suddenly appeared, laughing as he said, "Haha, this is the first time I've come to you Jianfeng in all these years. Looks like the business is doing quite well." Grand Uncle Master continued, "Your long fruit is quite nourishing. Someone had gifted me some before, and the taste was really good." Chu Liang, seeing Grand Uncle Master, immediately bowed. "Greetings, Grand Uncle Master. If Grand Uncle Master likes it, disciple is happy to offer it at any time." Grand Uncle Master laughed and said, "Haha, no need for that. I came here today for official business. I'm actually looking for this young lady Xiaoyu, not to find your fruit." Grand Uncle Master said, "I believe you must have noticed that the dragon Shi transforming into rain from Shushan always falls around in Jianding." Shu Liang acknowledged, indeed it was somewhat strange. Shu Liang thought, in fact, he felt that the dragon Shi was not surrounding Yu Jianfeng but rather falling directly on it. He had also been covered by the golden rain at other places before, but he didn't dare to speak of it, as he couldn't tell whether it was a blessing or a curse. Grand Uncle Master chuckled and stroked his beard. After noticing this, I inquired with True Dragon. It roughly answered that on In Jianding, it sensed someone carrying great fortune. Chu Liang was confused, is that so? I naturally know about my own uniqueness, but could it be that True Dragon can sense the difference between me and ordinary people? This is too dangerous. Grand Uncle Master said, therefore, I thought of the little girl whose fortune I once read. She was born with Qinli, and indeed carries great fortune. Moreover, during the previous time, it was only after you brought her here that True Dragon had some sort of reaction. Perhaps she is the very target that True Dragon sensed. Shu Liang was taken aback, huh? Then Shu Liang thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. Xiaoyu, being Qinli, might very well be the one destined for great fortune. Compared to me, she certainly seems more like the target that True Dragon would sense. Shu Liang said loudly, Xiaoyu, go meet Grand Uncle Master. If you find anything good, remember to bring it back to the room so we can build a beautiful new house together. Lu Xiaoyu agreed to follow. You Grand Uncle Master laughed. Lu Xiaoyu followed Grand Uncle Master. Wow, she could actually walk on water, it's truly miraculous. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu felt bewildered as she looked ahead, and Grand Uncle Master spoke, Elder Bai Long, please reveal yourself. A gigantic dragon appeared. Lu Xiaoyu was startled, her face turning pale. Wow, that's really scary. Grand Uncle Master asked Elder Bai Long, earlier, you mentioned the great fortune you sensed on Yu Jianfeng. It must be coming from this little girl, right? I have brought her here directly. If there's an opportunity, you can bestow it upon her. Suddenly, Elder Bai Long moved closer to Lu Xiaoyu, towards Yu Jianfeng. Then, Elder Bai Long seemed to impart power to Lu Xiaoyu. Today, you will receive my inheritance. Lu Xiaoyu's face lit up, realizing she could never escape this fate in the future. Chu Liang, who was sitting in cultivation, heard some noise and thought, what is that sound? Today, she receives my inheritance, a fate that cannot be avoided in the future. Chu Liang stood up and walked over. Who is saying this? Could it be that the Grand Master is demonstrating the 10,000-mile messaging divine art? Could it be meant for someone else? Lu Xiaoyu returned, and Chu Liang thought, why did Xiaoyu come back so quickly? Seeing Lu Xiaoyu, Chu Liang became even more confused. The girl looked somewhat strange. Chu Liang asked, Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Xu Liang felt that Lu Xiaoyu's body exuded a strange power, a force that surged strongly and transferred to him, leaving Xu Liang stunned. He wondered, could this be the cultivation secret technique of the Dragon Clan? Xu Liang thought, is this a secret inheritance passed on to me through Xiaoyu's body and consciousness? So, was it the true dragon speaking to me earlier in my mind? Looking in the direction of Xianfeng, Xu Liang wondered, why is it going in circles like this? What is Elder Long afraid of? He still felt puzzled, thinking, what is it that he's afraid of? Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu raised her hand and asked, what is this place? Why have the scales on my body changed color? Hee, but it looks kinda cool. Xu Liang sighed and thought, the girl is still young and doesn't know that each dragon scale carries its own fate, each one secretly marked. However, there's likely nothing wrong with this dragon scale itself. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have allowed the true dragon to give it to her. Xu Liang also had a scale on his hand, with the same mark as Xiaoyu's one given by the true dragon. The target of this must be me. Anyway, there was no room to refuse this. Regardless of what the true dragon might want me to do for it in the future, strengthening my own power at this moment was certainly not a bad thing. After absorbing it overnight, the effect was indeed noticeable. I was able to exert a bit of the mystical power within the Dragon Clan's cultivation technique. When circulating my internal energy to release my divine powers, a faint dragon aura followed along. Though still weak, as I continue practicing the dragon blood secret technique in the future, it will definitely grow stronger. The dragon aura carries with it the ability to burn through defenses, create illusions, and enhance strength. It can raise the power of divine techniques by an entire new level. Right now, when I swing my sword freely, not only is my own internal energy stronger, but it also blends with the Yun sword intent, and the accompanying dragon aura makes the power surpass a typical golden core stage. Benefiting from the mental treasure of the Dragon Clan, I naturally wanted to meet with Xiaoyu and interact with her to see if the little Li Jin might bring any surprises. The result was that she said there were too many characters in the mental treasure, and before she could finish reading, she had already fallen asleep, so I had to abandon this matter for the time being. Just then, I received a message from Tong Tianfeng. Yun Jr. brother wrote in the letter, I haven't let you down, senior brother. I've unlocked the seal on this golden skull. If it's convenient, please come here to take a look. Xu Liang was surprised, oh, this is the letter from Wenshi. Xu Liang then went to Yun Jr. brother. Thank you for your hard work, Xu Liang said. Yun Jr. brother smiled and said, I've been studying it for many days and nights, and finally, with the help of some elders, I managed to open it. To think that this skull belonged to a 7th-tier Grand Master and was turned into a sealed magic weapon, it really is quite outrageous. Yun Jr. brother then asked, so, can I charge an extra fee for this service? Xu Liang replied, no problem, double the fee for you. Xu Liang looked at the skull, thinking that he should first take the golden skull away. This was a magic weapon, and he would figure out how to use it later. Moreover, from within it, he had taken out a fragment of a map. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed similar to the fragment he had seen before in the cave tomb. It was quite amazing that this map was divided into 4 parts. By chance, he had already obtained 2 pieces, but he still didn't know what they were for. However, just one piece of this map was worth being sealed inside a magic weapon crafted from a Grandmaster's skull, which showed how valuable it was. Xu Liang said to Yun Jr. brother, do you have any magic weapons in your sword transmission hall for spirit beasts? The kind that can strengthen spirit beasts the more powerful they become. Yun Jr. brother asked, are you looking to buy a magic weapon for Jin Maoshi? Xu Liang replied, it is not for Xiao Baizhe. Junior brother Yun was confused. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Crimson Silken Cauldron was crowded with people, most of whom were from the teams participating in the offering to the mountain deity. In the past few days, they had continuously purchased many of our berries. By now, they had gathered enough 5 elements talismans and were rushing to exchange them for the answers to the clues. The fellow disciples cursed angrily, this brat is so ruthless. Without even realizing it, he's bought so many talismans, wasting so many of my sword coins. The disciples wept bitterly. Damn it, I bought the earth talisman at a high price, thinking I'd sell it at double the price on the last day. Who would have thought that, in the last 2 days, the earth talisman would appear in such large quantities? I'm totally losing out now. The fellow disciples fumed. In previous years, at this point, the first stage wouldn't even be finished yet, so it was normal not to have any clues for the second stage. Luckily, I started late, so I managed to collect 5 talismans without spending too many sword coins. But this guy solved it already and is selling the answers. If I don't buy it, someone else will. In the end, I'm the one who loses. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? It's really frustrating. Shu Liang spoke up, "Dear fellow disciples, after 7 days of effort, everyone here has gathered enough 5 elements talismans, and I will keep my promise to share with you the answer to the second stage question. The answer is as follows. You are all intelligent, and I believe from here, you will be able to discover it on your own." The fellow disciples suddenly flew up. It turned out that the 4 paintings weren't meant to be assembled flatly, but rather vertically. No wonder they couldn't be put together. Those layers upon layers of scenes could only be clearly seen when projected. Shu Liang asked his fellow disciples, "How much have we earned these past few days?" The disciples eagerly replied, "We've made a fortune." The fellow disciples are excited, everyone charge ahead. The big stone containing the clue is right in front of us. Haha, we are the first to approach it. Suddenly, a powerful force shot up from beneath the stone. Ha! Who's there? A strange sound echoed. The fellow disciples, startled, tried to calm each other. Wait, the team ahead was ambushed by Bai Zhai. Everyone, don't be afraid. Bai Zhai isn't skilled in combat. We just need to. Xiao Baizhe suddenly appeared, and the disciples panicked. What is this? Ha! Xiao Baizhe unleashed a force that sent the disciples flying far away. White Marsh 5th layer, fully armed, kicked all the disciples of the third realm away. A disciple flew into the bushes, and Lin Bei appeared, extending his hand and asking, "Are you all right, brother?" The disciple asked, "Why does this senior brother look so familiar?" Lin Bei smiled brightly and replied, "I'm from the Yu Jianfeng team. I sold you the first clue earlier." The fellow disciple recognized him. "Ah, that's right, I remember you now. The answer to the second clue also came from you all." Lin Bei asked, "You've got the answer, but why is no one going in?" The fellow disciple pointed toward Xiao Baizhe and said, "Can't you see? Over there, Xiao Baizhe is guarding the area, not letting anyone come near." Lin Bei said, "The final clue is right in front of us, but we can't get it. It's really frustrating." Lin Bei laughed and said, "How about I help you lure that Bai Zhai away, and you take the chance to look for the third clue? It'll only cost you 30 sword coins per time." The fellow disciple immediately agreed, "All right, I'll pay." Lin Bei then distracted Xiao Baizhe. "All right, hey, Xiao Baizhe, check out this magic artifact." Xiao Baizhe suddenly flew away. The fellow disciple was surprised, thinking, what kind of magic tool is this that can attract a divine beast? Lin Bei said, "All right, now go ahead and find the clue." The fellow disciple quickly responded, right." Shu Liang said to Xiao Baizhe, "You did really well just now, keep up the good work, but be a bit more precise with your strength next time." Xiao Baizhe seemed to agree. Shang Ziliang spoke to Lin Bei, "You're done, right? This time, let me handle the force." Lin Bei happily said, "Here you go." Shang Ziliang called out to Xiao Baizhe, "Brother Bai Zhai, let's go find the target." Xiao Baizhe agreed, and Shu Liang said, "Goodbye, let's go, Xiao Baizhe." Shu Liang rested his chin on his hand and thought, "I shouldn't get involved in this with Xiao Baizhe. This is something for Lin Bei and Shang Ziliang to handle. All the sword coins earned this time will go to them. These people have been working hard for so many days, they're seasoned hunters. They deserve to get more." At the same time, somewhere in Beiyu, the old man said, "Eat something, even if you're a seed, you still can't skip meals. Don't be stubborn. You refuse to sleep in the ice coffin, and all the activities outside will drain your spiritual power. You need to replenish it, otherwise, if something happens, it'll be hard to escape. Jiang Guo pouted, I don't want to. The old man asked, do you really have to eat fruit? Jiang Guo replied, MHM. The old man helplessly said, isn't that what I'm doing, looking for fruit for you? Jiang Guo shouted, I want better fruit. The old man pleaded, what should I do? Those ladies from Taiyin's sector chasing me too aggressively. You saw it yourself that day. Now we can't even fly, we can only walk in this icy and snowy place. How am I supposed to find that kind of fruit for you? Jiang Guo said, you're not scared. The old man chuckled, of course I'm not afraid of them, but you are. Because once your whereabouts are revealed, the people from 9 heavens and 10 earths will come after you, and by then, you won't have any fruit left to eat. The child sulked, I won't eat, and I won't go anywhere. The old man sighed in frustration, then gently patted the child's head, coaxing, be good now. He made a promise to Jiang Guo, I promise you, once the danger is over, I will take you to Shushan to find some delicious fruit. How about that? The child reluctantly agreed, The old man then lifted Jiang Guo onto his shoulder and continued to soothe, let's go. We'll head to the northern holy mountain first. Perhaps the treasures there can dispel the calamity for you. After that, you can freely play outside like a normal child. I've been planning to name you for a long time. If you love fruit this much, I'll call you Jiang Guo Fruit, a difficult girl to raise. If you were a boy, I'd definitely give you a good spanking. If you didn't want to eat, I'd spank you until you did. But then again, you're a girl, so how could I spoil you any less? I also have a daughter, but I've never seen her when she was small. I bet she looks just like you. The Jiang family's daughters have the same temper, so it must be a trait passed down the family line. Yes, she must look just like you. Adin Jian Ding. Protector Elder said to Chu Liang. Chu Liang, do you know why I came to Jian Feng to find you? Do you know that this offering to the mountain deity event is being organized by me? Your team has been very active these past few days, haven't they? Chu Liang responded unexpectedly. Chu Liang quickly thought to himself, well, they've come to my door now. Chu Liang said to Protector Elder. Disciple initially thought that this offering to the mountain deity event was designed very cleverly. It turns out that it is the work of Protector Elder. Protector Elder said. Flattering words, quite a sharp mind, but unfortunately, you've gone down the wrong path. Protector Elder continued. The path of the Phoenix Empress was not followed in this way, so it's hard to say if this brat has truly learned from the Phoenix Empress. Protector Elder said, it has a bit of the unethical business tactics of Tao Tai Pavilion. Honestly, you've really given elders like us quite a headache. The offering to the mountain deity has been held for many years, but it's rare to see a disciple cause such chaos. However, I do admire you. In other words, a complex strategy is called being resourceful. But quick thinking alone is not enough to achieve success. You need a mentor to guide you onto the right path. Would you like to join the Protector's ranks? Chu Liang suddenly thought, could it be that this person wasn't here to accuse him, but instead to invite him? Chu Liang pondered, if he were the steward of Elixir Cauldron Hall, he could freely consume pills. If he were the steward of Sword Transmission Hall, he could use any magical artifact at will. But if he were the steward of Guardian Hall, he would be free to learn divine abilities and cultivation techniques. Chu Liang asked, does Guardian Hall lack disciple stewards? The Protector Elder said, I never said anything about disciple stewards, what I meant was a personal disciple. Chu Liang was confused. Chu Liang widened his eyes and thought, is this person here to poach someone from Jian Feng? At Jian Feng, Grand Pavilion Master Feng. Chu Liang said, you dare to say that here at Jian Feng? The Protector Elder laughed. Haha, why would I fear a junior like her? I've already used a secret technique to seal off the area. The sound of our conversation won't leak out at all. Shu Liang said, "Thank you, Protector Elder, for your high regard. However, I am truly both happy and anxious. But wherever I go, I'm still a disciple of Shushan, so why would I need to change my ancestral gate?" The Protector Elder replied, "What you say is not wrong, but your Grandmaster is Phoenix Empress, correct?" Shu Liang recalled what Yun Jr. brother had asked. But your Grandmaster is Phoenix Empress? Shu Liang thought. This moment felt exactly the same as that time. Shu Liang said to Protector Elder, "Grandmaster saved my life and brought me up the mountain. His grace is like being born anew from my parents, how could I possibly betray him?" Protector Elder thought to himself, the system of the peaks in Shushan is designed such that no matter how outstanding a disciple may be, it is very difficult for them to receive direct guidance from elders like us. The most important figure in their growth is the Grandmaster. But the Phoenix Empress is clearly an unfit Grandmaster, unable to offer much support to her disciple. Her influence may even be more negative than positive. Yet faced with such a person, Shu Liang cannot bring himself to abandon her. On the contrary, he displays a deep sense of loyalty and gratitude. If he were truly tempted to switch ancestral gates, then no matter how clever he might be, he would not be worthy of being nurtured as the future successor of Shushan. The future successor of Shushan? Originally, there were only 2 candidates in this generation, and they have already gone through many trials to attain their current status. But recently, this brat Su Liang suddenly appeared, and has made old men like us recognize a new seedling. Shu Liang stood there scratching his head in confusion. Protector Elder remained in his thoughts, a very strange seed indeed, but one with the promise of growing into something great. Protector Elder spoke, "I see that you also value loyalty and righteousness. By the way, before I leave, there is something I want to convey on behalf of Elder Dan Ding. He said that the current high-grade elixirs are priced at 10,000 sword coins each." Shu Liang was taken aback and thought, 10,000? Why doesn't he just go rob someone? Why doesn't he give me a pill instead? Then Protector Elder chuckled and flew off. Ha ha! Shu Liang, feeling disheartened, thought, to claim the top position, one must give up wealth. Perhaps this is roughly how the high-ranking officials of Shushan are trying to recoup their earnings this time. The total amount of money earned this time is 50,000 A, and most of it will probably go back to them, with the remaining amount being worth very little. There was still time before the offering to the mountain deity ceremony ended, so there was no need to rush into any decisions. If the child had poor learning abilities, then just feed them the food. This afternoon, I'll go help Xiaoyu open up the meridians and assist her in activating the Blood Dragon's secret technique. It had been a long time since there had been any news from the Soul Summoning Order. Not long ago, the Eastern Guiding Envoy wanted to send us into the White Bone Hall's entrance to stay undercover, but there was still more to the plan. Everyone, the whole family has summoned us, and there are reports that White Bone Hall is experiencing large-scale unusual activity and is in need of additional personnel. This time is a good opportunity for us to sneak into White Bone Hall. In 3 days, someone will assist you in reaching the gathering point. Make sure to prepare well. The next day, Shu Liang said, "Last time, we discussed that if there is any major event, our spy group will gather at Yinjianding Shushan to discuss. This is the first time we are meeting directly at Shushan, so naturally, we need to clean up the area and leave a good first impression on our 2 companions." Miss Luo spoke up, "After we returned last time, I thought about it. If we want to infiltrate the Ming Wang sect, we can't do it without some supernatural abilities from the demonic sects. At the very least, we need abilities that can be useful in combat to act effectively." The master said, "Exactly, I thought the same. That's why I specially practiced some forbidden techniques from the Buddhist sect in private, so I can barely disguise myself." Shu Liang said, "As for this matter, I haven't prepared yet. However, I have thought about it, but our Shushan cultivation is too orthodox, and even if it's demonic techniques, it's not easy to cultivate them." Shu Liang smiled and said, "Therefore, if necessary, I can only rely on some small tricks and the battle spirits I've obtained earlier to handle things. As disciples of Shushan, our righteous aura is truly difficult to conceal." Miss Luo continued, "Here, we have a minor divine skill called the Yin Talisman technique,
which anyone can cultivate.
This technique involves talismans with an attribute of yin.
It condenses yin energy to strike the enemy, and when it's used, it's as though invoking the divine powers of the demonic sect. Chu Liang said, Miss Luo is very kind, I thank you greatly. As soon as the three of us are ready to go out and test the power of this talisman, Xiaoyu from across the door has just woken up.
Lu Xiaoyu yawned and stretched.
Ugh, my waist hurts so much, and my legs feel like jelly. Upon seeing Chu Liang, Lu Xiaoyu called out, Brother Chu Liang, after you helped me open my acupoints last night, I've been feeling really tired, and my waist still hurts a bit.
Can we skip the work in the fields today?
Chu Liang agreed, of course, you should rest. The master said, oh, this is a shame, this little girl doesn't look like she's very old.
Miss Luo also squinted and said, and yet, you want her to work in the fields.
Chu Liang quickly explained, it's not what you think, I'm helping her with her cultivation. I'm a disciple of Shu Shan, a man of integrity.
How could I deceive a young girl? You have to trust me.
The fellow disciples turned to him, calling for help, Chu Liang, my best brother in arms, save me.
Lu Run and Lin Bei were teammates when they first collaborated on a mission.
Lin Bei said, Old Chu, the world of Jianghu is calling for help, can I hide out here for a bit?
Chu Liang asked, what happened? Lu Ren replied, don't mention it.
This guy was caught while trying to deceive a young lady. Yesterday, he took the opportunity to bring Bai Zhai along and got acquainted with a junior sister at Zhu Haifeng. He didn't want to take any money from her, just wanted to meet her alone in the evening. Then, her senior brothers and senior sisters found out about this and have been chasing him since last night. Now, he's causing a scene here at our Yujian Feng, and he ran here to escape the storm.
Miss Luo asked, aren't your disciples at Shushan supposed to be of upright character?
The master replied, they are also supposed to be the best of comrades in arms. Chu Liang explained, actually, I'm not that close to him.
I strongly oppose his actions.
He's just an exception, a scum from Shushan. This definitely doesn't reflect the overall quality of Shushan disciples.
I'm different from him. I've always had a good reputation at Shushan.
Lu Ren turned to inform, boss, the business we've been doing these past few days has gotten too big, and my father found out. He said that everyone at Yujianfeng is shameless, and since I associate with people like that, he wants to sever our father-son relationship. So, I ran away from home and came here to rely on you.
The master helplessly said, so much for being upright, huh? Miss Luo also couldn't say anything, good reputation indeed.
Chu Liang thought helplessly, what kind of situation is this?